He stood in the queue, looking at the 10 people ahead of him, feeling bored as he glanced at those in front of him, wondering if any of them had good talent that he could suck up to later. He saw the instructor casually release a white circular ring, and the student at the front of the line took a deep breath before stepping into it. A white circular ring, much smaller than the instructor's, suddenly appeared around the student's body. The pure, white ring was flawless, delicate, and clean like mutton fat jade. The instructor just glanced at it before saying to the student, "No companion beast. Go ahead." The student immediately lowered his head, dejected, and walked towards the direction of his class. He had crossed over from Earth to this world called Blue Star 2 years ago, so he naturally knew what was going on. This was the test to see if someone had a companion beast. This world was one where beast taming was the main focus. Here, you could form contracts with all sorts of creatures, animals, plants, even mineral life. As long as the creature was alive, it could be contracted. In this world, besides the most common domesticated species like pigs, cows, and sheep, and the wild animals like wild boars, wolves, and badgers, there was also a species called war beasts. These creatures were similar to both the domesticated and wild species, but they were more violent, more powerful, and could even use elemental attacks like those from the immortals in novels. If you had to compare, war beasts were quite similar to the Pokemon from EU's past life, and just like Pokemon, war beasts had attributes. After arriving on Blue Star, he also learned a few things from the memories of the disgrace of the young master he had taken over. Here, when people turn 18, they undergo a contract space awakening. The contract space is where they store their contracted beasts and companion beasts. A companion beast, as the name suggests, is a war beast that is born alongside its master. Before awakening at 18, it remains in the form of an egg in the contract space, and after awakening, it hatches within 1 day to a month. The biggest difference between a companion beast and a contracted beast is that the companion beast, once hatched, is very close to its master. It doesn't need much emotional bonding, and it doesn't take up space in the contract space. So, when other people's contract spaces are full, the master can still have an extra war beast for combat. But not everyone has a companion beast. Out of 100 people, finding one is considered a high probability. Sometimes, even in a school with over 300 graduates, there might not be a single contract space with a companion beast. The disgrace of the young master he took over had already been tested within the Yi family, a large family, and it was found that there was no companion beast in the contract space. Plus, he wasn't even one of the family's most valued heirs, so he was abandoned to fend for himself. His so-called cheap father and cheap mother didn't stop it at all. In fact, they were even planning to have more children with better talent. Some families value kinship, while others value interests. Unfortunately, his original family belonged to the latter. Just as he was feeling bored, suddenly, a loud exclamation came from the crowd ahead. Companion beast. It's a companion beast. So beautiful. It's a phoenix. A wind attribute phoenix. What a pity. If it were light or fire attribute, it would definitely be even more beautiful. He turned his head and saw a girl with waist-length light blue hair ahead of him. A white light spot was shimmering in her contract space, and above the light spot, a phantom of a phoenix surrounded by fierce wind appeared in front of everyone. He recognized her. She was his deskmate, Wang Li, known in the circle as the Fake Girl. As for why she had this nickname, mainly, her behavior and actions don't really look like a girl's. When she talks, there's a strong vibe of a tough guy from northeast China. Oh my goodness. Wang Li looked in surprise at the phoenix in the air. A phoenix? I awakened a phoenix? She shouted towards Hiyu, ha ha ha. Did you see that? Your aunt woke up a phoenix. Hiyu, you'd better awaken a dragon or something. Otherwise, don't force me to beat you up every day. Everyone, including the instructor, heard her tough tone and immediately showed a face like they were constipated. The young girl was quite pretty, so why did her accent sound so much like a tough guy? That might disappoint you, Hiyu said with a bitter smile. Disappoint me? Wang Li stepped forward and patted Hiyu's shoulder. So far, I'm the only one in our class who has awakened a companion beast. Even if you don't succeed, your aunt will still look after you. Look after me as your lackey. Hiyu rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Li patted Hiyu's back again with force. I'm heading back. I need to prepare for the graduation battle. I'll aim for a good ranking. This might be our last time as classmates, so you'd better work hard. Once I make a name for myself, I'll definitely take care of you. After speaking, Wang Li waved her hand at Hiyu and returned to the class's formation. Sigh. Hiyu sighed. Hiyu stepped into the circle, and sure enough, there was no companion beast. Hiyu shook his head with a bitter smile, no disappointment, no resentment, just a resigned acceptance of his hopeless future. Without a companion beast, taming battle beasts would be at least 10 times harder than for those with companion beasts, and even if he managed to tame one, the resources needed to raise a contracted battle beast would be astronomical, something he couldn't afford at all. He wandered dejectedly toward the class. Just then, a sudden explosion of sound rang in his head, a buzzing that echoed in his mind. He clutched his head, his expression pained. Suddenly, dizziness struck, and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. His body fell to the ground with a thud. He Teacher. He passed out. Medic. Hiyu's consciousness was pulled into a space, the surroundings pitch black, and beneath his feet was like the surface of water, rippling when stepped on. Where is this? Hiyu looked around in panic but saw nothing. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the empty space and illuminated Hiyu. Hiyu looked in the direction of the golden light, and to his shock, he saw two women's eyes. What is this? Hiyu stepped back in terror, but the golden light grew stronger. The outline of a woman appeared in the void, and the golden glow spread across the land like rain in a desert, nourishing everything in the void. The woman glanced at Hiyu, then extended her hand, and her entire body's brilliance turned into glowing dots, gathering before Hiyu. The woman's form transformed into light points and gathered before Hiyu. Then, a rectangular panel appeared in front of him. On the panel, a line of text appeared, showing that binding was in progress. Then, a crisp female voice rang out from the void. Ding, alien beast evolution system binding successful. System? Hiyu instantly understood. This was the system typical for those who awaken as transmigrators. For a moment, Hiyu didn't know how to feel, but it was certainly complex. When I awakened the contract space earlier, you didn't show up, but now you appear. Does this mean my awakening of a companion beast was inevitable? You could have picked a better time. Sigh, forget it. About the companion beast, I'll figure out a way to explain it. Now, tell me, what kind of companion beast can you awaken for me? Hiyu asked the system. This system is the alien beast evolution system, responsible for planning the growth path of the host's contracted beast and determining the evolution direction of the contracted beast. What do you mean? You can't help me awaken my companion beast? Can't. This. Hiyu suddenly had the illusion that he had been happy for nothing. Sigh, forget it, do you have a new player gift package? Ding, new player gift package has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Baby Beast Milk Powder X 10 cans. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 20 beginner level fire element spiritual sources. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ability Rampage Enhancement LV0, not unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a common grade weapon, Refined Iron Cleaver. These are. Hiyu clicked on the Baby Beast Milk Powder to view the description. Baby Beast Milk Powder, are you still worrying about your baby beast growing up too slowly and afraid of accidentally killing it while raising it? Your savior has arrived. Baby Beast Milk Powder. Mix for 5 minutes, and your baby will be tall and strong. Mommy no longer has to worry about me killing the baby. Baby Beast Milk Powder, your good partner on the road to being a good daddy and mommy. B.D. Human babies can also use it. Hiyu looked at this description and finally understood. It was just baby formula for raising kids. Nothing special. System, how do I take the items out? Host only needs to think about it. Hiyu took the Baby Beast Milk Powder from the system space, looking left and right, but he didn't find anything particularly special. He opened the can, and a rich, sweet milk scent wafted out. The pale yellow milk powder quietly lay in the can. Hiyu dipped a little with his pinky and then placed it in his mouth. It's sweeter than regular milk powder, Hiyu nodded, and the milk scent is richer. Host remembers the taste of milk powder? Mind your own business, Hiyu rolled his eyes. The remaining items, the fire element spiritual sources, Hiyu knew a little about. They could speed up the cultivation of fire attribute battle beasts. Even at the beginner level, they would fetch at least 10,000 on the black market, not to mention the 20 pieces in front of him. 200,000? Hiyu looked at the 20 fire element spiritual sources and instantly opened his mouth wide. If I sell these all, I won't have to worry about food or drink for the next few years. Host, is this all you care about? I'm just trying to survive, alright? Don't talk if you've never been through it. Hiyu rolled his eyes again. This Refined Iron Cleaver. Hiyu clicked on the description. Refined Iron Cleaver, are you still worried that the summoner has no combat ability? Are you still feeling inferior because the summoned beasts are rampaging and you can only watch? Now that's not a problem anymore. Refined Iron Cleaver, made of 100% pure refined iron. It cuts through iron like mud, and can even cut a hair. One slash, and Louis XVI is on the move. Even peak battle beasts at the Zhe realm won't be able to touch a single eyelash of yours. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab your cleaver, transform into the red hair of humans, and the lubu of horses, and turn your enemies into Louis XVI. What do you have against Louis XVI, and isn't it supposed to be Lubu of humans, red hair of horses? 3. Please don't focus on these details. By the way, what is your realm? The most widely known realms in this world are divided into lower, middle, and upper. Lower realms include Je, war, spirit, and cultivation. Je is the first realm of lower. Middle realms include general, commander, lord, and king. Upper realms include emperor, earth, heaven, and saint. Are there higher realms? Oh 3-0, the system doesn't know. Really? Really? Looking at the system's serious expression, you still chose to believe it for now. What about this rampage enhancement? You clicked on the skill description. Rampage enhancement LV0, not unlocked when a living being is on the brink of death. Fear and unwillingness eventually turn into extreme rage, causing the body and life to momentarily leap to the next realm. Evolution direction random, greatly enhancing all attributes. Both the host and the contracted battle beast lose all consciousness, leaving only rage and battle instincts, lasting for 30 minutes, theoretically. This thing has so many parentheses. Hiyu's scalp tingled after reading it. What does theoretically mean? The duration depends on the situation. If the host and battle beast are extremely angry. Let me give you an analogy. Thunder and the fierce Gamora. I see. Hiyu nodded, so you mean I might end up fighting against the contract master on the other side? Yes, exactly. Hiyu's mouth twitched. Although there was no explicit rule forbidding contract masters from fighting each other, over the years, contract masters had developed an unwritten rule: contract masters settle disputes through their contracted beasts, and the contract masters themselves must not participate in the battle. It is said that, like Earth, Blue Star once had no battle beasts. But 50 years ago, 2 glowing orbs, one black and one white, appeared in the sky. They collided in mid-air, and wherever they passed, even the Earth's crust deformed. The power released from their collision caused mutations in the humans and creatures on Earth, enabling humans to contract with any living creature. At the same time, Blue Star, which was originally similar in size to Earth, grew to several times Earth's size. The country he lived in, Tianhua, was roughly the size of Asia on Earth, and the Lingzhou region where Tianhua was located was 10 times the total land area of Earth. Just Lingzhou alone is this big. How huge must this world called Blue Star be? He couldn't even dare to imagine. By the way, do you have a store? The store's goods need to be purchased with battle points. Battle points? Through fighting, the more intense the battle, the more battle points you gain. Under normal circumstances, the maximum battle points you can get is 1,000 points. Are there abnormal circumstances? Please explore on your own. Hiyu helplessly looked at the system. This is no different from saying nothing. Hiyu sighed. Can you send me back? Transferring consciousness now. Hiyu felt a dizzying spin, and his consciousness grew blurry again. Hiyu. Hiyu. Someone was calling his name, and it seemed like his face still hurt a little. Hiyu. Hiyu. Don't scare me. Wang Li swung her arm wide, slapping Hiyu's face, one slap after another, leaving the medical staff beside them stunned. Little girl, we've already said, he's fine. He's just a bit weak in spirit. He'll be fine after a short rest. I don't believe it. Wang Li's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled with crying. If he just fainted, then why hasn't he responded after I slapped him so many times? Wake up! Wang Li's slap cut through the air, rushing toward Hiyu's face. Slap! Just as Wang Li's palm was only 2 millimeters away from Hiyu's face, a rough hand grabbed her arm. If you keep hitting. Hiyu, his face swollen like a basketball, spoke with difficulty, I really won't wake up. Hiyu? Wang Li looked at him in surprise, then immediately gave him a bear hug. Thank goodness. You're okay. My back. My back, my back, my back. Grandma, please be gentle. Hiyu's bones creaked all over his body, as if they were about to fall apart. Chapter 3, For Survival, Go to the Forest to Gather Herbs. As time passed, school was finally over. The bell rang, and students packed their bags and headed home. Hiyu was relieved that this world didn't have night classes or after-school extended services, these two sources of evil. He had a lot of free time to do many things. For example, selling the medicinal herbs he hadn't sold before at the pharmacy. Hiyu was packing his things, ready to leave the school gate when he was stopped by Wang Li. Hiyu. Wang Li smiled and raised her hand. On the back of her hand was a blue-green phoenix totem, indicating that her companion beast had successfully hatched. Isn't it cool? Wang Li showed off to Hiyu like a little girl who had just gotten her favorite toy. Hiyu smiled and nodded, cool, very beautiful, it suits you. Not really. The last 2 words were left unsaid out of fear of being slapped to death. Look at you, always so lifeless, that's why you have so few friends. Wang Li angrily looked at Hiyu. You should be enviously saying, I also want a battle beast. Wang Li Jia, please use your fierce wind phoenix to help me catch one. Then I'll help you catch a battle beast. No need. He smiled. No trouble for Wang Li Jia. Hey, you really are something. Wang Li puffed her cheeks and looked at He. I even told you how to ask me for help, but you still don't appreciate it, always looking so lifeless. He didn't speak, just gently smiled. With Wang Li covering for him, he definitely didn't need to worry, but his future path with her was different. Even though he had the system, whether he could grow and succeed was still uncertain. Besides, having lived 2 lifetimes, his mindset was already old. Though his body was still young, his mindset felt like a middle-aged man, uninterested in anything. 1 month left until graduation. Wang Li said to He. Your grades are good, but in this era, having a battle beast is necessary to have a future. Though after graduation you can still get a battle beast and join the official or beast alliance, a Beastmaster University will give you free resources. Think about it, 4 years, how much gap will you fall behind? Wang Li spoke earnestly, and He quietly listened. Anyway, I still want to go to the same university as you. I'm used to you bringing me takeout and deliveries, am I supposed to go get them myself and tire myself out? He lightly smiled. Every day just running errands for this young lady gets me $50, I might as well take it. I guess I'm the only one willing to do this. Who doesn't come from a wealthy family or have top grades to get into a Beastmaster University? The top Beastmaster universities charge over $100,000 a year just for the children of rich families, and poor but talented students need to hunt wild battle beasts to earn points to pay for tuition. The Wang family is just a small family running a small business, so they can afford to pay me a few dozen bucks for running errands every day, but anything beyond that is too much for them. So only I do this job, because I'm really poor and willing to work for this small amount. I'll go help you catch a battle beast species this time, it doesn't have to be too strong, just enough to catch the eye of those schools. Wang Li smiled. No need. It's settled then. Wang Li grabbed her backpack and ran towards the car outside. See you next week. He watched Wang Li leave, smiling helplessly. He opened his backpack, inside were 3 herbs lying quietly. Sell the herbs and exchange them for money. He said, walking towards the pharmacy. The shopkeeper looked at the Qiongqi flower, vine grass, and blaze vine He placed on the counter, inspecting them with a magnifying glass. How much can I get? He asked carefully. The Qiongqi flower can be exchanged for 200, the vine grass 50, and the blaze vine 20. The shopkeeper wiped his magnifying glass. That's so little? He stared at the shopkeeper. The Qiongqi flower used to sell for 600. Vine grass may be common, but it should still sell for 100. And this blaze vine, it's a top material for making light-based healing potions. It used to sell for at least 1,000. Didn't anyone tell you that the officials have successfully cultivated blaze vine artificially? The shopkeeper wiped his glasses. Now the blaze vine, even selling it for 20 is considered a high price. What? He looked at the shopkeeper in disbelief. And the Qiongqi flower, a few days ago, a female fire spirit tiger came to the forest near our city. She was pregnant, and her fire attribute energy was twice as strong as the average tiger. The intense fire energy she emitted made the Qiongqi flower production in the forest double. Even the vine grass grew wildly. Now these 2 things, you can find them just a few steps outside the forest. The shopkeeper said, taking 300 yuan from the counter and placing it in front of He. Don't say I'm bullying you, here, I'll give you an extra 30, rounding it up to a nice number. He stood there, staring blankly at the 3 red bills on the counter, unable to recover for a long time. A wave of unwillingness surged in his heart, and he used fists clenched involuntarily. Then, as if he had figured something out, he sighed, his fists slowly loosening as he picked up the 3 bills on the table and left the pharmacy. He couldn't dare to sell the fire-type spiritual source himself. Not only was the control over spiritual sources by the Tianhua Kingdom authorities extremely strict, but he also had no battle beast. If malicious people targeted him, he wouldn't be able to escape. As he walked, a small house appeared in front of him. This was the house left to him by his family, directly transferred into his name, a final piece of charity from the Great He family to its lowest descendants. However, no matter how he looked at this house, it seemed old and run down. The walls were peeling, ivy climbed up the walls, and the roof tiles were broken. When it rained, it leaked. He didn't even know how much his family had greedily taken. He sighed and opened the door. On the bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was an old problem, but tonight it felt as if there was a stone pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. No. He sat up from the broken bed, his eyes full of determination. I have to go to the forest again, or I really won't make it through this month. He put on his clothes, grabbed his tools, and headed towards the forest. And in the sky, countless dark clouds gathered towards the city. You didn't pay attention to the weather forecast today. There was a blue rainstorm warning. Meanwhile, in the forest, a mother tiger with a big belly, her entire body covered in red fur and emitting a fiery energy, crouched in the grass, licking her abdomen. She was about to give birth. Inside her, there were 3 little lives about to be born, but she only had the strength to raise 2 relatively strong cubs. The other, weak one, had to be abandoned. Nature was this cruel. In the distance of the forest, a huge white silkworm moth flapped its large wings, planning to find a place in the forest to shelter from the rain before the storm arrived. The wheels of fate began to intertwine. Chapter 4, The Birth of the Mother Tiger's Cubs. Sigh. I should have come to the forest to collect herbs during the day. He, with a bruised face, walked through the forest. The darkness was so thick that he couldn't see the road, and he bumped into trees several times, swelling his face. I hope I don't run into that blaze fire spirit tiger. He didn't want to encounter such a battle beast species, whether it was carrying cubs or not. Moreover, it was a tiger-type battle beast, far superior to normal battle beasts, and the danger level would multiply if it had cubs. He was praying, when suddenly he felt a coldness drifting from a distance, along with a faint blue light. This coldness. Hi's heart suddenly shook, and he ran excitedly towards the blue light. He pushed through the bushes in front of him, and a lake appeared before him. In the center of the lake, a piece of land big enough to hold 10 people floated. A pale blue tree grew on top of it, and a fruit the size of a human head emitted a soft blue glow and a chilling aura. Cold spirit fruit. He instantly burst into joy. Usually, cold spirit fruit could only be found by luck, and the places it grew were extremely rare, making its price very high, even more expensive than common fire-type spiritual sources like low-level fire-type spiritual sources. Not to mention that after the blaze fire spirit tiger came, the fire-type energy in the forest surged, and the cold spirit fruit, because it conflicted with fire-type energy, became even rarer. This fruit could definitely be sold for a sky-high price. Now, the question was how to find a buyer. It definitely wouldn't work to trade in the pharmacy under the public eye, but trading in the black market would be a good option. The middlemen in the black market generally had integrity, though their prices were a bit low. But it ensures the privacy and rights of both parties, making it the most reliable method so far. He took off his clothes, wearing only underwear and a thermal bag for storing ice-type materials. After a few warm-up movements, he dove into the water. It was unclear whether it was because the temperature dropped at night or due to the coldness of the cold spirit fruit itself, but the lake water was painfully cold. After swimming for half an hour, he finally reached the land in the center of the lake. Looking at the cold spirit fruit, which was as big as a human head above him, he didn't hesitate. He directly picked it and put it into the thermal bag. Ice and fire-related materials, which deal with temperature, need special containers for insulation, both to prevent temperature from harming the collector and to avoid the gradual dissipation of the material's energy over time. After resting for about an hour to recover his strength, he swam back to the shore with the thermal bag, pushing it for another half hour. This is great. He took a towel out of his backpack, dried his body, and excitedly looked at the thermal bag he had placed in the backpack. This cold spirit fruit can sell for at least 300,000 in Yuzhou City. I've made a huge profit. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly felt a drop of water fall on his face. Ha! He looked up and then felt raindrops fall like bullets, hitting his body painfully. Damn! It's raining! He quickly put on his backpack before his clothes were completely soaked, then started searching for a place to shelter from the rain under the towering trees around him. Boom! Golden lightning struck down, making a deafening roar. On the other side of the lake, the mother tiger was struggling to give birth to her third child. Roar! Boom! The painful tiger's roar mixed with the thunder, echoing through the entire forest. The rainwater diluted the bloody scent from the delivery, preventing it from being detected by other beasts. Even though the mother tiger was fire attribute and hated the rain, she still chose to give birth in the rainy night for the sake of her offspring. She kept licking the blood and amniotic fluid off the first 2 cubs, while continuing to push out the third one. With the last cub finally born, the mother tiger's suffering ended. The mother tiger picked up the third cub, licking off the amniotic fluid and blood, biting off the umbilical cord, and igniting flames on her body to keep the 3 cubs warm. She then gathered them into her arms and began to inspect them. The first 2 cubs born were a male and a female. The firstborn was a female, the second was a male, and the third was also a boy. However, when the mother tiger noticed, she realized that the third cub was much thinner than the older brother and sister. Its fire attribute energy was very weak, as if it were malnourished. After thinking for a long time, the mother tiger decided to prioritize feeding the third cub with her milk. This is the only thing a mother can do for you, whether you can survive or not depends on your own fate. Once the third cub had finished eating, the mother tiger picked up the other 2 cubs, leaving the smallest third cub behind, and began running towards the den. The flames blocked the rain from attacking, and the 2 cubs in the mother tiger's mouth began to cry for milk, absorbing the flames from their mother. This was something the fire spirit tigers did as soon as they were born. Absorbing the mother's flames allowed them to learn how to control fire from a young age. The smallest third cub, under the cover of the trees, didn't get much rain, but it was shivering from the cold, crying weakly. Fire attributes are very afraid of the cold, just as ice attributes are afraid of heat. This is common knowledge. Even though it hadn't been rained on, the rapidly dropping temperature around due to the rainfall made the little one very uncomfortable. Its eyes hadn't even opened yet, and it wanted to find its mother's warmth, but it couldn't find her anywhere. At that moment, a sound of flapping wings came from the sky, and a giant white silkworm moth, 10 meters long and 2 meters tall, descended from the sky, shaking off the water-covered scales from its body. It looked at the rain falling like bullets. She sighed like a human. Sigh. In the end, I still couldn't avoid it before the rain. The voice that spoke was surprisingly similar to a human female's voice. I need to find a place to rest. Where is that cat meowing from? The giant silkworm moth followed the sound and saw a tiger cub, its entire body covered in fiery red fur, struggling in the muddy ground. A fiery spirit tiger cub? The moth looked around cautiously, its antennae probing the surrounding pheromones. The pheromones were fresh, it had only just left. But this cub's stomach was swollen, clearly just fed. The scent of mother's milk was faint, it seemed it had only been fed this one cub. It shouldn't have been left behind, could it be? The mother tiger is gone? This little one was abandoned? The silkworm moth suddenly relaxed. As long as the mother tiger was gone, it was fine. Even though it was also a battle beast species, the insect tribe was weak individually and couldn't match a mother tiger of the same rank. Then what should we do with this little one? The silkworm moth's eyes suddenly took on a very human-like expression, full of pity as it looked at the cub on the ground. Maybe I should take it with me. The silkworm moth said, lifting the cub with 2 of its insect legs, and began searching for a cave to shelter in. After searching for 10 minutes, with no large hole found, the moth decided to head to the other side of the lake to search for a cave. At that moment, Hiyu was sitting in a cave, watching the torrential rain outside, happily holding a cold spirit fruit in his arms. At least I won't have to worry about money for a few years. Hiyu laughed as he took off his coat and used it as a pillow, finally falling into a deep sleep after a long time. Meanwhile, the silkworm moth, holding the fiery spirit tiger cub, arrived at the cave entrance. Chapter 5, a hockey people, found in the cave. The silkworm moth, looking at the massive cave, was overjoyed and quickly moved closer. Finally, a place to hide from the rain. The moth's antennae began to tremble, and it sensed a different pheromone. Human. Subadult individual? Its compound eyes gleamed with delight. Human. Great. A human. A cute, lovable human. Just like my former master. And a subadult child, easy to get along with. The silkworm moth quickly ran toward the cave entrance but stepped lightly, afraid of disturbing Hiyu. It poked its head inside first, scanning the surroundings, and then saw Hiyu, lying on the ground, fast asleep. Great. It's really a human. The silkworm moth carefully stepped over the sleeping Hiyu, holding the fiery spirit tiger cub and entering the cave. This cave looks like it was dug by a burrowing giant armor. It's clearly been abandoned for a long time, such luck. The burrowing giant armor was a species mutated from the pangolin, once known on Blue Star. This species wasn't anything particularly special except for its large size. An adult typically reached about 5 meters in length, and burrowing giant armors found in the wild usually traveled in groups of 5 or more to huddle for warmth, rarely acting alone. Their caves were typically ridiculously large. The silkworm moth looked toward the deeper part of the cave, estimated its depth to be around 50 meters. Even if it squeezed in another self, it wouldn't be a problem. Cold. Hiyu suddenly spoke, causing the silkworm moth to jump in surprise. The silkworm moth turned cautiously and saw Hiyu shivering in his sleep, likely due to the cold, and his clothes were too thin, making him feel very cold. The silkworm moth thought for a moment, then opened its mouth. Silk threads, as fine as strands, were released from its mouth, while other insect legs moved to weave them together. Within 5 minutes, a 2-meter-wide, 3-meter-long silk quilt was woven. It carefully covered the quilt over Hiyu, and soon, Hiyu stopped shivering, his breathing gradually becoming steady. As expected, the hockey people are the cutest creatures. The silkworm moth looked at Hiyu with a face full of affection. Suddenly, she noticed the backpack Hiyu was holding. After thinking for a moment, she carefully took the backpack from Hiyu's arms and then placed the fiery spirit tiger cub, which was half the size of Hiyu's body, into his embrace. Please help warm this little one. I can't provide it with warmth. With Hiyu's warm embrace, the fiery spirit tiger cub gradually quieted down, snuggling closer to Hiyu and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing them both sleeping so peacefully, the silkworm moth also laid down and entered into her dreamland. With the first ray of sunlight spilling into the cave, Hiyu slowly opened his eyes. It's been a long time since I've slept so comfortably. Hiyu opened his eyes, wanting to check on the cold spirit fruit, but instead, he felt something furry. Hiyu was momentarily stunned, then slowly shifted his gaze to the thing in his arms. A gigantic cat, which seemed to have just been born not long ago, curled up in Hiyu's embrace, its front paws resting on Hiyu's shoulder, deeply asleep. Ha! Hakimi? Did I find a Hakimi in the cave? At this moment, a white circular ring appeared above the cub's head. Hiyu instantly realized it was the unconscious activation of the contract ring. Without hesitation, Hiyu summoned his own contract ring, a 2-meter wide ring, which enveloped the cub's tiny, half-meter wide contract ring. The two contract rings flashed continuously, with their flashing frequencies gradually becoming synchronized. Finally, the two rings emitted a golden light. Hiyu felt a sudden intense heat on the back of his right hand, as if it were being burned by a red-hot coal. About 5 seconds later, the burning sensation disappeared, and a 1/3 arc suddenly appeared on the back of his right hand, marking the successful contract. After the contract was successful, the system panel appeared in front of Hiyu. Race name, Fiery Spirit Tiger, Cub, belongs to, Beast Species. Attributes, Beast, Fire. Level, Beginner Stage. Battle Beast Appearance, Ordinary. Current Status, Hungry, Sleeping. Recommended Evolution Path, for symbols White Tiger, Zouwu, Bian, Coming Beast. Low Evolution Success Rate, requires many resources, but also low danger. Not Recommended Evolution Path, Qiongqi. High Evolution Success Rate, requires fewer resources, but high danger. Has absolute suppression over other contracted beasts, and shallow bonds may lead to a risk of master killing. Detected successful contract with Battle Beast, Berserk Strengthening activated, Berserk Strengthening LV0 is available for use. This is the evolution path? Hiyu opened the most famous White Tiger evolution path chart. For symbols White Tiger, the Western Guardian God, metal attribute, specializes in killing. Normal evolution path, Fiery Spirit Tiger, White Tiger. The four symbols White Tiger directly evolves from its original form, with a long evolution period requiring decades and special methods to change its attributes to metal. The various required resources seemed like an impossible book to Hiyu. Hiyu frowned, then opened the chart for other recommended evolutions. Without exception, even the least famous Coming Beast required astronomical amounts of resources, but the benefit was that these were all righteous gods, such as Bian, who detests evil and wouldn't pose much danger to the master. Hiyu then opened the only not recommended evolution path, Qiongqi. Qiongqi, one of the ancient four fierce beasts, untrustworthy, aids evil and harms the good, eats those with good character, encourages the wicked to continue their evil deeds, and delights in starting to devour humans. Normal evolution path, Fiery Spirit Tiger, Evil Fire Mountain Lord, Savage Winged Tiger, Man-Eating Evil Beast, Evil Soul Qiong Tiger, Qiongqi. It required only half the resources of the righteous gods, but Qiongqi was marked as extremely dangerous. Furthermore, it was stated that Qiongqi eats humans, and after evolution, there is a danger of devouring the master. I should choose a safer path. Hiyu shivered. Are there other ways to evolve into the White Tiger? Then, the system displayed a new interface. Abnormal evolution path, Scorching Fire Spirit Tiger, remove the fire attribute in Beast Bloodline, Wild Northeast Tiger, swallow a large amount of metal attribute cultivation resources, and purify the bloodline, Golden Spirit Divine Tiger, Radiant Gold White Tiger, 4 symbols White Tiger. This works. Although the resource demand is double that of the normal evolution path, at least it won't take as long, and there's no need to forcibly change the attributes to gold. At this moment, Hiyu seemed to notice something and looked at the cub in his arms. The system just said the cub is in a state of hunger and also sleeping. Could it be? Damn, it's passed out from hunger. Hiyu didn't dare delay any longer. He took out the cub's milk powder from the system, filled the milk bottle with 10 full scoops of milk powder, quickly started a fire to boil water, and made milk for the cub to drink. The Scorching Fire Spirit Tiger cub Strugaletto sucked the milk powder, while its paws kept scratching at the milk bottle that was as big as Hiyu's head. Battle value +1. Battle value +1. Battle value +2. Battle value plus. What the heck? Hiyu stared at the information displayed on the system, feeling a bit dazed. Scratching at the bottle counts as combat? Does that mean catching a mosquito also counts? Isn't this a little too casual? At that moment, Hiyu noticed the silk blanket draped over him. Where did this blanket come from? Hiyu picked up the silk blanket and looked at it. It was soft, comfortable, and most importantly, breathable yet warm. Heavenly Feather Silkworm Silk Blanket, level upgraded, made from the silk produced by the Heavenly Feather Silkworm. Its hardness far exceeds steel, with good elasticity. Official price, 30 million per square meter. This thing is worth 30 million? Hiyu exclaimed in sharp surprise. Wait, this is already more than 1 square meter, oh my god. Hiyu excitedly held the silk blanket, afraid to damage it. Wait, the system says this thing's defense is far better than steel? He skeptically took out a fine iron chopping knife from the system space and forcefully stabbed the blanket with it. Clang! With a metallic clash, Hiyu's hand was jolted painfully, and even the tip of the chopping knife chipped, yet the silk blanket lay undamaged in his hand. The heavenly feather silkworm, sleeping deep in the cave, was startled awake by the series of noises. It slowly shook its head and looked at Hiyu at the cave entrance. It really is stronger than steel. Hiyu looked at the silk blanket in his hand, instantly falling in love with it. Amazing! I've decided. This will be my family heirloom from now on. The heavenly feather silkworm slowly walked towards the unsuspecting Hiyu, afraid of startling him. Wait. Hiyu seemed to remember something, looking at the big eyes of the silk blanket with confusion. Where did this thing come from? At this moment, the heavenly feather silkworm slowly extended its 2 insect legs and hugged Hiyu. Human! So cute! Aya! Hiyu was held by the excited heavenly feather silkworm, buried in its fluffy fur, with a face full of terror. Chapter 6, The Heavenly Feather Silkworm's Nurturing. So cute, so cute, so cute. Aya! Such a big bug. The heavenly feather silkworm kept affectionately rubbing against Hiyu, while Hiyu continuously screamed in terror. God knows what he was experiencing right now. The man who was most afraid of insects was actually being held and tormented by a giant bug. This was like being shoved into a cockroach nest, enough to break anyone's mental state. Bug! Bug! I'm terrified of bugs. Hiyu shouted loudly, even bursting into tears. Seeing this, the heavenly feather silkworm, embarrassed, gently set Hiyu down. Hiyu's legs went soft, and he sat down on the ground. Though he didn't pee himself from fear, his body was still trembling uncontrollably. Such a big bug. Sorry. The heavenly feather silkworm scratched its head awkwardly, then began to glow. In the light, the heavenly feather silkworm's body started shrinking, and its appearance gradually became human-like. Half a minute later, a human female face with snow-white hair appeared in front of Hiyu. Although her eyes were still insect-like compound eyes. The antenna still had the silkworm moth symbol, and the lower body was still that of a silkworm moth, but compared to before, it had improved a lot. At the same time, the body length had shrunk to 3 meters, and the height had reduced to about 1.5 meters. Is it better now? Tianyu's silkworm moth looked at Hiyu gently. Yes, much better. Hiyu nodded and slowly stood up. The two of them looked at each other, saying nothing. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Where's my backpack? Hiyu was the first to speak up and ask. Oh, it's here. Tianyu's silkworm moth reached towards the wings on its lower body and took out Hiyu's backpack from beneath them. Can you give it back to me? Hiyu asked carefully. No problem. Tianyu's silkworm moth smiled and returned the backpack to Hiyu. Hiyu took the backpack and began to check it. Luckily, the cold spirit fruit is fine. Hiyu sighed in relief. Is that the cold spirit fruit inside? Tianyu's silkworm moth asked. Yes, the cold spirit fruit. Its yield has been very low recently. I need to take it back and sell it for money, Hiyu said with a smile. Oh, I think the low yield is because of the mother of this little guy, Tianyu's silkworm moth said, pointing at the fiery spirit tiger cub beside Hiyu. You know? I've lived for decades, traveled from south to north, so I know a bit, Tianyu's silkworm moth chuckled, covering its mouth. Female fiery spirit tigers, after getting pregnant, run to places with fewer battle beast species to give birth, to protect the unborn cubs. Meanwhile, the fire attribute energy on them leaks out, causing the local fire energy to surge. This is good for fire attributes, but it's a nightmare for ice attributes. Looks like this little guy is going to make a fortune. Hiyu looked at Tianyu's silkworm moth in surprise, not expecting this senior to know so much. Are all Tianyu's silkworm moths as friendly to humans as you? Maybe only Tianyu's silkworm moth looked like a kind-hearted older sister, making Hiyu feel very at ease. You really won't harm me? Why do you have such a paranoia about being harmed? Tianyu's silkworm moth patted Hiyu's head. Do you really want a battle beast species to attack you? No. Hiyu quickly shook his head. Tianyu's silkworm moth chuckled. You humans, who understand a lot but not fully, are the most fun. What do you mean? Nothing. Tianyu's silkworm moth smiled and reached for the fur on its body. An old, yellowed book was pulled out by Tianyu's silkworm moth and handed to Hiyu. Take it. This is... Hiyu took the book and found that it was an unnamed book. Curious, Hiyu began to flip through it. Upon seeing it, Hiyu's eyes immediately lit up. Human cultivation methods? Is this a human cultivation method? To be precise, it's a method of using a contracted beast to sense elemental energy, allowing oneself to absorb elemental energy like a contracted beast, Tianyu's silkworm moth explained. But it was urgently stopped because someone later discovered that the human body cannot absorb elemental energy like battle beasts. The energy would just accumulate in the body and then boom. Tianyu's silkworm moth made a fist and then quickly opened its hand. He shuddered upon hearing this. Sister, you just calmly said something so terrifying. Then why are you giving this to me? It's just taking up space. Plus, I don't have a contract master and can't cultivate, so I'll give it to you. You can take it back and study it, Tianyu's silkworm moth smiled. We've only known each other for less than 10 minutes. He widened his eyes, looking at Tianyu's silkworm moth in fear. You want my life already in less than 10 minutes? Don't make that face. Tianyu's silkworm moth saw Hiyu's expression and immediately pouted in anger. I'm giving you cultivation resources, little guy, can't you just consider it as helping me get rid of some trash? Cultivation resources? Hiyu was puzzled. You made a contract with this abandoned little guy, right? Tianyu's silkworm moth said, then reached out again to touch the fur on her body. This is 4-dimensional fur. How did you manage to stuff so many things in here? Bang bang. Tianyu's silkworm moth took out several fire red and light brown beads, each about the size of a ping-pong ball. Spirit source? Hiyu looked in surprise at the spirit sources on the ground. Fire attribute and beast attribute spirit sources? I didn't expect you to know your stuff, kid. Tianyu's silkworm moth laughed. These are all beginner-level spirit sources, perfect for you newbies who just contracted battle beasts. So, what is our relationship now? Hiyu excitedly looked at Tianyu's silkworm moth. You're my adopted sub-adult human cub. Tianyu's silkworm moth said confidently. Hiyu looked speechlessly at Tianyu's silkworm moth. How could a battle beast raise humans? Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Hiyu, and hello, silkworm moth sister. Hiyu smiled and extended his hand towards Tianyu's silkworm moth. Tianyu's silkworm moth froze for a moment, then smiled and extended her hand too. Hello, Hiyu. By the way, I don't go by silkworm moth sister, I have a name. It's Yushang. Yushang? Hiyu froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with joy. What a beautiful name. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Yushang shyly shook her head like a little girl. By the way, Yushang, what is your rank? Oh, Commander level 2 star. Yushang proudly smiled at Hiyu. Commander, level? Hiyu's eyes instantly widened. Isn't that the first rank of the middle heavy class? Why are you so surprised? Yushang looked at Hiyu in confusion. Isn't commander level rare in your place? That female tiger is a commander level 5 star, right? Our city lord just recently broke through to commander level. Hiyu blinked twice. Then your city lord's talent is a bit poor. Yushang shrugged indifferently. Wow. The blaze fire spirit tiger cub woke up, and a foul smell suddenly spread. What is that smell? The two looked at each other in confusion. Damn. It pooped. So disgusting, that's why I don't like battle beasts that are like wild animals. Yushang stepped back in disgust. Wait, I think I have tissues in my bag. Chapter 7, System Shop Newbie 10 consecutive draws, space at hand. Hiyu returned to the city with a full backpack of Tianyu's silkworm moth silk and cold spirit fruit. He opened the door, took out the cold spirit fruit, and immediately a chill spread out. Even though it was the peak of summer, Hiyu was shivering from the cold. So cold, looks like there's still a lot of ice attribute energy. Hiyu closed the thermal bag, then began checking the Tianyu's silkworm moth silk. A full 100 square meters in length. Since the silk is very fine, after being woven into cloth, it becomes very soft. Therefore, folding up such a large piece isn't difficult. For Yushang, silkworm silk is like human saliva, created anytime, anywhere. The only difference is that silkworm silk is a byproduct after Yushang eats food. If she eats ordinary food, like fruits or grains, she can produce 1 meter of silk after eating 10 pounds. If she eats meat, she can produce 2 to 3 meters of silk after eating 10 pounds. If she eats a battle beast of the same level as a plant lifeform, she can produce more than 5 meters of silk after eating 3 pounds. If it's a mulberry tree plant life battle beast, even if it's at the same level, eating 1 pound can still produce more than 5 meters of silk. It can be said that mulberry trees are money to Yushang. The more she eats, the more silk she produces. I wonder how long Yushang will stay with us. Hiyu held the soft and comfortable Tianyu's silkworm moth silk and slowly spread it out. It's best not to sell this silkworm silk. It would attract too much attention. Hiyu said, stretching out his right hand. 1/3 of the ring on his right hand lit up. As a light circle appeared on the silkworm silk blanket, the figure of the blaze fire spirit tiger cub appeared on the blanket. Awah! Awah! Sensing the familiar scent, the cub struggled to crawl towards Hiyu. It's time to eat. Hiyu smiled and took out the baby beast formula again. Once again, he scooped 10 full spoonfuls of formula and began feeding the baby tiger. The baby tiger sucked hard on the milk, its 2 paws constantly scratching at the bottle. Battle value +1. Battle value +1. Battle value +1. Battle value plus. With the system's notifications, Hiyu's battle value reached level 50, surpassing the 50 mark. Detected that the host's battle value has surpassed 50 points, meeting the minimum requirement to unlock the store. The store has been automatically unlocked for the host. Upon hearing this, Hiyu felt a surge of joy in his heart. System, open the store. The system panel changed, and many products appeared in front of Hiyu. Hiyu flipped through the system store, his eyes unable to stop moving. Oh my god, everything is so expensive. Hiyu looked at the products, ranging from hundreds to thousands, even tens of thousands or more, and for a moment, his jaw dropped in surprise. I only have 50. Forget it, I'll wait until I save more. Hiyu shrugged. Detected that the host has opened the system store for the first time. Reward, 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws? Hiyu then noticed the lottery option next to the store. Would the host like to start the 10 consecutive draws? Tell me what this lottery is about first. The lottery requires 10,000 battle value for 1 draw. The prizes are random. Consolation prizes may be useful in battle, in life, or have side effects. It all depends on the host's luck. What about the normal prizes? Normal prizes have no side effects, or they come with side effect warnings. There is a chance of drawing the highest tier item in the store, worth 99.9 billion battle value, a divine level item. Then let's do the 10 consecutive draws, it's not like I'm losing anything. 10 consecutive draws have been initiated. With a huge spinning wheel appearing in front of Hiyu, it started spinning over a bunch of different colored question marks. Congratulations, host. You won a consolation prize, ladies' underwear set *1. Congratulations, host. You won a consolation prize, planting guide *1. Congratulations, host. You won a consolation prize, 200 milliliters shampoo *1. Congratulations, host. You won a consolation prize. As the pointer moved, Hiyu's face darkened instantly. What the hell do I need a ladies' underwear set for? Can you be any more of a scam? Forget it, it's free, so I can't really complain. Just when Hiyu was about to lose patience, the pointer on the wheel finally landed on a purple area. Congratulations, host. You won a purple king level quality, limited item, personal space. Detected that the host's personal space has awakened. The store's personal space has been closed, and the system space has been transformed into personal space. It can be summoned at any time. Hiyu jolted and opened the personal space. Personal space, are you troubled because your contract space can't fit in everything? Are you frustrated because you're not a space type? It was just another typical advertisement introduction, but to Hiyu, it didn't matter. Only, the part about capacity changing with one's level. Does this mean what I think it means? All levels are determined by the contract beast most bonded to the host. Hiyu nodded, understanding. At his current level, the maximum capacity of his personal space was 10 cubic meters. For Hiyu at this moment, this space was already large enough and sufficient. The current problem was how to make the existence of this personal space seem more reasonable. Should he say he discovered it after awakening the contract space? Or should he say he awakened a space-type ability? On Blue Star, there were humans who awakened abilities, though they were rare, it wasn't a huge deal. Even in Tianhua country, there were 3 known space-type ability users. With the combination of their own powers and battle beasts, the results were often greater than the sum of the parts. Also, with the identity of an ability user, it was likely that things would go more smoothly for him in the future. Humans cannot cultivate, this is well known. Their level can only change with the level of their battle beast. Battle beasts can absorb beast cores to acquire new skills, and even evolve, but humans cannot. Humans are highly dependent on battle beasts. The appearance of ability users merely marks another possibility for humans, not the ultimate direction. Battle beasts are still the mainstream, it's just that ability users can add more strength to the battles between battle beasts. No one would deliberately pay attention to Hiyu's personal space. By the way, system, how long will it take for this little tiger cub to grow up? I have only a month left before the graduation exam, and I can't wait for it to grow up. If the host feeds the initial level fire system spiritual source and the initial level beast system spiritual source, the growth speed of the blaze spirit tiger will soar. Really? He didn't hesitate, quickly took out the fire system and beast system spiritual sources from his personal space, and fed them to the blaze spirit tiger cub. The blaze spirit tiger cub swallowed the 2 spiritual sources whole, and then its body began to expand. In no time, the blaze spirit tiger cub grew as large as an adult street dog, and opened its eyes, with much of its childishness fading. Oh woo! The blaze spirit tiger looked at its body, then at the excited Hiyu in front of it. It pounced with a leap, carefully and excitedly licking Hiyu's face with its barbed tongue. Ah ha 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 ha! Stop licking! Stop licking! So much saliva! Hiyu sat up, holding the blaze spirit tiger and lifting it above his head. Let me think, what should I call you? Simba? The blaze spirit tiger shook its head. Tiger? The blaze spirit tiger shook its head. Silly tiger? The blaze spirit tiger shook its head again. Hiyu thought hard. You're all red, with flames burning all over. How about I call you? The blaze spirit tiger looked at Hiyu expectantly. I'll call you little tiger. What does this have to do with its whole red body? The blaze spirit tiger thought for a moment and then nodded, very human-like. Do you like this name? Little tiger nodded, letting out a happy purr. I'm Hiyu. From now on, you will be my battle beast. Ah woo! Little tiger made a joyful sound. Chapter 8, Selling the Cold Spirit Fruit. Night fell. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, little tiger played with a worn-out basketball. It was a ball Hiyu had found. The outer skin was gone, leaving only the ball's core, which was still in decent condition. Even so, little tiger played with it happily. Hiyu sewed a cloak with a hood from the old cloth at home and put it on, hiding his appearance. After getting everything ready, Hiyu smiled and patted little tiger on the butt. Let's go, we'll sell the cold spirit fruit and get some money. Ah woo! Little tiger, upon hearing this, did not resist and returned to Hiyu's contract space. Hiyu put on his backpack and left the house. After walking for about an hour, he arrived at a half-built building. He released little tiger and sat on the concrete steps, quietly waiting for someone. Another hour passed. A rustling sound came from a distance. Hiyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man wearing anime-themed clothing, flip-flops, and a scruffy beard, strolling slowly toward him, looking carefree. Really, can't get any peace at night. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Want one? The man offered the cigarette to Hiyu. Thanks. Hiyu took the cigarette, then let little tiger spit out a spark of fire, lighting the cigarette. Oh, fire attribute, tiger. Could it be a blaze spirit tiger? The middle-aged man laughed with interest. Not many of these around. Bro, where did you catch it? A secret. Hiyu exhaled a puff of smoke, pretending to be mysterious. From a big family, huh? Must be nice. If my grandfather had gone out with those early explorers during the Blue Star mutation, maybe he could have tamed battle beasts too. A middle-aged man sighed, if I weren't over 30 and still hiding at home playing games, I could also be a part of a big family. Cough cough. Hiyu coughed twice. Sorry, seems like I got off topic. The middle-aged man sat down and looked at the little tiger beside Hiyu. Brother, this guy is tough to tame, right? Tiger-type battle beasts are all known for being ferocious and hard to tame, and this one looks like a cub. Stealing a cub from a mother tiger is impressive. The man laughed, giving a thumbs up. No matter how much you say, I won't reveal the location of taming this child. Hiyu could tell that the man in front of him saw himself as just a young rookie, so he was being diplomatic, trying to pry information from him. These were all tricks commonly used in the underworld. He had been tricked many times in his past life and had learned his lesson well. Combat value +5. Hiyu was taken aback. What the heck is combat value +5? The little tiger is lying beside me, it can't be referring to me, right? However, the system did not respond. Seeing his intentions exposed, the man awkwardly smiled and shifted the topic back to business. So, what are you selling? You made an appointment during the day, and it must be traded tonight, specifically requesting me to come. Mole King, Lu Ming, who in the black market of Yuzhou City doesn't know your name? You even take on official jobs, there's nothing you wouldn't dare to sell. You seem to know this quite well, Lu Ming replied with a smile. What are you selling? Let's make it clear, if it's not precious enough, I'll just turn and leave. At these words, Hiyu, hidden under his hood, smiled. I wonder if this is precious enough. As Hiyu spoke, he opened his backpack. A thermal bag appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The moment Lu Ming saw the thermal bag, he was startled, his pupils rapidly contracting. Only fire-type and ice-type materials require thermal bags, and because of that pregnant blazing fire tiger earlier, fire-type materials are everywhere and not considered rare, so there's only one possibility. Ice-type materials? Lu Ming looked at Hiyu in surprise. Hiyu smiled without speaking. Can I open it? Lu Ming asked carefully. Please do. Lu Ming cautiously opened the thermal bag, and what came into view was a fruit the size of a human head, radiating a chilling aura and a faint blue glow. Cold spirit fruit? Is it really cold spirit fruit? Lu Ming hurriedly covered the thermal bag again. Once the cold spirit fruit leaves the tree, its cold aura will rapidly diminish, and the tree will completely wither within a few hours after picking the fruit. But the cold aura of this cold spirit fruit remained icy, proving that this seemingly young man must have preserved it right after picking it, and judging by its appearance, it definitely hadn't been over 24 hours since it was picked. This cold spirit fruit is in superb condition. Lu Ming exclaimed excitedly. Normal cold spirit fruits are only about the size of a bowl, but yours is the size of a head. Plus, ice-type materials have been scarce lately. This cold spirit fruit can sell for at least 2 million. Hearing the number 2 million, Hiyu's heart jolted. What the heck? 2 million? The cold spirit fruit is so valuable in Yuzhou City now? When he estimated it at 300,000 before, he had clearly underestimated its worth. I'll give you 2,050,000, how about that? Lu Ming eagerly said to Hiyu. Hiyu looked at Lu Ming, remaining silent. He was still in shock, unable to regain his composure. Noticing something was off in the atmosphere, the little tiger suddenly bared its teeth at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart leapt with fright. This guy knows that currently, the cold spirit fruit is definitely worth more than 2 million. If he tries to trick him again, he won't get away unscathed. Combat value +5. The sudden prompt startled Hiyu again. What the heck? It seems like I haven't done anything at all. 2,500,000. Are you willing? Lu Ming cautiously probed. Hiyu was momentarily stunned again. Completely at a loss. Seeing this, the little tiger growled low and crouched down, a sign of an impending attack from a feline. Battle value +5. Hiyu finally reacted at this moment. Psychological warfare is also a battle? Realizing this, Hiyu suddenly smiled with ill intentions. Do you really think I'm easy to fool, my friend? Hiyu spoke coldly, while the little tiger was already poised to pounce, slowly approaching Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled. Battle value +10. 3 million. This is the highest price I can get. Lu Ming pleaded, shouting at Hiyu. Hiyu waved his hand, signaling the little tiger to stop. Do you have any good stuff on you? Hiyu asked. Just a pack of cigarettes, a 2-yuan lighter, and 3 5-yuan coupons for the Red Star supermarket chain. Lu Ming took everything out of his pocket and placed it in front of Hiyu. That's really all. Battle value +10. Hiyu looked at these things in front of him and nodded. That's enough, transfer the 3 million to me, and I'll take these things too. Lu Ming dared not delay and quickly made the transfer. His battle beast was just a frost attribute beast, a bamboo leaf green snake, at the 2nd star level, not even able to compete with the little tiger. After receiving the transfer, Hiyu picked up the things on the ground and shot a cold glare at Lu Ming. This time, any attempts to scam me are over, get lost. No problem. If you have any treasures to sell in the future, remember to come to me. I'm a professional. Lu Ming did not dare to stay long and hurriedly left, crawling away. Battle value +10. Looking at the prompt on the system panel, Hiyu sighed in relief. In this world, it's either you eat me, or I eat you. It's either you scam me, or I scam you. Without some cards up your sleeve and means, you really can't dare to mix in here. The next day, with the 3 million, Hiyu enjoyed a good meal for the first time in 2 years since his crossing. A hot pot meal with premium beef and lamb, dipping sauces of sesame paste in oil, both combined, leaving his mouth dripping. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pack some to take back, saving it to eat as a late-night snack with the little tiger. If I could pick up ice spirit fruits every day in the future, that would be great, Hiyu thought happily, lying in bed in his pajamas. A what? The little tiger lay on the bed, looking at Hiyu with a confused expression. I was just saying, Hiyu patted the little tiger's head, I don't really want to rely on picking herbs and materials in the forest to survive. Ah whoa. The little tiger affectionately rubbed against Hiyu's hand. The graduation competition in a month, we have to work hard then, Hiyu said with a smile. I'm confident in the written exam, but not in the graduation competition. They say every year's graduation competition is different, I don't know what the rules are this year. Is it a arena match? Or a capture battle? Meow. Put. Hearing the little tiger's sound, Hiyu couldn't help but spit it out. How did you learn to meow? Hiyu sat up, looking at the little tiger in surprise. Meow. The little tiger saw Hiyu's expression and happily leaned its head closer. You didn't learn it from some wild cat, did you? Hiyu chuckled, rubbing the little tiger's head. What Hiyu didn't know was that the little tiger made this sound because it had seen a cat on the road make similar sounds today, which attracted humans to come and pet it, giving it food. The little tiger was abandoned by its mother, so it yearned for more companions and love. It just hoped Hiyu wouldn't abandon it like its mother did. It would be well behaved, a little tiger that wouldn't cause trouble. Did you get into trouble? Meow. The little tiger shook its head and snuggled closer. Do you want to sleep next to me? Meow. The little tiger nodded. Then come over, and remember, no scratching the sheets. Hiyu lifted the blanket, and the little tiger jumped onto the bed, then sat right on Hiyu's face. Hiyu, _angle_. Why do you have to sit on my face? Get your big butt off my face. You're crushing my eyes with it. Omega, meow? What is a lychee? Get off. Don't make me become Wusong. The next day, Monday. Hiyu, with dark circles under his eyes, went to school. Hey, what did you do yesterday? Wang Li exclaimed in surprise, noticing Hiyu's dark circles. There was a wild cat, Hiyu explained, wanting to cry without tears. It ran into my house, and it took all my strength to move its butt off my head. Why was the wild cat's butt on your face? Who knows? Hiyu said darkly as he opened his book. By the way, I'm sorry. I haven't found a battle beast type these past 2 days. Wang Li said with her hands together in apology. Give me half a month, and I will definitely help you find a battle beast to be your contract beast. No need to trouble yourself, actually. Hiyu smiled at Wang Li. How can that be? Wang Li said to Hiyu, you must go to the same university as me. All right, my young lady. Hiyu smiled, not taking Wang Li's words to heart. The class bell rang. This class was Hiyu's favorite, the battle beast type subject. A middle-aged teacher with sparse hair stood at the podium, telling students about the knowledge of battle beast types. Everyone knows that currently, contract beasts are divided into domesticated types, wild types, and battle types, but have you ever thought that battle beasts can actually be divided further? Many people below were daydreaming, while Hiyu listened carefully, afraid of missing important information. He actually wanted to know what ordinary appearance meant regarding the little tiger's info on the system, but he forgot afterward. Battle beasts are generally classified into 5 major categories: ordinary types, fantasy types, sudden mutation types, mythical types, and humanoid types. Among them, ordinary types are the most widely distributed. For example, many people's battle beasts are ordinary types, such as lizards that can spit fire, turtles that can spray water, and toads that carry garlic cloves on their backs all fall under ordinary types. Teacher. Hiyu raised his hand. Classmate Hiyu, go ahead. Which category does a battle beast that has part of its body take on a human form belong to? The kind of battle beasts that change part of their body to a human form that you see on television is quite common. After reaching the general level, battle beasts can do this. However, for general level battle beasts, this change is not beneficial and even weakens their physical strength, so wild battle beasts basically do not undergo humanization, the teacher explained. Teacher. Wang Li raised her hand. Classmate Wang Li, you speak. What is the general level? Wang Li asked. You guys are still too early to come into contact with this, the teacher will not explain for now. The teacher said, gesturing for the two to sit down. Fantasy types are those battle beasts that have body parts that do not belong to their own group, such as a deer with bear or tiger claws, or a snail with a turtle shell. These, which fuse features of other individual creatures, are classified as fantasy types. Sudden mutation types refer to those battle beasts that have undergone mutations in their bodies, like a tiger having sharper and longer teeth, developing bone spurs, becoming more ferocious, or a battle beast that fuses mechanical and multiple other biological features due to human factors or other reasons. Interestingly, currently there are academic discussions on whether fantasy types and sudden mutation types should belong to the same category. However, after 10 years of discussion, they have not come up with anything meaningful, so the teacher still separates the two classifications in this context. Mythical types are much easier to understand. They are creatures that appear in myths, such as dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin. Speaking of which, Wang Li's accompanying beast is a phoenix, thus classified as a mythical type. Mythical type sounds so cool. Wang Li proudly lifted her head. Finally, and most importantly, the humanoid type. Humanoid types look no different from humans, but there are subtle differences. For example, humanoid types cannot contract battle beasts and cannot be contracted by humans. But they can absorb spiritual sources and cultivate like battle beasts, and they can also use various elemental energies to attack like battle beasts. They are like a hybrid that drifts between humans and beasts, and science even believes that they are the most correct direction for human evolution after the blue star mutation 50 years ago. But teacher, don't we also have ability users? A classmate asked at this moment. Our ability users can also use various elemental attacks, and they can contract battle beasts. Aren't ability users the most correct direction for human evolution? Not quite. The teacher shook his head. Ability users can indeed use elemental attacks, but ability users themselves cannot cultivate. Like us, they are tightly bound to their battle beasts in terms of realm. Once a battle beast dies, their realm falls back to the initial state, but the humanoid species will not. They cannot bind with battle beasts, so this problem does not exist. The classmate nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. By the way, humanoid battle beasts have been categorized into our human ranks for various reasons, so they enjoy the same rights and protections as us, so everyone should not discriminate against humanoid species. Is there reproductive isolation between humanoid species and us? Someone raised their hand and asked. I know what you're thinking, but I can clearly tell you that there is no reproductive isolation between humanoid species and us. In fact, humanoid species not only have no reproductive isolation with us, but also with ordinary beast battle species. He stared wide-eyed at the teacher. No way, how did they know? Are humanoid species this thirsty? Even with beasts. Damn it, beasts. His worldview was shattered. Chapter 10, Learning and Invasion. I know this knowledge point is shocking, but there have indeed been humanoid species that have done this, and they can transform parts of their body into humanoid forms with battle beasts of rank level or above. 666 and also lucky. It was unclear who said this, but the entire class burst into laughter. Quiet down, please don't bring online memes into the classroom. Back to the topic of humanoid species, children born from humanoid species and humans each have a 50% chance of inheriting the cultivation ability of humanoid species or our ability to contract battle beasts, while children born from humanoid species and battle beasts can only retain cultivation ability and cannot awaken the ability to contract battle beasts. Now that we have finished the topic of classifying battle beasts, we should discuss something that determines the outcome of battles regarding battle species, quality. Hiyu's eyes lit up. Was it finally coming? He couldn't help but sit up straight, listening attentively. Classmates, who do you think is stronger, a snake or a dragon, at the same level? Dragon. The classmates said in unison. That's right, it's the dragon. At the same level, there will be a distinction in species, and this distinction is called quality. Quality is divided into 6 types: common, ordinary, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical, with mythical quality being the rarest. There have been a few instances of wild battle beasts with mythical quality appearing on Earth, but unfortunately, no one has ever captured them. Of course, don't think that mythical quality is something you can't touch your whole life. The quality of battle beasts can actually be improved. For example, in our Tianhua country, the 4 lords, the Phoenix God Lord, Huang Li, has his mythical level battle beast, Divine Flame Phoenix, which was cultivated step by step from a common quality spirit fire sparrow. There are many similar examples. For instance, in the West, we often talk about the guardian of Cavite Continent, the Holy Dragon Knight. His mythical quality battle beast, Holy Radiance Dragon, also evolved step by step from his common quality companion beast, Crystal Lizard. Therefore, as long as you find the right training and evolution methods, even a sparrow can fly up to become a phoenix. Both the Holy Dragon Knight and the Phoenix God Lord are idols of Hiyu. Therefore, Hiyu was extremely familiar with the two. The two were close friends in private. It was said that they had adventured together in the Lost Continent when they were young and had saved each other's lives, thus they shared a bond that could not be broken, known as the Dragon and Phoenix Dual Kings. The Holy Dragon Knight was an extremely mysterious figure. The only person to have seen his true face was the Phoenix God Lord, Huang Li. According to rumors, the Holy Dragon Knight himself was a commoner, with no noble bloodline, and therefore, to avoid suspicion in the bloodline-valuing Knight Alliance, he wore a mask whenever he went out, fearing his true identity would be discovered. As the shameless Phoenix God Lord said, the appearance of the Holy Dragon Knight is just slightly inferior to his own. Of course, even his contracted battle beast, the Divine Flame Phoenix, rolled its eyes upon hearing this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the most shameless of the 4 lords. My battle beast's quality is ordinary. He murmured softly to himself, it's just slightly better than the common ones. It seems I need to slowly improve its quality. By the way, don't think that having a high-quality battle beast is a good thing. The teacher emphasized at that moment, the contract rings of battle beasts vary in size, and your contract spaces also have a maximum limit. Any student who has already contracted a battle beast must have noticed this. Upon hearing this, Hiyu tried hard to recall. When he contracted the little tiger, the halo size of the little tiger was around half a meter, while his own halo diameter was 2 meters. So, does it mean that each battle beast's contract ring is different? The higher the quality of the battle beast, the larger the contract ring. The contract ring diameter of a common quality battle beast is around 10 centimeters, while that of an ordinary quality can soar to half a meter. An excellent quality battle beast is 2 meters. With each increase in quality, the size of the contract ring will explode, and so on. The size of a mythological quality battle beast's contract ring is 20 meters. If the size of your contract space is not enough to fit the size of the contract ring, you won't be able to subdue the battle beast. But don't lose heart, universities focused on beast mastery and official institutions have specialized methods to train the size of the contract space. Moreover, with age, the contract rings will expand at a rate of 10 to 20 centimeters each year. One day, your contract rings will grow large enough to subdue the battle beasts you desire. A shock ran through Hiyu's heart. So that means his little tiger, if it evolves to excellent quality, would only barely fit in his space? The white tiger of the four symbols is at least a mythological quality, right? He couldn't remain so downcast. Hiyu made up his mind. He must get into a university focused on beast mastery. Otherwise, his dream of the white tiger would be shattered. Why does that sound so strange? Whatever, it doesn't matter. He. At that moment, Wang Li gently poked Hiyu's arm. Hiyu looked over in confusion. The teacher forgot to mention one thing, Wang Li said mysteriously. Companion beasts do not take up space, no matter how high their quality. There's no worry, my dear fire phoenix is of epic quality. Normally, the contract ring size for this quality is 5 meters, but since she is my companion beast, there's no issue of not having enough space. In the future, once my phoenix evolves to mythological quality, no one will dare to touch you. Wang Li, what are you and Hiyu talking about down there? The teacher suddenly scolded loudly. And nothing, teacher. I didn't say anything. Wang Li immediately sat up straight. Don't disturb your classmate Hiyu. You are still in high school, and there is only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. The teacher hopes you get admitted to a university focused on beast mastery before talking about such matters. Oh. Almost all the classmates erupted in a commotion, with expressions saying, I understand, while looking at the two. Wang Li's face instantly turned red, steam rising from her head. Seeing this scene, Hiyu smiled. He didn't expect this lady to have such a side. She usually always looked like a tough girl. Almost forgot, she is also a little girl. Damn it, where did it run off to? In the forest of Yuzhou City, a group of people in official uniforms is searching for something with their battle beasts. There are 6 people in the team, 1 is a wood control handler, 1 is a light healer, 1 is a stone shield, with 2 fire and lightning output positions, plus a close combat fighter. A very standard combat team, perhaps the only mismatch is that the fighter is a humanoid type and has no battle beast by his side. Captain, what should we do? The man-eating chameleon is missing, the fire output handler said in panic to the humanoid fighter. The one referred to as the captain, a humanoid fighter, frowned, his face dark, as if it could drip water. Old Li and I will go search the city. The man-eating chameleon couldn't break through Old Li's stone-armored bear's defense in the earlier battle. You all continue searching the forest. Remember, be careful of the blazing fire spirit tiger that came here recently. It's dangerous, especially since it has cubs, much more so than a normal male tiger. The humanoid fighter said to the others. Understood. Old Li, let's go. Saying this, the humanoid fighter ran towards the city with the stone shield. Meanwhile, in the city, a chameleon around 1.6 meters tall, standing on 2 legs, blending into the surroundings, was struggling with its injured body, walking awkwardly down the street. Damn it. The man-eating chameleon spoke, surprisingly in human language. That damned humanoid, clearly also a battle beast in the strictest sense, but colluding with those hairless monkeys, what a fool. There are too many people during the day. I need to find a place to hide. As he spoke, his stomach suddenly rumbled. Ugh. He hugged his belly, a look of pain on his face. At night, I'll find a way to catch a human to eat. Chapter 11, Unlucky Man-Eating Chameleon. In the afternoon, the school bell rang. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, just about to leave when suddenly the school broadcast shouted out. Attention teachers and students, a suddenly mutated battle beast, the man-eating chameleon, has escaped from the official hunting team. It has an ordinary appearance and is at the 9-star level. Please be careful on your way home and go straight home, do not linger. Repeat, the man-eating chameleon has escaped from the official hunting team. It is highly likely to have entered Yuzhou City. Please do not go out casually after getting home. Man-eating chameleon? Hiyu was puzzled. At that moment, a system panel appeared before Hiyu. The first thing he saw was a bipedal humanoid chameleon, with sharp claws and a mouth full of sharp teeth, its fierce gaze making it look very tough to deal with. Man-eating chameleon. Species, battle beast, sudden mutant. Attributes, beast, light. Appearance, ordinary. Level, 9-star. 9-star level? He looked at the information displayed by the system in surprise. Isn't that several stars higher than the little tiger? Looks like he needs to be careful. At the 9-star level in Yuzhou City, especially in their remote area, it could turn their zone C upside down. Let me think. I seem to have drawn a beginner trap manual before. He said, taking out the trap manual from his space. Necessary materials include iron nails, strong resilient bamboo, hard bamboo, rope, and if conditions permit, some explosives can be added. Seems not too hard. Explosives are easy to solve, he can buy some firecrackers to take the gunpowder out, and the other items are also easy to handle. He went to the nearby department store, bought 2 10-meter-long bamboo poles, and secretly stuffed them into his space while no one was paying attention, then stuffed a bunch of firecrackers into his space, and quickly set up the trap when he got home. Meow? The little tiger looked on, confused, not knowing what its master was up to. All right. He concealed the trap, took a look. And then he felt it was inappropriate, so he set up a few fake traps next to the real one. Now this is great, he clapped his hands and smiled. There's also a silk duvet. He wrapped a silk duvet around himself to increase his defense, while holding the fine iron machete in his hand. Now there's no way I can fail. He laughed. Meow? Looking at little tiger, he thought for a moment and said, You stay at the door today, don't let any suspicious person in, especially those with claws. If anyone comes in, you bite him, understood? Hearing this, little tiger nodded with a smile. Remember to conceal your presence and catch him off guard. Meow. Seeing little tiger's silly look, he thought for a moment, took a wooden board, and wrote, Inside there's a round-headed old man, those who intrude will bear the consequences, placing it outside the door. Tigers are also felines, no problem. Guard well for Big Brother, whether Big Brother can survive depends entirely on you. He patted little tiger's head. Meow. Little tiger nodded vigorously. Big Brother is going to sleep now, good night. As he said this, he turned off the light and went to bed. Little tiger lay quietly at the door, closing his eyes. A figure darted through the alley, looking at the tightly locked doors around with a deep furrow on its snake-like head. Damn it, these humans actually sealed all the doors and windows. The chameleon, a man-eater, naturally heard today's broadcast for the entire sea area, but it didn't expect that these humans would act so quickly. Breaking in through a window was basically impossible. That humanoid being and the man with a stone bear had been searching for him for a day, nerves highly tense, a slight movement could attract them. Moreover, because they were in a remote area, the houses here could basically withstand the ravages of creatures from the battlefield. Someone like him at that level couldn't break through. Damn it. I've been hungry all day. The chameleon angrily looked at these houses, sniffing the human scent coming from inside, drooling with desire. I'm starving to death. Just then, a shout suddenly came from a distance. Captain! Footprints! The stone bear says it smells something. Quick, chase after it. The chameleon's heart raced, turning to look behind. His footprints were behind him, and he hadn't even noticed? Damn it! The chameleon looked around, saw a muddy pit formed by stagnant water, and immediately jumped in, covering himself in mud. Then he leaped onto a house and jumped onto an old tree, holding his breath. Sure enough, the humanoid being and a strong middle-aged man came, with a 2-meter-high stone-armored bear beside the middle-aged man. The two began to investigate the surroundings, while the stone bear kept sniffing around. Old bear, how is it? The middle-aged man looked at the stone bear. The stone bear looked up and shook its head regretfully. TSK, that creature got away again. The middle-aged man said regretfully. Keep chasing. The humanoid being frowned and said, The footprints are still very fresh, he shouldn't have run far. Watching the two gradually leave, the chameleon hidden in the tree let out a sigh of relief. Fools, humanoid beings and humans are as stupid as hairless monkeys. The chameleon looked around and suddenly saw a dilapidated house, with the scent of humans wafting from inside. Ah, there are humans there too. The chameleon smiled and jumped down, arriving in front of Hiyu's house. This house is so broken, even the door is broken, it really is heaven not abandoning me. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly noticed a rope loop in front of him. A trap? The chameleon looked at the rope loop and burst out laughing. Such a dumb trap, who wouldn't see it? Saying this, he stepped over the rope loop, raising his foot to step aside. Damn! The ground suddenly collapsed, and the chameleon missed his step, falling straight down. Below was sharpened hard bamboo, covered with a foul-smelling unknown liquid. The chameleon jolted. With limbs spread wide, it firmly supported the surroundings. Looking at the bamboo that almost pierced him, the chameleon breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that scared me to death. Battle value plus 10. In front of Hiyu, the system displayed a prompt, but Hiyu was sleeping soundly. The chameleon struggled to crawl out of the hole, its claws reaching out, and then it touched something. What on earth? Before the chameleon realized it, a giant animal trap suddenly snapped shut, catching its claw. The chameleon wanted to scream in pain but remembered the official staff were still around and quickly shut its mouth. The chameleon painfully beat its thigh, its face twisted in agony. It hurts so much. Battle value plus 20. Chapter 12, Too Much Bullying the Beasts. The chameleon crawled out of the pit, looking at its bruised claw caught by the giant animal trap, gritting its teeth, enduring the intense pain to pry the trap open. The chameleon covered its claw, quietly sobbing, tears streaming down. Battle value plus 20. Battle value plus 20. Battle value plus 20. The battle value was steadily rising, but the deeply sleeping Hiyu did not notice. The system was now on mute because a few days ago, it suddenly turned on late at night, startling Hiyu, who found little tiger playing with a mouse beside him when he woke up. Since then, Hiyu had gotten into the habit of muting the system at night. I'm so angry. The chameleon glared at Hiyu's house with fury. I will definitely eat you today. The chameleon lifted its foot, but then hesitated, the foot hanging in the air, not coming down for a long time. No, this kid is so sneaky, he definitely didn't just bury these two traps. The chameleon moved its tail forward and gently poked the ground. The ground didn't collapse, and nothing else appeared. Seeing this, the chameleon finally let out a sigh of relief. It seems nothing else is buried, that's good. The chameleon bravely raised its foot to step down. The foot solidly landed on the ground, and there was no abnormality. So the chameleon carefully walked forward, step by step. Gradually, it reached under a big tree and poked down with its tail again, only to feel it hit something, causing its tail to bounce up, and that thing let out a crisp bang sound and broke. The chameleon looked down and saw what seemed to be a transparent fishing line. Is this trying to trip me? Too naive. The chameleon laughed loudly and prepared to step over. Suddenly, a howling sound came from the tree above, and the chameleon turned to look in confusion. A huge wooden stake wrapped in iron, with spikes on top, suddenly flew down from the tree, crashing down hard towards the chameleon. Damn! The chameleon was caught off guard and was struck by the giant stake. In an instant, the explosives buried earlier by Hiyu, mixed with sharp iron nails, were triggered, resulting in a violent explosion that erupted at point-blank range on the chameleon, a fierce flash of fire and sound immediately coming from Hiyu's house, capturing the attention of the two who were constantly searching for the carnivorous chameleon. Captain, what was that sound just now? Old Li looked at the humanoid species, his face filled with surprise. The humanoid species also paused for a moment and then firmly said to Old Li, "Go. Let's have a look." All right. The chameleon was instantly blasted away, flying over 100 meters before crashing to the ground, its body charred black, covered in rusty iron nails, a tetanus buff fully charged. Battle value plus 50. Battle value plus 100. Battle value plus 70. The chameleon roared in anger, performing a flip to stand up, disregarding everything, with red eyes rushing towards Hiyu's house. If I can't eat you today, I'll find a human contract myself. Let them take me for sterilization. Little Tiger was startled awake by the previous explosion. Hiyu, wrapped in a silk quilt, had the sound muffled, so he hadn't woken up, only slightly furrowed his brow and then went back to sleep. Little Tiger peered through the broken door and saw the carnivorous chameleon charging towards here, immediately arching its body. Crouched like a tiger ready to pounce behind the door. Crack! The chameleon stepped on the animal trap. Bang! The chameleon stepped on the spiked shovel at the handle. Clang! The frying pan fell from the tree, hitting the chameleon. After all this, the chameleon was battered and bruised, limping to the door of Hiyu. Today I will definitely eat you. At that moment, the chameleon had no good place left on its body, its tail and left foot each dragging a huge animal trap, about the size of a human head, which could easily crush an ordinary person's limbs, but on this chameleon of the second star in the realm of Zhejiang, it only left bruises and did not injure bones or tendons. I must eat you, no matter who you are. I will turn your insides into a human soup, then skin you, and roast you whole. Just as the chameleon was about to push open the door, it saw the wooden board placed by Hiyu at the entrance. What is this? As a suddenly mutated species, the cannibal chameleon was highly intelligent and had learned to read from books it scavenged from humans it had previously eaten, so it naturally understood what was written on it. There is a round-headed elder inside, those who intrude will bear the consequences? Seeing the words, the chameleon couldn't help but laugh out loud. A dead cat, what am I afraid of? I even ate your cat. The chameleon smashed the wooden board to pieces, then pushed open the door. Little Tiger saw a paw entering and immediately opened its big blood-stained mouth to bite down. Damn it, aren't all humans wealthy? Why is this guy's house more broken than a cave? The chameleon let out a sharp scream, its wail instantly tearing through the night sky, waking Hiyu from his sleep. Hiyu quickly got up and looked toward the chameleon at the door. He saw the chameleon's head shaking as it looked at its own paw, and when it saw Little Tiger biting down on it, its mind went blank. Fiery spirit tiger? Why do you have a fiery spirit tiger? In this broken house, I even doubt there's a drainage system. Where did you get the money to raise a fiery spirit tiger? The round-headed elder you mentioned couldn't be this fiery spirit tiger, right? Damn it! I miscalculated. Let go. Hurry and let go. I'm not tasty. Roar. Little tiger tightly bit down on the chameleon's paw, its expression fierce, continuously growling like a supercar engine, its sharp steel teeth piercing the chameleon's skin, reaching the bone. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go, let go. The chameleon kept pleading for mercy, but all that came in return was little tiger's grip tightening and the flames starting to build up in its mouth. Scarlet flames erupted from little tiger's mouth, the negative distance firelight directly consuming the chameleon. The surrounding doors were blown away, then another figure quickly jumped out, covering the arm it had just severed, breathlessly staring at little tiger at the entrance. The chameleon's severed limb turned to ashes in little tiger's mouth as it leaned down, grimacing fiercely, roaring at the chameleon. Battle points plus 300. Battle points plus 500. Battle points plus 400. I'll be damned. The chameleon roared in anger, then began to emit a glowing light. The light enveloped the chameleon's body, and its severed arm gradually grew back in the glow, its wounds beginning to heal. Once the healing was complete, the chameleon stood panting in place, its eyes changing from a fierce red glow to a terrifying green glow. Its stomach was even hungrier. Little tiger. Don't let it escape. He jumped down from the bed, draped in a silk quilt, running toward the door with a more than 1 meter long cleaver. Kill it. The materials on it are very valuable. Especially its color-changing skin. It's a great material for making light-type invisibility cloaks. It can sell for a price rivaling the frost spirit fruit. Roar. Little tiger let out a tiger roar and charged toward the chameleon. Battle points plus 900. Chapter 13, First Battle, against the cannibal chameleon. A regular second star fiery spirit tiger. How could it possibly defeat me? The chameleon roared furiously. A fist rushed towards the little tiger's face. The little tiger quickly inhaled, its chest rapidly expanding as it took in a large amount of air in an instant. Roar. A huge roar echoed with a terrifying sound wave, sweeping the surroundings like ripples. The chameleon was frozen in place, stunned by the terrifying tiger's roar, its expression turning to fear. Battle value plus 800. This roar from the little tiger is he who was also shaken by the roar, feeling his heart momentarily stop for several seconds. A system panel appeared before Hiyu. Fiery Spirit Tiger Innate Skill, Tiger King's Roar. Specific effect, indiscriminate attack on all lives within 100 meters, lives of the same grade or lower and no more than one major realm above itself will be intimidated, resulting in several seconds of paralysis and fear effect. Not distinguishing between friend and foe? Hiyu finally understood why he was also affected. But fortunately, he was the little tiger's contract master, recovering faster than the chameleon. He grabbed his knife and chased after the little tiger. Take this knife. Roar. The little tiger swung its paw, as big as a face, and together with Hiyu, they struck towards the chameleon. The chameleon saw the man and beast rushing towards it, instantly terrified. Then, as if recalling something, it curled its lips into a cold smile, and a dazzling light burst forth from its body. Eyes. Awah! The man and beast were blinded by the intense light, and when they could see again, the chameleon was already gone without a trace. Where did it go? He vigilantly looked around, and suddenly a loud clang sounded, followed by a force crashing into his back, instantly sending him flying and sliding forward for 5 meters. In a moment of panic, he stabbed the ground with his steel knife, creating a long crack in the earth to stabilize his body, and finally stopped. Battle value plus 1000. Damn it! The chameleon's body appeared at the exact spot where Hiyu had just been, cradling its painfully shocked claw, continuously howling. What are you wearing on your body? It hurts like hell. Hiyu looked back, seeing the silken cocoon of a Tianyu silkworm on his back. Who wears a turtle shell while fighting? I'm going barehanded against the two of you, and I didn't say anything when you had a knife, but wearing a turtle shell is really pushing it. Are humans really this shameless? The chameleon grumbled endlessly, but Hiyu was too lazy to argue with him, loudly calling to the little tiger, "Little tiger!" Blazing flames. Roar. The little tiger roared, gathering blazing fire in its mouth, then shot a fire pillar towards the chameleon. Battle value plus 1000. Seeing the flames, the chameleon frowned, then swiftly turned to dodge the attack. Immediately, its form began to shift, gradually blending into the surrounding environment. Ha! Hiyu was first puzzled, then realized this guy was a chameleon, and color change was an innate skill. Meow? The little tiger looked around in confusion, but didn't find the chameleon's figure, suddenly at a loss. Little tiger. Stay calm. Don't lose your composure. The little tiger could smell the scent but couldn't find the chameleon. Mysterious things terrified living beings, and the little tiger was no exception. Suddenly, the little tiger's waist began to bend in a strange posture, and then its massive body was sent flying out. Roar. The little tiger let out a miserable cry, crashing into a dead tree the size of a bowl, finally stopping its body. The chameleon appeared at the position where the little tiger had just stood, 1 foot in a soccer-kicking stance, a face full of disdain. A second-star delusional challenger dares to challenge a night-star realm, seeking death? Little tiger. You should worry about yourself. The chameleon's form vanished again, and Yu immediately became alert. He scanned the surroundings, trying to find the chameleon's trace, but it was in vain. At that moment, he suddenly felt something flash in front of him, and instinctively raised his knife to slash. The knife struck something, and a wave of resistance transferred to Yu's hand, a warm crimson blood flowing down the blade. The chameleon felt the pain, instantly jumping back, its figure reappearing in front of Yu. Battle value plus 1,000. What is that chopping knife of yours? The chameleon angrily questioned Yu, covering its injured face. How could it break through my skin? Huff. Huff. Yu was drenched in cold sweat, his hand gripping the knife trembling uncontrollably. He felt that if he had been even half a beat slower just now, his chest, wrapped in silk, would have been torn apart by the chameleon's claws in an instant. He had never been so close to death before. Wait a minute, so close to death for the first time? Then how did he cross over here? Yu felt a sharp pain in his head, but couldn't remember anything at all. Wang Li seemed to have known him from the very beginning, and the original body had first met her 3 years ago, right when high school started. He had crossed over to this world 2 years ago. But that doesn't make sense. His personality was completely different from the original bodies, even their preferences were different. The original liked sweets, but he liked sour, even their habits were different. How could Wang Li not recognize that he wasn't the original person? And what did he look like in his previous life? Did he have parents in his previous life? What did he do for a living in his previous life? Why can't he remember? In an instant, Yu felt as though firecrackers had exploded in his mind, a splitting headache overwhelming him, and he covered his head and cried out in pain. Stop shouting. Stop shouting. Everyone, shut up. Ha! The chameleon blinked in confusion at Yu's fierce appearance. What happened to this guy? Is it menopause? Or is it what humans call depression? Could it be mania? Would it be contagious if it ate him? For a moment, the chameleon didn't dare to strike at Yu again, fearing that it would catch some kind of disease from him. Turning its head, the chameleon then set its sights on the small tiger. Tiger-type battle beasts were extremely rare and hard to obtain. At first, it was just a stroke of luck that it consumed a wild beast's tiger cub, which then raised its rank from a 3-star follower to a 4-star follower. The effectiveness of the blazing fire spirit tiger was likely even greater. Moreover, the fire attribute of the blazing fire spirit tiger matched perfectly with its light attribute. It was bound to allow it to leap directly from the follower realm to the battle realm. Thinking this, the chameleon licked its lips and charged straight at the small tiger. Stop shouting, stop shouting. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before Yu, and on the panel, the berserk enhancement skill was flashing with golden light. Do you want to consume Spirit Source *1 to upgrade berserk enhancement skill? What? Yu looked up at the system, his eyes widening, enduring the splitting headache, and asked in confusion. Where did I get any Spirit Source? Do you want to consume Spirit Source *1 to upgrade berserk enhancement skill? Upgrading to LV1 will allow the skill to activate. I already said I don't have any. Do you want to consume Spirit Source *1 to upgrade the skill? Why can't you understand human words? Roar! At that moment, the small tiger let out a roar, trying to block the chameleon's advance. The chameleon quickly jumped back, leaving the skill range of that move. It was waiting for the small tiger to exhaust its strength, unable to unleash the Tiger King's roar again. That kick had struck the small tiger's waist, which was already the most fragile part of a tiger's body. Plus, the chameleon was a 9-star follower, while the small tiger was only a 2-star, making the level difference of pressure. It was lucky that the kick hadn't directly broken it. Seeing the small tiger's strength fading, Yu started to panic. Level up! Hurry up and level up! Spirit Source *1 consumed, Berserk Enhancement has leveled up, Berserk Enhancement LV1 can now activate. Chapter 14, Berserk, Fallen Demon Evolution. The small tiger was exhausted, lying on the ground, panting heavily as it watched the chameleon slowly approach. Its waist was in great pain, and it had no sensation. It wanted to flee but couldn't. No, it couldn't run. If he runs away, the master will become his target. Little tiger wants to stand up by himself, but his hind legs go weak again, collapsing back down. Blame it on following a foolish master. The chameleon's claws shimmered with a cold light, gradually moving closer to little tiger. Find a good master in your next life. The chameleon's face wore a cruel smile, its claws raised high, striking down at little tiger. Little tiger closed his eyes in despair. Buzz! A terrifying aura surged from behind, making the chameleon shiver sharply. It felt as if a terrifying, indescribable presence was watching, fear creeping into its heart. The chameleon fearfully and curiously turned around. What it saw was Hiyu's eyes glowing crimson, his teeth sharp like beast's fangs, fists clenched tightly, his body swollen with veins, emitting a dark energy. The black energy gathered above Hiyu's head, eventually transforming into a pair of crimson eyes, looking at the chameleon as if it were watching ants. Ah 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 ah. Hiyu let out an angry roar, the black energy suddenly charging towards the chameleon. The chameleon was startled, lifting its claws to block the black energy. The black energy bypassed the chameleon, charging directly towards Little Tiger. The chameleon was stunned for a few seconds, then felt an icy cold murderous aura coming from behind. Dumbfounded, the chameleon turned back and saw Little Tiger's red fur turning a dark red, slowly standing up from the ground, sharp teeth glinting coldly, claws wrapped in a transparent black substance, becoming even sharper. The black substance attached to Little Tiger's back, under the chameleon's terrified gaze, transformed into a pair of twisted black demonic wings. Fiery Spirit Tiger's Demonic Evolution, Temporary, Demonic Wing Claw, Quality, Excellent. Level, Battle Realm 1 star, Remaining Time, 30 seconds. Kill him. Roar. Little Tiger roared, a shockwave from its soul instantly spreading across everything within 1,000 meters. Demonic Wing Claw innate skill, soul-shattering roar, directly targets the soul for a shock attack, cannot be defended with physical means. The chameleon could not react in time, hit by the roar, suddenly finding everything around him plunged into darkness, his body out of control. When he could see again, he was terrified to see his own body standing still. My body? Then what is this? The chameleon quickly looked at its hands, only to find them in a strange semi-transparent state. My soul? The demonic wing claw lunged forward, the entire tiger like a bullet shot from a cannon, crashing into the chameleon's body. The chameleon's body burst through the sound barrier, multiple shockwaves exploding around it, smashing through a tree as thick as two people's waists, sending it flying 1,000 meters away to crash into the ruins, motionless. Cough. The chameleon's soul returned to its body, coughing up blood in disbelief as it stared at Hiyu and the demonic wing claw rapidly closing in. What's going on? How could a 2-star soul realm suddenly jump to 1-star battle realm? The chameleon tried to escape, but found it couldn't exert any strength, with excruciating pain radiating from its limbs. The bones in its limbs, from that last crash, were completely broken? Now its energy reserves couldn't even use the healing abilities of the light system. Roar! The demonic wing claw began to gather black-red flames in its mouth, its monstrous face and bloodthirsty crimson eyes, in the chameleon's view, resembled a death god coming to collect a life. No! No! Please! Don't kill me! I beg you! Don't kill me! Hiyu's face twisted in fury, looking at the pleading chameleon as if it were a lamb ready for slaughter. What he didn't notice was that on the system panel, the final countdown had begun. 3-2. Kill him. Roar. 1. Before the flames erupted, the black energy on both the man and the tiger abruptly dissipated, a feeling of exhaustion sweeping over them as they both collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Hiyu looked at his own hands, panting as he questioned the system. Wasn't it supposed to be half an hour? Detected that the host was in fear and panic during the rampage enhancement, not anger, so the rampage enhancement lasted only half a minute. Confused face? Did it say that up there? Eyes closed face, it did. Please read the usage conditions carefully. Failing at the key moment. He looked at the little tiger, who was exhausted on the ground and had turned back into a blazing fire spirit tiger, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. He still had the machete and the silk quilt, he should be able to fight the injured chameleon. He used the iron machete to support his body, but then a wave of weakness washed over him, and he fell helplessly to the ground. Why? Hiyu weakly asked the system. Please explore the side effects on your own. There are side effects? Why didn't you say so before? The system did not answer. Hiyu couldn't move his body now, he understood the side effects of this rampage enhancement. After use, exhaustion and inability to move, right? Such a useful skill, but the side effects are so terrible, what a waste. Seeing that Hiyu and the little tiger were no longer attacking, the chameleon was momentarily confused. But soon, the instinct for survival told him that now was the best time to escape. It laboriously lifted its twisted claws to scrape at the ground, trying to get away. Don't even think about escaping. A figure suddenly jumped down from a nearby building, a strong man clenched his fist in midair and slammed it down towards the chameleon. Bang! The chameleon's head was directly smashed to pieces by brute force, and before it could even let out a wail, red and white gushed out everywhere, collapsing to the ground, completely silent. Phew! The humanoid wiped his hands with a tissue, looking at Hiyu and the little tiger who were lying on the ground, unconscious. A blazing fire spirit tiger? This kid actually got a blazing fire spirit tiger? A rich family? But why is his clothing full of holes? Captain. You ran too fast. Old Bear and I can't keep up. Old Li and Shirkong Bear ran over from a distance, out of breath and with one hand on their waist, looking at the humanoid. The man-eating chameleon is already dead? As expected of the captain. One hit, and it's done. Old Li and Old Bear gave a thumbs up to the humanoid. The humanoid seemed to sense something and bent down to inspect. Something's not right. What's not right? Ow oh. The man-eating chameleon has many wounds, and almost all of its bones are broken. As the humanoid spoke, he lifted the chameleon's body, which was limp like mud. This is too wrong. Such a state can only result from a violent collision, but the chameleon is a 9-star realm creature, only a battle level can achieve this, right? Hearing the captain say this, it does seem to be the case. Old Li nodded thoughtfully while looking at the chameleon's corpse. There's nobody around. Wait, there's one. The humanoid suddenly turned around, startled to see Hiyu and the little tiger lying on the ground. Hiyu looked at the humanoid holding the chameleon's corpse, and weakly raised his right hand. At least, leave me some soup to drink. Thud. Hiyu's right hand dropped, and he himself lost consciousness from exhaustion. Chapter 15. Do you want to join our official beast alliance? Captain, the quilt this kid is wearing seems to be an ancient silk quilt? This thing costs 30 million for 1 square meter. I noticed that too. What do you think, Captain? Should we quietly cut a piece off while this kid is asleep? Cutting it off would be useless. Ordinary scissors can't hurt the ancient silk, plus on the market, silk is sold by the square meter, anything less than a square meter can't be sold. And we are official personnel. You're a 30-year-old man, stealing from a child. Are you okay with that? I'm just thinking about making a bit more money before retirement. If you want to make more money, you have to really win over this kid. Huh? I don't seem to understand what you mean. I told you before, the chameleon is a 9-star beast, only warriors of battle level can smash him to pieces. And in this place, besides this kid and the blazing fire spirit tiger, there's no one else around. Therefore, it's highly likely that this kid injured the chameleon. A 2-star beast erupting with the power of a 1-star warrior, this kid is definitely a treasure. He heard the voices of the two and his eyelids twitched as he hazily woke up. As soon as he woke up, he saw 2 people staring at him intently. What the heck? He hurriedly stepped back, picked up the fallen machete on the ground, and shouted at the 2, "What are you trying to do? I tell you. My knife doesn't have eyes." Oh, still a refined iron machete, it can deal with peak-level beasts. The humanoid creature chuckled. Little kid, don't get too excited. We're the officials, the official hunting team. You've heard of us, right? The burly Old Li grinned at Hiyu. Officials? Hiyu looked at the 2, feeling confused. My name is Li Mingtong, I'm 32 years old, and my beast is a common quality, 8-star stone-armored bear. Old Li said with a smile. My name is Wang Ko, I'm a humanoid species beast, 9-star, and I'm 28 this year. The humanoid creature smiled. We come from the official Beast Tamers Alliance's beginner team, the Battle Spirit Squad. All members are above 5-star warriors, and we're considered strong even among the beginners. Stop wasting time. Hiyu interrupted them. Where's the chameleon? I'm the great contributor. I, along with my little tiger, stopped the chameleon's attack and even seriously injured him. How can I not get a share of the materials from the chameleon? So it really was you who seriously injured the chameleon? Wang Ka smiled as he looked at Hiyu. Of course, no. What chameleon? I don't know anything. I was just bragging. Hiyu quickly covered his mouth. How could he forget about this? The chameleon is a 9-star beast, and his little tiger is only a 2-star. If he says they could win, the chances of being suspected are higher. Forget about how the blazing fire spirit tiger works. Under this level suppression, his little tiger absolutely couldn't win. He couldn't possibly say he had a system backing him up, right? If he revealed that, then it would be over. The thought of making money had just taken over his rational mind. You lying won't help. Wang Ke said with a smile, there's only you and that blazing fire spirit tiger here, and the ground is scorched by flames. Thus, all evidence points to you. That blazing fire spirit tiger is your contracted beast? Li Mingtong asked Hiyu with a smile, are you from a big family? I guess so. Hiyu scratched his head. What's your name? Hiyu. The He family, indeed a big family. The older generation of the He family solved many problems for Tianhua country during the Blue Star mutation years. Wang Ke smiled, when I first started, I received guidance from the head of your family. Speaking of which, I remember that the He family's main base wasn't in Kyoto. How did you end up in a small place like Yuzhou City? The He family is a big family. The old man had 10 children, and those children keep branching out. By the time it got to my generation, the Yi family already had hundreds of members. When there are many people, they inevitably start dividing. Only those with contracted beasts can stay in Kyoto, the rest are all assigned to small places, so.
You didn't continue speaking.
Sorry.
Wang Ku apologized.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. He stood up awkwardly, recalling the sleeping little tiger beside him, and waved goodbye to the two.
Bye-bye.
He turned around, his heart bleeding.
That's the skin of a 9-star chameleon.
Whether for medicine or as a light system cloaking garment, it's a rare treasure. In order to set up a trap, I took out 30,000 yuan, but gained absolutely nothing.
At least let me recover a bit.
But there was no way. To avoid raising any suspicion, I had to swallow all my grievances.
Hey, you forgot something.
Wang Ku called to Yu, who turned around in confusion, just in time to see a bag the size of a human head being thrown over. Yu picked it up and looked inside. It was full of flesh, bones, and internal organs, even containing a spherical beast core of a 9-star beast type, one of the 2 cores in the chameleon, which could serve as a source of energy, although the absorption efficiency was not as quick as a true energy source. I won't give you the chameleon skin, but take this back and feed it to the fire spirit tiger. War beasts consume domesticated and wild types to no avail, they can only fill their stomachs. Only eating the same war beast type will significantly improve their strength, Wang Ku said with a smile.
Thank you. He politely expressed his thanks.
If you want the chameleon skin, consider joining our Beast Tamer Alliance after graduation. I'll keep the chameleon skin for you, and give it to you when you join.
Ha? Join the Beast Tamer Alliance?
He was a bit stunned. The resources of the Alliance are not inferior to beast-related universities, after all, it's an official organization. Of course, if you want to continue studying, you can choose not to become a formal member. Ordinary members also receive resources and pay, but much less than formal members. If you want more money and resources, you need to find a team willing to take you hunting outside.
He understood now, they intended to recruit him. Thinking carefully, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it.
Hunting solo was risky, and with companions, safety increased greatly. Most importantly, in the eyes of the law, unofficial hunting was not allowed. To hunt, one must have an official permit, otherwise, obtaining one without joining an official organization would be very difficult, usually taking 2 to 3 months, which was considered fast. After joining the official organization, the permit could be processed in half an hour, allowing him to legally participate in hunting activities, and his actions would attract less attention to some extent.
Okay, I will join. Wang Ku, do you have time this weekend to help me join the Beast Tamer Alliance?
This weekend our team is patrolling the perimeter of Area C, but I should have time.
My phone number is 198 ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** joy. Chapter 16 Provocation. Back home, Yu checked his system panel. What is this source of spirit? System, explain to me how I came to have something like the source of spirit? Data has been retrieved for the host. Source of spirit energy. Consuming it can enhance a conjurer's control over their contracted beasts, enabling even newly tamed beasts to move as desired. So I used up something really useful? Yu exclaimed in horror, clutching his head and staring wide-eyed at the system. In the shop, there are specific skills for cultivating this ability, 5,000 combat points each. Would you like to exchange? Ha! So there is. Yu looked at his combat points. He earned 12,000 combat points tonight, enough to purchase it. Buy. The skill was exchanged, and the system appeared in Yu's personal space. Yu took out the skill and saw the system pop up with an option. Would you like to spend 3,000 combat points to learn quickly? Learn. Who would refuse such a good thing? Another 3,000 combat points were spent, and Yu quickly absorbed the book. Oh, so that's it, my divine skill is perfected. Yu excitedly clenched his fist, summoning the sleeping little tiger, and began to mentally control its body. The little tiger lay still on the ground, its tail sweeping like a steel whip. Why is it not working? Eyes closed face, the contract beast can only be controlled when awake. You could have said that earlier. Yu sat up and shook the little tiger. Get up, you lazy cat. Wake up and help me test it before going back to sleep. The little tiger was sound asleep, showing no signs of waking up. It was already hard to sleep well at night, and after the power surge, he was completely exhausted. It looked like the little tiger would not wake up today. With no choice, Yu had to give up. By the way, how many levels is a skill maxed out? Yu recalled the little tiger, asking the system. Max level is LV10, requiring a total of 100 spirit sources. By the way, I don't have any spirit sources. How did you deduct successfully?
Spirit sources can be exchanged with currency, 100,000 Tianhua coins per source, automatically deducted from the host's account balance.
What?
He let out a sharp cry, opened his phone, and checked his account balance.
It really showed an automatic deduction of 100,000. What the hell?
He cried out in despair.
Aha! My little money! Come back! My money!
He knelt on the ground, crying and waving at the little money that had already grown wings and flown away.
Please, host, don't be such a drama queen. What do you know? That is money. Money! The most valuable thing in the world.
He rolled on the ground in sadness, his eyes like high-pressure water guns, constantly sprinkling tears. I forgot to tell you, your little money was calling your name before I deducted it.
Ah! He cried even louder. So funny, say one thing and cry one time.
He seemed to have forgotten something that happened before he used the power surge, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember, so he placed it on the unimportant list and quickly forgot it. The next day at school, during lunchtime, he was thinking about how to make money and earn battle points when he overheard his classmates chatting.
Someone at Aochen High School awakened a companion beast. Did you hear about it? Isn't that normal? Our classmate Wang Li awakened too, right?
Not the same, his companion beast is Koan.
A mythical grade Koan. What?
Suddenly, many people gathered around, asking that student in a flurry.
Direct mythical awakening? What kind of freak is this?
This can't even be described as human, this guy is definitely the male lead of a happy story.
How do you know?
My childhood friend is at Aochen High.
He told me. So what happened afterward?
Afterward, that student seemed to have floated away, stopped attending classes, and spent the last few days bringing his useless schoolmates and delinquents to other schools to challenge geniuses, wanting to prove he is the true chosen one, the strongest genius.
And what happened after the challenge?
After succeeding, his Koan seemed to have swallowed the battle beasts of others, but fortunately, he is said to have a kind heart and left a shred of hope. He didn't eat the other beasts but swallowed them into his belly and spat them out after a while. But strangely, no matter the level or quality of the beasts, they would all drop back to the entry level of a one-star fighter.
What if it was originally a one-star fighter?
It seems it wouldn't swallow them at all.
He listened on the side, stunned. Awakening a companion beast was one thing, but awakening a mythical one? How many mythical beasts are there in Tianhua country? He starts with one? He must be the main character. Hiyu's expression instantly turned to deep envy. If only he had such talent. What are you making a noise about?
Wang Li saw Hiyu's forlorn expression and scolded the others. Don't you have any respect for me, the vice class leader?
Right, what's the big deal about awakening a mythical grade beast?
Our vice class leader's L Fierce Wind Phoenix just advanced to the peak of 2-star fighter yesterday.
We aren't afraid at all, someone echoed. But that guy's Koan seems to have advanced to 3-star yesterday. Shut up! Wang Li scolded.
Our vice class leader has been reserved by major colleges. He is just a useless guy, so.
Can he even compare to our vice class leader? Exactly. No matter how strong he is, he's just a little punk. Our vice class leader's future path will definitely go further than his.
Wang Li looked at Hiyu, who was lying on the table, and gave him a subtle glance.
Don't worry, no matter who it is, I will definitely beat him for you.
Hiyu smiled but remained silent. The class leader is still so cold towards the vice class leader.
Of course. Our class leader is a high cold god, how could he ruin his image? But I remember 2 years ago, the class leader's personality wasn't like this. Shut up. Do you want to bring that up again? Someone quickly covered that person's mouth.
Hiyu, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, then tried hard to recall the memories of the original body.
It seems, something did indeed happen 2 years ago, but what was it?
Buzz. A buzzing sound made Hiyu's head feel like it was going to explode, excruciatingly painful.
Ah!
Hiyu held his head and screamed in pain.
It's over. The class leader is starting again. You damn! Wang Li sprang forward, grabbing the person by the collar. Are you looking for a fight? Didn't we all agree not to mention that incident again? I'm sorry. I just slipped up a bit.
The person trembled in fear, quickly begging for mercy.
Hey!
At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the school, amplified by a loudspeaker.
Hey, the girl who awakened the phoenix at Yuling High School. Hurry up and come out to fight our boss. Huh?
Everyone looked outside in confusion, even Hiyu noticed that the pain in his head had disappeared, and that feeling of wanting to remember something was gone too.
Get out here quickly.
Our boss, Aochen, is here to challenge you. Fighting a 2-star awakener is already showing Yuling high respect.
What? A punk cursing in the street? So soon, they've come to us? Can we not go fight?
Not going is useless, they'll keep shouting at the school gate and annoy you endlessly.
What about calling the police?
That won't work either. That guy Aochen's cousin is the chief of the Yuzhou City Police Department. You'll only embarrass yourself by calling.
Wow, so arrogant?
Wang Li rolled up her sleeves, furious, and walked out of the classroom.
Don't go, vice class leader. I can't let him be so arrogant. So what if he has a mythical great appearance? If I don't beat his but till it blooms today, then I don't care.
Saying this, Wang Li went out, and the other students, worried about Wang Li, followed her outside.
Chapter 17, the class leader contracted a blazing fire spirit tiger? Get out quickly. Our boss wants to fight you.
A group of colorful-haired punks stood on the street at the school gate, one of them constantly disturbing people with a broken loudspeaker. Boss, we've been shouting for a long time, and no one has come out. The punk said to a boy sitting in a leather chair behind him. The boy had short black hair, wore a blue battle robe, and had a face full of disdain.
Keep shouting.
Aochen said to the punk, if they still don't come out, we'll block the way. I don't believe they won't come out eventually.
Okay, boss. The punk nodded eagerly, then picked up the loudspeaker again. The girl who awakened the phoenix. Hurry up and come out. Shout about your mother. Yell as loud as you can.
Your whole family hasn't cried this loud when they die. Wang Li stormed out of the school gate, angrily cursing at the punks.
Oh, finally out.
The punk grinned lewdly, didn't see this coming. She's a feisty beauty, I thought she was a shy little sister. He and the classmates stood at the school gate, nervously watching Wang Li confront the punks.
Meow.
A little tiger's voice came from Hiyu's contract space. He instinctively looked at the back of his hand. He saw the 1/3 circle on the back of his hand flickering continuously. The little tiger inside was very excited.
What's wrong? Hiyu asked in confusion. A lewd boy.
It seems that the one in charge, the guy named Aochen, is not a good person either.
Wang Li pointed at Aochen's nose and scolded. Hey, you can't say that. He is a small hoodlum who doesn't respect his opponents, but I do.
The boy named Aochen slowly got up, clasped his hands behind his back, and pretended to say.
Of course, the premise is that you count as my opponent. Then I'll let you know today that you've kicked a piece of iron.
Wang Li raised her hand, and the phoenix totem on her hand glowed brightly. A fierce wind phoenix made of a raging storm burst out from the Covenant space, spreading its wings and emitting a loud cry.
Yeah. 2-star state, epic quality, very nice. Aochen smiled slightly.
Suddenly, Hiyu saw a system screen appear before him.
Fierce wind phoenix. Type, battle beast, mythical species. Attribute, wind. Quality, epic. Level, 2-star state. Aochen smirked, nearly looking at the fierce wind phoenix. It feels a bit weak. You'll know if it's weak or not after we fight. Wang Li said to Aochen. You fight my subordinate. If you can't even win against him, then I'm not interested in fighting you. Aochen said, and sat down again, yawning.
Summon your Covenant beast to play with this tiger girl.
Aochen commanded the small hoodlum holding the trumpet. No problem, boss. The small hoodlum stepped forward, threw the trumpet away, and another small hoodlum caught it smoothly. I advise you to surrender.
The small hoodlum smiled at Wang Li and said, quality is indeed part of strength, but a higher quality doesn't mean stronger. Once, the legendary quality battle beast of the king of Sanluo, Shenluo Taipanshi, lost to the Phoenix God Lord who had an epic quality, the blazing fireling Luan.
Why are you talking so much nonsense? Wang Li scolded the small hoodlum. I already warned you.
The small hoodlum smiled and raised his hand, 1/3 circle lighting up. The Covenant space appeared, and a pair of emerald green deer antlers burst out, followed by a jade green spirit deer nearly 4 meters tall appearing on the field.
Jade green spirit deer. Type, battle beast, ordinary species. Attribute, wood, beast. Quality, ordinary. Level, 2-star state. What attribute? Wang Li was instantly shocked. Oh no. What attributes are very restraining to wind attributes? Deputy Monitor. Stop fighting. Come back quickly. Wind can't beat wood. Even if it can win, it will be very difficult. After this, it will be impossible to fight Aochen. He finally understood why Aochen had won every battle.
Using his underlings to wear down others' stamina, then when it was his turn to fight, he could relax a bit. If you say you won't fight, he could keep bothering you at the school gate, even blocking people. If you say you want to fight, he could use his underlings to drain others' energy and then reap the benefits in the end. The most crucial point was that calling the cops wouldn't work. His cousin was the chief of the Yuzhou City Police Department. Absolutely shameless to the extreme. Ah whoa. Ah whoa.
The small tiger was excitedly howling in the Covenant space. He looked at the jade-green spirit deer outside the school, then looked at the Covenant ring in his hand, and suddenly realized. No wonder it was so excited, it had sensed the scent of prey. Tigers eat deer, and wood attributes are also a delicacy for fire attributes. Isn't it a perfect counter? What's wrong? What's wrong? The teachers finally arrived, coming to the school gate to see the two of them at a standstill outside. Wang Li. What are you doing? Come back. Don't fight with this small hoodlum. The teachers are here to help you solve the problem. Did you hear that? Come back quickly. Outside the school, the two on the field were in a deadlock. Right now, Wang Li was in a dilemma. If she did not respond to the fight, these rascals who ran around all day would definitely expose her fear of fighting, and then Yuling High School would be laughed at by Yuzhou City, and the teachers would also be shamed. If she accepted the challenge, then the chance of winning was minimal. What to do? If you don't attack, then I'll start. The small hoodlum laughed loudly and shouted at the jade-green spirit deer, attack. The giant antlers of the emerald spirit deer shone with dazzling green light, charging straight at the storm phoenix. What? Wang Li totally didn't expect the opponent to attack so quickly, there was no time for her to react. As the giant antlers of the emerald spirit deer were about to collide with the storm phoenix, suddenly, a 3-meter-long red figure leaped out, letting out a deafening tiger roar, biting onto the neck of the emerald spirit deer. Roar! The little tiger held the neck of the emerald spirit deer, its eyes filled with excitement for the hunt. Little tiger, don't kill it yet. The little tiger paused slightly as it was about to use its powerful jaws, then looked dejectedly in the direction of the school. Before the crowd could react, he slowly walked out from the crowd, hands in his pockets, with an expression of I am the boss as he smiled at the little tiger. Good boy, I'll take you to the forest to catch some good food this weekend after I join the Beast Alliance. Upon hearing this, the little tiger's eyes lit up immediately. The emerald spirit deer's body struggled continuously, the little tiger did not bite it to death directly, but unfortunately, it could not escape from the little tiger's steel teeth. Crimson Fire Spirit Tiger? The crowd recognized he used Battle Beast and gasped in surprise. This kid conquered a Crimson Fire Spirit Tiger? The class monitor conquered a Crimson Fire Spirit Tiger? He actually managed to find a Crimson Fire Spirit Tiger as a battle beast? Wang Li stared at Hiyu, her eyes shining brightly. Not bad. Wang Li smiled and elbowed Hiyu, when did you find a battle beast? You didn't even tell me, so mean. I just wasn't ready to reveal it to you all yet, plus I thought I would show little tiger during the graduation exam, that would raise my status, right? Hiyu chuckled. Damn it. Come back. The little thug waved his hand, and the emerald spirit deer was pulled back into the contract space. There's even another one? Your school just held the awakening ceremony a few days ago, and you managed to tame a battle beast, and it's even a Crimson Fire Spirit Tiger? The thug looked at Hiyu with fierce eyes. What, not satisfied? Hiyu smiled, so proud of conquering a hot pot ingredient, no wonder you're just a little thug. You. Don't embarrass yourself. Aochen's cold voice reached the thug's ears. All the thugs turned to look at Aochen upon hearing his voice. Aochen was watching Hiyu and Wang Li with great interest, especially looking at Hiyu with eyes full of excitement. I don't know why, it's just a Crimson Fire Spirit Tiger. Aochen smiled and spoke to Hiyu, his eyes and smile gradually becoming crazy and twisted. But I feel you are much more interesting than the woman beside you, why is that? Hiyu didn't say anything, just quietly looked at him. Let me introduce myself, I'm Aochen, what about you? Aochen retracted his craziness and smiled at Hiyu. Hiyu. I have a bad habit of always saving the things I want to eat the most, like the ones I like and look forward to, for last to enjoy slowly. Aochen licked his lips, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. What do you mean? Hiyu looked at him coldly, feeling the malice in Aochen's tone. See you on the day of the graduation exam in Yuzu City. Aochen waved his hand, and his lackeys lifted him away from the territory of Yuling High School. Damn, he wouldn't be a male copper, right? Hiyu suddenly shivered. In any case, the crisis is resolved. Wang Li laughed and hugged Hiyu's arm, so mean. You're too mean. You tamed a battle beast and didn't even tell me. You have to take me to eat barbecue tonight. Oh okay, miss, quickly let go. No. Wang Li made a silly face. Ahem. A cough came from behind, from the teachers. Wang Li, hearing this, shyly released Hiyu's arm and scratched her head toward the teachers. If there's nothing else, come back quickly, class is starting soon. Okay, teacher. Hiyu and Wang Li smiled at the teachers. Chapter 18, It's better to keep some trump cards. Meow, the little tiger hid behind Hiyu, looking at the excited students in front of him, seeking Hiyu's protection. However, with a body length of 3 meters and a shoulder height of 1.5 meters, Hiyu's small frame couldn't possibly accommodate him. Class monitor. Let me touch your tiger. His cry is actually meow meow, so fun. Class monitor, where did you tame him? I remember there is only one female blaze spirit tiger in the forest outside Yuzhou City, and she's pregnant. Wait. Class monitor, you wouldn't be?
The person gasped and covered his mouth. This little guy was abandoned by that female tiger. He smiled while petting the shy little tiger. I found him in the forest when he was very thin, and accidentally revealed the contract ring. Then I contracted him, and now he's white and plump, eating at least 10 kilograms of meat a day. Meow. The little tiger affectionately rubbed against Hiyu's palm, feeling safe only when staying by Hiyu's side.
Meow.
The Gale Phoenix stood on the little tiger's head, looking at this clumsy cat in confusion.
Why do the flames on him look like flickering flames? One breath could extinguish it. What else are you hiding, kid? The homeroom teacher looked at Hiyu suspiciously. No way. Hiyu declared sternly, how could I possibly be hiding anything? I advise you to speak up now, or your file will only record what you've currently shown. If you awaken your abilities, there will be extra points, allowing you to go to a better school. Hiyu looked at the homeroom teacher and remained silent. About 10 seconds later, Hiyu reluctantly opened his personal space. Space system? Now not only the classmates but even the teacher was shocked. It's currently only 10 cubic meters, it will expand as my level increases. Hiyu shrugged. Do you have any other skills besides this space? Like teleportation or wormholes? The homeroom teacher quickly asked. None. Hiyu shook his head, I only have a portable storage space. Nothing else. The homeroom teacher lowered his head in disappointment. I heard that the 3 space-type ability users from Tianhua country had at least 2 skills when they awakened. Hiyu naturally only had 1 personal space because this was drawn from the system, and if he wanted other contractors' skills, he would have to buy them with battle points. Speaking of battle points, just a moment ago when the little tiger bit down, it surprisingly awarded him 5,000 battle points. The stingy system was quite generous with money. Sigh, host, what do you mean? 2 days before the graduation exam, schools in Tianhua country will tally up the students' situations. In the past, it was a week in advance, but due to too many people taming battle beasts in the week before the graduation exam 20 years ago, this time was changed. It's said that a senior of humanoid species was so powerful and helpful that within a short month he broke through to the battle realm, then took a group into the outskirts of their city's forest and hunting grounds, bringing over 1,000 students to tame battle beasts, calling on everyone he knew and didn't know. Afterward, this rule was changed. It is said that the senior is now one of the 4 lords of Tianhua country, the Battle Demon Emperor, a dual type of battle and magic, the strongest among the 4 lords, second only to that legendary being of Tianhua country. Although he wanted to reveal his personal space on the day of the graduation exam to catch the opponents off guard, he could earn points by reporting it now. Plus, since he wasn't sure if he could achieve a good rank in the graduation exam, he had to disclose it now for safety. Hiyu didn't mention his rampage strengthening skill. Anyway, saying 2 skills and abilities gives the same points as saying 1, just an extra 10 points. It's better to keep a trump card for himself. Especially when it comes to Aochen. Speaking of which, can that little punk Aochen really do well in the written exam? Hiyu shrugged, these were not things he needed to consider. All he had to do during this time was to help Xiao improve his realm, everything else didn't concern him. The teacher is going up to apply for some training resources for you. If you and Wang Li can get into the beast taming university, that would really bring us honor, the class teacher said happily. Any students who have tamed battle beasts can also tell the teacher, resources are not a problem. The class monitor will definitely go to the same school as the deputy class monitor, right? Someone looked at Hiyu and Wang Li with gossiping eyes. Upon hearing this, Hiyu merely glanced at him and shrugged. I guess so. Hey, you promised me we'd go to the same school. Wang Li elbowed Hiyu, if you go back on your word, I'll break your legs. Alright, everyone, let's get back to class, the lunch break is almost over, the class teacher checked his phone. Next up is my math class. Damn. Wang Li wore a my life is over expression, I hate math the most. This cold spirit fruit came just in time. In a spiral-shaped, 100-meter-tall commercial building, a neatly dressed middle-aged man sat in the middle of a 100-square-meter office, holding a head-sized cold spirit fruit wrapped in an insulated bag, joyfully speaking to Lu Ming standing in front of him. Recently, a pregnant 5-star fiery spirit tiger has come outside Yuzhou City, and the output of ice attribute materials is getting less and less each day. It seems it won't be leaving in the next few years. My son just awakened his ice-type accompanying beast not long ago and was worried about not having ice materials to cultivate. I didn't expect you to send such a big cold spirit fruit to relieve my urgent needs. How should I repay you? Lu Ming smiled and bent down, respectfully addressing the middle-aged man, Chairman Zhao, you are too kind. This is what we in the black market should do. You just need to buy this cold spirit fruit at the price we provided. 5 million, right? Just wait a moment.
Chairman Zhao clapped his hands, and the door opened.
7 black-clad men wearing sunglasses entered, each holding a briefcase. The black-clad men knelt on one knee and successively opened the briefcases. Red bills met Lu Ming's eyes, and he instantly gaped. Chairman Zhao, this is more than 5 million, what are you doing? The remaining 2 million is for me. Tell your boss that if there are more good ice attribute goods next time, let me know first. I'm willing to pay a high price to buy them.
Chairman Zhao laughed and patted Lu Ming's shoulder.
Got it, Chairman Zhao.
Lu Ming smiled flatteringly at Chairman Zhao.
You little brat.
Chairman Zhao suddenly picked up the insulated bag on the table and threw it towards the shadowy corner of the office.
Now do you have the confidence to defeat that kid named Aochen? A pale hand stretched out from the darkness, grabbing the insulated bag. Oomph, don't worry, Dad.
A young man stepped out of the shadows.
He wore an ice battle robe, his hair was blue and white, and his eyes looked like snake eyes as he stared at Chairman Zhao. A snow-white fox stood on his shoulder, continuously emitting cold air. With this cold spirit fruit, plus the beginner-level ice source you provided me, my snow spirit will definitely break through to the 5-star realm before graduation exams and defeat that guy named Aochen. Damn it!
Hurry up and dye your hair back.
Ever since you awakened that stinky fox, there hasn't been a day of peace. Custom battle robes, wearing colored contact lenses, not to mention even getting photon skin treatment to make your skin look like a corpse. I tolerated all of that. Today you even dyed your hair, I can't tolerate this anymore. Come here. See if I don't beat you to death. Hey, hey, hey! Dad! Dad!
I'm just matching the style with my battle beast. This way, others will know that my battle beast is ice type.
Hey, hey! Don't use the hanger. Don't run.
If I don't beat you to death today, I'll write the character Zhao backwards.
I've already awakened my beast companion. I'm bringing glory to our family. Can't I even dye my hair? You talk about bringing glory only after you've been accepted into a beast mastery college.
Until you're accepted, don't give me this nonsense.
Chapter 19 joined the Beast Master Alliance. Time quickly passed, and the weekend arrived soon. He, with the help of the system, Sister Yu Chang, and the initial stage fire source given by the school, had raised the little tiger to the mid-stage of level 3 in the Beast Mastery realm. This speed was already quite slow. Previously, his little tiger was at the mid-level 2 in the Beast Mastery realm, on par with Wang Li, but now Wang Li's phoenix had reached the late stage of level 3, almost at its peak. He sighed. Every early stage of a realm is relatively easy to upgrade, but after breaking through level 5, the upgrade to the late stage of the realm becomes increasingly difficult. Some people even need years or even decades to reach the battle realm, and breaking through in a large realm is even harder. He wondered if he could reach the mid to high realm in his lifetime. The spiritual sources in the system shop are not sold separately. 100 initial stage spiritual sources cost 100,000 battle points. He only had less than 10,000 battle points right now. In lower realms, only initial stage spiritual sources can be used. Using mid-stage spiritual sources not only cannot be absorbed but also carries the risk of exploding and dying. Moreover, the need for initial stage spiritual sources increases as one progresses. So raising contract beasts is a money-burning project. It's okay to keep them as pets, but if you really plan to cultivate them, the pressure is even greater than raising children. However, there are benefits too. Once contract beasts grow, they can help their masters hunt battle beasts, collect herbs, and ease some resource pressure. He sat at the agreed spot with Wang Ko, and seeing that he hadn't arrived yet, he took out the cultivation method given by Yu Chang and began to study it earnestly. He only recalled having this book today. The branch of the Beast Master Alliance was not in District C of Yuzhou City, the journey was quite far, so he took the book with him, treating it as entertainment on the road, and to see if he could learn something useful from it. After reading for a while, a system panel suddenly popped up. Detected 3 fatal errors in this book. Do you want to spend 2,000 battle points to correct them? Ha! He was taken aback, then quickly realized. This system is impressive. Correct. The host's book error content has been modified. He looked again and saw that the content of the book had changed. He rapidly consumed 3,000 battle points to learn the content quickly, his battle points plummeted, but he didn't care. A flood of knowledge surged into his mind, and Yu's eyes instantly widened. He suddenly realized that if he really followed the system's modified content, the world would fall into chaos. The level of chaos would be no less than the previous blue star mutation. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the little tiger and had it breathe fire to burn the modified book. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground, he broke out in cold sweat, wiping his forehead with lingering fear. He also had to keep the content he just saw buried in his stomach, absolutely must not let it out, and it would be best to forget it quickly. The content modified by the system is not simply amoral, it is anti-human and contains cultivation methods deserving of execution 800 times. Why doesn't the host like this? The system suddenly appeared in front of Hiyu. This isn't a matter of like or dislike. Hiyu looked at the system, feeling strangely fearful. Letting the contract space go out of control, forcibly merging humans and battle beasts through the connection after the contract goes out of control, ignoring all side effects, just for the sake of merging the cultivation abilities of battle beasts. That's not human at all. But aren't humans also experimenting on battle beasts, forcibly implanting them with mechanical bodies, and even merging them with other creatures? Isn't that how the mutants came about? So the people doing that were shot after the world stabilized. The system stopped talking. Hiyu tried hard to calm his emotions, he didn't know why, but ever since meeting the system, his usually rational self often lost control of his feelings. Hey! Hiyu! At that moment, a car horn sounded, and Hiyu turned to see Wang Li sitting in an electric car, waving at him. Sorry to keep you waiting. When I was about to leave, the electric rat I keep at home got lost. It took me half an hour to find him in the power box at home. As he spoke, Wang Li smiled and pointed to the battery box behind the car. Hiyu followed his finger and indeed saw a baby-sized yellow rat with wires clamped between its big front teeth, continuously powering the electric car. At that moment, the system popped up a panel. Electric rat. Attribute, electric. Type, battle beast, normal. Level, 4 stars. Appearance, common. Pikachu? Hiyu exclaimed, looking at the electric rat in surprise. You guessed it right, this guy's name is Pikachu. Wang Li laughed. Aren't you a humanoid species? How do you also have a battle beast? Who says humanoid species can't keep battle beasts as pets? Even if we can't form a contract, we can still keep them for fun. Enough talk, get in the car. The Yuzhou City Beastmasters Alliance branch is only open in the mornings on weekends. Hiyu recalled his little tiger, opened the car door, and got in. Hiyu sat in the passenger seat and buckled his seatbelt. If you want to join our team as a temporary member, I need to explain the team rules to you. First, do not harm your teammates, especially when it comes to the distribution of loot. Arguments are allowed, but no matter how intense the argument gets, you are not allowed to attack your teammates. Second, the distribution of loot means everyone gathers the battle beasts they defeated, and when leaving, the team leader will decide who gets a bigger share based on contributions or the amount of loot obtained. Third, and most importantly, if you encounter danger, forget about the loot and escape with the team. If you get separated, just go back to the assembly point alone, no one will blame you. Can you manage all this? Of course. Hiyu nodded. That's good. At that time, just stick with the group since you're the newbie. If anyone makes things difficult for you, just tell me, and I will stand up for you. Thank you, Captain. Hiyu said, smiling happily. After driving for more than an hour, they finally arrived at a huge building. The building was only 2 stories tall but quite large, occupying at least 3 acres, which is about 2,000 square meters. The electronic screen at the entrance lit up with 3 striking red characters, Beastmasters Alliance. As soon as they entered, Hiyu dropped his jaw in amazement. Everything around him was something he had never seen in Area C. A bunch of people dressed in various protective suits moved around, some rode their contracted beasts casually, while others, covered in blood, stood beside staff members who were counting their loot. There are so many humanoid species here. Hiyu exclaimed, I thought humanoid species were rare. Not at all. Wang Li smiled, humanoid species make up 1/10 of the human population and are valuable combat forces, so the official organization is very willing to accept us. Oh, Captain Wang Li. A woman in an official uniform saw Wang Li and walked over with a smile, asking, You're back again, but I thought your team wasn't on a mission today? I'm here with a rookie who has potential. Wang Li replied, smiling, and patted Hiyu on the back. Wang Li's strength was great, and this slap nearly made Hiyu cough up blood, his back making a bang 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 sound. He wants to join our team, can you help him register? Become an ordinary member and join our team as a temporary member. But Captain Wang Li, it's not that I want to say this, your team is already at full capacity, the woman advised. According to the rules, 4 members is the minimum requirement for a team, and with 6, it's already full. If you want to add new members, you need to submit an application above, and only if it gets approved can you continue to accommodate new members. TCH, so troublesome. Wang Li scratched his head in distress. After all these years of contribution, can I get one more spot? No, it's the rule. Applications take at least 10 days to half a month to process. Wang Li anxiously pulled at his hair. But becoming an ordinary member is still allowed, it's just that without a team, it will be quite difficult to complete the monthly tasks on your own, the woman added. I can accept that, Hiyu nodded. Then it can only be this way. Wang Li glanced at Hiyu with embarrassment. Sorry, Hiyu, we originally said the team would take you in, but it seems we can only wait for the application to be approved. It's fine. Brother Wang Ku. He smiled.
I'm already very satisfied to join the Beast Alliance and get resources.
Sigh. You kid. Wang Ku looked at He helplessly. Why are you so emotionally stable?
I can't exactly say why I'm always so stable, maybe it has to do with my 2 lives.
Then let's do this, you go join the Beast Alliance first, and I'll submit the application, Wang Ku said to He. No problem. Alright, little brother, please follow me. The woman said and led He towards the front desk. Chapter 20 Encountering Aochen again.
War Beast, asked a male staff member at the front desk.
Blazing Fire Spirit Tiger. Release it. He opened the contract space and let the little tiger out.
Although the little tiger appeared large in front of He, here, it really wasn't much.
3-star in the first realm, meets the requirements. The staff quickly recorded it down. Age? Mine or his?
He pointed to himself and then to the well-behaved little tiger sitting beside him. Yours, the age of the war beast doesn't matter.
Over 18. Pretty young. The staff member remarked while inputting the information. That one next to you seems like he's also 18. Who? He asked in confusion. Him.
The staff pointed to another workstation nearby.
He looked over and instantly widened his eyes.
He saw that familiar figure sitting in a genuine leather chair, surrounded by a dozen small followers, constantly arguing with the staff.
Why can't these people join the Beast Alliance?
They are all my subordinates and my little brothers. The Beast Alliance is an official organization and does not accept petty thugs, please understand. Also, apart from this person next to you, the others do not have contract beasts and do not meet the hiring requirements.
What do they need a contract beast for? As their boss, I can take care of them all myself. Aochen yelled at the staff. I am Aochen.
The one with a companion beast of divine quality.
Who in Yuzhou City doesn't know my name? Call your superior out. I thought someone was making a ruckus here.
A mocking voice came, and Aochen angrily turned his head, only to see He looking at him with a face full of derision.
No wonder you're the leader of thugs, your way of doing things is like a rogue. Aochen frowned as he looked at He.
Aochen's sharp eyes made He feel uncomfortable.
Aochen's frown deepened, his expression becoming strangely perplexed. What do you want? Do you want to fight me in the hall of the Beast Alliance branch? He cautiously watched Aochen. You?
Aochen slowly opened his mouth, his cold tone filled with undeniable authority. He and the little tiger immediately prepared for battle. Suddenly, Aochen relaxed his frown, looking surprised and puzzled as he asked, Who are you? Put.
He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Battle value plus 90. Don't you recognize me? He pointed at himself, angrily saying, It's me. He from Yuling High School. The one who beat up your little brother a few days ago. Oh. It's you. Aochen pointed at He, smiling with surprise. What's with your surprised expression? Battle value plus 200. My apologies.
The contract beast, a little thug from the Emerald Spirit Deer, spoke to He. Our boss has facial blindness and can't tell people apart. He recognizes based on hairstyle, clothing, and whether someone has special traits.
You're dressed differently today than that day, so the boss didn't recognize you.
He looked at the little thug's colorful and various hairstyles, unable to stop his mouth from twitching.
No wonder they picked little thugs as underlings. Also, who did you beat up?
The little thug suddenly turned aggressive, pointing at He's nose, and scolded, That was clearly your tiger ambushing me.
Otherwise, my deer wouldn't have lost to you. How dare you say I ambushed you? Who started the fight without a word? Who is blocking people at our school gate? He shouted back at the little thug, You're the one filing the first complaint, huh? Battle value plus 300. Have the guts to fight again. Who's afraid of whom? Little tiger. Bite him. Wow.
Little tiger stood up, taking an attacking stance toward the little thug.
Please do not engage in combat in the lobby.
The staff reminded expressionlessly, otherwise, your eligibility to join the Beast Tamer Alliance will be revoked, and you will be permanently blacklisted. Hearing this, He and little tiger froze, looking at the staff in disbelief.
Come back. He hurriedly pulled little tiger back behind him.
The little thug also coughed and withdrew into his contract space.
However, battles and verbal disputes between contract masters are allowed, as long as it's not too loud, the staff added.
Upon hearing this, the little thug suddenly laughed out loud, Ha!
The summoner goes in directly. Isn't this easy to solve? With so many of us, are we afraid of you?
Before he could finish, a frying pan smashed into his face, immediately causing his face to sink in.
Everyone present looked at Hiyu in shock. Battle value plus 500. Hiyu kept pulling frying pans out of his personal space, laughing loudly, ha ha ha. Didn't expect this, did you? Your dad is a space ability user. As he spoke, he threw the frying pans like scattering flowers, hitting the group of thugs and causing them to flee while covering their heads. Take this. Red Wolf style. Invincible frying pan. Ha ha ha. Battle value plus 999. Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 998. Battle value plus. In an instant, the little thugs were carrying Aochen and running everywhere, while Hiyu chased after them all around the hall. Oh, finally finished writing. Wang Li walked out of the office with a tired face, rubbing his sore wrists. This is more tiring than hunting battle beasts. So many words I don't know how to write. Why does Hiyu have such a hard name to write? Wang Li walked into the lobby, looking around to see where Hiyu was. Then a group of little thugs ran past him carrying a genuine leather chair, and there was someone sitting on it. Wang Li stared at the group of little thugs, puzzled. What is this? Performance art? Then dozens of frying pans flew past him, followed by loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll show you what manners and humility are. He zoomed past Wang Li riding Little Tiger, and Wang Li's eyes widened in shock. What's that Gatling thing? Why does it look so familiar? Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 999. Battle value plus. Hiyu was now going crazy with joy, so he could release his anger for himself and Wang Li, earn battle value, and most importantly, he had easily picked up these frying pans on the way and didn't have to worry about running out of them. I have created a perpetual motion machine. Ha 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 ha. An hour later, the perpetual motion machine and its parts fell down, exhausted. Aochen, covered in bumps, was beaten by a frying pan. Carried by his little brothers, he looked so obvious, refusing to bend down. It would be strange if he wasn't beaten. It's Hiyu, right? Aochen, with a bruised face, looked at Hiyu, his eyes filled with hatred. I will remember you. You've already said that last time. Hiyu gasped heavily, nearly exhausted. You also got the ordinary member qualification certificate, right? Aochen looked at Hiyu, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Then let's compare who completes more tasks in the area we are responsible for. Not interested. Hiyu waved his hand. Not interested? Aochen looked at Hiyu in surprise. My goal is the graduation test. Hiyu explained, I will just spare some time to complete the tasks assigned to me. My main purpose is still my studies. If you want, then let's match on graduation test day. Okay. Let's match. I like it. Aochen clenched his fist towards Hiyu. Let's go. Upon hearing this, although the little brothers were still recovering, they held up Aochen's chair and walked towards the door. Can't you walk by yourself? Hiyu shouted at Aochen. A king never walks on his own. Aochen's voice echoed in the hall. A king's feet will not touch the ground because of things outside of battle. Looking at Aochen's carefree back, Hiyu's eyelids twitched. Lazy, crazy middle schooler. Chapter 21 First Mission. Hiyu looked happily at the hunting license in his hand. Now he was also a man with a hunting permit. The higher-ups will issue tasks to you once a month. If there's something important this month and you can't complete it, you can carry it over to next month, up to a maximum of 12 months. If you don't complete the task after 12 months, your membership will be cancelled, and you won't be able to rejoin for the next 5 years. Please pay attention, the young lady at the front desk explained to Hiyu. Okay. No problem. Hiyu smiled. The tasks for this month have been assigned to you. Please check the official public account on your phone. Hearing this, Hiyu took out his phone and began to check. Entering the public account, logging into his system interface, a red one kept flashing. Hiyu clicked to open it. Task, find 5 red sunflowers and 10 blazing roots. Note, no restrictions on methods. These are all ordinary materials, commonly found, let alone after that fierce fire tiger came. The fire attribute energy was abundant, and the entire outer forest of Yuzhou City was not lacking these things. By the way, this no restrictions means that even buying them from the material market is fine, right? Hiyu hesitated for a moment and finally decided to search the outer forest. It had also been a while since he visited Sister Yushan, so it was a great opportunity to see her. Currently, because you are not full attendance, your salary is only 1,000 yuan plus 1 fire and 1 beast source, the young lady at the front desk explained. Your salary will be paid at the end of this month. Oh my god. Wang Li suddenly shouted, startling Hiyu. He held one hand with his phone, covered his head with the other, and stared wide-eyed at the emergency task on his phone. A university biological research team wants to study the ecology of wildfire tigers, and because they are unfamiliar with the terrain, they left sea area and got lost in the forest? What the hell? Wang Ko really wanted to curse these people's 18 generations of ancestors.
Such a good holiday is ruined. He originally wanted to stay at home and play games. There are only 2 squads in Area C, one is Wang Ko's Battle Spirit Squad, and the other is the Fiery Wolf Squad. These 2 squads usually implement a shift system, one squad patrols for 2 days, while the other squad rests and is on standby for emergency tasks. Now the Fiery Wolf Squad is patrolling the outer area of C to prevent battle beasts, wild beasts, or those lawbreakers from entering Yuzhou City, so now only the Battle Spirit Squad can be mobilized.
I really don't understand what these people are thinking. That blazing spirit tiger has cubs, doesn't it? And it's a top tier one.
Never mind that, you shouldn't easily provoke a blazing spirit tiger anyway.
Wang Ke looked at his phone with dissatisfaction.
He can only pray that those people were still alive. It said there were a total of 6 people entering the forest. He hoped there wouldn't be any fools getting lost by themselves. Thinking this, Wang Ke slapped himself.
What am I thinking? Damn my bad luck.
I hope nothing bad happens.
Just don't let it come true. Wait a minute.
Wang Ke then saw a notification on his phone.
There are 2 intermediate teams leading the way. Aside from us, there are also 3 other beginner teams? Wang Ke was taken aback, then excitedly clenched his fists. Nice. There's a way out. Wang Ke quickly turned to Yu. Do you want to join?
The rules allow regular members to participate. If you don't pay, you're responsible for your own safety. If you pay, the intermediate team will protect you.
How much would it be for them to protect me? Yu asked. Based on the fees for intermediate teams, it's 50,000 a day. 50,000? Yu exclaimed in shock. That's already very cheap. Usually, it's 80,000 a day. 80,000? Is there a discount for this event?
There will be, but only for emergency tasks, Wang Ke nodded.
Yu looked at his balance.
He had just bought 10 spirit sources a few days ago to upgrade his berserk enhancement skill to LV3, and now he had less than 2 million left. As for the difference after upgrading to LV3, Yu wasn't sure. He felt more conscious after going berserk than at LV1, and the fatigue afterward had decreased a lot, at least he wouldn't collapse and be unable to move. But he felt sorry for his little savings. Forget it, I'll just be more careful.
Yu waved his hand. Okay, let's meet at the entrance of Area C at 3 p.m. today. Let's go eat first, and after we finish eating, we'll have just enough time to get there, Wang Ke said with a smile. At 3 p.m., Wang Ke drove Yu to the meeting place.
There were already several people waiting at the entrance of Area C, and Wang Ke's team members had all arrived.
Captain.
Yu. Li Mingtong waved and smiled at Wang Ke and Yu as they got out of the car.
Old Li. Wang Ke and Yu waved back smilingly.
So this is the new team member the captain is recruiting? A female team member in a green long dress laughed while poking Li Mingtong's round belly.
Why didn't you say he's a cute little brother? Because every time a new member comes, the one who bullies them the most is you, Lena.
A short-haired man in a white combat uniform said with a sigh. When Qiongqi got bullied by you and cried, it was me who comforted him for a long time.
I didn't know Qiongqi was so timid.
Lena pouted, her 2 fingers fiddling together, and he's such a crybaby. Hearing this, a boy in a yellow battle uniform, whose face looked exquisitely childlike, suddenly showed a glimmer in his eyes, his mouth twitching.
It seemed like he was about to cry. Hey, don't cry, don't cry. Sister Lena was just teasing you, the white-clad man quickly stepped forward to comfort Qiongqi.
See, I told you he's a crybaby, Lena muttered softly.
You don't need to make it worse.
A tall woman with bright red hair, dressed in a red battle uniform and an explosive figure, sighed and rubbed her forehead.
Wang Ke brought Yu to the team and began to introduce the members one by one. Li Mingtong, you've met your Uncle Li.
His battle beast is the stone-armored bear, ordinary quality, with an 8-star rating.
He's our team's tank, Wang Ke pointed to Li Mingtong and introduced. Hello, Uncle Li.
Ha ha ha. Li Mingtong pulled Yu over, ruffled his hair with his fist. I heard the captain say that if all goes well and you join our team, then we'll be family.
Ha ha.
Then I'll need Uncle Li's guidance from now on.
Yu laughed heartily.
This guy in the white battle uniform is called Chen Yao, 25 years old, a light-type healer. The battle beast is a common quality spirit mushroom, level 8 in the realm. We usually call him Dad.
Hello. Chen Yao nodded reservedly. This auntie. Cough cough. Lena coughed twice.
Oh, this sister is called Lena, a wood-type controller. Her battle beast is a common quality giant vine flower, level 9 in the realm.
Hello little brother, Lena greeted Yu with a smile.
For some reason, Yu felt that this smile was a bit sinister.
Wang Ke glared at Lena. At 30 years old, still pretending to be young.
This one is called Qiongqi, the happy fruit and pet of our team, 20 years old this year, lightning type output. His battle beast is an excellent quality thunder python, level 9 in the realm, a genius who has 1 foot in level 10.
Qiongqi wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and greeted Hiyu. Hello.
Hiyu looked at Qiongqi, who was a head shorter than him and as delicate as a porcelain doll. Even he couldn't believe this person was a boy, and he was actually 2 years older than him. This is Qiongqi, a fire type output. Her battle beast is a normal quality flame fire ape, level 8 in the realm, a very reliable person in our team. We usually call her Sister Xia. I am 28 this year, 10 years older than you. Qiongqi said with hands on her hips and a smile.
Lastly, I am Wang Ku.
Wang Ku smiled and pointed to himself, 28 years old, battle type, humanoid species, close combat output, level 9 in the realm. Our humanoid species has no quality distinction. Hiyu smiled and nodded, 18 years old, his battle beast is a normal quality blazing fire spirit tiger, level 3 in the realm. Please treat me kindly in the future.
Is everyone here?
At that moment, a strong voice shouted out. The crowd turned to look and saw a man who appeared to be 30 years old standing solemnly at the front of the line, surveying the surroundings.
If everyone is here, then let's set off. Chapter 22, Searching for Researchers. He walked in the battle spirit team, watching the leading intermediate team.
The captain at the forefront was a powerful level 8 in the realm, 34 years old. Although he was clearly not enough against the blazing fire spirit tiger mother, he was adequate for rescue efforts. Besides, they didn't come this time to fight the mother tiger, but to bring back those 6 researchers. The entire team was divided into 2 squads, 1 intermediate squad accompanying 2 beginner squads. The battle spirit team was following one of these squads. That big brother is called Luha, an ability user of the detection system, able to sense life breath. Wang Ku explained to Hiyu, he is quite famous in the intermediate squad, and although his battle beast, the sniffing dog, has a common quality, its smelling ability is very useful for rescue, so even if his aptitude is mediocre, the authorities are willing to spend resources on him.
Hearing this, Hiyu nodded.
This ability is just too appropriate for rescue, no wonder the authorities are willing to invest resources to train him. At that moment, the team stopped moving. Everyone looked questioningly at Luha, but they saw Luha with a face full of tension.
Luha turned to look at a huge cave about 200 meters away.
The cave was covered by trees, and probably only Luha could have discovered it. Hiyu looked in that direction and suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. That seems to be the cave where he met Sister Yu Chang. It can't be.
Sure enough, the next moment, Lui's actions confirmed Hiyu's guess. We mean no offense.
Luha pressed his fist against his palm, bowing respectfully toward that direction.
We are just here to find our lost personnel and did not intend to intrude on your territory, please forgive us.
A flapping sound of wings came from inside the cave, and then it fell silent.
Luha knew that this meant the other party was not holding it against them. Crisis averted, let's go.
Luha said to the people behind him.
Captain, why not ask that elder if it has seen where those 6 people went?
A man who looked somewhat foolish smiled at Luha.
How did I ever include you in the squad?
Luha frowned at the man, she has already been merciful and let us off the hook.
Don't you want to push your luck further? I just think this way we can find those 6 people earlier.
The man said with a hint of grievance. Luha frowned, no longer bothered with him, and quickly led the team away. When Hiyu left, he saw a white figure excitedly waving at him. Seeing this, Hiyu slowly moved to the back of the team and quietly slipped away while everyone wasn't paying attention.
Ha!
Luha suddenly looked at the escaping Hiyu with a face full of terror. Just as Luha was about to go catch Hiyu back, his body paused, and his expression became strange.
What's wrong, Captain? A burly man in the team looked at Luha.
This. Luha sensed Hiyu's movements and for a moment couldn't decide whether to stop him. Finally, when he sensed that presence placing an insect leg on Hiyu's head and gently stroking it, he felt like his worldview was struck a huge blow. He looked in disbelief at the direction of the cave, his eyes almost popping out in surprise.
What's going on? Captain, your expression seems a bit off. Amazing.
Luha finally murmured 2 words, shook his head, and continued on with the team. On the other side.
Why do you have time to visit Sister today?
Yu Chang gently patted Hiyu's head and smiled warmly.
I'm on a mission today and came to see you, Sister Yu Chang.
Hiyu smiled, taking off his backpack, revealing a pile of palm-sized mulberry leaves inside.
A gift?
Here.
Hiyu handed the mulberry leaves to Yu Chang. Yu Chang looked at the mulberry leaves and couldn't help but swallow hard. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Then without hesitation, she began to eat them in big bites.
Hiyu obediently sat to the side, quietly watching Yu Chang finish eating. After Yu Chang finished all the mulberry leaves, she licked her lips with lingering desire and began to officially answer Hiyu's question.
Sister Yu Chang, have you seen 6 people come to the forest?
6 humans, huh? Yu Chang propped her head and thought for a moment. There was a team dressed in white coats, each looking like scholars, 4 men and 2 women in total, who followed the fiery spirit tiger's tracks deep into the forest yesterday. Yu understood that they had received official permission to observe the fiery spirit tiger, thus allowing them to pass through the perimeter's initial team search. He had originally paid $200 as a toll to enter the forest. Without paying, one couldn't enter.
Sneaking in would also be caught by surveillance.
The main purpose of this $200 was to allow the initial team to protect you when you encountered danger.
By the way, has that female tiger tried to find you during this time, Sister Yu Chang?
Yu asked. She has. Yu Chang nodded. She wanted me to leave this forest. I can't fight her, and she cares about her cubs, plus I can fly, so she can't do anything about me, even though I have clearly stated that I mean no harm.
Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. Sister Yu Chang, can you follow our team and protect us when the female tiger appears?
You little brat are pushing your luck.
Yu Chang flicked Yu on the forehead.
Yu covered his head, looking at Yu Chang with grievance, making Yu Chang's heart nearly melt.
Don't look at me like that. Oh, my heart is about to melt.
Yu Chang held her chest, looking like a human seeing a kitten. I'll help you, I'll help you.
Thank you, Sister Yu Chang. Yu said joyfully. The premise is that if you encounter danger, if you don't encounter any danger that you can't solve, then I won't help. Yu Chang said solemnly. No problem.
Yu nodded vigorously. Lu Hao looked up, surprised to see a figure in the sky behind the team, hidden in the sunlight, not far from them, his eyes nearly popping out. He turned back and took another look at Yu, who was chatting and laughing with the battle spirit team, and felt his worldview shatter completely. How did this kid get connected with such a thing?
Where did you just go, you brat? Lena pinched Yu's cheek, smiling as she asked. I went to the restroom.
Yu replied with a smile.
Does it take this long to use the restroom?
Xia Qingchuan expressed confusion.
It was a big one.
Yu explained with a smile.
Chen Yao noticed something shiny on Yu and reached out to take it off. Scale powder?
Chen Yao looked at Yu and asked, why do you have scale powder on you? There were butterflies there, so I got some on me.
Yu explained, his face unchanged and heartbeat steady. Chen Yao didn't say anything. The scale powder was too large, it definitely wasn't from butterflies like Yu said. But he didn't ask more.
Everyone had their secrets, and it was not good to pry too much.
As long as it didn't threaten humanity and the team, he could just pretend he didn't see it. Chapter 23, Beast God Association. Oh, this is mine. Oh, clearly it's mine.
A male and female flame spirit tiger, each about 4 meters tall, were fighting over a rattan ball, a toy woven by their mother. Their mother went out to hunt, leaving the 2 little ones to play at home.
Oh, give it to me. Oh, no way.
The 2 little tigers gathered flames in their mouths, launching them at each other. The thick flames collided, creating an instant explosion of high pressure that blew away all lightweight objects nearby. Seeing they couldn't harm each other, both flame spirit tigers increased their firepower, the flames in their mouths rising to a new level. Under the increasing wind pressure, the rattan ball began to shake. The 2 little tigers stopped breathing fire simultaneously, glaring at each other. A crimson glow appeared at their bellies within the atmosphere filled with hostility, a fireball with a temperature reaching over 1,000 degrees Celsius continuously condensed in their chests.
Boom!
2 fireballs the size of human heads collided, and at the moment they met in the air, a fierce explosion erupted, the powerful wind pressure bending trees as thick as a person's waist. The rattan ball nearby ultimately couldn't withstand it anymore, blown away by the strong wind toward the edge of the forest.
Oh, my ball. Oh, no, it's mine. The 2 tigers saw the ball fly away and hurriedly ran to chase it. Oh, don't run. My ball. Oh, it's my ball.
In the woods a kilometer away, a figure wearing a black mask watched the 2 little tigers leave and breathed a sigh of relief.
Beast God Association.
Behind him, 6 figures in white coats were held at bay by a huge black demon mantis with 6 sickle-like arms pressing against their necks. They looked at the masked figure and questioned him.
What are you doing here? What are we doing? Aren't you all very clear about that? The masked man turned to look at the 6. The official Beast Master Alliance has already sent someone to find you, right?
The masked man calmly looked down at the leading elderly scholar and kicked him aside. Under the elderly scholar was a damaged emergency distress signal. Once broken, the official Beast Master Alliance would receive the news and send rescue. What's the highest combat strength of the ones coming? The masked man asked the 6. The 6 did not respond, just stared fiercely at the masked man. The masked man scanned everyone and then kicked a young man to the ground, stepping on his face. Speak. Ugh. The man bit down hard on his teeth, refusing to let out a sound. The masked man continued to apply pressure while twisting his foot, tormenting the man. Ugh! The man let out a painful cry, making anyone who heard it feel distressed. Tisk! The masked man released the man, who lay on the ground gasping for breath. If it weren't for the fear that the smell of blood would attract the mother tiger, the masked man glared at the man in frustration. You Beast God Association had all your core members wiped out by 4 lords in the Knights Alliance 10 years ago, haven't you learned your lesson? The old man beside him scolded the masked man. Don't bring those guys up. The masked man's eyes revealed a fierce glint. Our Beast God Society is not at its end. You experiment with war beasts and humans, and all countries look down on you. As long as the fusion experiment of humans and war beasts is successful, and humans and war beasts become mainstream, and humans also possess cultivation abilities, then everything we do will be worth it. Then why don't we see you fusing with your own war beast? The experiment is still unstable. Every experimental subject doesn't last more than 3 days. Members obviously can't be used. So you use ordinary people for experiments with war beasts? Are you even human? The masked man looked at the old man, trying hard to calm his emotions. I won't argue with you, you know nothing. Your understanding of us only comes from that group of lowly dogs. At least they are more human than you. Humph. The masked man let out a cold snort, then a symbol on the back of his hand lit up, a huge contract ring appeared, and a 2-meter-tall giant wolf covered in ice appeared behind the 6 people. Cold Snow Wolf, keep an eye on them. Demon Scythe Mantis, let's go, we need to capture those 2 flame spirit tiger cubs. The demon mantis flapped its wings, passed over the 6 people, and followed the masked man. Time to rest. Hearing this, everyone stopped. Looking at the crimson and golden hues gradually fading from the sky, everyone began to set up simple tents. Spirit Fox Team, this is Dogfighting Team, please respond, over. Luha shouted into the walkie-talkie while sitting by the campfire. Dogfighting Team, this is Spirit Fox Team, how is your search going? Over. Found nothing, but my scent dog and my detection ability can sense something close. It seems they have been in the same place without moving. We are currently stationed, and if we walk a few more hours tomorrow, we should be able to find them, over. It looks like you guys are going to achieve something again. Truly the rescue experts, much better than us amateurs, over. Old man, there's something I need to tell you, but you definitely won't believe it, over. What's so mysterious that you have to tell me? Make me laugh, over. Not now, too many people around. I'll tell you tomorrow. There's an ordinary member kid I brought who completely refreshed my worldview. Don't tell anyone when I tell you, over. Wow, so mysterious and not allowed to tell, I'm even more looking forward to tomorrow, over. Luha put down the walkie-talkie and turned to look into the darkness. He could feel that the Tianyu silkworm moth was still following them, currently hiding in the dark, quietly observing Hiyu. A tier Tianyu silkworm moth, the medium-heavy first realm, he hadn't seen many in his life, yet willingly protecting Hiyu, who was a 3-star realm, he couldn't believe it if he spoke of it. Luha again turned to look at Hiyu, who was setting up a tent nearby. Could this guy be from a big family? Hiyu? Is it the He family from my impression? Luha shook his head to dismiss the thought. Then this guy named Aochen came to our school to challenge. If you don't fight him, he blocks you. Hiyu was telling Wang Ku and the others about his previous encounter. Then his underlings showed up, releasing a jade spirit deer to fight my deskmate. At that time, I couldn't suppress my little tiger, so I had to let it out. Then that guy's jade spirit deer was killed in one hit by my little tiger, so talk to my little tiger if something's up. Ha ha ha. Well done. For scumbags like this, they should be taught a lesson. Li Mingtong laughed heartily and patted Hiyu on the shoulder. You're not afraid of trouble at critical times. Xia Qingchuan smiled, no wonder the captain has his eyes on you and must bring you into our team. I'm just okay. Hiyu scratched his head shyly. He also couldn't resist the praise. Oh dear, Hiyu brother, the sister seems unable to drive this nail in. Can you help my sister? Lena smiled and waved at Hiyu. No problem. Hiyu was now flattered and took the hammer from Lena's hand, striking down at the nail she pointed to. Hey, don't. Qingyu whispered a reminder, but it was too late. Bang! A loud crash rang out, and everyone instinctively turned around. Hiyu was scared and fell to the ground, mouth agape, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Lena laughed, clutching her belly. It's a firecracker. I buried it in the dirt. When you hit it, it explodes. Lena laughed recklessly, she loved to tease newcomers. Suddenly, a killing intent rushed from behind, causing Lena to shudder, beads of sweat dripping from her head. She turned around sharply, but saw nothing, only the pitch-black forest. At this moment, Louis's heart was in his throat. He clearly sensed that the celestial silk moth was furious, and it truly wanted to kill Lena. Seeing Lena's expression, Hiyu immediately understood what was happening, quickly turning around, his eyes crazily signaling.
It's just a harmless little joke, I'm not hurt.
Seeing Hiyu's gaze, the celestial silk moth slowly retracted its killing intent in anger. At this sight, Louis's tense heart finally began to relax, the cold sweat on his forehead continuously oozing out. Lena looked at Hiyu, then at the forest, as if she understood something, a hint of fear flashing in her heart.
This guy seems like someone I can't provoke casually. Teasing Hiyu, he probably wouldn't mind, but that presence in the forest would definitely twist my head off.
From then on, Lena dared not be playful and obediently set up her tent.
Chapter 24, The Tiger Siblings.
After setting up the tent, everyone gathered around the bonfire and began to tell their stories. Back in my school days, someone came to pick a fight, and I was the only one in the whole school who tamed a battle beast. When I released my electric snake, they all laughed because my electric snake was only the size of a palm. But when they looked again, they were stunned because my electric snake was at the 5-star level while their strongest was only at the 2-star level. A somewhat disheveled man animatedly told his story to everyone. They had already taken turns sharing, and only Lu Ha and Hiyu had not yet spoken. After the man finished, everyone almost simultaneously turned to Lu Ha.
What do you all want to hear? Lu Ha asked.
The story about how you were chosen by the officials, someone teased. Then, more people began to cheer, wanting to hear Louis's story.
Do you all want to hear it? Alright, then let me tell you some old tales.
Lu Ha smiled, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Back then, when I had just awakened my contract space and supernatural powers, there were no companion beasts in my contract space, and I couldn't use my supernatural powers for combat. At that time, the organization called Beast God Society had just been destroyed, and the world was in a great craze for strength and power.
I didn't know what to do. After graduation, I didn't get into college and just wandered outside. Hiyu quietly listened, enjoying this atmosphere.
He originally thought someone would look down on him as an ordinary member while setting up the tent, but now he realized he had overthought it. Everyone was just busy with their own things, all were almost just common folks.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined the Beast Alliance.
The children of family powers and nobles looked down on the little salary from the Beast Alliance, and there were special hunting grounds for hunting, but common people were different. They needed this job to survive, and they needed help when they encountered danger, so naturally they wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for their colleagues. At that time, there was an earthquake in Yuzhou City, many buildings collapsed, and most of the official personnel who arrived were from the power system, who only knew how to fight and didn't know how to search for survivors. It was at that moment that I stepped forward, and together with a sniffing dog, a common battle beast raised by humans, we conducted the search and rescue work.
I know. Li Mingtong interrupted, you are our senior from school. Our teacher mentioned you. He said that at that time, you and the dog found many survivors, almost half of all the survivors. Because of you, the survival rate of that disaster reached 70%.
Old Li.
Wang Li suddenly scolded, don't interrupt the senior when he's speaking. It's fine.
Lu Ha smiled and waved his hand casually, I didn't expect to run into a junior here, it actually surprises me.
Ha ha.
Li Mingtong laughed, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head.
What he said is correct.
During that disaster, my dog and I made a great contribution.
Afterward, the officials started paying more attention to surveying and rescue work.
Later, the old city lord personally met with me and made me a member of the Beastmaster Alliance, giving me more rewards and cultivation resources than ordinary people.
That's all I have to say, little one, now I'd like to hear your story.
Lu Ha said as he looked at Hiyu.
Everyone turned to look at Hiyu.
They were very curious about what kind of experience Hiyu had, one that even someone like Senior Lu Ha was interested in.
Me?
Hiyu smiled and pointed to himself, then said, my experience is very ordinary. My awakened beast failed, I awakened a space system, but only had a 10 cubic meter personal space.
You have a personal space and still carry a bag? Jean, you asked Hiyu. It's full.
Hiyu said, opening his personal space. In an instant, all kinds of rescue supplies poured out. Medicines, food, 10 spare tents, all sorts of miscellaneous things appeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd was momentarily speechless. Hiyu quickly stuffed everything back in, then gave everyone an awkward smile.
Because my talent wasn't good, I was kicked out by my family and came to Yuzhou City.
To survive, I collected herbs, and then on the road, I encountered an abandoned young blazing fire spirit tiger cub.
Wait a minute. Chanyao suddenly interrupted Hiyu, pointing at the ground with a strange expression, in this forest? Hiyu nodded calmly.
The crowd immediately gasped. So, your blazing fire spirit tiger came from here.
Actually, there's something you haven't mentioned, right?
Lu Ha suddenly leaned over to Hiyu's ear and whispered. Hiyu looked at Lu Ha with a puzzled face.
Lu Ha didn't speak but gave a glance toward the forest. Hiyu immediately understood what he meant and looked at him in astonishment. How did I forget that this senior is a detection system ability user? He's the best at detecting life signals. How could he not have noticed Sister Yuchang? Don't worry, I won't say anything.
Lu He's next words were like a sedative, calming Hiyu down gradually. Even though it wouldn't matter if I did, after all, in Yuzhou City, only the city lord is a one-star general, and no one could harm that celestial feather moth. But still, I respect you. Hiyu nodded upon hearing this. By the way, I just told my fox friend about your story, you don't mind, do you? Lu Ha changed the subject, asking. Hiyu, straight face winky face. You already told your fox friend and still ask me if I mind? Would you believe it if I said I don't mind? Don't worry, that guy's mouth is sealed. Lu Ha smiled. Hiyu rolled his eyes. I don't know if his mouth is sealed, but your mouth will definitely leak information. Alright, everyone rest a little more and then go back to sleep, it's getting late. Lu Ha glanced at the bright moon in the sky and said to everyone. Just as Lu Ha was about to get up, suddenly his body shook. Get down! Lu Ha shouted loudly, startling everyone. But then, everyone immediately followed the order and quickly crouched down. Boom! 2 columns of fire shot out from the forest, brushing past everyone's scalps. The intense heat of the flames scared everyone into staying still. The 2 flames disappeared, and then, 2 tiger roars echoed from the forest. Roar! My ball! Roar! It's mine! Let go! A vine ball, the size of a human head, flew out from the forest and landed on an empty spot nearby. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw 2 fire spirit tigers, 4 meters long with red fur, their bodies burning with flames, rushing out of the forest and fighting each other. Fire spirit tigers? Are those the cubs of that female tiger? Cubs? Aren't they a bit too big? He stood frozen, watching the 2 fire spirit tigers. Just then, the contract ring on the back of his hand suddenly started to heat up. Awah! Awah! The little tiger roared excitedly in the contract space, wanting to rush out. It sensed the presence of its blood-related kin. The male and female tigers suddenly stopped fighting, turning their heads in shock toward Hiyu and the others. Their bloodlines were resonating? Then, in the next second, they became uncontrollably furious. Damn humans, how dare they imprison our bloodkin? We must kill you. The 2 tigers suddenly crouched down. Hiyu had seen the little tiger make this move before and immediately knew it was a unique attack posture for big cats. Everyone, get down! The 2 fire spirit tigers lunged forward, their sharp teeth and claws flashing with cold light, charging toward the group. Chapter 25, Sashimi with Catnip, the tiger's purring belly reveal. Hiyu reacted quickly, pulling out a fine iron cleaver from his storage space, while the contract space appeared in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal striking echoed, and Hiyu, together with the little tiger, blocked the attacks of the 2 fire spirit tigers. The immense strength of the 2 level 5 fire spirit tigers' forelegs transmitted through their arms, making it hard for both Hiyu and the little tiger to hold on. The 2 fire spirit tigers paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that Hiyu and the little tiger were able to withstand their attacks. Taking advantage of the momentary hesitation, Hiyu quickly commanded the little tiger to retreat swiftly, creating distance from the 2 tigers. It hurts. Hiyu clutched his aching arm and warily watched the 2 young tigers. Roar! Roar! The little tiger continuously growled fiercely, its eyes blood-red, as if it wanted to tear its own brother and sister apart. Even if they were blood relatives, they couldn't harm the master. Hiyu! Wang Ku and the others wanted to step forward but were stopped by Lu Ha. Stop! Those are 2 young tigers. Do you want to offend a level 1 mother tiger? Lu Ha glared fiercely at them. But let's watch first. Senior Lu Ha is right, we better not offend the mother tiger. Chen Yao stepped forward and spoke to Wang Ku. You too? Wang Ku looked at Chen Yao with a face full of disbelief. Actually, I want to see. Chen Yao turned his head and looked at Hiyu, who was facing off with the 2 spirit tigers. What kind of ability this guy has that makes the captain treat him like treasure? Hiyu and the little tiger stood side by side, facing the 2 young tigers, who were eyeing them with hunger. Are these the little tiger's siblings? Hiyu thought to himself. Their size was bigger than the little tiger, and they were also at level 5. This was without the aid of spiritual energy, they had grown purely by absorbing fire element energy. If they had absorbed spiritual energy like the little tiger, they might have grown even faster. Compared to them, the little tiger's flame was like a candle, easily extinguished by a breeze, while the flames on these 2 tigers were like the flames of a stove, continuously releasing intense heat. No wonder the little tiger was abandoned. A tear slipped from the corner of Hiyu's eye, and he wiped it away in confusion, staring at the tear on his finger. Did I cry? But this was the original body's experience, what does it have to do with me? What?
The little tiger looked up at Hiyu, like wondering what was wrong with him. I'm fine. Hiyu patted the little tiger's head. Focus. Hiyu was somewhat puzzled. Why had it been so long and the two young tigers hadn't attacked yet? Turning his head, he saw the two young tigers staring blankly at the little tiger, then cautiously moving closer. Roar! The little tiger let out a defiant roar, and the expressions of the two tigers instantly changed. The expressions of the two tigers became fierce again, bending down and taking an attacking stance. Oh no, this silly cat. Hiyu was now feeling the urge to curse. The two tigers lunged at him, the female tiger's claws flickered with a cold light, suddenly swiping at the little tiger's face. The male tiger opened his mouth wide, aiming to bite Hiyu's neck. The little tiger and Hiyu reacted quickly. A burst of flame shot at the female tiger, while Hiyu wielded a machete, striking the male tiger's head with the back of the blade, creating a momentary halt that allowed him to dodge the attack. Combat value plus 1000. Combat value plus 1000. The flames exploded on the female tiger's face, halting her in place and turning her face black. She shook her head wildly, swiping her claws across her face, trying to wipe off the blackness. Hiyu and the little tiger seized the opportunity and charged at the two tigers' waists with all their might. This was a technique taught to them by the man-eating chameleon, and it came in handy now. The two tigers felt a violent impact on their waists, and were thrown back. The female tiger flew about 5 meters before stopping, while the male tiger strained to keep from falling. Combat value plus 1000. Seeing this, Hiyu couldn't help but grit his teeth. After all, the power of a contract master couldn't compare to the power of a contracted beast. Wait a minute. Hiyu suddenly remembered that wasn't there a lottery in the system? Though the odds of getting useful prizes were low, it was the only way for him to obtain something useful. With a thought, a spinning wheel appeared before him. Looking at his over 200,000 combat value, Hiyu was astonished. When did he accumulate so many? Do you want to spend 100,000 combat value for 10 consecutive draws? Hiyu clicked yes. The wheel spun continuously, and 10 prizes were drawn. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, a pair of invincible flip-flops. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, 500 sheets of O4 paper. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, 5 liters of super explosive catnip. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, a box of chewing gum. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, 100 kilograms of premium raw fish. After all 10 draws, every item was a consolation prize, not a single serious prize. However, he did get something useful. Everything happened in an instant. In just 2 seconds, the male tiger regained its composure, flames surrounding its claws, and it swiped at Hiyu with killing intent. Hiyu pushed his legs hard, quickly creating distance, while hastily pulling out a catnip jar about the size of a person, steadying himself before opening the lid. Sniff sniff. The male tiger, who was about to attack again, caught a whiff of the scent and suddenly stopped. Meanwhile, the female tiger and the little tiger, who were once again resting, also caught the scent and halted their attack, curiously looking over at Hiyu. Hiyu took out premium raw fish again, covered it with catnip, and tentatively tossed it to the male tiger. The male tiger lowered its head, sniffed the raw fish, then opened its mouth, licking it with its tongue, which quickly pulled it into its mouth. After savoring it, the male tiger's eyes widened, and it let out a comforting purring sound. Phew! Hiyu let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it worked. Ha! Everyone beside was dumbfounded. Why is this kid carrying such a large jar of catnip? Li Mingtong exclaimed in surprise. Ah! 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 3 tigers, each over 3 meters long, surrounded Hiyu, constantly pawing at him, wanting to eat the raw fish and catnip in his hands. Hey, 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 don't snatch, there's enough for everyone, enough for everyone. Hiyu divided the raw fish dipped in catnip among the 3 tigers, feeding his little tiger the most, making his brother and sister extremely jealous. After feeding, the 3 tigers rolled comfortably on the ground. Hiyu stroked the little tiger's belly, and the little tiger let out a satisfied purr. Crisis averted. Hiyu smiled and gave a thumbs up to everyone. Ha! Luha saw this scene and couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. What a surprising little guy. Impressive. Xia Qingchuan suddenly hugged Hiyu and laughed. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Sashimi paired with catnip, tiger rumbles reveal a belly. Yu chuckled softly. Alas, what a pity. Wang Ku actually wanted to see the moves Hiyu used to defeat the 9th star of the Eater Chameleon, but currently, Hiyu only showed some ordinary moves, not what he wanted to see. But as long as Hiyu was okay, that was fine. Your mind is quite sharp. Chen Yao praised. At this moment, Lu Hao looked towards the forest behind. In the forest, Yu Chang slowly squatted down, finally feeling relieved. She had almost thought that Hiyu wouldn't make it, and no one else seemed to want to help. She would remember this debt and settle it with the city's lord later.
So what should we do with these two now? Someone in Louis's team pointed at the two tigers and asked.
Sigh. Luha sighed, not knowing how to handle it.
While Luha was troubled, he suddenly turned his head sharply, eyes wide in surprise at the direction the two tigers had come from.
Everyone! Attack that way!
A contract space appeared, and a large dog over 2 meters long with a bright red nose appeared on the scene, energy quickly gathering in its mouth, launching an attack first. The white energy ball rushed toward the forest like a missile, the pressure of the battle realm instantly spreading. A sword energy slash suddenly came, cutting the white energy ball in half, flying past the crowd.
Battle realm 8 stars.
A shadow wearing a mask and a demon mantis over 2 meters tall, wielding 6 sides, walked out from the forest, its calm gaze sweeping over everyone.
You cannot defeat me, a spirit realm 1 star.
The masked man looked at everyone and slowly spoke.
Leave the 3 tigers behind, and you may leave. Chapter 26. Everyone, how many tricks does this kid really have? Leave the 3 tigers behind, and you may leave.
Everyone looked at the masked man, glancing at one another, unsure of what to do.
Who are you? Luha questioned coldly but still politely. I don't want to repeat myself.
The masked man frowned slightly under his mask but remained patient, saying, Give me the 3 blazing spirit tigers, your strongest is only battle realm 8 stars, and even if everyone attacks together, you cannot defeat me, a spirit realm.
Hurry and hand over the tigers to avoid unnecessary suffering.
Luha remained silent. He understood that this person kept avoiding his identity and background, which could only lead to a few possibilities. First, a poacher, wanting to sell the 3 blazing spirit tigers for money.
Second, someone from a big family, wanting to take the blazing spirit tigers as contract beasts for the younger generation of their family.
Third, and the one Luha least wanted to encounter, remnants of the Beast God Society. This person was definitely one of those 3 possibilities. The first 2 would be manageable, but the third. The brutality and anti-human actions of the Beast God Society were well known around the world, otherwise, the united forces of the 4 Lords and the Night Alliance would not have teamed up to wipe out the Beast God Society after the mutation in Blue Star.
Senior.
Hiyu protected the 3 tigers behind him and called out to Luha. Luha came back to his senses, looking at Hiyu with confusion.
Are you afraid of this guy too? Hiyu asked.
Our team might have a slim chance of winning if we work together, but it's almost impossible to keep these 3 blazing spirit tigers safe.
Luha shook his head. Senior, you wouldn't mind if I called my companion out, would you? Hiyu asked. Can you guarantee she won't harm us?
Come on, she's a mermaid tier.
Hiyu chuckled softly. How could we possibly fail to control the range of damage?
We just need you to help act a bit to lower this guy's guard.
What are you rambling about?
The masked man was already starting to lose patience.
Hurry up and hand over the 3 fire spirit tigers.
If we give you the 3 cubs, then the mother tiger will come after us. Louis's team member shouted passionately. At that time, the entire Yuzhou city will be affected.
I don't care. You.
The crowd was angrily preparing to approach, but was stopped by Luha and Hiyu, who raised their hands.
Wait.
Hiyu stepped forward with the 3 tigers, standing tall in the evening breeze, letting the wind rustle his clothes.
Hiyu, what are you doing?
Wang Li shouted in horror.
That guy is in the spirit realm. If he wants, your head will drop in a second. Chen Yao also yelled in panic.
Hiyu said nothing, only stood unwavering in front of the masked man.
You want my little tiger and the other 2 cubs? Hiyu asked coldly.
Poof. The masked man scoffed. I admire your courage, but knowing you cannot win and still moving forward is just plain foolish.
You are wrong.
Hiyu spoke coldly.
What?
Before the masked man could react, Hiyu's face twisted into a fierce expression, his energy sinking to his dantian, an overwhelming force bursting forth from him. Everyone stared in surprise. Was he trying to?
Aha! Hiyu let out a furious roar, and in a flash. Swish!
Hiyu suddenly raised his hand, shouting towards the sky, There's something in the sky.
The crowd, Sigma, winky face. The masked man. Do you think I'm stupid? What's in the sky?
The masked man was so furious he trembled beneath his mask.
You're messing with me, huh, you little brat? There really is. How about this, since we can't fight you anyway, I'll give you the 3 tigers, and you let us go, then you can see what's behind you. He said, you won't lose anything, right?
The battle spirit team wanted to find a hole to hide in at that moment. They had brought him here, yet now they were surrendering without a fight, even joking on the battlefield. It was simply embarrassing for them.
The masked man thought for 2 seconds. Since he wouldn't lose, then he decided to go along with it. Bring me the 3 tigers, don't try to pull any tricks. No problem.
Hiyu brought the little tigers to the masked man.
Humph, at least you know your place.
The masked man said, slowly reaching his hand towards the little tigers.
What the hell? That thing is coming at you. He shouted anxiously. The masked man was startled, quickly turning his head to look. Wild battle beast?
Hiyu's mouth suddenly curled into a smile, and then the contract ring beneath him lit up, pulling the little tigers back.
You? The masked man was instantly dumbfounded. Sorry, I misspoke.
Hiyu smiled, quickly retreating. There's something in front of you.
Sister Yu-chan. It's your turn.
As soon as Hiyu's voice fell, suddenly, a soft sound of flapping wings was heard. The crowd looked up, and in the moonlight, they saw a giant moth over 10 meters long, flapping its wings in the black night sky.
Rank level? The masked man's pupils instantly constricted.
Hiyu quickly took the two tigers and fled, while Yu-chan dove toward the masked man in an instant.
Demon Scythe Mantis.
The demon mantis swung its 6 sides together, 6 strikes powerful enough to cut through 10-centimeter thick steel aimed at Yu-chan.
Poof.
Yu-chan laughed lightly, a thread emerging from her mouth, swiftly forming into a 10-meter diameter golden net, making the sound of iron clashing, perfectly defending against the 6 strikes.
The masked man's face turned pale beneath the mask. Heavenly silk moth? Bang! Yu-chan landed like a cannonball, raising a cloud of dust.
Then, almost in an instant, the sound of countless collisions of iron echoed out, and the scale powder on Yu-chan's body floated around like snowflakes. The battlefield was shrouded.
Poof. Hiyu returned to the team with 2 frightened young tigers, looking disdainful.
You are 2 realms above me, and I called another who was 2 realms above you to help. Isn't that reasonable? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the battlefield, then turned to look at Hiyu.
How many hidden cards does this kid have?
Li Mingtong and Wang Li finally understood where the heavenly feather silk quilt on Hiyu's body came from. They thought it was brought from his family, or obtained from somewhere else, but never considered that his silk quilt was taken directly from the realm-level heavenly feather moth.
Taken directly from its place of origin? So cool.
Shenyao looked at the scale powder in the air and remembered the scale powder that had stuck to Hiyu during the day, immediately realizing what was going on.
So it was like this. Yu-chan's body was half human, jumping out of the smoke unharmed.
The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the masked man whose mask was shattered, clothes torn, and body covered in wounds, continuously oozing blood. The demonic scythe mantis lay on the ground, 5 of its 6 sides shattered, and the remaining one was full of gashes. Even one of its compound eyes was burst, wings torn off, dying a horrible death.
A spirit realm bullying a master realm, aren't you ashamed?
Yu-chan coldly looked at the masked man, her words filled with disdain.
Exactly.
If you want to touch me, first ask if my older sister agrees.
Hiyu made a face at the masked man. Everyone felt a sense of embarrassment. What a powerful moth. Damn.
The masked man glared at Hiyu and the others with hatred, never expecting that Hiyu actually had a realm-level heavenly feather moth.
Attacking a high realm with a medium realm was nothing less than seeking death. I have to run quickly.
The masked man began to summon the cold snow wolf.
Ha!
The masked man looked in shock at the contract ring on the back of his hand that was gradually fading, his eyes wide, pupils nearly pin-sized.
Can't summon the cold snow wolf back? What's going on? Only one situation would cause a contracted beast to be unable to return. Roar!
With a resounding tiger's roar echoing through the forest, raging flames soared into the sky from deep within the woods, illuminating the entire night sky. A 2-meter-tall shadow swept across the night sky, landing precisely in front of the masked man.
The masked man focused and, terrified, fell to the ground. The cold snow wolf was dead.
It had been bitten into 4 human head-sized blood holes, killed in one blow, eyes wide open in death. And deep in the forest, a massive 4-legged figure, 10 meters tall and over 20 meters long, was charging towards them, engulfed in raging flames.
Chapter 27, Mother and Son Reunited. It's over.
The masked man looked in despair at the light of fire getting closer in the distance, but then, as if he thought of something, he looked at Hiyu and the others with a mad glint in his eyes.
I'm finished, you are all finished too.
A mother tiger protecting her cubs is the fiercest.
And this is a realm-level mother tiger. Even if you have a realm-level heavenly feather moth as a helper, what does it matter? Insect-type battle beasts cannot defeat other battle beasts of the same level. Not to mention fire-type completely counters insect-type. I'm finished. You won't have it easy either. Everyone, come die with me. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, a hideous tiger head, 2 meters large, burst from the forest without hesitation, biting towards the masked man. Crack! With the sound of bones cracking, the masked man's blood splattered, warm blood hitting Yu-chan, Lu-ha, and Hiyu, who were closest. It was Hiyu's first time seeing a scene of death, momentarily stunned and heart-racing, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The mother tiger swallowed the masked man whole and turned to look at Hiyu and the others. It's you again. A dignified female voice came from the tiger's mouth as the mother tiger lowered its head, its fierce gaze locking onto the vigilant Yu-chan. I told you to roll out quickly. The bloody scent emanating from the mother tiger distorted Yu Chang's face. Yu Chang waved the fan, fanning away the smell of blood, and firmly faced the mother tiger, saying, "I am here to protect the young human cubs I raise and your children." "Where are my children?" the mother tiger furiously questioned. Yu Chang turned to the stunned Yu. "Return the children to her." Yu was jolted back to reality by Yu Chang's call, quickly stepping aside for the two tigers, as the two little ones rushed out, eagerly pouncing towards their mother. "Awa! Mom! Awa! Mom! That human's tiger has the same bloodline as us, is it our brother? The same bloodline?" The mother tiger's brow twitched slightly, turning to look at Yu. "Let it out," the mother tiger commanded Yu. "Ah, ha!" Yu momentarily failed to comprehend what she was saying. "Release your war beast." Yu understood, quickly reaching out his hand, a third of a circle on the back of his hand lighting up. The little tiger darted out of the contract space, curiously surveying its surroundings. "Meow? Is it settled?" "As expected." The mother tiger widened her eyes as her initially fierce expression slowly softened. "Do you want to take the little tiger away?" Yu cautiously asked. "Meow," the little tiger looked at Yu in disbelief. "Does the master not want me anymore? Is it because the master thinks I eat too much?" "No, please." The little tiger hurriedly hugged Yu's leg, tears streaming down its face. "Meow. I'll eat less in the future. Master, please don't abandon me. This silly cat." Yu Chang facepalmed in disbelief. The war spirit team nearby was also too scared to breathe. If Yu's little tiger was gone, he wouldn't be able to participate in the graduation exam, nor stay with the Beast Alliance. All of this was too cruel for him. "Take him back?" The mother tiger snorted as if she had heard something laughable. "Why would I take him back?" Yu was taken aback. The mother tiger gently pushed the two young tigers aside with her paw, staring coldly at Yu and the little tiger. "To me, this guy is just a burden. Not only was he born weighing less than his siblings, but also the fire elemental energy within him is scarce. Even if I gave him the same love and resources as his siblings, he couldn't grow to the same cultivation level. You must know, our kind automatically reaches the cultivation level as adults. With a little effort, we can reach the higher tier." "But what about him? I want to ask you, how many resources have you invested in him so far?" Nearly 20 fire element spirit sources and almost 10 beast element spirit sources," Yu answered truthfully. "So many resources, enough to push these two kids to the peak of the tier level." As the mother tiger said this, she nudged the two young cubs with her paw. "They haven't absorbed a single spirit source since birth. They rely solely on the fire elemental energy I diffuse to practice. As a high tier, my absorption speed is too quick, making these two kids' absorption speed seem slow." Yu was taken aback. "Is it already considered slow? But these two little ones are already tier level 5, while his little tiger is only tier level 3. In an instant, the comparison made Yu realize the gap between the little tiger and normal individuals. In that moment, countless memories belonging to his original self surged into Yu's mind. The original self was once tested to have no companion beast, begging his parents not to abandon him. On that day, it poured heavily, drowning out the original self's cries. The original self's pain flooded into Yu's heart, causing him to gasp for air. The young man clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain. "Meow." The little tiger stared blankly at its mother, then looked at Yu, nuzzling affectionately as if trying to comfort him. Yu reached out to pat the little tiger's head. He and the little tiger were kindred spirits. If there was someone in the world who could truly depend on him, or to say, a beast, it would definitely be the little tiger. The little tiger glared angrily at its mother, letting out a fierce roar. Roar! It was challenging its mother. But this so-called challenge seemed quite ridiculous in the mother tiger's eyes. "Looking at you, you must also have a poor talent and been abandoned, right?" The mother tiger looked at Yu and sneered. "It's true, good horses deserve good saddles." "You!" Yu Chang angrily spread her wings and glared at the mother tiger. "Sister Yu Chang, don't get worked up." Yu pressed down on Yu Chang, and seeing Yu's demeanor, Yu Chang could only slowly retract her wings. Yu shook his head, shaking off the troubles in his mind, and resolutely moved forward with the little tiger, his eyes firmly fixed on the mother tiger. "You are right, little tiger has poor talent, and my talent is also poor." Yu spoke, a tone of authority emerging in his voice. "But the little tiger and I will prove to you, we will prove to everyone in the world, even if we are stubborn stones, we will carve ourselves into a timeless, untouchable work of art." Roar! The mother tiger looked at the small Yu and the little tiger, whose heads were still not as big as her own, and suddenly laughed. Not a mocking laugh, but a relieved laugh. "Talk is cheap, show me the proof." A dazzling white light radiated from the mother tiger, blinding everyone's eyes. The light slowly faded, and everyone slowly opened their eyes.
The massive mother tiger had vanished, replaced by a stunning woman with red fur, sharp claws and feet, and a pair of red tiger ears on her head.
Her curvaceous figure left everyone dumbfounded.
"If you and that little guy want to become stronger, come over," the red-haired woman said, her tiger tail swaying slightly like a steel whip. "By the way, I have 6 people in white coats with me."
"Did you find the researchers?" Lu Ha and others exclaimed in surprise. They were being watched by an ice attribute wolf.
"After I killed the wolf, they were scared and trembling." The mother tiger glanced at Lu Ha. "I didn't touch them. These humans in white coats are the least dangerous."
"They are still wearing white coats?" Everyone stared wide-eyed at the mother tiger.
Who would wear a white coat to observe wild animals in the wild, afraid of not being discovered? No wonder there was an accident.
Chapter 28, The Training of the Mother Tiger.
Everyone followed the mother tiger to their home, situated at the foot of a small hillside, less than 5 meters high. At the foot of the hillside, there was a pit dug by the mother tiger, serving as a nest for the 2 cubs. And at this moment, hiding in this pit and shivering, were 6 scholars in white coats.
"Are they the people you are looking for?" the mother tiger asked the crowd.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ha quickly took out his phone and began to compare.
"It's them." Lu Ha nodded. "Thank you very much. Quickly take them out of my territory."
The mother tiger said impatiently, "If it weren't for you taking care of my 2 children, I would have thrown you out long ago."
"You didn't kill us, it looks like you are quite nice." He looked at the mother tiger.
"Killing you would bring trouble from your kind, and the taste of human flesh is also average.
Unless absolutely necessary, I never want to hunt humans."
The mother tiger glanced at Hiyu disdainfully. Hiyu discovered that both Yu Chang and the mother tiger exhibited wisdom surpassing that of ordinary beasts and battle beasts. They not only spoke but did so in an orderly and clear manner, comparable to humans.
Could it be because they were of an advanced level?
It seemed that after entering the midweight realm, it wasn't just the body that could become semi-human, but even intelligence would grow accordingly.
Seeing Hiyu's curious expression, the mother tiger couldn't help but frown. "Meow."
The little tiger suddenly howled excitedly and pounced over to the side.
Hiyu focused his gaze. It turned out to be a fresh, blood-still-flowing corpse of a giant deer.
The deer was about 7 meters long, twice the size of the little tiger. The little tiger, unable to contain itself, bit into it eagerly. Its sharp tiger teeth pierced through the skin, and with a shake of its head, it tore off a large piece of meat, throwing its head back to swallow it. Suddenly, the eyes sparkled brilliantly.
"Don't eat that."
Mother tiger frowned and impatiently scolded the little tiger. "It's not for you." The little tiger stopped, just about to bite again, looking at mother tiger with a wronged expression.
"Meow. But I am your child too. I do not have a meowing cat son."
Mother tiger disdainfully stepped forward, kicked the little tiger aside, and called for its siblings to start dinner. Watching its siblings devour their food, happily gulping down a deer's heart and a deer's kidney, the little tiger could only look on with envy.
"It's okay."
Hiyu patted the little tiger's head. "We can eat better in the future, they will be so jealous of us."
Meow.
The little tiger affectionately rubbed against Hiyu's palm.
"Still, my own master treats me well."
Poof. Seeing this scene, mother tiger coldly snorted with disdain. "When you're making up stories, at least make them a little more convincing."
"Are you really bullying this kid for being dim-witted?"
Hiyu frowned slightly as he looked at mother tiger.
"So, senior." Lu Ha and the others said to mother tiger, "We will take these 6 back first." "Get lost,"
mother tiger said impatiently. Hiyu. At this moment, the battle spirit team approached Hiyu and said, "Let's go quickly. You can leave, but those 2 must stay here." Mother tiger coldly stared at the battle spirit team.
"What?"
The battle spirit team and Hiyu were momentarily taken aback.
"I said, they stay here. You all can go." "Why? We are one team. What is with all the questions?"
Mother tiger let out a roar that echoed through the forest, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat for 2 seconds.
"If I tell you to go, then go quickly. If you want to die, keep asking."
Faced with mother tiger's pressure, everyone finally reacted. Although they were dissatisfied, the difference in strength was clear, and they had no choice but to obey.
"You get out too."
Mother tiger shouted towards Yu Chang.
"Huh?" Yu Chang pointed to herself in confusion. "I didn't do anything, right? Do you think I would let a presence that can threaten my cub stay in my den?"
Mother tiger looked at Yu Chang as if she were a fool. "If you hadn't saved my child, I would have burned you alive by now."
"You heartless one."
Yu Chang pointed angrily at mother tiger's nose.
Hey, Sister Yu Chang, Sister Yu Chang."
Hiyu hurriedly pulled apart the feuding tiger and moth, dragging Yu Chang aside and quietly said to her, "I think the little tiger and I should be fine for now. Everyone says tigers don't eat their cubs. Even if the little tiger is weak, she still won't eat her own child, right?"
"But..." Yu Chang still looked worriedly at Yu. Be good, after we go back, I'll bring you mulberry leaves, dozens of kilograms of mulberry leaves.
Upon hearing this, Yu Chang brightened, unable to resist licking her lips.
Comma. My Yu is still good to me.
Good, if that mother tiger dares to touch you, I will definitely stand up for you.
Thank you, Sister Yu Chang.
Watching the large group and Yu Chang leave, Yu and the little tiger again looked up at the sky. The full moon hung high in the sky. It was already very late, around 11 or 12 o'clock.
Come over.
Mother tiger called to Yu and the little tiger, I'll give you extra training, just consider it as a reward for helping me take care of the cubs. This way, I can also cut off my mother-son bond with that little one. After training, he will no longer be my son, and you need not come looking for me again.
You really speak quite bluntly. Yu looked at Mother Tiger.
It seems that after entering the intermediate level, the intelligence has improved, but emotional intelligence has not. Looking at the two tiger cubs lying in the nest, peacefully asleep while hugging each other, Yu glanced again at the little tiger. This is what they call a slow-witted bird flying early. The little tiger and I must put in much more effort than others. Relying solely on the system won't be enough. After several hours of walking, the path was full of rugged mountain trails and fierce wild beasts, causing us to waste quite a bit of time. By the time we reached the place, it was already the early morning. We're here. Mother Tiger stopped beside a giant pit, looking back at Yu and the little tiger, who were panting and following behind.
Unable to suppress disappointment, he sighed deeply. Sigh.
Little Tiger and Yu sat on the ground, taking a moment to catch their breath, before approaching Mother Tiger. When they finally saw the scene in front of them, both the person and the tiger widened their eyes in shock. A crater with a diameter of over 10 kilometers appeared before them. Below was a giant meteorite about a kilometer in diameter, submerged in bubbling lava. Only such a meteorite could create such a large crater. The meteorite below felt a blue star during the initial mutation, Mother Tiger said, pointing at the meteorite below. Because of this thing, the underground magma gushed out, making the fire energy here very rich. Of course, it's only limited to this crater. The magnetic field of this meteorite confines all the fire energy within the crater, ensuring it cannot escape. This place is usually where battles occur, and it serves as a training ground. Very few can endure this concentrated fire energy for long.
You guys can train here. I only guarantee you can successfully break through to the level 5 of the warrior realm. After that, I'm no longer responsible. You can train here as long as you want. Whether you go mad with fire or explode to death has nothing to do with me. Chapter 29, The world calls me He Xiaolang, bathing in lava makes me the strongest. Wait. Yu hurriedly called out to Mother Tiger, do you mean, we have to bathe in the magma below together? Slap.
Mother Tiger speechlessly slapped her own face.
Do you think a human can bathe down there? Yu thought carefully, seems like I can't. Seems like. Mother Tiger was once again speechless. What do you mean by seems like? Humans can't bathe in magma at all, okay?
No wonder you were able to contract this silly boy. It turns out, you are birds of a feather.
If you want to bathe, you can.
Mother Tiger rolled her eyes. Turning into roasted human meat is not my concern. Yu glanced at little Tiger, noticing his fearful eyes, realizing he wouldn't dare to go down alone.
Yu summoned the system, wanting to see if there was anything useful. Found it.
Yu saw a fireproof shield in the shop that could isolate temperatures below 2000 degrees Celsius.
Blue quality, not too expensive, just, 500,000 battle points.
Yu looked at his remaining 100,000 battle points, his eyelids twitched. Friendly reminder, the host can designate a purple quality or lower prize for a specific draw, and if the corresponding color is drawn, the item will be 100% obtained.
Designated draw? Upon hearing this, Yu didn't hesitate, directly designating the fireproof shield and clicking to draw.
As the wheel kept spinning, Yu's eyes were glued to it. Congratulations on winning the consolation prize, a jar of high-grade ketchup. Congratulations on winning the consolation prize, a complete set of Pokemon EV blind boxes *1. Congratulations on winning the consolation prize, 10 pairs of blue glittering Lucario underwear similar to Zhao Tianyang's. After 10 draws, Yu's face turned green with anger.
Ketchup is one thing, but why are there blind boxes? And who is this Zhao Tianyang? Why does he like glittering Lucario? Don't most people prefer Gardevoir? Why would I draw this guy's underwear?
Yu's mindset was about to explode, and then he saw the pointer slowly stop, pointing to the gap in the blue quality area.
*degree*. Yu's expression suddenly brightened with immense surprise. Congratulations on winning, green quality, invincible life-saving pills *20. Underscore? What's this? Green quality? But isn't it pointing to the blue area?
Yu looked again and found the tip of the pointer had slightly veered into the green area beside the blue.
Underscore? What the? Are you messing with my mindset? Very well, you succeeded. Just as Hiyu was about to collapse on the ground and cry, the system suddenly popped up a panel. Don't be anxious, host, take a look before making a conclusion. Hiyu, puzzled, opened the description of the small pills. What came into view was a green pill the size of a soybean. What to do if a child falls outside and accidentally breaks a bone? Don't worry. The invincible life-saving little pill is here. What to do if a child, playing around, shoots himself in the head? Don't worry, the invincible life-saving little pill is here. The invincible life-saving little pill fully heals injuries after taking it, ensuring your baby never has to worry about the threat of death again. It works within 2 hours after taking it. Explore the side effects yourself. WTF. Hiyu was instantly stunned. There are side effects. This time it was considerate, clearly labeled. Huh? Am I actually saying this pitiful system is considerate? What a strange dream this is. Host, you are being too much. Taking out the life-saving pill, looking at its emerald green shine, Hiyu suddenly smelled a strong herbal scent. What is the side effect of this medicine? The side effect of the rage enhancement is physical exhaustion within 1 hour, entering a state of collapse, unable to even escape. So what is the side effect of this little pill? For a moment, Hiyu hesitated whether to take it or not. Hey, you've been staring at that green bean in your hand for a long time, are you going to take it or not? The mother tiger was somewhat impatient, her paws constantly shaking, arms crossed, eyebrows tightly knitted. Don't be in such a hurry, you know living beings that are too anxious can age quickly. Hiyu joked. You. The mother tiger felt anger rising in her heart, but thinking about Hiyu's words, she tried her best to calm herself down. After reaching the combat level, her intelligence increased, and naturally, she developed a unique human awareness. Aging affects hunting, it also affects looks, and thus it impacts finding a mate. Combat power plus 899. Looking at the system prompt, Hiyu smiled slightly. The little tiger shivered, staring at the lava below, scared to the extreme. It's okay. Hiyu gently patted the little tiger's back, helping to ease some of the fear. Big brother is with you. You're accompanying him? The mother tiger looked at Hiyu as if he were a fool. How can you accompany him? Bathing in lava together? Exactly. Hiyu nodded seriously. Huh? The mother tiger looked at Hiyu in disbelief. Please help me keep these things for now. Hiyu said, extending his hand into his pocket, pulling things out one after another. Cell phone, flashlight, emergency distress signal. Hey! Where's my lighter and cigarettes? How come they're missing? Hiyu felt around in his pocket. Hiyu liked to smoke a bit, not a habit of the original body, but from his previous life. Now that the lighter and cigarettes were gone, it could only mean they were accidentally lost on the way. They aren't precious items, so Hiyu didn't think much of it. Wearing that blue Alolan quadrilateral underwear from Zhao Tianyang, Hiyu stood at the edge of the meteorite pit with his shirt off. Big brother will show you first. Hiyu said, swallowing a life-saving little pill. Big brother won't let you endure the pain alone. After saying this, Hiyu took a deep breath, sinking his energy into his lower abdomen, and let out a loud shout that rumbled through the heavens. The world calls me He Xiaolang. I am the best at bathing in lava. Without hesitation, Hiyu sprinted down the meteorite pit and plunged straight into the lava. Ah! The scorching lava burned Hiyu's skin, but the effect of the life-saving pill was repairing his body. Ha 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 ha. So refreshing. So refreshing. Hiyu endured the excruciating pain, turned around, and shouted to the little tiger, come on. Big brother is with you. Don't be afraid. This kid really jumped in? The mother tiger was so scared her eyes bulged. How can a human bathe in lava? The little tiger saw this scene, tears welling up in his eyes. My master actually went this far for me. What are you so moved about? The mother tiger's eyelids twitched wildly. Meow. Master. I will work twice as hard. Together with you, we will stand on the highest peak of this world. The little tiger quickly ran down the meteorite pit and plunged into the lava. Crazy. The mother tiger's eyes twitched wildly looking at this scene. These two things are crazy. Chapter 30, Moving Forward Together. Hiyu was burning all over, yet constantly healing himself. The relaxed appearance he showed when greeting little tiger was merely an act. His true intention was to prevent little tiger from getting scared. Little tiger was howling in the magma. Even though he was of the fire element, he couldn't withstand such high temperatures. Just like humans don't wash with boiling water, the temperature of the magma was already extremely high for little tiger. It's okay, little tiger. Hiyu embraced little tiger, continually comforting him. Our future is to reach greater heights, earn more money, and enjoy more delicacies. Big brother won't let you suffer alone. Now, take a deep breath, feel the fire element energy, and try to absorb it.
Under Hiyu's comfort, little tiger gradually calmed down, and his body began to adapt to the scorching temperature. Seeing little tiger's body being burned by the high temperature, Hiyu took out a life-saving pill and fed it to little tiger.
Take this, it will prevent your body from becoming ill.
Little tiger didn't hesitate and opened his mouth to swallow the pill. Immediately, he was astonished to find that his burned body started to recover at an astonishing speed. Although the lava still scorched his body, the situation was much better than before. Seeing this, Hiyu smiled and nodded. After half an hour of adjustment, the man and the tiger had gradually adapted to this temperature. Hiyu and little tiger sat down and began to absorb the fire element energy.
Hiyu didn't dare to absorb too much because humans who absorb too much elemental energy can become overloaded and explode, so basically, it was little tiger who was absorbing. Hiyu pondered for a moment in the magma and took out a fire elemental core. Little tiger accepted it without hesitation. In an instant, little tiger's cultivation speed increased again. No more, or it would be like forcing the growth of seedlings. Hiyu nodded. The current cultivation speed was within a controllable range. While little tiger was cultivating, Hiyu looked at the meteorite in the center of the crater.
This thing should be worth a lot of money, right? Unfortunately, his personal space was full, but even if it wasn't, this size wouldn't fit.
Hiyu pondered for a moment but couldn't resist his curiosity and approached the meteorite. It was a meteorite from 50 years ago. It shouldn't have anything to do with the transformations on Blue Star, right?
The closer he got to the meteorite, the hotter the temperature became, but fortunately, Hiyu had swallowed the pill, so even though he felt intense pain, he wouldn't suffer any substantial damage.
As he approached the meteorite, Hiyu examined its surface.
The surface appeared to have a glaze, smooth and bright. Looking at the traces, it seemed that some material melted when it entered the atmosphere, forming a protective film.
Is that why such a large piece remained unaffected?
While he was thinking, Hiyu suddenly noticed something. It was a crack on the meteorite's surface, as thin as a hair. He hadn't seen it from afar, but now that he was close, it naturally came into view.
Of course, just one crack wouldn't be enough to catch Hiyu's attention. What caught his attention was that it was emitting a faint purple light.
Curiously, Hiyu leaned in closer, pressing his face against the crack to take a look. As soon as he got close, he suddenly remembered that the meteorite might have a lot of radiation, and the purple light was a sign of radiation, wasn't it? Hiyu hurriedly wanted to pull back his head, but the purple light intensified within the crack, as if it had its own consciousness, flooding into Hiyu's eyes. His head buzzed loudly, and suddenly everything went dark in front of him. When Hiyu came to his senses, he found that everything had changed. He seemed to have turned into a stone, floating in outer space, unable to move. In the distance was the vibrant blue star from the textbooks, still untransformed. Just when Hiyu thought he would stay here for a lifetime, a loud crash like shattering glass echoed in space. Hiyu was puzzled. How could there be sound in space? With this curiosity in mind, Hiyu looked towards the direction from which the sound came. A crack appeared in the void, and before the crack were two figures, one black and one white. The black one was a female figure, and the white one was a male figure. The two figures were indistinct in features and attire, only their genders could be vaguely guessed, along with their piercing eyes staring intently. Suddenly, the two moved. They transformed into two spheres of light, continuously battling in the air, from the south of the solar system to the north, and back again, destroying all meteors along the way. Even meteors as large as planets shattered into pieces. Then, a shockwave struck Hiyu, sending him flying into the gravitational range of the blue planet, and he began to fall downwards. Hiyu woke up, holding his head, gasping for breath, while cold sweat evaporated in the surrounding heat. He struggled to breathe the already scarce oxygen around the lava. Without the little pill's effect, he would surely suffocate to death. He tried to organize the information in his mind, attempting to calm himself down. It seemed that the black and white light spheres recorded in the book were indeed the two figures he had seen. As clarity settled in, Hiyu's expression gradually calmed. He had seen a similar figure before. That woman glowing with white light from when he failed to awaken his beast companion must be a partner of those two figures.
That made sense. Hiyu nodded.
Seeing his partner causing chaos on the blue planet, that woman must have sought him out as a traveler to help clean up their mess. However, she probably didn't expect that he had no desire to be a savior. He only wanted to make a name for himself, earn enough money, and help the original self reach the highest point in this world, nothing more. Yet, the more Hiyu thought about it, the more something felt off. The black woman and the flashing white man looked so familiar.
Had he seen them somewhere?
What Hiyu didn't notice was that behind him, a system panel slowly appeared, and after a flurry of snowflakes, a cold laughing face appeared on the panel.
Ha.
Hiyu looked at the meteorite, thinking that since it had no radiation, then it would be manageable.
Taking out his fine iron cleaver, Hiyu couldn't help but lick his lips. This meteorite, even if it is only the size of a palm, would probably sell for a good price. I take it.
Excited, Hiyu raised the cleaver to cut, but suddenly heard a loud tiger roar coming from behind.
Roar!
This tiger roar startled Hiyu, making him drop the cleaver, and it was about to fall into the lava. He reacted quickly, summoning his personal space beneath the cleaver to catch it. He turned to see the little tiger engulfed in flames, with surrounding lava gathering toward it. The little tiger was breaking through. The mother tiger on the shore shook her head witnessing this scene. Too impatient in cultivation, this isn't good for her. Sure enough, the flames around the little tiger began to go wild, and its expression grew more pained. He was shocked. Such a situation had not occurred during its previous breakthrough. He hurriedly dropped the meteorite and rushed to the little tiger's side. Chapter 31, The Side Effects of the Little Pill. He quickly ran to the little tiger, enduring the burns from its flames, and tightly held the little tiger. Aru! The little tiger howled in pain, its eyes blood red, as the fire attribute energy inside it surged wildly. System! I'm here. Is there any way to calm the little tiger down? The contract beast is in this state because it absorbed excessive fire attribute energy. The host can choose to take the contract beast away from here, so that the fire attribute energy can slowly dissipate. There's no time. And this small tiger can't be taken away in such a state. The small tiger kept roaring, the raging energy rampaging inside him, destroying his organs. The effect of the small pill continuously repaired his injuries, causing his body to endlessly cycle between destruction and rebirth. He clearly felt that the small tiger's realm had broken through to 4 stars. But it wasn't over, the small tiger was still breaking through. 4-star entry, 4-star early stage, 4-star mid stage, 4-star late stage, 4-star peak. He was still continuously breaking through. Little tiger. Don't break through anymore. It will be very dangerous if this continues. Oh whoa. The small tiger also wanted to stop breaking through, but the energy in his body wouldn't listen to him. He raised the back of his hand, and 1/3 of a circle emitted light. Bang! The raging energy attacked the contract space, and as the contract space was attacked, he also sustained harm, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then his body's injuries were repaired. The small tiger could not be recalled. In desperation, he wanted to lift the small tiger to leave, but as a blazing fire spirit tiger, not only was its bone density several times that of Hiyu, but its weight was also several times that of Hiyu. For someone like Hiyu, who never exercised, it felt like lifting a rock. Hiyu was frantic. If he didn't find a way soon, it would be light if the small tiger's foundation was damaged. The worst fear was that once the effect of the medicine wore off, he would explode and die. Just as Hiyu was at his wit's end, a 20-meter-long figure fell down from the edge of the pit. Bang! The mother tiger fell into the magma, splashing a wave of magma. Fortunately, I've been watching you all. As the mother tiger spoke, she opened her large mouth, picked up the small tiger and Hiyu, then turned and swiftly ran back to the meteorite pit. The mother tiger set down Hiyu and the small tiger, and finally opened her mouth wide, completely sucking away the raging fire elemental energy from the small tiger. The small tiger lay down calmly, gasping heavily. Hiyu glanced at his own body. The burns on his legs had mostly healed, and the burns on his body were also healing rapidly. What surprised him most was that the pair of underwear was somehow intact. This was molten lava at 2000 degrees Celsius. How did this Zhao Tianyang's underwear not get burned? The quality is so good? It can't be the underwear of some main character, right? This kid. The mother tiger transformed back into human form and carefully checked the small tiger's condition. Actually breaking through to the 5-star realm in one go? The mother tiger was somewhat surprised. Even for the lowest realm, breaking through 1 star at a time is the norm. Cases of breaking through 2 stars at once are extremely rare. Could it be that there is a secret within him? Thinking this, the mother tiger reached out and probed into the small tiger's body with her mind. The mother tiger withdrew her hand in surprise and looked at the small tiger with interest. So that's how it is. The corners of the mother tiger's mouth twitched into a curve. It seems I've underestimated this child. He has such a special physique. What? What special physique? Hiyu curiously leaned closer and asked. I'm not too sure. The mother tiger waved her hand. I've only heard that beast clans with this kind of physique need more resources than others, and there is a certain probability of mutation in the future. I don't understand. Hiyu shook his head. Can you explain what mutation means? As if I know. The mother tiger shrugged. I only heard it from others. By the way, are you planning to continue soaking? No. Hiyu quickly waved his hands. I don't want the small tiger to have any more accidents. It's because you and he were too eager for success. The mother tiger explained. Absorbing energy too quickly led to not being able to transform it in time. That's why the energy went berserk. The small tiger stood up in confusion, looking at his mother. Meow? Do you mean I was too eager? That's right, you were too eager. The mother tiger nodded. Next time, don't rush, you need to learn to take your time. As humans say, a hasty person can't eat hot tofu. Thank you for your guidance, senior. He respectfully bowed. If the senior does not mind, I have a jar of something here that you will definitely like. The mother tiger looked at Hiyu with curiosity upon hearing this. Hiyu took out some powerful catnip, opened the lid, and a scent that intoxicated both tigers filled the air.
Meow. This smell.
The mother tiger suppressed her inner excitement, pretending to be reluctant, and turned her head proudly, saying, "Since this is your thoughtful gift, I will reluctantly accept it." Saying this, she reached out her hand toward Hiyu.
Ha ha. As long as the senior does not mind.
As Hiyu spoke, he was about to hand the catnip to the mother tiger.
At that moment, the effects faded away.
The mother tiger closed her eyes with a smile, waiting for Hiyu to place the catnip in her hand, but after 10 seconds, Hiyu still hadn't moved.
Why isn't he giving it to me? The mother tiger turned around in confusion and saw Hiyu holding the catnip with a dazed expression, motionless.
The mother tiger looked on in suspicion, then was startled. She saw Hiyu's head drooping, his tongue hanging out, drool dripping to the ground, his eyes glazed over, constantly laughing foolishly.
Hey, he. Ababa, gaga. What is going on?
The mother tiger was astonished.
Meow.
The little tiger, confused, wanted to nudge Hiyu, and just then, his effects also faded away.
Woof woof, woof woof woof.
The little tiger swayed unsteadily, his tongue hanging out, drool continuously dripping, making dog sounds.
The mother tiger, _? What happened to you two? How did breaking through the 5th level of the realm make you both act like fools? Aboba. Woof woof woof. The two kept laughing foolishly, their bodies swaying.
The mother tiger acted quickly, snatching the catnip from Hiyu's hands, preventing the precious jar from falling. Hiyu and the little tiger lay on the ground, crawling around.
Ababa, caterpillar.
Woof woof woof. The caterpillar turns into a beautiful butterfly, fly. Hiyu kept flapping his hands, jumping non-stop, imagining himself as a beautiful butterfly.
Fly.
Woof woof woof. The little tiger imagined himself as a snake, twisting on the ground, his tongue flicking out constantly. The mother tiger was dumbfounded.
What on earth is wrong with these two silly boys? This isn't losing their minds. Should I call those humans to send them to a mental hospital? Chapter 32, The Report from Everyone. What? The Beast God Society?
Luha stood in front of his superior, who was a scruffy middle-aged man wearing a military uniform adorned with many medals. His face, full of wrinkles, bore 3 claw marks, and his eyes were filled with a fierce intensity like a tiger. Yes, the Beast God Society, which was nearly wiped out 10 years ago, has returned, the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice, nodding. It was those 6 fools in research suits who entered the forest. So they weren't unable to escape because they encountered a commander-level blazing fire spirit tiger, but because they encountered the Beast God Society? Luha was astonished. The battle beasts that have evolved to the middle and heavy realms have developed intelligence comparable to humans, the officer nodded, lighting a cigarette. Especially those commander-level beasts that enter human territory, they usually seek something from humans, so they don't attack unless humans provoke them first. Then, what about that member of the Beast God Society? They released battle beasts near the blazing fire spirit tiger's den, threatening the safety of its cubs, so they naturally got killed, the officer explained, taking a puff of his cigarette. Do we need to investigate whether there are other members of the Beast God Society? Luha asked. No need. As long as that blazing fire spirit tiger is there, battle beasts below the middle heavy realm cannot enter, the officer waved his hand dismissively. What if it's an existence that surpasses commander level? That would be beyond our ability to handle, no amount of concern will help, the officer shrugged. I will apply for a strong person from the middle heavy realm to assist. Don't worry about this, hurry back. You still have about a day left of the weekend to spend a decent time with your wife and children. Yes, thank you, Commander. Luha nodded and then left the office. The middle-aged man, with a cigarette in his mouth, began to look over the report for this task. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. The mobile phone beside him rang. The middle-aged man looked at it and frowned when he saw the number. Here we go again. The middle-aged man helplessly answered the phone. A mature and charming female voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Commander Yang? It's me, Mei Lu. I know it's you. Yang Lingzhou listened to the voice on the other end with a headache. That old man has gone missing again? Yes, I need to trouble you again. Mei Lu's embarrassed voice came from the phone. I just sent that ability user from the detection department home, and before he left, I told him to spend quality time with his wife and kids today. You are making it very difficult for me. I'm sorry, but I don't want this either. I've already searched everywhere in the school and haven't found him. You say you have such a large beast fighting academy, yet you can't even keep track of a middle-aged uncle in his 40s? I keep seeing him fainting from hunger in various places, and what's worse, that guy doesn't even have a battle beast.
I apologize.
Mei Lu's voice came from the other end. He has been working on some research about humans and battle beasts merging. He ran away again not long ago despite my house arrest order, which really causes trouble for us and for you Beast Alliance.
Let's not talk about this. Yang Linzhou shook his head.
Next time, just keeping an eye on that old man will be the most sincere apology to us.
Can you last a month next time?
We will try our best, Mei Lu said with a light laugh. He Yu and Xiao Hu slowly woke up. When their brains gradually cleared, they realized they were tightly bound, and their bodies were dirty, as if they had crawled on the ground in the dark.
Where am I?
He Yu looked at the somewhat familiar surroundings and began to recall.
Then he remembered, isn't this the nest of the mother tiger and her 2 cubs? You finally woke up.
The mother tiger squatted beside them, behind her were 2 cubs shivering in fear.
He Yu glanced at his tightly bound body, and asked the mother tiger, what happened to me?
His mind felt like it had been through a blackout, he couldn't remember anything at all. You and that kid just started laughing stupidly. The mother tiger pointed at the confused little tiger beside them, you were acting crazy. I had no choice but to find 2 sturdy vines and tie you both up, and keep you in my home for now. At her words, He Yu's face suddenly turned white and red. If he remembered correctly, the time when they acted insane was just when the drug's effect wore off.
In other words, this invincible life-saving pill, while allowing the user to recover from injuries, will also send the user into a state of madness once the effect wears off, similar to a mental illness? May I awkwardly ask?
He Yu had a bad premonition as he awkwardly smiled, how long has it been since we turned into that?
The
mother tiger thought for a moment and replied honestly, about 5 hours.
5 hours? He Yu's eyes widened.
5 whole hours of social death. Who knows what he did during those 5 hours?
Damn!
He Yu immediately dared not take the small pill again. 2 hours of rapid recovery in exchange for 5 hours of mental illness. If it were in a crowded place, he would definitely be treated as a madman and taken away. However, this side effect could actually be exploited, perhaps it would have unexpected effects.
He Yu pondered over this.
By the way, are you done? The mother tiger asked at that moment.
Oh, I'm done, thank you for your concern, senior.
The mother tiger looked at He Yu with a smile, and for some reason, He Yu felt a chilling sensation under her gaze.
You're done?
Then hurry up and get lost.
Do you really think my place is an orphanage?
If you don't leave soon, I'll throw you out.
Get out now. Get out now.
He Yu untied the not-so-secure ropes on himself, then freed Xiao Hu, rolling and crawling away from the territory of the mother tiger. Outside the mother tiger's territory, he met Yu Chang, who checked him for injuries and then took him to the entrance of Area C.
Thanks, Sister Yu Chang.
He Yu waved goodbye to the flying Yu Chang, then opened his backpack, which contained the materials he needed to complete his task for the month.
Great. This task was really worth it.
He Yu smiled, closed his backpack, and happily returned home.
Let's see how to submit this thing.
He Yu looked at his phone, vaguely remembering Wang Li saying that you could submit the task list from home, but it required a shipping fee of 10 yuan. He Yu clicked on the shipping submission option, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, he heard a knock on the door. He Yu opened the door and saw a drone flashing red lights knocking at his door, with the Beast Alliance logo on it, and below was a huge box. He put the required materials in the box, and the drone flew away with them towards the Beast Alliance branch. Wow! It turns out this world has developed technology too. He Yu watched the drone leave, feeling amazed. I thought I put all my skill points into beast mastery. He Yu closed the door, looking at the shaky door, furrowing his brows. He also wanted to buy a new house or rent one, but thinking about how he would graduate in a month and could move directly into the university dorm afterward, he hesitated to rent a place. Moreover, he had spent too much money during this time, so he decided to save more. If worst comes to worst, he could just stay under the bridge for a few days, at least it wouldn't leak. As he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. He took a look, it was a call from Wang Ku.
Hey, Captain.
He Yu laughed.
Oh, thank goodness.
He Yu, you're okay. Wang Ku's excited voice came from the phone. I tried calling you all morning. I was worried since you hadn't returned, but luckily I tried again this afternoon.
Are you hurt? I guess I'm fine.
Even if he was hurt, the small pills healed him.
Good to hear you're not hurt.
Wang Ku laughed heartily on the other end. By the way, my application went smoothly. If nothing goes wrong, you can officially join our team next week.
That's awesome.
He Yu exclaimed, I've been worried about how to handle money recently.
Ha ha ha.
Then I'll give you back the chameleon skin.
Okay, thanks, Captain. Bang.
Just as He Yu finished speaking, a loud noise came from the entrance, sounding like something or someone had fallen.
Hey. You? What happened? What's that noise?
He opened the door and was stunned, rooted to the spot. He saw an old man, hair white and wearing a tattered lab coat, lying at his doorstep. It seemed he had tripped over a small trap he had neglected to clean up.
Hey. You? Are you still there?
The air was dead silent except for Wang Li's voice coming from the phone.
Chapter 33, Mentor of the Beast Fighting Academy.
He stared blankly at the old man lying at his doorstep, blinking his confused big eyes twice.
Hey. You? Are you still there? Ah, Brother Wang Li, something just came up here, I'll talk to you later.
He hurriedly hung up the phone and pulled the old man into the house. He quickly reached out to check if there was still breath coming from the old man's nose. Feeling a slight breeze on his fingers, he let out a sigh of relief.
He's okay.
He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Then he looked at the old man's ankle. It seems fine, it doesn't look like it was his trap's fault. Looking at the unconscious old man, he found himself in a dilemma again.
Why isn't he waking up? He's not just waiting to blackmail me, is he? I only have a little over 100,000 on me.
He, feeling troubled, suddenly heard a hoarse voice come from behind him.
I'm so hungry.
He was startled and turned around to see the old man somehow sitting up, holding his rumbling stomach, looking exhausted as he stared at He.
20 minutes later.
The old man was eating the takeout that He had brought as a late-night snack. Although it was all pre-made food, at least it was cheap. He couldn't cook, and since this house had no kitchen, he usually liked to buy this to eat.
The old man wolfed down the takeout and let out a loud, satisfied burp. Burp, I'm full, I'm full.
He glanced at the 5 boxes of takeout beside him, feeling speechless.
Old man, how long has it been since you last ate? Hey, who are you calling old man? The old man protested, looking dissatisfied.
My name is Guangzong, I'm only 45 years old.
I'm far from being called old man. Guangzong.
As soon as he heard this name, he thought of the phrase glorious ancestors.
But glorious ancestors. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at?
Guangzong said, unhappy at the sound of laughter.
It's nothing, I'm sorry, He apologized. By the way, how long has it been since you last ate? Let me think. Guangzong pondered for a moment. Does that really require thinking?
He looked at Guangzong, surprised.
Oh, I remember now.
Guangzong dusted off his dirty hands.
3 days.
This time, I've gone 3 days without eating.
This time?
He looked at Guangzong in shock.
You mean you have other experiences of not eating? MMHM. Guangzong nodded with a smile.
Last time I went 2 days without eating and fainted at the director's office door. The time before that was 4 days without eating, and I fainted at the Beastmaster Alliance division. This time, it's 3 days without eating, and I fainted at your door.
Sigma, LLL.
His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Guangzong.
You really are a legendary endurance king. How can your body handle being hungry like this? Ha ha. I'm used to it. Guangzong laughed as he patted his bony body. Once I get into my research, I forget the time. Research? He asked, puzzled. Are you a researcher?
No, I'm a teacher, Guangzong replied with a smile.
A teacher at the Beastmaster Academy. Beastmaster Academy? He had heard that name, it seemed to be the best beast taming university in the city.
Not only did the teachers have high cultivation levels, but even the dean was at the peak, close to the general level, and was said to be the current city lord's dream lover. It was rumored that the city lord broke through to general level at all costs for her. However, this old man in front of him had no resemblance at all to the handsome teachers from the Beastmaster Academy.
Don't doubt it.
Guangzong caught the disbelief in Yu's eyes.
I have proof.
Saying this, Guangzong began searching his body. As he searched, he suddenly felt something was off.
Where's my proof? Where did it go?
Guangzong anxiously looked for documents to prove his identity but could not find anything.
He rolled his eyes. I really am from the Beastmaster Academy.
Guangzong insisted like a child being wronged.
He nodded. It's true. I know. Ah. How can I explain this to you?
Guangzong anxiously scratched his head, and Yu's disbelief reminded him of other teachers at the academy.
You're just like them. Them?
Yu asked, confused.
Right.
Guangzong seemed to think of something and looked at Yu excitedly.
I'll use my research to prove my identity. Research?
He looked at Zheng Guangzong with suspicion. If you can get into the Beastmaster Academy, then you'll see me in the course listings within the school. At that time, you'll know I'm a teacher there. Zheng Guangzong smiled. My research is to explore the possibility of merging humans and battle beasts. Merge? He gasped in shock. That's a taboo. It's not merging, it's combining. Zheng Guangzong smiled and said, merging is taboo, cruel, inhumane, but the combining I study is not. Is there any difference? He thought of a girl who says big brother when he heard about the combination of humans and beasts. The difference is huge. Zheng Guangzong explained, combining happens only when a certain frequency between humans and battle beasts reaches complete harmony, just like the bond and compatibility people often talk about. But it's even more advanced than that. Bond and compatibility? He was puzzled. He had never heard of this term before, and it sounded so juvenile. Who came up with this name? Oh my, it seems you don't even know about bond and compatibility. What kind of classes did you take? Zheng Guangzong looked at Hiyu with a frustrated expression, as if he was showing a painting to a blind person. Our school didn't teach this. Hiyu shook his head. Didn't teach it? Zheng Guangzong was surprised, but when I was in school, we learned it. I don't know. Anyway, we didn't learn it. Hiyu rolled his eyes. Oh, why don't you teach it? Zheng Guangzong began to scratch his head again. Let's not talk about that. I'm more curious about what you mean by combining. Zheng Guangzong's eyes lit up at these words. You want to hear? Hiyu nodded. He really was interested in this combining thing. When he watched Dragon Ball, Goku and Vegeta combined, and there were many anime where combining happened, combining, and combining again. Anyway, Hiyu never got tired of anime with a combining setting. Ha ha. Then you asked the right person. Zheng Guangzong laughed and said, I. Zheng Guangzong. I am the #1 researcher in the field of combining in the country, no. The whole world. Stop bragging, hurry up and talk. Don't be impatient. Zheng Guangzong smiled and said, combining, as the name implies, is the mutual fusion between two different individuals, where mind and body unite into one, becoming a brand new individual. Not only does the appearance change, but the combat power also increases geometrically. Chapter 34 means there's only you studying it in the whole world? Combining is not just an enhancement of battle strength, it is also proof that the bond between the contractor and the contracted beast has reached its peak. Zheng Guangzong exclaimed passionately. After hearing so much from you, how does one combine? Hiyu asked. Well. Zheng Guangzong scratched his head awkwardly. Currently, there is not a single case of combining in the whole world. What do you mean? Hiyu's eyes widened as he looked at Zheng Guangzong. No one in the world has ever combined? Then how did you study it? It's like this, currently, the potential development of battle beasts in oneself in the world is less than 5%, and my research on combining was inspired when I was young, which is why I started it. Zheng Guangzong earnestly defended. Initially, bond and compatibility were dreams people longed for, but some people were not satisfied with just bond and compatibility. They believed it was only the first stage. There's a second stage of bond, true unity of the mind and body. Then, some extremists misunderstood this and took the path that was considered taboo 50 years ago, trying to fuse humans and beasts to gain cultivation abilities. And there are also some people who have no talent, even no battle beasts, but they still hold on to their original intention, researching the combination of humans and beasts, in pursuit of a stronger combat power when necessary. And I am one of them. So, you are the leader of this group? Hiyu asked. Of course. Zheng Guangzong laughed and patted his chest, then suddenly lowered his head with a bit of uncertainty and said softly, if there's currently no one else in the field of combining but me, then that counts. What do you mean? Hiyu's eyes widened again. If I tell you, don't scold me, okay? Actually, looking at the whole world right now, it's probably should maybe mostly, just me researching this. Hiyu stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, incredulously gazing at Zheng Guangzong. Where are the others? No one is researching with you? Well, more than 10 years ago, there were some people, but 10 years ago, the notorious Beast God Society was destroyed by the United Knights of the Four Lords, and people's dislike for terms like fusion and combination reached extreme levels. In those years, it even became serious that not even a super team, the kind that sells toys, produced combined robots, only single transformed robots appeared. Similarly, we, those who research combination, were blamed by a group of people, and added to the fact that after so many years of combination research, there were no results. Many people felt that the so-called combination was simply impossible to exist. So everyone left, turned away, even my master left, and all these years, only I am still struggling. Aren't you a teacher? Can't you recruit students? In those years, my specialty couldn't attract students at all. In recent years, the situation has improved a bit, but basically, most just took the credits and switched majors.
Up to now, I haven't had a single student. And, it seems that the higher-ups in recent years also don't plan to allocate funds to support my research. I can only use the little salary I had to buy equipment and materials to research by myself. Many times it's not just a matter of time, but also because of lack of money that I end up without food. He finally understood. Because there were no students, he could only take the minimum wage, and plus he had to stick to his research, so he had no money to eat. What on earth are you looking for? He didn't understand. You don't understand.
Seemingly seeing through what he was thinking, Zhang Guangzong explained, this is faith. My parents, my teachers, and my seniors, they all researched in the field of combination, leaving behind tons of research materials. During the most glorious time for the field of combination, it was a project supported by the country. The inheritance and efforts of several generations must not be destroyed in my hands. Even if hope is slim, even if in the end there will be no improvement, I still want to ensure the field of combination continues to exist. After listening to these grand words, a hint of admiration arose in Hiyu's heart. Unfortunately, just a hint. In Hiyu's eyes, this was something that had no guarantee at all, handing everything over to fate and miracles could never succeed. Zhang Guangzong's actions seemed foolish and stubborn to Hiyu, continuing on with something that clearly had no effect, ignorant of change. You look at me the same way they do. Zhang Guangzong looked at Hiyu, realizing from his questioning gaze that in Hiyu's eyes, everything he had done was in vain. You wouldn't understand, just like the first ape looking for sharp stones, misunderstood by his tribe, like the first savage trying to make fire, seen as crazy by his companions, the first person observing the movements of the stars was regarded as idle by those around him. Their actions were viewed as strange by people at the time, but it cannot be denied that in the end, they made what can be said to be epoch-making contributions, pushing the development of human society. I don't expect to compare to them, I only wish that in my lifetime, I can leave a road for future generations to choose. Sorry, I chattered on too much. Zhang Guangzong scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. It's fine, I'm pretty free anyway. Hiyu waved his hand nonchalantly. He really wanted to know why Zhang Guangzong, despite his age, still had the enthusiasm of a youth for certain things, unlike himself, who couldn't muster much interest in many matters. Even after capturing the little tiger, it only made him happy for a moment. Only for money did he have a great interest. Thinking of this, Hiyu suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. Since when did he also become a boring adult? How are your grades? Zhang Guangzong asked. As for the written exam results, maintaining a top 5 ranking in the entire grade is not difficult, and I should be around 100 in the whole city. That's great. Zhang Guangzong exclaimed happily, let me share some news with you. Our Beast Fighting Academy plans to enroll 300 students this year. Only 300? He looked at Zhang Guangzong in surprise. That's already a lot. Last year we only had 200. The year before that, it was only 230. This year is indeed more. Keep going, don't get too excited. Oh, okay. Zhang Guangzong nodded. You must have a contracted beast too, right? If you do, you can participate in the final beast battle assessment. If you join the assessment, you can be selected by a beast-related university, and the top scorer each year can choose their university freely, without waiting for others to accept you. Forget about being the first. This year there's a genius with a mythical bloodline companion beast. I don't think I can beat that guy, he waved his hand. Oh, what a pity. Zhang Guangzong shook his head in regret. But with your grades, if you work hard, you should be able to get into our school if you rank in the top 100 of the beast battle assessment. Top 100. Wait, how many candidates in the entire city have contracted beasts? He asked. Let me think. Zhang Guangzong began to count on his fingers. Last year's statistics showed that Yuzhou City has a total population of 167 million, with about 5 million high school students. If we assume a 1% chance of awakening a companion beast, that gives us 50,000 who have awakened their companion beasts. Additionally, many others have also found their contracted beasts before the exam in previous years. So conservatively, the beast battle assessment will have around 70,000 candidates. 70,000? He dropped his jaw again. I know that Yuzhou City, although considered a small city in the Tianshu country, actually has an area larger than several big provinces in China. But isn't this just a bit absurd? Chapter 35, Entering the Beast Fighting Academy, Pursuing a Combined Major for Credits. Don't be so down, just do your best, Zhang Guangzong comforted. I guess I should just study in the same school as my deskmate. He said with tears in his eyes. With 70,000 candidates, unless he shot through the competition, there's just no way to make it with the little knife given by the system. Don't give up, it's not easy to find a student interested in combined majors with good grades. Zhang Guangzong became anxious, scratching his head. By the way. Come here. Zhang Guangzong seemed to think of something and waved at Hiyu mysteriously. What? He leaned in, wanting to hear what he had to say.
Zheng Guangzong leaned towards Hiyu's ear and whispered. Hiyu was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Zheng Guangzong, and whispered, do you know it's illegal to reveal the assessment topic in advance?
I haven't revealed the topic, Zheng Guangzong said firmly. I only revealed that the format of the assessment is a team battle. Contestants can form their own teams, with each team not exceeding 4 people, or they can choose to compete individually.
Stop talking.
That's illegal, Hiyu said extremely quietly. Seeing this, Zheng Guangzong smiled slightly. Anyway, I told you, as long as it hasn't spread, it's not illegal. Once it spreads, then it counts as illegal. You should choose your team members during this time, pick someone strong so that it will be easier during the final assessment. Upon hearing this, Hiyu said nothing, only nodded. He had calmed down to think about this matter. Upon thinking carefully, Hiyu felt that this combination major might not be bad. Few people, relaxed, plus Zheng Guangzong is always busy with research, he definitely won't care about his coursework and grades, all he needs to do is accompany him in research, just to put on a show, then he can pass smoothly, get credits, and finally graduate with a diploma from Beast Fighting Academy.
Isn't that wonderful?
With this thought, Hiyu couldn't help but smile.
Zheng Guangzong. Where are you? Teacher Zhang. Please come out.
Dean Mei Lu just called us and said you are missing.
Teacher Zhang. We are all from Beast Fighting Academy. Please, have a heart. Take a break for a few days.
You have no students, we are all other teachers' students coming to find you.
Zheng Guangzong. If you don't come out, I'm calling Lu Ha to find you.
A noisy shouting came from outside the door, and Zheng Guangzong turned to look.
It seems they have come to find me.
Zheng Guangzong stood up and stretched lazily. Thank you for the meal, little kid, although it was just pre-packaged food, remember to eat less pre-packaged dishes in the future, it's not good for your health. Also, if you get accepted into Beast Fighting Academy, remember to choose me as your teacher, I will definitely teach you all my knowledge without holding back. After saying that, Zheng Guangzong pushed open the broken door and walked out.
You finally came out.
Yan Linzhou looked at Zheng Guangzong who had come out of Hiyu's house, his teeth itching with anger.
Can you please not run around every time?
Because of you, Mei Lu has called me 5 times in a month. Zheng Guangzong scratched his head with embarrassment, sorry, I went out to buy supplies and ended up fainting from hunger.
Teacher Zhang, I beg you not to just disappear without a word. A student dressed in Beast Fighting Academy clothes was on the verge of crying. The school uniform of Beast Fighting Academy was red and white, the male upper part was red, and the lower part was white, while the female uniform had the opposite color scheme. The only similarity was that on their chests, there was the Academy's emblem. The emblem was a concentric circle, the smaller being the size of 3 hair strands smaller than the larger one, and inside the circle was a character beast depicted in a beast-like form. It resembled the emblem of the beast tribe from Luo's adventure. There were different school badges, divided into different classes based on their colors. Leading these students was a youth with a colorful badge. Ah, trouble with the colorful class again. Zheng Guangzong smiled and patted the shoulder of the youth with the colorful badge. The youth sighed helplessly. By the way, how did you find me? Zheng Guangzong asked. Your teacher's ID. The youth took out Zheng Guangzong's credentials and held them up in front of him. It was found on the street not far from here, so we thought you might be nearby. Oh, so it's here, thank you, thank you. Zheng Guangzong quickly took the credentials and stuffed them into his pocket. You don't know, just now a little kid kept doubting I was a teacher from Beast Fighting Academy, and just at that moment, my ID went missing. I was truly speechless. Alright, if you have any news, you can talk about it later. The youth nodded impatiently. Do you feel anything wrong with your body? Yan Linzhou asked. Zheng Guangzong thought for a moment, and his stomach began to growl again. I'm hungry again. Zheng Guangzong scratched his head awkwardly. Everyone fell silent. How carefree you are. Then let's go eat. Yang Linzhou shook his head helplessly, there's a noodle shop nearby. Hey, wait, I haven't bought my research materials yet. The students from Beast Fighting Academy suddenly felt a wave of discontent. So many, such good materials brought to you for research is simply a waste, you can't even fill your stomach, yet you spend money on research materials, what a fool. However, because he was a teacher, these students did not show it. But Zheng Guangzong could see what they wanted to say in their eyes. He has long been used to it. Yang Linzhou helplessly sighed, then let's eat a bowl of noodles before going to buy it. Thank you, little young. Zheng Guangzong laughed carefree. TSK, if you weren't my big brother who protected me back in school, I wouldn't care about you at all. All the students stared at Yang Linzhou in unison. Please don't care about him. Let him die outside. Because of him, the reputation of our first school in Yuzhou has turned into a joke. And he keeps running out every few days, torturing us.
Haha, I bought a lot of materials this time. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't come out until after the college entrance exam.
Zheng Guangzong said with a smile. Thud. Yang Linzhou suddenly knelt down. Everyone, underscore?
Yang Linzhou hugged Zheng Guangzong's thigh and cried out, "Big brother.
You finally understand something. I'm so relieved. Hey, you're already in your 40s, don't do this. Don't do this."
He stood at the door, looking at the few people in the distance, filled with black lines.
Is this guy reliable as my teacher? Chapter 36, Jiahao and Aochen.
During the next time, Yu and Little Hu, besides their daily life from Monday to Friday, also spent weekends completing tasks with the Battle Spirit Squad. When there are no tasks, he and Little Hu train at home. Wang Li has recently advanced to 6-star Battle Realm, while Yu is at 7-star Battle Realm. Wang Li was dumbfounded when she saw Yu breaking through to 5-star Battle Realm, constantly asking what elixir Yu took to advance so quickly. Yu couldn't really tell her, so he lied and said that after joining the Battle Spirit Squad, Captain Wang could taught him the key to breakthroughs, which was why he could advance so fast.
Wang Li listened, filled with envy. Wang Li poked Yu's cheek with her finger, puffing up in anger. "Why did you break through before me? The teachers clearly said it's not that easy. Captain Wang Ku and the others are all above 5-star Battle Realm. As a member, I naturally have to work hard to keep up with them." Yu closed his book and smiled at Wang Li, asking seniors for advice is the most straightforward method, not to mention that Sister Qingchuan is also a fire attribute like me. Experiences among the same attribute are the most suitable. Also, I am considered slow. I learned systematically from several seniors. Brother Qingyu didn't go to college, he grew through real combat, and after entering 5-star Battle Realm, he also only advanced to 9-star in 2 years. Wang Li pouted in dissatisfaction. Does the Beastmaster Alliance have any wind attribute seniors? Help me find one. Wang Li said. The wind attribute is from other squads, having a general relationship with our Battle Spirit Squad, it's hard to find one to come over. I don't care. Wang Li directly lay on Yu's desk, angrily looking at him. You must find a wind attribute senior to teach me. Wang Li. A chalk piece the size of a thumb was thrown over and hit Wang Li's face. Ouch. Wang Li covered her head and looked towards the podium. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium, looking at Wang Li with a grim expression. I'm in class right now. You're so arrogant. Any important matters talk after class. When the school bell rang, the homeroom teacher said to the students. Exams will start next Monday, I hope everyone takes care of their spirit during this time. Don't mess up during the exam, especially Yu and Wang Li. You two are the only 3 who have tamed battle beasts at our school, others have only tamed wild beasts and domesticated ones. Only 3? The 2 were puzzled, has anyone else tamed battle beasts? Jiahao from the next class, he's the one who wears a black hooded jacket all day, with a black mask and carries wired headphones. Upon hearing this, they were first stunned, then understood. It's him, that show off. In any case, good luck with the exam. The 2 walked out of the classroom and then saw a figure carrying a black backpack. A man in a black mask stood not far away, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Poof. Jiahao snorted coldly, this world is really interesting. The 2, straight face. Here we go again. As the top 3 students of Yuling High School, Jiahao slowly looked at the 2, I definitely won't fall halfway. My goal is victory, it's first place. I just hope you 2 won't drag our school down. He started to say, wanting to remind them of something. You don't need to say more. Jiahao waved his hand, our paths are different. But I am still very willing to help you 2 achieve good rankings. However, if we meet as opponents, I won't hold back. What I actually wanted to say. Goodbye. After Jiahao finished speaking, he lifted his foot and walked forward. Thud. Jiahao stepped on his shoelace and fell onto the asphalt road. I wanted to say your shoelace is loose. Yu facepalmed, speechless. What kind of people are there in this world? I, a real traveler, am not this cringy, I'm embarrassed to even call you a local. By the way, what is his battle beast? Yu looked at Wang Li. How would I know? I only found out on the first day that he has a battle beast. Good daughter. A business car came outside, the window was rolled down, and a man in his 40s, sporting a successful man's hairstyle, stuck his head out and smiled at Wang Li. Dad is here to pick you up. Dad. Wang Li exclaimed joyfully, running toward the car. Why do you have time to pick me up today? Good daughter has an exam, so I can't let the driver pick you up, of course, it has to be Dad. Wang Li's father ruffled her hair. Get in the car. Dad will take you to eat something good. Yay. Dad is the best. Yu saw Wang Li get in the car and smiled slightly.
Wang Li behaves like I'm the boss in front of anyone, but only in front of her father she becomes a good girl.
Hey, your childhood sweetheart is ignoring you.
Jia Hao leaned his hand on He Yu's shoulder, teasing him.
Let go, what childhood sweetheart? Just ordinary classmates.
Hearing this, Jia Hao not only didn't ridicule He Yu but looked at him in surprise. I thought you were a loser, but I didn't expect you to reject girls you don't like just like me.
You?
He Yu moved a bit away from him in disgust.
Well, the neurology department in the hospital is having a discount, 30% off. What do you mean?
Jia Hao looked at He Yu in confusion.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Just as He Yu was about to run away, he heard a loud, crazy laughter coming from behind. The two turned their heads to see a group of hoodlums carrying a genuine leather chair walking toward them, stopping at the school gate. The person on the chair sat like a king, shouting toward the school, "My sworn enemy!
He Yu! I have come to find you." He Yu instantly froze. Damn, with Jia Hao behind and Aochen in front, I really am.
Little Tiger. He Yu wasted no words and summoned Little Tiger directly. The 5-meter-long Little Tiger burst out from the contract space, letting out a deafening tiger roar. He Yu sat on Little Tiger's back, looking seriously at Aochen in front of him.
Oh? Aochen instantly became interested. Do you want to have a battle with me? 7th star of the realm? Ha ha ha.
Among all my opponents, you are the strongest.
I accept your challenge.
Little Tiger.
Meow.
Little Tiger charged toward the hoodlums, among them one with a battle beast raised his hand, and a third of a circle on the back of his hand emitted light. Little Tiger jumped over them and ran towards home.
The little hoodlums and Aochen were instantly thrown into confusion in the air. Aren't you going to fight me? Running away isn't a skill.
Aochen shouted toward the direction where He Yu was fleeing.
Who wants to fight you? There's no prize for fighting now. We'll fight again during the battle beast assessment.
He Yu's voice reached Aochen's ears, and Aochen paused, then covered his face and started to laugh coldly.
Humph 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 ha 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 ha.
Aochen laughed loudly while covering his face, sounding like a shining gold.
During the graduation exam, are you going to fight me to the death? I like it.
At this moment, Aochen noticed Jia Hao standing beside him.
Jia Hao and Aochen locked eyes, staring at each other intensely. This guy, the two thought in unison, is a master, pasting king, not weaker than me. Chapter 37, Renting a House.
He Yu returned home and glanced at the roof, where many tiles had been blown off by yesterday's heavy rain, and let out a sigh. During this period, he had made quite a bit of money following the Battle Spirit team, earning a total of 180,000 from selling materials. By the way, the chameleon skin sold for 80,000, which was lower than He Yu expected. Perhaps it's because the mainstream training direction for light type is focused on healing and swift attacks, making assassins like the chameleon less popular. He Yu thought to himself that it's time to move out of this home, and perhaps he could rent a warm, dry place. It might be because of his bond with Little Tiger, but He Yu now really disliked cold and damp places. He had also heard that contracted beasts or companion beasts could unknowingly influence their masters, causing their preferences to become similar. Little Tiger liked dry and warm environments, and now he had become like that too.
The current damp and cold environment of his home made him uncomfortable.
He Yu was puzzled. It was almost summer, so why was the temperature not rising?
He Yu checked his belongings at home. A 1-meter refrigerator, forget it, I don't need it. A wash basin.
I don't seem to have that at home, then I'll take everything. He Yu patted his hands, putting all the items he won from the lottery and valuable things into his portable space, saving him from carrying bags around. He Yu walked on the street, looking for a suitable rental house. Passing by a snack street, bustling with people, the aroma stimulated He Yu's taste buds, and he suddenly remembered he hadn't had dinner yet.
Just then, an unusual scent invaded He Yu's nostrils.
He turned his head and saw a slender figure with red hair, clad in a barbecue apron, flipping skewers alongside a fire element gorilla. Upon closer inspection, sitting closest to that red-haired figure was a man with a mesmerized expression. How familiar he looked.
Captain Wang Ku? Sister Xia?
Xia Qingchuan and Wang Ku turned around and saw He Yu walking towards them.
Oh, He Yu. Wang Ku waved and smiled at He Yu. Come sit over here. Thanks, Captain.
He Yu smiled and sat down, and Xia Qingchuan immediately leaned in to ask, "What do you want to eat, younger brother He Yu?"
I haven't decided yet. He Yu looked at the menu, feeling indecisive. Then I'll get you a fire element exam set meal, okay?
It'll enhance your firepower, and I'll give you a 30% discount, Xia Qingchuan said with a sweet smile.
Alright, thanks, Sister Xia. You're welcome.
Xia Qingchuan called her battle beast, the blazing fire gorilla, and began grilling the set meal for He Yu. He Yu looked over and saw Wang Ke staring at Xia Qingchuan with a mesmerized expression, his eyes almost unable to look away from her.
Captain, do you like Sister Xia? He teased. Eh? 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 Wang Ke quickly covered Hiyu's mouth. You brat, don't say that. What about my face? Ha ha ha.
Hiyu pulled Wang Ke's hand away and laughed heartily. I didn't expect the usually dignified captain to have such an expression during hunting.
Shoo.
Wang Ke hurriedly urged Hiyu to be quiet, and at that moment, Hiyu noticed that the roasting Xiao Qingchuan also blushed.
Are you two together?
Hiyu asked curiously.
Yes.
Wang Ke shyly nodded. We've been together for 5 years, and everyone in the team knows.
Then why don't you usually show your affection?
Hiyu asked. When we're on missions, we not only don't have time, but it can also slow the team down, so we usually only date after work, Wang Ke explained.
Talking about love also requires a suitable occasion and time. Do you all have part-time jobs after work?
Hiyu asked, puzzled.
Yes. Xiao Qingchuan smiled at this moment. It's all based on personal hobbies.
For example, Uncle Li likes to go to the gym to be a coach after work.
Don't be fooled by Uncle Li's big belly, inside is all muscle. He has a typical fat-storing muscle body type.
No wonder I saw him running 10 kilometers without getting breathless.
Hiyu scratched his head. And then there's Qinyu.
After work, he likes to cosplay, like Naruto or Dongfang Yuechu, and he also takes gaming jobs to earn some extra cash.
And Lina, she usually helps out at her family's flower shop. What about brother Chen Yao?
Hiyu asked.
I don't know.
The two shook their heads at the same time. Brother Chen Yao always seems mysterious. We still don't know if he stays home after work or goes to do something.
Brother Chen Yao has a righteous face. I think he must be a security guard, right?
Wang Ke thought for a moment. He has quick light-powered speed. I feel he's more likely a delivery guy.
Isn't he a healer? I think he's more likely to be a doctor.
At the same time, inside a nightclub in Area C. Wearing a white duck-billed hat and dressed in punk fashion, Chen Yao stood on the stage, holding a microphone, shouting to the crowd below.
Hello? Everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. The nightclub DJ Wang. Chen Yao is back from the thrilling city outskirts. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Yes.
The crowd below erupted in intense cheers.
Since you missed me, let's not waste any more time. Let's all party hard today. Woohoo!
The wild DJ music echoed through the entire nightclub, lifting the atmosphere to its peak by Chen Yao.
By the way, how did you come out? Wang Ke asked, eating grilled leeks. I thought you liked staying at home.
Don't mention it, Hiyu sighed while having the fire-themed exam set with Xiao Hu.
Yesterday was both a heavy rain and strong wind. It blew off a lot of tiles from my roof. My bed was dry before, but now it's wet too. I'm worried I can't find a place to rent. Oh no, you've asked the right person.
Wang Ke stuffed the remaining leeks into his mouth and smiled at Hiyu. There is a house for rent near my and Xiao Qingchuan's home. It's a good environment, and the rent is 2,000 a month.
So expensive?
Hiyu was surprised. Of course, expensive has its benefits. It's located near a luxurious community of formal members of the Beast Tamer Alliance.
If something happens, we can get there immediately, and also... Wait. Hiyu quickly interrupted Wang Ke. Formal members have luxurious community residences assigned?
Yes, my house is right next to your sister Xia's, Uncle Li, and them live a bit far, needing to walk 2 or 3 kilometers. You'll see when you check it out. For a moment, Hiyu felt a sense of missing out on $1 billion.
Soon he would realize that his feeling was not wrong. Chapter 38 Preparation before the exam. In fact, it was exactly how Hiyu thought.
Wang Ke's luxury community was truly luxurious. Every unit was a mansion, the smallest one occupied at least 100 square meters, and had 2 floors. Hiyu gaped, looking dumbfounded.
Suddenly feeling that this school wasn't appealing anymore. Is it still too late to drop out and join the Beast Tamer Alliance as a formal member? I heard your written exam scores are very good. Wang Ke asked while driving.
Ah, yes, quite good, but I lack confidence in the Beast Battle Assessment. I want to get into the Beast Fighting Academy, but the Beast Battle Assessment requires being within the top 100.
The Beast Fighting University doesn't really care about written exam scores.
Hiyu said in the back seat, stroking the electric demon mouse.
Did they release the rules for your Beast Battle Assessment? What kind of competition is it? Elimination match or survival match? Not yet, don't they announce it the day of the assessment? Ha ha. That's true. We only learned ours after the assessment.
Our match was an elimination round, of course. A group of support classes were eliminated early, leaving only our group of close combat and ranged fighters for the final showdown. This is so unfair for the support players, Hiyu said angrily. Everyone has worked so hard for so long, and yet because their roles aren't suited for the front lines, they've been eliminated. This is just bullying. Yeah, luckily there's still a revival match, not a battle, but a competition to see who is stronger in their roles, like tanks, who can take more damage, or healers, who can heal more people faster.
Going solo. He thought to himself.
We're here. The car stopped, and when he stepped out of the car, he saw a luxurious apartment building in front of him. Let's go in, I'll help you with the rental paperwork. Wang Li stretched, saying, driving for half an hour almost killed me.
2 hours later.
He finished his shower, wrapped in a towel, sitting on the soft bed, looking up at the clean, non-leaky ceiling. Everything felt so strange yet comfortable.
Although Wang Li said it doesn't compare to their luxurious community apartments, this was already great for He.
He's not the type who doesn't know how to be satisfied. As long as it was better than what he used to dislike, that was enough. He had none of the youthful arrogance. Words like young and reckless had nothing to do with him. All he needed was to get through today, to live until tomorrow, and that was enough. He turned off the light and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the weekend arrived.
Caw!
A massive black crow, wrapped in golden lightning and with a wingspan of over 5 meters, shrieked as its lightning struck down towards the little tiger. He was not to be outdone. He controlled the little tiger to run towards a nearby rock, stepping on it while gathering flames in his mouth, aiming for the thunderous crow's face.
Boom! Bang! Both attacks hit simultaneously, knocking each other down. The two battle beasts struggled on the ground while Qiongqi and He anxiously watched the two beasts in the arena.
In the end, the little tiger lost the strength to stand, while the thunderous crow stood up shakily, spreading its wings to proclaim its victory.
Ah! He covered his head in frustration. You still won, Qiongqi.
You were already very impressive, Qiongqi said, stroking his 2-meter-high thunderous crow, admiring He. In the realm of the 7-star peak, you're considered strong, and if it weren't for my thunderous crow being of excellent quality, the little tiger's Tiger King's roar would have surely intimidated my thunderous crow.
Wang Li and the others nodded in agreement.
This kid is really slippery, starting off with a Tiger King's roar and then smashing me with all sorts of violent attacks. It took the stone armor off my old bear's face, Li Mingtong sighed from the side.
Right?
I'm just a wooden control type, with no attack power, and I was even countered by this kid's attributes, yet he still used the Tiger King's roar against me. Lena pouted in dissatisfaction.
Are you getting back at me for that prank I pulled on you?
That reason is half true, He laughed.
Hey! You little schemer! Lena scolded angrily.
Meanwhile, Chen was treating the little tiger and thunderous crow. A 3-meter-high mushroom of red, blue, and green appeared from Chen contract space. Then the green part lit up, and the mushroom cap started releasing glowing green spores. As the glowing spores fell on the little tiger and the thunderous crow, they began to rapidly heal their injuries. In less than half a minute, both battle beasts were back to their best. All healed, Chen clapped his hands.
By the way, you have an exam tomorrow, right? Wang Li asked.
Yes, He nodded. The written part isn't a worry, but I need to pay attention to the battle beast evaluation.
Ha ha.
You must really study hard. Li Mingtong patted He's shoulder, at least get into a decent school.
That way, we'll have a top student in our team.
I'll do it.
He smiled.
Aochen sat in a leather chair, looking proudly at the 3 people in front of him, 2 dressed in casual clothes and 1 in a police uniform, who bore some resemblance to Aochen, but with an air of righteousness, unlike Aochen's rebellious demeanor.
Can't you just be quiet for a moment? The middle-aged man spoke first, pointing angrily at Aochen's nose. Do you even realize how much trouble you've caused this past month? How many teachers from different schools have come to me saying you've bullied their students? Honestly, you not going to school is one thing, but to go around playing with your friends is unacceptable. But how can you bully other classmates? The middle-aged woman chimed in from the side.
I'm truly fed up with you.
Aochen's cousin, Aou, was so furious he was pounding his head. Do you even know how many complaint calls we've received at the police department? In just this month alone, I've had 200 complaints because of you. If you keep this up, my position as captain will be gone. The higher-ups are already dissatisfied with me.
If it weren't for my hard work over these years, they would have replaced me already.
Son, I'm begging you, please stay put for this time. Can you do that? Just get through this exam period without bothering the students, okay? Harassing exam candidates is a serious crime. Your cousin's job is definitely on the line. Who told you I was going to harass the exam candidates? Aochen replied in a low voice. Then why do you still want to fight with others? Just because you awakened a mythical battle beast?
His father questioned Aochen. Even if you're a 4 monarch, you can't bully examination candidates as a petty thug. It's simple, Aochen replied with a calm smile, slowly rising to his feet, holding his exam admission ticket, pointing one hand to the sky, a grin on his lips. I'm going to take the college entrance exam, that's all? The 3 of them. The battle demon emperor once said, "A true king never dies on the throne, but on the battlefield." Aochen's smile grew more arrogant. In the battle beast assessment, there are more opponents. I have a worthy rival. He and I have agreed to fight to the death on the battlefield. How could I, the king, shy away from battle? And also, this king wants to enter the same university as him. To continue fighting him to the end. But, only the Beast Fighting Academy will accept candidates with poor written exam scores. Aou interjected in a low voice, if you take the college entrance exam, what if he doesn't end up in the Beast Fighting Academy, then your written exam score, are you confident? Can't I just swallow all the obstacles? Aochen exclaimed passionately, my holy title Extreme Koan was born to swallow all opponents. The three looked at Aochen, then at each other. This kid's delusions are getting worse. Dad sighed. I already told you not to let him watch that flashy nonsense, but you refused to listen. Aou frowned. By the way, is this child's written exam score really something to be confident about? Mom asked. It's been too long since I've stood up. Legs. Help me. Aochen held his cramping legs, crying for help from the three. The three silently looked at Aochen. It seemed that his written exam score and the battle beast assessment were quite uncertain. Help me. Dad, Mom. Cousin. Chapter 39, What to do when you end up in the same exam room as the person you least want to meet. He turned in his phone, put on the watch made of spirit stones containing a restriction contract, and nervously entered the exam room. This kid seems to be a space system ability user, right? A nearby staff member checked Hiyu's information and asked in confusion, aren't we going to add another insurance measure to prevent him from cheating? The solid spirit stone has dual effects of imprisoning the contract space and abilities. Another staff member put a watch on another student. This small piece is enough to waste away the supernatural powers and the contract space. What you really need to pay attention to are the humanoid species. The solid spirit stone has little effect on them, only the power-restraining demon prison stone can prevent them from cheating. Remember not to mix it up. Hiyu glanced at the blue solid spirit stone watch on his arm, a smile creeping up his lips. They probably didn't expect that their space is essentially not a supernatural ability, but the system's reward. Although he didn't need to cheat, who could say for sure? He never did things without confidence. Hiyu sat in his exam seat, quietly waiting for the time to come. His position was in the third row, neither good nor bad. At that moment, Hiyu's glance flickered to the nearby desk, and when he saw the name written on it, his eyes widened. Jiahao? Mortal, I never expected you to be in the same exam room as me. At that moment, Jiahao, dressed in black and wearing a mask, walked in from outside. Slap. Hiyu slapped himself like Tom Cat. Just what he feared had come true. People in this world are really interesting, Jiahao said, looking up at a 45-degree angle. To actually have the skill to take my headphones and phone away from me, I truly admire this. Hiyu felt like he wanted to die right then and there. Wait, this exam is a gathering of students from different schools and different classes in various classrooms. Since Jiahao has come so coincidentally, then another guy. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Wasn't he from Yucheng High School? He shouldn't be in this exam room. Hiyu thought this and turned to look at the other desk. He saw a two-character name written on the desk. Aochen. At this point, the tension in Hiyu's heart finally eased. Why can't you let me in? The chair doesn't count as electronic products. Hiyu and Jiahao looked out the window at the sound and saw Aochen sitting on a leather chair at the school gate downstairs, accompanied by a man in a police uniform, who was rubbing his forehead helplessly. It really is him, Hiyu wanted to cry but had no tears. You really can't bring that chair. Why not? As soon as Aochen finished speaking, his cousin behind him punched him in the head, causing a large bump to form. I told you to hand in the chair, so do it. Didn't you promise us that yesterday? Don't stir trouble. Don't stir trouble. Uncle and aunt are old. They can't handle your antics. Don't think just because you awakened a mythical companion beast that you are superior. Here, I am not only older than you in status, but also stronger in ability. TCH. Aochen held his head with the bump, casting an unhappy glance at his cousin, then slowly stood up and handed the chair to the staff member. This is my throne, you must protect it. Only this chair perfectly fits my precious bottom, and only this chair, after long exposure to my royal aura, can gain its own intelligence. Ouch. Aoyu struck Aochen on the head again. Stop dragging, hurry up and go in to take the exam. Aochen looked at his cousin with grievance. He feared nothing in this world except for this cousin who had beaten him since he was little. Remember. Protect my chair well. It can cry too. Aochen waved his hand, unwillingly bidding farewell to his cousin in the chair. Director Ao, thank you, said a staff member beside Ao, stretching out a hand in gratitude. This kid is notoriously undisciplined, yet you managed to bring him here. Director Ao, you are truly remarkable. No way, just a kid who won't grow up, a beating will make him obedient. Ao shook hands with the staff member and nodded. That kid, however, will need your help to keep an eye on him. Ouch. Just then, Aochen stumbled and fell to the ground. Who can help me a little? My leg is cramping again. I can't get up. Aochen shouted towards the crowd at the school gate. Sigh. Ao, you sighed like a widow whose husband has died. Anyway, I'm sorry to trouble you. Looking at Aochen, who had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up at all, the staff also sighed. You really left us with a troublesome guy to take care of. The staff helped Aochen to the exam room, then hurriedly left. Aochen leaned on the doorframe to enter the exam room, and at first glance, he saw two familiar faces. My eternal rival. Ha ha ha. Aochen laughed as he looked at Hiyu. We meet again. Aren't you face blind? How can you recognize me? Hiyu scolded. Surprised, right? I learned a technique to recognize people by the breath of contracted beasts. You have a strong aura of the flame spirit tiger, and in the entire Yujo city, besides you, no one else has tamed a flame spirit tiger. Am I awesome or what? Praise me. Praise me. You're so annoying. Ah. A long, snow-white leg kicked Aochen's butt, sending him flying a meter away. I thought it was someone important. Dressed in green shorts and a white top, Wang Li walked into the exam room, looking at Aochen on the ground holding his butt and crying out in pain, full of contempt. Turns out it's just you little rascal. Why are you here in the exam room instead of wandering outside? You again, you tomboy. Aochen covered his butt and stood up shakily while holding onto a table, pointing a finger at Wang Li and scolding. What I talk about with my eternal rival is none of your business. Oh dear, still a king. Wang Li couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Aochen, who could barely stand. Which king can't even walk properly? Louis XVI? That Louis XVI was headless. What about you? Do you have a missing brainstem? You better not insult me. Oh dear, getting anxious when you can't argue back. I'm so scared. I won't argue with you, I'm afraid you'll come at me with your hands later. As Wang Li spoke, she glanced at Hiyu, who was sitting obediently at the side, and smiled slightly. I'm counting on you for math class monitor. I'll do my best. Hiyu waved his hand. The two bystanders widened their eyes, eagerly looking at Hiyu with bright eyes. Please help us. Mortal. My eternal rival. I accept your help. I never said I would help you. Hiyu said with a black line on his forehead. You three should see if you can cheat successfully under the supervision of the invigilating teacher and the cameras first. No problem. We'll figure out how to cheat. You just need to give us 3 answers. The three laughed heartily. Chapter 40, Talent emerges in written exams. The written exam consists of 6 subjects, finished in one day, lasting a total of 12 hours, from 8 a.m. to midnight, with organized breaks for meals and bathroom visits. Those who finish early can submit their papers in advance. The high school entrance exam rules on Blue Star are different from those on Earth. The 6 subject exam papers are distributed at once, and candidates can choose which subject to take first. Beside each table, there is a paper dispensing machine with a high-precision weighing device, accurate to the nanogram. Before the exam starts, the weight of each candidate's exam papers is measured together, then placed into the dispenser. The weight of the dispenser is allowed to be less, but not more. If someone slips in a cheat sheet while no one is paying attention, the machine will sound an alarm if it detects excess weight. It is said that it wasn't as strict before, until one of the 4 lords, the War Demon Emperor, ruined it in their city back in the day by stuffing cheat sheets among a pile of exam papers. Eventually, due to the large number of papers, they couldn't find the cheat sheets, and when it was time to collect the papers, they fell out, leading to their discovery. In the end, the written exam results of the War Demon Emperor were completely invalidated. If he hadn't secured first place in the Beast examination later, he would have ended up working like a laborer in the Beast Master Alliance, which was no different from a black factory. Since then, regulations changed, and all sorts of high-precision instruments were placed in the exam room as if they were free. Thank you, War Demon Emperor. Hiyu cursed in his heart. Hiyu looked at the machine screen, thought for a moment, and pressed the math button on it. 2 seconds later, the math test paper and answer sheet were spat out by the machine. Wang Li sat behind Hiyu, her eyes caught his movements, and her lips quickly formed a curve as she also clicked on math. Aochen and Jiahao anticipated that Hiyu would first solve the difficult test paper for his childhood friend, and since Wang Li had previously mentioned that she was counting on him for math, they guessed Hiyu would do math first, so they clicked on math too. Hiyu looked at the math questions, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seems the officials are hinting they want to select science students this time. The questions are so tough, but thankfully for him, it's a piece of cake. Then, he picked up his pen and quickly started calculating on the draft paper. In contrast, the other three, except for their names and student numbers, found the rest of the paper was like a mosaic, completely incomprehensible. The three stared at the series of English on the test paper, wondering if they had picked up the wrong paper, but after confirming several times, it was indeed math. Looking again at Hiyu, who was writing furiously, they broke out in a cold sweat. What the? This guy, he's definitely a monster. Hiyu quickly finished the first side and flipped to the second side. The cold sweat of the three couldn't stop pouring down. Dude, it seems like it hasn't even been 20 minutes since the exam started, and you finished the first side already? The three held their pens, momentarily unsure how to proceed. Having completed the math paper, Hiyu stretched lazily on the desk and glanced at his watch. Less than an hour had passed, 48 minutes, which was beyond Hiyu's expectation. A bit slow, it seems the officials really did raise the difficulty this time. But thankfully, it appears he's performing beyond his usual standards. Finishing 4 sets of papers in 4 hours in the morning shouldn't be a problem. There was no large clock in the exam room. Each student would receive a small watch from the officials specifically for keeping track of time. Why is that? This brings us to a certain idol of Hiyu, the phoenix god Huang Linyang. Huang Linyang had excellent eyesight. Rumors say he could see the gender of a fly from a kilometer away in his student days. And on the day of his college entrance exam, Huang Linyang used his eyesight to see through the reflection of the big clock in the exam room to read the test paper of the top student in front of him. As for whether he was discovered, if he hadn't, there wouldn't be such a stupid rule now. His gaze was always on the clock, and the invigilator wasn't blind, the monitors recorded it. These two idols blocked the paths for later generations completely. Though you're my idol, I still have to say, you bastard. Phoenix God. Although it doesn't affect me much, if I don't curse you, my heart won't feel right. Hiyu was about to start on the next paper when a sudden breeze brushed against the back of his head. Hiyu was stunned and then realized it was Wang Li asking for help. Then another breeze blew on Hiyu's left shoulder. It was a signal. His right shoulder was tapped 3 times consecutively. Translation: what to select for the first major question, the third minor question. Hiyu stretched out his hand to a place where he hadn't left the desk, visible to Wang Li, and tapped 3 times with his index finger. Select C. Wang Li felt delighted and hurriedly wrote down the answer. Hiyu was about to continue to write the next chapter when he suddenly heard the sound of an automatic signature pen clicking. Tap, tap, tap. What is this? Hiyu wondered, looking toward the direction of the sound. Jiahao was glancing at him, repeatedly pressing his pen, producing a faint sound. Hiyu was startled. This thing. Morse code? You actually know Morse code? Wouldn't it be better to spend this time memorizing formulas? What's the point of messing around with Morse code? Hiyu also didn't know Morse code, and for a moment, he felt a bit at a loss. At that moment, the system panel popped up. Would you like to spend 3,000 combat points to quickly learn Morse code? Hiyu was stunned for a moment, then clicked confirm. In an instant, Jiahao's Morse code was deciphered by Hiyu. Jiahao, hello? Can you understand me? Can you get all the multiple choice questions right? Hiyu. You don't know any of them at all. Seeing Hiyu's speechless expression, Jiahao felt a surge of joy. It seemed he knew Morse code. Jiahao, after this is done, I'll give you 3 beast spirit sources, please help me. Mortal. Sigh. Hiyu sighed and began to press his signature pen. Hiyu, first question, B, second question, D. Jiahao, A, why do I feel like the second question should be A? Hiyu, then you can choose A, anyway, if it's wrong, it's not my problem. After writing down all the multiple choice answers, Jiahao breathed a sigh of relief. Great, at least it's not a blank sheet at the end. These multiple choice questions could at least earn him 10 points, it was better than getting a 0. Hiyu rolled his eyes. Just this Jiahao, a real genius, while you, a fake Jiahao, are not. Beside them, Aochen, arms crossed, was looking at the exam paper with a solemn expression. He was trying to awaken his brain that hadn't been used for years. In an instant, his face turned red, his eyes bulged, and his teeth were clenched. The supervising teacher next to him saw his appearance and was momentarily stunned. Just when the supervising teacher wanted to go up and ask if Aochen needed help, they heard a bang sound coming from Aochen's head, and he slumped in his seat, his brain emitting white smoke, rolling his eyes, and fainting. Brain startup failed. In the surveillance room, a group of staff members were watching the surveillance footage, checking to see if any students were cheating. I heard that this time, they planted undercover agents in every classroom, one staff member asked, is it true? It's true. It seems they increased the difficulty for this exam on purpose, just so that students would copy the answers from the undercovers, another staff member said. It said that it's to train students' scouting skills and information filtering in extreme situations where their abilities and powers are sealed in contract space. Is it really necessary? It's like the Chunin exam in Naruto, all this just for a written test? They actually came up with such a bizarre reason for scouting and detecting skills that staff member complained. I don't know, you have to ask up top. I heard it was thought up by Lord Simluo and got unanimous approval from the other 3 lords. They must be really bored. That staff member covered their face. Hey, isn't there 2 undercovers in that classroom? At that moment, a staff member suddenly pointed at the screen, looking incredulous. Those 2 are writing their papers so quickly. The others turned to look and saw Hiyu and another person in the exam room writing furiously. Their speeds were nearly the same. Chapter 41 Hiyu, I've met a rival. Hiyu also heard the sound of writing at almost the same speed and was instantly astonished. There's actually someone like me, one of the only 2 people in the whole exam room who can answer these questions? Hiyu had just quietly observed the exam room and found that almost everyone could only answer a few questions, with almost no one capable of finishing like him. Even those who could, didn't write as quickly as Hiyu. But unexpectedly, a rival suddenly appeared, and for a moment, it felt like sitting alone on a mountain peak overlooking the whole world, only to turn around and find someone just like him. This feeling. So interesting. Hiyu's interest was piqued, and the corners of his mouth lifted. After all, it's more fun to have a rival. Thinking this, Hiyu's speed once again increased. The female undercover sitting against the wall was dumbfounded. Where did this guy come from? Why didn't anyone tell me there was another undercover? The female undercover stared blankly at Hiyu. But he saw Hiyu turn his head, challenging him with a raised eyebrow. The female undercover agent immediately understood. Hiyu wanted to compete with her. For a moment, the female undercover agent cracked her 10 fingers and nodded at Hiyu. Let's see who finishes first. Instantly, both of them began to speed up. Battle value plus 600. Battle value plus 800. Battle value plus 550. Battle value plus. Thus, a contest unfolded between the true undercover and the fake undercover. Facing such a difficult question, Hiyu, while not guaranteeing he could get them all right, was confident he could maintain an accuracy rate of about 85% or so. The female undercover agent could still keep up for the moment, as this was also within the scope of her assessment, but suddenly she thought, why was the undercover writing so fast? Shouldn't he leave some hope for those students? It was only now that she realized, Hiyu was actually not a second undercover, but a real student. After all, which undercover writes that fast? Isn't it all to give these budding little heads some training? Can you train like this if you write that fast? The female undercover agent quickly realized this, and then slowed down her speed, deliberately making some noise to give these students a bit of a chance. Tap, tap, tap. Ha! The female undercover agent looked over in confusion, only to see Hiyu holding a signature pen in one hand, continuously clicking it, while his other hand was writing furiously. Sigma, LLL, huh? The female undercover agent was stunned. Writing and tapping Morse code at the same time? Do you really want to show off like this? Wait a minute. When the female undercover agent looked at the movements of Hiyu's other hand, she gasped in shock. Hiyu suddenly stopped writing and tapped a few times on the table with the other hand, and the girl behind him began to write with great intensity. You're transmitting answers to 2 people at once? My goodness. Hiyu's left hand was clicking the pen. Just then, the exam supervisor walked over. Confiscated. The supervisor said without hesitation, directly taking away Hiyu's left-handed pen. No noise is allowed in the exam room. Come to me for it once you've finished writing. Hiyu was startled and immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet the eyes of the supervisor. Battle value plus 200. At this time, don't add battle value. Hiyu wanted to cry without tears. After this series of events, Hiyu finally settled down, quickly finished his paper, sat in his seat, and watched the time on his watch tick away. There was still half an hour until lunch, and he had only not written Chinese and English. Everything else was done. Hiyu couldn't understand why there was still a need to learn English in this world. Was it related to the Cavite continent? Just then, the break bell rang, and Hiyu felt an urge to urinate rush over him. Just as he was about to get up, he heard the supervisor call out. Wait. Saying this, the supervisor handed each person a black cube with a white button on top. Everyone looked at the cube in confusion, then looked back at the supervisor. Put this thing on the table and press the button. Everyone immediately followed suit and pressed the white button. The cube quickly expanded, covering everyone's desks. Since it was pure black, no one could see the test papers inside. Let's go. Remember, don't speak. Your watch will automatically detect if there's anyone within 5 meters. If there's someone within 5 meters and you talk, you will receive a warning. If you exceed 3 warnings, your exam score will be cancelled. Everyone nodded and then headed toward the restroom and cafeteria. Hiyu relieved himself and immediately felt soft all over, a blissful smile on his face. Pulling up his pants and just about to walk out the door, he saw Aochen standing at the entrance, coldly staring at him. Hiyu looked at Aochen in confusion, unsure what he wanted to do.
Could it be like in the novels, to provoke him into saying 3 sentences and then cancelling his exam score? Hiyu cautiously eyed Aochen. Aochen coldly stared at Hiyu. Not a word was spoken. Hiyu's heart lifted to his throat. Suddenly, Aochen looked at Hiyu with a face full of grievance, as if he was about to cry, gesturing wildly with his hands. Hiyu looked at Aochen in confusion, unsure of what he was trying to express. Detected sign language from a deaf mute. Would you like to spend 3,000 battle points to learn it? Hiyu was taken aback. So Aochen was using sign language, no wonder he kept gesturing. Although he was quite curious about why Aochen knew sign language. He clicked confirm, and finally understood what Aochen's gestures meant. Aochen, save me. Math. Choices. Fill in the blanks. I can't do any of it. Hiyu, what about other subjects? Aochen, ah? Are there other subjects? Hiyu. O_O. Are you and Jia Hao both like this? There was no other choice, Hiyu had to give him all the translations he had written. Aochen, that's it? Hiyu, I haven't written the answers for English and Chinese, by the way, you didn't mix up those answers, right? Aochen, of course. The answers for Contract Master are BCDAB. Hiyu, that's the answer for Beast Master Studies. Aochen, aren't these two the same subject? Hiyu, sigh. There's no saving you. The female undercover agent took off her watch, pouted angrily, and approached the staff. What's wrong with that student? The female undercover agent questioned the staff. How could he solve such difficult problems? He seems to be in the top 5 of his school. The staff checked Hiyu's file, he's consistently ranked in the top 5. Ahem, the team leader beside her coughed a couple of times as a reminder. Oh, I misspoke. He wasn't in the top 5 during freshman year, but after that, he was strong, and for the next 2 years, he consistently stayed in the top 5 of his grade. He's an excellent student. Why not during freshman year? The female undercover agent asked. I don't know, maybe he worked hard later on. The team leader glanced at Hiyu's file from his freshman year, seeing the words permission denied, cannot retrieve displayed, he casually made up an excuse. Not only him, but those top students also solved it. The team leader sighed, it's just a pity that not many of these top students have battle beasts, it looks like they'll only be able to attend non-battle beast universities. What about this kid named Hiyu? He has a blazing fire spirit tiger, and it's a space-type ability, it's highly likely he will participate in the battle beast assessment. Blazing fire spirit tiger? I remember that the only mentor in Yuzhou City with a blazing fire spirit tiger is the female undercover agent pondered. Mentor Pan Hu from Beast Fighting Academy. The team leader nodded, he has a 6-star blazing fire spirit tiger, if this kid participates in the battle beast assessment, he's most likely aiming for victory, choosing Beast Fighting Academy and selecting Pan Hu as his mentor is the most likely scenario. But isn't there a kid with a legendary great companion beast this year? The female undercover agent asked, I think his name is Aochen. That's true, so this kid named Hiyu might be in a bit of trouble. The team leader nodded. Chapter 42, Your Dream. In the afternoon, everyone worked on the paper they didn't finish in the morning. Hiyu finished the English exam first and finally got to the Chinese exam. Holding the exam paper, Hiyu wasn't in a rush to answer, instead, he looked toward the essay direction. When he saw the essay prompt, he froze. This essay must be written on the topic of dream and must be no less than 800 words, plagiarism is not allowed, and it must not be a poem. Dream. Hiyu stared blankly at the essay requirement, momentarily at a loss. If it were anything else, he could definitely write it, like his feelings about a certain event or various argumentative essays. But about dreams he seemed to have none. Oh, he remembered that in his past life, he once thought about becoming a commercial pilot, flying freely in the sky, but for some unknown reason, he gave up that dream later on. Looking at the original owner's memories, it seemed that he also had no dreams, just getting by was his biggest dream. But in the end, he didn't achieve this dream. Hiyu was thinking, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. This thought seemed not to belong to Hiyu himself, but he thought for a moment that writing it shouldn't be off-topic, so he picked up the pen and slowly began to write in the grid of the composition. The female undercover had already lain flat, finishing the previous multiple-choice questions. She didn't need to worry anymore. Who could remember such a long string of answers for Chinese? The female undercover stretched, looking in Hiyu's direction. She was actually quite curious about what Hiyu's composition would be like, whether he aspired to great ambitions or just sought to get by. What exactly was in the heart of this boy abandoned by the He family? She was very curious. Hiyu's pen flew across the paper, and after a while, he scratched his head, thinking, writing and stopping. An hour later, he finally finished the composition. Phew! Hiyu let out a sigh of relief. Next, he could write about reading and selections. Among all the subjects, Chinese was the one Hiyu wrote the slowest. Because Chinese is generally about talent, especially reading comprehension.
He talent in Chinese is not strong. Under normal circumstances, in a test where the total score is 150 points, getting 90 points would be a remarkable performance. Thus, He didn't hold much hope for Chinese. It was Wang Li's strong suit, but with so many words in Chinese, it was unlikely she would share answers with him. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and He froze. It shouldn't be. He had already told Wang Li the answers to those subjects, and Wang Li should be confident about the remaining subjects. She shouldn't be looking for him. Then, another few gusts of wind blew by, and He finally understood that this was Morse code.
Wang Li, hey, do you understand? The Morse code I just learned from you and Jia Hao should be fine, right?
He lightly tapped the desk with his right hand. No problem, you mastered it in just one morning, truly worthy of being the vice-class monitor. Seeing this, Wang Li felt a surge of joy in her heart.
Wang Li, good, since that's right, then I'll tell you the answers for Chinese. A warm feeling rose in Hiyu's heart.
Wang Li, the third question of the second reading shows what feeling of the author. I don't quite understand the article either, but blindly writing about homesickness is correct, with a high accuracy rate of 90%.
Hiyu, isn't that a bit too casual?
Wang Li, Chinese is just such a casual subject, it's hard to do well, and at the same time, it's not easy to do poorly either.
Hiyu, alright then, what about the first question of the third reading?
Wang Li, this paragraph uses metaphor and parallelism to express the author's pain and despair when in a desperate situation.
Hey, remember to change it a bit, our answers can't be too similar. About 2 hours passed again.
Hiyu and Wang Li finished the test paper and stood up together, taking turns handing in the papers. The supervising teacher collected their test papers and returned the confiscated pen to Hiyu. In 2 days, it's the Beast War assessment, make sure to rest well during this time.
The two nodded and then left the examination room.
With the help of the staff, they took off their watches, and both felt a sense of relief.
By the way, what did you write for that last composition in Chinese?
After distancing themselves from the staff, Wang Li suddenly asked with a smile.
Composition?
He thought for a moment and waved his hand. Anyway, it wasn't very good, just wrote randomly.
What, your dream isn't something shameful, is it?
Wang Li teased with a sly smile.
How could that be?
He flicked Wang Li's forehead.
Ouch.
You dare to flick the head of the big sister? You stay right there.
Hey, don't. I won't do it again.
Wang Li suddenly stopped her movement, looking in surprise toward the school gate. Hiyu, confused, followed Wang Li's gaze and saw a black business car stopped at the school gate, and the window had been rolled down. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes was staring at Hiyu with bloodshot eyes.
My teeth are about to shatter. Damn. Wang Li's dad.
Hiyu suddenly shivered.
Dad.
Wang Li hurriedly ran over and smiled at her father.
Who is this little brat?
Wang Li's father glared at Hiyu, wishing he could swallow him whole.
Classmate. He is my deskmate. He helped me a lot in the exam today.
Wang Li said sweetly, shaking her father's hand. Hearing that he helped Wang Li, her father's expression softened a little.
In the future, stay away from this kind of poor kid, understand?
Her father said to Wang Li, this poor kid is just after money.
Yes. Wang Li's expression clearly fell. Get in the car, Dad has booked a 3-star restaurant. Tonight I will take you and your mom to eat the chef's 3-star dishes.
Watching Wang Li get in the car, he felt a sense of loss for some reason. He could tell from the way Wang Li's father looked down on him, he wasn't an idiot. As for what they were saying, though he couldn't hear it clearly, he could guess with his knee. He sighed, shook his head, and was about to leave the school when suddenly he heard a hearty laughter.
Our top student seems a bit down, is it because the girl he likes dad doesn't like him?
He was stunned, then looked towards the direction of the voice. The entire battle spirit team stood in the crowd, with their backs to the afternoon sun. Xingyu and Li Mingtong were still waving at Hiyu.
Captain? Hiyu exclaimed joyfully, running towards the battle spirit team. What are you doing here? Didn't you have patrol duty today? Hiyu asked with a smile.
We finished the patrol, so we came to see how you did on the exam. Wang Ku smiled, patting Hiyu's shoulder. I did okay, just the essay, I might have spaced out a bit, didn't perform well. Hiyu said with a wry smile as he shook his head.
No worries.
Just do your best.
Wang Ku chuckled, pulling everyone to shout, let's go. We're going for a buffet today. Hiyu needs energy for the beast assessment the day after tomorrow. Everyone said in unison, okay.
Hiyu looked at how happy Wang Ku and the others were and couldn't help but smile.
Wait for me. Don't forget me. Hiyu hurriedly followed them. In the early morning, the grading teachers and staff were busy grading the papers. Dream, to become a true king? A staff member held Aochen's exam paper, looking puzzled. What kind of nonsense is this?
Out of 40 points, he can barely get 10. Just as he was about to score, he suddenly thought better of it and gave him 20 points. 20, after all, it's not a blank paper, and this exam's questions were indeed a bit difficult. The team leader picked up the exam papers of Yu and Wang Li and started reading. This girl named Wang Li, her dream is to become one of the four lords, to protect those she wants to protect. It's a nice dream. The team leader gave Wang Li's essay 39 points, close to full marks. Yu's, The team leader was a bit confused when he saw Yu's essay. The team leader looked at the essay and suddenly felt a bit dizzy. This kid. The team leader shook his head helplessly and finally gave Yu's essay 35 points. His dream is to find his dream? What a clever little brat. The team leader smiled, set aside Wang Li and Yu's essays, and continued grading other papers. Chapter 43, Stalking in Fear of Heights. Another 2 days passed, and Yu arrived at the gathering point set by the school. The gathering place was an open space of about 200 square meters. Likewise, Wang Li and Jia Hao were also waiting there. Oi, mortal, you are a bit late. Jia Hao, dressed in black and wearing a black hood, pretended to be serious at Yu. Stop pretending, who was it that sent me Morse code because he couldn't write the questions earlier? Yu rolled his eyes at Jia Hao. Jia Hao's face visibly turned red. Yu, that. Wang Li wanted to say something to Yu, but she couldn't get the words out. Yu noticed Wang Li's demeanor and likewise. He also noticed the many eyes watching him from the nearby tree, the wall, and even from under the manhole cover behind him. This made not only himself but also the little tiger in the contract space very uncomfortable. Meow, meow. The little tiger was howling in the contract space. He really disliked those human eyes. Little tiger, just bear it for a while, the one who's picking us up will come soon. Yu stroked the blinking third circular mark on the back of his hand, trying to calm the little tiger's emotions, while glancing at those eyes. With just a thought, it was clear that these people were sent by Wang Li's dad to watch over him and Wang Li. Yu wanted to ask, is it really necessary? Is this how all daughter slaves act? This feeling was very strange and extremely disrespectful. Yu's brows gradually began to furrow. At that moment, Yu's phone rang, and upon checking, it was a video call from Captain Wang Ku. Yu opened the call, and the voices of the Battle Spirit Squad came through the phone. Li Mingtong, I'll go first. Lina, I'll go first. Wang Ku, everyone be quiet. This is my phone. Once everyone calmed down, Wang Ku leaned closer to the screen and smiled at Yu. Have you boarded the bird yet? Boarded the bird? Yu was puzzled. Then it seems you haven't boarded yet, that's great. Wang Ku laughed. Ah. What are you even talking about? Let me. Xia Qingchuan pushed Wang Ku away, holding the phone and smiling at Yu. Don't panic, just treat this assessment like an ordinary exam, keep a calm mind. And every time the beast assessment doesn't result in death, the official team has a professional medical team. As long as you don't turn your opponent into minced meat or ashes, even if your body is half beaten up, they can regenerate it for you. Xinyu smiled at the camera. Xinyu, how do you know this so clearly? Yu looked at Xinyu with disbelief all over his face. Your brother Wang Kabak then fought against another humanoid species, and both sides ended up with shattered bones but kept fighting. In the end, Captain Wang Ku couldn't hold on and fell on the arena, stopping at the top 200. Li Mingtong laughed, he was rescued afterward. Who would have thought the jerk had something hidden back then? Wang Ku's angry face appeared on the screen, that damn guy. Double attribute of combat in wood. He took the healing path in wood. I thought he was purely combat-based like me. In the arena, he healed while fighting. Damn. Calm down, calm down. Chen Yao quickly reassured Wang Ku's emotions. No one should be making things difficult for you, right? Chen Yao looked at the screen. He looked around, and those people in suits and sunglasses saw Yu looking at them and immediately ducked away. Guess there's no one, right? Yu shrugged. That's good. If there is, we'll help you out. Upon hearing this, Yu smiled. He knew that the Battle Spirit Squad wouldn't really take action, they were part of the official Beast Master Alliance and would never actually hurt people. Saying this was just to intimidate those with bad intentions. Ah! A sharp cry came from the sky, and the three were momentarily stunned, then looked toward the direction of the sound. A giant bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters flapped its wings as it flew down, landing steadily in front of the three. The three saw that there were 3 seats on the back of the big bird. Looks like the bird has arrived. The members of the Battle Spirit Squad laughed. We won't bother you then, safe travels. After saying that, they hung up the call. Ah! The big bird let out a cry. Yu couldn't tell what kind of creature it was, but he saw a red comb on its head. It seemed to be a mutated chicken-like creature. At this moment, the system panel popped up. Giant wing sky chicken.
Attributes, flying. Species, battle beast, ordinary type. Level, battle realm level 5. Quality, common.
Upon taking a look, Hiyu confirmed it was indeed a chicken.
Wait, the hairstyle of this chicken. It was only then that Hiyu saw clearly. The chicken's hairstyle is actually a middle part? Hiyu fell silent for a moment. How is it possible to still encounter little black here in this world? Hurry up!
I must sit in the first seat. Jia Hao took the lead and sat in the front seat, patting the other 2 seats on the giant chicken's back.
You two, hurry up and get on.
The 2 nodded, then climbed onto the guest chicken and fastened their seatbelts.
Ah!
The giant chicken let out a howl, carrying the 3 of them into the sky. Once the buildings below became hard to see, Wang Li finally let out a sigh of relief, clasped her hands together in front of Hiyu, and sincerely apologized.
Sorry, Hiyu. My dad doesn't know what's gotten into him.
He's been sending a bunch of bodyguards to follow me these past couple of days.
It's been so overwhelming, I have no personal space at all. Your dad's need for control is a bit too much, isn't it? Hiyu frowned. This is a problem that needs treatment.
Sorry for causing you trouble.
Wang Li apologized.
I think if being near you means being watched by a bunch of bodyguards, then I should probably keep my distance from you.
Hiyu shrugged. Don't.
Wang Li seemed like she was about to cry and moved closer to Hiyu. I'll tell my dad. I'll make him stop being so paranoid.
Hiyu nodded slightly. Battle value plus 500. Hiyu glanced at the system screen. Does this kind of weird situation count as a battle?
Well, your definition of battle seems a little too broad.
By the way, why hasn't Jia Hao, who usually loves to act cool, said anything? Jia Hao. Jia Hao didn't respond.
Hiyu looked at Jia Hao in confusion and then nudged him. Jia Hao's body suddenly went limp and he slumped, almost falling off if not for the seatbelt.
What the heck? Sigma. Hiyu was startled, quickly yanking Jia Hao's body back. Jia Hao.
Hiyu slapped Jia Hao's face a few times, waking him up. Jia Hao woke up, looking confused, glancing around, realizing something was off, then reflexively looked down, and immediately fainted again without a word.
Hiyu, winky face.
So you're afraid of heights. After slapping Jia Hao awake again, Hiyu grabbed his head, stopping him from looking down again, and said, if you're afraid of heights, don't look down.
Fainting without a sound is really scary.
Sorry. Jia Hao awkwardly scratched his head. If you're afraid of heights, then just admit it, at least scream or something.
Fainting without a sound makes me think you had some kind of accident. Well, I didn't want my character to collapse after screaming. Jia Hao awkwardly lowered his head.
Hiyu, straight face winky face.
You're still worried about your character collapsing at a time like this? Isn't your life more important right now? Looks like we're almost there. Jia Hao suddenly pointed towards the distance.
The 2 looked in the direction Jia Hao was pointing, and saw a huge floating continent appear before them.
In an instant, all 3 were astonished, their mouths hanging open. Chapter 44, Battle Beast Test. The floating continent was about 1/10 the size of Yuzhou City. And considering that Yuzhou City isn't small by Earth's standards, by Earth's size, Yuzhou City is already as big as several provinces of China put together.
And the massive floating continent in front of them was even bigger, comparable to the size of Sichuan province.
It had mountains and lakes, deserts and wastelands, rocky ranges and forests, a miniature world of all things. How is such a large landmass floating in the sky?
Hiyu was puzzled, but suddenly the system panel popped up.
Floating Wind Dragon. Species, battle beast, mythical type. Attributes, flying, wind. Rarity, common.
Level, Battle Realm 7-star, Battle Realm 9-star, Battle Realm 10-star, Battle Realm. Hiyu paused, then looked below the continent. Below the continent, countless semi-transparent white dragons were continuously releasing gusts of wind. The dragons, working together, were actually blowing the entire continent into the air. Hiyu was stunned by the scene, staring dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time.
No wonder this continent can float.
It turns out that these floating wind dragons maintain the floating continent. This is the floating wind dragon, Jia Hao said at this moment, one of the earliest battle beasts tamed by humans for living and research. Although they are mythical creatures, they are quite easy to find. Generally, wherever there's wind, you'll see them, and they always appear in groups. Individually, they are very weak. Most of the time, their fighting power is even lower than that of wild beasts or domesticated animals.
Why haven't I seen them in Yuzhou City? Wang Li asked.
Yuzhou City is surrounded by forests and is located inland, a typical windless environment. Only in the sky are there air currents, and wild floating wind dragons only stay in places where there's wind.
That's why they rarely appear in the public view of Yuzhou City, Jiahao explained.
I didn't expect you to know all this, he laughed. I just like to watch some science videos in my free time.
Now you know how to be humble?
Wang Li teased. Jiahao's face turned red.
Ha ha ha.
The three gradually approached the floating continent in laughter. As the giant winged chicken circled once in the sky as per regulations, letting them roughly understand the layout of the entire continent, it slowly descended toward the area with the most people. The three landed on the clearing, stretched, and got energized. Surrounding them were many candidates, and it looked like there were at least 40,000 people. These 40,000 people packed the entire clearing so tightly that no water could leak through, except for a few designated platforms for the giant winged chicken to land on, where you could only see heads bobbing up and down everywhere else. As the three looked around, they suddenly noticed a circle of stands above the heads of the candidates. The stands weren't large, about 200 square meters, divided into dozens of differently decorated areas by partitions, each labeled with the name of the corresponding academy underneath. Spirit Soul Academy, Yuzhou Contract Masters Academy, Battle Supreme Academy, Flame Dragon Academy. He looked around and finally saw the most prestigious, most luxuriously decorated academy, Battle Beast Academy. Looking at the luxurious, grand, and magnificent area of Battle Beast Academy, he instantly stared wide-eyed.
What's the matter, do you want to go to Battle Beast Academy? Jiahao asked as he walked up.
Ha? He looked at Jiahao with confusion. I can help you go to Battle Beast Academy, Jiahao smiled under his black mask, just as a thank you for sharing the written test answers with me.
What? Battle Beast Academy? Wang Li excitedly leaned in, asking the two, you both want to go to Battle Beast Academy?
That school is very hard to enter. As she spoke, Wang Li patted Hiyu's shoulder, but don't worry.
With Big Sister here, you'll definitely win effortlessly and enter the finals.
Hiyu was actually quite curious about what the two meant by winning effortlessly.
If it was a one-on-one elimination match, wouldn't he be out of luck? Before boasting, he should have thought it through.
Hiyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Indeed, young people. If Battle Beast Academy follows past precedent, they would directly admit the top 100 students, and the remaining spots would be chosen among those ranked after 100 based on their performance during the assessment. If any student performed poorly or was unsuitable for Battle Beast Academy, they would be eliminated directly, including students within the top 100. Unless the first place in the assessment specifically requested to enter Battle Beast Academy, even if that first place was not suitable, they would not have the right to refuse. Hiyu had calculated that his chance of getting first place in the assessment was small enough to be negligible. This meant he had to behave in a way that would win the favor of the teachers at Battle Beast Academy, which clearly wasn't an easy task. While Hiyu was deep in thought, he suddenly heard someone murmuring nearby.
Do you know how much the prize money is for this year's first place in the assessment?
I don't know, I heard that last year's first place received 10 million, plus a year's tuition exemption.
I just don't know how much funding we're getting this year for the scholarship. What? 10 million?
He looked at the two in surprise. The two looked at Hiyu's astonished expression, and their faces showed a strange look.
You didn't know?
Every year, the first place in the Beast Battle examination gets a cash award from the official, along with a waiver for tuition for a whole year. Only the first place has this.
What the heck? How did I not know about this? How would we know why you don't? You're really strange. Hiyu suddenly received too much information, and his brain couldn't keep up. 10 million? 1 year free of tuition? Only for the first place? What the heck?
I've never seen so much cash in my life. In an instant, a fiery fighting spirit ignited in Hiyu's dead fish eyes, and even the little tiger in the contract space was affected, becoming extremely excited. At this moment, above the crowd, inside the stands, a pair of purple high heels echoed with a clack sound in the corridor. A woman walked toward the Beast Battle Academy, dressed in a gradient cheapao of purple and pink, with flowing purple curls and an impressive figure, moving gracefully. Behind her followed a 3-meter-long light purple nine-tailed fox, its nine tails swaying skillfully, exuding an alluring aura with every move. Though alluring, it inspired no sense of lewdness, only appreciation for beauty. Describing this woman and the nine-tailed fox as charming but not lascivious is perfectly fitting.
I'm not late, am I?
The woman asked, smiling as she took her seat in the middle, glancing at the teachers around her. You're not late, the match hasn't started yet. A man looking about 20 years old, clad in fiery patterned battle robes, smiled and raised an eyebrow at her. Director Mei Lu hasn't been caught up by the lord of the city again, has she? Not this time, Mei Lu chuckled, covering her mouth lightly. This time I just woke up a bit late, my cat accidentally turned off my phone's ringer. Sitting at the edge, Zhang Guangzong anxiously looked at the candidates below, as if searching for something.
Teacher Zhang, what's wrong? A blue-haired man in ice battle attire asked him. I'm looking for a kid.
Zhang Guangzong's eyes continued to search, he should have arrived by now. Saying this, he took out a pair of binoculars from his bag and began to look. Upon hearing this, the teacher shrugged his shoulders, no longer paying attention to Zhang Guangzong.
Found him! Found him! Zhang Guangzong shouted in delight while holding up the binoculars. Good boy! Running so far! Made me search for a long time.
He Zhang looked at He Yu and the two others in the crowd, cracking their knuckles, spirits high.
By the way, is everyone here yet?
At this moment, a staff member stood at the bottom of a 10-meter-high platform, asking the squad leader. The last giant-winged heavenly chicken has returned. The squad leader nodded at the giant-winged chicken circling in the sky above. Everyone is here, so let's get ready to start.
Make sure to check the equipment so we don't face a mishap at a critical moment. Okay, I will check it again. Chapter 45, End of Points Elimination Match.
Everyone was chatting, completely unaware of a golden dot in the sky diving toward them.
Bang!
A loud sound startled tens of thousands of students present, who all looked up at the 10-meter-high platform. A cloud of dust rose from the platform, as if something had smashed down. A pair of golden wings, over 10 meters in span and covered in steel, stretched out from the dust, quickly dispersing it.
A golden eagle's head, shining with a metallic sheen, poked out from the dust, letting out a resonant cry toward the sky. Caw! Steel-winged golden eagle. Type, battle beast species, common.
Attributes, gold, flying.
Quality, excellent.
Level, cultivation realm 3 stars.
Cultivation realm?
As far as He Yu knew, there were very few strong practitioners in Yuzhou City, except for those few colleges that always ranked at the top. And then there are the 4 great guards of the city lord. The steel-winged golden eagle is the partner beast of the sharp wing guard, which means a man with golden highlighted hair, dressed in golden armor, leaped down from the golden eagle and stood at the edge of the high platform, surveying the students below. Indeed, it is the sharp wing guard, He Yu recognized who had come. Dear candidates, I am the chief examiner for this exam, one of the 4 great guards of the city lord, the sharp wing guard, with combat strength at the level of cultivation. His deep voice spread like waves, instantly reaching every ear, even without a microphone. All of you here, more than 70,000 people, are the chosen ones, either awakened partner beasts or tamed battle beasts. Some of you have only one, while others have more than one, but I believe you all share the same goal, to win the championship of this assessment. This year's assessment had been planned to reduce the rewards for the first place because a fire spirit tiger more powerful than the city lord arrived outside the city. Therefore, the city lord intended to strengthen the outer defenses to prevent that mother tiger from attacking Yuzhou City. Upon hearing this, everyone felt disappointed. However, you should thank a certain genius who awakened a mythical partner beast. Because of his appearance, the city lord changed his decision. He decided to dig into his own pocket, cutting his own salary and expenditures, while also working hard to export our Yuzhou City specialties to other cities, thus increasing this year's first-place reward. Upon this news, everyone's gloomy faces brightened, filled with expectation as they looked at the sharp wing guard. Therefore, this year's rewards are far more generous than in previous years. As he spoke, a loud rumble came, and everyone looked up. They saw an armed helicopter slowly descending from the sky, and upon seeing this, the sharp wing guard withdrew his steel-winged golden eagle to make space for the helicopter to land. The helicopter landed on the high platform, causing the sharp wing guard's robes to flap loudly. Then, several armed soldiers, fully equipped and carrying guns, stepped down from the helicopter, while some other soldiers struggled to lift several safes from the aircraft and placed them on the high platform. The soldiers opened the safes, revealing them packed with bright red Tianhua coins and sparkling 7-colored spirit sources, leaving all the students stunned. This year's first-place winner will receive 50 million, along with 2,000 basic spirit sources of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, plus 2 years of free tuition. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers.
50 million? Did I hear that right? 50 million? 2,000 spirit sources. I won't even finish using them by graduation. 2 years of free tuition? Did I hear that right?
He looked at the safes filled with cash and spirit sources, his eyes wide like copper bells, sparkling with shrewdness. He was deeply moved. Tears of emotion unbidden streamed from the corners of his mouth. This sum of money, he could never spend in 8 lifetimes.
In that moment, He understood one thing.
Money can make the devil push the millstone, and it can also reignite the lost passion of someone who was indifferent to everything.
Next, let me emphasize the rules.
The sharp wing guard waved his hand, and countless points of light suddenly fell from the sky, landing before the crowd. Everyone picked up the points of light and found that they were black wristbands. This assessment is a scoring competition with an elimination system. The sharp wing guard explained to everyone, simply put, individuals or teams will compete for points, you can steal points from others or search for points yourself. Every morning, there will be a count, and the 5,000 people with the least points will be directly eliminated until the final day. Of course, if anyone or their battle beast is severely injured, we will intervene, seek opinions, and then withdraw them from the competition. If life is in danger, they will be directly withdrawn. As he spoke, a map appeared on the wristbands in everyone's hands, with different colored points of light in the bottom right corner of the map. There are 6 colors: white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. The white light point is worth 1 point, which is the lowest, the golden one is worth 100 points, which is the highest, explained Ruiwei. At the beginning of the game, we will drop a large number of white, green, and blue light points. In the mid-game, purple and red light points will gradually be dropped, and only at the very end of the match will golden light points be released. The person with the highest score at the end wins. In this match, no matter what tactics you use, as long as you don't cause any fatalities and don't kill others' battle beasts, you can do whatever you want. However, I need to remind you of one thing. In this match, 2,000 camera drones will follow you the whole time, live streaming every move you make across the entire city. Of course, any footage involving privacy will automatically black out, but don't think you can exploit this loophole by fighting without clothes. The programming of these camera drones prioritizes battle over privacy, and if they detect fighting, they will force the camera to activate. I believe you wouldn't want to be caught on drone footage fighting in the nude, right? Upon hearing this, nearly everyone was left speechless. Who would fight in the nude? Only he. You looked oddly amused. If I remember correctly, there was indeed a quirky guy who once fought naked to prevent the camera from catching him using tricks. That guy seems to be the current lord of the city. The city lord is worried that someone might use the trick he once used. It can only be said that every ridiculous rule has a more ridiculous story behind it. This assessment lasts for 14 days, until the first place is determined, and we will assign you to different regions. Teams should add member information using the wristbands. We will send you to the same area. Remember, each team cannot have more than 4 members. One more thing, the wristbands cannot be removed for more than 5 minutes after entering the battle zone. Exceeding 5 minutes will be considered as forfeiting the qualification for the match. Now, the match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light rose from under their feet, causing everyone to involuntarily close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, he looked around and realized that Jia Hao and Wang Li were by his side. The scene around them had changed. What was once a crowd-packed platform had transformed into a dense primitive jungle, with golden sunlight filtering through the leaves and reflecting on the faces of the 3. Oh no! 14 days, every beast battle assessment lasts an absurdly long time. Inside the Beast Battle Academy, Teacher Pan, who sat in a chair, watching the live feed from the drones with other teachers, feeling utterly bored. I hope that kid with the awakened mythical beast doesn't let us down, said Director Mei Lu, taking a sip of tea. Only Zhang Guangzhong looked at the footage coming from the drones, his expression tense. Please don't be eliminated so quickly. P.S. If you all enjoy this novel, could you please give a 5-star review? It really means a lot to me. Thank you. Chapter 46, This Bastard is Really Unkind. I found it. Wang Li excitedly held up a green ball of light the size of a ping-pong ball and placed it into her wristband. The wristband immediately displayed a string of numbers, score +3. Nice. Looking at the 5-point score on her wristband, Wang Li excitedly pumped her fist. Then, she looked at He Yu and Jia Hao with a face full of gloom. Jia Hao was fine with 7 points so far, but why was He Yu acting crazy trying to gather points? Blue. Ha 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 ha. He Yu laughed excitedly as he placed a blue light ball into his wristband. Score +5. He Yu's wristband displayed that he had already scored 20 points, ranking within the top 30,000. It seems like there are people over there. Jia Hao glanced at the map, pointing to 3 black dots that were continuously flashing on the screen. Should we go? It looks like there are also 3 people on the other side, and they're not far from us. The colors of the 3 light points were a rainbow of colors. But others are black. Similarly, in others' maps, oneself is colored, others are black. No rush. He Yu smiled, washed his face with the stream water nearby, and looking at the rushing water, suddenly asked, are they upstream or downstream? Downstream, they are downstream. Jia Hao answered. Then this little stream could be useful. He Yu smiled and opened the system store. Is there any useful item? He Yu asked. The store only sells battle-related items. If you need living supplies, please draw for them. Seeing this, He Yu sighed. Must I still draw? Opening the lottery interface, He Yu glanced at his battle points. After a month of effort, He Yu's battle points had reached 500,000, enabling him to do 5 sets of 10 draws. Hope I can get something better. He Yu said and clicked to draw. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, Soap *5. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, Shower Gel 500 ml *1. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, 30 ml Yunnan Baiyao *5. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, Windproof Lighter *1.
Congratulations, you received a consolation prize. After a round, you already felt bored. There was nothing useful, these 100,000 battle points were wasted. Just as he sighed, the system suddenly lit up with a prompt. Congratulations, you received a consolation prize, strong laxative *10. He was startled and quickly took it out. The laxative was counted by the board, with 20 pills in one board, and according to the prompt above, just half a pill was enough for a 500-pound person who had been constipated for 10 to 15 days to lose weight down to 200 pounds. He looked at these 10 boards of laxative, a malicious grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, but then he reflected that one shouldn't be so immoral, so he spent another 100,000 to buy back 20 life-saving pills. The priority of life-saving pills should be greater than that of this laxative. Come quickly, help me crush these 10 boards of pills. He called to the two. The three of them put on masks, used the A4 paper he previously drew to wrap the laxative, and continuously knocked with a wooden stick until the tablets were crushed into powder. Drones in the sky recorded this scene. What are those three kids doing? The mentor in the stands and the people watching the live broadcast looked at and their actions in confusion. I think I know that leading little guy. In the viewing seats of the Beast Fighting Academy, Mei Lu watched and their actions with interest. An ability user, space system, only one spatial skill that can store things, currently the maximum capacity is 10 cubic meters. Space system, only one skill, far behind those three space systems. Pan who lazily crossed his legs. I think you will like him. Mei Lu chuckled lightly, took a sip of tea. He is the most suitable person to be your student. My favorite student is a warrior who can charge at the front lines. A petty person like him who poisons the river is most suitable to be my student? Pan who scoffed as if he heard something ridiculous. Believe it or not. Mei Lu chuckled lightly. The three of them sprinkled the laxative powder into the river, and the powder quickly dissolved and flowed downstream. Hey! The three of them laughed like witches brewing potions in the Middle Ages. Downstream. Two men and one woman were panting, looking at the corpse of a 4-star Huangming deer in front of them, wiping the blood from their faces, and showing smiles to their battle beasts. Come, let's share the loot. The leading youth took out a small knife and stabbed into the Huangming deer's body. Old Wu, your battle beast is a lingua wolf, take the beast core from this deer. A ling, your vinewood rabbit is wood type, take this wood core. After distributing the loot, the three of them went to the small river to wash the blood off their bodies. Currently, a ling has the lowest points, only 3 points. The leading youth said to the other two, there's not much more points to be gained here now. So we are going to look for competitors and take their points. I just saw 3 people not far from us on the map. They haven't moved, let's go rob them after we finish resting. Hearing this, the other two nodded. Perhaps they were thirsty. The two and their battle beasts picked up water and started to drink. Ah, this water is so sweet, the leading young man laughed heartily. The young man called Old Wu was about to drink when suddenly a huge black wolf with a yellow crescent pattern on its head came to his side, sniffed the water carefully, and quickly shook its head. Ah Wu. Old Wu paused, then said to the two, don't drink yet, Old Wolf says it smells strange in the water. What strange smell? Although the two said this, they still listened to the advice and stopped drinking. You both drank it? Old Wu looked at the two in shock. We just drank a little, it should be fine, the two said with a sense of luck. As soon as the words fell, a twitching sensation came from their abdomen. The two looked at their stomachs in astonishment, and then felt a wave crashing over them. For a moment, both their expressions twisted in pain, tightly clenching their butts to prevent the flood from bursting out. What the hell? Laxative? How cruel. Old Wu looked at the two, his eyes widened in shock. The water came from upstream, which means... Old Wolf. A Wu. A loud wolf howl echoed from the spirit moon wolf's mouth, the crescent on its head emitted a faint yellow dazzling light, and several faint yellow light balls appeared around it, heading upstream. Roar. A deafening tiger roar came from upstream, startling the hearts of the three and their battle beasts, causing the spirit moon wolf's attack to stop and dissipate in the air. Combat value plus 1000. Combat value plus 1000. Combat value plus 1000. Oh no, it seems this laxative really has a scary effect. He and his two companions walked out from the forest upstream with wicked smiles, looking at the three with a smug expression. You? The leading young man glared at his face filled with anger and unwillingness. Did you do this? Hand over your points, and we will let you go, he said with a smirk at the young man. Chapter 47, Encircling Aochen. He and the others obtained the points from the three young men. He had the most points, so he took the least, just 3 points, now he had 23 points. Jiahao got 7 points, now he has 14 points. Wang Li obtained the most, 12 points, now she has 17 points. He and his companions jumped to the front, nearing the ranking of 20,000. Let me see, How many points does the first place have? He opened the ranking list and took a look. Ha! In such a short time, someone actually got 100 points?
He stared at the first place's 100 points, shocked and speechless.
Meng Yu, who is that? He asked in confusion. Meng Yu.
Jia Hao thought for a moment, seems like he's from Tiancheng High School, and he is from the Meng family branch in Yuzhou City. Such big families are very willing to spend money on their younger generation, and his parents seem to be in business, so they have many cultivation resources.
Don't worry about that Meng Yu for now. Wang Li pointed at the last place, astonished. Why is Aochen in last place? What?
The two were surprised and searched, only to see the last name written boldly as Aochen.
It really is him. He dropped his jaw in shock. Why is he in the last place? With his strength, he shouldn't be in the top ranks, right? Looking again at Aochen's points. A big fat 0. What the hell?
Seeing the big 0, his brain momentarily shut down.
I noticed he hasn't moved. Is this guy not moving because nobody is helping him carry his chair? Wang Li speculated. Most likely. His mouth twitched. Given what he knew about Aochen, this was indeed something he would do. Waiting for others to find him?
Jia Hao admired, truly worthy of being a king, such a way of doing things is so arrogant.
What the heck do you admire? He scolded loudly. What kind of people are these?
The favorite to win the championship is just sitting there waiting to be eliminated because no one will help move his chair.
Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Forget it, I won't care about him anymore.
He shook his head and led the two of them towards the grassland. The points in this forest have all been taken, let's go to the grassland, where there are still many points to earn. In the audience, Pan, who watched the scene of Hiyu and the others, his eyes wide like teacups. His battle beast was also the blazing fire spirit tiger, so no one understood its information better than him. Although Hiyu did not summon his battle beast, the roar directed at the youth team just now was clearly the innate skill of the blazing fire spirit tiger, the Tiger King's roar. This kid's battle beast is also a blazing fire spirit tiger? Pan, who looked at Mei Lu in surprise. Mei Lu said nothing but just smiled slightly.
Dean, you've known all along, haven't you?
His battle beast is also a blazing fire spirit tiger.
That's why you said he's the most suitable student for me?
Pan, who was extremely excited, his face almost leaning in. Who knows? Mei Lu took another sip of red tea. Zhang Guangzong, beside them, trembled in fear and panic upon hearing Pan Hu and Mei Lu's conversation. He calculated everything, he figured out that Hiyu had a battle beast, he realized that Hiyu would come to compete, but he never expected that Hiyu's battle beast was a blazing fire spirit tiger. Blazing fire spirit tigers are rare, it's almost impossible to contract one, yet the fact was right in front of him, Hiyu's battle beast was indeed a blazing fire spirit tiger. In the entire city, only Pan Hu and Hiyu had a blazing fire spirit tiger, so if Hiyu were to get accepted by the Beast Fighting Academy, it was clear who would be his mentor.
I must take this kid down. Pan Hu looked at Hiyu on the screen as if he had found treasure, this kid. Absolutely the most suitable to be my student.
Zhang Guangzong looked at the excited Pan Hu in terror, but he didn't dare to speak. Mei Lu suddenly looked at a scene filled with yellow sand, gazing at Aochen sitting like an emperor on a leather chair, a hint of interest appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Why hasn't this kid made a move yet?
A male teacher in golden armor looked at Aochen on the screen impatiently and said, he has been sitting for hours, it's already afternoon, aside from getting up to pee and eating some dry food, he hasn't done anything.
Teacher Jean, please calm down. A beautiful female teacher in a water blue long dress comforted Teacher Jean beside her. Maybe he has voluntarily given up? He can't possibly give up.
Mei Lu smiled lightly at this moment, he is the one with the awakened mythic great companion beast, the favorite to win this year, and this kid is proud, he would never give up.
Look, someone is already going to find him.
At those words, everyone turned to look at the screen. At this moment, Aochen sat upright in the leather chair with his arms crossed, dozing off, as the soft sound of his breathing blended with the wind of the desert, drifting into the distance. Suddenly, he lifted his head, as if sensing something, intriguedly looking around.
Finally, my coach has arrived. Aochen opened his wristband and saw dozens of black dots approaching him.
Looking up into the distance, a group of students appeared in front of Aochen, each one looking furious, cautiously watching Aochen, who was surrounded.
Aochen.
The genius with the awakened mythic great companion beast. You are the favorite to win this year. The leading young man shouted at Aochen. Perhaps in the past we wouldn't dare provoke you, but 50 million.
A whole 50 million.
For this 50 million.
Today we are going all out. With so many of us. Even if each person just spat a mouthful of saliva, we could drown you. Surrender now.
You have no teammates, alone against so many of us, you have no chance of winning.
Choose for yourself. Either get beaten by us and be eliminated, or voluntarily withdraw. You have already been surrounded by us. Don't look for trouble yourself. Aochen coldly looked at them and yawned. Are you done talking? What do you mean? Aren't you afraid of us? We are so many. There are humanoid beings. There are contract masters. Nearly 100 people. You have already been surrounded. Humph. Aochen seemed to hear something funny and sneered. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at?
Aochen raised his head, proudly scanning all the people present. At that moment, in the eyes of the crowd, Aochen seemed like an emperor, sitting on his throne, clearly below them but feeling like he was looking down on them.
What surrounds me is your laughable fear. Still talking tough? We have already received news. Your koan is of the water element. The water element can only display its strongest powers when in water. This is all desert. There isn't a drop of water. How long do you still want to be arrogant? Don't waste words with him. Since he won't listen to reason, let's help him out. Charge!
Along with a deafening battle cry, the contract masters instantly released their battle beasts, while the humanoid beings burst forth with unparalleled momentum, all rushing towards Aochen. In an instant, yellow sand rose, dust flew, and the sound of thousands of troops shouting echoed from the desert.
There is no water in the desert. Aochen's lips curled up as the contract space beneath him appeared.
A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, a terrifying pressure spread out in an instant, sweeping through everything around. The battle beasts and humanoid beings closest to him were blown away by the pressure, while those further away looked at the soaring pillar of light, their faces filled with shock.
Drip! A drop of rain fell on a person's face.
That person touched their face, and after realizing it was rainwater, looked in terror at the massive shadow slowly appearing within the light pillar. The light pillar suddenly shattered, and a huge fish, entirely azure with golden stripes, soared into the sky, emitting a heart-shaking wail cry. Woo! The holy tidal koan swam through the sky, and the rain kept falling around, bringing much-needed moisture to the desert area.
But do you really think my holy tidal koan needs water to unleash its full potential?
Aochen smiled as he looked at the crowd around him, the pressure of an emperor spreading out.
Now, you are surrounded by me. Chapter 48, the first day of battle is so intense? Hey! Come quickly.
Xia Qingchuan held her phone, calling to the other members of the battle spirit team. You and the others have started their exams.
It has been several hours already. Don't be so anxious.
Chen Yao slowly walked over, saying to Xia Qingchuan, they will have 14 days to take the exam this year, there's still plenty of time, today is just the first day.
Yu is still a member of our battle spirit team, we have to support him no matter what. How do you plan to support him? Giving a reward?
The official live broadcast of the Battle Beast examination doesn't allow for it.
What rank is he right now?
Everyone surrounded Xia Qingchuan, asking her.
Currently ranked 20,341. Xia Qingchuan smiled, a very safe rank. He can easily avoid being in the bottom 5,000 eliminated tomorrow. Nice.
Li Mingtong excitedly clenched his fist, I knew this kid could do it.
Don't be too happy too soon. Wang Ku interjected, what if someone tries to sabotage him, and something unexpected happens? I just saw this kid pour laxatives into the river.
Xia Qingchuan said at this time, he made the two downstream have an upset stomach, then the three of them teamed up to take out the remaining one. So far, among all the participants, he is the most cunning one.
That?
Wang Ku's smile froze on his face.
I remember there's a character with Awakened Legendary Beast this year, how's that guy doing? Xin Yu asked, what's his situation?
Let me check, he seems to be in first place right now, and the score is, Xia Qingchuan doubted she had read wrong. Unbelievably rubbed his eyes.
What's wrong? Everyone asked. Xia
Qingchuan stammered in fear, trembling fingers pointing at the screen, he scored over 300?
What?
Everyone turned to look and saw Aochen occupying the number 1 throne, with his name followed by the striking score of 346 points. This score directly left the second place, Meng Yu, with over 200 points behind.
What kind of monster is this? Is the mythical quality battle beast really that terrifying? What did he do? Right away, I'm switching to this guy's livestream.
Xia Qingchuan fiddled with her phone, pulling up Aochen's livestream. What came into view was a giant wooden board of 10 square meters, made of multiple pieces of wood tied together, with a real leather chair in the middle and Aochen sitting in it, arms crossed, laughing heartily.
Hurry up and crawl. Don't the defeated know they must please the emperor to secure safety and status? Hurry up.
At this slow speed, when will you reach the plane? Aochen kept urging, while his feet stomped hard on the wooden board. A few female contestants stood beside Aochen, trembling and using fans to cool him down, while the drone footage zoomed in, allowing everyone to see clearly that under the board were countless contestants, on all fours, working together to carry the board, crawling on the scorching sandy ground. Among them were humanoid species and contract masters, but for some reason, the battle beasts of the contract masters were not released.
Faced with Aochen's arrogance and brutality, everyone was dissatisfied, but they couldn't summon any thoughts or courage to resist. This guy.
In the audience, Teacher Jean looked at the extremely arrogant Aochen, eyes wide with surprise. He's simply a monster.
Absolutely.
Mei Lu also looked at Aochen with some surprise. She had thought Aochen would win, but never expected him to resolve the battle in just 10 minutes. The battle situation was a one-sided crushing. It seems that this guy is undoubtedly the champion this year.
Mei Lu chuckled.
What the heck? Yu and the others were walking along the road, bored, and opened their wristbands to check the rankings. Originally, they thought the rankings wouldn't change much, but when they looked, they almost dropped their jaws. There were hardly anyone with 0 points, and Aochen was one of them, but in such a short time, the number of 0-point players increased by dozens, and looking again, the first place had changed hands to Aochen, who had surpassed the second place by over 200 points.
It seems we need to step up our game. Yu said, we can't just focus on snagging points now.
As the saying goes, while others plant grain, we stockpile guns, now we have to be those who stockpile guns.
But
Jiahao hesitantly spoke up, there's no one around us.
Then let's run now.
He said seriously, let's aim to reach the plains before sunset.
That's a bit much to ask. Wang Li said. Come on. We can do it. He cheered, think of 50 million. Think of those 2,000 spirit sources. Wait a moment.
Jiahao suddenly cut Yu off, it seems there's a simple teleportation array nearby that can take us directly to the plains.
Really? Yu exclaimed in surprise.
Of course, this is a teleportation point set by the organizers. As long as you stand on it long enough, you can activate it and start the teleportation.
Jiahao moved a glowing circular inscription on his wristband map in front of the two. The two immediately felt joy. Great. Where is this teleportation array? Let's go find it. Yu said excitedly. It seems to be right below us. The two, underscore?
As soon as Jiahao's words fell, a dazzling white light erupted from beneath the three, instantly enveloping them. When they opened their eyes again, the three were already on the plains, and the teleportation array beneath their feet slowly disappeared.
That was a bit fast, wasn't it?
Yu said, somewhat taken aback. Regardless, at least we saved several hours.
Wang Li smiled. There seemed to be a few people not far away.
At this moment, Jiahao said, we are very close.
Before long,
a burst of red smoke appeared in the nearby plain, and Yu and his two companions put on gas masks and rushed into the tear gas, starting to loot houses.
Hand over your points. Hand over your points. Let you go this time.
If you hand over your points, you can still continue the competition.
If you don't hand over your points, we will beat you to withdraw.
The few people were beaten to black and blue, and because of the tear gas, tears and mucus were streaming down their faces. Finally, they and their fighting beasts could not hold on any longer and began to beg for mercy.
Cough, don't hit me anymore. I will hand it over. Is that okay? Me too. Please don't hit me.
After Yu and his companions snatched away the points from these people, Jiahao took another look at the map. There are still 5 people over there, let's go.
Points. Points. No one can stop me from getting 50 million, no one.
For a moment, because of their cunning tactics, the points for Yu and his companions were rapidly rising.
Before long, all 3 of them broke through the 50-point mark and successfully entered the top 10,000.
At the same time, they were also listed on the blacklist and kill list of many competitors.
The competitors gave them a nickname. The 6-old team.
Extremely skilled at using various things to annoy people, they snatched points and then ran away, not even having time to see their faces clearly.
Chapter 49, Preventing the 6-olds. Thank you, young Master Mo.
The young man named Old Wu, who had encountered Yu and the others in the forest earlier, bowed in gratitude with 2 other team members to the composed young man before them. If it weren't for young Master Mo's help, these 2 fools would probably have been taken away by the flesh-eating vultures. As Old Wu spoke, he patted the shoulders of his captain and Ailing, looking at them with a look of disappointment. The 2 felt embarrassed and scratched their heads.
No need to be polite. Aochen smiled while holding a palm-sized red and gold wasp, and curiously asked, but what was with those 2 just now? Why did they look so foolish?
Sigh. Old Wu shook his head in frustration, it's a long story.
After explaining everything. I see. Aochen nodded, so they ate a strange pill.
Although this pill can repair any damage in 2 hours after taking it, it will leave you in a foolish state after the effect wears off.
Yeah.
Old Wu shook his head in distress. They really had no good intentions. Not only did they spread laxatives upstream, but they also tricked us into thinking that small pill could heal injuries.
Fortunately, I had a precaution and didn't eat that pill immediately, otherwise, when the captain and the others were targeted by the flesh-eating vultures just now, it would have been over. The officials won't let there be casualties in the competition, at most, it's just elimination.
Aochen thought for a moment. Today I also saw someone talking in the world channel of the bracelet about 3 unscrupulous old sixes causing trouble in the plane. They either threw tear gas or used intimidation skills to immobilize others, then beat them up, snatched their points, and ran away.
I wonder if those are the 3 you mentioned. It must be them.
The captain said angrily, only they would do such despicable things. Young Master Mo, it's very dangerous for you to go alone, and your points are currently 73, ranking 33-42, making it easy for those 3 to target you.
Ailing said to Aochen, why not go with us? It would be safer.
Aochen thought for a moment, smiled, and nodded, no problem, with me here, you don't have to worry about being attacked again by those 3.
Thank you, young Master Mo.
No need to say more, you all hurry to find points, try to avoid being eliminated tomorrow, and I will find a way for the rest. The 3 nodded and then started to go to the dots of light displayed on the bracelet to look for points.
It's your turn. Little bee.
Aochen softly spoke to the golden-striped queen bee in his hand. The golden-striped queen bee nodded, then flew up high into the sky, her antennae constantly shaking as if releasing pheromones. In an instant, all the bee life within a 10-mile radius flew towards the direction of the golden-striped queen bee, forming a 5-meter diameter sphere made up of hornets, honeybees, and other bee species, firmly surrounding the queen. Let them patrol nearby, and quickly report if they encounter any suspicious individuals. The golden-striped queen bee nodded, and all the bee life scattered, hiding into the grass and flowers. As night fell, on the first night of the assessment, Hiyu and the others set up a tent in place. Your portable space is so useful. Jiahao said while nailing pegs into the ground, you can fit everything in it, it's a pity you don't have money to buy a car, otherwise, we wouldn't have to walk all the time.
Do you want a bicycle?
Hiyu shot Jiahao a glance and tossed a bicycle from his portable space to him.
Jiahao examined the bicycle and shouted to Hiyu, this is not a mountain bike. This is a road bike. They're the same. No, they're not. A road bike easily brakes on rough mountainous terrain. It's not suitable for outdoor survival. It's only good for road biking for exercise. They're both bikes, why be so picky? Did you buy the road bike because it was cheaper?
Upon hearing this, Hiyu turned his head away, feeling guilty.
Heh. I hit the nail on the head. Jiahao looked knowingly at Hiyu. As for our rankings.
Wang Li glanced at the ranking on her wristband and murmured quietly. I'm ranked 7345, Jiahao is 6974, and Hiyu is 6123. For now, avoiding elimination tomorrow should be enough, even if someone searches for points at night, we won't drop too much in ranking.
Hiyu looked at Aochen's score still showing 364 points and couldn't help but wonder. This guy's score hasn't changed, could it be that he hasn't picked up any points on the way? But I see he's been moving all the time.
The second place Mengyu has now accumulated 200 points, and the gap between him and Aochen is getting smaller. Hiyu was actually quite curious about how Mengyu managed to get so many points so quickly, could it be due to his own abilities or his battle beast? At that moment, Hiyu noticed 4 black dots not far away, flickering continuously. He opened the detailed information on the 4 and recognized 3 of them, they were the trio who had previously ended up with nothing after Hiyu had tricked them in the forest. He was quite surprised that they hadn't been eliminated yet, it seemed the little pill's 5-hour days hadn't sent them out, and as for the remaining one, he didn't recognize. But looking at his points and ranking, Hiyu instantly felt envious.
3,342nd place? 73 points?
Hiyu felt it was necessary to fight for this. With so many points, their small team could at least earn 20 points to share, and their ranking could rise a step.
1 step closer to 50 million. Let's go after them. What do you mean go after them?
As the 2 were still setting up the tent, Hiyu grabbed one each by the hand and pulled them towards the gathering place of Aochen and the others. Old Wu, who had been paying attention to the surrounding situation, saw 3 black dots on the wristband map running towards them and immediately sat up straight by the campfire.
Young Master Mo, those 3 are coming. I know.
Aochen let his battle beast lie on top of his head, while the antennae of the golden-striped queen bee contacted his scalp, transmitting the images of the surrounding bee life to Aochen. Watching the 3 individuals gradually approach, a smile appeared on Aochen's lips. I was hoping we wouldn't run into them, but unexpectedly, they came looking. From their size and clothing, they must be the 6th team they mentioned. The 3 of them were now crawling on the ground in camouflage outfits, trying to avoid being spotted by Aochen and the others.
How many more scores do we need to pull tonight? Wang Li asked. The last job, I promise if we finish this big one today, we'll rest.
He smiled and took out a smoke bomb from his personal space. Get a little closer, it's too far, and the wind on the plains is a bit strong. I can't guarantee I can hit accurately. Jiahao seemed to have discovered something and said to the two, I just found out that the wristband has a chat interface.
What chat interface? Wang Li asked. It's a function for contestants to chat and pass the time.
Aochen moved the chat interface on the wristband in front of the two. A third of it is discussing us. They seem to refer to us as Team 6, saying we are extremely sinister, the most cunning contestants in 5 years. That's because the first 5 years were TM's arena battles and multiplayer brawls.
You cast a sidelong glance, and why do you even care about those people? Extraordinary careers require extraordinary means. Since we've already done this, let's be thorough. Extraordinary careers require extraordinary means.
Jiahao savored he used words carefully, then his eyes lit up. Makes sense.
By the way, where did so many bees come from?
Wang Li stretched out her hand to drive away the bees around. Don't come over.
So annoying.
They have entered the estimated range.
Aochen and Hiyu both unconsciously curled their lips into a smile. Eat my smoke bomb.
Hiyu used all his strength to throw the smoke bomb toward Aochen and the others, who did not dodge but watched the smoke bomb getting closer.
Success.
Hiyu clenched his fist excitedly.
Chapter 50, The King of the Night.
Aochen waved his hand, and countless bee-like creatures suddenly surged around, gathering in the air to form a large hand that steadily caught the smoke bomb and threw it back at Hiyu and the others.
Sigma, degree winky face.
Hiyu was taken aback, and at that moment, Wang Li stepped forward, the contract space appearing behind her.
Fiery wind phoenix.
Screech. A phoenix made of whirlwinds flew out from the contract space, its hurricane power sweeping away the smoke bomb.
They're coming. Aochen and the others stood up, watching Hiyu and the others vigilantly. It's you again. You already tricked us once last time. Do you want to keep tricking us?
Oh, no, our actual target this time is him.
Hiyu pointed at Aochen next to the three, and besides, didn't we just give you pills to cure your diarrhea? You dare to bring that up.
The team leader suddenly exploded with anger. Ling and I were dazed for a full 5 hours before we recovered. We almost got eliminated by the wild battle beasts and wild beasts.
How can you still have the face to say that? You all haven't been eliminated yet, right?
Hiyu turned his head to the side in embarrassment and whistled, and your diarrhea is cured. At this moment, in the eyes of all the viewers watching this live broadcast and the few people present, Hiyu was no different from a devilish pill.
Such schemes and sinister methods made people doubt if he was really just an 18-year-old young man.
Young people should have a moral sense. Only those with a mental age far surpassing their physical age would feel no shame in using sinister means. For a moment, Mei Lu also developed a bit of interest in Hiyu.
I'll beat you up.
The team leader shouted furiously, planning to summon the battle beast to fight Hiyu when he was stopped by Aochen.
I'll help you get revenge.
Aochen cracked his neck, making cracking sounds, and the golden striped bee queen flew off his head into the sky.
Golden striped bee queen. Affiliation, battle beast species, common species. Attributes, bug, mental. Quality, excellent. Level, realm 6 star. A little bug dares to come out and embarrass itself? Wang Li laughed heartily. Don't you know that my phoenix is the leader of the bird tribe, and loves to eat bugs?
Indeed, bugs are seen as synonymous with weakness in people's eyes. Aochen smiled slightly. Even for the same quality, bugs can't win against beast species that are a few stars weaker, but that is limited to single bugs.
The bug tribe has never been suitable for one-on-one combat.
Unlike the reckless actions of the beast tribe, the most powerful aspect of the insect tribe lies in.
As he spoke, countless bee-like beings flew towards the golden-patterned queen bee, wasps, hornets, honeybees.
A seemingly endless swarm of bees gathered around the golden-patterned queen bee as if they had received a command, turning into a huge, overwhelming hive that blocked out the moonlight above everyone's heads. The strength of the bug tribe lies in the fact that even ants, when numerous enough, can devour tigers and swallow elephants. Everyone stared at the enormous hive above them, instantly dumbfounded. Does the phoenix have the confidence to eat all of these things?
He looked at Wang Li. If it can eat them, the phoenix can transform into a food attribute.
Wang Li's lips twitched. I also want to ask you, can your little tiger burn all these things to ashes? Fire attributes counteract bug attributes, everyone from Blue Star knows this. Even those who play Pokemon understand.
My little tiger isn't a rocket engine.
Hiyu's lips twitched wildly too. The two slowly turned their heads to look at the hive in the sky.
It's over. X2. Go.
Aochen waved his hand, and countless bee-like beings surged towards Hiyu and the others, an overwhelming momentum as if they wanted to drown the three of them together.
Little tiger. Phoenix. The two rode on their battle beasts and charged straight towards Aochen.
Aochen face was filled with surprise. How could these two actively attack a contract master? Although there was no explicit rule against attacking contract masters, these two were way too bold, not afraid of being scorned by the outside world. The golden patterned queen bee quickly reacted, commanding part of the swarm to move Aochen away from the spot and far from the few people. He shouted loudly to Jia Hao behind him, "I'm counting on you for those 3 people."
No problem.
Jia Hao gave a thumbs up. The two rode their battle beasts away from the 4 and began to fight against the swarm.
You're all that's left.
The 3 looked coldly at Jia Hao.
Jia Hao nodded. What do you mean Still pretending? Men like you are the most annoying. Acting tough. You don't have a battle beast, do you? Your contract isn't with a wild beast, is it? It wouldn't be a pet breed, would it?
Hearing this, the 3 of them started laughing heartily.
Trash, just stay out of the way, okay?
Just forfeit early. In the audience, Teacher Jean looked at Jia Hao with a puzzled expression. I remember in Yu's team, his battle beast has never shown up, right? Teacher Jean looked at Mei Lu. Earlier today, only his battle beast didn't appear.
It can't be that it doesn't exist, right?
It's not that it doesn't exist. Mei Lu took the blanket handed over by the 9-tailed fox and covered it over her body. It's just that the summoning conditions for his battle beast are very special. It can only be summoned at night.
Only summoned at night?
The other teachers looked at Mei Lu with confusion. Not only can it only be summoned at night, but it also depends on the state of the moon tonight.
It can only unleash its strongest power if it is full moon.
If there's no moon, then even at peak stage 1, the power displayed would only barely equate to beginner stage 1. On the battlefield, Jia Hao glanced at the moon above. It was 2/3 full, not a full moon.
Forget it, it's enough.
Jia Hao shrugged.
What do you mean by enough? Are you going to surrender or not?
Facing the trio's cold mockery, Jia Hao slowly spoke.
Do you know about the Wolf King?
Hearing this, the 3 momentarily froze. The Wolf King is the king of the night. The Wolf King does not rely on its subordinates. It is the subordinates that need the Wolf King. That is why the Wolf King became the Wolf King.
Are you out of your mind? The Wolf King, my spirit moon wolf, is the real Wolf King.
If you're crazy, let's go get you treated, shall we?
I understand your thoughts.
Jia Hao slowly stepped forward, and the contract space slowly manifested beneath his feet. After all, ordinary people will never understand what a strong person thinks. A huge shadow with blood-red glowing eyes burst out of the contract space, and a wave of darkness quickly spread from under Jia Hao's feet, engulfing the battlefield within 100 meters.
Whoa!
A loud wolf howl echoed across the plain, as a 5-meter-tall monster, wrapped in darkness, stood on its hind legs like a giant wolf, its front paws resembling human hands, fell from the sky onto the battlefield, its blood-red eyes staring at the 3 people and their beast-like prey.
Darkness spread out. Shadow Demon Wolf. Type, Battle Beast, Sudden Mutation. Attribute, Darkness, Magic. Quality, Ordinary. Level, Realm 5-star. He saw the system interface before him and suddenly froze. Shadow Demon Wolf? Shadow Demon Wolf.
Jia Hao raised his right hand high and then waved it casually. Take care of them.
Whoa!
The terrifying wolf howl erupted from the Shadow Demon Wolf's mouth, followed by its eyes glowing with bloodthirsty red light, its figure rushing toward the 3 like a ghost.
Deep Water Cat. Spirit Moon Wolf. Vinewood Rabbit.
The 3 battle beasts rushed toward the hellish demon-like Shadow Demon Wolf under their owner's panicked commands.
The great battle began. Chapter 51 Double Element Attack, Fire Dragon Twist.
Yu and Wang Li were fighting amidst countless swarms of bees. Although they were protected by the swirling flames of Xiaohu and the wind shield of the phoenix, they could still do nothing against the BC tactics. Moreover, to protect their master, the 2 battle beasts deliberately controlled the elemental energy attacks around them, so from time to time, a few stray bees got close, and they were unexpectedly stung, causing large lumps to appear on their bodies, which burned painfully.
They couldn't get off the battle beasts, as at least there was elemental power protecting them.
If they left the battle beasts, they would really have no way to resist the swarm. It hurt so much Yu covered the large lump on his shoulder and grimaced. This isn't going to work. The gold pattern queen bee was of excellent quality, although it was 1 star lower than Xiaohu. The Tiger King's roar still had no effect. The gold pattern queen bee was unaffected by the Tiger King's roar. Clearly, both wind and fire elements counter insect elements, yet we are being suppressed so badly, Wang Li said, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Getting countered isn't a big deal, but the feeling of being chased and beaten by something clearly not as good as their own was really frustrating for her.
These wasps, Yu kept thinking of ways to break the deadlock.
At this moment, he really wished he could have a smoke to calm his mind.
Wait, smoke?
A spark of inspiration suddenly lit up in Yu's mind, and he felt enlightened.
That's right. Smoke. Yu was overjoyed and shouted to Wang Li, get away. Or you'll get hurt by mistake. Okay. Wang Li said nothing and quickly moved away from Hiyu.
Seeing this, Hiyu hurriedly controlled Xiaohu to burn food inside his flame pouch. Although Xiaohu didn't understand the purpose of Hiyu's actions, he followed Hiyu to burn the food he had eaten earlier in his flame pouch. For a moment, thick white smoke spewed from Xiaohu's mouth, and a rotten grilled meat smell wafted out. It was the food that had not yet been digested. Xiaohu opened his mouth wide, and thick white smoke spread out, causing many bee creatures to fall from the air, struggling on the ground.
What?
Aochen looked at Hiyu and the bee swarm in shock.
Ha ha ha.
Hiyu, wearing a gas mask, laughed heartily. Lucky I remembered that smoke can affect the nervous systems of bees.
Damn it, Aochen glared at Hiyu in anger.
As the surrounding bee swarm's defense line gradually crumbled, Xiaohu gathered raging flames in his mouth and shot them toward Aochen. Seeing this, Aochen neither dodged nor avoided it, his face showing no hint of panic. Hiyu found it very strange. Suddenly, Aochen's lips curled into a smile. In the next second, countless bees flew out from inside his clothes, their bodies shimmering with multicolored light, blocking Hiyu's attack.
What?
Hiyu and Wang Li both looked at the colorful bee swarm surrounding Aochen in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. The reason is simple: the swarms around Aochen are all battle beast species.
How is this possible?
Wang Li exclaimed in horror. Even with common battle beasts, this number is just too much.
An 18-year-old contract ring cannot hold so many battle beasts. I think I know why.
Hiyu looked up, gazing at the golden-striped queen bee, who was tightly guarded by the swarm in the sky. Golden-striped queen bee's innate skill, absolute queen bee, controls and manipulates all bee lifeforms with qualities and realms not exceeding her by 2 stars, including the battle beast species through pheromones and psychic abilities.
Note, cannot control battle beast species and other 2 kinds of battle beasts simultaneously. This is a problem.
Hiyu gritted his teeth. The excellent quality golden-striped queen bee, at the 6th star in realm, could manipulate several excellent quality bees at the 8th star to play around with. First, we must take down the queen bee.
Otherwise, this will never end.
Little Tiger gathered roaring flames again in its mouth and shot towards the queen bee in the sky. The queen bee's eyes flashed with a purple light, and countless bees rushed to block in front of her, diminishing the flames' attack. Countless charred bee bodies fell down, the air filled with a burnt smell.
Roar!
Little Tiger let out a roar, and then the firepower began to diminish rapidly. To protect Hiyu and himself, he had already used too much fire elemental energy in defense earlier, and with the current fiery attack being incredibly exhausting, he had very little fire elemental energy left in him. Wang Li next to him was not much better off. The phoenix's wind elemental energy was almost depleted. But the endless swarm of bees showed no signs of decreasing, still like a tide bringing despair.
What to do?
Hiyu was troubled. It seems you two have a bit of ability when it comes to scheming. Aochen smirked at Hiyu and Wang Li. If this is all you have in direct combat, then I'm truly disappointed.
Damn it.
If we were in the forest, a big fire would spread and burn them all down without question. Hiyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, another flash of inspiration struck.
Suck. Forest, fire? A spark igniting a prairie.
The wind blows, the grass and trees grow.
The wind blows the spark, igniting the grass and trees in spring? Detected host is in a state of anger, activate rampage enhancement LV3?
Get lost, get lost, get lost.
Hiyu hurriedly waved away the system, then laughed, haha. Haven't you heard? There's always a way out. When death is imminent, don't act foolish.
Aochen said with a smile, hand over your points, and I'll spare your lives.
It's so late, we won't even be able to find points. Wang Li retorted angrily.
Wang Li, no need to argue with him. Hiyu turned to Wang Li with a smile. I'll make sure he understands that wherever I want to go, the path is right under my feet.
Wang Li?
Wait, your contracted beast isn't called Spring and Autumn Cicada.
Can you get the phoenix to create a tornado? Not a big one, but a 10-meter diameter one should be fine.
That's good.
Do it.
Okay. Wang Li raised her hands, starting to summon the phoenix to create a tornado.
Cry.
The fierce wind phoenix let out a cry and suddenly a strong wind began to whip around.
The wind grew stronger until it formed a 10-meter diameter tornado.
The surrounding bees and the dried grass on the ground were caught up in the tornado, but this number was just a drop in the bucket for the whole swarm. However, the burning materials that Hiyu wanted were already present.
Little Tiger. Roar.
With a tiger's roar, Little Tiger erupted with terrifying flames, instantly igniting the dried grass and bees within the tornado, and the fire began to spread. In no time, a giant fire tornado appeared above the plains, visible for 50 kilometers around with blazing bright firelight soaring into the sky.
What?
Aochen stared at the fire tornado in shock.
Damn it. Attack.
The surrounding battle beast species bees followed orders, using elemental attacks against the fire tornado, but their attacks were evaporated by the terrifying high temperature before they could even reach it. Not able to get close at all. The fire tornado moved towards the queen bee, and the queen bee thought to herself that it was bad news, actually starting to use the surrounding bee swarm as meat shields, placing them in front of herself to buy time. The fire tornado crashed into the wall of bees, and the flames, which had been dimmed due to lack of fuel, were once again fueled up. That already terrifying fire tornado grew even larger, instantly engulfing the queen bee. Buzz buzz buzz. The queen bee let out a mournful scream in the flames, and Aochen shouted in terror, "Little bee!" Right after that, a palm-sized, charred golden pattern queen bee was flung out, landing beside Aochen, her two burned wings weakly fluttering, and her blackened body unrecognizable from its original form. With the queen bee's defeat, the swarm of bees beside Aochen immediately reacted, scattering in all directions, fleeing from this dangerous place. Just as the fire tornado was about to hit him, Aochen held the queen bee, who still had a breath left, and closed his eyes in fear. At that moment, a column of water fell from the sky, extinguishing the flames of the fire tornado, and then several massive trees sprang up from the ground, blocking the tornado and allowing it to slowly dissipate. Aochen opened his eyes and saw two battle-level staff members and their battle beasts in front of him. Guanyao High School, Aochen, your battle beast is heavily injured and on the brink of death. Do you choose to forfeit? One staff member approached Aochen and asked. Forfeit. I forfeit. Aochen pleaded while holding his injured and dying battle beast. Please, treat Little Bee quickly. She is my partner I've raised since childhood. She is my family. Hearing this, the staff member nodded, then opened the operation interface, and in less than 5 seconds, Aochen's name was removed from the ranking on his bracelet. Please follow me. As the staff member said this, he took off Aochen's bracelet and led him away from the battlefield. You two, you are truly ruthless. Another staff member crossed his arms, looking helplessly at you and Wang Li. You almost killed someone else's battle beast, do you know that? Well, the two scratched their heads, feeling embarrassed and guilty. We don't mind you snatching other people's points, but don't do it so harshly. If you kill people and battle beasts, how do we explain it to their families? As the staff member spoke, he threw Aochen's bracelet to the two. If there's another situation like this, you'll be disqualified from the competition, do you understand? Understood, understood. The two caught the bracelet, quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 52, Round Moon Wolf Demon. Yu and Wang Li watched as the two staff members took Aochen away, then looked at Jiahao behind them. Jiahao had already taken care of the three, and although his shadow demon wolf was injured, its fighting spirit was still fierce, with blood-red eyes staring at the three retrieving their battle beasts, a grin on his face that stretched nearly to his ears. The three were frightened by the momentum of the shadow demon wolf. If they hadn't recalled their battle beasts in time, their beasts might have already died under the wolf's claws. Awah! The shadow demon wolf let out a loud howl, as if declaring its victory. We don't have many points left. You've already stolen from us once before. These points will at most guarantee we won't be eliminated tomorrow. We also want to advance. We want to be chosen by beast schools. 3 generations of our family have never had a battle beast. We finally captured one. We just want to change our fate. Jiahao looked at the points inside the three's bracelets, furrowing his brows. None of you have more than 5 points, it's pointless, here, take it back. After saying that, Jiahao returned the bracelets to the three without changing them at all. Thank you. Thank you. The three caught the bracelets, nodding eagerly, then without looking back, they rode off on their battered battle beasts, leaving swiftly. Just let them go like that? Wang Li looked at Jiahao with some resentment. 1 3-point, 2 4-point, not much value. Jiahao shrugged, and, we have to leave them some hope of being accepted, right? You say that. Wang Li shook her head helplessly. Go back to sleep. Yu's face suddenly became calm, losing the excitement of the day, turning back into that dead fish-like gaze. I'm tired. Jiahao watched Yu walk past him, at a loss. What happened to him? I don't know. Wang Li shook her head. He seemed like this after that Aochen left. The three slept in the tent, but only Yu was awake. He was sleepless again. Meow? The little tiger made a questioning sound in the contract space. You asked me why I won the battle but feel down? Yu looked at the 1/3 circle on the back of his hand. Meow. The little tiger let out a confirming sound. I saw. Yu spoke heavily, that Aochen took such good care of his battle beast. When it was about to die in the uncontrollable fire tornado, he held the battle beast in front of him, and when he was eliminated, he said that battle beast was a partner and family he grew up with. It just feels. Yu covered his heart, it just feels stuffy here. Meow? Why does it feel stuffy? Why, huh?
He lay in his sleeping bag, looking up at the tent top. I don't know, it's like something unattainable in life was obtained by someone else, and they cherish it so much. What is that word? Meow? Jealousy?
That's right, jealousy.
He nodded. I'm very jealous of him, but I can't say why I'm jealous or what I'm jealous of.
Recalling Aochen anxious expression, painful memories of the original self surged in his mind. Clearly, his consciousness as a traveler should be the dominant force of this body, but why do the original memories keep affecting his body and emotions?
He didn't know what this body was jealous of. Wasn't the original consciousness supposed to be dead? But if not dead, why had he never seen him? What exactly are you jealous of?
He looked at his palm, thinking in confusion.
Are you jealous of Aochen?
The frustration in his heart did not decrease.
Since you're not jealous of Aochen, why such a strong reaction? He couldn't understand. If he was not jealous of Aochen, then what was this body jealous of?
Only Aochen had the golden pattern to be queen as a family, only Aochen's family supported him.
Could it be? Are you jealous of Aochen's identity as a son of the Amo family? The body didn't respond. I really don't understand what you're jealous of.
He shouted in his heart, jealousy this and jealousy that. Who are you jealous of, and what are you jealous of?
You don't tell me. I'm not a parasite in your belly. I don't know your thoughts.
At least the golden patterned bee queen is a spiritual being.
Can inform its master of its thoughts. So tell me your thoughts.
Suddenly, the frustration in his body reacted, and he felt a wave of agitation in his heart, a feeling of grievance surged up, and a tear slid down from the corner of his eye.
What?
He wiped away his tear, looked at the sparkling droplet on his fingertip, and was momentarily stunned.
Could it be, you're jealous of the golden patterned bee queen?
The feeling of grievance in his heart became more intense.
What a fool you are. Sleep.
He covered his head with the blanket, closed his eyes, and went to sleep.
TM crazy. He muttered, jealous of a bee, what kind of brain does the original self have?
The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. Why be jealous of anything else, and have to be jealous of a bug, especially a bug with only 6-star master level?
No wonder your parents didn't want you.
Closing his eyes, he forced himself to enter dreamland. The next day, he and Wang Li looked at the wristbands. The wristbands had automatically eliminated the 5,000 people with the least points, leaving around 65,000 people. Yesterday, he was surprised to see that the dozens of people whose scores had reset were not eliminated, but instead received new points. However, Aochen's score still did not change, remaining at 364 points. The second place, Meng had already caught up to him, falling short by less than 50 points from surpassing Aochen.
This guy really is that lazy? He was too exhausted to complain. Let's step it up these last few days. He glanced at the scores of his 3 teammates. Currently, he had 78 points, ranking 3024, Jiahao had 73 points, ranking 3461, and Wang Li had 75 points, ranking 3271. If we can find more points and steal from more people, we can enter the top 3,000. By the way, I have a question. Wang Li looked at Jiahao with a strange expression. Why don't you release your battle beast during the day?
If you released your shadow demon wolf during the day, we might have been able to steal more people.
Well.
Jiahao scratched his head in distress. I can release it during the day, but my shadow demon wolf is a suddenly mutated species.
It mutated into a congenital skill called full moon wolf demon that only exerts its power when the moon is out.
Plus, the closer it gets to a full moon, the stronger it becomes, but...
Oh. It's simple.
Wang Li laughed, just pretend the sun is the moon.
How simple is that? They're both round, they both shine, no problem. It's not as simple as you think.
Jiahao shook his head, then raised his hand. 1/3 of the back of his hand lit up.
Since you want to see, I'll show you.
The contract ring appeared under him, and the two remembered last night's scene, instinctively taking a step back, afraid of getting accidentally injured.
No need to run that far. Jiahao shook his head, daytime is different from nighttime.
As he spoke, a pair of wolf ears popped out from the contract ring, and a wolf head with a glimmering red eye peeked out.
The two couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
The shadow demon wolf leaped out of the contract ring and let out a howl into the sky.
Oh whoa! Oh whoa! You! Wang Li?
The two stared at the wolf puppy barely half a meter tall, resembling a human toddler, momentarily at a loss for words.
See?
Jiahao picked up the shadow demon wolf and said to the two, this is what happens if I summon him during the day, he can only be summoned at night to fight.
How did you originally tame him?
Hi's mouth twitched. Well, he just ran to my house by himself. Jiahao explained, at that time, he was just like this, rampaging around my house. My parents and I tried to catch him, and just as we caught him, the sun was setting. He started transforming right in front of us, and the contract ring lit up.
In a panic, I formed a contract with him. Oh whoa. Oh whoa. The shadow demon wolf struggled in Jia Hao's arms, wanting to charge at Hiyu and Wang Li for battle. Stop it. Jia Hao rubbed the shadow demon wolf's head, go back. Since you don't like coming out, you can stay in the contract space. After that, Jia Hao returned the shadow demon wolf. Let's go. Today we'll continue collecting points. Hiyu shrugged, but be careful, these people seem to know our methods. They might use other tactics or get sneakier, but remember, don't cause any fatalities, either human or beast. Understood. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The three of them saw their points rapidly increasing. Along the way, they encountered several people in the top 100, some they won against, while others were tricky opponents, caught up in team battles, almost losing points. If it hadn't been for Hiyu pulling them away to a less noticed spot and using his berserk enhancement skill to take them down, their team might have been eliminated. However, what puzzled Hiyu was that ever since the last battle with the chameleon, his berserk enhancement skill could not allow Little Tiger to evolve. It could only improve Little Tiger's realm, and the increase was not as significant as before. During this time, he had activated berserk enhancement 5 times, but each time, he was stuck at the peak of stagnation, unable to rise higher. But fortunately, this skill is still very useful as a trump card, so Hiyu didn't mind too much. So far, Hiyu has 435 points, ranked 207th, Wang Li has 426 points, ranked 213th, Jia Hao has 428 points, ranked 210th. There is only the last half of the competition time left, but the number of competitors has been reduced to less than 10,000. This rate of elimination is too abnormal, and Hiyu couldn't help but suspect that there is a contestant harsher than them, directly knocking out other competitors to the brink of elimination. Chapter 53, Hiyu, is there a more insidious presence than us? Ha! The three of them let out a sigh of relief, picked up the wristband of the contestant they had knocked out, and took half of his points to ensure he wouldn't be immediately eliminated. Hiyu and the others began to shamelessly snatch points because they realized they had become public enemies on the World Channel, and their ruthless point snatching made them feel a bit guilty. Everyone came to participate in the assessment, all wanting to change their family's fate. There was no need to be so ruthless. Hiyu and his companions also discovered that since the number of eliminations had strangely surged, the officials had cancelled the elimination system for the last place, and instead implemented a free elimination system, no longer having the concept of automatically eliminating the bottom 5,000 the next day, with officials stating that they would return to the last elimination system once the numbers stabilized. The strange surge in eliminations had Hiyu and the others trying to figure it out, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Eliminated contestants could no longer use the World Channel, so no one knew what happened. On the contrary, Mengyu and Aochen's scores had strangely reached a new height. Aochen, first place, 4,567 points. Mengyu, second place, 4,398 points. That's 10 times what Hiyu and the others have. He really didn't know how that score was achieved. By the way, those unfortunate souls whose points had suddenly reset to 0 had still not been eliminated, but their scores were at rock bottom, none exceeding 50 points. This is the score seen in the morning, and now their scores have dropped again. Each is left with only 10 points to guarantee they won't be eliminated. As for this, Hiyu and the others were puzzled. Another day passed, and the three of them entered the tent to sleep. TSK. On the mountain, a man dressed in a yellow combat outfit with a bit of yellow highlighted hair frowned. I was overtaken again, that damn Aochen. Mengyu gritted his teeth, looking at the ranking information shown on his wristband, instantly furious. He was still behind me by several hundred points earlier, but after not paying attention for an afternoon, he has overtaken me again. I finally got the first place, and it hasn't even warmed up yet. The more Mengyu thought about it, the angrier he became, and ultimately decided to stop thinking about it. He raised his hand, and a totem of a soaring rock in a third of a circle outside the totem glowed. 2 contract rings appeared behind him, a silver-winged rock with a wingspan of over 5 meters and a height of over 2 meters, and a giant rat with a length of a meter, surrounded by a dark aura, appeared beside Mengyu. Screech. Squeak. Old rules, silver-winged golden rock, you go find the points of light, dark rat king, you go steal the points from other contestants for me. Screech. Squeak. The 2 battle beasts nodded and then began to move. The silver-winged golden rock flew high into the sky, its eyes constantly focused, searching for the traces of light points below. The dark rat king howled at the sky, and then a tremor shook the ground, as countless black-clad rats rushed toward this direction. The dark rat king shook its plump rear end, lunged into the pile of rats, and looked up at Mengyu above. This time find more. Mengyu ordered the dark rat king, in the past few days, you've always found those contestants with very few points for me, and after stealing their wristbands and not delivering them on time, the points expired after 5 minutes, causing my progress to slow down. This time give me more thieves to steal, and let my speed-type subordinates bring them back, preferably using light or wind types for rapid attacks. Squeak. The black rat king nodded, then let out another howl. Squeak.
In an instant, a swarm of rats dashed towards the area where people were, and within each rat swarm, there were a few light-type rat battle beasts closely following. Hiyu and the other two were sleeping very soundly. They had worn themselves out these past few days, often not going to bed until midnight, and then immediately rushing to find points and seize points after waking up almost sleeping the moment they hit the bed. A group of dozens of small rats arrived at the tent of Hiyu and his companions, and upon seeing people, they ran towards the tent. As soon as the small team stepped on it, they felt the ground beneath them give way, and then they fell downward. Squeak! The rat team floundered in the water, trying to scramble to the surface, but everything around them was too slippery, and they couldn't hold on. Setting traps before sleep had become a habit for Hiyu. Ever since the incident with the chameleon, Hiyu had been cautious, making sure to set traps before sleeping, no matter how simple, at least they served as a warning. The rat struggled and accidentally hit the transparent fishing line buried in the trap by Hiyu. Suddenly, all the bells above the three-person tent jingled loudly, and the three quickly sat up, got dressed, and rushed out of the tent. Did the trap trigger? The two looked at Hiyu in surprise. Yes. Hiyu nodded, it triggered for sure. Let's go check what it is, whether it's a person or a beast. The three quickly arrived at the trap, and when they saw what was inside, they were all dumbfounded. Rats? Wang Li stared blankly at the rat swarm in the puddle, taking a few steps back in disgust. How gross. All this fuss, and it turns out to be a bunch of rats. Aochen shrugged. No, these aren't ordinary rats. Hiyu squatted down, and a system panel appeared before him. Among these, there are a few battle beast types. What? The two looked at Hiyu in astonishment. That's right, they are battle beast types. Hiyu nodded. Though they look almost identical to normal rats, they possess elemental energy, so there is no doubt they are battle beasts. How strange. Jiahao suddenly rested his chin on his hand and thought, I don't remember battle beast types coexisting peacefully with wild or domesticated types. What do you mean? Wang Li looked at Jiahao. It's like humans and monkeys. Humans evolved from monkeys, but would you treat monkeys as equals? Jiahao looked at Wang Li. The answer is no. Ever since we evolved into humans, we have separated from monkeys. Monkeys are just livestock. Similarly, after the mutation on Blue Star, some animals evolved into battle beast types, and naturally, they would only associate with battle beast types, not domesticated or wild types, especially the beast battle types. I see, so this situation is abnormal, right? Wang Li nodded. Wang Li, do you remember when such non-battle beast types and battle beast types acted together? Hiyu looked at Wang Li. Similar to Wang Li thought carefully, then looked at Hiyu in surprise. Ancient golden patterned queen bee? That's right. It seems there is a presence similar to the Rat King controlling them, but what does the Rat King want? Saying this, Hiyu began to check the status of these rats in the system. Current status, uncontracted fear, anger. At this moment, Hiyu noticed that among these rats, there seemed to be a few light types. Light types? In what situation would light types be needed? Normal people would think of needing healing, or when fleeing quickly, transporting something. Light types typically follow the healing path because the tamed battle beasts cannot perform high-speed offenses, like Qiongqi. His battle beast is a large mushroom that cannot perform rapid attacks, only healing. For normal non-plant and fungi light-type battle beasts, as long as they are not somehow malfunctioning or due to personal reasons. Basically, they will all take the swift attack route. And the strange combination of combat beasts and non-combat beasts among the mouse swarm, plus the swift attack route of the rat combat beasts. Could it be that? Hiyu suddenly had a bad suspicion. Tentatively, Hiyu picked up a wild beast rat, which made both of them feel disgusted. What are you doing playing with a rat? Jiahao stepped back a little in disgust. Hiyu said nothing but took off his wristband and handed it to the rat in his hand. The rat seemed to see some delicious food. Its limbs trembled with impatience, wanting to take the wristband into its possession. Hiyu presented the wristband to the rat, and the rat immediately clung tightly to the wristband, refusing to let go. The two looked at this scene and were instantly taken aback. As expected. Hiyu's expression darkened. These rats are following the orders of the Rat King to steal the wristband. Someone is using the rats to snatch points. No wonder the elimination speed has been so fast lately. It turns out there are old silver coins. Hiyu was immediately furious. Damn it, how could there be someone sneakier than me? More devious than me? And they even stole from me? I have always robbed others. No one has ever stolen from me. With force, Hiyu strangled the rat to death, retrieved the wristband, and took out a cage from his storage space. Put these rats in. We need to find out which beast has the guts to steal from us. Hiyu gritted his teeth, his fingers cracking with fury. Today, let them know why the flowers are so red. We don't dare to catch the rats. The two looked at the dozens of rats in the pit with disgust written all over their faces. Hiyu, straight face. Can't you both use the combat beasts to catch them? Chapter 54, Rat System? The three held the cage, and the rats inside kept struggling, trying to bite their way out. But unfortunately, the cage was made of fine iron, crafted from a system lottery. A cutting knife of the same fine iron quality could cut through peak levels, so trapping these two-star combat beast rats was easy. The three entered the forest, and the rats ambushed in the forest quickly sneaked away. He walked in front, deep in thought about something.
The state of these rats is fear and anger, yet there is no sign of control?
When fighting Aochen before, He saw that the status bar above those bee-like creatures always showed under control.
Since both are controlled, why didn't these rats show any signs?
This was not important, He just wanted to figure it out.
Meow. Meow.
The one-third circle on his hand suddenly vibrated. Xiaohu inside made a sound.
What's wrong?
The two leaned forward. Xiaohu said. He looked puzzled at the one-third circle on his hand. It seems there is the scent of other rat combat beasts. Just as he was speaking, a flash of white light suddenly zipped by, and the three were momentarily stunned before looking over together. One by one, light-type rat combat beasts moved like lightning, running past Hiyu and the others, and on those beasts were individual round black wristbands.
As expected, it's the wristbands.
Hiyu acted quickly, pulling out a fine iron cutting knife from his storage space and stabbing it directly into the ground.
Clang! 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 Amidst the few metallic clangs, several light-type rat combat beasts stood swaying, momentarily dazed from the impact.
Hiyu learned from the books and from the battle spirit team member Chen Yao about the characteristics of light types. They're fast, and also have high physical strength, with extreme speed. Even spatial types can't deal with them. In normal battles, even slight damage can wear down opponents by sheer speed. But low-level light types have a common weakness. They are too fast, but their brains cannot keep up with that speed. Once they go too fast, they are prone to crash into things. Therefore, in beast hospitals, the group of light-type swift attackers accounts for a significant percentage of patients. At the lower levels, the speed of neural responses is slow, so there are these troubles. When it gets to higher levels, the reaction speed of the nerves increases, and there will be no such issues.
Hiyu snatched the wristbands from the mouths of the few light-type battle rats, shoved the rats into the cage, and handed the wristbands to the other two. The three of them collected the points from the wristbands. When they looked, the points were actually quite a lot. Currently, the three were Hiyu 789 points, ranked 105th, Wang Li 790 points, ranked 103rd, Jiahao 785 points, ranked 114th. Ha ha! My score is finally higher than yours.
Wang Li flaunted the wristband with one more point than Hiyu's right in front of him.
Hiyu nodded when he saw this.
I'm still your big sister. You have to listen to me from now on. Wang Li laughed. As the saying goes, if you have 1 point less than me today, you'll always have 1 point less than me for your life, so... Before Wang Li could finish, Hiyu's hand moved so fast it left an afterimage, and he grabbed the wristband from Wang Li's wrist. It's mine now.
Oh. I was joking. Give it back to me. Hiyu chuckled mischievously, not giving it back. Give it back to me.
Wang Li jumped up and opened her mouth, aiming to bite Hiyu's arm.
Are you a dog? Fine, fine. I'll give it back. Don't bite.
Wang Li snatched the wristband back and made a funny face at Hiyu. Slight sigh. Hiyu let out a helpless sigh.
Jiahao looked at the two with a strange expression. Why does Wang Li look like she wants to pin me to the ground when she talks to me? Double standards.
At this moment, Wang Li's father, who was watching the live broadcast, saw Hiyu teasing Wang Li and instantly felt like his lungs were about to explode. I thought you were a good guy when I saw you helping my daughter earn points. Wang Li's father slammed his fist on the table, furious, and cursed loudly. But then you snatched my daughter's wristband. You're messing with her like this. I'll you up. If Wang Li ever interacts with you again after this, I'll change the Wang character to be written upside down. For some reason, Hiyu shuddered. Why do I feel like a crazy extremist is targeting me? Thinking about the big names he may have offended recently, Hiyu took a sharp breath. Suck.
No way? Is Wang Li's dad watching the live broadcast too?
Ha! At this moment, Jiahao suddenly noticed the ranking. You guys come and look. Jiahao pointed at the screen, his eyes serious. Meng Yu's points are growing wildly. The two were stunned, then they stepped forward to take a look. They saw Meng Yu's score rapidly increasing at an unbelievable speed, 4,500, 4,600, 5,000. In the end, Meng Yu's score reached 7,000, leaving Aochen far behind by over 2,000 points.
No way. Wang Li was stunned. It looks like...
He looked at Meng Yu's ranking, his brows furrowed. It's him causing trouble. Just as he said that, dozens of contestants were eliminated from the rankings for being away from their wristbands for 5 minutes. Phew. Meng Yu looked at his ranking and points, letting out a sigh of relief. I told you, how could that lucky dog Aochen compare to me, a member of a big family?
Meng Yu's lips curled up as he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha. I told you. A guy with no family support, his biggest cousin just a mere head of the local police station, how could he compare to me? I'm Meng Yu, a direct descendant of the Meng family, specially cultivated by the Branch family. He's just a lucky commoner. A lowly person. How could he compare to a family member? GG? The Black Rat King looked down as a black rat from the beast species came running towards it, reporting something. GG. GGG. GG? The Black Rat King looked at the Black Rat in surprise, then shouted at Meng Yu, GG. Meng Yu looked at the Black Rat King, puzzled, a 3-person team has arrived? GG. The Black Rat King nodded. Then you go deal with them. Meng Yu said to the Black Rat King, just 3 insignificant people, no need to call me. The Black Rat King nodded upon hearing this, then howled to the Rat Army. GG. In an instant, the Rat Army stopped all their actions as if receiving a command from a robot. Ran towards Yu and the others. You'd better follow them too. Meng Yu thought for a moment and looked at the Black Mouse King. To have lasted until now, these guys have some skills. Maybe they are the rumored Old Six team. I heard that the captain has a strange ability that allows battle beasts to rise to the peak of their realm in a short time. With these odd characters, I'm afraid they can't hold on for long. You should also go over there and run when the silver-winged golden rock returns. Squeak, squeak. The Black Mouse King nodded, then was led by its subordinates towards Yu and the others. At this moment, Yu and the others were heading toward the direction where the caged rats were agitated, only to find the rats in the cage suddenly getting excited, gnawing at the iron cage, trying to break free. Yu and the others were stunned, and then an ominous premonition appeared in their hearts. A system panel appeared before Yu, showing a picture of a strange rat surrounded by dark energy, its figure ghostly. Black Mouse King. Type, Battle Beast, Fantasy Species. Quality, Ordinary. Attributes, King, Darkness. Level, Realm Level 7 star. When Yu saw this information, he suddenly froze. King type? Be careful. Just as Yu was dazed, the two suddenly shouted anxiously. Yu looked up and saw a swarm of rats like a black tide rushing towards them. Oh no! Yu threw away the cage, revealed the contract ring, and shouted to the two, prepare for battle. Chapter 55, I will make you remember who I am. Yu released Little Tiger first without hesitation. As soon as Little Tiger sprang out of the contract space, he unleashed the Tiger King's roar. Roar! A gigantic sound wave instantly swept through everything in front. After so many days of training, Little Tiger had already advanced to Realm Level 8 star, and the direct influence range of the Tiger roar had reached 200 meters. The deafening roar hit the swarm of rats, instantly killing wild and domestic rats within the attack range. The battle beasts weren't much better off, those weaker in level were left bleeding from their 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground in frenzied convulsions. The rear rats were stopped by the sound wave, trembling as they looked at Yu and the others. Don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. Yu waved his hand, Wang Li. Send these guys into the air. Okay. The phoenix totem on Wang Li's arm lit up. The fierce wind phoenix flapped its wings, creating a hurricane that sent nearly half of the rat swarm, along with dried leaves and branches from the ground, flying into the sky. Roar! Little Tiger roared, breathing fire towards the tornado. A fire tornado appeared again, but this time, its power and scale were even greater than the last. Squeak! The Black Mouse King, arriving late, saw the giant fire tornado in the distance and instantly lost the will to fight, quickly running back to Meng Yu's side. Oh dear! Meng Yu, feeling frustrated, rubbed his forehead and said, Are you scared even before the battle starts? Squeak! The Black Mouse King hid behind Meng Yu, trembling with fear, truly embodying the phrase timid as a mouse. TSK. But that fire tornado is really terrifying. Meng Yu couldn't help but shrink his neck while looking at the blazing fire tornado. Screech! At that moment, an eagle's cry reached Meng Yu's ears. He turned to see a silver-winged rock flying towards them, gripping dozens of colored score orbs in one of its claws. The silver-winged rock is back. Quickly, get back and don't make a fool of yourself. Squeak! The Black Mouse King looked at Meng Yu defiantly, thinking, Aren't you afraid of this fire tornado too? Meng Yu recalled the Black Mouse King into the contract space, then grabbed the other foot of the silver-winged rock, allowing it to carry him to another place. Watching the black dot that was closest to them gradually move away, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the enemy doesn't want to fight us. Jiahao felt somewhat down. Let's not worry about that for now. He looked at the giant fire tornado above them. The problem now is, how do we extinguish this thing? The swarm of rats scattered due to the fire tornado and the departure of the Black Rat King,
but the fire tornado that He and Wang Li had conjured to deal with the rats had now become a big trouble. Previously, He joked about setting the mountain on fire, but now that it was actually burning, he began to feel afraid. As a good young man from China on Earth, who grew up under the red flag and in the warm spring breeze, he truly did not dare to break the law even once. But setting fire to the mountain. According to the saying in China, that would mean setting fire to the mountain and ending up behind bars. Just as He was thinking about how to put out the big fire, a chunk of water, a water ball with a diameter of about 1 kilometer suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, then exploded, pouring a large amount of water down toward the fire tornado. This water ball extinguished the fire tornado but also drenched He and the others, turning them into drowned rats. "It's you again." A staff member appeared before He and the others, riding on a water-type rhinoceros beast. "Almost killing someone else's beast last time wasn't enough? Now you have to set fire to the mountain for fun?" The staff member asked with a frown. We were wrong, we didn't do it on purpose." He quickly explained, "That area was full of rats. Who knows if there's plague? To prevent any viruses, we had no choice but to use this method." "Poof." The staff member snorted coldly, then looked at the ground covered with burnt rat corpses, falling into silence for a moment. "This time I'll let you off." The staff member glanced at He and the others. "There won't be a next time." Yes. "Thank you, big brother." "Thank you, big brother. After we go out, please have a smoke." He hurriedly nodded and bowed, clearly playing the workplace game well. "Ahem." The staff member coughed awkwardly. "No need to say that here." Okay. I wish Big Brother success in his career. Good health for your parents. A smooth road to promotion. Ha. The staff member chuckled, then waved his hand. "Next time be careful." "Okay, Big Brother." "No problem, Big Brother." He quickly pulled the others into a bow. After sending off the staff member, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That scared me to death." He patted his chest, his heart still pounding. Just now, he thought he would be eliminated because of setting the mountain on fire. Oh my. Aochen looked at the map on his wrist, then glanced around at the snowy scenery. "My lord, I didn't take the map the wrong way, right? Didn't they say after the desert there would be plains? How did I wake up to find myself in a snow-capped mountain?" "TSK, stop fanning. Can't you see the snow-capped mountain?" "Still fanning. What the hell? If you keep fanning, I'm going to catch a cold." Aochen swatted away the leaf fans held by several female candidates beside him, and they looked fearful yet respectful as they put away their fans, slightly bowing to show their apologies. The cartwheels beneath Aochen were freezing and trembling, but they exchanged smiles. Before they came, they had seen that there was only a black dot here, and that black dot was the genius son of Chairman Zhao. This genius who awakened an ice-type beast, a rarity in the Zhao family for 3 generations, though his beast couldn't compare to Aochen's holy tide extreme Koan. Let's not forget this was a snow-capped mountain, giving them a terrain advantage. Just as Aochen was about to lose his cool, suddenly a loud and arrogant laughter came. "Ha ha ha! Aochen! I've finally waited for you." Aochen turned around in confusion and saw a young man dressed in an ice-blue battle robe, his hair a mix of blue and white, with a snow-white fox emitting cold air standing on his shoulder, approaching through the snowstorm, looking proudly at Aochen. "Do you remember me?" The young man raised the corner of his mouth, aggressively asking Aochen. Aochen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression turned serious. "Didn't expect this, did you?" The youth laughed loudly. "That opponent you defeated back then has become so powerful now. 7-star in the realm. Who else can reach such a level at this age? You are very scared right now, aren't you? You are afraid, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Your eyes have already betrayed you. You." Aochen looked coldly at the youth in front of him, his expression growing even more serious. "That's the expression. This is the expression I want to see." The youth laughed wildly. "I want to see the shocked look in your eyes when you realize that an opponent you once looked down on has become stronger than you. This is what I want to see." Aochen suddenly paused, staring with his innocent, clear eyes at the youth. "Who are you?" "Everyone. Zhao Yuan." Zhao Yuan's smile froze on his face, looking at Aochen in disbelief. "You don't recognize me? I don't know you." Aochen shook his head. "Why should I remember a defeated foe? You. I asterisk and percent you and percented damn." Zhao Yuan was so angry he became tongue-tied and finally blurted out a curse. "My name is Zhao Yuan. I go to the same school as you." Oh. So we're schoolmates. What a pleasure." Aochen grinned and extended his hand. "What a pleasure, your grandma's mallet." Zhao Yuan swatted Aochen's hand away. "You were the first to use me to test your companion beast after you awakened it.
My snow spirit was barely born for half an hour. And it got beaten up by your Kuan.
Zhao Yuan became more and more agitated, and finally hugged his companion beast and started to cry.
Snow spirit, you have suffered so much. Woo woo.
The snow spirit affectionately nuzzled Zhao Yuan.
So what exactly do you want to do? Aochen looked at Zhao Yuan in confusion.
Today. Zhao Yuan glared at Aochen with indignation, his eyes seeming to spew fire. I will make your undefeated legend end here.
Oh. A fight then? I'm more than happy to oblige. Aochen laughed. This is my points bracelet.
Zhao Yuan raised his bracelet and spoke fiercely to Aochen. Inside are the points I've searched for day and night, plundering.
My points rank is third. Just behind you. Are we going to fight or not? Aochen was starting to lose patience. There are a total of 4,021 points inside.
If you win, all these points are yours.
If I win, all your points are mine. Plus, you have to kneel down
and apologize to me and the snow spirit in front of the livestream drone.
TSK. Aochen frowned impatiently. So many words for a fight. Take this. Snow spirit. Woo.
The snow spirit fox howled to the sky, leaping from Zhao Yuan's shoulder as the surrounding ice and snow quickly gathered towards her. The body of the snow spirit fox gradually merged with the ice and snow, its size growing larger, and its face becoming fearsome. In less than half a minute, a ferocious giant snow fox with glowing red eyes and glistening cold teeth set its gaze on Aochen, who sat in his chair.
Die, Aochen. Today I will etch my mark in your lifelong fear. Zhao Yuan roared. Aochen stared blankly at the snow spirit fox, then he laughed.
Interesting, a frenzied smile appeared on Aochen's face, his mouth curling up almost to his ears.
You are much better than these weaklings beneath me.
A contract ring appeared beneath him, golden pillars of light shooting into the sky as the sacred tide extreme Kuan soared from the shattered columns of light.
This will be much more interesting. In the blizzard, Zhao Yuan could only see Aochen's madly grinning face. Chapter 56, entering the final phase. Damn you all to hell. Aochen.
Meng Yu looked at his ranking being pushed down once again, instantly turning into a fire of rage.
How did that gap of over 2,000 points get caught up so quickly? Damn it.
Meng Yu's whole body turned red with anger. He had worked so hard for so long, just to take first place for a few hours, then woke up in the morning only to find he had been surpassed by Aochen again.
Who is sending him points like this? Are you brainless? Damn. Attention all candidates, attention all candidates.
At this moment, a broadcast suddenly rang out, causing all the surviving contestants to look up.
Is that the Sharp Wing Guardian? Meng Yu looked at the figure riding the steel wing golden eagle above, as if realizing something. Is it because too many people have been eliminated, so they came to change the rules? So, what is the use of these points anyway? Aochen looked at his wristband showing more than 8,000 points, looking at everyone in confusion. What the hell? Zhao Yuan, with a bruised face, looked at Aochen in disbelief. You don't know? I don't know.
Aochen shrugged, because those glowing orbs looked nice, so I collected them, and then something like points appeared on the wristband.
Where were you when they explained the rules? Wasn't everyone there?
Zhao Yuan simply couldn't believe he lost to this idiot in front of him.
Oh, that time, Aochen tried to remember.
At that time, I was on the back of that flying battle beast, and the cool breeze felt so nice that I fell asleep. When I woke up, I found myself in the desert.
I thought I hadn't woken up yet, so I slept a bit more. When I woke up again, I was still in the desert. I started to feel a bit hungry, so I ate some rations. What Aochen said afterwards, Zhao Yuan and the others no longer had the heart to listen. Why did they lose to this idiot? No, it should be why is this idiot so strong? The points must be wrong. Attention all candidates, attention all candidates. A broadcast rang from the sky, and everyone looked up. The steel-winged golden eagle circled in the sky, and from its back, the broadcast continued. Yu and others were brushing their teeth when they suddenly heard the voice and looked up. Steel-winged golden eagle? Yu didn't have time to spit out the toothpaste foam in his mouth and looked up. He saw the steel-winged golden eagle circling in the sky, with the broadcast coming from its back. Due to an unusual number of eliminations, after discussion by our 4 great guardians, the city lord, and the deans of major beast tamer universities, we have decided to change the rules, transforming the free elimination system into a battle royale mode. In battle royale mode, a huge toxic zone will appear, and it will continuously shrink over time. Anyone who leaves the toxic zone will be immediately eliminated. Contestants must try to eliminate as many opponents as possible without endangering their lives before the toxic zone fully shrinks. The points from defeated opponents will be awarded to you. Once your points reach 0, you will be immediately eliminated.
It is important to note that points earned from being eliminated outside the toxic zone or after removing your wristband will still be considered invalid points. After the rule change, besides the first place in final points, there will also be an MVP position, which is awarded to the contestant who eliminates the most opponents, who can receive a 2-year tuition exemption, but will not get the reward money or choice of academy. Once the toxic zone opens, we will drop purple, red, and gold point orbs inside the toxic zone.
Contestants need to collect these points while escaping from danger. The report is complete.
The toxic zone will appear in half an hour. Please adjust your positions according to the toxic zone location displayed on your map to avoid elimination as soon as it appears.
Phew.
The sharp wing guardian cleared his throat while sitting on the steel wing golden eagle. Damn, these bastards see that I have a sound wave type ability, so they use me for broadcasting, saying my ability is much stronger than this broadcast.
I really can't believe this.
The sharp wing guardian took out a throat lozenge from his pocket, popped it in his mouth, and felt much better in his throat.
Toxic zone?
Jia Hao was stunned for a moment, then pulled up the map.
The center of the toxic zone seems to be a forest, and it's quite far from us. Jia Hao said to the two. The two spat out the toothpaste foam in their mouths and looked at Jia Hao's wristband. On the wristband,
the poison circle presented a neat circular shape, with a red outline, traversing snow mountains, deserts, and rivers. The poison circle seems to be closing within a day. Wang Li pointed down at the closing time of the poison circle, 24 hours.
So it will close tomorrow morning?
He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seriously, it doesn't give any time to develop. It's probably because the seed players have all been eliminated, so they're anxious, Jia Hao said. I've seen that almost all the geniuses people expected have been eliminated. Indeed, I've seen the son of the chairman of the Zhao group. Wang Li pointed at Zhao Yuan at the back. Even his points have hit 0. Chairman Zhao must be furious now. The Wang family business and the Zhao family business managed the technology product trade in the southern and northern parts of Yuzhou City, respectively, but the Wang family was behind the Zhao family due to starting late, so Wang Li felt a bit schadenfreude seeing the Zhao family struggle. On the contrary, Aochen's points have increased. He glanced at Aochen regaining the first place ranking and immediately understood what was going on.
Is Aochen really that terrifying? Even the Zhao family's genius couldn't match him? By the way, have you noticed those dozens of black dots? Wang Li suddenly pointed at the hundreds of black dots constantly moving in the snow mountain area. Didn't they say a team can have at most 4 people? Why are they huddled together in dozens? The two shrugged, indicating they didn't know. Meanwhile, run faster.
Aochen kept whipping the power-type humanoid creature in front of him with his vine whip, making it squeal.
Ah! Stop dawdling. Cut the nonsense. Hurry up and run. Can't you run by yourself?
The many oxen and horses below complained bitterly. Aochen finally showed some conscience. At least he didn't make them crawl on all fours, but had them carry wooden boards and run. Their speed increased by more than 1 level, but the ride was bumpy.
How can a king's legs be used for traveling? Aochen held the whip and said fiercely, have you ever seen a king without a chariot, fighting solely with his feet? Everyone murmured in agreement. A king, but a tyrant. Hurry up and run already?
The poison circle is closing in fast. After saying that, he angrily scolded Zhao Yuan, who was behind making wheels.
Hurry up and make the tires?
We're almost to the foot of the snow mountain.
You don't care about being eliminated. Why are you so anxious?
Zhao Yuan's hands were moving so fast sawing wood that they almost left an afterimage, not daring to stop for a moment as he made wooden tires.
I still haven't found my eternal rival. Aochen said righteous, he is like me. A 1 in a million king.
The moment I saw him, I knew he was definitely not someone you losers could compare to.
I still haven't found him. So I can't be eliminated. Who is it? Can make you think so much? Male or female? Male. You're really just a dude.
Although Zhao Yuan had many complaints, his hands did not slow down for a moment. This tyrant, it's really unfortunate for that brother to be targeted by this madman.
Chapter 57, Poison Circle Chaos and Elimination.
The three finished washing up, packed all their things, and rode their warbeasts towards the direction of the forest. The map showed that the center of the poison circle was a certain distance away from them, so they needed to hurry over. They were still walking on the plain because Little Tiger and the Gale Phoenix, with their large sizes, were not suitable for running or flying in the forest. He placed the lunch meat on Little Tiger's back over the flame and roasted it a bit, then took it off, not minding the heat, and directly stuffed it into his mouth.
Ah hoo hoo hoo.
He shouted in pain from the heat, blowing air into his mouth to cool the lunch meat.
Didn't you eat breakfast? Jia Hao sat next to Yu, asking in confusion. I did eat.
He said, breaking off a piece of lunch meat and handing it to Jia Hao. Jia Hao stuffed it into his mouth, and then also squealed from the heat.
Hot hot hot. Why is it so hot inside after I bite it? Because time was too tight, I didn't eat enough.
He explained with a smile, and besides, after roasting it, you can catch unexpected things.
Catch what?
Humph.
He. Hey.
Scented pig.
What are you doing?
No. It took a lot of effort to ambush 3 people.
Hey.
A gigantic pig with a body length of 4 meters and a width of 2 meters charged out from the nearby forest, carrying a person on its back. I'm catching a pig, He grinned. Just now, when He passed by a place, the system panel suddenly popped up in front of him.
Scented pig. Type, battle beast, common. Attributes, poison, cute. Appearance, common. Level, 4 stars of the warrior realm.
When He saw this, he was stunned, and then his brain worked rapidly, leading him to catch the ambushing creature using roasted luncheon meat.
So, that.
The boy on the pig looked awkwardly at the 3 people in front of him, while the dumb pig under him stared intently at the luncheon meat in Hiu's hand. The boy wished he could turn this silly pig into braised pork right now.
Can we not slap my face in JJ? This was the only request of the boy. 5 minutes later.
Hiu distributed the points from his bracelet to the 2 of them. This boy had quite a few points, a total of over 600, so each person received 200 points.
Current ranking, Hiu, 997 points, 79th place, Wang Li, 989 points, 85th place, Jia Hao, 976 points, 88th place. We're within the top 100. Hiu exclaimed in delight. 1 step closer to 50 million.
But it's really dangerous. Hiu said, glancing at the boy being taken away by staff. I didn't expect someone to ambush by the roadside, waiting for the right moment.
Who told the competitors that their points are much more than the golden light spheres?
Wang Li said, moreover, now is the final stage, so they naturally want to gain as many points as possible before the competition ends, to be selected by Beastmaster universities.
These 2 monsters' points, Hiu looked at the first place Aochen and Mengyu, immediately frowning, these 2 freaks. One plays tricks, and the other is using some unknown means, their scores are terrifyingly high. It seems there are a few golden point light spots nearby. Jia Hao said at this moment, there are quite a few people around, should we go?
Let's go.
Why not?
He laughed, the more points we earn, the closer we get to first place. Please lead the way, Jia devious map Hao. Jia Hao twitched the corner of his mouth. When the 3 of them arrived, the hundreds of people present had already started fighting. A 10-kilometer area turned into a battlefield, with both sides trying to snatch the golden light spheres while avoiding killing each other and their battle beasts.
Ha! I got one.
Someone shouted, holding up a golden light sphere and laughing. While he was speaking, his light sphere was snatched away by a sparrow battle beast.
Hey, what the hell? You didn't put the light sphere in your bracelet first and dared to flaunt it in this situation?
The owner of the sparrow battle beast taunted him with the golden light sphere. It's truly amazing that your brain could survive this long.
Ada. What the hell?
One humanoid creature kicked that person away and snatched the golden light sphere.
Are you a silly villain from an old male frequency harem novel? So much nonsense. I'll fight. I'll be damned.
Another humanoid creature kicked the first humanoid away and grabbed the light sphere.
You're no better.
Seeing this scene, Hiu blocked his ears, and the other 2 followed suit.
Little tiger. Roar.
The little tiger understood, and the Tiger King's roar was unleashed from its mouth. The powerful sound waves instantly swept across all beings within 200 meters in front, causing everyone's heart to stop for 2 seconds.
Fiery Wind Phoenix.
The fiery wind phoenix let out a cry, and then a strong hurricane picked up the 3 golden light spheres right in front of them, delivering them into the hands of the 3. The 3 placed the golden light spheres into their bracelets, looking at the crowd in front of them.
Damn! Someone is cheating. A sneak attack. Do you have no shame? Everyone together. Get them. You think you can just jump in and fight? Why don't you lead the charge? Do you want to wait until we're both injured so you can reap the benefits? Stop the noise. The golden 100 points are about to be snatched away.
Unknown good-hearted person shouted, and everyone turned their heads to look. Over there, 5 golden orbs had already been grabbed by 5 people, and they were about to stuff them into their wristbands.
Put down the orbs. My orb. Mine. Everyone surged forward, starting to grab the orbs. Hiu and his 2 companions joined the chaotic fight. Battle value plus 1,000. Battle value plus 1,000. Battle value plus.
As the battle intensified, Little Tiger's roar could no longer be heard. There were so many people, and the battlefield spanned 10 kilometers. Little Tiger's roar had only a 200-meter attack range. This wasn't like a machine gun.
Darn it.
I can't use Fire Dragon Tornado here, or who knows how many will die.
Hiu suddenly didn't know what to do.
This time they mainly came to grab orbs, not points. Although they could grab some if necessary, it wasn't the right time. Just when everyone was in a deadlock, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly echoed in the sky.
Cree! Everyone looked up and saw a silver-winged roc folding its wings, diving down towards the crowd. Everyone! Get down!
Nobody knew who shouted, but everyone quickly dropped to the ground, even forgetting about the golden orbs. In this situation, they couldn't think clearly. The silver-winged roc grabbed the 5 golden orbs from the ground, and someone in the crowd smiled slyly, grabbing hold of one of the roc's feet.
You really listen well. You fools! Wang Li laughed shamelessly at the crowd below. Ha! Thanks for your points, commoners. What the F***K? Is he Wang Li? The second on the leaderboard? Damn! Are we being played like monkeys?
He and his companions looked at Wang Li, who was gradually flying away, first stunned, then turned to look at the others nearby. Everyone quickly reacted. The golden orbs were gone, useless to curse anymore, and they immediately glared at those around them. Since the golden orbs were gone, it was obvious who to snatch from next. Just as everyone was about to fight over each other's points, a wave of red smoke rapidly rose from the direction of He and his companions.
What the F***K? Tear gas? This is inhumane. Team 6? Team 6 is here too?
Everyone in the battle beasts were choked and couldn't open their eyes. He and his companions wore gas masks and began to knock people out one by one.
80. 80. 80. Mars strong fist. Rider kick. Dragon subduing 18 palms. 1,000-year kill. King's fist. Great wilderness prison skyfinger. Flame split wave measuring stick. Bright moon strategy, vast. Divine weapon 9th layer. Even the immortal can be an enemy.
Breath of gold, first form, 50 million points all belong to me.
After a series of moves, everyone present was eliminated by the 3. The 3 wiped the sweat from their foreheads, satisfied as they looked at their wristbands points. He 2,342 points, ranked 8th.
Wang Li, 2,432 points, ranked 7th.
Jia Hao, 2,302 points, ranked 9th.
These people had low scores, averaging only a few points each, some even had just a dozen points, that's why they came to grab the golden points. But with so many people, there were more points naturally. Looking at the points in his hand, He couldn't help but smile, his heart filled with joy.
50 million, Dad is coming to take you home. Chapter 58, Battle Level Promotion.
The 3 quickly headed to the center of the poison circle, encountering other competitors along the way, but they were too busy to care about He and the others, all running towards the poison circle's center. It seemed they all wanted to avoid the poison circle and stick around in the center until the last moment. Some who couldn't run used some cash ability to have those with battle beasts carry them, which wasn't too surprising. However, among these people, there was no sign of Aochen. This puzzled He. Has he already reached the center of the poison circle? Or has he been eliminated? He brought up his wristband, and the ranking showed Aochen firmly in first place. It seems like he was worrying too much. But why, after so many days, can he still not see Aochen's shadow? For some reason, not seeing Aochen brought a sense of foreboding to Yu's heart. He couldn't say exactly why, but he felt if he saw Aochen, the foreboding would only deepen. It felt as if he was being watched by something. Unlike the feeling of being monitored by Wang Li's father, it was like a rabbit trapped in a cage, being stared at by a lion outside the cage. The lion was nearby, and his instincts screamed at him with fear. Though he knew he wouldn't confront the lion directly, the fear still weighed heavily on his heart. When the lion truly appeared before him, he would be paralyzed with fear. That's right, it was fear. He was afraid of Aochen? Although He wanted to deny this assertion, his heart did not lie. He really was in fear. He shook his head, trying to throw away these mixed thoughts, and focused intently on the road ahead. Run! The poison circle is catching up. Aochen shouted in panic as he looked back at the encroaching poison circle. The crowd dragging the wooden cart ahead was panting, struggling to catch their breath. After being slaves for so many days, they really wanted to slap the old version of themselves for their choices. Why did they have to choose to eliminate the monster Aochen first? Being treated like tires was bad enough, now they were pulling a tyrant like ancient Egyptian slaves. The most crucial point was that for all these days, they still couldn't retrieve their battle beasts. We're out of strength. A man who looked like a scholar gasped for breath and replied, except for a few of us who are humanoid species, the rest are ordinary humans, our stamina really can't keep up. Then what do you want to do? Aochen questioned that man. Well, you let your Koan spit out our battle beasts and return them to us. Although we know that after so many days, our battle beast's power has all been absorbed by your Koan, turning into spirit source and falling to the level of a 1-star cultivator, but a battle beast is still a battle beast. It can certainly run faster than us humans. What do you think? Hearing this, a few people nearby were taken aback, looking at the scholar with expressions of disbelief.
Right. This guy seems a bit slow. He might just get this plan accepted. Aochen thought for a moment and then exclaimed, that makes sense.
Everyone's hearts filled with joy at this moment.
No, they couldn't laugh out loud yet. Lips. You better not curl up. Don't smile.
Aochen opened the contract space, and the Holy Tide's extreme koan swam out, coming to Aochen's side.
Spit out these guys' battle beasts. Woo. The Holy Tide's extreme koan nodded and then opened its large mouth.
Countless battle beasts were spat out, and all of them were at the 1-star level.
Instantly, everyone was overjoyed, eagerly retrieving their battle beasts.
Although they were covered in the koan's saliva, at least they were still alive. Fortunately, the rules didn't allow killing battle beasts, otherwise, their beasts would be in danger.
Now, keep pulling the cart for this king. Aochen laughed.
Everyone looked at each other, then nodded in agreement.
Run.
In an instant, without the slightest hesitation, everyone mounted their battle beasts and galloped towards the center of the poison circle. Some kind-hearted individuals even helped those who couldn't run fast, escaping together. Zhao Yuan also took the opportunity to retrieve his snow spirit fox and fled into the distance. Only Aochen remained, feeling disheveled in the wind.
Damn, these crafty peasants are so ungrateful. Woo. Do you need me to catch them back? The Holy Tide's extreme koan looked at Aochen. No need. Aochen shrugged.
Spit out the spirit source within the transformation space.
Woof. Yes.
The Holy Tide extreme koan opened its large mouth, and countless sparkling spirit sources of various colors, crystal clear, were spat out. At first glance, there were at least hundreds of them.
So beautiful.
Aochen grabbed a handful of blue spirit sources, his mouth curving up in madness. Now that these guys are finally gone, it's time for us to try breaking through to the battle level.
Woof.
Last time, we failed to advance because there weren't enough water and flying spirit sources. The Holy Tide extreme koan affectionately rubbed against Aochen. Woof, this time, the spirit sources are so abundant, my king will definitely succeed in advancing.
Exactly.
Aochen laughed loudly, no time to waste.
Let's start the advancement now.
Woof. The poison circle is coming, let me take my king to a safe place first.
We will advance on the way. Ha ha. Good. You truly are my most loyal battle beast. We will definitely stand at the peak of this world.
Aochen sat on the Holy Tide extreme koan and soared towards the direction of the forest. The Holy Tide extreme koan swallowed Aochen's seat, storing it in its inner space, letting out whale-like cries in the air, ethereal and sacred. I didn't expect the rules to change so often this year. Pan, who sat in the audience, looking surprised and puzzled at the live broadcast. It seems this batch of freshmen is hard to manage.
Of course it's difficult to manage, after all, the most obedient ones have already been eliminated.
Mei Lu smiled helplessly, but the remaining ones are all talents. Thankfully, that Hiyu kid made it to the end. Pan, who looked at the live screen and smiled, with such a performance, along with various brilliant moves, he will definitely be selected for our Beast Fighting Academy, right, Director?
Don't worry.
Mei Lu smiled, picking up a cherry handed to her by her battle beast, popping one into her mouth. I guarantee he will enter our academy, and I also guarantee he will be assigned to your class and become your student.
Ha ha ha. Thank you, Director. The Director is powerful.
Pan, who laughed joyfully, this year, I'll say a few good words to the city lord for you.
Let him increase our academy's funding a bit more. Mei Lu smiled.
She knew teacher Pan, who was cousins with the city lord.
This Aochen. A beautiful female teacher in a light blue dress looked at Mei Lu, as if she had found treasure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Can Aochen also be in my class? He is definitely a good seedling.
He is the dark horse of this year. Mei Lu shook her head helplessly. It's almost certain he will rank first. Given that, I have no power to interfere with which academy or which teacher he chooses.
Sigh.
Lauren lowered her head in disappointment. That wind element girl can become my student. A mature female teacher in a light blue hanfu pondered, resting her chin on her hand.
Ha ha ha. You. I will definitely pass on my lifelong knowledge to you.
Pan, who laughed heartily, but to Zhang Guangzong, this sound was so grating. He knew he could not compete for EU. Not only did Hiyu perform excellently, but his battle beast was also a fire-type blazing spirit tiger, just like teacher Pan Hu's. The director would definitely assign Hiyu to teacher Pan Hu. After finally finding a good seedling who liked fusion, he ended up being snatched away by someone else. Zhang Guangzong stared blankly at the floor, and for a moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an endless darkness.
Chapter 59, The Last Mass Brawl.
Hiyu and his two companions rushed for several hours before reaching the center of the poison circle. Here, it was densely packed with people, and they decided to sit down and rest. Little Tiger and Phoenix had run all the way and were already exhausted. He distributed food to the two of them and the contracted beast, quietly waiting for the poison circle to shrink.
Meanwhile,
Meng stood on the silver-winged rock, feeling pleased. The silver-winged rock helped him find many point light sources, although many golden light points were outside the poison circle. According to the rules, if a beast runs out of the poison circle, they are considered eliminated, but the Black Rat King's innate skill Rat King allows his rats to help retrieve points from outside the poison circle, effectively exploiting a flaw in the system. Thus, his score has reached a terrifying level. Returning to the first place, Meng Yu's feelings at this moment cannot be expressed in words.
As long as I hold on during this time, I will be number one.
Meng Yu laughed head back, I am the first. It should be this way. The silver-winged golden rock flew with the laughing Meng Yu toward the center of the poison circle. Yu and the others looked around, discovering that more and more people were gathered. No one was trying to steal points from others, and no one was shouting loudly, only an eerie silence, along with the red glowing eyes of those watching others. Yu understood that the reason these people were maintaining this peace was that there were too many people around, and there was nothing worth fighting for in the crowd. If they fought over someone else's points, they might end up being ambushed from behind. However, if there was something worth fighting over, they would likely be more than willing to clash with each other. Whether it was provocation from others or the spread of the poison circle. All it takes is one opportunity, and this group of people would explode in an instant. Yu knew that if such a situation arose, he would be unable to handle it.
The sun is about to set.
Jia Hao looked at the distant dusk, speaking to Yu and Wang Li. I calculated that tonight is the full moon night, and the shadow demon wolf can exert its strongest power.
I really envy you, you can still laugh in such a situation.
Yu looked at Jia Hao helplessly, I'm almost suffocating under this atmosphere. So far, Jia Hao looked at the densely packed crowd around them, this group will likely make a move tonight.
The two nodded.
Peace is temporary, and war is also temporary, there is only one spot for first place. As long as you hold on until the end, even if your score is low, you can still win the competition and get selected by many beast tamery universities. In simple terms, it's not much different from raising poison insects, it's always the upper layer selecting the lower layer, and only the first place in points has the qualification to be chosen to the upper layer. Everyone wants to be first, but countless people have fallen along the way to becoming first. Ah, it seems all the survivors are here. A voice that sounded like mockery came from the sky, causing everyone to turn their heads. Meng Yu was seen standing on the silver-winged rock, looking down at the crowd of over 10,000 with a smiling face.
The second place in the points board, Meng Yu?
No, his score has been updated, now he is first, but for some reason, his score doesn't display and shows only question marks.
What do you want to do here?
Facing the questioning crowd below, Meng Yu smiled and waved his hand, don't be so angry, I am here to make a deal with you.
A deal? The crowd looked at Meng Yu with confusion. I have already secured my position as the final winner. Meng Yu smiled and displayed the points on his wristband. 33,498 points.
Seeing this score, everyone was first stunned, then their eyes widened in fear. They rubbed their eyes, then realized they were not mistaken.
In an instant, a wave of gasps and murmurs erupted. Over 30,000 points? How is that possible? 30,000 points? I understand now. His score exceeds the limit.
The ranking can only display 4 digits. His 30,000 points have directly broken the scoreboard.
How did he do it?
Meng Yu looked at the astonished crowd below, feeling quite pleased.
Who has the highest score among you?
Oh, 3,625 points.
Meng Yu laughed, besides Aochen and me, that's the highest score.
Unfortunately, the combined score of everyone else here cannot match mine, some only have 1 or 2 points, while those with 0 points either voluntarily forfeited or got eliminated.
Everyone was silent at this moment. Speak, what kind of deal do you want to make with us? A man with his battle beast stepped forward, asking Meng Yu. Very simple. Meng Yu smiled slightly, I want you to fight. Everyone was stunned for a moment.
It's certain I will come in first, the 50 million means nothing to me, and the 2,000 low-tier spirit sources don't matter either.
As for the 2 years of free tuition. Ha ha. My Meng family isn't short on that money.
What truly matters to me is that self-selected academy slot, that is all. Everyone was slightly taken aback, then looked at Meng Yu oddly.
Damn, rich people sure talk tough.
I can take out 10 million from the 50 million, and I can also offer 1/10 of the 2,000 low-tier spirit sources. Meng Yu smiled at the people below, the premise is that you all need to fight until only one person is left, only then will I give him the money and spirit sources. As for the points, you can keep them, after all, the total points from all of you together don't even match mine.
Now, make your choice.
Meng Yu spread his arms and smiled at everyone.
The crowd was silent for a moment, then.
They all turned their attacks toward Meng Yu.
We'll take your points. The 50 million and 2,000 spirit sources are all ours. Poof. Meng Yu let out a cold laugh and then snapped his fingers. Everyone froze, not knowing what he was doing. Just as they were puzzled, they suddenly felt the ground shake violently. They looked toward the source of the tremor and saw a massive wave of black rats surging toward them. The Black Rat King was inside the tide, protected by hordes of wild rat beasts and battle rat beasts. Meng Yu jumped down from the silver-winged golden rock, standing atop the wave of rats, looking at everyone with amusement. What were you just saying? I didn't hear clearly. The crowd fell into silence. You didn't think I only had one battle beast, did you? Meng Yu mocked everyone. The crowd remained silent. With so many battle rats and wild rats, they knew they couldn't kill them all, and many among them were at least 5-star in cultivation. Trying to hurt Meng Yu or find the Rat King was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the competition rules didn't allow killing others' battle beasts or harming the contestants' lives, so large-scale AoE techniques were definitely off limits. If you just obediently listen to me, there won't be so many problems, right? Meng Yu smiled. Now, you can start fighting. In an instant, everyone looked at each other. Since they couldn't get the 50 million, they should fight for that 10 million. Without any hesitation, everyone began to battle each other, with trees getting pushed down and grass being uprooted nearby. The final chaotic battle among tens of thousands started now. And the root cause, Meng Yu, sat atop the wave of rats, watching with great interest. Chapter 60, Golden Blade. This kid named Meng Yu is quite interesting, said a male teacher in a brown battle robe, watching the screen while scratching his chin. He actually broke this paper-thin piece with money and spirit sources, but don't the others fear that he might go back on his word? Didn't you notice? Mei Lu frowned, staring at the live broadcast. He was speaking to the drone, which means he considers us his witnesses, so we'll have to testify for what he just said. He's really wealthy. Teacher Lolan sighed enviously. These young masters from big families, even those from branches, are all dripping with wealth. Fortunately, the authorities keep them in check, or those young masters would be too arrogant. Teacher Jean nodded. I vaguely remember that back in the day, the Beast Master Alliance was still a civilian organization, not under official control. They even allowed the big families to invest, which led to it being just like the black factories. Various families constantly exploited the members for their own gains, and at that time, the members were no different from slaves. I know about that. Lolan looked at Teacher Jean. Back then, you also worked in that black factory like Beast Master Alliance, toiling away every day while facing life-threatening dangers. Can't even support myself. Don't mention it. Teacher Jean helplessly waved his hand. Just thinking about this makes me upset. I really don't like these children from rich families. Panhu looked at Meng Yu on the screen with a pained expression. They are so arrogant and difficult to teach, always saying things can be solved with money. Why bother to work hard? In the end, they don't even have a higher level than those commoner kids who started at the same line, wasting at least half of the energy in their spiritual source when cultivating. As he spoke, he suddenly began to clasp his hands together and pray. Do not let him become first. Do not let him become first. Statistically, 90% of the candidates who became first chose the Beast Fighting Academy in previous years, so Meng Yu's choice of the Beast Fighting Academy was almost a certainty. By the way, what about Aochen? Roland looked at the screen and asked in confusion, where did Aochen go? Upon hearing this, everyone realized. That's right, the other contestants have reached the center of the toxic circle, but where is Aochen? Why can't the drone capture any footage of him? Could he have been eliminated by the toxic circle? Panhu asked in panic. No, he hasn't been eliminated. Mei Lu looked at the rankings and breathed a sigh of relief. That kid is hiding somewhere, not even the drone can find him. What is he up to? Teacher Roland clutched her chest. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Damn it. He flipped over a person with the back of his knife, then gasped and looked towards Meng Yu's direction. This damn bastard is really making trouble for us. You. Watch out behind you. Wang Li shouted loudly, and Yu quickly turned around, instinctively putting his iron knife in front of him. A tremendous force slammed into the blade, making Yu's hands ache, and his entire body was sent flying backward. Sticking the knife deep into the ground, he barely managed to stop himself, raised his head, and looked warily at the humanoid creature in front of him. The humanoid creature was covered in metal blades, its hands transformed into knives, calmly staring at Yu. Metal attribute, huh? Yu got up, staring intently at the humanoid creature. The humanoid creature glanced at Yu, then at the knife in Yu's hand, and said in admiration, good material, it didn't break against me. It must be made of fine iron, right? What does it have to do with you? Yu raised the knife to his eyes, cautiously watching the humanoid creature in front of him. You must be the captain of the 6th team, right? The humanoid creature smiled, raising its blade. As for me, I have both gold and blade attributes. Ordinary swords can't hurt me, and I can also metalize my whole body, making me immune to your tear gas attacks. So it's best for you to summon a battle beast to fight me. Since you have a metal attribute, you must be afraid of fire, right? He said, opening his personal space. Take my simple flamethrower. He took out insecticide, placed a lighter in front, and pressed the insecticide. A thick column of fire sprayed towards the humanoid creature, but the creature simply smiled and then cut through the flames with a single swing. Are you cheating? He looked in shock at the humanoid creature that sliced through the flames. In the next second, the blade flashed before his eyes, and the insecticide and lighter in Hiyu's hand were instantly sliced in half. If you don't summon the battle beast, I can't guarantee the condition of your body when you're eliminated, okay? The humanoid creature laughed and once again swung its blade towards Hiyu's shoulder. Hiyu was startled, quickly blocking the strike with his fine iron knife. When? The point of contact made a metallic collision sound, with sparks flying everywhere. Damn it! This guy seems to be forcing me to summon a battle beast. Hiyu, afraid of a trick, hesitated to summon Little Tiger. Hey, are you really not going to summon a battle beast? The humanoid creature laughed. The rules only say you can't kill someone, but they never said you can't cut off someone's hands or feet. Saying this, its other hand transformed into a knife, glowing cold as it slashed towards Hiyu. Hiyu's expression sharpened, and he summoned the contract ring. A tiger's claw, carrying a whistling fierce wind, struck towards the humanoid creature. The humanoid creature couldn't dodge in time, was hit squarely, and instantly flew back, crashing heavily to the ground. That's more like it. Ha! The humanoid creature stood up but found that Hiyu had not let the little tiger out of the contract space. Instead, he had summoned just one tiger's claw to strike. Tisk, the humanoid creature, frowned. Damn, coward. System. Hiyu called up the system. The system panel instantly displayed the information of the humanoid creature. Name, Lu Gang. Affiliation, Battle Beast type, humanoid. Attributes, gold, blade. Quality, none. Level, 6-star in the realm of warriors. Innate skill, Forge Fire Tempering, will not take damage from fire attribute skills of the same realm or below. Also, when attacked by fire skills, speed will increase, and slashing ability will be enhanced. No wonder. He looked at Lu Gang. Turns out he wanted to get a strengthening buff from me. What are you babbling about? Lu Gang raised his blade and pointed it at Hiyu. Quick, call your tiger out. Jia Hao. Are you ready? Hiyu ignored Lu Gang and turned to look at Jia Hao. Coming soon. Jia Hao dodged the attacks from others, looking towards the sun gradually sinking below the horizon. There are about 5 minutes left. Hold on for a bit longer. In 5 minutes, I'll help you slay everyone. Don't get yourself killed. If you can't hold it anymore, hide over by Wang Li. I want to. But Wang Li is surrounded by a group of people too. I can't swallow my pride and ask her to help me take the blade. Damn it, Hiyu looked back at Lu Gang in front of him. Many knew he was the captain of Team 6, a spatial ability user, and thus did not dare to provoke Hiyu. Because they had all been tricked before and didn't want to be fooled again. At the same time, they knew as long as Hiyu was there, Team 6 was a real threat. If Hiyu was restricted, the other two members would be lambs to the slaughter. Therefore, no one dared to trouble Hiyu, except for Lu Gang. Only he was not afraid of Hiyu's various annoying tricks. Hiyu understood that his main task now was to hold out for these 5 minutes until the sun completely set, then Jia Hao would come to help him deal with this guy. Hiyu took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the knife. Meng Yu watched with great interest as Hiyu and Lu Gang fought. He found Hiyu somewhat familiar and began to recall. Oh, I remember. Meng Yu's lips curled up, looking down at Hiyu, that family disciple who came to Yuzhou City 3 years ago. The elders of the family said he was sent to Yuzhou City because he had no partner beast, told me not to associate with such waste. Looking at him like this, he'll probably be eliminated soon. Chapter 61, The Celestial Feather Silkworm and Battle Realm. Hiyu and Lu Gang were engaged in battle. The hardness of the fine iron chopping knife left Lu Gang with no way out, while Hiyu occasionally let out the little tiger to harass, making it difficult for Lu Gang to quickly deal with Hiyu. They are fighting so fiercely, should we not intervene? Staff members hidden in the shadows asked the captain, what if something really happens? They are all 18 years old, already adults. They can control the intensity of their attacks, they won't act recklessly like a bunch of hot-headed punks. But what if? That's why I told you to keep a close eye. Knowing the situation is tricky yet still not focused? The captain slapped the man on the head. The sun quickly set, the surroundings dimmed, and the full moon began to appear in the sky. Finally. Jia Hao laughed loudly, unfolding the contract space. A whoa! Accompanied by a howl that resonated through the sky, the shadow demon wolf burst out from the contract space, its eyes a fierce red, howling at the sky. The shadow demon wolf, under the full moon, surpassed 10 meters in height, its muscles bulging, and the dark power within it grew stronger. Dark attribute? Light attribute users, hurry up. He only has a 5th-star realm. And the speed of the dark system is recognized as the slowest in the world. Light and dark are mutually exclusive. Let's deal with him.
Upon hearing this, the light-type attackers commanded their battle beasts to gather light energy cannons.
Under normal circumstances, that's how it is.
Jiahao took off his black mask and smiled lightly, but it's a full moon now.
Awah! The shadow demon wolf let out a wolf howl, then turned into a black shadow and disappeared from its original spot. What? Everyone battling Jiahao was dumbfounded. How can the dark system be so fast? No. No way. It's not that fast. That wolf is using the spreading dark energy beneath its feet to make quick short-range jumps? A light-type user noticed the anomaly. Shadow Demon Wolf. Dark Demon Flash. Awah!
The Shadow Demon Wolf's figure quickly leaped around, and everyone could almost only see shadows of its claws flash by. When the claw shadows disappeared, claw marks had already appeared on their own battle beasts, continuously oozing blood.
I surrender. We surrender. Several people quickly shouted at Jiahao. Stop.
Jiahao controlled the Shadow Demon Wolf, which glanced at him in dissatisfaction. Being in the middle of a thrill and suddenly being called by its contract master did not feel good at all.
Here. It's all yours.
Although 10 million is a lot, we don't want to gamble our lives against our battle beasts. They threw their handbands to Jiahao, who reached out to catch them. Seeing Jiahao accept the points, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows if the officials would send someone to mediate in such a chaotic situation again. They didn't dare to gamble their lives against their battle beasts. They obediently ran to the eliminated participants area and watched the battle from afar. Jiahao finally had some free time and went to help the already exhausted Wang Li deal with her trouble, then ran towards Hiyu's direction. Hiyu was panting and had lost the strength to hold his knife. Lu Gang, being a human type, was stronger than him, and his body could turn into knife blades from any position, so continuing the fight would naturally put Hiyu at a disadvantage.
Why not just call your tiger out? Lu Gang angrily pointed at Hiyu. Do you have to suffer like this?
Hiyu looked at him without speaking, only curling the corners of his mouth into a slight arc. Before Lu Gang could understand the meaning of Hiyu's smile, a wind blade formed of strong wind and 3 claws covered in dark energy struck his back.
Ugh!
Lu Gang was instantly sent flying, scraping past Hiyu and crashing into a thick trunk of a giant tree, which then collapsed with a loud crash, raising a cloud of dust.
Hiyu! Are you okay?
Wang Li anxiously jumped down from the phoenix and looked at Hiyu in panic.
I'm fine.
Hiyu shook his sore arm, and his knife fell to the ground with a clang.
But I probably can't use the knife for a while.
Hiyu covered his fatigued arm and gave a wry smile.
Do you think I don't exist?
Lu Gang charged out from the dust, his body completely turned into metal, his hands transformed into knife blades, and he angrily swung down at Hiyu.
It's over.
The staff in the shadows and the 3 of them were all startled.
You jinx!
The team leader glared at the staff beside him, then quickly ran towards Hiyu's direction.
I didn't expect this.
The staff hurried after him. Just as the knife blade was about to strike Hiyu, Hiyu's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he opened his personal space.
Clang!
With the sound of metal clashing and the appearance of sparks, everyone was stunned. Lu Gang stared blankly at the soft silkworm quilt in Hiyu's hand, then looked at the jagged hand blade he had struck, a big question mark appearing over his head.
Surprised face? What the hell is this? So hard? Get lost.
The Shadow Demon Wolf seized the chance to kick Lu Gang away, and Hiyu quickly snatched his handband, transferring the points from that handband to his own. Lu Gang had over 1,000 points, so he didn't lose out this round.
What brand is this quilt? Jiahao picked up Hiyu's Tianyu silk quilt, looking at it curiously. It's so hard?
Hiyu didn't reveal the Tianyu silk quilt before because he was afraid someone would recognize it and come to snatch it away. Just now, Lu Gang rushed over, aiming to strike him, but his hand couldn't even hold the knife anymore. In a moment of desperation, he took out this treasure worth over 1 billion as a shield. It seemed that almost everyone did not recognize this thing. They were just curious about why this quilt was so hard, so Hiyu felt relieved.
Of course, it was almost everyone. Except for one person.
Mengyu looked at the Tianyu silk quilt in Hiyu's hand, his eyes widening.
Tianyu silk quilt. It's a Tianyu silk quilt. And it's of general level quality?
A superior material for making armor. Mengyu, being a member of a big family, naturally recognized this precious material. From the appearance, this was silk from a general-level Tianyu silkworm, and there were no more than 100 general-level Tianyu silkworms in the entire Tianhua kingdom. Raising a Tianyu silkworm was extremely difficult. Even the one the Lord of Sanluo has raised for almost 15 years has only reached a cultivation level of 5 stars.
Wild Tianyu silkworms cannot be forcibly contracted because they are famously averse to humans.
If a wild Tianyu silkworm is forcibly contracted, it will even find a way to kill itself.
Therefore, the silk they produce is considered priceless.
Just as He was about to put the Qiongqi silkworm quilt back into his spatial pocket, Wang Yu noticed this and silently cursed himself.
Stop. Silver-winged rock. Block him. Rip.
With a flap of the silver-winged rock's wings, several feathers as hard as steel shot out, pinning the unprepared Yu against a nearby giant tree.
Everyone turned their gaze to the sky where Wang Yu was. Hand over the silkworm quilt.
Wang Yu shouted as he charged toward Yu on the silver-winged rock. Yu was startled upon hearing this, quickly tossing the silkworm quilt into his spatial pocket and closing it.
Take it out.
Wang Yu kicked Yu in the chest, and the tremendous force made Yu's expression twist in pain.
What are you doing?
Wang Li was about to step forward when a swarm of rats quickly gathered around, surrounding both Wang Li and Jia Hao.
Damn.
Just as Yu wanted to summon Little Tiger, Wang Yu suddenly took out a pair of handcuffs. Taking advantage of Yu's delay, he quickly snapped the handcuffs onto Yu's hands. Yu instantly felt his connection to the contract space be severed.
Solid spirit stone handcuffs?
Yu exclaimed in shock.
Take it out.
Wang Yu shouted fiercely at Yu, the Qiongqi silkworm quilt.
Take it out. I don't know what you are talking about. Yu defiantly replied angrily. You think I don't know my goods?
Wang Yu picked up a nearby feather from the silver-winged rock, the sharp feather gleaming coldly, pressed against Yu's neck. Qiongqi silkworm quilt.
1 square meter is worth 30 million. And it's priceless. Usually supplied to the high officials. Ordinary families would consider themselves lucky just to see Qiongqi silk. How did you, a piece of trash abandoned by the He family, get your hands on it? Go ahead. You can stab me.
Yu shouted furiously, the silk quilt is in my spatial pocket.
If I die, the spatial pocket will close forever. You won't be able to get it. Damn it.
Wang Yu looked at Yu in anger, and after Yu's outburst, he truly didn't dare to do anything to him.
Moreover, he was quite afraid of being held accountable by the authorities after killing someone.
The current city lord was not the indecisive old one. Ever since the current city lord took office 10 years ago, life for those of big families like him had become increasingly difficult.
Things seemed to be getting a bit out of control. The staff watched the scene unfold, their brows immediately furrowing. Shouldn't it be considered an emergency to separate them now? Nonsense. Hurry up and pull them apart. Otherwise, if someone dies, we won't be able to explain it to the higher-ups.
As everyone was about to move, they suddenly felt a tremendous force surging in. The raging water attribute energy and the flying attribute energy intersect, rising a deep blue and blue-white column of light in the forest.
Who is it? Breaking through their combat beast at this time? The captain angrily looked towards the direction in the forest, still hiding to break through? Can't you just go back to break through? Go back and deduct his wages. Captain.
A team member beside him said oddly, there are no our people there.
Our people are all right here. What? The captain looked at that person in surprise. Woo roar. Along with a deep whale cry rising, a roaring sound echoed throughout the entire forest.
A giant fish measuring 10 meters long swam out from the light column, the pressure of the battle realm instantly spreading out.
Ha ha ha. Aochen stood on the Saint Wave Extreme Koan, laughing wildly. This king has arrived. Now. This is the absolute battlefield for this king and Yu. Chapter 62, hurry up and get your spirit source and roll. Who is it?
Wang Yu angrily turned his head, but only saw a soaring deep blue and blue-white merged light column shooting into the sky.
This phenomenon. Someone broke through?
Hearing this, almost everyone began to discuss among themselves.
Broke through? Who? I don't know, with such a big scene, it looks like it's a battle-level breakthrough. Official people? Wait a minute, who saw Aochen?
Zhao Yuan in the crowd spoke in terror, and soon, those who had also suffered from Aochen's torment began to react. Right, they had been fighting for so long, why hadn't they seen Aochen's figure?
His name on the rankings still hadn't disappeared, which meant he hadn't been eliminated. But, where was he?
At this moment, fear spread over their hearts like a climbing vine.
Could it be? Ha ha ha. It's really lively here.
A giant fish measuring 10 meters long, emitting battle realm pressure, covered in blue, was adorned with golden inscriptions appeared in the air, with Aochen standing on the back of the Saint Wave Extreme Koan laughing at the crowd. How could this lively place be without this king? Aochen? Zhao Yuan and others turned pale with fright, their faces turning white in an instant.
It's really him. He broke through to battle level? Mother! I forfeit. I can forfeit, right? Please spare me. Dozens of people thought Aochen was here to settle accounts with them and hurriedly knelt down, their heads knocking on the ground, their bodies trembling. Ha ha ha.
Aochen laughed heartily and waved his hand. All you beloved ministers, please rise. Why must you do such great courtesy? Those dozens of people at this moment didn't even dare to breathe, fearing to anger this emperor in the sky.
Aochen! Meng Yu yelled angrily at Aochen.
Aochen looked toward the voice. When he saw Yu being pinned against the ground by Meng Yu, and there was a spirit stone handcuff on Yu's wrist, his head was momentarily blank. Then, he understood what was happening, and put away the smile on his face, looking coldly at Meng Yu. Zhao Yuan and others saw this and their hearts rose to their throats. A sense of imperial pressure and ultimate killing intent spread from the Saint Wave Extreme Koan, almost sweeping the entire area.
Calm down. Please calm down. Stay calm. King. Emperor. Please calm down. Let's talk nicely. I beg you. Aochen. It's you. Meng Yu pointed at Aochen's nose and scolded, you a lowly commoner. It's just relying on your good luck. Awakened a mythical appearance combat beast. Relying on this. You keep opposing me everywhere. Yet you dare not face me directly. You want resources but have none, want background but none. What right do you have to fight with me, a genius of the Ming family branch? Zhao Yuan and others heard his words and their minds crashed for 2 seconds. Then, everyone let out sharp explosions. What the hell? Isn't he a buddy? Has he always been this brave? Buddha Guanyin bless. Queen Mother bless. Jade Emperor bless. Lord Jesus bless. Please don't let blood splatter on me. Are you crazy? He's battle level. So what if he's battle level? Meng Yu looked angrily at Aochen in the sky. In the family, I've not fought against battle level before. How dare you be so sure that they aren't just letting you win? Hearing this, Meng Yu calmed down slightly. Even though this arrogant commoner in front of him was really irritating, he was ultimately a battle level warrior. Even if he had just broken through, it would probably take him quite some effort to take him down. At that moment, Aochen moved his mouth and finally spoke. Move your foot off my enemy. A cold killing intent spread out, and the eyes of Shang Taoji Kuan gradually became fierce. Ha! Meng Yu was momentarily stunned, then looked towards Yu. Immediately, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. What the hell? Wang Li saw that Aochen was looking at Yu with strange eyes and instantly lost her composure. Damn it! Stealing a man from me? I can accept another woman, but why the hell is a guy getting involved? Aochen, this kid has a T on you, Silkworm. Meng Yu smiled at Aochen, I know you want it too, but we're all talented, don't think about keeping it all to yourself. Upon hearing this, Aochen's expression froze slightly, and his eyes grew even colder. Don't look at me like that. Meng Yu smiled, it's not a good habit to hog all the good stuff. Look, your points can't compare to mine now anyway, so I plan to give you 60% of the T on you, Silkworm. How about that? 60%, this kind of treasure this kid probably has quite a few, after all, he is a member of the Yi family from the capital, there's no way he only has such a little from his family. I know this guy. He was expelled by his family because he has no accompanying beast, and his parents don't want him. When he came here, he was riding a broken tractor. You can rob him without worrying about retaliation. Aochen did not speak, he just stared fixedly at Meng Yu, his eyes gradually losing kindness and patience. Zhao Yuan and the others were stunned, they had never seen Aochen like this before. Monster. In the eyes of Zhao Yuan and the others, Aochen was a monster. Why are you even greedier than me? Meng Yu helplessly rubbed his head, suddenly thought of something, raised his right hand, and smiled at Aochen. How about this, 70% of the tea on you, Silkworm, and I will find you a good job in the family, with a monthly salary of 100,000. Put. Before Meng Yu could finish his words, a white light flashed, and Meng Yu's right arm was severed, blood gushing from the stump, warm blood splattering on his face. And his smile froze on his face. Aha! Meng Yu clutched his severed arm and screamed in pain. I told you to get lost. Accompanied by the flickering white light of Shang Taoji Kuan's fins falling, Aochen slowly spoke, a terrifying killing intent instantly erupted, enveloping him, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes staring at the wailing Meng Yu on the ground. Didn't you hear me? Aha! Damn it, damn it! You damn lowly commoner! Meng Yu roared in anger, fiercely pointing his remaining left arm at Aochen. King of Black Rats! Kill him for me! Squeak! The king of black rats roared at the rat swarm, and immediately, the surrounding rats turned their blood-red eyes towards Aochen and surged towards him. Kuan. Aochen said coldly, swallow these wild beasts. Wow, yes, my king. Shang Taoji Kuan opened its mouth wide, and a strong suction began to sweep. The rats that were still building a rat tower froze for a moment, then uncontrollably flew towards the giant Kuan's mouth. The giant Kuan's belly seemed endless, swallowing all the rats, leaving only the stunned crowd on the scene. Damn it! Meng Yu yelled, Silver-winged rock. King of black rats. Get in there. Kia. Squeak.
The elemental energy on the two battle beasts burst forth, gathering energy to strike at Qiongqi Kuan.
Wow. My king, direct devour or transformation devour? Transformation.
Aochen said coldly, because the death of these bugs affects my battle with Yu, that would be too much of a loss.
Upon hearing this, Qiongqi Kuan opened its mouth once more.
The elemental energy from the two battle beasts was eerily sucked away. Then the body uncontrollably flew towards the mouth of the Kuan. Birds eat fish. Meng Yu raised his left hand, the totem of the rock shining on the back of his hand. The silver-winged rock steadied itself in the air, then several metal feathers covered by a whirlwind flew towards the Kuan.
The Kuan swallowed the black rat king and glanced at the silver-winged rock, a wall of water blocking in front. What?
Meng Yu looked up in disbelief. Impossible.
My silver-winged rock can cut through steel.
Just a poultry. Aochen spoke, glancing at Meng Yu on the ground as if he were looking at a bug. It ate a few bites of chicken feed, and then ate 2 fish fed by its owner, and now thinks it can hunt sharks. Swallowed this poultry. Wha? The holy tide extreme Kuan opened its mouth, the suction force increasing again. The silver-winged rock wanted to escape using the power of the wind, but at that moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the ground below. Meng Yu looked curiously and saw that the ground under the silver-winged rock was continuously cracking.
What's happening?
Before Meng Yu could react, the ground suddenly collapsed, and the magnificent underground water spouted out like a fountain, hitting the silver-winged rock in the air.
Yip! The silver-winged rock let out a wail and was swallowed by the giant Kuan. Everyone watched the scene in fear and didn't dare make a sound. You ate my battle beast? Meng Yu screamed hysterically at Aochen, you ate my battle beast? How does it taste? Aochen asked the holy tide extreme Kuan.
Woo, tastes bad. The holy tide extreme Kuan looked like it was about to throw up. If it tastes bad, spit it out. Aochen said comfortingly, this guy's chicken feed is no good, let him prepare the feed properly next time.
Hearing this, the holy tide extreme Kuan opened its mouth and spit out the two battle beasts.
The two battle beasts flopped on the ground a couple of times, looked up to see Aochen and the giant Kuan, and regardless of the saliva on themselves, fearfully ran back to Meng Yu's side. Meng Yu discovered that his two battle beasts had bizarrely dropped to the level of 1 star in the warrior realm.
Damn it.
Before Meng Yu could vent his anger, a figure fell from the sky, punching his head into the ground. The ground cracked instantly, the area around Meng Yu's head lifting up.
Sorry.
Aochen retracted his hand, looking at Meng Yu on the ground like an ant. Something has been buzzing in my ear. I thought it was a mosquito. These mosquitoes are annoying in this season.
Meng Yu on the ground did not speak. Is he dead?
Aochen kicked Meng Yu lightly as if he were kicking a dog. Shouldn't be, with this little bit of strength. Our young master should be able to handle it, right? Aochen grabbed Meng Yu's hair and pulled him up from the ground. Meng Yu had a bruised face, some of the bones in his head cracked, blood flowing everywhere, his eyes filled with fear.
I'm asking you a question, young master, can you still hold on?
Aochen's cold words were like a demon whispering in his ear, forcibly pulling Meng Yu's consciousness back. I can hold on, Meng Yu spoke, his words unclear, as he had only a few teeth left, tears of fear flowed down uncontrollably. I can hold on.
Not going to die, right?
Right.
That whatever points.
All for you, Meng Yu cried and pleaded, don't kill me.
I beg you not to kill me, let me go. Lord Aochen.
Lord?
King. My king. I respect king. Please spare my life.
Poof. Aochen took off the ring on Meng Yu's hand, glanced at the points on it, and put it into his own ring, then threw Meng Yu's ring on the ground, crushing it with his foot.
You. Aochen's cold gaze disappeared, showing a characteristic smug smile at Yu. How many points do you have now? Me?
Yu was saved by Jiahao and Wang Li, removed the solid spirit stone handcuffs, and rubbed his sore shoulder.
I currently have 5,467 points. 5,467 plus 41,581.
Hiss, Aochen scratched his chin in thought. Then, his brain couldn't process the math, and he looked at a participant beside him.
What is 5,467 plus 41,581? Wait a minute. The person hurriedly began to calculate on the ground. 47,048 points. The person looked up and answered. Divided into 2 halves. Divided by 2. The person calculated again. 23,524 points. Subtract 5467. Actually, you could just ask everything at once next time. The corner of the person's mouth twitched, but they continued to calculate, 18057 points. I've transferred it to you.
Aochen raised his hand ring and smiled at Hiyu. Upon hearing this, Hiyu was taken aback and then checked his own points. The score of 23,524 seemed so striking to Hiyu.
What does he mean? Wang Li looked at Aochen warily. Let everyone else give up. Aochen smiled at everyone.
Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then looked at Aochen with anger.
After fighting so hard for so long, he just tells us to give up?
But because this guy could knock out everyone else in one shot, they could only swallow their anger. Don't worry, no matter how foolish Wang is, he knows that to make the horse run, you have to feed it well first.
Aochen smiled and snapped his fingers.
The holy tide giant koan slowly opened its mouth, and everyone was taken aback, not understanding what he was doing. Suddenly, a source of spirit dropped from the giant koan's mouth, and everyone stared with wide eyes. Before they could react, the giant koan's mouth burst forth like it was equipped with a high-pressure nozzle. Countless sources of spirit fell like raindrops, piling up on the side like discarded trash, soon forming a huge mound of spirit that was 5 meters high and 10 meters wide.
Everyone was once again shocked and dumbfounded. Grab these things and scram. Aochen said to everyone, within 10 minutes, I don't want to see anyone but Hiyu. The king is mighty. Who can give me a beating for doubting the king just 5 minutes ago? King. Do you still need a concubine? The kind that warms your bed. Aren't you a man? I'm a woman. I can be the king's favorite concubine.
Line up properly, take 500 sources of spirit each and then scram. Anyone who jumps the line or tries to grab will be thrown out by me.
Aochen scratched his ear.
Only Hiyu remained still, as he was specifically named by Aochen to stay.
Is there no problem?
Wang Li looked at Hiyu with concern.
There should be no problem. Hiyu nodded. Be careful.
Jiahao spoke anxiously, I have a feeling that Aochen wants to do something to you, remember, keep your guard up. Actually, I don't think his mind goes that far. Hiyu's lips twitched.
Anyway, be careful.
Before leaving, Wang Li hugged Hiyu, then took a bag of spirit and left the battlefield.
The staff came to everyone and took them away from the exam site.
Only Hiyu and Aochen were left on the scene. I saw you just now. Aochen sat on a leather chair, crossed his legs, and smiled at Hiyu. You truly can stand on equal ground with me, unaffected by power.
What do you want to say? Hiyu spoke up.
Aochen did not answer, but instead looked up at the drone hovering above.
Can you turn off the toxic circle? It's not fun to fight with it on.
Hearing this, Ruiwei, standing in front of the live broadcast, was stunned, then exploded with anger.
Who do you think you are? Asking the officials to change the rules? You think the officials are yours? Is the beast battle exam held for you?
Just as he was about to yell at Aochen in the exam room, a message suddenly came through on his phone.
City Lord, turn off the toxic circle. Ruiwei looked at his phone, his mind immediately crashed. What does this mean? The City Lord is watching this match too?
Ruiwei turned his head and saw a figure on the stand that he was far too familiar with. The City Lord stood at the top of the Beast Fighting Academy's observation deck, smiling as he stroked the chin of his beard and nodded at Ruiwei. Seeing this, Ruiwei respectfully bowed and shouted, Yes, sir.
Chapter 63 The Second Monster. Ah. It hurts. Be gentler. Be gentle. Hang in there. If it doesn't hurt this much, your arm won't be reattached, and your skull could crack. You need immediate treatment, it will hurt a lot, so bear with it. Meng Yu was receiving treatment from the official medical team.
Although Aochen's actions just now might have been seen as murderous, both the Ruei guard and the Lord on the viewing platform said nothing more, and naturally, they weren't going to intervene. Besides, similar situations had happened in the past. The higher-ups had been trying to stop the brutal harm to opponents, but to little effect. Bloodshed in battle was unavoidable, therefore, they could only settle for less. As long as no one died in the fight, it was a blessing.
What's going on? Why did that kid Aochen only leave Hiyu behind?
Teacher Pan, who looked in shock at the only two remaining individuals in the examination room, then glanced at the current scores of Aochen and Hiyu, confused about what Aochen was trying to do. Everyone else was kicked out by Aochen, so why just leave Hiyu?
What's he planning?
Teacher Jean frowned deeply. Moreover, the speed and power he showed when he kicked Meng Yu just now were completely different from his previous weakness.
What on earth is going on? I'm afraid.
Mei Lu and Zhang Guangzong spoke simultaneously, drawing the attention of the other teachers towards them. He has touched no, Zhang Guangzong shook his head repeatedly, covering his head, his eyes wide and filled with fear. Not touched, he might have achieved. Bond resonance, Mei Lu said solemnly, the bond resonance mentioned in the textbooks of old.
Bond resonance?
The other teachers looked at the two in confusion. You don't know, the textbooks from your time no longer explained bond resonance.
Our school doesn't have a single case of bond resonance either. But we are slightly older than you, and our textbooks had records of it. Mei Lu spoke in a deep voice. What you may not know is that at the beginning of the changes on Blue Star, there was a type of person who gained superhuman power, and they are now known as the humanoid species. Watching the poison circle slowly dissipate, a smile appeared on Aochen's face. There's nothing stopping us now. Aochen smiled at Hiyu. Hiyu forced down the fear in his heart, summoned Xiaohu, and stood firmly in front of Aochen with a determined gaze. Are you finally going to fight me? Aochen exclaimed excitedly. Hiyu looked at Aochen, the fear in his heart continuing to grow. Xiaohu looked at Shang Tao Jikuan, sensing some extreme danger, crouched down and continued to emit a low growl as if to assert dominance. Hiyu. You are very lucky. This king has decided to use all his strength to fight you. Aochen laughed loudly. He shook his arms. After such a long rest, his arm had regained strength, and he could grip the sword again. No more irrelevant guys. Our battle will surely be thrilling and heart-pounding. Hiyu took out a fine iron cleaver from his personal space, positioning it in front of him with cold eyes. That's right. That's right. Just like that. I've waited for this moment for so long. Aochen laughed excitedly, then his muscles suddenly bulged. To deal with you. I am willing to pay my sincerest respect. Shang Tao Ji Kuan. Let's activate our strongest form. Woo! Along with a whale-like cry that echoed across the sky, the surrounding powerful water elements began to converge towards Aochen and Shang Tao Ji Kuan. Hiyu and Xiaohu stared in wide-eyed disbelief at this scene. Humanoid species were another branch of human evolution. They possessed incredibly strong combat abilities while also having human intelligence, which led them to look down on contract masters, Mei Lu explained solemnly. Gradually, that group of humanoid species began to want to overthrow the entire world, and below their level, contract masters were no match for them at all. The inherent flaws of contract masters doomed them to fight behind their battle beasts. Without their battle beasts, they were mere lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Thus, humanity gradually retreated. Various technological weapons seemed to just scratch an itch in front of the humanoid species. Until the appearance of that legendary existence from Tianhua country. Zheng Guozong picked up on Malio's topic beside him. That existence, in order to protect the many citizens in his city, accidentally awakened a bond with his war beast. The two's power increased geometrically and defeated the humanoid species, saving the city. Since then, humanity no longer feared the humanoid species. Mei Lu nodded. The world quickly stabilized because of this, up to now. But the conditions for the bond to awaken are just too harsh. Zheng Guozong shook his head. One must be completely in sync with their war beast in order to achieve it. Even those who awaken their accompanying beasts are rarely able to do so. Let me interrupt. Teacher Panho stared intently at the screen and said to the two, isn't the bond characterized by the features of one's war beast appearing on their body, while wearing a battlesuit that shares the same attributes as their war beast, and the appearance of the war beast also changes accordingly? How do you know that? Mei Lu and Zheng Guozong looked at Panho. That kid, Aochen, seems to. Panho looked at the screen with trembling excitement, really achieved the bond. On the screen, a water blue battlesuit clung to Aochen's body, his black hair turned water blue, swaying like ocean waves, while his blue battlesuit transformed into a water element royal robe, and blue-white flying battle armor attached itself to him, his muscles bulging, losing the previous weak appearance. The water energy on Shang Tao Jikuan surged, a pair of water stream tentacles sprouted from its head, and the golden patterns on its body flickered, becoming even more sacred and majestic. Bond awakened. Hiyu and Xiaohu widened their eyes, looking at Aochen before them in disbelief. Come on. My eternal rival. Aochen laughed loudly, his fists covered in water energy, and he swung them suddenly, sending a rapid water stream towards Hiyu. Seeing this, Hiyu hurriedly dodged. The water stream brushed past the clothes on his shoulder, piercing through several giant trees behind him, shooting out for hundreds of meters, leaving huge cracks on a mountain before stopping. Seeing this terrifying destructive power, Hiyu's heart instantly jumped to his throat. If hit by that thing, he would definitely be penetrated completely. In an instant, Hiyu focused all his attention, gritting his teeth as he looked at Aochen. Not bad. You are not comparable to that group of garbage. Aochen laughed loudly, shouting at Shang Tao Jikuan, Akan. Today we can have a good fight. Woo! Shang Tao Jikuan also let out an excited roar, facing off against the now frizzing Xiaohu. Hiyu draped the Tianyu silkworm over himself, wrapping his body to resist Aochen's attack. Aochen's figure transformed into a blue flash, appearing right in front of Hiyu in an instant. Let's have a real fight. Bang! Hiyu crossed his blade in front of him, and immediately felt a painful sensation in his arm. With the sharp pain, Hiyu gritted his teeth and looked at Aochen. Then let's do this. Hiyu pulled out his blade and swung it towards Aochen. Xiaohu's figure transformed into red flames, constantly clashing against the giant Kuan's attacks. Aochen's every seemingly casual attack could send Hiyu flying dozens of meters away. Hiyu managed to quickly get back up each time,
wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once again engaged in battle with Aochen. The attacks from the two and their beasts destroyed the surrounding trees. He didn't even expect he could hold out for so long against Aochen. With every attack from Aochen and Jikuan, the surrounding terrain changed, forests became flatlands, mountains became slopes, and then into basins, finally turning into lakes. Everything around them was thoroughly destroyed by Aochen and the Kuan.
Yu and Xiao Hu could only keep dodging behind.
At the same time, they sought opportunities to counterattack. Everyone watching the live broadcast was nervously staring at the duel between the two. Now it was no longer an exam but a life-and-death battle belonging solely to them. Suddenly, rain began to fall around them, with large raindrops hitting the faces of Yu and Xiao Hu.
Both of them hated the rain. They were both abandoned on a rainy night.
For some unknown reason, Yu's mind suddenly brought up the memory of the day he was abandoned. The rain poured heavily, so much that the original body could not hear its painful wails. Just like at this moment, he could no longer hear his own heartbeat. Xiao Hu suddenly lunged at the giant Kuan, and Yu also went all out, stabbing the machete at Aochen, only to be blocked barehanded by Aochen. The giant Kuan and Aochen were about to counterattack when they saw Xiao Hu and Yu suddenly grab hold of them and, accompanied by a free fall down the mountain, they rolled down the slope. Everyone watched the scene nervously, their eyes glued to the screen. Then, along with countless water pillars shooting up from the forest, Xiao Hu and Yu's bodies flew out of the forest. Yu quickly placed the silkworm moth under himself and Xiao Hu, successfully landing safely.
Aochen and the giant Kuan excitedly rushed out of the forest, their faces twisted in maniacal smiles like demons.
Aochen was panting heavily, but to him, this was just a warm-up. For some reason, he could clearly sense that if Yu was pushed into a corner, he would unleash a stronger power, exceeding his own expectations, and that would be the true beginning of the battle. Thinking this, he merged his hands, transforming them into cannon barrels, as water energy continuously gathered in his hands, while 8 water spheres the size of human heads appeared beside the giant Kuan, arranged in a bagua formation.
Charging water cannon.
Woo! With Aochen's shout, a massive water sphere appeared in his hands, continuously compressing. The water attribute energy in the mouth of the Holy Wave Extreme Kuan also compressed, poised to strike at Yu and Xiao Hu. Yu was startled, but quickly realized.
This was a great opportunity.
While he charged his attack, he must defeat him now. In an instant, Yu and Xiao Hu exchanged no words, no gestures, not even eye contact, and without taking the silkworm moth, they charged straight towards Aochen and the Holy Wave Extreme Kuan.
Yeah!
Roar! Yu raised the machete high, channeling all his strength into his hand. Xiao Hu's firepower surged suddenly, like a pillar of fire, blazing fiercely around him. Aochen and the Kuan, seeing this, had even more excitement on their faces. The blade light and flames rushed toward Aochen and the giant Kuan, heading for each other. Boom! 2 charged water cannons shot out violently, powerful streams of water gathering together, compressed to the size of a fist, shattered Yu's refined iron machete, and struck Xiao Hu directly. Puffa! Roar! Yu and Xiao Hu were pierced through, spitting out a mouthful of blood, their bodies instantly flying away. Yu landed first, rolling a few times on the ground before struggling to stand up. In this situation, he must take some small pills to heal. Blood poured from Yu's mouth like a waterfall, and he painfully opened his spatial pocket, intending to retrieve the small pills, but then saw a huge black shadow rapidly enlarging in his vision. Bang! Xiao Hu's body smashed down towards Yu, his enormous weight cracking the ground around him and kicking up a cloud of dust. Aochen and the Holy Wave Extreme Kuan stood in place, excitedly watching the down Xiao Hu. Come on, Yu! Aochen excitedly spread his arms, let me see your true abilities. For a long time, there was no response. Aochen furrowed his brows in confusion. As the dust began to settle, everyone finally saw that under Xiao Hu's massive body, one arm hung limply on the ground, the grass stained red with blood, and both Yu and Xiao Hu were motionless. Quick! Quickly save them! The staff nearby exclaimed, hurriedly wanting to rush forward to save Yu. Get lost! Aochen glared angrily at the rushing staff and shouted in rage. The staff were frightened by Aochen's presence and hesitated to move forward. Aochen! The captain shouted angrily at Aochen, Yu is in critical condition. He's not dead yet. Aochen, with blood-red eyes, stared at the captain, I can feel it. He hasn't shown his true abilities yet. He can't die here. Must you wait until someone dies before you can see reality? Aochen looked furiously at the captain, his sharp teeth clenched tightly. What do you want to prove to me? Aochen suddenly turned to face Yu's direction, prove that my judgment is wrong? Prove that the opponent I chose is just as useless as that group of trash? Is he a nobody? Get up! My judgment is never wrong. You are capable of more than this. Aochen! Get up! Aochen's roar reverberated across the entire plain, echoing everywhere. Suddenly, Aochen's expression calmed down. He clenched his fist in unwillingness and then relaxed his grip. Turning around, he coldly said to the staff, "Go save him." Hearing this, all the staff finally dared to step forward, moving toward Hiyu.
Hiyu wandered aimlessly in the darkness, not knowing where he was going.
Instinct drove him to a certain place. A sound of crying reached Hiyu's ears, and a shadow gradually appeared before him. It was a boy, curled up in a ball, continuously hugging his knees and crying. Hiyu curiously patted the boy's shoulder, only to realize that he was very familiar with that face. It was his own face.
Me?
Hiyu was surprised. Then, he realized this was likely the original owner of the body.
"Why are you crying?"
Hiyu asked. The original owner did not answer but simply shook his head. "We have already gained the battle beast, and we've come this far, there's no need to cry anymore." The original owner still shook his head.
"Is it about being abandoned by your family?"
"It's okay, look at me. I didn't have a family in my previous life, yet I'm still living well." Hiyu patted the original owner's shoulder. "There's no need to cry over those who don't care about you."
"I'm not crying for that."
The original owner spoke, his voice more tender than Hiyu expected.
"Then you." "I'm crying, why can't you even remember yourself?"
Hiyu's head suddenly buzzed, as if something was squeezing it, causing an intense headache.
"What are you talking about?" Hiyu spoke in pain. "I'm a traveler. I accidentally took over your body." "Then why don't you remember what job you had in your past life? Why don't you remember your parents from your past life?"
The original owner cried, asking. Hiyu's head suddenly erupted with chaos. Right, what was his job in his past life? Who were his parents? Why couldn't he remember? The body has no thoughts. The original owner sobbed as he spoke. Thoughts belong to the brain and the soul. When the thoughts suffer, it is also the brain and the soul that feel the pain, and heartache is just a reaction produced by the brain and the soul.
What are you trying to say?
Hiyu clutched his head in pain, his expression twisted. Suddenly, he remembered his earlier interrogation of the original owner.
The original owner was jealous of the golden striped bee queen?
But the body wouldn't feel pain just because of thoughts and memories, only the soul and the brain resonating together would cause pain.
That means, was it him who was jealous of the golden striped bee queen? Who am I?
Hiyu fiercely grabbed the original owner, his eyes filled with madness. Tell me quickly.
Who am I? Why can't I remember anything?
You are me. The original owner trembled as he spoke. It's you who doesn't want to remember who you are.
Impossible.
Hiyu shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Stop playing tricks.
Just tell me.
The original owner's body began to dissolve, turning into a pool of liquid in Hiyu's hands.
Who am I?
Hiyu looked at his hands as his memories began to unravel. Battle value plus 1000. A system panel appeared before Hiyu.
Get lost.
Hiyu waved his hand, trying to drive the system away, but his hand passed right through it. Battle value plus 1000.
Get lost.
Battle value plus 1000.
Get lost.
Battle value plus 1000. Countless memories surged into his mind. Hiyu saw the shadows of himself and the original body beginning to merge.
Who am I? Battle value plus 1001. Answer me. Suddenly, Hiyu eerily calmed down.
The system was still refreshing battle value, but Hiyu lowered his head, not looking. The corners of Hiyu's mouth suddenly twisted into a strange smile.
He laughed. Angrily laughed.
Well. I know that to you, me, and Xiaohu are just trash, unwanted trash, not even worthy of your effort to throw us in the garbage bin. We are merely failed products.
I know that.
Then watch closely. Even trash can affect the environment. Even the most worthless trash can disgust you. Since you look down on me and Xiaohu, then we will make you vomit your leftovers.
If you don't want to answer me, fine. I will find the answer myself.
In reality, Xiaohu's eyes suddenly opened wide. Aochen's face was gloomy. Walking across the plains, suddenly feeling something, he opened his eyes wide.
Holy Tide Extreme Kuan was also shocked and stopped.
Before the staff could approach, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky.
Roar!
The furious roar of a tiger echoed across the plains. The corners of Aochen's mouth crazily lifted.
Ha 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 ha!
Aochen joyfully turned around and saw Xiaohu standing fiercely in the fire column. He is standing beside him, howling at the sky.
Aha!
The injuries of the human and the tiger were rapidly healing. Terrifying energy poured out, burning everything around.
I knew it. I knew it.
Aochen joyfully watched the scene, his mouth practically stretching to his ears.
You truly won't disappoint me. Aha!
Roar! Hiyu and Xiaohu's roars resounded throughout the examination hall, fierce flames burning everything around. The fire continued to converge towards the human and the tiger, leaving everyone in awe.
The second monster was born at this moment.
Chapter 64, Double First Place. Xiao Wu's realm was continuously rising.
Realm 8 star peak, Realm 9 star, Realm 10 star, Realm peak.
Everyone stared in shock at this scene, only Aochen was incredibly excited.
Rampage Enhancement LV3, activated.
On Xiao Wu's shoulder blades, wing-like additional hairs grew, shimmering with yellow inscriptions, the tail elementalized, and his whole body continued to swell, breaking through 10 meters in size. A sharp fire fang and fire claw covered by blue flames slammed down, turning the surrounding grass to ashes, the ground instantly steaming white mist.
Roar!
Throwing his head back in a furious roar, his fierce blood-red eyes fixed on the giant Kuan.
And at this moment, Xiao Wu's aura broke through the critical point, the pillar of fire illuminating the entire night sky in deep red. This pillar of fire was far stronger than the strongest fire tornado before. What the hell? Rueiwei watched the live broadcast, unable to contain his curse, another one breaking through the battle realm?
Fiery Flame Spirit Tiger, Explosive Flame Battle Tiger, quality, excellent.
Realm, 1 star of Battle Realm. 30 minutes plus.
On Yu's face appeared black tiger stripes, his claws became incredibly sharp, the fiery battle robe on his body swayed in the wind, his black hair turned into crimson flames, emitting astonishing heat, illuminating the entire night sky.
Bond fusion state. Bond fusion? Pan Hu emitted a sharp explosion, bond fusion? What the hell? This kid can also activate bond fusion? My god.
Mei Lu widened her eyes, unable to believe it all.
So cool.
The battle spirit team exclaimed in delight within Wang Li's villa.
He Yu is awesome.
As expected of a member of our battle spirit team.
Damn it.
Our battle spirit team is going to be famous from now on.
Genius. Our battle spirit team has produced a second genius. Bang.
The surrounding air exploded, the space twisted due to the extreme heat from the human and the tiger.
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
Aochen laughed wildly, his mood beyond words.
I did not misjudge you. I told you so. Ha ha ha.
He Yu's face showed a fierce expression as he took a fighting stance.
Aochen excitedly prepared for battle.
The staff members watched the scene from afar, all retreating in fear, not daring to approach.
In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared from their place, and their battle beasts immediately clashed with each other. The collision of water and fire turned the surroundings into a surreal scene, the difference being that entering this illusion would severely burn the body. Everyone failed to see what happened, they only saw 2 flashes of light flickering across the plain. With the brightness of the light and the sound of fists hitting flesh, the ground instantly collapsed, creating a giant pit with a diameter of 100 meters. He Yu and Aochen's fists struck each other's faces, and wisps of white smoke emerged from both of their faces. Huff. He Yu gritted his teeth, looking at Aochen with anger in his eyes. Aochen's lips curled up, excitedly staring at He Yu.
With their other fists, they swung out with a sound explosion, the shockwave erupted in front of them, causing both of their chests to dent in an instant as their bodies uncontrollably slid backward.
Ha ha ha. Pooh. Aochen spat out a mouthful of blood, excitedly watching He Yu. He Yu also spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes blood red, once again fixing his gaze on Aochen. I'm so happy. He Yu. Do you know why? Aochen, with blood at the corner of his mouth, opened his arms towards He Yu. No one has fought with me to this extent before. No one at the same level. They are all a bunch of trash. Useless garbage. Repulsive cockroaches. Just stones by the side of the road. But you are different. You are that precious gem wrapped in layers of rock. Almost no one has discovered that you are worth a fortune. But I found it. I found it. Even without cutting you open. I discovered it. Ha 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 ha. Roar.
He Yu showed a mouth of sharp teeth, growling ferociously as he looked at Aochen. He had already lost consciousness, now he moved only by his fighting will and rage.
My current mood can't be expressed in words. This is the most satisfying fight I've ever had. Roar. Woo.
Little Tiger and the giant Kuan's attacks collided, creating countless energy ripples in the air.
The surrounding grass was ground into powder by the energy waves, and even the ground immediately cracked.
Countless fireballs and water balls collided, constantly exploding in the air and sweeping away everything around.
Aochen and He Yu's figures vanished again. When they reappeared, they were once again fighting together, but due to the fog, everyone could only see 2 light spots, one red and one blue, standing together. Bang! Bang bang bang!
The sound of fists hitting echoed continuously, the two completely abandoned defense, throwing punches at each other, the terrifying booming noise never ceased.
Ha 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 ha! Roar!
Every time their fists landed on each other, the terrifying wind from their punches carved trenches into the ground behind them. The two, completely lost to reason, disregarded the surrounding drones, just wildly unleashing their overwhelming fighting will.
Bang! The two heads collided with each other, and in an instant, both were bloodied and battered. Ha 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 ha! Roar! Bang bang bang! Roar! Woo! The two jumped onto their battle beasts, the beasts transforming into two streaks of light, fiercely battling in the sky above the floating continent. The terrain of the floating continent was completely destroyed, snow mountains were shattered, rivers were blocked, and deserts erupted with bursting sand and stones, bizarrely even starting to rain. Little Tiger's sharp claws repeatedly tore scars on the Sacred Wave Extreme Kuan's body, while the fins and water attacks of the Sacred Wave Extreme Kuan left shocking wounds on Little Tiger. The two battle beasts roared as they charged at each other, Hiyu and Aochen leaping high from the heads of their beasts, bringing down their fists with terrifying wind towards each other's faces. Bang! Both of their faces were deformed from the impact, soaring backward like a bullet. The two stabilized their positions on the ground, their eyes flashing with ferocity and madness. Their hands were covered in their own elemental powers, the water blades and fire claws cutting through the deep night sky, creating dazzling blue and red lights as they struck at each other again. Bang! With a loud noise, steam rose up in front of them, and once again the two were sent flying backward, yet they managed to stabilize themselves on the ground and stood up again. Ah 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 ah! He roared in anger, terrifying flames erupting from beneath him, shooting straight up into the clouds, like a robe of flames illuminating the entire deep night sky. Ah 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 ah! Aochen laughed madly and roared, countless columns of water shooting out from beneath him, resembling a flowing robe of water, perfectly opposing Hiyu's fiery robe. Roar! Oh oh oh! The firepower on the explosive fire tiger grew even stronger, its flames glowing like a rocket engine, shining with brilliant blue light. The water power of the holy tidal extreme Kuan became incredibly violent, like a raging sea, filled with the immense life energy that the ocean is meant to possess. Their elemental energy is almost depleted. Pan Hu exclaimed in surprise. This next blow will decide the winner. Mei Lu's delicate face was serious, her gaze fixed on this final battle. Must win, must win. Zhang Guangzong clasped his hands together, continuously praying. Hiyu, go. Wang Li raised her hand, cheering for Hiyu. Oh my god, Captain, was your arena match back then this intense? Lina stared in shock at Wang Ku. Wang Ku also widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the live broadcast. No, it doesn't even compare to the skin on this year's match. What's going on this year? Two monsters showed up back to back? Rui Wingard stared at the live broadcast, his mouth agape in astonishment. Is the dragon vein of Tianhua country moving to our Yuzhou city this year? The city lord also stared at the screen, his expression solemn. Explosive flame karma. Tidal burial. The ground beneath the explosive fire tiger shattered, countless sparks shooting into the sky, resembling the flames of hell, vowing to burn everything before it. The water power around the holy tidal extreme Kuan twisted continuously, transforming into a massive whirlpool, sweeping away everything around it. Hiyu and Aochen each evoked the shadows of a tiger and a Kuan, their elemental powers raging, roaring as they charged toward each other. Roar! Oh oh oh! Tiger claws and fire claws, fish fins and fin blades, struck against each other, sending a sky-high explosion that engulfed the land within 100 miles. Surrounding trees were blown away by the storm, everything around was instantly vaporized by the explosion. The staff members watching the scene before them couldn't believe their eyes. Damn, the assessments in previous years never caused damage this extensive. The captain spoke, eyes filled with shock. By the way, even the pinnacle of battle level doesn't usually have this level of destructive power. Did these two just ascend to battle level? The strong wind whipped their clothes, some people could hardly bear the gusts and looked set to be blown away, but thankfully a companion beside them pulled them back. The floating continent will probably be unusable for years to come. The captain looked at the floating continent now reduced to ruins, his brows never relaxing. These two, students? The captain continued to doubt his worldview. As the dust from the explosion slowly dissipated, the surviving drones quickly captured the scene. Hiyu and Aochen stood back to back, even their battle beasts remained still, the only unchanging thing was the vicious expression on their faces. The flames on the explosive fire tiger still burned fiercely, the water flowing from the holy tidal extreme Kuan continued to surge. The two did not move, nor did they speak, simply standing with their backs to each other in silence. What's going on? Mei Lu looked at this scene in confusion, her brows furrowed. Gulps. Zhang Guangzong couldn't help but swallow hard. Who won? Jiahao asked Wang Li. I don't know. Wang Li shook her head in shock. Just when everyone thought it wasn't over, the two bodies moved. Hiyu and the explosive flame battle tiger stumbled forward uncontrollably, while the holy wave extreme Kuan and Aochen lost all their strength and fell backward. Bang! The bodies of the four hit the ground almost at the same time, their binding contract state dissipating, and the evolution on the small tiger vanished, returning it to the blaze spirit tiger, and its realm dropped back to 8 stars of the beginner stage. What's going on? At the same time? Quick, quick, quick. Check the replay. The sharp wing guards hurriedly retrieved the replay and saw the two and their battle beasts fall simultaneously, down to the last second. This. The sharp wing guards looked at the scene in disbelief. It was known that Hiyu and Aochen were tied, and with them both falling at the same time, there was no way to determine who was first. Suddenly, the message from the City Lord reappeared on the sharp wing guard's phone. City Lord, both are champions, double first. Double first. The sharp wing guard's eyes widened instantly, their pupils narrowing to needles. In the history of Yuzhou City, there had never been a double first. The sharp wing guards looked towards the City Lord. The City Lord nodded at him. Understood. The sharp wing guards nodded, then faced everyone, seriously announcing. This year's assessment. Double first. Let's congratulate competitors Hiyu and Aochen. As the words fell, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Then, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience and elimination stands. Awesome. Double first. Damn. Is it too late to apologize to Hiyu now? It's not too late. Still have time to buy a piece of land to bury yourself. What exactly was that state? Why did they have battle beast characteristics? In this assessment, I'm convinced I lost fair and square. They wrecked the competition ground. Even if you gave me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare do that. Teacher. I want to learn that too. I can't either. Nice. Panhogu excitedly clenched his fists. Although I don't know what tricks you used to temporarily advance to battle grade, the binding contract is real. This will definitely make our academy shine. Don't rush. Mei Lu signaled Panhogu to calm down. We still don't know if they will choose our beast fighting academy. Previously, since Hiyu didn't become first, Mei Lu was confident she could bring him to the beast fighting academy, but now that Hiyu has become double first, the situation is different. Oh dear. I like Aochen more and more as I watch. Teacher Lolin jumped around anxiously like a little rabbit. I want him to be my student. Teacher Panhogu. Suddenly, Teacher Jean patted Panhogu's shoulder with a serious expression. What's wrong, Teacher Jean? Panhogu looked at Teacher Jean in confusion. I've never asked you for anything, but could you please let me have Hiyu? Ha? Panhogu nearly fell to the ground in shock. What are you talking about? You and Hiyu's attributes and battle beasts don't match. Attribute mismatch is not a problem. Teacher Jean spoke with righteous indignation. I can find a fire-type battle beast. I'm going right now. Please, let me have Hiyu. A student with such amazing talent, obedient and cautious, is just what I want. Are you guys treating what I said as a breeze? Mei Lu's pretty face was already showing anger. Hiyu might not choose our academy. She was anxious too. If Hiyu hadn't become first, she was confident she could bring him into the beast fighting academy, but now that he had become first and awakened the binding contract, she liked him more and more. A student as clever and resourceful as Hiyu fits perfectly with her ideal student image. Everyone was anxious, but only Zhang Guangzong remained calm, even smiling. Great. Zhang Guangzong looked at the tie for first place between Hiyu and Aochen, and his lips lifted. This kid didn't let me down. Chapter 65, Choosing a Mentor. The sun was slowly rising, shining into the hospital room. Wrapped in bandages all over, Hiyu sat up from the bed, massaging his swollen head, his expression filled with pain and fatigue. Oh my god. Hiyu couldn't remember what happened last night. He only recalled that after activating the rampage enhancement, he felt connected to Xiaohu by some incredible force. Then after that, he remembered nothing. Right, my blanket. Hiyu suddenly remembered that the silk blanket he left at the examination site was still not retrieved. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he noticed a neatly folded Tianyu silk blanket on the bedside, unfolded, and not a single square centimeter was missing. This surprised Hiyu, something like this that would make anyone envious, yet no one had taken it. Returning the silk blanket to his personal space, Hiyu looked around and found his clothes. After putting on his clothes, Hiyu's stomach gurgled loudly. I'm so hungry. He immediately left the hospital room and headed to the cafeteria. Holding a large bowl of vegetarian noodles, Hiyu devoured the entire bowl like a whirlwind, satisfied as he let out a hearty burp. By the way, who won yesterday? Only then did Hiyu remember that after losing consciousness he had lost control of his body, and he didn't know who won last night. It's probably Aochen. After all, he was a mythical grade battle beast, and even though his Xiaohu had evolved, it was only of excellent grade. It was impossible to surpass Shang Taoji Kun. Hiyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Damn it. Finally found you. You disappeared from the hospital early this morning, made us search everywhere. A group of staff rushed in, seeing Hiyu eating at the dining table. Hiyu was stunned and turned to look at the staff. Take him away, the team leader shouted to the others. A few people grabbed Hiyu and quickly left. Hey! Brother! Comrade. What did I do? He asked in panic. What do you mean what happened? The award ceremony is about to start, you're the last champion we're waiting for. The team leader replied impatiently to Hiyu. Awards? 2 champions? Hiyu was completely bewildered.
The team leader explained everything to Hiyu along the way, and Hiyu finally understood.
Double champions? Me? Oh my god. Awesome.
Hiyu was brought to the podium, and Aochen, fully bandaged and in plaster, was already waiting there. The other candidates looked up from below, solemnly watching Hiyu being lifted onto the podium by the staff. Hiyu took a deep breath to calm himself, then excitedly stood tall, waiting for the award.
Double first place, that means at least 20 million in prize money. I'm rich. Ha ha. Aochen laughed and elbowed Hiyu with his only remaining good arm. You did great yesterday. It was the most enjoyable and happiest fight I've ever had. Will you come to fight again next time? We'll talk about that later.
Hiyu could barely contain the smile on his face.
Money. Lovely cash is right in front of me. Cree.
With a cry of an eagle, the steel-winged golden eagle swooped down, landing in front of everyone.
Ruiwei jumped down from the steel-winged golden eagle, carrying several safes, nodding to the crowd. Let us congratulate the 2 of you.
You have won this year's examination championship. The crowd erupted with thunderous applause.
This is your prize money. Ruiwei said, opening the safe, revealing bright red banknotes that made Hiyu's eyes light up.
Each person receives 25 million, and also each gets 1,000 initial stage 5 elements spiritual sources.
I don't need the spiritual sources.
Aochen chuckled, my coin can devour wild battle beasts directly, turning them into spiritual sources. I can get much more from a hunting ground, just give all of them to Hiyu. Upon hearing this, Hiyu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Aochen.
Good brother. I'll stick with you from now on. Ao, the moving printing machine, Chin. Okay.
Ruiwei nodded, then gave all 2,000 spiritual sources to Hiyu. Hiyu held the shiny spiritual sources, laughing so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. From now on, brother is also a wealthy family.
Brother's spiritual sources are so many that they'll never run out.
From now on, the family tree will start from brother's page.
Now, you can choose the 3rd reward. Ruiwei nodded, which school do you want to choose? You choose first, then I will follow you to choose. Aochen showed Hiyu a bright smile, revealing his white teeth.
Upon hearing this, Hiyu paused and turned to look at Wang Li in the crowd. He had promised Wang Li that he would go to the same school as her.
Beast Fighting Academy. Wang Li smiled and waved at Hiyu. Last night the teachers from Beast Fighting Academy said I was accepted.
Hiyu nodded, then said to Ruiwei, Beast Fighting Academy.
Nice.
Hidden in the audience, Pan-Hu let out an excited shout.
Shoo. Teacher Jean quickly covered Pan-Hu's mouth. Be quieter. Did they wait down there for a long time? Hiyu's corner of his mouth twitched. Ahem.
Ruiwei coughed twice, indicating for Hiyu not to mind these details. Then Ruiwei turned around and waved to the teachers from Beast Fighting Academy.
The teachers all walked up the steps from the side, attracting countless gasps of amazement. My god. So many handsome men and beautiful women? That shabby researcher uncle doesn't seem to be from here. That uncle must have gone to the wrong place? Is that lady in the purple Qipao the dean? So beautiful. That teacher in the red battlesuit is so handsome too. No wonder it's the best academy in Yuzhou City. Even the teachers are handsome men and beautiful women. You can choose a mentor now. Ruiwei said with a smile. All the teachers stood up straight, waiting for this genius Hiyu to choose them. Choose me. Hiyu kid. Pan-Hu smiled at Hiyu, I am fire type. And like you, my battle beast is a blaze spirit tiger.
I can give you the best cultivation experience and resources that no other teacher can compare with.
No. You should choose me.
Teacher Jean puffed out his chest and said to Hiyu, although I am gold type, I am the most responsible among all the teachers. My subject is battle beast equipment. I can provide you and your battle beast unmatched safety.
Of course, you can also choose me.
Mei Lu said with a smile, I am Dean Mei Lu, with dual attributes of spirit and illusion. My teaching philosophy is that only with good rest can one ensure the exertion of strength, so my students are the most relaxed in all classes. The others remained silent, knowing that Hiyu was not suitable to be their student, so they did not speak. Except for one person, he had a confident look on his face.
Thank you for the kind intentions of the 3 teachers.
Hiyu smiled and respectfully bowed, but the student already has a teacher in mind to choose.
Who?
The 3 looked at Hiyu with anticipation. Hiyu stepped forward and stopped in front of a tattered middle-aged man, scratching his head awkwardly, and said with a smile.
Teacher Zhang, if I fail later, you will catch me, right? Ha ha ha.
Of course, of course. Zhang Guangzong laughed, patting He Yu's shoulder. The three were momentarily stunned, their minds going blank at this scene. Then disbelief appeared on all three of their faces.
WTF? Asterisk 3.
They immediately fell to the ground, wailing endlessly.
Ah. Why? Why did he choose Zhang Guangzong? Pan Hu loudly questioned the sky, what am I lacking compared to him? Shame. Shame. Teacher Jean kept banging his head on the ground, I actually lost to Zhang Guangzong? Whoa whoa.
Only Mei Lu remained somewhat composed, quietly covering her mouth and shedding tears.
What's wrong with them?
He Yu looked at Zhang Guangzong.
Zhang Guangzong shook his head, looking puzzled, I don't know. Three heroes face Lu Bu, in the end, the horse won. What is going on here?
Chapter 66, Archives during freshman year.
Ahem, three teachers, pay attention to your image. Rui Yue coughed twice.
Upon hearing this, the three quickly returned to their earlier serious demeanor.
Did you also choose the Beast Fighting Academy, Aochen? Rui Wei looked at Aochen. Aochen revealed his signature smile and nodded slightly. That's right. This king wants to attend the same school as He Yu. He is my eternal rival.
Naturally, I want to grow alongside him in a similar place.
So, are you also choosing Zhang Guozong as your teacher? Of course not. Aochen laughed and said, although my IQ isn't high, I am still clear that so-called fusion is impossible. If fusion were really achievable, then why hasn't anyone accomplished it in over 50 years since the Blue Star's mutation?
Upon hearing this, He Yu chuckled.
Fool, you are the only one in the entire major. Learning and earning credits are so easy.
All the class leaders are you manage yourself, and all the scholarships for the major are yours.
Even if you don't do well on the tests, it's okay, the teacher will pull you up.
In short, choosing a major with few people, especially one like fusion that only has one person currently, is definitely more advantageous than disadvantageous.
No wonder your IQ isn't high.
It's not about whether fusion can be achieved, it's about whether you can live comfortably in the next 4 years.
Then who will you choose as your mentor? Rui Wei asked. Well, I haven't thought about that yet. Aochen smiled and shook his head.
Suddenly, Lolan seemed excited and started recommending herself to Aochen.
Choose me, choose me. I super like energetic students like you. And I am a humanoid species. Also a water type. I can give you a lot of guidance on cultivation. My teaching environment is very suitable for water type. I usually don't assign homework. Students can do whatever they want in their spare time. Plus, there's a huge aquarium and swimming pool for students to use. Sounds pretty good.
Aochen thought for a moment and said with a smile, then let's approve you as my mentor. Please show some respect to your teacher.
Rui Wei's mouth twitched.
Although both were prodigies, what strange individuals they were. First He Yu, who, instead of choosing a suitable major for himself, picked one that is completely impossible to achieve, and judging by his expression, he seems to quite like this major. But unfortunately, it seems no one told him about the pitfalls of this major. The real trap isn't the fusion major in research, but Zhang Guozong who manages this. Then there's Aochen, a young kid who just came of age, always claiming to be a king, and to top it off, he acts like a boss towards his mentor. This would definitely create a stir if shared. Rui Wei shrugged, at least his mission was complete, and the rest was none of his business. He didn't want to wade through this muddy water, as he still hoped to break through to the 5-star cultivation level quickly, and getting dragged down by things he shouldn't care about would be troublesome. In the next few hours, many colleges came to select their preferred students, and around 5,000 people entered the top-tier schools. The remaining were assigned to other Beast Masters colleges. Finally, 20,000 poorly performing students were not selected by any Beast Masters colleges and could only leave dejectedly to enter ordinary schools or join the Beast Masters Alliance. On the way out of the venue, He Yu suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance, sweet like osmanthus, yet alluring like perfume. A fluffy purple tail stealthily wrapped around his waist while He Yu stood there in a daze. He instinctively tried to break free but found the tail wrapped tightly. Strangely, he felt no pain from being constricted, instead, it felt like a gentle silk cover enveloping him, soft and mild. You, child. Mei Lu slowly approached from behind He Yu, her pretty face showing a hint of anger as she looked at him. Dean? He Yu stared wide-eyed at Mei Lu. He never imagined that the one who ambushed him would be the dean, who had just stood on stage, as gentle as a spring breeze. A 5-meter-long purple fox slowly walked out of Mei Lu's contract space, its remaining 8 tails swaying playfully, looking curiously at He Yu. Do you know what a wrong decision you made? Mei Lu frowned as she looked at He Yu. What do you mean? He Yu looked at Mei Lu with confusion. You chose Zhang Guangzong as your mentor. Do you know what he does?
It's just fusion, what's the big deal? Hiyu said nonchalantly. Isn't it just an ordinary major? Why make such a fuss? Do you know that fusion research has been going on since the blue star's anomalies stabilized?
Mei Lu's frown deepened, looking ready to slap Hiyu.
Do you realize it has been almost 50 years without any progress in fusion research? Because it's impossible to achieve. Then why did you still choose fusion research?
Mei Lu looked angrily at Hiyu, gritting her teeth.
Do you know you are joking with your entire future? A genius like you shouldn't be buried in an impossible study. I don't care.
Hiyu suddenly laughed. He didn't know why he was laughing at that moment, he just felt that he should laugh now.
You don't care?
Mei Lu looked at Hiyu, her anger rising further.
The world is like a makeshift show.
Some people study finance and end up fixing cars. Some plan to take graduate exams and end up delivering food.
Isn't that common?
Mei Lu's brows were still tightly knitted, but she was speechless.
Teacher, don't come at me with the attitude of I am older than you, so you should listen to me. Each era has its own market, its own rules, and its own retreat. My choice of fusion doesn't mean I will do fusion research in the future. You will regret it. By then, you won't even have time to cry.
Cry? Interesting, Hiyu sneered. When I was sent to this small city by the Yi family because I didn't have a companion beast, I cried until my voice was hoarse, but I still stood on the champion's throne of the beast examination.
Teacher, don't be so rigid in your thinking. If you are this rigid, you won't get married. You'll end up like an old lady fighting for discounts and free eggs, but expecting young people to give up their seats on the subway. Battle points plus 900. Battle points plus 1000. Battle points plus.
Mei Lu slightly furrowed her brows, her teeth clenched.
Phantom Ninetails, let him go.
The nine-tailed fox released Hiyu, who lifted his clothes and found no marks.
You're not at all like a newly adult kid. Mei Lu sighed. I really wonder if you're not like the main character in a novel, taken over by something?
Who knows? Hiyu laughed and shrugged.
By the way, can you explain why there are no records for you in Wang Li during your first year of high school?
Upon hearing this, Hiyu froze for a moment.
First year of high school?
He began to recall what happened during that time in his original body's memory. He only remembered waking up in a jungle after taking over the original body, and there were others at that time.
Wait, others?
Hiyu carefully recalled the few blurry figures in his memory. When he saw the worried face of the person closest to him, Hiyu was stunned.
Wang Li?
A pair of bright red eyes suddenly appeared in Hiyu's memory, and two voices rang in his mind.
Sorry. I'll borrow your body for a bit. It was a male voice. I won't let you have your way. It was a female voice.
Explosive pain surged in his head, and Hiyu covered his head in agony, collapsing to the ground and screaming.
Ah! Who? Who is it? Who are you? Why are you borrowing my body? Ha!
Mei Lu and Huangming Dragon stared blankly for a moment.
Get out! Get out!
Hiyu kept smashing his head against the ceramic tiles on the floor, until the tiles shattered, and blood streamed from his head.
Hiyu! A panicked shout came from behind.
Mei Lu and Huangming Dragon turned around to see Wang Li looking at the agonized and screaming Hiyu in shock.
What are you doing? Wang Li angrily questioned Mei Lu. I didn't do anything.
Mei Lu looked at Wang Li in a panic. I just asked why his freshman file was blank, and he became like this.
Don't ask questions you don't know the answers to. Wang Li quickly stepped forward and hugged the screaming Hiyu. Hiyu is fine.
I'm here, don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
Who are they?
Hiyu looked at the outlines of a man and a woman appearing in his memory, his eyes vacant, repeating, who are they?
They don't matter, they don't matter.
Wang Li tightened her grip on Hiyu's arms. You are you don't need to care about who they are, just live the life you want. They don't matter, you matter, don't care, don't think, calm down, calm down. Hearing this, Hiyu's headache lessened significantly, the images in his mind gradually faded, as if he had never remembered them.
Hiyu shook his head, not understanding what had just happened. Are you feeling better? Wang Li asked with concern. What just happened? Hiyu recalled, I think the dean asked me about my freshman year. Don't think about things you shouldn't. Wang Li directly punched Hiyu on the head. Ouch. A lump instantly rose on Hiyu's head. He covered it and looked at Wang Li with grievance. Why did you hit me? Who told you to stay with such a beautiful and mature woman like the dean for so long? Wang Li said sternly, you just wanted to flirt with the dean. The dean is the hidden love interest of the city lord. Aren't you afraid of being dealt with by the city lord? Mei Lu, _? Why am I being dragged into this with the city lord again? Let's go. You got first place. If you don't leave now, old Lu will be watching you. The three of us are basically the biggest old Lu, hey hey. Slow down. As she watched the two walk away, Mei Lu was still in a fog. Why did He react so strongly just now? Chapter 67, The Gathering. Mei Lu. A familiar voice entered Mei Lu's ears, prompting her to turn her head. A man dressed plainly, with a stubbly chin, was walking towards her, accompanied by a muscular man with grey wolf ears and a wolf tail, with golden pupils. City Lord. Mei Lu respectfully bowed. I heard your conversation with He. The City Lord nodded. Don't ask about it again. What? Mei Lu looked at the City Lord in surprise. He, no, his files from freshman year with Wang Li have been classified. Even someone of your level does not have permission to access them. The man with wolf ears spoke, his sharp teeth glinting coldly. What happened during his freshman year has been kept under wraps with great difficulty. You better not poke through this veil. What? Mei Lu stared blankly at the City Lord. You don't even have the right? Right. The City Lord nodded. The Jiaoyu Wolf King is correct. At the very least, you need a 9 sovereign level to access it. The City Lord level has no qualifications whatsoever. Mei Lu fell silent. 9 sovereigns, that is an existence just beneath the 4 lords. At the very least, 9 sovereigns. Mei Lu never thought this matter was so serious. She was just a little curious and asked. Unexpectedly, she almost caused a disaster. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord. Mei Lu will never make this mistake again. Mei Lu bowed respectfully. The City Lord nodded. Now we should talk about another matter. Mei Lu looked up at the City Lord with confusion. She saw the City Lord take out a bouquet of purple roses and kneel on one knee in front of Mei Lu. Dear Miss Mei Lu, I wonder if you are free tonight to join me for dinner. The City Lord gazed at Mei Lu with infatuation, his eyes filled with devotion. Oh dear Huangming Dragon, the Jiaoyu Wolf King kneeled on one knee. I took out the prepared spirit rabbit meat and carefully tied a bow on it. I can't wait to have a little wolf with you. One person and one fox looked at the one person and one wolf in front of them, their eyes full of helplessness. Here we go again. Maybe next time. Mei Lu smiled awkwardly. I just remembered, my automatic cat food feeder should be empty. I need to hurry back to feed the cat. Speaking of cats. The City Lord stood up and pinned Mei Lu against the wall with a wall slam. My cat just learned to do backflips, do you want to see? After saying that, he raised an eyebrow. And no. Mei Lu's mouth twitched. Last time you told me your dog could drive. I really can. The Moonlight Wolf King turned to Mei Lu with righteous words. It was me who drove to pick you up after I broke through to the next level. But you're not even a dog. Mei Lu was unable to retort, and you don't have a driver's license. Mei Lu still remembered the time when the City Lord shouted good job, Bruce, while letting the Moonlight Wolf King drive to find her. You dare to drive, but I don't dare to sit. You and the others flew back to Yuzhou City on the giant winged chicken. The sky had entered dusk, and there were not many people on the streets. After bidding farewell to Yu, they each returned to their homes, taking their own electric bicycles and business cars. Yu watched their disappearing figures, silently waving his hand, then walked on the dusky street. He got first place, yet felt like he had gained nothing. The 25 million reward quietly lay in his personal space. Before earning this money, Yu had almost risked his life for it, but now that he had it, he felt no interest at all. The street lamps around him lit up one by one, stretching Yu's shadow long. Did the battle spirit squad not come? Yu stood in front of Xia Qingchuan's barbecue stall, looking at the closed sign, and felt empty inside for a moment. They must have gone on patrol. Yu comforted himself. Having stayed in the floating continent for too long, he had even forgotten the duty hours of the battle spirit squad. Just as he was about to return to the apartment, a burst of laughter and scolding came from behind him. Look! I told you this kid came to the barbecue stall. You didn't believe me. You insisted on arguing with me. Saying, oh, he must have gone back to the apartment. Hearing that familiar voice, Yu suddenly turned around and saw the 6 members of the battle spirit squad running towards him. Sorry. Xia Qingchuan apologized to Yu. We went to your school entrance, but didn't see you, so we searched all over for you. It's all the captain's fault. Lena said, he said you must bring a gift to meet you. As a result, it took so long to choose, and in the end concluded that we should take you to pick what you like. What kind of situation is this? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Wang Li said with a pout. Ha! He looked at everyone and instantly smiled happily. Just you coming to pick me up is already enough of a surprise. Let's go. Let's go to a restaurant. Li Mingtong threw an arm around Yu's shoulder, laughing. You can drink, right? I can. Yu smiled. Then let's go. No returning until we're drunk tonight. Let's buy the gift first. This was Wang Li's last stubbornness. Tonight's entire expense will be on young Master He. Lena said, smiling. No problem. Yu happily laughed along with everyone. Switch 2 is out. You really want to play, right? Let's go buy it.
Lena said, pulling Hiyu towards the game store.
When?
Xiao Qingchuan's fist was smoking. Lena was holding her head, which had a big bump from being hit, squatting and crying out.
It hurts. Clearly it was you who wanted to play. Is this a party for Hiyu or a party for you? Xiao Qingchuan reprimanded Lena, and you're gonna use Hiyu's bonus to buy it? Are you that shameless? Actually, I also want to buy a Switch. Hiyu said weakly on the side. By the way, what's the difference between 2 and 1? Then let's go buy the game console. Wang Li laughed and said, you don't need to spend money for the game console, we will pay. Ha ha. Thank you, Captain.
Hiyu replied excitedly.
Old dang.
Zhao Yuan kicked open the door to his father's office and laughed arrogantly. I got accepted into the Beast Fighting Academy.
Quickly give me $1 million. I want to go out and flirt with girls.
Director Zhao sat in the middle of the office, taking a puff from his cigar.
It's definitely worth celebrating. Director Zhao nodded. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's expression brightened. But first explain to me why your companion beast's realm dropped back to 1-star fighter?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's smile froze on his face.
Didn't you say defeating Aochen would be a piece of cake?
Director Zhao stood up and picked up a metal drying rack beside him.
Why did you lose before even lasting half a minute?
That thing is a freak, you know, it even awakens some bond compatibility. Winning against him is like climbing to the sky.
These aren't the most important.
Director Zhao dragged the drying rack across the floor, making a metallic scraping sound. The 7 million you spent on the cold spirit fruit is down the drain, but forget it, it's just small money.
I'm just glad you came back alive, but you come back calling me old dang? Hey. Don't mess around. I at least got into the #1 Beast Fighting Academy in Yuzhou City. That's some merit recovered.
I'll hit you once and then transfer $1 million to your account.
You're my uncle by marriage, right? 5 minutes later, a battered Zhao Yuan looked at the additional $1 million on his phone, overjoyed. By the way, where's my mom? Zhao Yuan looked at his father. Is Mom's illness any better?
Better. Director Zhao smiled and patted his son's shoulder. She could hardly swallow before, now she can finish a whole bowl of rice porridge by herself, and she's still complaining it's not enough.
Really? Zhao Yuan looked at his father in surprise.
I heard that after you got accepted into the Beast Fighting Academy, she was so excited she wanted to get out of bed to walk. If it weren't for the servants stopping her, she probably would have come to look for you.
Director Zhao laughed. Then I'll go back to see my mom first. I'll go out to play again tomorrow. Zhao Yuan said with a smile and ran home. Put your fox away, your mom can't handle the cold. Got it. This kid.
Chairman Zhao shook his head helplessly.
Oh, by the way.
Zhao Yuan rushed out the door and poked his head back in, asking his father, that shop you were interested in, the Wang family is mismanaging it, and they want to sell it.
Do you want me to help buy it back? Little brat. How many times did I tell you?
Director Zhao laughed and scolded his son. The Wang family is 10 years behind us and has only been occupying a small place.
Why push them to their limit when we finally have a competitor? I really don't understand what you're thinking, Dad.
Zhao Yuan laughed, clearly always opposing the Wang family, yet you arrange for people to help them everywhere. What's your aim?
I'm happy to do it.
Director Zhao laughed and waved his hand. Quickly get lost.
Your mom is waiting for you anxiously. Bye, old dang. So you want to get hit again, huh?
Hello, you cannot sell spiritual sources here. A police officer spoke to Aochen, who was selling spiritual sources in the vibrant city center.
Why?
All of these are real spiritual sources. Sister Tong is not here.
You can feel it.
As Aochen spoke, he grabbed a handful of spiritual sources and held it out to the officer. It's not about whether it's real or not. The officer pushed the spiritual sources back into Aochen's arms. It's illegal to sell spiritual sources privately.
This is a serious crime. Huh? Aochen looked at the officer weirdly. Do you know who my cousin is?
Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes lit up behind Aochen, causing him to shudder instantly.
Is there killing intent?
Aochen turned his head, and a fist the size of a sandpot came right at him.
Bang!
Aochen covered his swollen face, lying on the ground twitching.
Woo.
I was just saying I would take you to celebrate your victory in the beast fighting exam, but you pulled such a stunt? Aoyu looked at Aochen, who was lying on the ground, with a face full of anger.
I finally understand Patriarch Bodhi. Director? The police looked at Aoyu in shock. Are you saying that you are his? No. Aoyu waved his hands repeatedly. I don't know him. Lock him up for half a month for disturbing the peace. I want some peace during this time. Cousin.
Aochen got up, covering his bleeding nose, looking at Aoyu in surprise.
How can you treat a relative like this? Bang! Aoyu kicked Aochen in the face again. Who is your cousin? I don't know you. Police, degree? What on earth is going on?
Wang father looked at Wang Li in front of him, not saying a word.
Wang Li looked at her father with some confusion.
Her father had not spoken since just now, and she didn't know what was wrong.
Ha!
Wang father exhaled the smoke from his mouth, extinguished the cigarette but, looking at Wang Li, as if he had made a certain decision.
Are you confident about the beast battle assessment? What? Wang Li looked at her father in confusion.
That 25 million is enough for our family to invest in more industries and become a small family.
Wang father said slowly, are you confident in getting it from that kid named Hiyu? What are you talking about?
Wang Li slammed the table in anger, spilling the tea on the table. Hiyu is my classmate.
Without him, I can't be chosen by the Beast Fighting Academy.
Indeed, he still has a lot of value.
Wang father nodded. Don't use him.
25 million, plus 2,000 spirit sources, is enough for our family to rise to the next level.
Wang father waved his hand dismissively. For so many years, the Zhao family has pressed us down, taking away various businesses. You've seen it all, right? You've grown up, so think more about the family.
Wang Li stared blankly at her father, not understanding what had happened to him, why he had become so strange.
Hiyu's achievements allowed Wang father to see more possibilities, along with more benefits.
In the eyes of a businessman, the importance of profit will gradually outweigh everything else. And because of the long-term suppression by the Zhao family's business, seeing a glimmer of hope to surpass the Zhao family, Wang father would grab it madly.
There will always be people revolving around profit.
At a party at Wang Ke's house, the drunk Hiyu did not know that he had already been targeted by Wang father.
Burp.
Hiyu, his cheeks flushed and eyes hazy, was still happily drinking with Wang Ku and the others. The original body's drinking capacity, burp.
I can't compliment it. Hiyu muttered softly. Chapter 68 Season of School Opening.
After more than 2 months of peaceful summer vacation, the time quickly arrived for the opening season of the Beast Fighting Academy. During this time, Hiyu wanted to invite Jiahao and Wang Li out together more than once, but he couldn't get in touch with Jiahao no matter what. After continuously asking his parents, he learned that Jiahao was not chosen by any academy because his battle beast was too special and variable, and had locked himself in his room, wallowing in despair for a long time. Until later, during one night when he was out for a walk with the shadow demon wolf, he was unexpectedly noticed by an extremely hidden official organization.
They only knew that this organization was guarding everyone's peaceful life from the shadows and didn't disclose anything else.
They just told Jiahao to attend the selection at the beginning of August, and he hasn't come back until school started.
It seems that Jiahao must have been selected. Hiyu felt genuinely happy for Jiahao.
As for Wang Li, he didn't know why, but she seemed unwilling to come out.
Hiyu guessed it must be her father's doing. Otherwise, with Wang Li's cheerful personality, how could she stay at home and not come out?
Anyway, since Hiyu crossed over, Wang Li's father hadn't liked him much, and he didn't have a good impression of Wang Li's father either. On the contrary, Aochen, whom he didn't want to contact, frequently messaged him to ask when they would fight again. Hiyu remembered the picture he saw during the live stream recording.
Couldn't help but shiver. If such a big fight happened in the forest, it would probably attract both the Blaze Spirit Tiger Mom and Sister Yuchan, right?
Then it would be Blaze Spirit Tiger Mom fighting against me and Aochen, and Sister Yuchan fighting to protect herself and Blaze Spirit Tiger Mom, ultimately turning Yuzhou City upside down.
2 generals, and even the city lord wouldn't be able to handle it.
So without thinking, I directly refused.
Then Aochen sent a voice message. It was his wailing voice. I don't know under what circumstances he recorded it, but it sounds quite awful.
At the same time, during these 2 months, Little Tiger had advanced to the peak of the 10th star in the Theirs level, stepping right on the threshold of the 1st star in the battle level. In the previous month, he could rise several stars, but now after 2 months, he could only advance 1 or 2 stars. The training speed was getting slower and slower, meaning that the resources needed for training were also increasing.
Hiyu glanced at the evolution route of the system.
If he wanted to become a wild northeast tiger, he had to complete the steps of removing the fire attribute and purifying the bloodline before reaching the cultivation realm. Moreover, after Little Tiger turned into a northeast tiger, he would basically lose his means of self-defense, which meant he had to quickly subdue a new battle beast to ensure that he still had the ability to protect himself after Little Tiger transformed. During these 2 months, Hiyu and Little Tiger had become skilled in using their bond, making patrolling and hunting easier, and earning more money. The Battle Spirit team also had enough money to buy training resources and promotion materials. First, Captain Wang Ke stepped into the battle level, followed by Qinyu, Chen Yao, and Li Mingtong. Now, the entire Battle Spirit team had upgraded to a Battle Spirit squad, becoming a member of a middle-level team, and everyone in the team, except for Hiyu, was now in the battle level.
Humph. Hiyu. Our entire team is already in the battle level. Only you are still in the theirs level. As the captain, I now declare. You are expelled from our battle spirit squad. Humph. If you want to go, just go. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the youth just because they are poor. After saying their lines, the two looked at each other in silence, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Should I go find an old man to teach me the burning technique? Hiyu asked, holding his stomach, struggling to contain his laughter. Sai, a nearby teammate, looked helplessly at these two mischievous boys. Anyway, be careful. Everyone in the Beast Fighting Academy is a genius, each one high and proud. The most taboo for geniuses is to have their confidence shaken by someone other than their teacher. Wang Li said, handing Hiyu his luggage. Don't worry. Hiyu laughed as he took the luggage. In my profession, there's no one who can come looking for trouble. I still don't understand why you insist on choosing the combined research. Shen Yao shook his head. Clearly, the fire-type research of the rock tiger is more suitable for you. It's a matter of personal preference. Xinyu smiled at Shen Yao. I wanted to choose weather forecasting back then, but due to being sick during that period, I couldn't participate in the beast assessment and thus wasn't admitted. Good luck. Li Mingtong patted Hiyu on the back with a smile. If you get bullied, call us, we'll take revenge for you. Ha ha. No need. Hiyu laughed, I can handle it myself. After saying that, Hiyu waved his hand, bidding farewell to everyone for the last time. Remember to come back during the festival. Okay. Hiyu took his luggage and walked into the exclusive beast fighting area of the academy, performing facial recognition on the device. The facial recognition showed a green enrolled student label. After waiting for about 2 minutes, a loud eagle cry rang in his ears. Hiyu looked up and saw a four-winged eagle with bare paws flying towards him. Four-winged bear eagle. Type, battle beast, fantasy species. Attributes, strength, flight. Quality, excellent. Level, battle level 8 stars. The four-winged bear eagle slowly landed on the platform, nodded at Hiyu, and revealed a seat with a tempered glass protective cover and cushion behind it. Hiyu opened the protective shield, sat in the seat, and tightly closed the streamlined tempered glass protective shield. The four-winged bear eagle howled and then flew into the sky. The speed of the four-winged bear eagle was astonishing. In less than 5 minutes, a school the size of a city came into view. The area of this school was not much different from the area of cities on Earth in his past life. Although it couldn't compare to cities on Blue Star, it definitely qualified as a city on Earth. Hiyu was amazed as he looked at the Beast Fighting Academy. He had never seen such a large school. His Yuling High School, which was comparable to a small residential area, seemed huge in his eyes, but he didn't expect there were even bigger ones. The four-winged bear eagle flew towards the school gate, and Hiyu gradually saw the school's appearance clearly. A tall bell tower stood in the center of the school, surrounded by various teaching buildings of different colors, and the cafeteria took up a large area, although he didn't know if this many students could cover the cafeteria's expenses. Landing at the new student reception area, a senior student saw the four-winged bear eagle and hurriedly smiled as she approached. Hello, Junior. Which class are you in? The senior smiled and asked Hiyu. Hiyu glanced at his class group, which contained only 2 people, and replied to the senior, combination class. Combination? The senior was first startled, then she joyfully exclaimed, You are that genius who signed up for the combination major? This exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, who turned to look at the two of them. I watched your battle live streaming. The senior grabbed Hiyu's hand, her eyes shining with excitement. It was absolutely incredible. 2 geniuses with matching bonds. Every punch was solid. They fought so fiercely that the sun and moon lost their light. The mountains crumbled and the earth shook. Even our top student from that year couldn't reach that level. Thank you, Hiyu's mouth twitched. He was not used to the enthusiasm of strangers. But what a pity. The senior shook her head regretfully. You chose the combination research. Yeah. It's such a shame. How great would it be if you joined our fire system combat class? And our metal attribute equipment manufacturing class. Our mentor has been heartbroken ever since you chose combination research. He still remembers it and winces. The adjacent color class is the same. Dean Meilu has complained about this countless times because of it. What a pity. Choosing combination research. Though everyone said this, there was no sadness on their faces. It was as if they anticipated that Hiyu wouldn't stay in the combination class for long. Hiyu didn't understand what was happening. I'll take you to register first. The senior said, about to lead Hiyu to register. At that moment, a scruffy middle-aged man in a tattered white lab coat, thin as a stick, came running onto the campus, appearing before Hiyu. Hiyu! Zheng Guanzong shouted excitedly at Hiyu. Chapter 69, completely different from Zheng Guanzong himself is his laboratory. Mr. Zhang? The senior was surprised to see him. Aren't you still doing research? Isn't my only student here?
Zheng Guangzong came to the two, supporting his waist, panting as he smiled. As a teacher, I must bring him to get familiar with the classroom.
Well then, let Mr. Zhang show you around the classrooms and dormitories. Your dormitory is in Building 2, Room 222B. Don't get it wrong, 222A is for seniors.
He Yu understood but felt that this dormitory sounded so odd.
Building 2, Room 222B? Is this mocking me?
Originally, Building 2B was our exclusive dormitory for the combination major, but since it hasn't recruited students for so many years, it's been empty.
About 10 to 20 rooms, you can come and go as you please. Zheng Guangzong said to Hiyu with a smile, how about that? Isn't it very free? It is quite free. Hiyu nodded with a smile.
He didn't know what the other rooms were used for, but he'd figure out how to modify them later. By the way, it seems there's another special student this year. Humanoid species, from other cities, came to our school too. At this moment, the senior sister said to Hiyu, by the way, because there aren't enough beds in other majors, he came to the accommodation building of the integrated major and became your roommate.
Huh? Who?
Hiyu asked, looking confused at the senior sister.
You'll know when the time comes. The senior sister smiled and said, his attribute is just too absurd. How should I put it? You know cat and mouse, right? What does that have to do with his attribute?
Hiyu was puzzled.
You'll find out later.
The senior sister said mysteriously with a smile.
Hiyu was left in confusion.
I'll take you to see our teaching laboratory first. Zheng Guangzong said, then whistled. With a gust of strong wind, a white light appeared in front of Hiyu and Zheng Guangzong.
Wow!
A 7-meter-long light attribute battle beast leopard came before the two, squatting down and revealing 2 seats protected by glass on its back.
Slow down, my student just got to school, he's not used to such fast speeds.
Zheng Guangzong said as he rode on the battle leopard. The battle leopard nodded, then with a strong push of its legs, it ran wildly at a speed of 220 kilometers per hour. The battle leopard was not only fast, but also quick to react, always jumping up in time to avoid colliding with students.
Our school covers a large area, one of the biggest in Yuzhou City.
Zheng Guangzong turned to Hiyu and smiled, so we need the help of riding battle beasts to reach the teaching building.
Hiyu nodded in agreement.
After all, this leopard had been running for nearly half an hour and still hadn't reached the integrated major's teaching building from the school gate, which said enough. Finally, about 45 minutes later, Hiyu and Zheng Guangzong arrived at the entrance of the integrated teaching building. Looking at the building that barely reached 100 square meters, Hiyu immediately fell into deep thought.
Why are you, of all teachers, so down and out?
Come in, be careful not to bump into the instruments. Hiyu followed Zheng Guangzong into the research room with disappointment, and as soon as he stepped inside, his eyes went from disdain, to dazed, to bewildered, and finally to wide-open disbelief. What came into view was countless dazzling precision instruments, the least sophisticated ones displayed numbers with 5 decimal places.
What?
Hiyu excitedly stammered, gesturing wildly, his mouth had not closed since he entered.
Here.
Zheng Guangzong said, handing Hiyu a pair of gloves. Hiyu put on the gloves, carefully looking at these precision instruments. He was even afraid that his gaze would damage them.
Hold this. Zheng Guangzong handed a tuning fork to Hiyu. Hiyu took the tuning fork and suddenly felt that it seemed different from the one he had seen before. Wait, this isn't. Hiyu looked at the tuning fork, his mouth opened wide again. Isn't this the one online sold for 800,000?
It's said to be so sensitive that it can detect 1 Hz sound waves.
An anonymous user auctioned it off.
As Hiyu spoke, he felt the tuning fork in his hand start to shake violently. Seeing this, Hiyu quickly closed his mouth, fearing that his loud voice might break the tuning fork.
This one, yeah, it's quite useful.
Zheng Guangzong nodded while fiddling with something. It's just a pity they don't have more sensitive tuning forks, and there's only one of this.
I've already reserved 5 more from them, and I'll give you one to play with later. Hiyu's eyes immediately widened. You mean to say you have 5 of these expensive tuning forks?
Yep.
Zheng Guangzong smiled. Do you usually have other jobs?
Usually I take part-time work selling scrap. Zheng Guangzong wiped the sweat off his forehead with a smile. Mission accomplished.
What mission accomplished?
Hiyu was confused, just as he saw Zheng Guangzong handing him a test tube of liquid metal. Hiyu looked at the tube of melted metal, puzzled.
You little brat really are my lucky star.
Zheng Guangzong laughed. That place just now was wrong no matter how I tried, but you came and got it right in an instant.
May I ask, teacher, what is this thing?
Hiyu asked, pointing at the tube of liquid metal. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot to demonstrate it for you. Zheng Guangzong said, clearing his throat.
Number 1, activate.
Yes, master. A voice that sounded both male and female came from the test tube, followed by the liquid metal starting to squirm. The liquid metal crawled out of the test tube, gradually gathering on the ground to form a human shape. A beautiful figure, ambiguous in gender, appeared in front of Zheng Guangzong and bowed respectfully to him.
Hello, Master, I am liquid metal life form number 1, able to meet all your various requests. What? He was once again amazed and speechless.
Normally, I take care of these instruments. Zheng Guangzong smiled, but over time, the instruments will age, and the tiny parts inside will accumulate dust, affecting data sensitivity. To prevent having to replace the instruments, I created a liquid metal life form to help me repair the equipment and clean, so I can save more time for research. He Yu's mouth was now completely agape. His jaw had dislocated.
Is this the Master's student? Number 1 looked at Zheng Guangzong.
Yes, in the future, if I'm not around, just listen to him. Zheng Guangzong smiled. By then, I will create number 2, and you won't have to do the work of 2 alone. For now, please bear with it, and set me as the first priority, and He Yu as the second priority.
Setting. Number 1's eyes flashed with a digital disturbance. Setting successful.
The 3 laws of robotics have been inputted, and please add one more rule: under no circumstances should you violate the above 3 laws, drive away others attempting to approach the lab.
If they are allowed in, do not allow them to touch any equipment inside the lab. Inputting. Input successful.
Number 1 nodded at Zheng Guangzong, then looked at He Yu with confusion, and a green light lit up in its eyes. Detected that Master He Yu has a dislocated jaw. Treatment mode has been activated.
Hey! No! Ah! He Yu's screaming echoed in the lab.
Number 1 seemed to not understand how to reset it painlessly. Either way, He Yu's jaw hurt quite a bit.
Chapter 70, The Unusual Attributes of a Roommate. After about 2 hours of being dumbfounded, He Yu rode his beast, the leopard, to the dormitory building.
The dormitory building had only 2 floors, divided into Block A and Block B. Block A was on the left, Block B on the right. After showing his student ID to the dorm manager at the entrance, he was allowed to pass. No wonder this is the best Beast Master University in Yuzhou City. Even the dorm manager has a battle realm of 5 stars. He Yu turned and glanced at the dorm manager idly playing on her phone at the entrance, unable to help but nod. Although her beast was management type and had no combat power, a simple dorm manager being able to cultivate to such a level is no small feat. The Beast Fighting Academy truly has hidden talents. But why did she just look at him with such a strange expression? It was like she saw a boy who did not know he was on the wrong path, with a kind of helplessness. All along the way, He Yu had seen many such expressions, but he couldn't understand their intentions. No matter how indifferent one tries to be, being looked at like that for too long would make anyone feel uneasy. He Yu furrowed his brows, took a deep breath to ease his emotions, and walked up to the 2nd floor, unlocking the room door with his key. What came into view was a luxurious double dormitory, with the bedding already laid out, high-end silk and cotton bedding, warm in winter and cool in summer. Below was a high-end computer that could run 3A titles at the highest graphics without lag, and it even had full maintenance coverage. The balcony had new tiles, shining brightly in the sunlight. Next to the balcony, there were 2 washing machines, one of which was running continuously.
Is someone coming?
A voice came from the bathroom on the other side of the balcony, and a man with a gradient hairstyle dyed light blue and yellow, dressed casually, came out of the bathroom looking refreshed.
Oh. The moment the man saw He Yu, he froze. Hello, I am. I know.
The man excitedly pulled He Yu over and arranged for him to sit down. At first glance, He Yu didn't expect this big brother to be so nice. He thought he would be the unreasonable type, looking down on him as soon as he arrived, saying something about awakened bonds and how he would beat him up. Now it seemed, he had watched too many novels and worried too much. He Yu smiled, just about to say something, when he noticed the man mysteriously moved a briefcase into He Yu's hands.
He Yu? The goods you wanted are all here.
The man raised the corners of his mouth, grinning with a crooked smile. These are all things you can't get in Yuzhou City. I went to great lengths to bring them to you.
He Yu was taken aback, then his expression turned terrified.
With a whoosh, He Yu angrily stood up, pointing his finger at Longxing's nose and scolding, "A young man like you not learning well?
Engaging in this kind of stuff? Tell me. How many people have you harmed?"
Ha?
Longxing looked at He Yu with a strange expression. What do you mean harmed how many people? Still not telling the truth?
I've said, no good person dyes their hair.
Your grades being bad doesn't matter.
But you actually did drugs.
This is the pre-made Chinese meal family bucket you wanted.
Longxing opened the briefcase, which was stuffed full of pre-made dishes. He Yu was momentarily speechless.
Didn't you say you weren't used to fresh meals and specially asked someone to help you get the pre-made Chinese meal family bucket from Tianyun City?
Longxing tilted his head, looking at He Yu with a puzzled expression. Don't you remember?
Hey.
A voice came from the balcony, causing both of them to turn their heads to look.
They saw a senior leaning over the balcony, shouting at Longxing inside, "I ordered it. The dorm supervisor won't let me in. Oh, so sorry, so sorry."
Longxing quickly ran to the balcony and handed the briefcase of pre-made dishes to the senior.
"Ah. You made me wait anxiously." The senior held the pre-made dishes, full of joy. "I really went to great efforts to get them from Dong Bailey."
Longxing smiled at the senior. "According to your request, each one is over 10 years of age delicacies."
"Ah. Ha ha ha." The senior laughed happily and took out his phone. "How much?" "I'll transfer it to you." He watched all this, not knowing what to say. Who gets so happy about pre-made dishes? He silently made up his mind to eat less pre-made dishes in the future, or else he would likely end up like this too. After sending off the senior, Longxing turned back but was shocked. "Why are you still here?" He looked at Longxing with a dumbfounded expression, lazily uttering, "I'm your roommate." Hearing this, Longxing finally reacted. Oh. I remember. They told me I would have a unique professional roommate, and that's you, right?" "Yes." He nodded. "I remember that to get into the Beast Fighting Academy from Yuzhou City, you need to be in the top 100 of the Beast Assessment, right?" Longxing laughed. "What rank are you?" "First." He opened his suitcase and said calmly. "First?" Longxing's eyes widened in shock. "To be precise, tied for first." He nodded. "In our class, there are 2 people who are first, one of whom is me." Longxing was astonished, then realized he might just be able to hold on to the thigh of the roommate in front of him. "Nice to meet you, I'm Longxing." Longxing smiled, extending his hand. "Human type, stage 7 of the warrior realm, stage 8 of the fighter realm." Beast spirit blazing fire tiger, peak stage 10 of the warrior realm, stage 1 of the fighter realm. He took the time to extend his hand and shook Longxing's hand. "By the way, I heard from others that you're from another city. What is going on? Isn't the Beast Fighting Academy only open for talents from this city? This is a bit of a long story." Longxing rubbed his chin and began to narrate the events. From his words, he learned that he was discovered by the city lord due to his extremely unique attribute. The city lord of Tianyun City wanted to cultivate him, but was worried about wasting resources if the cultivation direction was wrong, and he feared criticism for not properly developing an attribute that had only appeared for the first time on Blue Star. So, he handed this difficult task to the city lord of Yuzhou City, since the city lord of Yuzhou was famously known for getting things done as long as the money was right. Later, the city lord of Yuzhou accepted Longxing for an annual compensation of 400 million Tianhua coins and then sent him to the Beast Fighting Academy. "I'm actually more curious about what attribute you even have." He looked at Longxing with curiosity. "Is it really that exaggerated to have an attribute that appeared for the first time on Blue Star?" "Actually, it's not exaggerated at all." Longxing smiled and said, "Because this attribute is indeed the first of its kind on Blue Star. Since it's so special, why don't they let the higher-ups take care of you?" He asked, puzzled. "They also need to create a cultivation plan based on my performance and the characteristics of this attribute. Such a time-consuming effort is naturally left to the city lords below." Longxing smiled. "Right now, I'm like a guinea pig, with various resources thrown at me to see which cultivation resources fit my attribute the best." "So what exactly is your attribute?" He asked. "Have you seen Tom and Jerry?" Longxing smiled. He nodded. "To be honest, my attribute is cartoon animation system." Longxing laughed. His big eyes were filled with confusion. "What on earth is the cartoon animation system?" Chapter 71, Cartoon Animation System and the Complaining System Super Ability. "It's the name given by above." Longxing laughed. "Based on the characteristics I've shown." "So what are the characteristics of this attribute?" "Can't die." Upon hearing this, Hiyu's mind went blank for a moment. "What?" Hiyu thought he hadn't heard correctly and asked again. "Can't die." Longxing smiled and said, "And sometimes I have good luck, sometimes I have bad luck." "How did you find out you can't die?" He widened his eyes, looking at Longxing in shock. "After awakening the attribute, I was right at home, and then a 100-ton truck ran over me." Longxing laughed. Hiyu's mind blanked again. "At that time, I was flattened into a piece of paper." Longxing recalled with a smile, "My parents and my sister saw me like that and cried their hearts out. Then they saw the paper version of me stand up from the ground, using a nearby air pump to pump myself up, returning to my original form. Hiyu's CPU felt like it was overheating. Then the driver compensated me a few $1,000s, and that's how this matter passed." Longxing laughed. "Wait. Are you saying you're like Tom and Jerry?" "That's why I use Tom and Jerry as a comparison." Longxing said as if it was obvious. "Oh my." Hiyu's eyes were wide open and could barely close. After awakening this attribute, I felt that my luck was sometimes good and sometimes bad.
Longxing rested his chin on his hand, saying, "First, I was run over by a 100-ton truck during the awakening, then I found a bag full of cash on the way to school in an alley. Sticking to the principle of honesty, I planned to hand it over to the police after school. But it turned out to be taken by a criminal, and that criminal followed my footprints all the way to my school, knocked out the guard, and held me at knife point, demanding to know where the money was. Then the police arrived, and negotiations began with the criminal. But during the negotiations, it fell apart because a rookie cop pulled out his gun and was about to shoot. Then the criminal went berserk and almost chopped me into pieces. In the end, the criminal was shot dead. When everyone thought I was dead, my fragments on the ground transformed into a group of little versions of me, and then with a snap, they combined back together. After that, the authorities noticed me. He had no words to complain. What could he say? Incredible. Is this really like Tom and Jerry? I thought it was an abstract answer, but surprise, it turned out to be a realistic one. He finally understood what Tom and Jerry meant. Can't be killed, can turn to ash and still recover, right? All kinds of operations that defy physics can be developed later, right? Invincible. But only I have this ability, no one else does. Longxing shook his head. To put it simply, only I, who have awakened the cartoon animation system, can defy physics and the laws of life and death. What I hold in my hand can also do this, but if I let go for more than half a minute, it will return to its original form. This ability cannot be shared with others. At that time, they asked for my opinion for an experiment, letting me hold a bug while it was run over by a car. Afterwards, my hand was fine, but the bug was dead, so don't think you can share my ability to avoid damage or anything like that. Got it, got it. He nodded. Such an insane ability would be unsolvable if it could be shared. By the way, when is the school's opening ceremony? Longxing asked. I remember it's at 3 in the afternoon, held on the playground. It's almost noon. Longxing checked the time. Shall we go eat? I had breakfast in the cafeteria, the food here is pretty good, all fresh ingredients. Sure, let's go. After the two finished lunch and took a nap, they energetically headed to the playground. Wow. The battle beast leopard stopped at the playground entrance. The Academy's riding-type battle beasts cannot enter the teaching area, not even the playground. The remaining 500 meters or so required Hiyu and Longxing to walk together. As the two got off the leopard, they heard a round of complaints. There is a seat on the person's battle beast. Why do you even bring a broken chair? Didn't you see how many people noticed you on the way? You're full of crap. This is not an ordinary chair. This is my lover. My closest comrade. Who would treat a chair as a comrade? I would. So would I. Me too. North and South Road and many. A group of people responded at that moment. What are you all making a fuss about? And what's that nonsense about North and South Road? The two looked over and saw a man in an orange tracksuit with a slicked-back hairstyle dramatically complaining to a few people in front of him. Sitting in the leather chair in the center of the crowd was Aochen. What's wrong with you all? Yang Tianchao glared at several people, complaining. It's not us who have a problem. It's you. Looking down on the chair and stool you've been sitting on for so long. Hakamai Manbua. What? Yang Tianchao stared blankly at the group of people speaking with righteous indignation, starting to doubt himself. So many people are blaming me. Am I really the most abnormal one here? No way. Do you think I would say that? You jerk? Ah, great god of benches. Everyone began to kneel to Aochen in the chair. This is a chair. Yang Tianchao complained in silence. Please grant us strength. Manbua out. The one shouting Manbua and Hakamai is just causing trouble, right? And why is it a chair granting you strength? Asking for Ultraman would be more useful than this. You sit on it all the time and still expect it to grant you strength? Please grant us the power to make our wishes come true. I want to call everyone mom when I'm smashing bricks. You could actually do that already. I want to find a hair every time I eat. What kind of weird habit is that? I want to turn into a cucumber. A proper cucumber? Hakamai North-South Road. I told you not to cause trouble, you jerk. Hiyu and Longxing watched this scene, their faces filled with strange expressions. What is wrong with these people? After about 5 minutes of nonsense, the people around Aochen finally left. Hey! Hiyu! Aochen waved to Hiyu with a smile, this king is here. Come over quickly. Your friend? Longxing looked at Hiyu. I don't know him. Hiyu shook his head and was about to leave. There are 50 fire element spirit sources here. Do you want them?
He stopped in his tracks. The next second, he flashed to Aochen's side, forcing a smile off his face, taking out a stool from his personal space and sitting down. Speak, what's the matter? He asked. No hurry, let me introduce you to someone. Aochen handed the fire element spirit sources to Yu and pointed to Yang Tianchao next to him. This is my new subject. Yang Tianchao. A dual attribute beast of wind and water, the 8-star level, and he is also a sarcasm type power user. Sarcasm type? The two looked at Yang Tianchao in confusion. Who is your subject? Yang Tianchao cursed at Aochen. You every day. Can make my blood pressure soar. You see, sarcasm type gathers one's own sarcasm ability, then uses this ability to enhance the beast or create all sorts of novel things. Aochen said with a smile, but this ability has a flaw. When the sarcasm gets too strong, it affects the people around him, causing them to act in all sorts of bizarre ways that make him sarcastic. His current record is 3,000 people's bizarre behaviors in the whole school, and finally he ended up gasping for air from sarcasm and had to be sent to the ICU for rescue. So that's how it is. He finally understood the strange behaviors of that group of people earlier. However, he was puzzled. Why did this setting sound so familiar? Seeing Longxing looking at Aochen with a puzzled expression, he quickly explained, this person on the chair is called Aochen, just like me. He is the champion of this year's beast assessment in Yuzhou City. Oh. Nice to meet you. Longxing quickly shook his hand. I am Longxing. Human type. 7-star peak. Cartoon animation system. Cartoon. Animation system? Aochen and Yang Tianchao looked at Longxing in confusion. It's a bit complicated to explain, and the opening ceremony is about to start. Longxing checked the time. How about we talk more after the meeting? Okay. The few nodded and turned towards the playground. Wait. Aochen suddenly called the three of them back. The three turned around, looking at Aochen with confusion. This king allows you to take this king to the podium of the playground. Aochen laughed heartily while sitting in the chair. By the way, have you eaten the school's food? Yes, and it was delicious. Right. Because the food at the Beast Academy has a high reputation, that's why I put in so much effort to get into the Beast Academy. It almost cost me my life. Moreover, the Beast Academy is government-run. The tuition for a year costs hardly anything. Less than a tenth of other academies. Hey! Are you just going to leave this king here? Aochen shouted helplessly at the few of them. Chapter 72, The Speech Incident. Yu and the others arrived at the playground, and they were surprised to find the chairs had actually been prepared. Looking at the rows of chairs on the ground, everyone began to search for their places. Yu was looking for his spot among the chairs when suddenly someone hit him on the back of the head. Who is it? He raised his head and saw a girl with yellow hair tied in 2 ponytails, wearing a teacher's outfit and a knife hung at her waist, looking very capable. Are you Yu? The girl asked. I am. Yu nodded. Your major is over there. This is the gathering point for the fire element combat class. The girl pointed not far away. Oh, thank you. Yu nodded and walked in that direction. But what he couldn't understand was, why was that girl wearing a teacher's outfit? Yu arrived at the gathering point for his major. Watching the only seat at the gathering point, I fell into deep thought. Alright, the only person in the merging department, the situation is a bit special. But being so unconventional and openly visible, I am terrified of the society too. He thought for a moment, then took out the Ultraman suit he won from the system lottery and put it on, feeling a bit better finally. However, when others saw Yu like this, they all looked puzzled. Why is there an Ultraman sitting in the merging department? Sitting in the seat, I then heard a familiar voice coming. Ah! I'm late. Zheng Guangzong ran over here, panting, standing in front of the merging department gathering point, constantly hitting his old waist. I almost forgot the time while doing research. Oh, my old waist. After Zheng Guangzong caught his breath, he turned to look at Yu. You're here, Zheng Guangzong rubbed his eyes, doubting if he saw it wrong. Where did this Diga Ultraman come from? This is Galaxy. Don't just see an Ultraman and say it's Diga. Yu yelled at Zheng Guangzong. This voice Yu? Zheng Guangzong looked at Yu strangely. Why are you dressed like this? Hearing this, Yu didn't speak, just silently looked around. The entire merging department had only Yu. Oh, sorry. Zheng Guangzong laughed and scratched his head, but this doesn't help, the whole merging department knows who you are. It's just for peace of mind. Yu nodded at Zheng Guangzong. The opening ceremony is about to start, you better take off this outfit then. Zheng Guangzong said. Why? Yu was confused. Director Mei Lu was wearing a cheongsam, why can't I wear a suit? It's not Director Mei Lu.
Zhang Guangzong shook his head. It's an assistant teacher who moved to our school this year.
Assistant teacher? Zhang Guangzong. You're the last one. Pan Hu shouted at the podium, hurry up and come up. Coming.
Zhang Guangzong said, then looked at He. Anyway, you'd better change before she notices you. After saying this, Zhang Guangzong ran onto the stage.
Ha? Mei Lu looked at the attendance list, a bit puzzled, missing one person? Who? Zhang Guangzong asked. Wang Li from the Wind System Flying Department.
Mei Lu said, she hasn't arrived.
Something must have happened, right? Should we make a call? Pan Hu suggested. No need.
Mei Lu waved her hand, it's starting soon, it's useless to call now, I will ask her family about it later. Saying this, Mei Lu cleared her throat and was about to start her speech.
Wait. A blonde girl interrupted Mei Lu. Mei Lu instinctively frowned. What's wrong, Teacher Lin Ling? Mei Lu asked. Why is that kid wearing Ultraman's clothes?
Lin Ling drew the long sword at her waist, angrily pointing at He.
Outrageous clothes. Disrespectful to teachers. Take it off quickly. He was stunned.
Zhang Guangzong beside him helplessly rubbed his forehead.
I knew it. He's been provoking me all the time. Lin Ling yelled at He, do you want to fight with me?
He _
Darn.
There's no choice, He had to retract the suit back to the storage space but stubbornly put on the mask. He didn't want to start a fight with the teacher on the first day.
By the way, that girl was a teacher? No wonder she was wearing teacher's clothes. But you dyed your hair yourself, isn't it a bit funny to manage me?
Seeing that there was no trouble, Mei Lu cleared her throat and began to read the script.
He took the opportunity to observe.
On the stage, besides assistant teacher Lin Ling, there were a total of 11 teachers, coming from the light system, dark system, water system, fire system, mental system, metal system, wind system, magic system, holy system, combat system, and merging, totaling 11 departments. Each teacher had a badge of different colors on their chest. The merging departments was a dull gray, while Director Malio's was in rainbow colors. Therefore, according to the different classes, they were divided into colorful classes and the other 10 classes. The colorful class could only be entered by real talents. Most of the students were those who performed excellently in the beast combat assessment. Although tutor Mei Lu was the head of the mental discipline, just as she said, her class was the easiest. Usually, there weren't many classes, and occasionally out of inspiration, she would hold a couple of lessons. The rest of the time, students would choose their own courses in the group and inform Mei Lu if they were attending classes in other majors. Of course, students in the colorful class had to attend at least 2 major classes a day, or else they would fail. Major classes lasted a total of 90 minutes, divided into 2 sessions. But even with such a loose policy, the students in the colorful class were still the best in the entire school because Mei Lu's focus was on the mind and surveying. She was always able to provide a lot of useful advice and help. Other students could also seek advice from Mei Lu, but they had to make appointments and pay a fee, unlike the colorful class, which did not require either. Pan Hu and teacher Jean sat next to Zhang Guangzong, staring intently at him.
What's wrong? Just tell me, how much for you to let He go? Pan Hu asked.
This Zhang Guangzong was momentarily at a loss for words.
Don't you think the kid sitting alone down there is so pitiful?
Teacher Jean pointed at the bored He, saying with concern, that kid looks like he doesn't like to talk.
He's just like me. He's practically my own son.
I don't think you're that quiet. Zhang Guangzong's mouth twitched.
Aren't you lacking research funds?
Teacher Jean held a card up to Zhang Guangzong's eyes, this card.
It has 30 million inside. It's all yours. I don't need it.
Zhang Guangzong actually wanted to say that such a small amount couldn't even buy half of a machine for his research lab, but just to respect teacher Jean, he had to say that. Then I'll trade my student for you.
Me too.
Ahem. The white-haired man in black attire coughed a couple of times. Teacher Pan Hu, teacher Jean Lu, teacher Zhang Guangzong, we are currently in a meeting, and the students are watching below, so please mind your image. Teacher Lin Ling walked around below, checking if any students were slacking off or chatting. If she caught anyone, she would raise her scabbard and hit them on the head to wake them up.
Chapter 73, Tear-Jerking Light Orb.
He sat bored in his seat. Because of teacher Lin Ling, no one could play on their phones, except for those who sneakily played when she wasn't paying attention.
He didn't understand.
Clearly, the dean allowed this group of students to play on their phones, so why couldn't Lin Ling? In utter boredom, He opened the system. On the system interface, the 3 million plus battle points were so eye-catching. He hadn't used his battle points in the past 2 months. Rather than saying he forgot, it was more accurate to say he was too lazy to draw prizes or buy items.
So, he kept accumulating them.
Today, on a whim, He decided to try his luck with 1 million battle points. He clicked to draw a prize, and the wheel began to spin. Congratulations on winning a consolation prize, 10 military emergency rations. Congratulations on winning a consolation prize, 1 windproof lighter.
Congratulations on winning a consolation prize, 5L of super explosive catnip. Congratulations on winning a consolation prize. After one round, he didn't draw anything good. He yawned in boredom and continued to draw.
Congratulations on winning a consolation prize, the complete set of Aochen comics. Congratulations on winning a consolation prize, 1 intermediate trap manual. Congratulations on winning a consolation prize, 1 manual for cultivating plant-based battle beast seeds.
Congratulations on winning.
Just as he was about to fall asleep, suddenly the system's pointer pointed to a blue area. In an instant, the entire system screen burst into fireworks, waking Hiyu up with a fright.
Congratulations on winning.
Blue quality, 1 green gem bracer.
Green gem bracer?
Hiyu stared blankly at the bracer inlaid with a peculiar green gem, feeling as though he had seen this thing somewhere before. Just as Hiyu was about to check, the pointer suddenly shifted to the green area.
Congratulations on winning. Green quality, tear-jerking lightball *1. 1 again? Hiyu quickly began to check. First up is the green bead wristband. What? Human power cannot compete with battle beasts? No problem.
The green bead wristband, just like the one used by the main character of Divine Weapon Little General, is here.
Going to Bear Mountain, and the bears are coming? Don't be afraid. Use the green bead wristband to drive it away. Going to the green grassland, surrounded by sheep and wolves? Don't be afraid. Use the green bead wristband to escape the danger. The same green bead wristband as Nangong Wendian. Makes your journey full of peace. What the heck? Hiyu's eyes widened in shock. I said this thing felt so familiar. Divine Weapon Little General? You brought me this most unremarkable yet most powerful green bead wristband?
Hiyu calmed down his shock and started checking the tear-jerking light ball.
Are you still crying for your older brother who passed away, while worrying that no one will share the turf and inheritance? Now, none of that matters. Tear-jerking light ball. Life illuminated by its light will remember the saddest memories buried in the heart. Under the light, you will definitely weep like the sunset. One cry will break your heart. Crying for 30 minutes, those who see it feel sorrow, those who hear it cry. Even Meng Jiangnu can only call you senior. What are you waiting for? Quickly take the tear-jerking light ball to star in an idle drama.
Hiyu wore the green bead wristband on his hand, then took out the tear-jerking light ball. The light ball looked like a nightclub's disco ball, the size of a lead ball, but it was not heavy in hand, weighing about 100 grams. Hiyu examined the light ball, then saw a button on its top.
Is this the start button? Hey! You!
A sudden loud shout startled Hiyu, and the light ball almost slipped from his hands.
Linling pointed a knife at Hiyu with a furious face, gritting her teeth. Hiyu! It's you again! What are you holding? No! Please let me explain.
Hiyu panicked and tried to stuff the light ball back into his personal space, but Linling dashed forward and grabbed his wrist, her enormous strength leaving Hiyu unable to move.
Why is this strength so great? Hiyu exclaimed in panic. Name, Linling. Species, battle beast type, human type. Attribute, strength. Quality, none. Level, spirit realm 8 stars. Human type? Strength type? And spirit realm 8 stars?
Hiyu was terrified, his eyes nearly popping out.
What on earth is this?
Linling said and tried to snatch Hiyu's light ball.
Hey! Don't! Hiyu hurriedly tried to stop her. In the process of their struggle, they accidentally pressed the button on the light ball. It's over. Hiyu's face turned gray. Huh?
Linling was still confused when suddenly a circle of blue light shot out from the light ball, shining on both of them.
Hiyu froze for half a second, then felt a wave of memories flooding back. What the hell? Hiyu fought back the urge to cry, holding his head. Damn it, it's the night I was abandoned again. Is it not over yet? Why don't you go bite a lighter, you jerk?
Hiyu endured the pain and grievance in his heart, suddenly hearing a loud thud. Hiyu turned to see teacher Linling kneeling on the ground, throwing her sword and sheath aside, her whole body shaking uncontrollably.
Teacher Linling. What happened to you?
Hiyu, fighting back tears, asked with concern.
Wah!
Linling suddenly began to cry loudly, tears streaming down her face. All the students and teachers present were stunned, their eyes wide open, not understanding what was happening.
Brother!
Linling suddenly threw herself at Hiyu, crying out loud.
Linling was wrong. Linling will never be willful again. Please come back. Please take one more look at Linling.
Teacher, don't, He suppressed pain and grievance in his heart, totally collapsed under Linling's display.
Wah! He also burst into loud tears. I told you not to touch it randomly. Brother! Linling was wrong. All faculty and students, Sigma, surprised face? What's going on? Did someone just bow down? By the way, Teacher Linling, you are several years older than He. Why are you calling him brother? No doubt about it, He. Aochen was watching this scene excitedly from the audience, shouting. You accomplished what this king and the citizens could not. It's really thrilling. I am impressed. Impressed my foot. Isn't that against school rules? Young Tianchao complained.
It seems that the rules don't say anything about recognizing teachers as younger sisters, said Longxing beside him.
Is that what I meant? It's all your fault.
He continued to cry, now my social life is completely ruined.
I'm sorry, brother. Linling will change from now on. Linling will behave. Linling hugged He tightly, sobbing.
Mei Lu on stage seemed unable to continue with her speech.
How about we take a break? By the way, students over there, please put your phones away. No recording or taking photos. Mei Lu called to the students with phones in their hands.
Upon hearing this, the other teachers on stage silently put away their phones.
Chapter 74, Saving Wang Li. The opening ceremony finally ended after 2 hours.
All students gradually walked out, leaving only He and Linling standing still.
He Linling, _ He feeling guilty.jpg. Linling, hashtag. He asterisk, feeling scared.jpg. Linling. Teacher Lin, can you move the knife away from my neck? He asked, trembling. Move away? Linling laughed maliciously, moving the knife closer to Yu's neck. You made me humiliate myself, how should we settle this? I told you not to move. He said pitifully, and you called me brother already. I call you my grandma's third uncle. Hey. Sister. My good sister. Don't get excited, don't get excited. He begged quickly. Are you trying to die? Alright, Teacher Linling. Mei Lu and others stepped forward to persuade, let's go, He didn't mean it, besides, you accidentally pressed the button. He always has some odd things in his space. Yes. He said to Linling, I didn't mean to. My good sister. Try calling me sister one more time. Linling said angrily.
Seeing this, He was not panicked but instead took out the video Aochen sent him. In the video, Linling was hugging He, both crying loudly, and Linling kept calling He brother.
Linling's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Good sister. He patted Linling's head, although your brain doesn't work too well, brother will never dislike you. 20 seconds later.
Linling strode away angrily with the knife, leaving He standing upright in the playground, like an inserted pole. Pang Hu and Teacher Jean worked together to pull He out from the ground, complaining, you knew Teacher Linling had a bad temper, yet you provoked her, are you really asking for trouble? He said nothing, only raised the corners of his mouth slightly. They didn't know that just when He was crying with Linling, he had earned back the battle points he spent on the lottery. After a moment of showing off, his battle points rose again. He felt absolutely delighted. Although he got beaten up, at least he had battle points. He brushed off the dust on his clothes, feeling relaxed as he prepared to head back to the dormitory.
Hey! Is this Wang Li's dad?
At that moment, Mei Lu's phone call caught He's attention. He looked at Mei Lu, puzzled.
Why is she suddenly calling Wang Li's family? What? Wang Li is missing? He's pupils instantly constricted, and his breath quickened.
Mei Lu realized her voice was a bit too loud and quickly lowered the volume.
Okay. I understand.
About the quota, let me see, if Wang Li doesn't come this week, then I'll have no choice but to remove her from the list.
By the way, you did report it, right? That's good.
Mei Lu nodded repeatedly.
Then hung up the phone.
Turning around, he found He's pupils shrunk like needles, looking at him with a face full of panic.
You heard everything? Mei Lu carefully asked. He slowly nodded.
Don't worry too much, I know you and Wang Li are high school classmates and deskmates, and you were also in the same team during the beast assessment. But after all, it's their family matter.
Wang Li is just throwing a tantrum and doesn't know where she ran off to.
Wang Li's dad has already reported it to the police, so you don't need to be so concerned. He nodded, said nothing, and walked straight to the door where the battle beast leopard was.
Sigh. Mei Lu let out a sigh, Teacher Zhang. A man wearing a white combat suit with black hair looked at Mei Lu. What's wrong, Dean? Who has time tonight? It seems that only teacher Lin Ling is free. Let her keep an eye on Hiyu tonight. Mei Lu frowned. This kid looks obedient on the surface, but in reality, he's an old fox. He can promise nicely, and the next second, he might blow up the sun without anyone knowing. Understood. Zhang Guangtian nodded, then went to find Lin Ling. The situation was just as Mei Lu guessed. After Hiyu returned to the dormitory, he first asked Longxing, "Are you coming?" "Coming." So, Longxing followed Hiyu to Aochen's dormitory in a daze. Arriving outside the balcony of the dormitory, Hiyu shouted inside, "Are you coming?" "Screw him. Can't you at least ask what it's about?" Although Yang Tianchao complained, when Hiyu asked him if he was coming again, his answer was, "Coming." Thus, the three of them unwittingly boarded Hiyu's pirate ship. "You guys think we're out this late, running off campus, won't we get criticized and lose credits?" Longxing asked while riding on a riding-type battle beast. "Who knows?" Yang Tianchao felt a bit regretful for impulsively following them out. "Just a few small points, it's no big deal." Aochen laughed. "Damn, the first place speaks with such confidence." Yang Tianchao cursed. "We're going to the forest to find outside help." Hiyu said in a deep voice, "I still have hundreds of pounds of mulberry leaves in my space, so she should be able to help us out." "Who?" The three looked at Hiyu with curiosity. "You'll know when the time comes, but remember, keep it a secret." "No problem." The three promised earnestly. What they didn't know was that behind them, Lin Ling was closely following. Late at night, Lin Ling gritted her teeth, riding a light-type assassin battle beast, invisibly chasing after the three. "Where are those four going? Can't they just be more considerate?" Lin Ling helplessly rubbed her forehead. Although she was a supporting teacher, did they really have to challenge her strength from the start today? Moreover, two of them were this year's champions in the city's beast assessment, one at 3-star battle realm and the other at 10-star peak in the challenger realm, just a step away from entering the battle realm. Are all geniuses this rebellious? Forming groups to do big things. Even worse than she was back in the day. By the way, didn't that short female teacher beat you up? Aochen looked at Hiyu. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned furious. This little brat is gossiping about the teacher behind her back, huh? You better not let me catch any dirt on you, or you'll be in trouble. Be more respectful. Hiyu said, "What do you mean by short?" Hearing this, Lin Ling looked at Hiyu with gratitude. Although this kid is a bit naughty, a bit willful, and a bit stubborn, he understands how to respect his teachers, he is a good student. At this moment, Hiyu changed the subject and said, "But she is indeed just a little shrimp. Shorter than Qiongqi from our team." Qiongqi is the shortest in the battle spirit team, and Hiyu, being 2 years younger than him, is still taller than him. One can imagine how short Lin Ling is. Ha 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 ha. Longxing laughed heartily, indeed. With her height, hugging you and calling you brother would feel completely normal. Everyone burst into laughter. Only Lin Ling, who was following them, felt like she was about to crack her back teeth from clenching them. If it weren't for Mei Lu not allowing early disclosure, you would see whether I would take a knife to chop you all. Chapter 75 The Troublemaker Quartet. After leaving the school, due to college regulations, the battle beasts could only leave Hiyu and the others behind and return to the academy. The four rode on Aochen's holy tide extreme Kuan, flying towards the edge of the forest. Among the people present, only Aochen's Kuan could fly. It is well known that flying is faster than running. This is my first time riding a myth-level battle beast. Longxing excitedly stroked the skin on the back of the holy tide extreme Kuan, so smooth. Ice cold. If you don't behave, you'll go sit in the Kuan's mouth. Aochen yelled at Longxing. By the way, who are you going to find? Yang Tianchao asked Hiyu, is that person living in the forest? Isn't there a blazing fire spirit tiger there? Isn't she afraid? Both sides have their concerns. Hiyu nodded. The mother of the fire spirit tiger is afraid that Sister Yu Chang will harm her child, and Sister Yu Chang is just staying around our city for a few years. Yu Chang? Yang Tianchao looked puzzled. Why does that name sound a bit strange? It sounds like a battle beast's name. Suddenly, Yang Tianchao realized something and looked at Hiyu with a shocked face. You'll know when the time comes, but please remember, don't follow me inside. There's a certain risk for you to go in, but I will be completely safe. Hiyu nodded. Damn. Lin Ling was running madly below, chasing after the holy tide extreme Kuan. Have you all run outside the school? What the hell do these little brats want? Lin Ling had been chasing for more than half an hour, running from the exclusive platform of the Beast Fighting Academy all the way to the boundary of Area C. If she wasn't at Spirit Realm 8 stars, she would have collapsed long ago. When we get back, you better write me an apology, punk. When they reached the outer edge of Area C, Hiyu and the others got off the Kuan.
Today was the patrol for the fierce wolf squad, and when they saw Hiyu, they were a bit surprised. But since he was the rising genius of the spirit battle team, they didn't say anything, just let Hiyu pay the fee and reminded him to be careful. Hiyu and the others came about 300 to 400 meters away from the cave, and the three stopped while Hiyu went in alone. What the hell is this place? Lin Ling hid behind a tree 200 meters away from everyone, looking at the cave with some trepidation. What is inside? The aura emanating from it makes my heart race. Could it really be a battle beast? Yang Tianqiao asked the two. Who knows? Longxing shrugged. I really want to know what battle beast would listen to Hiyu, don't you think so, Aochen? Longxing suddenly looked at Aochen in surprise, unable to speak for a long time. What's wrong? Yang Tianqiao followed Longxing to look at Aochen. They saw Aochen sitting in a chair, arms crossed, but his whole body trembling, his teeth clenched, eyes open wide in terror, staring at the dark cave. Aochen is in fear? The two saw this scene and their mouths opened unconsciously. Suddenly, a sound of wings flapping came from the cave, startling the group. Ah ha ha ha. Little brother Hiyu. You came to find your sister late at night. Are you going to ask your sister to help you with something again? Just to be clear. Asking your sister for help requires a fee. Hiyu was embraced by Yu Chang with her insect limbs, and Yu Chang kept rubbing against Hiyu, leaving his face covered in scales and fluff. I really do need my sister's help tonight. Hiyu smiled, opening his personal space. Hundreds of pounds of mulberry leaves fell from the personal space, and Yu Chang's eyes lit up. Omega! She quickly let go of Hiyu and started munching on the mulberry leaves. Hiyu just sat beside her, silently watching Yu Chang finish eating. 20 minutes later, Yu Chang sat on the ground, satisfied, and let out a burp. So, what's the matter? Yu Chang asked Hiyu with a smile. It's like this, I have a friend. Hiyu told Yu Chang everything that happened in detail. Oh, so you mean you want me to help you investigate your friend's whereabouts? Yushan scratched her head awkwardly, but I'm not good at this. No need for Yushan Jie to investigate. Hiyu smiled. All you need to do is help when we are in danger, provide some assistance. In that case, I have no problem. Yushan nodded, but what about causing a disturbance? You pesky commoner. Aochen hurriedly ran back. Eyes closed face. The three of them looked at Aochen, speechless. That commoner doesn't recognize me, Aochen said angrily. I'll go and call my brothers over. We'll see if we can't beat him up. Are you an emperor or a bandit? Yang Tianqiao scolded. What kind of king has this much of a bandit vibe? Looks like I have to go up, Longxing said, fixing his hair. Let's see if I can charm them to death. What? Hiyu and the others looked at Longxing in confusion. Half a minute later. Hey, handsome. A tall, heavily made-up beauty slowly walked out, her chest bouncing up and down like two basketballs, and she waved a finger at the security guards in front of her. Wanna play? Sigma, asterisk. Hiyu and the others froze in place. Can't she make herself look a little prettier? Yang Tianqiao wanted to gouge his eyes out at this point. And those two basketballs. Is this still human proportions? It'd take a fool to be tricked by this. The security guards looked at Longxing, now wearing makeup, their brows furrowed. Then, they all suddenly had hearts in their eyes. Beauty. Wanna add me on WeChat? Beauty, beauty. Be my girlfriend. Oh. Ha ha ha. Oh, this beauty, you're my heart, you're my liver, you're my 3/4. The crowd surrounded Longxing, all asking for her contact information. It really works? Yang Tianqiao felt like his world was falling apart. But, why? Can't they tell that's a man in disguise? Cartoon animation major, Hiyu patted Yang Tianqiao's shoulder. It's like Tom and Jerry, totally normal. This is a bug, right? Yang Tianqiao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Now's the time. Quickly go in. Taking advantage of all the security guards being distracted, the three of them ran into the building. Degree. As soon as they entered, they saw countless bodyguards and company employees, just finishing up their work, getting ready to leave. Fire in the hole. Hiyu directly pulled out a tear gas ball, pressed the button, and threw it, quickly pulling the others to hide to ensure they wouldn't be hurt. The tear gas ball flew through the air in a graceful arc, landing in the middle of the crowd. Everyone froze, all curiously leaning in. The light ball suddenly emitted a ring of blue light, shining on everyone. Everyone blinked, and the next second. Loud cries of pain echoed in the hallway, and everyone, whether male, female, young, or old, was crying their hearts out. Ah! Last time I stole a cherry from Xiaomei's house. I deserve to die. Ah! When I was little, I accidentally lost the 1 yuan my mom gave me for pocket money. I'm in so much pain.
Woo woo. How could your mom give birth to such a bastard son? Woo woo. Yesterday I accidentally stepped on a cockroach. I'm so sorry. Woo woo. Every day I sit on my chair for hours. Sometimes when I work overtime, it's even longer. I feel so bad for my chair. Woo woo. I don't even know why I'm crying. But since all of you are crying and I'm not, you must be isolating me. I can't live anymore. Why did you suddenly throw the light ball? Aochen asked. I don't know, he shrugged. Just felt like it would make me feel better to throw it. Anyway, it definitely wasn't his fault. It was absolutely the system telling him to do it. That was a heartbreaking cry. And what about the one crying over stepping on a cockroach? Young Qiongqi complained. Woo woo.
Maybe that cockroach was going to get promoted and become a double-tailed girl and offer herself to me.
Offer herself to you, my foot. Are you into something that dark? Exactly. Double tails? Aochen scolded. Single tail with glasses and a bit of a rural vibe, that's justice. Who asked you? He covered his face. Let's go, stop complaining.
Sorry, Mr. King, we've searched all the places Miss King might have gone to.
Still haven't found the young lady.
Wang Ping listened to the report coming from the other end of the phone, suppressing the anger in his heart.
What about the police? How's the police search going? The police said they have searched everywhere in Yuzhou City without finding any trace of the young lady. They said she might have left the city and gone into the forest.
They've checked the outer areas of the forest, but it's only the deeper parts left. However, there's a champion-level blazing fire spirit tiger in the depths, and it has cubs.
Even with the Beast Control Alliance's help, they don't dare to go in recklessly. Useless trash. A bunch of useless trash.
Wang Ping angrily threw his phone to the ground. The phone screen flickered with static and then went black, soon starting to smoke.
The police are also useless. So many people. Can't even deal with a beast? It's easy to talk when you're standing, isn't it? Bang. He kicked the door open and yelled at Wang Ping. Ha?
Wang Ping was taken aback, then looked at He and the three of them in surprise. How did you get in? We sacrificed a teammate and controlled your staff member hard.
Aochen said. Longxing seems not dead.
Yang Tianqiao glanced outside the window.
Ah, brothers are here to play. Little beauty, don't run away.
Looking at Longxing playing a passionate cat-and-mouse game with the security downstairs, Yang Tianqiao felt his eyes burning.
I really want to gouge out these eyes.
Yang Tianqiao hit his head back, bleeding from his eyes, and said, it would be better if he just died.
I beg the heavens to take that monster downstairs away. Enough nonsense. What do you want? Wang Ping asked He and the others. Where is Wang Li? He questioned Wang Ping. My people are searching too.
Wang Ping yelled, the police said she ran into the forest.
They're all afraid of that beast. None dare to search. Do you think champion level is easy to deal with?
He pointed a finger at Wang Ping, cursing.
The city lord is only champion level 1 star.
The blazing fire spirit tiger mom is already champion level 5 stars.
Don't be so familiar calling it mom. You make it sound like you're very close to that beast.
At least my relationship with it is better than yours.
You're a middle-aged failure. You're a freaking daughter slave.
A failed old dad whose hair is almost gone.
Oh really? Is it you who caused my daughter to run away from home? Stop framing me. I'm not Huang Mao.
Your daughter even relies on me for exams.
I rely on her for Chinese.
We are both top students, helping each other.
Unlike you. Always suppressed by the Zhao group.
Always being taken care of by the Zhao group. Then shamelessly saying on TV that you never accepted Zhao group's help.
Battle value plus 800. Battle value plus 900. Battle value plus.
Wang Ping was stunned by Hiyu's words, so angry that his face turned red and his breathing quickened.
How do you know that the Zhao group has always been humiliating us? Humiliating? Don't be ridiculous. Anyone with eyes can see it.
The Zhao group feels sorry for you.
They gave you a way to survive. And what happened? Business is bad. Can't teach your kids. Family relations can't compare to the Zhao family. You as a father and husband are utterly failing.
These were all things that He heard from Zhao Yuan. After the beast battle assessment ended, Zhao Yuan found He wanting to be friends.
He casually mentioned some things about their group during their chat.
He was also quite surprised at first. Clearly the Wang family and Zhao family were deadly enemies, yet Zhao Dong was secretly helping the Wang family this much. Zhao Yuan said he wasn't sure what his father was thinking, but as long as his father was around, the Zhao group and Wang family would never tear apart. He could see that their family had a good relationship. Even though Zhao Yuan often got beaten black and blue by his dad, he had a very upright character, unlike the typical spoiled rich kid, having a natural demeanor. His speech and actions, aside from a bit of a swagger, did not have any other unpleasant traits. Moreover, when he got money, he went to amusement parks and zoos. It is not to go to nightclubs and hotels. This is much better than those rich second-generation kids. Therefore, he concluded that his family education must be very good, and his father has time to take care of this son. Don't think that just because you ranked first in the Battle Beast assessment, you are something special. When you graduate, whether you get admitted or not is up to me. Wang Ping yelled at He. I wouldn't even come here to pick up trash. I have never seen such a shameless person like you. He waved his hand and stormed out the door. Where to? Aochen and young Tianqiao asked. Didn't you hear? He looked at the two. Wang Li is in the forest. Come with me to find her. Then why did you argue with him for so long? Because I wanted to. Wait. You three. Take me with you. That is my daughter. You are all boys. I'm not at ease. Take me with you. I can pay. Wang Ping stood up from his chair and quickly ran towards the three. Chapter 77 Searching for Wang Li. He and the others sat in the Holy Wave Extreme Kuan flying towards District B. The Wang family group is located in District B, and along the way, Wang Ping appeared extremely anxious. Can't you fly any faster? Wang Ping urged. You have too many issues. Aochen cursed angrily. This speed in the battle zone is already fast enough. 600 kilometers per hour. Only 600 kilometers? Wang Ping looked at Aochen in disbelief. Is this still a genius? Those powerful people I see on TV fly faster than supersonic fighter jets. Then go hire them. Aochen cursed. Can you afford to hire them? We are helping you find your daughter for free. And you still blame us. Young people should not be so impatient. You need to learn to listen to your elders. Damn it. Can I kill this idiot? Aochen loudly asked the others. Stop arguing. He said, waving his hand. Slow down, we have entered the territory of the Tiger Mom. Upon hearing this, Aochen slowed down the Holy Wave Extreme Kuan. Slow down what? Wang Ping questioned. My daughter has been missing for a day. If you are not worried, that's fine. But why slow down? No wonder the Zhao group has to accommodate you everywhere. He coldly glanced at Wang Ping. With your intelligence, how on earth did you manage to start a company, by relying on connections? You. Wang Ping was left speechless by Hiyu's retort, and had to angrily turn his head to the side. Humph. You're an adult now. Hiyu didn't bother with Wang Ping. You're an adult, and have been for many years, not just newly grown up. How did such childishness allow you to become a boss? Why don't I have the fortune to run a big company? Hiyu became more and more angry as he thought. Slow. Slow. Even slower. Hiyu commanded Aochen to reduce speed until they came to a complete stop in midair. What's wrong? Are we still going? Yang Tianqiao said, looking at Hiyu. Hiyu looked down, his brow slightly furrowing. Although it was already late at night, below, the massive head of the mother tiger was staring straight at the Holy Wave Extreme Kuan. The Holy Wave Extreme Kuan also sensed being watched, and its body trembled uncontrollably. Get lost. The mother tiger roared. The massive sound wave made everyone's heart skip a beat for 2 seconds. Ow. The two playful little fire spirit tiger cubs looked up at their mother's roar and also focused on the Holy Wave Extreme Kuan above. Damn it, we've been discovered. Aochen's brows furrowed tight. This thing is this big? Wang Ping saw the mother tiger's fearsome size and immediately trembled in fear. It can even talk? What to do? Longxing asked Hiyu, should we let your sister Yu Chang fight it? But the fire element restrains the bug element. No need. Hiyu shook his head, standing up. What are you going to do? Yang Tianqiao hadn't finished speaking before suddenly realizing something, his eyes widening as he looked at Hiyu. You wouldn't say you are quite familiar with this thing down there, right? Familiar, but not very familiar. After Hiyu finished speaking, he leaped down. What the hell? The others were horrified as they looked down. Seeing something fall, the mother tiger immediately became furious and began to gather flames in her mouth. Sniff sniff. Suddenly, a familiar smell entered her nostrils, and the mother tiger froze momentarily. Anti-tiger. Hiyu was free-falling through the air, shouting at the tiger mother, catch me. It's you again, kid. The tiger mother sighed helplessly, then turned around, her 1-meter diameter tail flicked up. Hiyu grabbed the tail and slid down like a slide, releasing most of his force, so he wasn't hurt. Thanks, Auntie.
He waved at the tiger mother and smiled. Get down quickly. No problem.
He jumped down from the tiger mother, and the two cubs immediately pounced on him, knocking him to the ground.
Ow whoa. Ow whoa.
The two cubs affectionately rubbed against Hiyu, making happy purring sounds.
Alright, I brought gifts for you, there's enough for everyone.
Hiyu smiled and took out a large cat wand and an extra large scratching pad from his pocket space. The two cubs played happily as Hiyu teased them. The people on the sacred tide extreme koan widened their eyes.
Is this called not familiar? This guy has become a professional nanny and still isn't familiar? How many general level creatures does he know?
Long Xing looked at the two in shock.
I also want to know. Yang Tianchao's eyes had never closed. Damn.
Lin Ling, who had come running from the forest, was dumbfounded.
That general level scarlet flame spirit tiger? Hiyu is close to her? This kid is going against the heavens.
Lin Ling's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide like copper bells.
Two generals. Even the city lord would be beaten to death.
In 2 months of summer vacation, Hiyu had become very familiar with the tiger mother. Every time he patrolled, he would bring some food and toys to play with the little tiger siblings, relieving a lot of the pressure on the tiger mother, so her attitude toward Hiyu had improved quite a bit.
At least she wouldn't roar at him anymore. So, the fish in the sky is your friend?
The tiger mother looked up at the sacred tide extreme koan.
Yes. Hiyu nodded, we mean no harm, we just came to find someone. Looking for someone again. The tiger mother shook her head helplessly. Tell me, who is it? After all, you've helped me a lot during this time, maybe I can help you too? Hearing this, Hiyu's mouth curled up.
Sure enough, he still liked talking to smart people / creatures, at least the other party wouldn't make him so angry he could burst a blood vessel like Wang Ping.
A girl?
The tiger mother thought for a moment. Speaking of which, I really saw a phoenix made entirely of wind elements this morning, carrying a girl. Because it flew past near my territory, I didn't pay much attention, but I remember they seemed to be heading towards the forest. As she spoke, the tiger mother pointed to a distant cliff. It's over there.
A cliff?
Hiyu froze for a moment, then realized something was wrong.
There's no time.
The contract space appeared beneath Hiyu, and the little tiger rushed out, standing on the ground.
Little tiger. We need to go. Hiyu quickly hopped onto the little tiger's back. Meow.
Little tiger burst into bright red flames and charged towards the cliff.
Found it? Aochen asked. What do you think? Hurry and chase. Hearing this, Aochen no longer hesitated, controlling the sacred tide extreme koan toward the cliff.
Seeing this, Lin Ling stepped forward, ready to follow, but was stopped by a huge red tiger paw. The tiger mother lowered herself, her enormous head staring directly at Lin Ling.
Who are you?
I. Lin Ling didn't know how to answer for a moment. She could only grit her teeth and tell the truth. I'm their teacher.
Do you think I'm stupid?
The tiger mother's eyes turned cold, sneaking around behind them, wearing a knife on your waist, clearly plotting something, and you say you're their teacher?
It's over. Lin Ling's heart instantly sank.
The tiger mother's furious roar echoed from the forest, but Hiyu had no time to care. He just sprinted toward the cliff with a serious expression. At this moment, by the cliff, Wang Li was staring blankly at the moon above, not knowing why she longed for the appearance of a person.
No, maybe it's better if you don't come. Wang Li lowered her head. Cuddling up in grievance, she said, I can only hurt him. 2 years ago, he was chosen by those two things because of me. Now I can't hurt him anymore.
Thinking of what happened 2 years ago, Wang Li felt immense guilt. It was her that caused Hiyu to change his temperament. It was her that caused Hiyu to be entangled by those two things. Everything was because of her. In these 2 years, she had worked hard to make it up to Hiyu, but her father made her hurt him once again. She could only pray that the fiery spirit tiger wouldn't let anyone else come, especially Hiyu. At this moment, Hiyu was surrounded by flickering flames, anxiously riding the little tiger towards the cliff.
Chapter 78, Taking You Home. In a lifetime, there will always be regrets. Everything we have done so far is to avoid more regrets. It was like this in the past, and it will be like this in the future. Hiyu didn't know why, but this sentence suddenly popped into his head. The voice that spoke this sentence was ethereal, yet carried a resolute strength. It was as if the words were spoken after enduring great disasters, their determination becoming unbreakable. Judging from the tone, the speaker was a stern-faced man. And for some reason, at the moment that sentence echoed, Hiyu couldn't help but start to feel a sense of awe. Shaking his head, Hiyu began to reflect on the words he just heard. Everything done, is it to avoid regret? Hiyu didn't know what his past regrets were, but he didn't want Wang Li to leave. His heart didn't want to leave any regrets because of this. On the way running towards the cliff, Hiyu and the little tiger were gradually covered in flames.
The fiery battle robes were born from the flames, crackling in the face of the howling wind.
The fiery red covered his black hair, like a torch, illuminating the entire forest.
The little tiger burst forth from the flames, as if covered in fiery armor, its speed skyrocketing to 500 kilometers per hour as it raced towards the cliff.
Bonded synergy state.
Wang Li sat at the cliff's edge, gazing into the bottomless abyss below, her eyes hazy and unfocused.
Looking up at another forest on the other side of the cliff, Wang Li hesitated. As long as she left that forest, she would leave the borders of Yuzhou City. At that time, no one would be able to find her again.
Wang Li stood up, took a deep breath, and made up her mind.
Phoenix.
The whirlwind phoenix appeared beside Wang Li and nodded at her.
Let's go.
Wang Li mounted the whirlwind phoenix and was about to fly to the other side of the cliff.
Wang Li. A shout rang in Wang Li's ears, accompanied by intense heat.
Wang Li turned her head in surprise and saw a giant flaming tiger covered in fiery armor, opening its massive jaws to bite at the whirlwind phoenix.
Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Wang Li was startled, and the phoenix was startled too.
Both bodies began to uncontrollably fall towards the cliff because of the little tiger.
Why are you being so stubborn?
He grabbed Wang Li by her collar and questioned her.
What stubbornness?
Wang Li retorted angrily, I want to go to another forest.
Leaving Yuzhou City. Why? What why? There is no why. Where I go is none of your business? Because I'm worried about you.
He roared, shockingly leaving Wang Li, who had prepared a lot of rebuttals, stunned on the spot.
Wang Li's face flushed, shyly looking at He. Let go of me first. Wang Li began to struggle, put the beast away. Otherwise, we will both fall to our deaths. Now, it was all up to the phoenix to control the wind attribute to slow down the fall of the two and the beast, otherwise, they would have turned into mush by now.
But the little tiger kept biting the phoenix's wings, the extreme heat continuously draining the wind elements from the phoenix, and at this rate, they would surely crash together into the bottomless abyss below.
First tell me why you want to leave Yuzhou City? Wasn't it agreed that we would go to Beast Fight Academy together? He angrily questioned, why go back on your word? If you don't speak, then we die together. I will. Wang Li quickly pleaded, my dad forced me to trick you out of your 25 million. I didn't want to deceive you. I didn't want to disappoint my dad. That's why I chose to run away.
Hearing this, Hiyu's lips curled slightly upwards. Then, Hiyu and Little Tiger disengaged from their bond, and the temperature around them dropped rapidly. Hiyu recalled Little Tiger and shouted to the sky.
Sister Yu Chang.
A giant moth with milky white wings swiftly descended, quickly lifting the two of them up and, under Wang Li's astonished gaze, brought them back to land.
Hiyu held Wang Li and jumped down from Yu Chang's back. Thanks, Sister Yu Chang. You're welcome.
Yu Chang affectionately touched Hiyu's head with her antennae, then once again donned her invisibility cloak, evading the mother tiger's sight and leaving the area.
That just now was.
Wang Li stared at Hiyu in shock.
A friend. Hiyu nodded. The two looked at each other, and for a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward.
Wang Li stammered, unsure how to start, I'm not good at emotional talk.
It's okay.
Hiyu took out a tear-inducing light orb, a trick used by evil practitioners.
What is that?
Before Wang Li could ask more, Hiyu pressed the button on the orb and quickly jumped into the bushes. In the time Wang Li was dazed, the orb lit up with a blue light, accurately shining on Wang Li. In an instant, tears surged in Wang Li's eyes. She was like a small girl who had suffered much, bursting into loud cries.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have run away. I'm sorry.
Hiyu emerged from the bushes, calmly looking at Wang Li.
I'm sorry. But I didn't want to hurt you. I also didn't want to disappoint my dad. I could only choose this desperate method. Clearly, it was I who made the promise with you. I broke my word. I'm sorry.
Wang Li rushed into Yiyu's arms, clinging to his strong frame, crying uncontrollably.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tears soaked Yiyu's clothes. He gently patted her head, softly comforting her. It's okay, we're going home. Go back to your dam.
Wang Ping jumped down from Shang Tao Ji Koan, nearly stumbling to the ground.
Let go of my daughter. I knew your relationship wasn't ordinary. Wang Ping pointed at Hiyu and yelled, do you think I would let my daughter marry a poor kid like you? Never.
Hearing this, Hiyu said nothing. But he took out his phone and pressed the play button.
I will. My dad forced me to trick you out of your 25 million. I didn't want to deceive you. I didn't want to disappoint my dad. That's why I chose to run away. Wang Li's voice came out from the phone, shocking Wang Ping to a pale face. When did you?
Wang Li looked at Hiyu with tears in her eyes.
Guess.
He Yu held Wang Li, looking at her, and smiled.
Aochen and others slowly approached from behind Wang Ping, coldly watching him.
I didn't expect our manager Wang to also think of cheating money.
Aochen and others had a glint of red in their eyes. What do you want?
Wang Ping said in fear to the three, I warn you. This is a society ruled by law.
You still know it's a society ruled by law.
He Yu held Wang Li and walked over slowly, wearing a mocking smile.
Don't worry, we won't do anything to you, but you better pray that I won't hand this recording to anyone else. He Yu laughed.
At these words, a hint of relief crossed Wang Ping's terrified face, and then he began to become arrogant. You go ahead.
The government won't care about this matter. Even if they do.
At most they will criticize me a few sentences.
Did I get your money?
No. That scoundrel from Zhao Group doesn't want to see me fall. Just go ahead and give it to others.
I'm not afraid. Chairman Zhao indeed doesn't want to see you fall.
He Yu smiled, but his son might not feel the same way.
What?
Wang Ping stared blankly at He Yu.
Do you remember what I said?
He Yu looked at Wang Ping.
Zhao Yuan's personality is actually different from his father's.
He wishes for the Wang Group to fall, because that way, his future competitors will be fewer. He knows he lacks business acumen, so he is thinking about reducing competitors as much as possible while his father is still in power, acquiring their companies. This way, even if the future head of the Zhao Group is not him or even from the Zhao family, he can still gain some company status and wealth. Zhao Yuan, he is thinking of every possible way to leave himself an escape plan. This young man has been eyeing your Wang family's assets for a long time, you already know that. Tell me, will he not take this opportunity to make a fuss and, after getting you out of the way, seize the Wang Group?
He Yu.
Wang Li raised her head, her eyes full of pleading, don't do this. Don't worry, I'm just teasing him so that your father won't dare to harbor ill intentions against me anymore, He Yu whispered.
Wang Ping stared at He Yu, eyes filled with anger, shame, fear, and caution.
But he spoke the truth, Zhao Yuan had been coveting the Wang family for quite a while. If not for his father's intervention, he might have already struck against the Wang family. Zhao Yuan usually lived a low profile, but he was very smart, aware that he could not compete with his father. Therefore, while his father was still in power, he tried every way to pave the way for his future. Wang Ping wasn't really afraid of Zhao Dong, but of this young Zhao Yuan who would sweep away every hidden obstacle for his own comfortable future, no matter the means. Some young people are even more fearless than the old. Zhao Yuan belongs to this type.
In the end, he sighed and helplessly said, you win.
Hearing this, He Yu chuckled and nodded.
In the future, Wang Ping probably wouldn't dare to trouble him anymore. Let's go.
He Yu glanced at the golden dawn rising behind them and smiled at the others, let's go home. Chapter 79, the college life officially begins. He Yu and the others took Wang Li back to the academy. After Wang Li found her dormitory, He Yu felt relieved and left. Although the lesson for her father left Wang Li with a certain psychological shadow, at least things were developing in a good direction. Wang Ping was not inherently foolish, he was just greedy, wanting more, and like the evil dragon in stories, he wouldn't let go of his treasures even after dying. With Zhao Yuan as a threat, Wang Ping would be much more compliant.
Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 1000.
Battle value plus. Looking at the continuously refreshing battle value, He Yu simply smiled.
The system was becoming more and more perfunctory. If psychological warfare added so much, wouldn't using the restroom also add battle value in the future? By the way, what classes do you have in your combined studies? Longxing asked while organizing his books.
I don't know. He Yu shook his head, the class schedule on my phone shows nothing, and I don't know what I can do.
Nothing at all? Then doesn't that mean there are completely no classes?
Longxing enviously said, we have to attend 6 big classes today.
Full schedule. We even have classes at night. We won't finish until 9 at night. By the way, what's your major?
He Yu asked. Magic Forbidden Techniques major. Longxing complained, when I first heard them say this major is very dependent on fate, they said I had fate and let me in.
What do you mean by depending on fate? It's about whether your 8 characters are strong.
Longxing frowned, wearing an expression that suggested he was fine being alive or dead.
8 characters? Magic Forbidden Techniques are extremely life-threatening.
Using them drains all your stamina, afterward, you can't even run, that's mild.
The more serious side effects can leave you missing arms and legs or even dead.
Of course, you can also use someone else's life, but that is illegal.
Are they really teaching illegal stuff?
He Yu was somewhat surprised. Of course, they won't teach techniques that cause immediate death, but techniques that cause missing limbs might still be taught, since equipped with healing solutions, missing limbs can sometimes be saved. Longxing said, but we have to pay an extra 10,000 each month for using the healing solutions.
But fortunately, the city lord of Tianyun City reimbursed me. I feel like there are very few people in your dark magic prohibition technique major. He felt a chill down his spine. This was the first time he had heard of such a terrifying learning method. It's a matter of the 8 characters. Longxing shook his head helplessly, so the number of students is the second least, right after your fusion major. Including me, there are only 5 people, so we can't skip classes. By the way, what does the Wind System Flying Academy do? He asked. They say, it seems to be about flying in the air, the techniques to cope with various winds, only flying battle beasts can enter. Longxing propped his chin and said, I'm not too sure. Alright, thanks anyway. He smiled and nodded at him. Then I'll go to class first, goodbye. Longxing said this and stepped out of the dormitory. As soon as he reached downstairs, he saw a water delivery truck drifting, and a bucket of water was thrown out, heading straight for Longxing. What the hell? Longxing wanted to run, but then the cartoon animation major kicked in. The ground seemed to have frozen, making him run wildly in place but unable to move forward even a bit. Bang! The water bucket smashed onto Longxing's head, instantly flattening his originally round head, in a physical sense. Sorry, classmate. Are you alright? The water delivery guy hurriedly got out of the truck, panicking as he asked Longxing with concern. Heh! Longxing let out a bitter laugh. Lie. The college life has officially begun. He looked at the birds chirping and flowers blooming outside the dormitory, stretching lazily. At that moment, his phone received a group message. Fusion Research Group. Group leader, Zheng Guangzong, you go find a class to attend today first. I'm busy with research and don't have time to teach you for now. There's a place that has suddenly become clear, which might be the key to successful fusion. As for the liquid metal lifeform number 2, it's still being made. What style do you want for your number 2? Administrator, I take care of myself. Just something that can help me in battle is fine, doesn't need to look too good. As long as it can turn into a weapon or shield when I'm fighting, that's enough, thank you, teacher. Zhang Guangzong, no problem. By the way, remember to attend at least 2 major classes today. Then, a group poll came in. 2 major classes, huh? He scratched his head, which one to attend? He pondered for a long time. The water system and wind system classes definitely won't work. He and Xiao dislike water, and the wind system requires flying. So he had to choose from the remaining subjects. Alright, Dean Mei Lu's class is open today, I can go play in the colorful class. He smiled. In the past, only the colorful class could choose other subjects, but now he, as a fusion researcher, chose the colorful class subjects, which felt a bit exciting and refreshing, even rebellious against the heavens. Ah, it's only in the afternoon? He was taken aback. Forget it, it's fine in the afternoon. I'll see which one to choose for the morning. Fire system combat class? A physical education class together with the combat major? That one's good. The physical education class was in the second period of the morning, right before lunch. Plus, the gym and playground were close to the dormitory and canteen, so after class, he could go straight to the canteen, largely avoiding the chance to fight for food with the starving crowd. This was truly an excellent idea. Ah, let me take a nap. He closed the curtains, set the alarm clock, put on the eye mask, lay down on the bed, and began to sleep peacefully. Meow. Still haven't eaten breakfast. Xiaohu's voice came from the contract space. No hurry. He smiled, I'll eat lunch together with breakfast later. I need to catch up on sleep, I was busy all night and I'm exhausted. Meow. Okay. Ouch, ouch, ouch. In the infirmary, Linling, covered in scratches and burns, was receiving treatment. Be gentle, be gentle. How do you expect me to be gentle with hydrogen peroxide? The teacher in the infirmary frowned, lie still and don't move. Look at what kind of wounds you've got, yet you're still picky. By the way, how did you end up like this? Mei Lu asked nearby. Dean, you don't know? Linling looked at Mei Lu with a face full of horror. That kid knows a Tier 1 skyfeather silk moth. Tier 1 skyfeather silk moth? Mei Lu's brows furrowed, no wonder that kid took out the skyfeather silk moth during the beast battle assessment. He also knows the Tier 1 blazing spirit tiger in the forest. Linling continued, not only that, he has a great relationship with those 2 Tier 1 beasts. One even let him ride. Calls him brother. The other even lets him play with its cubs. It even opened its territory for him. All my injuries were caused by that Tier 1 blazing spirit tiger. Linling still remembered last night when the blazing spirit tiger fought her in its human form, not wanting to hurt its cubs, just trying to drive her away. As a power-type fighter, she unexpectedly lost to the female tiger in strength, beaten without the power to fight back, almost beaten to death. If she hadn't broken through to the 9th star of the spirit realm at the last moment, plus the mother tiger didn't really want to kill her, she might not have come back.
What surprised Lin Ling the most was that Hiyu actually knew the blazing spirit tiger. It is known that tiger-type battle beasts are famous for their fiery tempers, especially mother tigers with cubs. The blazing spirit tiger, being fire-type, is even more aggressive due to its attributes. And for Hiyu to have such a good relationship with the blazing spirit tiger, it just seems incredible.
Blazing spirit tiger and skyfeather silk moth. Mei Lu also found it strange.
The former is hot-tempered. Even after reaching tier 1, its intelligence rises, understanding the balance of pros and cons, but its cubs are still a sensitive spot. Touching them would mean death.
The latter is known for hating humans.
If not for being artificially raised, in the wild, they would just want to kill any human they see, regardless of whether they themselves are tier 1 or not, and it's impossible to let a human ride on them.
This matter is indeed puzzling. Mei Lu said, looks like I need to find some time to talk to Hiyu.
Just then, a message from Zhang Guangzong came in. Mei Lu opened it, and her lips immediately curved upwards.
You're coming to my class this afternoon? That's fine, I can ask him then. Everyone, let's rate this. So many people are watching, and there's still no score. HQAQTAT. Chapter 80, Physical Education Class.
The alarm rang. Hiyu got up, mounted the riding-type battle beast of the academy, and headed to the gym for physical education class. Meanwhile, attendance was already being called in the gym.
Yang Tiansheng.
Here.
Huang Juanrong.
Here.
Lin Yu.
Here. The combat systems fighting class and fire system class were both taking attendance. As they called out names, Pan, who discovered a familiar name, had appeared in the attendance list on his phone.
Hiyu. Hiyu?
Suddenly, Pan, whose eyes lit up, staring at the name in excitement.
Oh my. Ha ha ha.
Hiyu.
It's Hiyu. Amazing. Ha 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 ha.
Pan, who excitedly danced around, holding his phone and spinning in circles. Awesome.
Hiyu is coming to my class. Ha 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 ha.
What's wrong with the teacher? Some students asked below.
It seems that one of this year's dual top students, Hiyu from the integrated research major, is coming to our class? I remember he can also form a bond, right? Bond?
Wait, are you guys this terrifying in your ear? I've only seen bond formations on TV. I've seen him before. He's a pretty quiet junior, and somewhat handsome. His battle beast is also a blazing spirit tiger, just like teacher Pan Hu. Originally, our mentor wanted to take him as a student, but that kid turned around and dismantled the floating continent used for the assessment with Aochen, scoring dual top grades, and then I don't know what he was thinking, he chose integrated research. What a pity. If he hadn't scored first, our principal was confident in getting Hiyu to transfer to our major. But it's okay, there have been students who entered the integrated research major before, but didn't they all end up unable to stand Zhang Guangzong's constant trouble and transferred majors? Besides, Hiyu is a genius, so... The genius can't stand being overwhelmed by a pile of things. I see, this kid won't last 2 months before he'll have to come to us. Just as everyone was quietly talking, a flash of white light appeared outside the gymnasium, and the battle beast leopard stopped at the entrance of the gym.
Sorry. Hiyu kept apologizing as he walked into the gym. I didn't know we had to gather early for attendance.
Hiyu said, then started to observe the inside of the gym. The gym was very large, much bigger than the one Hiyu had in high school, and it could almost accommodate 20 battle beasts, each about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, fighting without reservations. Looking up at the ceiling, the gym was divided into 2 levels. The first level where Hiyu stood was less of a gym and more like a stage for battle beasts to fight. The second level was naturally the stands, protected by specially made glass to effectively prevent students from being accidentally injured by battle beasts in combat. It seemed that this gym could also be used as a fighting arena. Hiyu thought this as he joined the fire combat classes team. The class leader, Pan Hu, suppressed his excitement, cleared his throat, and spoke to everyone as a mentor. Today is the first class for old students this semester, and it is also the first class for new students. The rules of our Beast Fighting Academy are different from other academies. Our academy has fewer students, so we have a system of mixed classes for new and old students, so all students must work hard. Old students must not lose their seniority in front of new students. New students must not feel looked down upon by old students. Next. According to the rules, I will assign different tasks to new and old students, and what you need to do is complete this task before this class ends, and you can rest. Now, let's all prepare for warm-up exercises. The oldest 4th-year class leader came on stage and began leading everyone in warm-up exercises. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hiyu stood at the back of the line, following the other students in the warm-up exercises. Hey, Hiyu. A senior suddenly smiled at Hiyu. Can you really open the bond fit? Hiyu was taken aback and then nodded. Then can you teach me how to open the bond fit? The senior looked at Hiyu with sparkling eyes. Well. Hiyu didn't know how to answer for a moment.
I want to. Teach me. Teach me. I also want to open the bond fit with my Aochen.
Suddenly, the old students at the back of the line gathered around Hiyu excitedly.
Hiyu was at a loss for how to respond, standing there dumbly. What are you doing back there?
Pan Hu shouted at the crowd that was starting to lose discipline, don't bother Hiyu.
I haven't even opened my bond fit, and you all want to be ahead of me?
Hearing this, the crowd quieted down and began to focus on doing the warm-up exercises again. After the warm-up, they received tasks according to their grades and began to complete them.
They wanted to finish the tasks quickly so they could ask Hiyu about the skills for bonding fits.
Hiyu was about to follow the first-year students to complete the tasks when the fourth-year class leader called out to him.
Wait, you don't need to go with them.
The class leader stood in front of Hiyu, not letting him join the first-year students to complete the task.
Hiyu looked a bit confused at the class leader. Why?
The teacher has assigned a separate task for you. The class leader said, pointing to Pan Hu, who was talking to the combat class instructor, Sun Jian, in the distance. The teacher wants you to go over.
Hiyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and walked towards the two instructors. I think this kid Hiyu is exactly the right material for my fire combat class. But what a pity.
This kid, by some unfortunate chance, chose the research on fusion. Pan Hu looked gloomily at Sun Jian.
Students in fusion research usually don't stay long.
Sun Jian laughed, you still have a chance.
Teacher, did you call me?
Hiyu came before Pan Hu and Sun Jian. Hiyu heard the earlier conversation, but he pretended not to hear it. Sometimes, knowing without saying is the best way to handle things.
Look. This is Hiyu.
Pan Hu pointed at Hiyu and smiled at Sun Jian. Hiyu, this is Teacher Sun Jian from the combat class.
Hello, Teacher Sunday. Hiyu respectfully bowed. I recognize you.
Sun Jian smiled, you fought beautifully against Aochen back then. I haven't seen such an exciting beast assessment in years.
Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Sunday. Hiyu appeared quite shy.
Of course.
Sun Jian laughed and patted Hiyu on the shoulder. What impressed me the most was your brotherhood with Teacher Lin Ling at yesterday's opening ceremony. Hiyu was taken aback, then awkwardly glanced aside. Is that so, he?
Of course. Sun Jian laughed again, you're the only one in the last 50 years of our school to do such a thing with a teacher. Upon hearing this, all the students in Sun Jian's class burst into laughter.
Let's get serious.
Pan Hu waved his hand, Hiyu, your task is an individual task.
You will battle me. As long as you pass within the time limit, I'll let you leave early. Hiyu was shocked and looked at Pan Hu, then pointed at himself, me? Fight against a person at the cultivation level? Me? All by myself? I am Hiyu. Not Ben Bor Ba. Chapter 81, 6-star cultivation, excellent quality blazing fire spirit tiger. Don't sigh like that.
Pan Hu saw Hiyu's expression and immediately felt anger rising. Other students wish I would give them such special treatment, and I won't even do it.
Plus, you're not even in my class. Do I really have to fight?
Hiyu looked at Pan Hu with a face full of despair.
You must fight. Hiyu took a deep breath. What are the passing criteria?
If my beast and I recognize your strength, then you pass. Hiyu silently cursed in his heart. This vague answer is just like those bosses who say they will give employees a big red envelope of 5,000 yuan, and everyone thinks it's 5,000 each, but when the envelopes are handed out, they find it's only 5,000 for everyone to share. Who knows what your and your beast's criteria for recognition are?
And what if one recognizes you and the other doesn't? It could really blow up in my face. No time like the present, let's start now.
Pan Hu smiled and summoned the contract ring. Within the contract space, a huge claw engulfed in blazing flames reached out, and then a giant blazing fire spirit tiger, nearly twice the size of a small tiger, stepped out, letting out a thunderous roar.
Blazing fire spirit tiger. Type, beast, normal. Attributes, beast, fire. Quality, excellent. Level, 6-star cultivation.
The eyes of Pan Hu's blazing fire spirit tiger fixated on Hiyu, then it sniffed him and showed a smile that it thought was friendly. Its white teeth were exposed, and a bloody smell washed over, and upon a closer look, Hiyu saw remnants of bloody meat on the tiger's teeth, nearly making him faint from fright.
Yanhui, tone down that smile.
Pan Hu told the tiger, you scared him.
Awu.
Hearing this, Yanhui, feeling a bit wronged, tucked away its smile. This is my teacher's blazing fire spirit tiger.
Pan Hu smiled at Hiyu, 6-star cultivation, excellent quality.
Hiyu shook his head, pulling his focus back. His small tiger is of normal quality, while Pan Hu's is of excellent quality. This belongs to the same species, but individual differences. Simply put, some people learn better than others, this gap creates individual differences. Normal blazing fire spirit tigers are generally of excellent quality like Pan Hu's Yanhui, while the tiger mothers in the forest are also of excellent quality. Because my little tiger was born not as good as others in the same clan, it has only an ordinary appearance. Don't worry, my flame tiger won't attack. Panhu said with a smile, so you don't have to worry about being slapped to death by him. Just attack, as long as both I and the flame tiger recognize you, then your task will be considered complete.
Hearing this, Hiyu nodded. Let me embarrass myself. Come out, little tiger.
The contract space opened, and the little tiger rushed out, baring its teeth and roaring at the flame tiger. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the Tiger King's roar echoed, and all people and beasts around with lower realms and appearances than the little tiger were affected, frozen in place, their hearts clearly stopping for 2 seconds.
Who is that? I'm on a mission here.
I have a bad heart, you jerk. You scared me so much I dropped my seeds. Hearing the crowd's accusations, Hiyu hurriedly covered the little tiger's mouth.
Don't roar, don't roar. No matter how much you roar, it won't work. The opponent is at the cultivation level. And they have an excellent appearance. The Tiger King's roar has no effect. Meow.
The little tiger looked at Hiyu with an apologetic expression.
Meow. Meow.
Sun Jian and Panhu burst into laughter upon hearing the little tiger's sound.
Ha ha ha. Your Chihuahua spirit tiger's roar is really funny.
Hiyu ignored the teasing laughter of the two and stood firm in front of Panhu.
So, teacher, I'm ready to start. Go ahead, let it come. Panhu said with a smile.
Little tiger. Breathe fire. The little tiger began to build energy in its mouth, and the temperature around started to rise sharply.
Bang!
Like a fire dragon, a pillar of fire sprayed toward the flame tiger, hitting it directly. As the flames dissipated, the flame tiger stood there unscathed, still looking relaxed as it gazed at the two cubs in front of it. Why is this kid not using full strength at the start?
What is he thinking?
Sun Jian frowned and shook his head. No, this kid is quite clever. Panhu looked at Hiyu, liking him more the more he looked. His previous move was just a test. He doesn't know the defense power of the cultivation state, so he used that fire just to test. Sure enough, after seeing the fire attack had no effect, Hiyu's expression became serious. Use physical attacks.
Whoa!
The little tiger turned into a red flash, disappearing from the spot.
Countless red lights flickered around the flame tiger, and numerous claw strikes lit up on the flame tiger's body. Clang! Clang clang clang!
The sound of iron hitting came from the little tiger's claws aiming for the flame tiger's position. After a round of testing, the little tiger jumped back to Hiyu's side, its claws stinging from the impact. The flame tiger yawned with some boredom.
Don't be disheartened.
Panhu said with a smile, being able to do this at the peak of this realm is impressive. Besides, fire type against fire type is weak, don't feel too guilty.
TSK.
Hiyu furrowed his brow. Although he knew that the level gap couldn't be made up for, the feeling of trying hard but getting no feedback was really annoying. The little tiger also blared angrily at the flame tiger. This guy's skin was tough enough.
Hurry up.
Sun Jian laughed from the side. If you don't complete the task within the limited time, you will be considered absent.
Little tiger. Whoa!
Intense high-temperature flames instantly enveloped both the person and the tiger, a battle robe made of flames automatically swirling behind Hiyu. His black hair transformed into blazing flames, and his whole body was covered with fire elements. The flames on the little tiger were even hotter, with fire-red elemental armor attaching to its body, its power rising another level.
Bonding fit state. Wow! Bonding fit. Quick, look. It's bonding fit.
Where? Where?
So cool. If I could activate bonding fit, I'd be willing to marry the school beauty. You little brat took all the benefits.
The huge commotion attracted nearby students, many of whom curiously gathered around, their eyes shining as they looked at Hiyu and the little tiger.
Teacher.
Hiyu clenched his fist, the blazing flames burning on his fist. Roar! The little tiger crouched down, its flames spewing forth like a rocket engine.
Excuse me.
Roar! Together, the person and the tiger let out a roar, then leaped high into the air.
In the air?
Hiyu and Xiaohu raised their fists and tiger claws, smashing down fiercely at the head of the flame tiger. Fist and tiger claw tore through the air, the surrounding air distorted by the intense heat.
Bang!
The flame tiger's head was struck down hard, a powerful wave of air rolled out, sweeping the surroundings. Students standing nearby were instantly blown away, only the humanoid ones fared slightly better. Hiyu and Xiaohu jumped off the flame tiger, covering their stunned arms and claws, the bond connection slowly fading away, turning to look back at the flame tiger. The flame tiger was still unscathed, but that strike had definitely brightened its eyes.
Panhu, watching the flame tiger's reaction, couldn't help but nod and smile.
Passed. Panhu said to Hiyu cheerfully.
Nice. He Yu and Xiaohu high-fived, happy as children. Junior. Please teach me bond connection. Nonsense. You, a humanoid, what are you learning bond connection for? Can't I try with the pet raised at home? Junior. Do you still lack a girlfriend? I can introduce my sister to you. Please teach me bond connection. Your sister is in her 30s. Don't bring her out to let juniors take care of her. I can pay you tuition. 5 million. Teach me bond connection. Only 5 million to learn bond connection? I'll offer 7 million. I'll offer 8 million. Plus 50 low-level fire elemental sources. That. Seeing the crowd gather around, pestering Hiyu to teach them bond connection, Hiyu hurriedly hid behind the two teachers. Get back! Panhu shouted sternly, have you completed your task and now want to learn bond connection? If you don't finish the task before the next class ends, you all run laps tomorrow. Hearing this, everyone's hairs stood on end, and they all ran back in unison. So you really don't plan to change your major? Panhu turned to Hiyu, I think my major suits you more. No thanks, teacher. Hiyu smiled, I enjoy the freedom and leisure in combined research. Alright, Panhu could only shake his head in regret. Although expecting that Hiyu would likely change majors due to Zheng Guanzong in the future, every day that Hiyu didn't come to his side made Panhu feel like there was a thorn stuck in his heart that he couldn't remove. Chapter 82, since it has come to this, let's eat first. Control your beast and focus the firepower on one point. The fire attribute isn't stronger when the power spreads out widely. When dealing with a large area, if the realm is less than your enemies, it can work, but if it's a same level or higher opponent, concentrating the firepower on one point, ideally with no energy dispersal, is always the best solution. Upon hearing this, Hiyu kept narrowing the diameter of the flames spouting from Xiaohu's mouth. 1 meter in diameter, half a meter, 20 centimeters. Finally, when it shrank to a diameter of 10 centimeters, the flame was like a laser, nearly piercing through the gym made of special materials. Okay, stop. Hiyu and Xiaohu halted, panting as they stood in place, hands on their knees. To reduce the diameter of the flame, the total amount of fire energy couldn't decrease. Simply put, it was about compressing the energy, which is much harder than releasing it. Hiyu wiped the sweat off his forehead and fed Xiaohu a meat chunk the size of a human head as a reward for his hard training and compensation for skipping breakfast. Xiaohu affectionately rubbed against Hiyu, then began to feast happily. Panhu watched Hiyu, liking him more and more with each glance. Not bad, kid. Panhu chuckled, energy compression attacks that take others a week, even a month to learn, you picked up in one class. I really want to recruit you to my side. Panhu no longer hid his feelings, directly expressing his fondness for Hiyu. Hiyu just smiled and didn't say anything. You and your Xiaohu have a really good relationship. Panhu said with a smile. It's comparable to the friendship I've had with Yenhu for so many years. Xiaohu was abandoned by his mother because he was born weak, Hiyu explained. I found him in the wild and raised him to this day, so he is very close to me. As he spoke, Hiyu gently patted Xiaohu's head. Xiaohu let out a comfortable purring sound. No wonder you both can achieve such a bond. Panhu laughed, after nurturing him since childhood, he sees you as his father, trusting you unconditionally, even when he makes mistakes, he doesn't blame you. This kind of bond truly makes me envious. Isn't your Yenhu raised from a young age? Hiyu asked. No, Panhu chuckled, my cousin caught him after I awakened my contract space at the age of 18, risking half his life along with his beast partner. Then your cousin must treat you very well, Hiyu smiled. Yes. Panhu looked up, a bit nostalgic, my parents passed away when I was 5 because of that damned beast god association, then my aunt took me to their home, and my cousin, who was 5 years older than me, took care of me like a real brother, even now he occasionally helps me with things. I am very grateful to him and naturally want to share some of his burdens. Beast God Association. Hiyu seemed to remember Zhang Guanzong mentioning this organization and knew a little about it. From the memories of his original self, it seemed this was an organization that messed with human-beast fusion, aiming to allow non-humanoid beings to gain cultivation abilities. Due to their extremely inhumane deeds, they were eventually wiped out by the Night Alliance and the Four Lords, and their core leaders were all dead. Some small fry might have escaped, but these small fry could hardly stir up any trouble. Hiyu shrugged, understanding this information was enough without needing too much detail. Ah, class is almost over. Panhu glanced at the time, it was already 12 o'clock, and there were 5 minutes until class ended. Gather up, everyone. Everyone gather. Panhu shouted loudly. Hiyu walked into the cafeteria, looking at the dazzling array of dishes, and for a moment didn't know what to eat. At this moment, his phone rang, and Hiyu picked it up to check. Wang Li, are you there? Are you in the cafeteria? Hiyu, I'm in the cafeteria, what's up? Wang Li, can you get me a portion? I'm too lazy to queue, I'll transfer you the money later. He-you, what do you want to eat? Wang Li, get eggplant if there's eggplant, chicken leg if there's chicken leg, meat if there's meat, but don't get broccoli, cauliflower, or tofu. I hate those three things. He-you, okay. Wang Li. Just as He-you was about to go to the counter to get food, his phone rang again unexpectedly. Aochen, get me a portion as well. He-you, how did you know I'm in the cafeteria? Aochen, with my royal senses. He-you, stop being silly, what do you want to eat? Aochen, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, any dish is fine, I'm not picky, I'll transfer the money to you later. He-you put down his phone and was about to continue getting food when his phone rang once more. Tisk, He-you didn't even need to think to know who it was from. Long Xing, chicken leg. Ants on a tree. And a portion of braised eggplant. Pack it to the dormitory. Thanks, foster father. Is this never ending? He-you, no matter how good-tempered, couldn't stand this much hassle. He-you, along with Xiaohu, carried several trays towards the spot by the door, then began to eat his own meal set. Xiaohu devoured his fire-type beast meal, eating ravenously, his eyes sparkling. He-you chewed slowly, patting Xiaohu, don't eat so fast, no one is competing with you. He-you. Wang Li rushed into the cafeteria, scanning the surroundings, then spotted He-you beside her. I knew you were the best, Wang Li hugged He-you, affectionately rubbing her face against his. Yeah. He-you smiled and nodded. Moments later. My eternal rival. Aochen laughed heartily, wheeling into the cafeteria in a modified seat with wheels. You gotta be kidding me. Zhao Yuan and Yang Tianchao followed closely, entering the cafeteria. How can a guy in a wheelchair move so fast? Then, they both saw the two who were sitting together with He-you, vigorously chewing their food. Lies. You actually called for help? Yang Tianchao scolded Aochen, you really are something, As he spoke, he went to the window to fetch his meal. Zhao Yuan looked at Wang Li, and Wang Li noticed Zhao Yuan, pausing her actions. The young lady of the Wang family, Zhao Yuan thought to himself, has she come to the Beast Fighting Academy too, Zhao family's young master, Wang Li frowned, feeling more apprehensive. Especially when she heard from He-you that Zhao Yuan had been eyeing the Wang family for quite some time, she had developed wariness towards him. Why are you here? Wang Li was the first to break the silence and asked Zhao Yuan. Why can't I be here? Zhao Yuan replied matter-of-factly, I was accepted into the Beast Fighting Academy, in the water system Hanhai class. What do you think, I thought you were rejected. Wang Li laughed mockingly. You're the one who's rejected. Before I was defeated by Aochen, I was third on the leaderboard. With someone like you, it's only possible because, He-you coughed a couple of times. The atmosphere had already turned tense, filled with gunpowder, so He-you needed to step in. Oh. He bro. Sorry I didn't notice you, Zhao Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Then he saw Wang Li hugging He-yu's arm, looking very close. As mentioned before, Zhao Yuan was not foolish, in fact, he was quite clever, just not as business-minded as his father. In this situation, he quickly analyzed the relationship between Wang Li and He-you. Oh no. Zhao Yuan felt a pang in his heart. Now that it has come to this He-you tapped the table, let's eat first, let's not make it a battlefield over a meal, okay. Let's eat, Zhao Yuan quickly nodded and went to fetch his meal. Seeing Zhao Yuan's embarrassment, Wang Li couldn't be happier inwardly. And you, stop causing trouble all the time, He-you flicked Wang Li's forehead. Hey. I already said not to flick my forehead. You're my little brother. How can a little brother flick his big sister's forehead? Yes, my young lady, He-you smiled helplessly. Chapter 83, Testing the Green Pearl Wrist Guard. Thank you, adoptive father. Long Xing started to wolf down the meal packed by He-you. Let me tell you, Long Xing said with his mouth full, his words unclear, our 2 classes this morning were not for humans. The first class was about classifying forbidden techniques, and the second class started practicing. As a result, the first forbidden technique drained all my energy, leaving me starving, and I didn't have the strength to line up, so I had to ask you to bring me food. So you were too weak to line up but still came back, right? He-you rolled his eyes. Isn't there a riding war beast? Long Xing explained. By the way, what forbidden technique was it? I think it's called Body Enhancement Technique, which can raise your level by 1 star in a short time, but you feel really hungry afterward. He-you thought thoughtfully. Isn't that just a weakened version of the Rampage Enhancement? It seems less useful than the Rampage Enhancement.
He shrugged, not caring much. Backslash you eat first, I'll go out for a while, backslash. Backslash where to, backslash. Backslash don't worry about it, backslash. Backslash okay backslash. He left the dormitory building and came to a little used path nearby. Looking at the thick tree in front of him, he clenched his fist. He hadn't used the green pearl wrist guard before because he didn't know how to activate it, but now, he planned to give it a try. Clenching his fist, the green pearl wrist guard on his right hand emitted a dazzling green light. He felt his right hand growing stronger and his arms muscles bulged, larger by at least 2 circles compared to before. Backslash wow. Backslash. Boom. He swung his fist, which created a sonic boom in the air, striking the thick tree in front of him. Backslash that hurts. Backslash. He quickly retracted his arm, looking at his now bright red fist as he blew on it repeatedly. Backslash phew, phew, phew. It hurts like hell. Backslash he covered his fist, looking at the unmovable tree in front of him, backslash this is pretty useless. Backslash. Just as he finished speaking, a crack appeared at the spot where the tree was struck, quickly spreading around the trunk. Then, under Hiyu's surprised gaze, the big tree slowly fell forward. It hurts so much. Linling walked along the road, covering her bandaged wound, her face filled with anger. Are you so great at the martial rank? Just wait until I break through to the martial rank, see if I don't beat you to a pulp. Just as she was speaking, she suddenly heard a tremendous noise. What is that? Linling turned her head and saw a tree as thick as a bowl falling toward her. What the hell? Boom. Linling couldn't dodge in time and was knocked down to the ground by the tree. Who the hell is it? Linling was trapped under the tree, unable to move, and shouted angrily around her, do you know you've destroyed school property? Combat value plus 400. Combat value plus 350. Combat value plus 500. He looked at Linling lying on the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Why is teacher Linling here? He hurriedly bought an invisibility cloak and took the chance while Linling wasn't looking to escape to another place. After taking off the invisibility cloak, Hiyu pretended to pass by and came to where Linling was trapped, looking at her with a shocked face. Sister? Who is your sister? Linling shouted at Hiyu. Oh. Sister. How could you be so careless? Hiyu quickly called Xiuhu to lift the tree and helped Linling up. Sister, how can you break a tree with one punch and then get crushed by it? By the way, what happened to your injury? Linling clenched her fist angrily, the veins on her forehead bulging. But she couldn't hit Hiyu, because Hiyu had just saved her. If he hadn't suddenly appeared here, she didn't know how long she would have been trapped. Wait a minute. Suddenly? Linling glared at Hiyu, her face full of anger. Did you little brat break the tree? What does it have to do with me? Hiyu said innocently, I was just walking around after eating, checking if there was anything interesting in the school, and I happened to take a walk to digest. Besides, I came from the other side. That tree clearly fell from that little path. What does it have to do with me? And I even let Xiuhu save you, yet you not only don't thank me but accuse me of being the culprit. As he spoke, Hiyu's eyes glimmered with tears, his mouth trembled continuously, and his gaze was full of grievance, about to cry. Hey, hey! Don't cry. Linling hurriedly comforted Hiyu, it's my fault. Teacher apologizes to you. I was clearly trying to do a good deed. Yet I'm wrongfully accused by you, teacher. I don't want to live anymore. I'll just jump off a rooftop. Meow? Xiuhu looked at Hiyu in confusion, but based on his understanding with Hiyu, he instantly realized that Hiyu was definitely not holding back something good. At least, he wasn't holding back something good for Linling. But even so, he chose to cooperate with Hiyu. Xiuhu bit the corner of Hiyu's clothes, not letting him do something foolish. Combat value plus 1000. Combat value plus 1000. Combat value plus. I'm sorry. Linling quickly joined Xiuhu to stop Hiyu. If something happened to the student, she would also be finished, not to mention that it was because she accused him wrongfully that he might do something foolish. This world is too murky. Hiyu cried, helping the elderly get up also leads to being extorted. Helping the teacher out of trouble also leads to being falsely accused. I want to be reborn in another world. No. Teacher is joking. Just kidding. Teacher will buy you some candy. I don't like sweet things. Then I'll buy you spicy strips. Too greasy and too salty. Then what do you want? Call me brother. Hiyu turned to Linling and smiled. Linling's expression froze, then she gritted her teeth. This little brat has run out of options, right? Can you not call me that? Linling asked with a gloomy face. Yesterday you called me happily, did you not plan to call me now? Hiyu retorted.
But I'm a teacher, and I'm several years older than you.
If you don't call, I'll jump.
Threatening the teacher, huh? I'll just knock you out, won't that be fine? Xiaohu, run. Meow.
Xiaohu and Hiyu activated their bond state, and Xiaohu's speed burst, carrying Hiyu and running wildly.
Two little bunnies, stop right there.
Lin Ling's legs kicked up a mist as she chased Hiyu and Xiaohu, running wild.
You are definitely faking it.
If I don't make your butt bloom today, I won't be surnamed Lin.
At least I saved you, your teacher. Hiyu turned around and pleaded, let's just forget about this. Now you won't call me sister? You were calling out so happily just a moment ago?
As it is said, karma has its way, and the heavens spare no one. At this moment, the situation was uniquely changed.
Chapter 84, Color Class.
Hiyu was chased and hit by Lin Ling all the way, arriving in the color class classroom in the afternoon with a swollen head. When he got there, he discovered he was actually the first to arrive. And at this moment, there were less than 5 minutes before class started.
I arrived right on time, how come the color class is even later than me?
Hiyu glanced at the time, feeling a bit puzzled.
Because you don't understand the rules of the color class, little junior.
A teasing female voice came from beside the window, and Hiyu turned to see a fair-skinned girl with waist-length hair, wearing a fashionable and sexy outfit, sitting on the windowsill and looking at him with a playful expression.
Hiyu was taken aback.
This is the 3rd floor.
How did this girl climb up here? Humph, I thought I was the first one here.
The girl jumped off the windowsill and came in front of Hiyu, looking at him playfully.
You are the one who awakened the bond this year, right? She smiled at Hiyu.
Yes.
Hiyu nodded obediently. Don't be so rigid, the color class doesn't have that many rules.
The girl tried to poke Hiyu's chin with her hand, but he dodged. He didn't like the enthusiasm of strangers too much.
You really know how to kill the mood.
The girl shook her head with a smile. My name is Qiongqi, my battle beast is a dual attribute light and fire-winged bat, a sudden mutation, battle rank 5 stars, with excellent quality. Hiyu, battle beast fire spirit tiger, dual attribute beast fire, peak rank 10 stars, with ordinary quality.
Peak 10 stars?
Qiongqi looked at Hiyu in surprise.
Last year at this time, I was only rank 8 stars, no wonder our mentor is still concerned about you choosing to research bonding, combined with your bond awakening, you must be the biggest genius since the school was founded.
There's also a battle rank 3 beast in the water system vast sea class.
Hiyu replied.
Of course, I know that, the mythic quality born beast, the whole city knows.
Qiongqi laughed.
Back then you broke through from rank 8 stars to rank 1 star suddenly, and your battle beast evolved, awakening the bond, and you managed a tough tie with that prodigy, clearly indicating there's more interesting things about you. Just as Hiyu was about to say something, he suddenly heard a lazy yawn coming from the door.
So annoying.
A senior, holding a book with messy hair, walked in through the door, looking around and only seeing 2 people.
Looks like I came pretty early. The senior stretched, I should have slept for 5 more minutes. Li Yu, you really came early.
Qiongqi smiled at the senior.
Li
Yu found a seat, lay on the desk, and fell asleep with a snore.
You don't have to mind him.
Qiongqi smiled at Hiyu. He's like that because of his battle beast, he never gets enough sleep.
What's his battle beast? Hiyu asked in confusion.
Battle rank 6 stars, epic quality, a dream mantis.
Qiongqi explained.
This battle beast has strong hypnotic abilities, it even puts him to sleep in the contract space, he can sleep 18 hours a day.
Dream mantis. Hiyu pondered. This seems like a real couch potato. How many people are in the color class? Hiyu asked.
Just behind your integrated research and the forbidden magic class.
Qiongqi laughed.
Including this year, there are a total of 6 people.
If you come to our class, that would make 7.
Teacher Pan who said the same thing.
Hiyu waved his hand.
But unfortunately, I don't want to change classes.
That's really a pity.
Qiongqi smiled lightly. But you will soon understand why Zhang Guangzong has no students, it's not just because combining studies is fundamentally impossible, but also a big factor is himself.
Hiyu
looked at Qiongqi with confusion. Qiongqi just smiled, without explaining. At this moment, the class bell rang.
Yo-ho!
A figure on a skateboard rushed into the classroom, circled around, and chose a spot to sit down, placing the skateboard under his feet.
Shu Lu, you came just as the class bell rang again? Qiongqi looked at the skateboard boy and asked. It doesn't count as being late if I arrive before Mei Lu.
Shu Lu laughed, took out his phone, and started playing a game. Qiongqi sighed helplessly, he is Zhu Lu, a humanoid species, speed type, which you can understand is a variant of the light type. Although his speed is not as fast as the light type's assault type, his damage is much higher than a normal assault type route of the light type.
Come on. A bunch of pig teammates. Can't they see Li Bai is coming down the lane? Zhu Lu cursed loudly at his phone.
He Yu was momentarily speechless.
Shu calling his teammates pigs?
Shu Yuanzhang, your 9 clans seem a bit excessive, asterisk. Looking at the suddenly popped up panel from the system, He Yu's mouth twitched.
Why does the system make jokes? What's with the playful attitude?
At this moment, another person entered the door. It was a strong-looking man, who appeared taciturn. After entering, he said nothing, just found a corner to sit down, not making a sound throughout.
He Yu scratched his head. His name is Yi Jun, and I don't know anything else.
Xinjing shrugged.
What?
He Yu looked at Xinjing in surprise.
Even the senior sister doesn't know?
He is 1 grade above me, my senior, but I have never heard him speak. Xinjing shook her head. He also avoids participating in regular activities, even skipping the school competition. Besides knowing his name and that he was first in the beast test for his batch, I know nothing else.
Quite mysterious. He Yu nodded.
Although Yi Jun was trying hard to appear inconspicuous, his strong build couldn't be hidden.
With muscles everywhere, He Yu could only look at him with envy.
You are just too anxious, and too proud. As long as you keep your mindset calm along with your talent, you definitely won't lose to Aochen. Yes, you are right, teacher. Mei Lu walked into the classroom, followed by 2 students, one of whom was a familiar figure to He Yu.
Meng Yu? He Yu exclaimed in surprise, you also came to the Beast Academy?
Hearing the voice, Meng Yu turned and saw He Yu looking at him in shock. Upon seeing He Yu, Meng Yu instantly felt a surge of anger, but remembering that this guy had fought to a standstill with Aochen, who could press him to the ground, he suppressed his fury and turned away, ignoring He Yu.
Out of sight, out of mind. You must be He Yu.
The other student, looking very sunny and warm, smiled at He Yu. I am Qin Mu, the class leader of the Kai class. I am at Lingjing 1 star. My battle beast is a holy martial soul dragon, dual attribute of combat spirit, epic quality. Hello. As Qin Mu spoke, he extended his hand towards He Yu.
Hello.
He Yu smiled and shook hands with Qin Mu.
Is it that you have awakened a bond connection?
Qin Mu's voice suddenly rang in He Yu's mind, causing him to be stunned. He saw Qin Mu staring at him with hostility, eyes filled with wariness and mockery. Doesn't seem so great after all, Qin Mu's voice chuckled in He Yu's mind. You and Aochen took my title of the first genius of Yuzhou City, and I will take it back from you.
Clean your neck and wait and see.
Qin Mu released He Yu's hand, then said with a bright smile, let's return to our seats.
The teacher has arrived, it's time for class.
He Yu observed the scene, his expression calm. He adjusted his collar, cleared his throat, and then pointed at Qin Mu, speaking to Mei Lu.
Teacher. He threatened me. Qin Mu, Sigma, degree winky face.
Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 1000.
Battle value plus. Chapter 85 Mei Lu's class.
Qin Mu looked at He Yu in shock, his mouth opened wide without his control.
What the heck? Directly telling the teacher? Are you a child?
Seeing this, He Yu's lips curled up slightly.
Ha, in 2 lifetimes, I can't deal with you? When I can settle a grudge immediately, why leave it for overnight? Should I swallow my anger and live in fear?
Qin Mu Mei Lu's face immediately turned dark as she looked at Qin Mu. How many times have I said, don't bully others by using your status, don't use your genius identity to oppress classmates? It seems you didn't listen to me at all.
No. Teacher. I didn't. Qin Mu waved his hands repeatedly, denying it fiercely. You don't need to say anymore.
Mei Lu shook her head. Your psychic ability may seem useless to others, but don't forget, I'm a psychic. I can perceive mental fluctuations, and you just used your psychic ability, filled with hostile mental waves, which means what He Yu said was all true.
Teacher, I want to see a 2,000-word reflection by tomorrow noon.
Mei Lu said, as usual, it's 2,000 words without punctuation.
Damn it. Qin Mu instantly glared angrily at He Yu.
He Yu smirked, looking at Qin Mu with disdain. Asterisk square root asterisk. Oh ho 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 ho, I love seeing you smiling tigers and two-faced little people getting all worked up. It truly brings me great joy. Looking at He Yu's smug expression, Qin Mu felt a surge of anger, with steam rising from his head and his face turning red.
You just wait for me.
Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus. Mei Lu looked at He Yu's smug smile, shook her head with a wry smile.
These students, one worse than the other. He Yu's situation seems to be better, at least for now. Alright, let's start class. Mei Lu said to the 7 people in the classroom.
Mei Lu's class, as she said, was really quite relaxed. Perhaps it's because Mei Lu herself is a relaxed person. Anyway, Yu and the others were very laid back throughout the period. In class, Mei Lu either showed PPTs or watched videos. But since she was too lazy to teach, video explanations took the majority of the time. Yu was quite engaged, but before he realized it, Mei Lu was already asleep at the podium. Towards the later half of the class, Mei Lu simply stopped pretending and started playing cartoons on the multimedia. After one class, Yu could really be described as having a head full of black lines. No wonder the students in the colorful class were so relaxed even when they were about to be late. Turns out it's a tradition. The teacher didn't even want to teach as much as the students. When the bell rang, Mei Lu stretched and yawned. Class is over, those who want to use the restroom can go, those who haven't woken up can continue sleeping. If anyone wants to hear my beast training advice, you can come over, but only one person can come during the 10-minute break. If too many come, it'll bother me. Hearing this, Yu was about to stand up, but Meng Yu was one step ahead and came to Mei Lu's front. Teacher, can you help me choose which direction to take for my beast cultivation? Mei Lu rested her delicate white arm on her chin, half opening her eyes to look at Meng Yu. Which beast? My companion beast, the silver-winged roc. Meng Yu said, placing the back of his hand in front of Mei Lu. Mei Lu snapped her fingers, and a 3-meter-long illusion Ninetails appeared beside her. Help him take a look. Woo! The illusion Ninetails nodded, then one tail wrapped around Meng Yu's arm, while the other 8 tails touched Meng Yu's head. In an instant, a purple aura rippled outward, spreading to every corner of the classroom. Seeing this scene, He instantly lost himself, not noticing a pair of tan hands quietly appearing behind him. Surprise! Xinjing covered Yu's eyes, but Yu made no movement, not even a sound of surprise came out. What's the matter? Yu pulled Xinjing's hand down, looking at her in confusion. It's boring. Xinjing pouted, looking at Yu sulkily, and sat down beside him. You have no romantic sense. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Being so proper. Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush. Although Yu didn't dislike Xinjing as much as he did Qin Mu, her actions that lacked distance made him uncomfortable. Teasing Lin Ling was because it could earn battle points, whether getting hit himself or outsmarting Lin Ling until she was dizzy could earn him quite a few battle points. But without a return, Yu was too lazy to bother with anything or anyone. His life motto is, don't go looking for trouble when there's none. If he can stay relaxed, why create a bunch of pointless tasks for himself? Just for someone else's thank you? Of course, the only thing he truly doesn't mind exhausting himself over is doing bad things. I didn't expect you to not be afraid of Qin Mu. Xinjing laughed, relying on being a senior in his 4th year, the oldest among our class, and having scored first in their year's beast battle assessment, is arrogant and often bullies some freshmen. Despite being taught a lesson by Mei Lu countless times, he still has not changed. Even I was bullied by him back then. I didn't think the junior you would be even more arrogant, daring to openly report him in front of the teacher. I hate hypocrites. Yu shrugged, that's all. Indeed, hypocrites are the most annoying. But what's even more infuriating is that they can thrive everywhere. Xinjing said angrily. The two spoke quietly, but they were still overheard by Qin Mu nearby. Oh, so you two are talking behind my back? Qin Mu's look darkened. During the college competition, I'll make you both pay. The second class bell rang, and everyone quickly returned to their seats. Meng Yu received Mei Lu's advice and felt he benefited greatly. So that's how you can nurture metal attributes. Meng Yu gaped. As expected, the Beast Battle Academy is truly a hidden gem. Yu looked at him with eyes full of envy. But after waiting a little longer, once this class was over, he would go seek the teacher's advice. Mei Lu played 45 minutes of Digital Monsters, and until the class bell rang, reluctantly turned off the multimedia and said to everyone, class is over, there's nothing much to discuss in this class. The truly important stuff is in the video at the start of the previous class. If you don't understand something, you can message me privately, especially Meng Yu and Yu. Understood. Everyone hurriedly left class, only Yu slowly packed his things. Mei Lu didn't hurry to leave and silently watched him. Yu stopped and turned to Mei Lu, asking, Teacher, I know the rules that non-color class students must make an appointment and pay to have you help assess, but look, I'm right here in front of you, and you don't seem to have anything urgent. So can you make an exception this once and help me check on Xiaohu's condition? I need to do targeted training, I'll still pay the fee. Mei Lu smiled slightly upon hearing this. No problem. As she spoke, she opened the contract space and summoned the illusory nine-tailed fox. Come over, you don't need to release your beast, the illusory nine-tailed fox will use its mental energy to sense your beast. Yu nodded and walked towards the illusory nine-tailed fox. Chapter 86, Yu's Secret. Yu stepped forward, extending his arm. One tail of the illusory nine-tailed fox wrapped around Yu's arm, while the other 8 tails touched Yu's head. A surge of purple energy spread out? He felt that the anger, pain, and the murderous intent that had built up for so long in his heart had finally been purified. His expression gradually relaxed, and the urge to sleep comfortably floated in his mind. No wonder Mei Lu always looked so relaxed. It turned out he was also influenced by the war beast. The illusory Ninetales finished checking the little tiger in Hiyu's contract space in just half a minute, and then transmitted the situation to Mei Lu using mental energy. Your war beast is not comparable to the normal individuals of their group, Mei Lu slowly spoke, without a hint of concealment. This is the result of the detection, but your little tiger is very fast. For a quick attack style, my personal suggestion is that you can train in fire-type moves and physical moves. You can ask Teacher Hu, the fire-type teacher, and Teacher Sun, the combat teacher, for training. Hiyu nodded. He was, of course, aware of the little tiger's situation. But, for some reason, the illusory Ninetales said there seems to be a vast energy within your body. Mei Lu propped his chin, looking at Hiyu with a playful expression. She also said she can't tell what kind of power it is, but she said she can feel that as long as this power within you awakens, it will be beneficial for you and your war beast. Upon hearing this, Hiyu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Is it the system? The mysterious woman who shone with light before transformed into the system, so that's why it was detected? No, is the system that easy to detect? Could it be the bond's compatibility? He summoned the system and began to check his and the little tiger's bodies. Host physical condition, normal, healthy. Blazing fire spirit tiger, contracted, physical condition, normal, healthy. Is there something in my body? Answer me. The system was silent for a moment. Detected that there is S-source, unawakened, in the host's body. What the heck? All black squares, answer me. The system fell silent again. Talk. This system has the right to remain silent. Carrot. So mysterious. Hiyu frowned. You can't even detect it? How is that possible? There's nothing this system can't detect. Then what is it? No comment. I am the little blue dragon. What does that mean? I won't tell you, I won't tell you. Hey! Hiyu momentarily wanted to punch the system. Just 5 seconds had passed since the conversation with the system. Hiyu shook his head and said to Mei Lu, I don't know what that thing is, maybe it's that my ability hasn't fully awakened, causing a skill to remain locked. Is that so? Mei Lu chuckled, but that isn't a space-type move. Hearing this, Hiyu's heart tightened. Dual attribute ability users are extremely rare. The dual attribute ability users discovered worldwide can be counted on one hand. Mei Lu laughed. Looks like I've picked up an extraordinary monster. Hee, please don't tease me, teacher. Hiyu smiled awkwardly. Compared to the secret you have, I'm actually more curious about. Mei Lu stood up and picked a light thin scale powder from his shoulder. How do you explain this scale powder from the sky feather silkworm moth on you? Hiyu's eyes widened, and his pupils rapidly constricted. Didn't clean the clothes properly? And this. Mei Lu also pulled out a red tiger hair that resembled a steel needle from the folds of Hiyu's clothes. Top-grade blazing fire spirit tiger's fur. Mei Lu chuckled. This Hiyu's body started to retreat. He wanted to escape. But the peak of the 10-star realm illusory Ninetales wouldn't let him escape so easily. Ninetales tightly wrapped around Hiyu, preventing him from moving. You've been lying since just now. Mei Lu walked over, his tone filled with coldness. What space system? You are not that at all. Teacher, what are you talking about? I am space-type. Hiyu laughed awkwardly. At this point, do you still intend to hide? Mei Lu's eyes turned cold, sweeping away the previous laziness. Since my illusion charm Ninetales can detect the properties of humanoid beings and battle beasts, it can naturally also detect the properties of ability users. But you have no space system, not even any attributes. So how did your portable space come about? I wonder if Mr. Hu can explain. Hiyu's neck was pressed by a small knife pulled from Mei Lu's waist, the blade piercing the skin, a drop of fresh blood sliding down onto the knife. Battle value plus 1001. Battle value plus 1001. Battle value plus 1001. Hiyu frowned tightly, gritting his teeth as he looked at Mei Lu. No matter how many calculations he made, he never expected this woman to be even trickier than he imagined. TM's mental system detection didn't even say it could check the birth date, right? You almost forced me to reveal my ID number from my previous life on Earth, you bastard. Are you from the Beast God Association? Mei Lu frowned as she looked at Hiyu. Beast God Association? Hiyu frowned, coldly laughing as if he heard something ridiculous. Why would you think I am from the Beast God Association? Who knows, haven't there been many historical cases of enduring hardship? It seems like you, teacher, are not planning to let me go. Hiyu sighed in despair. Little tiger can't be released either. Is it your battle beast's ability?
The contract space is essentially a manifestation of human mental power. As long as mental power is restricted, the contract space can be limited in its opening.
The same principle applies to the spirit stone. Mei Liu spoke coldly. When those scientists discovered this, it caused a sensation.
Didn't you pay attention in high school? I listened, but I never understood what the principle was. Hayu shook his head. Is it because humans evolved better before the blue star mutation, or is it for some other reason? The human will. Will?
Simply put, it is the brain capacity of humans before the Great Disaster, allowing us to believe in miracles and hope. As the body grows, the brain capacity continues to expand, ultimately maturing at 18. Based on brain capacity and individual genes, humans are divided into two major factions: humanoid beings and contract masters.
Contract masters are born with stronger mental power than humanoid beings, so they can externalize their contract space, allowing battle beasts to reside within.
Thus, contract masters can resonate with battle beasts, achieving a bond. In most cases, contract masters tend to believe in miracles and hope more than humanoid beings, so they are often the ones who can create miracles. What a subjective way to say it, Hayu sneered mockingly. I prefer objective truth, not subjective miracle.
Don't change the subject. Answer my question. Mei Liu reacted, shouting in rage, are you or are you not from the Beast God Association? It doesn't matter anymore.
Hayu's gaze calmed down as he looked at Mei Liu, with no emotional fluctuations. Whether or not I'm from the Beast God Association, the seed of doubt has already been planted. From now on, every answer I give will just sound like an excuse to you, and from this moment on, for the rest of time, I will only have one identity in your eyes, the suspect.
Answer me.
Stop saying irrelevant things.
I am not.
Hayu spoke with a flat tone. I deeply despise organizations like the Beast God Association, which are anti-human. Although I don't have a strong sense of belonging here, I am absolutely not from the Beast God Association. Mei Liu looked towards Illusion Charm Ninetails.
Illusion Charm Ninetails nodded. Hayu did not lie.
I'm sorry, because the higher-ups said there are remnants of the Beast God Association recently, so I got a bit worked up. Mei Liu put down the knife and took a deep breath to calm herself. Illusion Charm Ninetails released Hayu, who touched the wound on his neck, relieved that there wasn't much blood. I'm really sorry for doubting you, but I've been a mess dealing with this matter recently.
Mei Liu handed a band-aid to Hayu. If there are other things on you that are inconvenient to say, then no need to say more.
Allies do not need to understand each other too much, especially in cases where they are not enemies.
Moreover, Hayu is a member of the Beast Alliance and has awakened the bond compatibility.
I have already checked. Hayu has no ill intentions. The other party has something magical and is willing to stay at the Beast Fighting Academy. Mei Liu naturally would not foolishly chase them away.
Digging too deep will only turn friends into enemies. Can you explain the level of the Blazing Fire Spirit Tiger and the level of the Heavenly Feather Silk Moth? Mei Liu asked tentatively. No comment.
Hayu shrugged.
Here's a piece of advice, don't go looking for them. They won't warm up to anyone except me. How do you know them?
Hayu was silent for a moment, and a word suddenly popped into his mind.
Guided by fate. Fate?
Mei Liu chuckled softly.
Aren't you a materialist?
I don't know, I just believe in this thing more. I don't know why, but it feels mysterious. Hayu shrugged, picked up his things, and walked out of the classroom. Next time, don't be so fierce to your students.
Hayu angrily turned to Mei Liu. I almost thought I was going to die. Your reaction doesn't look like someone who's dying. Mei Liu laughed lightly. Mind your own business.
Hayu grabbed his bag and left the classroom.
Ow. Ow.
The little tiger roared angrily in the contract space. It witnessed everything that just happened. Its master nearly died at the hands of that woman.
How could it not be angry? It's fine, just messing around.
Hayu gently patted the back of his hand.
Next time, just stay away from the mental systems. Not every mentalist is as easy to talk to as Mei Liu. Did he leave?
Mei Liu confirmed with the illusion charming nine-tailed fox. The illusion charming nine-tailed fox nodded.
That's good.
Mei Liu smiled gently at the illusion charming nine-tailed fox, who also smiled back at her, then. The expressions of the girl and the fox suddenly twisted, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood, cold sweat dripping down in large drops.
Huff, huff.
Mei Liu leaned on the multimedia lectern, her face pale. She still clearly remembered that when she tried to probe into Hayu's memories, a pair of gigantic eyes with a holy golden hue among the crimson appeared before her. Those eyes stared at her and the illusion charming nine-tailed fox, saying not a word, but revealing immense pressure.
God.
This was the first word that came to Mei Liu's mind when she saw those eyes. After that, their mental forms were shattered, and their real bodies were harmed as well.
That kid.
Mei Liu looked at Hayu leaving downstairs, her eyes filled only with fear.
How many secrets is he hiding? The golden rays of the setting sun fell, as He walked toward the resting battle beast leopard parked by the roadside under the golden sunset. Chapter 87, Urgent Mission. Afterward, He spent a peaceful week at school. The next day, He went to attend classes with Zheng Guangzong. Zheng Guangzong's last brilliant research, unsurprisingly, failed and was completely impractical. But Zheng Guangzong did not lose heart. This time, the failure was relatively short. The longest failure before lasted 2 years, where all values were controlled within the most precise ranges, yet it still failed. During that time, Zheng Guangzong really gave up on himself for a long time. Now, this failure that took only a day wasn't a big deal for his decades-long research career. For a week, He and the little tiger were not troubled by Mei Lu, but He still did not let his guard down. Whenever he encountered Mei Lu on the road, he avoided her. He skipped her public classes whenever possible. However, Zheng Guangzong's classes were not easy either. He spent almost every day accompanying Zheng Guangzong for research, sometimes not even having time to eat, and one day he returned late into the night. He and the little tiger were lying on the cold medical bed. Covered with pads, the pads connected to the instrument by wires. Above them were He and Xiaohu's various parameters. Number 1 recorded data nearby. Sometimes even He could not tell whether it was male or female, sometimes it showed a very masculine demeanor, sometimes it appeared quite feminine. But since it was an artificial metal life form, it should presumably be genderless, right? He try to check the bond compatibility with Xiaohu? Zheng Guangzong said. One person and one tiger nodded, then activated the bond compatibility. High temperatures filled every corner of the research room, but fortunately, the research equipment was fireproof and waterproof, so this temperature was not enough to make the equipment directly fail. Watching the numbers on the instrument surge upward, Zheng Guangzong nodded. The 10th star of the state can unleash the combat power of the 3rd or 4th star. The bond compatibility truly lives up to its name. Is it ready, teacher? He asked. Almost. Wait for the data to stabilize. The data gradually stabilized, and Zheng Guangzong also breathed a sigh of relief. Your heart rates are faster than normal. Zheng Guangzong said, in a resting state, it's about 300 beats per minute. Upon hearing this, He and Xiaohu nodded. Every time the bond compatibility state was activated, they felt their heart rates jumping like springs, blood flowing through their bodies in an instant. Added with the element activation caused by bond compatibility, it was what allowed them to unleash combat power that was normally unmatched. But unfortunately, Zheng Guangzong shook his head. It doesn't meet the standard for fusion. What is the standard for fusion in your heart, teacher? He asked. The human and battle beast completely understand each other, their heartbeats are perfectly in sync, and the two individuals completely merge into one. But teacher, that's impossible. He said, two completely different individuals cannot merge into a brand new individual. I know. Zheng Guangzong lowered his head in disappointment, but maybe a miracle will happen? Miracle. He felt a headache upon hearing this word. Betting hope on an elusive miracle is the greatest taboo for researchers. He also despised the word miracle. Just like he told Mei Lu, he believed in fate, believed in reality, and disliked words full of variables, lacking constants. Miracle. Such a word was a joke in Hiyu's eyes. Hiyu smiled. Just take care of himself, get through the credits, let Zheng Guangzong handle the rest. It's getting late, you should head back. Zheng Guangzong looked at the setting sun and smiled at Hiyu. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Hiyu took back Xiaohu, grabbed his things, and ran out of the research room. Still just a child. Zheng Guangzong watched Hiyu's departing back, chuckling softly. I'll buy him 2 packs of spicy strips next week. Searching number 1's eyes lit up with data-garbled text. Spicy strips, snacks, high oil and high salt. The salt and oil in a pack of spicy strips is half of an adult's daily intake. Occasionally eat it. Not every day. This week, Hiyu was helping Zheng Guangzong and using his own body to assist Zheng Guangzong's research, because an awakened bond compatibility contract master was much more advanced than an ordinary contract master. Moreover, according to Zheng Guangzong and his predecessor's thoughts, fusion was a mechanism that evolved upward based on bond compatibility. Thus, when he saw Hiyu awaken bond compatibility and even rank first, Zheng Guangzong was happier than anyone else. Hiyu was just about to return to the dormitory when he suddenly heard his phone ring. Hiyu picked up the phone and saw it was a message from Wang Ku. Wang Ku, Beast Alliance branch, come quickly. Only such a short sentence. And emergency tasks were the fewer words, the more urgent. Seeing this, Hiyu's pupils shrank. 10 minutes later, Hiyu fell from the sky, crashing through the roof of the Beast Alliance branch, landing in Yang Lingzhou's office. What's wrong? Hiyu said, withdrawing from the bond synchronization state. An urgent mission? Just now, Hiyu had the war beast eagle take him into Yuzhou City, activated the bond synchronization state, and let the little tiger slap him away to the Beast Master Alliance.
In that moment of flying out, he pulled the little tiger back into the contract space. So, it only took 10 minutes to arrive. Yang Linzhou, covered in dust and rubble, looked helplessly at He who landed beside him.
You actually didn't need to be in such a rush. Yang Linzhou patted off the dust on his body. Sorry, Officer Yang, I'm here to help you. He said, reaching out to remove the rubble from Yang Linzhou's head. Seeing Yang Linzhou's hair messily like a bird's nest, He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha.
The members of the spirit warrior team next to them showed lines of awkwardness on their faces.
You really have some guts. Get back to your team. Yang Linzhou supported his forehead. He returned to the team, standing straight and waiting for Yang Linzhou's orders.
Someone has spotted the traces of the Beast God Society. Yang Linzhou said to everyone, in the forest, but not the one where the mother tiger is, rather the forest on the other side of the cliff. You all know it, right?
Got it.
The 7 shouted in unison. You all know how terrible the Beast God Society is, even the 4 lords and the Night Alliance have issued a kill on-site order. But you all have just been promoted for less than a year. This task is too dangerous. So the task I'm giving you is to go over there and investigate a bit, to see if it's the remnants of the Beast God Society. If it is, come back and report to me so I can send a senior team to handle it.
Is that clear? Clear. *7. Remember, don't do anything foolish.
If something feels off, run quickly. The cruelty of the Beast God Society is beyond what you can imagine. I have dealt with those beasts before. Yang Linzhou touched the 3 claw marks on his face, his heroic face filled with sorrow and grief.
These 3 scars and my empty contract space are the best proof. Wang Ke, as the captain, don't lead everyone to act foolishly.
Understood.
Wang Ke saluted at the front. I will bring my team back alive.
Everyone urged for more updates and 5 stars. It seems not many people are watching. The data is really bleak.
Chapter 88, Night Patrol Owl.
He led the spirit warrior team to the entrance of the cave and peeked inside.
Sister Yu Chang isn't here?
He said, somewhat frustrated.
She probably went out to hunt for food?
Li Mingtong said, after all, even if she's at the general level, she still needs to eat.
Why does it have to be at this time?
He looked at the empty cave and couldn't help but click his tongue.
For some reason, 2 words suddenly popped into Yu's mind: destiny.
He shook his head, trying to shake those thoughts away.
Let's go. We don't need to trouble Senior Tianyu Silkworm. Wang Ke said, we're just going to scout, not to fight. Leave the fighting to those senior teams. Though that's true.
He didn't know why, but suddenly felt an ominous premonition.
The feeling in his heart couldn't be ignored. He never undertook uncertain tasks.
He always left himself an escape route and a trump card.
I'll write a letter to Sister Yu Chang. If we haven't returned by 3 in the morning, I'll ask her to help.
As he spoke, he took out paper and pen from his space and began to write.
Is it really necessary to be this cautious, little Hiyu?
Lena, seeing Hiyu's timid demeanor, couldn't help but giggle behind her hand. I'm quite afraid of dying.
He responded, I'm not afraid of you all laughing at me. I really am very afraid of death, so most of the time, I leave myself an escape route.
The 6 others said nothing, just smiling and shaking their heads. Everyone is afraid of death, but Hiyu's approach feels a bit excessive.
Done.
Hiyu put the pen back into his space and left a pile of mulberry leaves on the ground. In this way, Hiyu's ominous premonition slightly faded away.
Let's go.
Hiyu said to the few people, sorry for taking a bit of time.
It's okay.
Xia Qingchuan laughed and patted Hiyu's shoulder. Being careful is a good thing.
Who can predict tomorrow?
Hiyu nodded, sat on Qionyu's thunder black, and flew to the forest on the other side of the cliff. In the forest, under the floor of a shabby wooden cabin, a man's voice came through.
Stay steady.
Please, I beg you, stay steady. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with gray at his temples, surrounded by precise instruments, while he stared at the numbers jumping on the screen in front of him, his mood rising and falling with the numbers. I've failed this step more than 30 times.
Please, don't fail again.
The man wore a white lab coat, stained with blood, and scattered around his feet were bones of battle beasts. In front of him, a large container filled with green liquid housed a monster that resembled a person, quietly sleeping.
Suddenly, the monster's eyelashes moved, then returned to calm.
The man, looking at the steady data on the display screen, laughed out loud in joy. It worked! It worked!
Ha ha ha!
After failing over 30 times. At last, it worked! The man laughed maniacally, kicking aside the bones on the ground, and began to dance excitedly in the underground laboratory.
Finally succeeded. In the container, that oddly shaped thing opened its eyes.
The eyes of an eagle and a wolf opened, looking so strange.
You're awake?
The man excitedly approached the container and asked in a low voice. The monster inside stretched out its double hands, which had scales and fur, or rather claws. Looking at its oddly shaped body, couldn't help but frown. It wanted to say something, but its mouth was connected to a breathing machine, making it unable to produce any sound. I know you're not very satisfied with this body, Bai Yang said to the monster, but please understand. After you were killed by those bastards from the Four Lords and the Knights Alliance, I finally managed to dig out your body. At that time, your body was hacked in half by the Phoenix God Lord, hanging by a thread. Only your head was still somewhat intact. After that, I dug out your brain, kept it alive with active technology, and then kept trying, and finally made a body for you. Watching Bai Yang boast, the monster couldn't help but rub its forehead. That wasn't what it meant. What it wanted to say was that these hands are eagle claws and wolf claws, completely unable to work like human hands. Can I get a change? At least monkey hands would do. How can I even grab anything like this? You and the others crossed the cliff, arriving at the forest on the other side of the cliff. It was already deep night, around 10 p.m., and everything around was pitch black, unable to see anything. There was a reason for choosing this time, according to Wang Li, as the saying goes, attack when they're unprepared. This late hour, the other party must be fast asleep, making it easier to investigate. You and the others didn't turn on their lights, afraid of being discovered, so they all advanced in the dark. Li Mingtong had a bit of a tough time. His battle beast was a stone armor bear, which was famously blind. The battle beast would cause its owner to inherit some of its traits, and unfortunately, Li Mingtong was affected in his vision, making it impossible for him to see anything at night without lights, leading him to bump into things all along the way. In the end, there was no other choice but for Lena to take his hand and lead him together. You should have bought night vision goggles. Lena helplessly covered her face. Sorry. Li Mingtong apologized, with a bruised face. On a nearby tree, a pair of eyes was watching them. Patrolling night owl. Type, battle beast, common type. Attribute, darkness. Quality, ordinary. Level, battle realm 1 star. He stared at the suddenly appearing system panel in surprise, then glanced at the tree branch beside him. A completely black owl, about the size of a rural goose, was staring straight at them. If it weren't for its golden eyes, they probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. He tugged at Wang Li's shirt. What's wrong? Wang Li asked. I need to go to the bathroom, I'm scared of the dark, can you come with me? He asked. No way, you're 18 already, still afraid of the dark. Just as Wang Li was about to scold his head suddenly turned. During the patrol last night, He never mentioned being scared of the dark. Why did he suddenly feel that way today? Wait, something's off. Fine, I'll go with you. Wang Li nodded. He wildly signaled Wang Li to keep quiet, while his eyes darted toward the tree. Wang Li looked over and spotted the owl. Should we strike? He asked quietly. Don't scare it away yet. Wang Li said, we're here to investigate, not to fight. Besides, the Beast God Club is fierce. If it comes to a fight, we wouldn't have the upper hand. Then what do we do? It's been staring at us, and that's not good. Did you forget? Our team has light magic. Wang Li smiled. Upon hearing this, He was taken aback, then showed a wicked grin. Shen Yao. It's a bit dark. Turn on the light. So He won't pee on his feet. Shen Yao, though unsure of Wang Li's intentions, complied. The spirit light mushroom appeared on the ground, illuminating the darkness like a night lamp. In an instant, everyone saw the patrolling owl above their heads. The owl froze, realizing it wanted to flee quickly. Lena. Got it. A 5-meter-tall red petal appeared beside Lena, and surrounding plants strangely began to coil toward the owl. Darkness-based attacks are strong, but slow. This is something everyone knows. The owl was burdened by its own attributes, soon trapped tightly, falling to the ground. Everyone stepped on the owl, laughing. Looks like it really is the Beast God Club. We can only notify the higher-ups to come eliminate it. The owl looked at Wang Li, who was speaking, a strange smile forming at the corner of its beak. He sensed something was wrong and pushed Wang Li aside. Watch out. The dark energy next to the owl lunged forward but missed, rushing at it instead. The owl's body was consumed by darkness, disappearing without a trace. Night Patrol Owl's innate skill, shadow blending, allows itself to merge into dark elements to escape danger. Oh no. He realized he had been tricked. The attack just now wasn't an attacking move, but a means to escape. The owl fled back to the underground laboratory, reaching Bai Yang's side. Chapter 89, The Sown Monster. Ha! Bai Yang looked at the night patrol owl that had appeared on his shoulder, slightly taken aback. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! The night patrol owl reported something to Bai Yang, and his face turned pale. The Tianhua Kingdom officials? The Beast Master Alliance? Damn it! How could they be here? He couldn't remember ever exposing anything.
What do we do now?
Bai Yang looked anxiously at the monster still inside the container, raking his hair in annoyance.
We're just one step away.
Just one more step, and my master can be fully revived.
This container can't be moved in such a short time. The monster in the container, observing Bai Yang pacing back and forth, felt equally frustrated. Finally close to revival, but now the Tianhua kingdom found them. Calm down, calm down.
Bai Yang forced himself to chill, his breathing gradually stabilizing. I need to stop them, stop them. As long as I buy time, until my master's body stabilizes completely, then he will have peak spirit realm power. Aside from a few high ranks in Yuzhou City, no one will be a match.
Then we can escape.
As Bai Yang spoke, he raised his hand. A complete white ring lit up on the back of his hand.
Run!
Wang Li shouted at everyone, it's definitely the Beast God Club.
Hurry back to report to the higher-ups.
As everyone was about to board the Thunder Roarcrow to leave, Thunderous Raven's feet were entangled by something.
Ha!
Thunderous Raven looked down in confusion and saw his feet had been swallowed by the ground without him noticing.
What's wrong?
Wang Li asked anxiously, but after just a few steps, he realized he couldn't move. Wang Li looked down and found his feet were swallowed by the ground. Turning his head, he saw others experiencing the same fate.
TSK Little Tiger.
He summoned Little Tiger, and the two immediately began to bond. The overwhelming firepower cracked the ground, and He and Little Tiger successfully escaped.
Everyone wait for me. I will be right. It's too late.
Chen Yao said in a deep voice. He was stunned, then saw everyone's calves were swallowed by the soil, starting to sink into the ground.
The opponent is Earth-type, and his level is higher than ours.
Li Mingtong furrowed his brows and spoke.
He wants to bury us alive.
Lina shouted angrily, the opponent is at least a 5-star in the battle realm, even as a wood-type, I can't break free.
He Run!
Xinyu shouted towards He go get help.
We can't let him escape. Abandon you?
He spoke in a deep voice, then clenched his fist, with Little Tiger's claws raised high.
Sorry, my dictionary is a bootleg, I don't have abandon in it. Bang!
He smashed down with his fist, while Little Tiger slapped down, and the entire ground suddenly began to break apart. The ground was pierced by the two, and beneath it was hollow. A yellow earth-colored crocodile, covered in soil armor, looked up in surprise at the few who fell through the hole.
It's your doing, right?
He raised his fist and slammed it down on the crocodile. Just as he was about to hit the crocodile, a white circle of light appeared on it and removed the crocodile.
Is someone there?
He hit empty air, standing in place bewildered. The others and Thunderous Raven fell down, and before they could react, darkness suddenly enveloped them.
The darkness swallowed everyone, and Wang Li, sensing something was wrong, crushed the emergency communicator before being completely engulfed. Everyone was consumed by darkness, vanishing from the spot. Seeing the flashing red light on the desk, Yang Linzhou's pupils shrank rapidly.
Damn it!
Something's wrong.
Yang Linzhou picked up the microphone and shouted. All high-level teams still at the Beast Master Alliance branch.
Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly.
The broadcast echoed in every corner of the branch, and some high-level team members, who were about to leave work, froze and then wore worried expressions.
Let's go, time to get to work again.
He and the others opened their eyes and found themselves surrounded by thick iron plates.
There's actually something that can bond like this. Bai Yang looked at the screen showing He, instantly expressing surprise. Bonding, this has research value.
Beside him, a dark attribute dark demon lizard, a dark-type nightwatch owl, and a swamp earth crocodile looked at the creatures inside the container, all showing expressions of confusion.
Don't move, that's an adult.
Bai Yang said to the battle beasts. Hiss, the dark demon lizard flicked its tongue, turning to say something to Bai Yang.
What? You're saying the adult is trying to break the container?
Inside the container, the creature looked at the surveillance screen showing He, its eyes widened in excitement, letting out a low growl like a beast.
Roar!
The creature ripped off the tubes attached to it, activating its status card at 99%. It clenched its claws tightly and punched out.
Bang!
The glass container shattered in response, and green liquid instantly splattered everywhere, spreading beneath its feet. The creature's feet, or rather, claws, stepped out, its stitched face covered in hair and scales, eyes bloodshot and excited, slowly walking towards Bai Yang.
Thud! Thud!
With heavy footsteps, Bai Yang felt he could hear his own heartbeat now.
Master!
Bai Yang's face turned pale in fear, and he fell to the ground.
You! The creature spoke, its voice hoarse and murky. Can you swap this kid's body for me?
The creature pointed at the He on the screen, its sharp claws glinting with cold light. But, sir, our Beast God Society's ideal is the fusion of humans and beasts, so that the contract masters can also gain cultivation abilities.
Bai Yang said in a panic, your current body is a bit ugly, but you are already very close to the goal of a contract master's cultivation. You know this body is hideously ugly. The monster glared at Bai Yang with hatred, its sharp teeth gleaming as its expression grew increasingly sinister. This. Bai Yang was momentarily speechless. You know how handsome my original body was? The monster bent down, looking angrily at Bai Yang. Now I'm stuck with this ugly face, and I put up with that, but look at these hands. As it spoke, it raised two claws in front of Bai Yang. This damn thing can't even hold a weapon. What's the difference from a wild beast? The monster roared furiously in front of Bai Yang, its foul saliva splattering onto his face. And the monster looked at Hiyu on the display screen, its eyes filled with excitement. A body capable of achieving bond compatibility is my dream. Sir. A personal dream is insignificant compared to an organizational dream. You also said, all the upper echelons of the Beast God Society have been killed, right? The monster looked at Bai Yang, its expression calm. Now, maybe it's just us left? This. Bai Yang seemed unable to refute. Now that the Beast God Society has been destroyed, it has long lost its meaning. The monster stood up, looking at Hiyu on the screen, tightening its claws. Why not take this opportunity to realize my dream? A body that can unlock bond compatibility, I really like it. Meanwhile, in the image, Hiyu and Wang Li were checking their surroundings but found no exit. Just punch through. Xia Qingchuan exclaimed, releasing the flaming fire ape. Hiyu. Let's join forces with our fire powers and create an exit from this broken place. Alright, Sister Xia. Chapter 90, Crisis of the Battle Spirit. Xia Qingchuan and Hiyu concentrated their firepower at one point, burning a large hole in the iron plate wall like electric welding. The steel plate continued to melt until it could accommodate several people. Hurry up! The two called out, running out first to scout the way. Surrounded by iron plates, this place resembled an underground base wrapped in metal. Captain just crushed the emergency communicator, right? Hiyu asked Xia Qingchuan. Yes. Xia Qingchuan nodded. It will take them about 2 hours to get here. That's the straight distance. Hiyu frowned. That's the shortest distance, but within that distance is the territory of the Flame Spirit Tiger's mother, and she won't allow strange humans to enter her territory. To bypass Tiger Mom's territory and reach here would take at least 4 hours. After hearing this, Xia Qingchuan's expression became serious. Sister Xia, do you think we can last for 4 hours? Hiyu asked. Don't say that. Xia Qingchuan said solemnly, quietly to Hiyu, don't lose hope. Though she said this, Hiyu saw that Xia Qingchuan's hands were trembling. Hiyu didn't voice his thoughts either. He didn't have confidence in himself, he could only place his hope on Yu Chang. Suddenly, two words appeared in Hiyu's mind. Fate. Damn fate. At this moment, Hiyu felt an intense loathing for this word. He even began to yearn for a miracle to happen. Sir, please be careful. Bai Yang watched cautiously as the monster clumsily tried to put on clothes, but because of the friction from the scales and fur on its body, it just wouldn't go on. Your body is stitched together, not very stable, and you haven't fully adapted to this body yet. Please be careful not to lose any body parts. The monster tried several times but couldn't get the clothes on. In fact, its sharp claws tore the fabric into tattered rags. Damn it! The monster threw the clothes away and then went bare-chested. Not even a suitable piece of clothing. I won't wear it anymore. You. Go and catch that kid who can use the bond link for me. But, my lord. My strongest swamp earth crocodile was almost defeated by that kid. The bond link is just too strong. I can't win. Useless trash. The monster angrily glared at Bai Yang, raised its claw to strike him, then thought better of it and put it down again. Since you can't do it, then I will go myself. My lord. Think twice. Your body's activation level is only 99%. It won't be perfect until it reaches 100%. For example, your immune system can't fight off germs, and if your body gets hurt, it can't heal. When I get that kid's body, can't I just switch to a new one? The monster said angrily, this body is gone, it's gone. I actually can't wait to change to a new body. My lord. If something happens to you, the Beast God Association will be truly finished. So annoying. The monster punched Bai Yang in the face, instantly sending him flying into the iron wall behind him, pain shooting through his entire body. Ah! Bai Yang's battle beasts showed their teeth towards the monster, but they didn't dare to step forward to fight it. Because at this moment, the monster was at the peak of the 10th star of the spirit realm. Stop babbling and do what I told you to do. The monster scolded Bai Yang, no wonder you're just a little researcher. Babbling is making my ears hurt. Yes, my lord. Bai Yang trembled as he stood up, looking towards the screen. Dark Demon Lizard, Night Patrol Owl, take my lord and that kid to the same place. And kill those guys while you're at it.
The moment the officials discover it, it's better to make a clean sweep and eliminate them all.
Yes, my lord.
Bai Yang nodded repeatedly. I have learned, subordinate. He and the others walked through the corridor, and nobody spoke, as if a layer of unshakable gloom enveloped them. Though he liked quiet places, he didn't like this eerie silence.
Let's just say it. Xinyu was the first to stop, speaking solemnly to Captain Wangko. Captain Wangko, are we facing great danger?
The others also stopped, while Wang Ko, who was being questioned, said nothing.
I know.
Ever since I chose this path, my fate has already been sealed. The best outcome is to work until a certain age and then retire, enjoying my old age on the pension issued by the Tianhua state. Xinyu spoke, his voice choked with emotion.
I know it's wrong to talk like this now, but...
Xinyu could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. My parents are totally relying on me to support them.
You all know, my biological parents died due to the war. I was raised by adoptive parents.
When they found me, they were already very old. After putting all their effort into raising me, they lost their source of income. I managed to care for them for 2 years, they also lived happily for 2 years.
I'm sorry.
I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm really afraid of dying.
What will happen to my parents if I die? Who will take care of them?
Qinyu's tears fell like pearls that broke free from their string, flowing uncontrollably.
I'm scared.
I'm scared that my parents will have no one to care for them. I'm scared I will never see everyone in the battle spirit team again. Xinyu cried. Ultimately, he had only been in society for a few years, and inside he was still a child. The others in the team usually took great care of him, but now, everyone was going to be buried here. Just thinking about it made him unable to control his emotions. He is human, he cannot bear to see his companions, whom he interacts with daily, die here.
I've said before.
Wang Ko, who had been silent, finally spoke. I will take you out alive, I never go back on my word. He watched the scene, saying nothing. He was also afraid of dying, but he was selfishly afraid of dying.
He knew that too.
But he also didn't want the companions he grew close to over time to die. Just as he was about to summon the system to see if there was anything useful, the surrounding darkness suddenly surged towards him. He was startled, wanting to escape, but the darkness had already wrapped around his feet.
He?
Everyone was shocked and tried to save He, but it was already too late. He was consumed by the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Worry about yourselves before worrying about your comrade. A mass of darkness appeared in front of everyone, as Bai Yang stepped out from the shadows with his 3 battle beasts. The 6 people saw the black beast head emblem on Bai Yang's clothing and gasped in surprise.
Beast God Society? What have you done to He?
Upon hearing this, Bai Yang curled the corner of his mouth into a slight smile. Being favored by that lord is a great honor.
Damn it! Get him! Beat him until he gives up He.
At this, everyone rushed forward, their contract rings appearing beside them as they charged at Bai Yang.
Ah, it's still so hot even though autumn is almost here.
After returning from her hunt, Yu Chang suddenly stopped, her 2 antennae twitching.
He used pheromone? Just left not long ago?
Yu Chang, puzzled, returned to the cave, and then saw a letter written on A4 paper lying on the ground.
Haven't come back in the deep night, so I'm going to look for him in the forest beyond the cliff? Beast God Society?
Yu Chang vaguely remembered hearing this name. It seemed that 30 years ago, while passing through a continent, a group of people in uniforms wanted to capture her, but she escaped. She still recalled them saying something about the Beast God Society.
Let me check the time.
Saying this, Yu Chang stepped outside to look. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a dim light that illuminated the entire forest.
Still not back? It seems something really has happened.
Not sensing any pheromones from the returning group, Yu Chang flapped her wings and flew towards the mother tiger's territory.
She needed to confirm this thoroughly. Chapter 91, Beast God Society 12 seats, Ugly Cow.
When Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast place, a place so large that it covered at least a kilometer, enough for battle beasts to fight. Yu was puzzled, and then he saw a humanoid figure walking towards him.
Who?
Yu summoned Little Tiger, watching the shadow ahead vigilantly.
Ha ha ha.
A hoarse and murky laughter came, causing Yu to shiver involuntarily.
What a strange laugh. Oh whoa.
Little Tiger crouched down, watching the approaching figure with caution.
What?
Yu stared at Little Tiger in surprise.
There are both humans and various animal scents? What kind of strange creature is this?
Affiliation, battle beast species.
Attribute, chaos. Quality. Level, pinnacle of spiritual realm. What is this?
Yu looked at the string of question marks displayed on the system panel, bewildered.
Can't detect it?
Yu observed the strange creature ahead with caution. The creature gradually approached Yu, and only then did Yu see its appearance clearly. It was a humanoid creature, a monster seemingly stitched together from multiple beings. If he had to make a comparison, he thought it looked like the stitched monster Frankenstein from American movies.
However, while Frankenstein used human body parts, this creature used pieces from battle beasts.
Only its face was slightly human-like, and of course, it was only slightly.
Hello.
The monster waved at Hiyu, seemingly greeting him in a friendly manner. Hiyu did not let down his guard, holding the battle beast knife he exchanged from the system store for 200,000 battle points, capable of countering pinnacle-level battle realms.
Don't be so nervous, little guy.
The monster chuckled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qiongqi. Although I don't look great now, I used to be very handsome.
As the monster spoke, it winked at Hiyu. Hiyu felt goosebumps all over his body. You really don't need to stay so far from me. We can get a bit closer and talk, don't you think?
Qiongqi smiled.
Hiyu stepped back a step. TSK.
Seeing this, Qiongqi slightly frowned.
You little brat, if it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of damaging this body of yours, would I really need to get this close to you?
Qiongqi muttered softly.
You really don't need to stay so far away.
Come here, uncle has something delicious.
Qiongqi said with a smile. Hiyu glanced at Qiongqi's claw-like hands. Tiger skin phoenix claws?
Phoenix claws. Qiongqi's veins bulged on his forehead.
Battle value plus 500. Ah ha ha, how could it be?
Qiongqi smiled awkwardly. But I didn't see anything else on you besides the tiger skin phoenix claws.
Let's not talk about food. We're not talking about food.
Qiongqi's face darkened, but he still maintained his composure.
Are you from the Beast God Association?
Hiyu asked.
Little guy has good eyes.
Qiongqi gave a thumbs up. I am the second-ranked ugly cow in the Beast God Association's 12 seats.
Once a ruler of the old continent, ugly cow. You should know, right?
Hiyu looked at him, silent for a while, indeed very ugly.
You damn.
Battle value plus 700.
Qiongqi calmed his emotions and then smilingly asked Hiyu, do you know me?
I can introduce you to a job at the Beast God Association. The benefits are definitely better than what you have in Tianhua country's official.
Oh, I remembered who you are.
Hiyu suddenly laughed.
Really?
Qiongqi looked at Hiyu with surprise. You are that high-ranking member of the Beast God Association who got bisected by my idol, Phoenix God Jun Huang Linyang, 10 years ago. I saw you while surfing the internet. The report said you challenged Huang Linyang for a one-on-one and got slashed with a sword on the first exchange. Even Louis XVI didn't have it as bad as you, at least he was left with a skin swallow.
Creak. Qiongqi bit down and crushed a tooth in his mouth. Battle value plus 750.
Although Hiyu was running his mouth, he was feeling very nervous inside. Not for any reason, just because this guy in front of him has reached the peak of the spirit realm.
This is stronger than Lin Ling, only the teachers of the Beast Fighting Academy could compare.
As the saying goes, the values never care about your flashy tricks. As long as the value is high enough, it crushes down your heaven-defying skills. Hiyu realized he might have talked too much, so he put on a fake smile and said, but you can rest assured, I still really like you.
Really? Qiongqi looked at Hiyu happily.
Of course. Hiyu nodded. I'm very interested in your research, especially your idea of replacing human bodies with the bodies of battle beasts to realize the possibility of human cultivation. Actually, Hiyu didn't understand what Qiongqi was doing. He only sensed a clue from his current stitched body, and thus said a falsehood.
That's great. Come here. Let me tell you about our organization's noble ideals.
Seeing Qiongqi's delighted appearance, Hiyu knew he guessed right. But he couldn't let his guard down. Hiyu tightened his grip on the machete and led Xiaohu towards Qiongqi.
Seeing Hiyu approaching, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of Qiongqi's mouth. He wasn't very skilled at controlling this body yet. But Hiyu acted as if he didn't see it and walked straight towards him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to really heed his words. The other party had been calling him over and definitely had no good intentions. And he was ready with a counter-strategy. Let's first talk about the salary.
Hiyu said as he stood in front of Qiongqi.
No rush, no rush.
Qiongqi smiled as he slowly reached his claw towards Hiyu's shoulder. Suddenly, the speed of the claw increased and came down heavy towards Hiyu. Hiyu's eyes narrowed, his right fist tightened, and the green jade wrist guard emitted dazzling green light. Xiaohu also raised his huge front paw and fiercely slammed down towards Qiongqi.
Bang!
Hiyu's fist struck Qiongqi, instantly sending him flying dozens of meters away.
Ugh!
Qiongqi desperately stabilized his body, using his claws to dig into the ground, leaving a few chasms on the surface, barely managing to stop.
Damn brat!
Qiongqi stood up angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Hiyu. Hiyu held his aching right hand that had been shaken, glancing at the blade that had been cut with a notch, his brow furrowed.
So damn hard. Ow woo.
Little Tiger raised his sore front paw, his face full of vigilance.
Seems like I need to break through to the battle realm.
He looked at Little Tiger's breakthrough conditions. Initial level fire element spirit source 50 pieces, initial level beast element spirit source 30 pieces. No one had a clear standard for the spirit sources needed for the breakthrough. Even if you absorbed more, the breakthrough probability wouldn't reach 100%. Only by absorbing a certain amount of spirit sources could you achieve a perfect breakthrough. He had a system, so he naturally knew the resources needed for a perfect breakthrough. Having submitted the spirit sources, the system panel immediately displayed a sentence.
Breaking through, 30 minutes until breakthrough success.
I didn't break through before because I didn't want to draw too much attention. He swung the blade in his hand, pointing it directly at the furious Zhang Ruanji in the distance.
Little Tiger, help Big Brother hold on for 30 minutes. You'll be able to break through to the battle level. Ah woo.
Little Tiger bent down, letting out a roar full of fighting spirit.
Chapter 92, Bitter Battle.
The 6 members of the battle spirit team, except for Wang Ku and Xia Qingchuan, could not unleash their power. The passage was too narrow, Wang Ku was human-shaped, and Xia Qingchuan's battle beast was not that large but still faced restrictions.
In contrast, Bai Yang faced far fewer limitations.
His battle beast was small, and he was more familiar with the layout here than anyone, giving him the upper hand.
Old Li.
Let the stone-armored bear restrict that crocodile's movements.
Wang Ku shouted at Li Mingtong.
Captain Old Bear is stuck in the passage. Li Mingtong said, looking at the stone-armored bear that had gotten stuck on both sides of the passage as soon as it was summoned. The stone-armored bear was stuck in the passage, looking lifeless.
Damn it, Wang Ku's brow furrowed tightly.
At that moment, several mushrooms with glowing colors attached to several people, with Wang Ku and Xia Qingchuan having the most. My spirit light mushroom can create a doppelganger. Chen Yao held up a spirit light mushroom that was still smaller than a palm and said, although the healing effect will be significantly reduced, having it is better than not having it.
Thanks a lot, Chen Yao.
Wang Ku's fist was enveloped in dazzling orange light as he struck at the dark demon lizard in front of him.
The dark demon lizard turned into a shadow and dove into the darkness, dodging Wang Ku's attack.
Wang Ku's fist struck the wall, instantly penetrating the steel barrier, and wet soil fell into the passage, which the swamp earth crocodile used to reinforce and protect Bai Yang's giant earthen ball.
Ha ha ha.
Bai Yang, inside the thick earthen ball, revealed only a pair of eyes.
Stop struggling. Isn't it better to suffer a little less?
How scared are you of death? Wang Ku scolded Bai Yang, pointing at the earthen ball.
So what if I'm scared of death?
Aren't you scared? Bai Yang countered.
Wang Ku was momentarily taken aback by this. Is he scared of death? Is there anyone who isn't scared of death?
Of course, he was scared.
Damn it, he yelled at Bai Yang. Then you just keep playing.
Here, my battle beast has plenty of room to unleash its power, while you just wait to be exhausted to death here.
What do you mean? Lina questioned Bai Yang. Just figure it out slowly. You fools. Damn it.
Xia Qingchuan was in combat with the swamp earth crocodile. The swamp earth crocodile had very high defense and was wrapped in moist mud, completely unafraid of fire. Moreover, the passage just barely fit the blazing fire gorilla, unable to perform its large-scale moves due to the narrow space.
Roar!
Just as the blazing fire gorilla wanted to continue using fire-based attacks against the swamp earth crocodile, a pair of black claws tore through the air, grabbing the blazing fire gorilla from behind. The blazing fire gorilla felt pain, and just as it aimed to grab the night watch owl, it was skillfully evaded. Then, the dark demon lizard rushed out from the shadows again. A claw reached out towards the blazing fire ape.
Got you.
Wang Ku grabbed at the dark magic lizard. Seeing the bad situation, the dark magic lizard slipped back into the shadows.
Damn it.
Wang Ku grabbed nothing and stomped his feet anxiously. Beside him, Lina said nothing. She was trying to make her battle beast break apart the dirt ball.
Don't underestimate plants.
Countless tiny plants crept in through the gaps in the steel plates and began to gradually dissolve the dirt ball. Bai Yang inside the dirt ball saw cracks forming and froze for a moment, then was startled.
This is bad.
The dark magic lizard and night watching owl received orders and ran towards the dirt ball with the swamp soil crocodile. Don't let him escape.
Lina yelled. I'll go.
Qiongqi shouted, as the trapped thunder roarcrow released currents like a light cannon, aiming at the 3 battle beasts. The dirt ball suddenly shattered, blocked by the swamp soil crocodile controlling the attack of the current.
Darkness quickly enveloped Bai Yang and the 3 battle beasts, vanishing from sight in an instant. Damn. He still got away. Wang Ku fumed. Now what do we do? Chen Yao asked. We either wait for rescue or we break through and get out. Lina, can your plants lift this place? Wang Ku asked Lina. No. Lina shook her head.
I just tried, it's too deep. If we lift the steel here, we'll all be buried alive.
Damn it. Just when He Yu isn't here. Xia Qingchuan angrily clenched her fists. By the way, have you all felt that? Li Mingtong's face turned red, breathing heavily. Is it hard to breathe? Huff, that scared me.
Bai Yang returned to the lab, looking at the 6 people on the screen who were still unaware. He had already sealed off that passage, so oxygen wouldn't get in, and Wang Ku and the others would eventually suffocate. However, he didn't expect that the opponents would element, clearly a control type, would almost cause him to face defeat.
What a troublesome opponent.
Bai Yang shook his head, then turned to the battleground of He Yu and Zhang Ruanji. At this moment, He Yu and Xiao Hu were struggling to resist Zhang Ruanji's attacks. Their attacks landed on Zhang Ruanji but had no effect.
The peak defense of the spiritual realm was not something a small realm could shake. Thanks to Zhang Ruanji not being familiar with this body, He Yu was barely holding on, but once Zhang Ruanji got used to it, then the doom of He Yu and Xiao Hu would come. Damn system, hurry up and break through.
Eyes closed face, no matter how the host urges, the system cannot give a quick breakthrough. It's like waiting for a traffic light, you can't just speed it up.
This system doesn't have the ability to accelerate time like the ones in heaven. Stop giving me philosophy. Tell me if there's anything that can help me last a bit longer? Based on the current battle value of the host, there's nothing. However, the host can choose to block using the Tianyu Silkworm blanket. TSK, another blanket. In a moment of dire need, He Yu truly didn't want to use the Tianyu Silkworm blanket to absorb damage.
Mainly because this item could easily sell for hundreds of millions, just using it to absorb damage felt painful. But if he didn't use it, it seemed like he'd truly earn money but lose his life. As long as he could hold on for this period, once he successfully broke through, he could use Berserk Enhancement to elevate Xiao Hu to the spiritual realm, plus the bond synergy, he could definitely turn the tables. He Yu quickly took out the Tianyu Silkworm blanket, swiftly wrapping it around himself and Xiao Hu, while taking out the tear gas light ball and throwing it at Zhang Ruanji. Seeing something thrown at him, Zhang Ruanji was taken aback and quickly dodged. The light ball landed beside Zhang Ruanji's feet, emitting a circle of blue beams, shining down on Zhang Ruanji. Zhang Ruanji froze for a moment, then a wave of sadness surged within his heart.
Good. He Yu exclaimed with surprise.
The light sphere can hold for at least half an hour, by then Xiao Hu will have successfully broken through.
Damn the 4 lords. Damn the Night Alliance. Damn Huang Lin Yang.
Zhang Ruanji roared to the sky, a powerful aura bursting forth.
How could they make me look like this? I can't face anyone anymore. Bastard.
He Yu and Xiao Hu were stunned at this scene.
What's going on? Why isn't he sad, and instead he's angry? What happened to the light sphere?
Turning sorrow into anger depends on the individual, please don't blame the tool.
What the hell? You little brat have a thing for Huang Linyang, don't you? Zhang Ruanji fixed his gaze on He Yu again. I'll beat you up so badly that your mother won't recognize you. This is bad. He Yu's heart instantly sank. Chapter 93 Despair.
Zhang Ruanji ignored the attack Xiao Hu directed at him and punched He Yu in the body.
He Yu realized he couldn't dodge and hurriedly took out the silk moth to block. Bang!
The attack hit the Tianyu silk moth, producing a dull sound, and He Yu's body instantly flew out, crashing against the steel wall behind him.
Cough, damn.
He Yu's throat tasted sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, barely forcing himself to stand up. The Tianyu silk moth had blocked a lot of damage, but due to the opponent being 2 major realms higher, the damage was still significant.
Just a Tianyu silk moth.
Zhang Ruanji said fiercely, don't think this thing can stop me. At the same time, he realized that he had thrown that punch with way too much power. If he damaged He Yu's body, he would no longer be able to use it.
He must knock him out.
Thinking this, Zhang Ruanji charged straight at He Yu.
Xiao Hu. Roar.
Xiao Hu gathered crimson flames in its mouth, a compressed fire cannon 10 centimeters in diameter shot toward Zhang Ruanji. Zhang Ruanji didn't even glance at it, casually swatting the flames away.
You think you can shake the spiritual realm with that realm? Are you out of your mind? You know you.
He Yu appeared before Zhang Ruanji, ferociously raising his machete, the green gem wrist guard glowing with light.
Got a lot to say?
The machete sliced through the air, directly striking the seam between Zhang Ruanji's upper and lower body.
Clang!
The seam made a sound like iron being struck, and He Yu's hands were once again jolted numb.
So hard. Do you really think this body's stitching thread is the same as what you use for sewing clothes?
Zhang Ruanji sneered as he grabbed He Yu's arm that he hadn't retracted in time. You are adorably naive.
Roar!
Xiao Hu charged forward and bit at Zhang Ruanji's head.
Clang!
Another clang echoed. Xiao Hu felt like its teeth were about to shatter.
I hate cats the most.
Zhang Ruanji punched Xiao Hu in the abdomen, the immense force lifting Xiao Hu's giant body completely off the ground. Although the Tianyu silk moth reduced most of the damage, he still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying back several meters.
Xiao Hu. You better worry about yourself.
Zhang Ruanji was about to attack Hiyu when suddenly a space crack appeared beside Hiyu. A tear gas canister was opened with Hiyu's teeth and thrown at Zhang Ruanji's face. The tear gas canister exploded on Zhang Ruanji's face, red smoke bursting out at close range, choking Zhang Ruanji so he couldn't open his eyes.
Cough cough cough. You're a space ability user? Zhang Ruanji was choked to tears and snot, constantly waving his hands to fan the air. Xiao Hu.
Hiyu charged out through the smoke with his eyes closed, running towards Xiao Hu's direction.
Are you okay? Roar. Xiao Hu weakly nodded. That punch almost took its life. It will be fine soon. Hiyu anxiously looked at the breakthrough interface, now in the final minute countdown. Hurry up. Damn. Stupid brat.
Zhang Ruanji charged out of the red smoke from the tear gas, both delighted and furious as he said, "So you're a space type?
I want your body more and more."
Zhang Ruanji kept rubbing her eyes, trying to make them feel better.
3, 2, 1.
In an instant, a colossal energy burst forth from Little Tiger, and Hiyu looked at this scene with joy. It worked. Little Tiger's realm continuously climbed, and overwhelming fire elemental energy formed a soaring pillar of fire, even melting the steel of the ceiling.
Roar.
Little Tiger let out a triumphant roar, excited, feeling as if it wore a fiery battle robe.
Battle Realm Star 1, breakthrough successful. Did I just break through to the Battle Realm?
Zhang Ruanji, just finished with her eyes, looked at this scene, somewhat surprised, but it's a pity, I am in the spirit realm.
That's enough to deal with you. Hiyu laughed heartily, fury strengthening. Activate.
10 seconds passed, nothing happened.
What are you doing? Zhang Ruanji asked in confusion. Hey, wait, why can't I use it?
Hiyu opened the system panel.
Current condition detected, host is in a joyful state, not angry. Fury strengthening cannot be activated. WTF?
Hiyu widened his eyes.
He slowly looked at Zhang Ruanji and couldn't help but swallow. Well, can we talk this out? Only now do you think of begging for mercy?
Zhang Ruanji twisted her neck, making cracking sounds, and sneered, even if you beg, I won't let you go. Zhang Ruanji had gradually become familiar with this body during the recent battle. This meant that it was now impossible for Hiyu to defeat her. As time passed, Zhang Ruanji's control over this body became more effortless, while Hiyu and Little Tiger, despite breaking through the battle realm and entering the bond compatibility state, were merely a joke in the face of absolute level suppression. A prey's final desperate struggle before being killed by the hunter. Finally, with a mistake, Zhang Ruanji pierced Little Tiger's abdomen with a punch, letting out a painful howl, collapsing in a pool of blood. Hiyu fed a medicine pill to Little Tiger, whose injuries rapidly healed, but he no longer had the strength to fight, weakly lying on the ground, watching helplessly as Zhang Ruanji overwhelmed Hiyu with ease. Hiyu didn't last long either, being stomped underfoot by Zhang Ruanji. His body was covered in wounds, looking like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Finally, a chilling arc appeared at the corner of Zhang Ruanji's mouth, and she let out a loud laugh, the body of bond compatibility.
Ha ha ha. It's mine now. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, my lord. Cheers to you, my lord.
Bai Yang's voice came from the monitor, sincerely congratulating Zhang Ruanji.
Have you solved things on your end? Zhang Ruanji looked at the monitor.
No, Bai Yang sighed regretfully, then changed his tone, but it will be soon.
What do you mean?
I've closed all the doors in that passage. Bai Yang laughed heartily, the doors are made of solid spirit stone and prison demon stone.
The battle beasts and contract masters will lose all their strength when they approach. They can't break through.
Also, I've shut off the oxygen supply system in the passage.
They won't last long before suffocating to death. Ha ha ha. You did a great job. Zhang Ruanji revealed a set of sharp teeth, laughing widely. What? Hiyu was startled, then summoned the system. System. Would you like to spend 1 million battle points to check on Wang Ku and others' situation? Yes.
The battle points were instantly deducted, and the system screen flickered, revealing Wang Ku and others' figures. At that moment, Wang Ku and the others looked pale, already showing symptoms of oxygen deficiency.
There was no sunlight here, and Lena's plant battle beast couldn't produce oxygen. They seemed to have given up on resistance, sitting by the wall waiting for death.
Hiyu looked at this scene, breathing quickening unconsciously. He was scared, afraid of Wang Ku and the others' death.
He didn't want Wang Ku and the others to die.
A strong desire and fear became nourishment, and within his body, a pair of blood-red eyes tinged with gold slowly opened.
Chapter 94, Thank you all for choosing me as captain.
Wang Ku and the others felt their breathing becoming more and more difficult. Exhausted, they sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, silently looking at each other. Damn it, Chen Yao swore. Unusually, that beast actually used prison demon stones and solid spirit stones to make the teleportation door. They had thought of every method, remote attacks, close combat outputs, they tried everything. The teleportation door stood there like an insatiable black hole, rendering all attacks useless, remaining unmoved. Even Wangko, a humanoid creature, found his power instantly drained within 10 meters of the door, unable to break through the half-meter thick steel door with just his level 2 battle body strength.
Stop talking. Lina looked at Chen Yao with some helplessness. At the crucial moment, let's say less.
Hearing this, everyone fell silent again.
After a few minutes of silence, Lina suddenly looked at Chen Yao. Actually, I like you. Ha? Chen Yao was stunned. I'm serious. Lina said firmly, I've had a crush on you for a long time but I never dared to confess.
Really? Chen Yao nodded. I didn't expect my cold personality would be liked by girls.
I just like your personality.
Lina laughed. Even though you always educate me, I still like you.
I've liked you since the first time I saw you.
I know I'm 5 years older than you, so I always dared not confess. Instead I chose to tease the new members to get your attention.
Beside them, Qiongqi was taken aback. Am I also a part of your play? What about you? What do you think of me? Lina asked carefully.
Chen Yao closed his eyes to think for a moment, then smiled gently at Lina. I like you, the older mature sister type.
Really? Lina's cheeks flushed, becoming shy like a young girl. Really? Chen Yao nodded with a smile. Given the circumstances, would I lie to you? Then why didn't you confess to me? Lina pouted, saying somewhat resentfully.
I once confessed to a girl I liked. She was the class belle in our class. Chen Yao smiled. I was rejected, and this matter was known by teachers and parents. A mixed combat from both sides almost killed me on the spot, so I dare not casually confess to people close to me anymore.
Haha, I'm really curious how you look when you are beaten and crying for mercy like that. Lina covered her mouth and laughed lightly. It's nothing to be afraid to tell you guys.
Chen Yao smiled. Actually, every time after work, I go to work at a nightclub.
Is it a proper job? Li Mingtong asked with a smile. DJing, of course it's a proper job.
Chen Yao laughed. Even if I'm bold, I wouldn't dare do that kind of work. DJing and playing a couple of tracks is the most outrageous thing I can do. The atmosphere gradually heated up, and the ominous cloud of death above everyone dissipated.
Speaking of which, until now, not many girls like me.
Li Mingtong laughed. From childhood to now, I've never been in a relationship.
They all say I'm too fat. Too oily. They don't want to date me. But I think Old Li, your temper is really good. Lina said. What's the use of having a good temper? After all, it's an era where looks matter. Li Mingtong laughed freely.
Actually, Wang Ko looked at Xia Qingchuan, his eyes full of tenderness. I originally planned to propose to you.
Really? Xia Qingchuan smiled. Since when? Next month.
Wang Ko laughed. At that time, Yuzhou City will start to cool down, and then it will snow. I plan to propose to you on the first snowy night this year.
It's not too late to propose now. Xia Qingchuan laughed, moving a bit closer to Wang Ko.
Just when Wang Ko was puzzled, Xia Qingchuan held Wang Ko's face. Her rosy lips kissed him directly. Wang Ko's eyes widened instantly, unable to believe what he saw in front of him. Xia Qingchuan.
Oh my. Li Mingtong made a sound of someone watching the drama. Hey kids, don't look. Lina said as she attempted to cover Qionyu's eyes. Qiongqi turned her head to dodge. I'm not a kid. I'm already an adult.
The two of them kissed for about half a minute, and Xia Qingchuan released Wang Ko, looking at him with a face full of blush.
Wang Ko was still savoring the feeling from just now.
So soft.
Say something.
Xia Qingchuan said in embarrassment and anger.
Oh. Wang Ko reacted and asked Xia Qingchuan with deep affection, Xia Qingchuan, do you want to marry me? Xia Qingchuan looked at Wang Ko gently and nodded with a blushing face, I do.
Just like that, in a situation that seemed hopeless, a ray of hope appeared. Wang Ko looked at Xia Qingchuan as if thinking of something, pulling her into his arms.
Lao Li. Wang Ko asked Li Mingtong, when I forcibly brought you into our squad back then, if you could predict today, would you regret joining our battle spirit squad? How could I regret it?
Li Mingtong laughed. Back then I wasn't accepted in the beast battle test, couldn't find a job for years, almost couldn't support myself, couldn't even afford to raise my own beast. It was you, Captain, who brought me in and gave me a source of income.
Thank you. Wang Ko nodded with a smile. Qiongqi, when the captain brought you in, did you ever blame me? Wang Ko looked at Qiongqi.
Qiongqi shook her head. In this situation now, I don't blame you, Captain. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to earn money to repay my adoptive parents. I'm just scared of what will happen if my parents lose me in the future. They're getting old.
Don't worry, it will be okay. Wang Ko nodded. Chen Yao. When I chose to follow you back then, I never thought I would regret it.
Chunyao smiled at Wang Ke. I have to thank you for accepting me, who was rejected by others for lacking combat strength back then.
That's good. Wang Ke laughed. Me too.
Lina said, my original squad disbanded, leaving me with nowhere to go. It was Captain Wang Ke who took me in. I will not blame Captain Wang Ke.
Thank you, Lina.
Wang Ke nodded with a smile, then lowered his head sadly. He who probably hates me after all. His life had just begun, but because I brought him in, it ended today. I don't. He looked at the screen with tears streaming down his face. I never hated you.
Wait, what are you going to do?
Xia Qingchuan seemed to realize something, staring at Wang Ke in shock.
I already said.
Wang Ke showed a bright white smile to everyone. I will take you all out alive. Thank you all for choosing me, this guy with no special qualities, as your captain.
Wang Ke released Xia Qingchuan and took a deep breath.
He still remembered the forbidden technique the old man from the He family taught him. It was a technique meant for fighting for one's life.
Wait. No. Xia Qingchuan tried to stop Wang Ke, but it was too late.
Forbidden technique. Wang Ke's body erupted with an unparalleled aura, almost reaching the sky. Burning soul, burning body. The terrifying aura exploded, and the horrifying pressure wreaked havoc around everything.
Wang Ke's realm was skyrocketing crazily. Battle Realm Level 5. Battle Realm Peak. Spirit Realm.
I said. Wang Ke clenched his fists, the energy of the battle system exploded.
I will take you all out alive. Bang!
A punch was thrown, as if nothing had happened. In the next moment, the steel plate above everyone's heads was punched through, but the surging battle energy showed no signs of diminishing, still digging upwards. Wang Ke's fist was fast enough to leave after images, continuously striking the steel plate above.
How is this possible? Bai Yang in the lab watched this scene, instantly dumbfounded. Not only did he punch through a steel plate half a meter thick, but he also dug through the soil above?
The passage collapsed with a loud bang, and countless dirt and stones poured down. Wang Ke's fists kept swinging, smashing all the falling stones into powder. The monitor and system screens blurred, and no longer could see the figures of everyone. He looked at this scene, his eyes wide open, filled with despair.
What's going on?
Zhang Ruanji felt the vibrations from the ground, confusion written all over his face.
What happened? Crack.
He bit down on his canine teeth, veins bulging on his forehead.
It's all your fault. Huh?
Zhang Ruanji looked at Hiyu, only to find dark energy seemingly emanating from him.
What the hell?
Looking at the dark energy on Hiyu, a wave of fear rose in Zhang Ruanji's heart.
This guy is strange. It's all your fault.
Hiyu's body shook with rage, the dark energy dispersing more rapidly. He knew that Captain Wang Ke was in grave danger this time. Recalling Captain Wang Ke's smiling face, remembering how he took care of every member in the team responsibly, remembering how he comforted him like an older brother when he was at his saddest, remembering his promise to bring every member out alive, but never mentioning himself.
Anger began to swell. Anger. Anger. A torrent of anger burned in Hiyu's heart. Roar.
A roar that was neither human nor beast erupted from Hiyu's mouth, and the little tiger beside him also transformed, its eyes turning blood red.
Monster. Zhang Ruanji quickly jumped back, watching the changes in Hiyu's body, trembling with fear. You are the real monster. Roar.
The monster's roar echoed in every corner of the underground, a pair of scarlet eyes appearing in mid-air, looking down at Hiyu below.
Rage enhancement activated. Demonic evolution. Chapter 95, Black Flame Demon Tiger. It's all your fault.
Hiyu roared in anger, his body engulfed in black flames. His voice was no longer distinguishable as either human or beast.
Roar. The little tiger let out a roar, its body starting to mutate gradually.
The black flames spread over its body, and its crimson fur turned completely black.
Then, its back skin twitched violently, and a pair of massive black demonic wings burst forth.
The feathers of the demonic wings quickly fell, leaving only a skeleton wrapped in black flames. The crimson flames were devoured, leaving behind the strange and brilliant black magic flames.
Roar.
The little tiger's saliva dripped continuously, eroding steel plates, which instantly emitted white smoke along with a stench. The little tiger's eyes turned blood red, staring at Zhang Ruanji like a predator eyeing its prey. Blazing Fire Spirit Tiger Demonic Evolution, Temporary, Black Flame Demon Tiger.
Black Flame Demon Tiger. Type, Battle Beast, Fantasy Type. Attribute, Fire, Evil Demon. Quality, Excellent. Level, Spirit Realm 1 star. 30 minutes plus. Roar.
The Black Flame Demon Tiger let out a soul-shaking roar, its blood-red eyes fixated on Zhang Ruanji.
What's happening with this blazing fire spirit tiger?
Zhang Ruanji stared in horror at the terrifying and bizarre form of the Black Flame Demon Tiger, continuously backing away.
Ah!
The black flames formed a black battle robe on Hiyu, moving without wind. The black flame armor attached itself to Yu, and a black tiger tail grew out from his tailbone, whipping through the air with a terrifying sound of ripped air.
Bond forming status. Damn it. What's wrong with this guy? Zhang Ruanji panicked and stepped back.
Yu and the black flame demon tiger's eyes were locked on him.
In Yu's blood-red eyes, Zhang Ruanji's fear further ignited his rage. Bang!
Yu pushed off with his feet, instantly turning the steel floor into fragments and molten iron with terrifying heat and force, transforming into a black monster that charged at Zhang Ruanji with a roar.
Don't come over!
Zhang Ruanji raised his hand, chaotic power appearing in front of him, forming a shield in an attempt to defend against Yu's attack.
Crack!
The shield was shattered by Yu's punch, and the green gem bracelet flashed with dazzling green light. With another step, Yu grabbed the edge of the crack with his other claw, forcibly tearing the shield apart.
Roar! Yu angrily raised his fist, aiming it down at Zhang Ruanji's face.
Zhang Ruanji's face, stitched and battered, was pushed inward, his body instantly flew out, piercing through the steel plate and into another passage.
Roar!
The black flame demon eagle flapped its wings, dragging a black tail of fire towards the passage.
Damn! What's up with this black fire?
Zhang Ruanji kept slapping at the black flames clinging to him, trying to extinguish them.
Why can't I put it out? Roar!
The black flame demon eagle appeared before him, its massive body deformed the passage as it raised a huge tiger paw to strike Zhang Ruanji.
Bang! Zhang Ruanji's entire body transformed, being sent flying once again. What's going on? What happened?
Bai Yang was already stressed out over Wang Ku and their escape when he suddenly felt the ground tremble.
Just as he wanted to check, a figure crashed through the main door, slamming into the experimental equipment, which flickered with electricity and sparks, rendering it completely useless. My lord?
Bai Yang stared in shock at the figure embedded in the equipment, astonished as he spoke. What happened to you? This kid. Zhang Ruanji pointed in fear at the two approaching figures in the passage.
They are monsters. Devils. What?
Bai Yang froze, then looked towards the passage. Before he could fully turn his head, a giant black tiger maw appeared in front of him, its glistening teeth biting down in an instant. The three battle beasts saw this and quickly used elemental energy to form shields, wanting to protect their master from the attack. Crack! Bai Yang along with his three battle beasts were bitten to death by the black flame demon eagle, swallowed whole. The three elemental shields were as fragile as paper in front of the black flame demon eagle. Don't come over. Seeing Bai Yang being bitten and devoured, Zhang Ruanji's fear peaked in an instant. Don't come over. He slowly approached Zhang Ruanji. Zhang Ruanji couldn't see his face clearly, only a pair of pupilless crimson eyes and a terrifying mouth full of sharp teeth.
I told you not to come over. Roar!
Yu and the black flame demon eagle sent Zhang Ruanji along with the equipment soaring into the air, the equipment smashing through the steel plate and embedding itself into the earth above.
No.
Seeing Yu and the black flame demon eagle about to continue their attack, Zhang Ruanji hurriedly begged for mercy. I have good stuff.
Lots of good stuff. Things even the general level covet. I'll give it all to you. Don't kill me. Unfortunately, Yu and the black flame demon eagle were now driven purely by combat instincts. Bang!
Zhang Ruanji was knocked out of the earth layer, continually pushed towards the ground.
What? Not back yet? The mother tiger looked in surprise at Yu Chang in front of her.
Yu Chang nodded. Yu hasn't returned. He specifically left me a note. I need to go find him in the forest on the other side of the cliff.
Yes. He's one of our Beastmaster Alliance members. We can't leave our companions behind.
Besides, the Spirit Warriors team is facing the Savage Beast God Society. So please let us pass. We truly didn't intend to intrude on your territory, said the high-level team beside her. To be honest, they couldn't believe they were negotiating with a general-level Heavenly Feather Silkworm alongside a general-level Blazing Spirit Tiger.
That won't do.
The mother tiger lowered her huge head, her expression serious. If he dies, there will be no one to help me raise my cubs. So you mean? Everyone looked at the mother tiger with excitement. The mother tiger stood up and said to everyone, I will go with this little bug, you all take good care of the cubs, and I'll be back soon.
Thank you so much. Who are you calling a little bug? Yu Chang angrily pointed at the mother tiger.
Do you still want to save Yu? The mother tiger asked coldly. Yu Chang's words got stuck in her throat, and without a hint of hesitation, she swallowed her unwillingness and dissatisfaction. Humph. At that moment, a strong tremor shook the ground, causing everyone and their battle beasts to look towards the cliff.
Something's wrong. The mother tiger said, rushing towards that cliff. Little bug. Catch up. TCH.
One day, I'll shave those two kids' cat fur.
Yu Chang coldly snorted and flew towards the cliff. Bang!
Rubble and dirt were pushed aside as Wang Ku and the others crawled out from the collapsed tunnel. Wang Li felt like his body was falling apart. Using this forbidden technique was too much for his body to bear. His realm rapidly dropped, falling back to the second star of the battle realm. Looking at the moonlight falling from the sky, and then at the dense forest around him, feeling the long-lost fresh air, Wang Li's body gradually relaxed. Be careful. Xia Qingchuan rushed to hug Wang Li, looking at him with worry.
Thanks, wifey. Wang Li gave a weak smile. What are the side effects of this move? Xia Qingchuan frowned and asked. If things go well, it's just a foundation damage. Wang Li showed a bitter smile. If things go poorly, will it be death? Xia Qingchuan questioned. Wang Li didn't admit it, but he also didn't deny it. You are so stupid. Tears welled up in Xia Qingchuan's eyes. You. Wang Li raised his hand with difficulty and wiped away the tears in Xia Qingchuan's eyes. He hasn't come out yet. Boom. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, he saw a massive figure burst out from the ground, followed by scattered metal parts, and a silhouette enveloped in black flames fell out from the pile of scrap metal. Qingyu, closest to that figure, looked closely and was instantly scared to the ground. He is stitched all over? Qingyu was so frightened that her words became jumbled, her finger trembling while pointing at Zhang Ruanji. Zhang Ruanji spat out a mouthful of purple blood, fear written all over his face as he struggled to stand up, wanting to escape. Don't come over, please. Don't come over. Peak of the spirit realm? Chen Yao felt Zhang Ruanji's realm and immediately widened his eyes. What could scare someone at the peak of the spirit realm like this? Just as everyone was confused, two terrifying roars echoed from the hole Zhang Ruanji had just emerged from. Roar! Boom! The ground shattered violently, and two figures, one large and one small, engulfed in black flames rushed out, their blood-red eyes fixated on Zhang Ruanji, who was trying to escape. Everyone froze at the sight. You? Seeing it was you, the six of them gasped in surprise. What startled them even more was that even if Yu had used the power from the beast examination to elevate his realm to spirit realm, how could a one-star spirit realm defeat a peak spirit realm? At this moment, Yu had completely lost his sanity, his red eyes glaring, continuously emitting sounds that were neither human nor beast, low howls and roars. And beside him, a monster covered in black fur, engulfed in blazing black flames, with a pair of flaming skeletal wings on its back, emitted a soul-shaking low roar. Roar! Chapter 96, Out of Control Guardian. Strange. The mother tiger felt a wave of unease on her way. What could scare me? She was the strongest presence within the city of Yuzhou, there shouldn't be anything that could frighten her. Why? Yu Chang clutched her wildly beating heart, gasping for air. My heart is racing so hard. Roar! Yu and the black flame demon beast gradually approached Zhang Ruanji like they were toying with their prey. Zhang Ruanji's stitched foot had already fractured, excruciating pain radiating from it as the fear of death forced him to stumble forward. Help me, help me! Zhang Ruanji shouted loudly, but no one responded. The two monsters behind him kept closing in, and Zhang Ruanji could feel the strange heat emanating from the black flames on their bodies. The black flames seemed to have a will of their own. Zhang Ruanji vaguely heard a sinister, maniacal laugh echoing in his ears. A flash of black light passed, and Yu appeared before Zhang Ruanji. Before he could react, the green bead wrist guard flickered, and the fist engulfed in black flames tore through the air, striking Zhang Ruanji's chest. A sound like an explosion erupted. Zhang Ruanji's body was sent flying, crossing over the black flame demon tiger, smashing through several towering trees, and collapsing in the ruins. Cough. Zhang Ruanji spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Nearly half of his body had just been blasted away, the sutured parts were in tatters, and the right side of his body vanished. In the distance, the right side of Zhang Ruanji's body that had been blasted away fell from the sky, and was then burned to ashes by the flames swirling around it. Roar! Roar! Yu and the black flame demon tiger roared simultaneously. The soul-shaking sound waves shattered the thick trees along the way, crashing onto Zhang Ruanji's body. In an instant, Zhang Ruanji felt as if his soul had been shattered. Violet blood began to uncontrollably gush out from his 7 orifices. Black flame demon tiger inherent skill, soul-shattering roar, directly attacks the soul, cannot be defended by physical means. Spare! Zhang Ruanji trembled as he extended his hand, mumbling, spare me. Due to soul damage, he could no longer control his body. Roar! The black flame demon tiger flapped its black flame bone wings, soaring into the sky, continuously gathering black flames in its mouth. The surrounding space twisted due to the terrifying high temperature. What happened to Yu? Lina asked anxiously. How would we know? Xinyu looked at the monster like Yu, terrified to the extreme. We've arrived. Mother Tiger and Feather Garment leaped over the cliff and reached the battlefield. Suddenly, the two generals stopped, staring in shock at the black tiger's shadow in the sky. That is Mother Tiger stared blankly at the black flame demon tiger. In her eyes, the silhouette of the black flame demon tiger gradually overlapped with that of the little tiger. Is that kid? Mother Tiger exclaimed in surprise, but what happened to his appearance? You?
Feather Garment didn't care about the black flame demon tiger, but when she saw Hiyu who looked like a demon below it, she gasped in astonishment.
Roar!
Hiyu growled as he looked at Zhang Ruanji in front of him, his blood-red eyes began to turn black, his anger became more terrifying.
Spare me! I beg you! I won't dare anymore!
Zhang Ruanji shouted in fear, his tears mixed with blood streaming down.
Boom!
The black flames from the demon tiger's mouth spewed out like a natural disaster, with thick black fire columns pouring down, burning everything in sight to ashes. Zhang Ruanji was struck by the black flame breath, and before he could even scream in agony, he turned to ashes. The black flames did not extinguish, but continued to spread.
Roar! Hiyu threw his head back and let out a roar. His anger had not yet cooled down. His fury had not stopped. Roar!
The black flame demon tiger raised its head and roared in anger, its power level continuously climbing.
Spirit Realm 3 stars. Spirit Realm 5 stars. Spirit Realm 8 stars. Spirit Realm Peak. It had already begun attempting to break through its cultivation level. Ha ha ha. The system let out a crisp laugh. He was very happy to see the scene. Combat value plus 1005. Combat value plus 1005. Combat value plus 1005. Combat value plus.
The combat value continued to rise, like a song sung for why Hiyu had completely gone berserk.
Hiyu was driven mad by Wang Li's last effort. He was fueled by the desire to protect. Now, his anger had spiraled out of control, and the duration of his rampage was still increasing. He had lost control. Hiyu!
Feather Garment and the battle spirit team did not hesitate and dashed towards the completely unconscious Hiyu. Seeing this, Mother Tiger hesitated for a few seconds, then rushed towards the little tiger flying in the air.
You kid, calm down a bit for me. Roar! The little tiger let out a roar, the black flames on its body violently surged towards Mother Tiger. The battle spirit team held onto Hiyu, continuously pleading. Calm down. Please calm down. It's us, Hiyu. Roar! Hiyu kept roaring, the black flames on his body grew fiercer.
The six of them endured the burning of the flames, bearing the intense pain, loudly pleading with Hiyu.
We are by your side. We are all here. Please stop. We're a team. Hiyu. Calm down.
Hiyu's consciousness kept struggling in the darkness, but the muddy black substance tightly wrapped around him. He looked at the battle spirit team in front of him who were trying to wake him up, struggling to regain control of his body.
Why is it different from before when I triggered the berserk enhancement?
Hiyu's consciousness kept questioning in the conscious space.
System. What the hell is going on?
The system did not respond to him, only a woman's sarcastic and ethereal laughter echoed in Hiyu's conscious space.
Cover your mouth and nose.
Feather Garment flew in, the scale powder on her body falling, absorbed by the out-of-control Hiyu into his lungs. For a moment, Hiyu felt his body becoming heavy, a sense of drowsiness overtook him. But the anger had not yet stopped, still showing signs of rising. The black flames burned the scale powder in Hiyu's lungs, reducing the approaching scale powder to ashes. At this moment, even Feather Garment frowned, showing a difficult expression.
What on earth is going on?
Hiyu watched his consciousness about to be completely engulfed by anger while clenching his teeth in unwillingness. He spoke heavily.
I never meant to hurt them. I know.
A deep and ethereal male voice appeared behind Hiyu, a pair of crimson eyes with golden gleam floated behind him, then a black male figure slowly solidified from the eyes.
Go back.
The shadow gently pushed, and Hiyu felt his body lighten as he broke free from the darkness, his consciousness being pulled back into his body.
Stay rational, do not let anger occupy your body again.
The ethereal male voice echoed in Hiyu's ears one last time, and the system also appeared beside the shadow.
TSK.
The system looked at the shadow with dissatisfaction. The shadow said nothing, only quietly stared at the system. After a while, the shadow's body began to dissipate, and the eyes returned once more to darkness.
Even if you help that kid, what difference does it make? The system spoke disdainfully. Can you completely eliminate human emotions?
Everyone gets angry, everyone feels upset, even the most rational person can lose control one day, and how many times can you help this kid?
No one responded.
The system also felt bored, slowly dissipating in Hiyu's conscious space.
Chapter 97, there are still many doubts about the incident.
The mother tiger stepped on the black flame demon beast, its body burned by the black flames, although it was not completely covered in wounds, it was still hurt all over. The black flame demon beast could fly, and its flying speed was remarkable, which was enough for the mother tiger to wrestle with it for a long time. Moreover, the black flames on the black flame demon beast were too strange, and the mother tiger vaguely sensed that these flames were continuously burning the elemental energy stored within her. Most importantly, this flame seemed impossible to extinguish.
How did you become like this?
The mother tiger questioned the black flame demon beast.
Roar!
The black flame demon beast let out an angry and unwilling roar, and then its muscles swelled, actually pushing the mother tiger's paw away.
You just won't quit, will you?
The mother tiger gathered high-temperature blue flames in her mouth, intending to strike at the black flame demon beast.
Suddenly, the black flame demon beast's body softened and fell straight to the ground.
The mother tiger was stunned, and the fire energy in her mouth began to dissipate. She lifted her paw, and the black flame demon beast beneath her was continuously shrinking. Its black fur turned back to bright red, its skeletal wings retracted, the black flames began to dissipate, and its realm constantly dropped. The mother tiger looked at the little tiger and then turned her head to the distance where Hiyu was being controlled by everyone. The flames on Hiyu were also dissipating, and the black armor of the bond was receding, returning to its original form. Breathing heavily, Hiyu looked at the 6 people in front of him in feather garment, his eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach.
I'm sorry.
After saying this, Hiyu collapsed to the ground stiffly. The black flames on everyone faded, and the intense pain caused by the burning black flames also disappeared. The crowd looked at the unconscious Hiyu and finally let out a sigh of relief.
Cough, cough.
Suddenly, Wang Li began to cough violently, and it seemed like he coughed up a few drops of fresh blood.
Be careful, Xia Qingchuan quickly helped the almost collapsing Wang Li.
Wang Li struggled to nod at Xia Qingchuan, then looked at Hiyu on the ground.
It's good that this kid is fine.
That time when Hiyu looked like that, Qiongqi spoke, his tone filled with fear.
I don't know. Lena shook her head, her voice trembling. It was so terrifying, completely different from the beast assessment before. Let's go back first.
Wang Li weakly said to the others, it's best not to mention anything about Hiyu. If asked, say that I accidentally broke the emergency communicator, putting all the blame on me. Everyone's face was grim, and they all nodded.
Thank you, Senior Yu Chang, for coming to our rescue.
Wang Li cupped his hands towards Yu Chang.
Cough, cough. The mother tiger cleared her throat a couple of times.
Oh, and thank you, Senior Mother Tiger. Wang Li quickly cupped his hands towards the mother tiger. Ever since I broke through to the shattering stage, I've liked talking to you humans. It's much better than those beasts with no emotional intelligence or smarts, at least you listen to reason. The mother tiger smiled. They didn't know that not far from here, in the woods, a hidden light-type assassin humanoid was silently watching over them.
The next day. What? Yang Linzhou listened to Gu Yufei's account with slight shock.
He somehow forced his realm to rise by a whole level, and made the battle beast turn incredibly strange.
Most importantly, this secret method indiscriminately attacks both enemy and friend after activation? Gu Yufei nodded, yes.
Gu Yufei was a light-type humanoid, an assassin stream, with a spirit realm of 5 stars. Usually, he helped his team with some odd jobs, and sometimes would act as a messenger for Yang Linzhou. After Hiyu and his battle beast activated that secret method, the flames on their bodies turned black, burning that stitched monster to death in the forest. Gu Yufei said, I almost got burned myself.
I see. Yang Linzhou nodded. If there's a stitched monster, it means there's a beast god society. Where are the people from the beast god society? I don't know. Gu Yufei shook his head. My subordinates searched all night underground and above ground.
Besides a pool of blood found in a destroyed research room, I didn't see anyone else.
Is that so? Yang Linzhou pondered. Actually, I have a guess, Gu Yufei said with some anxiety. You see, could it be that the Beast God Society was? Shut up. Yang Linzhou glared at him unhappily. What if? Gu Yufei retorted, a battle beast that has a master eating people is a huge taboo. I may be a humanoid, but I know this better than anyone. Didn't a contract beast eat people 7 years ago?
Then that contract beast was killed, and its master went to prison.
Let's wait and see. Yang Linzhou shook his head with some frustration. To be honest, Yang Linzhou was turning a blind eye to Hiyu. Hiyu was one of the 2 talents in Yuzhou City that could use binding compatibility.
If he killed the little tiger and casually sent him to prison, then Yuzhou City would be finished. Not to mention, Hiyu had a deep relationship with those 2 shattering stage battle beasts outside the city. If something happened to Hiyu and the 2 outside found out, even the city lord would be surrounded and beaten to death on the spot. But this blind fool just can't seem to keep his mouth shut. Can't he see that those 2 shattering stage beasts specially came to save Hiyu? Change the topic. Yang Linzhou frowned and said. Alright, actually I still want to know, there are many doubts about this matter. For instance, who reported that there was a beast god society in that forest? Upon hearing this, Yang Linzhou was stunned. He looked at Gu Yufei, speechless. Gu Yufei felt uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but take a step back. Yang Linzhou stared at Gu Yufei, remaining silent for a long time. In fact, Yang Linzhou didn't know himself. The report was sent anonymously, and when Yang Linzhou saw it, he thought it was a prank. But adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, plus the previous incidents with members of the Beast God Society, he sent a newly promoted battle spirit team to investigate. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred as soon as they arrived. If he had known, he would have sent more teams. Yang Linzhou shook his head in frustration. I don't know, don't ask. Understood. Gu Yufei nodded. How's that kid Wang Ke doing? Report, sir. Wang Ke suffered damage to his foundation because he used the forbidden technique passed down by old Mr. He during his visit to Yuzhou, leading to a significant decrease in his physical abilities. He is currently in the hospital for examination. TSK, this Wang Ke, I had just told him not to do anything foolish, and now look what he's done. Yang Linzhou felt a strong urge to hit something. It's actually not Wang Ke's fault, you know how brutal the Beast God Society is. Team leader Wang Ke made the biggest sacrifice to protect his teammates. Do I need you to teach me? Get out. Go home and be with your girlfriend. Don't stand in my way. Yang Linzhou angrily kicked Gu Yufei out the door, watching him hastily flee while holding his backside, and then he began to think. I should go see Wang Ke, after all, I was the one who sent them. Yang Linzhou thought to himself as he grabbed his bank card, ready to withdraw some money for Wang Ke. Chapter 98, Awakening. He stood behind everyone, looking at Wang Ke on the hospital bed, accepting everyone's kind gestures, and seeing his smiling face made his heart feel heavy. Everyone surrounded Wang Ke, continuously inquiring about his well-being, and Wang Ke smiled as he accepted their kindness. Hiyu, I'm fine. Wang Ke smiled at Hiyu, your brother Wang is still doing well. Mm. Hiyu nodded, feeling downcast. He felt guilty towards Wang Ke. By the way, Hiyu, my wedding with Sister Xia is next week, remember to come? I'll give you wedding candy. Wang Ke laughed at Hiyu. Oh. There are so many people here. Don't show off. Xia Qingchuan scolded Wang Ke with a wave. Aha! Wang Ke suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Be gentle, my wife. It hurts. He said nothing, only left behind a backpack filled with 2 million in cash and a bunch of spirit sources, then silently walked out. Yang Linzhou greeted the nurse at the door, entering the ward just as he walked past with a dark expression. You brat! You're going to drive me crazy. Yang Linzhou said, placing the bag he held on Wang Ke's hospital bed. What is this? Wang Ke looked at the bag, puzzled. I heard you successfully proposed. Yang Linzhou shyly turned his head. This is for your wedding gifts, may you have children soon. Oh. Sir. Wang Ke laughed, you really don't need to give me money. Stop talking back. Just accept it. Everyone didn't notice that Hiyu had already left the hospital. Hiyu, with a gloomy face, walked into a dim alley. If only I had started my berserk enhancement earlier. Hiyu pounded his fist against the wall in frustration. Without having the bond, without the green bead bracers, his punches only left a layer of dust on the wall. If only I had activated my berserk enhancement earlier, then team leader Wang Ke wouldn't have had to burn his foundation. The hospital report came out. Wang Ke's foundation was damaged, and all his organs showed signs of rapid aging. In the future, he might not be able to carry out tasks for the Beast Master Alliance. If it weren't for my failure at a critical moment. Hiyu could only feel the weight of regret in his heart. If I could unleash the berserk enhancement before Wang Ke used the forbidden technique, Wang Ke wouldn't need to resort to it. Please don't blame yourself too much. The system emerged, gently comforting. Failing to use the berserk enhancement isn't your fault, breaking through is something to be happy about, and it's hard to feel angry in that situation. Just focus on being okay. I'm okay. Hiyu began to laugh strangely. He suddenly found the system in front of him displeasing. Then what if I want to live? As long as you survive, then it doesn't matter what happens to others. I want to survive. But what about them? Don't they want to survive? Hiyu suddenly started to lose control, roaring questions at the system before him. Host. I've been asking myself ever since I came out. I'm asking myself. Hiyu looked at his trembling hands, his emotions beginning to spiral out of control. What if one day I've used all my trump cards? The berserk enhancement is activated. All kinds of items are used. But I still can't beat the opponent? What if my friends, my teacher, my comrades, and Sister Yuchang all lose their fighting ability? And it's just me left to face the enemy? Do I have the courage like the captain to burn myself to illuminate others? The system fell silent. I don't know. Hiyu shook his head in emotional turmoil, his tone calm, but his voice trembled. I don't know. All I know is I'm a coward. A greedy and self-preserving miser. I know myself better than anyone. In the face of danger, I would definitely be the first to run. But I don't know. 2 years have passed since I crossed over, and I have almost no feelings for this place. But in these past few months, I have met all kinds of people, whether they are my comrades, my opponents, or my friends. Today, I keep asking myself, since they treat me so well, do I have the courage to burn myself to protect them? Captain Qiongqi, before he burned himself, was almost prepared to die. Even though I joined the Spirit Battle Squad only a few months ago, he was already thinking about my safety.
That is his duty as a captain.
Bullshit. He cursed vehemently, his emotions extremely unstable.
Duty sounds so nice, he panted, trying to calm down, turning a person's will into duty, reducing others' efforts and sweat to duty, calling the act of sacrificing oneself to save others a duty.
Damn it! He shouted again, the veins on his forehead bulging.
The system said nothing.
It feels like you've been guiding me all along, trying to make me lose control. Something's off with you. He looked at the silent system panel, a guess suddenly popping into his mind. Even someone as dull as him could see it, not to mention he was actually quite clever. The system was overly impatient, and he had already noticed the clues.
You didn't choose me simply because I'm a traverser, you have ulterior motives.
The system did not respond.
She neither confirmed nor denied it. I realize I'm too dependent on you. He covered his head, his heated mind starting to cool.
Every time something happens, I always think of finding you to solve it. I take it for granted that you will handle everything for me, forgetting my own growth.
Host, don't say that.
I've relied on you too much to the point where you're almost becoming my master. He looked at the system, his cold voice echoing in the alley. I've made a mistake that every traverser makes, being too reliant on the system. Without the system, I seem to be nothing, turning into a waste that only knows how to use the system, never caring for my own growth, as if having the system would make everything fine.
Shut up.
The system's tone changed.
Showing your true colors?
He sneered.
Shut up. Come. Kill me.
He spread his arms wide and shouted sternly at the system in front of him.
If you don't like me, just kill me.
The system did not speak, only a string of ellipses appeared on the panel.
You don't dare, do you?
He laughed coldly. Are you afraid of the thing inside me?
Let me guess, is it because what you want hasn't matured, or is it because there's something as strong as you?
I'm sorry, host, the system just spoke a bit too loudly. I've relied too much on you, that I don't dare to do anything to you now. He looked coldly at the system, his breathing gradually calming. I neglected my own growth, neglected my own training. It seems that after getting you, I took it for granted and began to relax.
Host. Every time I activate the rampage boost, little tiger must be suffering, right?
As he spoke, he reached out to stroke the 1/3 circle on the back of his hand. Feeling little tiger, still asleep in the contract space, Hiyu's face was filled with guilt.
I'm sorry, for making you suffer. Hiyu lowered his hand and calmly looked at the system in front of him. Let me guess, the things won in the lottery aren't all yours, right?
Half right.
Half right? Some of them are actually mine.
The system replied, some products in the shop are also mine. Then I will only use the lottery and purchasing functions from now on. He sneered, from now on, any combat skills you give me, like rampage boost, I won't use any of them.
What about the combat items? If I can use your stuff and give you a bad time, then I'll feel good.
He shook his head with a cold smile. Now, we both wary of each other, let's go back to how things used to be. Let's pretend that nothing ever happened.
All right.
The relationship between Hiyu and the system was hard to define now. They were both guarding against each other. Especially Hiyu, after realizing all of this, suddenly understood he should do something. He needed to be wary of the system while making himself stronger quickly. As he said, he didn't believe in miracles. When Huangming burned himself, no miracles appeared. He needed to become strong by himself. Relying on the system would not lead to his growth. He needed to become strong without the help of the system. At this moment, the system was furious. Rushing things led to exposing its goal. Especially since Huangming suddenly appeared, making Hiyu completely doubt himself and decide to grow on his own.
Why don't you just die?
The system looked at Huangming in the hospital, grinding its teeth in hatred.
Chapter 99, let's see if we overcome the evil of Qiongqi, or if Qiongqi eats us first.
You want this little brat to learn skills from me? The mother tiger looked at Hiyu in confusion. Her wounds had fully healed. As long as that strange black flame was extinguished, her recovery ability would be enough to recover overnight. Now she only had some burnt fur that hadn't fallen off.
Yes.
Hiyu nodded. We've been too complacent, always hoping for miracles while forgetting our training.
Why should I help you?
The mother tiger yawned in boredom. I've said it before, after reaching the 5-star breakthrough state, that kid has nothing to do with me anymore, and you only helped me take care of a few cubs. I already repaid you by helping you find companions, don't be too greedy.
I can pay a price.
Hiyu said, pulling out catnip from his space. The mother tiger's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the catnip in Hiyu's hand.
Why didn't you say so sooner?
The mother tiger's body continually shrank, transforming into human form, and eagerly took the catnip from Hiyu's hand, her expression filled with excitement.
You should have said it was for tuition earlier. The mother tiger impatiently opened the jar, and a refreshing scent of catnip spread out.
Oh, this thing smells so good. The mother tiger was intoxicated by the scent of the catnip.
Then I will trouble you, mother tiger. Hiyu nodded and smiled. Still calling me senior? Mother tiger smiled at Hiyu. We're so familiar now, why be so formal?
Oh, Auntie Mother Tiger. Mother Tiger's eyes turned cold. Sorry, Sister Mother Tiger. You really know how to flatter, kid, Mother Tiger laughed. At that moment, Yu Chang, who was sleeping in the cave, jolted awake.
Damn it.
Yu Chang frowned as she looked outside the cave. Why do I feel like someone?
Ugh. Is there a shameless beast trying to NTR me?
And just like that, Hiyu started his training with the little tiger. Hiyu trained with the 2 cubs of Mother Tiger. Although the 2 little ones were only a few months old, they were already at a battle rank of 3 stars. After all, they were the offspring of a high-level mother tiger and were personally trained by her.
With better genes than the little tiger, they naturally advanced quickly.
The 2 cubs were talented students of a great teacher, while Aochen was self-taught. You should raise the temperature of the flames a bit more, Mother Tiger said to the little tiger.
Oh, whoa.
The little tiger was already trying hard to raise the temperature of the flames in its mouth.
What's the use of just compressing energy? Do you think others will fight you one-on-one?
If your firepower is weak over a large area, it's no different from just scratching an itch.
It wouldn't even be enough to cover your escape. Oh, whoa.
The little tiger was almost crying.
Are you still my biological mom? Hiyu kept dodging the attacks from the 2 cubs. He wanted to train his reflexes and agility.
Although the 2 cubs were playing during the whole training, their attacks were still not to be underestimated. Beast-type tigers were already beyond what humans could confront, not to mention these 2 little ones were much larger than ordinary beast-type tigers and weighed a lot more.
With greater weight, even without elemental attacks, the scratches from playful paws could be fatal to ordinary beasts. This is the difference between battle beasts and wild beasts.
The 2 little ones were having a great time playing with Hiyu, while Hiyu was so exhausted from dodging their attacks.
Divine being. The system couldn't help but comment. Normal people wouldn't choose this training method for the host. Hiyu dodged the attacks from the 2 cubs, not saying anything but just nodded.
The store has body enhancers, permanent ones, the host can choose to purchase.
Is there a medicine to heal Captain Wang Li's body?
Yes, but it requires a course of treatment to heal.
Then give me a course of treatment.
100,000 battle points consumed, purchased 1 course of body recovery agent. Body recovery agent can restore bodily functions, heal hidden ailments, suitable for those with damaged foundations. 1 course lasts 2 months, 3 courses in total, can be taken orally or applied externally, consume once a week.
No advertising slogans? That was not added by this system. What do you mean? No comment.
Seeing this, Hiyu didn't ask further. His relationship with the system had almost collapsed, and now it was maintained only by something inside him. Although he didn't know what that thing was, he knew that without it, the system wouldn't hesitate to erase him. The system could be quite mischievous at times, but Hiyu knew she had no feelings for him. His initial guess was wrong, the system wasn't a partner to help him clean up the mess left by her companions. She chose him to seize the things of those 2 companions. As for why the thing appeared on him, it probably related to his memories from the first year of high school. Just thinking about it gave him a headache, so he chose not to think about it. After training all day, Hiyu managed to tire the 2 cubs out. He himself lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body sore. You actually managed to tire these 2 little ancestors out. Mother Tiger, after finishing her training with the little tiger, looked at Hiyu with some surprise.
How is the little tiger doing? Hiyu panted and looked at Mother Tiger. His talent is a bit lacking.
The Mother Tiger shrugged. Strengthening the firepower took a lot of time, but at least it has been learned. Saying this, the Mother Tiger looked at the little tiger beside her, panting heavily.
Show your master your new move.
The little tiger trembled as it stood up, and then flames erupted from its body in an instant. The surging flames were like a splendid firework, burning everything around to ashes.
Brilliant fire dance.
Hiyu exclaimed as he watched the scene.
Brilliant fire dance?
The Mother Tiger stared at Hiyu in a daze, then burst into laughter, as expected of humans. Your names sound nice. I used to call this move Mom will blow you up.
That really is simple and brutal.
Hiyu's mouth twitched.
Meow.
The little tiger rubbed against Hiyu affectionately. It really liked this move and loved the name Hiyu gave it. If it wasn't for the fact that practicing this move consumes too much fire energy, the flames could be bigger, hotter, and wider. The Mother Tiger laughed. I didn't even teach this move to his older siblings, I only taught this little guy because of you.
Thanks, sister. Hiyu smiled and nodded, patting the little tiger. Looking at the little tiger, Hiyu hesitated for a moment. Did the little tiger really want to evolve into a white tiger? He realized he had never asked for its thoughts before. Little tiger, do you think fire attribute is better or metal attribute is better? Hiyu asked. Meow. The little tiger tilted its head, thinking for a moment, then happily responded, meow. Fire is better. Why? Hiyu smiled and asked. Meow. Fire is cool. And fire can protect my big brother. As long as I knock down all the opponents, no one can hurt him. Meow. Most importantly, big brother likes fire attribute too. Hearing the little tiger's words, Hiyu gently stroked its head. Then we won't evolve into a white tiger. Meow. The little tiger looked at Hiyu. Although it knew Hiyu sometimes took out some unbelievable things and would enter a state of losing consciousness but becoming very strong together, it was still stunned when it heard Hiyu say this. Since you like fire attribute, we won't evolve into a white tiger. Hiyu smiled, we'll evolve into a Qiongqi, you won't eat me, right? Meow. I won't. The little tiger replied firmly, meow. Before eating my master, I would kill myself first. All right. Hiyu laughed and patted the little tiger's shoulder. Let's see if we can overcome the evil of Qiongqi, or if Qiongqi will eat us first. Meow. The little tiger nodded. What are you babbling about? Come and eat. As the mother tiger said this, she threw a dead wild deer in front of the human and the tiger. After training all day, I'm starving. The little tiger excitedly pounced on it, biting the deer meat and starting to eat. He looked at the fresh, bloody, and still warm deer carcass and felt a bit nauseous. Can you grill it a little? You humans fuss too much. Can't you eat it raw? I still have a can of catnip. Got it, dear customer. How well done do you want the grilled deer meat? Chapter 100, Fire Attribute goes to Water Attribute class? 3 updates. Hiyu took advantage of the weekend before it ended, placed the potion by Wang Ke's bedside, and left a note explaining how to take it. At that time, Wang Ke and Xia Qingchuan, who had been taking care of him, were both asleep, and Hiyu did not disturb them. In Hiyu's subconscious, he felt responsible for harming Wang Ke, so he dared not face him. And soon it was the second week. Dean Mei Lu was in her office drinking coffee when Hiyu burst through the door, scaring her so much that she spilled coffee all over herself. But can you knock next time? Mei Lu looked at her coffee-stained cheapo, feeling a bit helpless. Which major has courses or moves for calming the mind? Hiyu asked Mei Lu. Why are you suddenly asking this? Mei Lu puzzledly glanced at Hiyu. Then, she suddenly came to a realization and nodded. With such strong hostility, it's indeed time to cultivate oneself. Hiyu's face looked slightly sinister, his whole body radiating an inescapable killing intent, like an angry Vajra in a mural. This was a side effect of the Berserk enhancement. Ever since Hiyu used it, he felt his temper was growing larger. At first, he was unaware until he argued with the system last time and finally realized. If forced to say, he was like the protagonist Raymond from the monster fighting game, who became violent due to his bloodline, becoming extremely belligerent. The difference was that Raymond had scars from Seven's mark as warnings, while he could only find a way to control his killing intent and hostility before it spiraled out of control. Can you hurry up and say it? Hiyu's eyes began to fill with bloodshot. The water system Han High Class has ways to control hostility and killing intent. Of course, I can also use mental power to treat you. Mei Lu smiled. However, I charge a hefty fee and require a reservation at least a week or even a month in advance. I almost forgot. I forgot to give you the money last time. Hiyu said as he reached into his spatial pocket to get the money. No need, anyway, last time I almost killed you. Mei Lu slowly said. Let this be my apology to you, it's free this time. Thanks. Hiyu finished speaking and slammed the door as he left. Be gentle. Mei Lu looked helpless. Oh right. Hiyu pushed the door open again. Where can I find the secret books on contract space size and various moves? In the library, on the second floor, just ask the staff for help. Thanks. Bang. The door was slammed shut again. My door. Mei Lu couldn't help but curse. What? You want to attend our class? Lolan looked at Hiyu, who was full of hostility, a bit surprised. Mainly to suppress the hostility and killing intent I have on me. Hiyu nodded impatiently. Fire type does appear in such situations quite often. Lolan, observing Hiyu's demeanor, rested her chin on her hand and pondered. Can you touch water? Touch water. Hiyu felt a bit troubled for a moment. As is well known, most felines dislike water, and fire types hate it to the extreme. Influenced by the little tiger, Hiyu wouldn't want to touch water his whole life except for needing to drink and bathe for cleanliness. If you don't like water, it's fine. Lolan smiled. There are special rooms without water for you to reduce hostility and killing intent. Really? He looked at Lolan excitedly. Thank you so much, teacher. The only thing to note is that sometimes the rock tiger may come into that room. Lolan smiled. You might have to share space with teacher Rock Tiger. No problem. I don't mind. Hiyu quickly nodded. Good, then follow me. Lolan said, leading Hiyu to her aquarium and giant swimming pool classroom. Ha 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 ha. So what if I can't swim? Zhao Yuan stood on the frozen swimming pool, laughing loudly at those around him. Can't I just walk on the ice? Don't freeze others. Yang Tianchao shouted at Zhao Yuan, who was riding on a turtle's back. Relax. Zhao Yuan, carrying the snow spirit fox on his shoulder, smiled at young Tianchao. How could I freeze anyone? Right, Long Xing? Zhao Yuan grinned at Long Xing, who was frozen into an ice sculpture in front of him. Did you freeze Long Xing? Yang Tianchao let out a sharp shriek. After saving Long Xing, he breathed a sigh of relief. I almost saw my great-grandma. The cartoon animation department should be safe, right? Yang Tianchao questioned, by the way, how did you end up here? Oh, our teacher is hospitalized. Long Xing smiled. How did he get hospitalized, the two wondered. He researched forbidden techniques himself and almost blew up his second and two magical cores, now he's lying in the hospital. Long Xing smiled. The two tightened their pants. Listening was so terrifying. Anyway, none of the five of us in the class dare to learn his new forbidden technique. Long Xing helplessly laughed, after all, there is his example before. Long Xing's words abruptly stopped. He stared blankly at the two people behind him, blinking twice. What's wrong? The two asked. Oh no. Long Xing pointed at the sharp burst behind the two. Is the fire department here to the water department? What? The two turned their heads in unison to look back. Luo Ran was leading Hiyu along the shore, explaining the situation in his class. Our class, while not as leisurely as the dean's class, has a huge swimming pool, and the pool changes water every day, ensuring it's absolutely clean, and there's an aquarium with water-type battle beasts inside. Students can choose one to contract. If you want to transfer classes, you can join our class. No, I just wanted to borrow a room. Hiyu frowned. He had been listening to Luo Ran talk almost the whole way. Fire department coming to the water department? What was Luo Ran thinking? Hiyu? Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Don't say it. You don't know about that certain mid-second illness. Ha ha ha. It seems I heard, Hiyu? Before young Tianchao could finish speaking, a loud laugh came, and a figure sitting in a leather chair rushed out from the other side of the swimming pool, laughing loudly at Hiyu on the shore. Hiyu! Are you here to battle with me? Is it? Is it? Aochen excitedly shouted at Hiyu, while Hiyu looked at the chair beneath him, his face full of shock. The reason for this was simple. Aochen had transformed his chair into a kayak, just floating on the water's surface. The bottom code of a certain mid-second illness. Yang Tianchao helplessly looked at this scene. In the end, he still spoke slowly. Come and fight with me. A huge contract ring appeared beneath Aochen, and the holy tide extreme Kuan burst forth, emitting an ethereal whale-like sound. Woo! Waves splashed onto the shore, and Hiyu, unable to dodge in time, was hit by the waves, immediately soaking him like a drowned chicken. Hiyu felt the icy wetness on his body, and his anger instantly made him clench his fists. Aochen! Ha ha ha! Come and battle! Aochen laughed loudly, unaware that a frying pan had appeared behind him. When? The frying pan fell, and Aochen was knocked out. Damn it, just making trouble. Yang Tianchao retracted the frying pan and apologized to Hiyu. You guys continue, I'll take this guy to another place. Wu the Holy Tide Extreme Koan looked at young Tianchao taking its master away and quickly followed. Luo Ran looked at Hiyu, who was now fuming, and softly said, There are clean clothes in the room, you should go change. Hiyu forcibly suppressed his anger and nodded at Luo Ran. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 101, Consciousness Space. Hiyu changed his clothes, dried his hair, and followed Luo Ran into the meditation room. Looking at the room with blue walls, listening to Beethoven-style music, and smelling the aroma of focus incense wafting from around, Hiyu felt himself completely relax. This room charges by the hour, Luo Ran said with a smile, $1,000 an hour, you only get tuition waived, not the usual expenses, you know that, right? Hiyu nodded, I know. Good, then I'll step out. There's a clock on the wall, I'll charge based on the time when you're done. By the way, do you like Beethoven's music? Do you need me to change it to something else? Not for now, thank you, teacher. Hiyu waved his hand. Luo Ran waved at Hiyu and left the room. $1,000 an hour, huh? He looked around the room.
According to the charging standards of the Beast Fighting Academy, this room wasn't exactly expensive, it was even a bit cheap. After all, it was quite well equipped. He sat down and began to try to suppress his hostility. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to be pulled into an endless darkness. Surrounded by pitch blackness, he was the only one walking in the dark. It was very quiet all around, so quiet that he could hear his faint heartbeat. Tick-tock. The sound of a drop of water falling to the ground echoed. He turned to look. Is it the original body? He shouted into the endless darkness. No one responded. Is it the system? He began to try to summon the system. The system did not appear. He, puzzled, walked toward the place where the sound came from. He didn't know why he was going, but his body instinctively moved toward the source of the sound. Tick-tock. The closer he got to the sound, the clearer he felt his consciousness became, and his emotions became calmer, just like before being bound by the system. Indeed, he felt his mind growing steadier, more able to control his emotions. As he gradually approached the sound, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared. He was taken aback, then hurriedly walked toward the light. In front of him was a crack only as thin as a hair. A gentle breath emanated from the crack, completely different from the person he saw before, all-encompassing and gentle. He was about to investigate how to enter when a gentle and deep male voice said, "Just come in directly." He was startled at the words and hesitated again while looking at the crack. The voice did not say anything further, leaving He undecided. What if it was a trap set by the system? After thinking for a while, He decided to take a leap of faith. He reached out toward the crack, and a dazzling white light rushed toward He. He was blinded and hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands. When he opened his eyes again, He found himself in a stone cave. Outside the cave was a beautiful landscape, while two people sat at the entrance. One was all dressed in black, but unlike Jiahao's attire, this black seemed to be devoid of light, an incredibly dull black, with a pair of gray wings behind him that had lost their brilliance. His body was wrapped in the light-deprived black material, making it hard to discern his features, but it was evident that he was a man, with a pair of scarlet eyes tinged with gold. When He saw the other person, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because that person was none other than the original body. At that moment, both were watching the dripping water drops in front of them, staring intently at the rock which had a small hole from the dripping water. Sit down. The black-clad man patted the space beside him, indicating for He to sit. He's body uncontrollably moved to sit beside the man, joining the two and watching the water drip on the stone. As time passed, He gradually felt bored. Can you tell me what you're doing? He asked the two. The two remained silent, simply watching the water droplets fall onto the stone. Why aren't you speaking? He was very annoyed by this strange behavior. Don't worry, it won't take much of your time. The original body suddenly raised his head and looked at He. So you can hear me? He breathed a sigh of relief. Can you tell me what you meant the last time we met? The original body did not respond, merely turning his head back to look at the stone. What's so interesting about a broken stone? He felt very angry. Don't worry. The black-clad man finally spoke, she cannot find this place. Who? He was confused. She, or you can call her, system. He's pupils suddenly contracted. Who are you? He shouted excitedly at the man. The man did not reply, only pointed at the stone with the dripping indentation. Look, how magical it is. What's so magical about a broken stone? It keeps dripping until it wears the stone away. The story of water dripping through stone. I know. He spoke anxiously, but can you answer my question? Sure, the man made a silent gesture. In the consciousness space, the most taboo thing is being annoyed. Consciousness space? He looked at the man with confusion. That's right, this is the consciousness space. And this is your consciousness space. The man nodded. Don't you want to control your emotions and anger? The man pointed at the stone. I can help you. Upon hearing this, He calmed down again. Is it about this? He asked. This is not the main thing. The man shook his head. The important thing is for you to experience it yourself. Can't you just teach me directly? The man did not speak. Seeing this, He felt awkward and did not want to press further. He again looked towards the stone. As the ticking sound echoed in his ears, He was suddenly captivated. He saw many things. His uncontrollable rampage, the first time he could still maintain a clear mind to kill the man-eating chameleon, and the second, third, and fourth times using the rampage enhancement, he could still stay clear-minded, except for the battle with Aochen. Suddenly, He had an epiphany. Yes. It was the battle with Aochen. In that battle, the system's battle value gained for the first time broke through the theoretical limit of 1000 and became 1001. And that time, he completely lost consciousness.
Was the problem in that instance? No, that's not it. He shook his head.
The issue was not in that fight, but in the first time he used the rampage enhancement. After using rampage enhancement for the first time, his emotions began to become a bit impatient, evident when he heard that the first prize for the beast test was a whopping 10 million. When selling the cold spirit fruit, he heard about 3 million, and his brain only briefly froze, because that was an amount he had rarely seen. Yet in the same situation, he actually became excited, even a bit unable to control his emotions.
The problem began right after his first use of the rampage enhancement.
His mutation started from that moment.
You finally noticed.
The man turned his head to look at Hiyu. She has always been trying to make your emotions uncontrollable.
I know, but what does the system want? Hiyu was confused. What does it want?
The man thought for a moment, as if recalling something. It wants your rationality.
Rationality? Hiyu did not understand. To be accurate, it wants my rationality.
The man snapped his fingers, and the surroundings began to change.
Chapter 102: The method to maintain rationality during rampage.
The scenery around began to twist, and a blue planet appeared before them.
Is that Blue Star? Hiyu saw the blue planet, realizing that it was Blue Star before the mutation.
Almost indistinguishable from Earth, with the same 7 continents and 4 oceans, the same blue skies and white clouds, the same sun and moon.
No, it doesn't seem to be Blue Star.
Hiyu seemed to notice something unusual and said in surprise, there is no life on it.
You're right, this is not Blue Star.
The man slowly nodded. This is what she has always been thinking about, what she desires from me, always protected by our rationality. So, she wants to make your emotions uncontrollable. Once your emotions lose control, rationality will disappear, and the barrier protecting this will show a crack, then she will know its location.
What is this? Hiyu pointed at the giant blue sphere that looked like Blue Star. The specifics are inconvenient for me to say.
The man shook his head. It could be sensed by her from your memory. I can only ensure the images and sounds in your memory are vague, but I can't guarantee that this thing won't be perceived by her.
What do you mean?
Hiyu asked. If you know the exact name of this thing, then a trace of its causal aura will blend with you. At that time the system will know its precise location, and you will lose your value and be immediately erased by the system.
So, this is the reason the system chose me?
Hiyu looked at the blue planet before him, lost in thought. It looked too much like Earth.
His hometown. Exactly.
The man did not deny it. This is my hometown, and I transformed it like this. It is because in the drifting of countless vast universes, I gradually went from the initial joy and excitement to the numbness and grief that followed. I miss home, so I transformed this place into a resemblance of my hometown. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every stone, every person, every animal, molded to imitate home, just to relive the feeling of home during this long, almost endless lifespan and journey.
But there is no life here.
In my state, I cannot create life, so ultimately, this place is not my familiar home. The plants and animals you see, rather than being life, are more like puppets I shaped, only able to grin foolishly. Hiyu was taken aback, looking in shock at the man.
Are you also a traveler? No. I am a manager.
The man shook his head. But the place I manage is not my hometown, it is far from home, and we are not allowed to return at will.
What do you mean? Do you have someone above you? Not a person, but...
Just as the man was about to say something, his eyes suddenly bulged, looking as if he had been struck by something heavy, feeling so uncomfortable that he seemed about to fall to the ground.
Hey! What's wrong?
Hiyu anxiously moved forward, but saw the man steady himself and waved a hand towards Hiyu.
It's nothing, just a little warning.
The man struggled to straighten up, and a palm-sized ball of light appeared in his hand.
This is...
Using your body these days, consider this as rent.
The man looked guilty.
Hiyu looked at the light ball in the man's hand, full of confusion.
Try to absorb it.
Upon hearing this, Hiyu followed the instruction. Lick 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 lick. Hiyu kept licking the light ball, trying to dissolve it like licking a lollipop.
What are you doing? Absorbing it.
Hiyu said seriously. What kind of absorbing is this? Oh, I remember, people from your world, apart from humanoid species, cannot absorb energy. The man face-palmed helplessly.
Then I'll just give it back to you. Don't give it back to me. It's covered in your saliva. Half a minute later.
Points of starlight flowed into Hiyu's mind, and Hiyu felt his head clear, his emotions returning to calm.
With this in the future, when you use rampage enhancement, you won't lose control again. The man nodded at Hiyu. How do you know this so well? Hiyu asked. Because the rampage enhancement is actually my skill.
The man stated with righteousness, "It was given to you as a beginner's gift by her, but due to the lack of my rationality, you easily enter a state of lost consciousness, subsequently being influenced by rampage enhancement."
Your skill? He looked at the man in shock. Originally called enhancement, there are no side effects when used, at most you'll be exhausted afterward, but without rationality, it results in the rampage.
The man nodded. "By the way, many of the prizes you won in the lottery, like the small pills, green bead bracers, and tear-inducing light balls, are actually mine."
Yours? Then how come they're in the system shop? The man fell silent for a moment. Truly, you don't know when to stop, do you? Sorry. He hastily apologized upon realizing he misspoke. "By the way, what's up with the slogans on those item descriptions, like the advertisements?" "Because I bought them." The man nodded. "Bought? Where did you buy them?"
"A huge company in our world that spans across several universes, but you don't need to know too many details, since that company can't come here. As for those items, their style is just like that, they enjoy exaggerating the advertisements for their own products."
"So what exactly is your identity?" "You can choose to call me E. E said to Hiyu. "E, strange name." Hiyu shook his head. "To be honest, when I first met you, I thought you would take over my body. I'm not as brutal as you think."
He smiled bitterly, shaking his head, "And besides, starting anew in your body, who knows when I'll be able to return to my original form."
"Indeed." Hiyu nodded. "It is well known that contract masters cannot cultivate." "Is that portable space yours too?" Hiyu asked. "No, that's hers," he explained. "The system's."
Hiyu was momentarily puzzled.
"So the system really gave him her things?"
"I probably won't appear in front of you again." He looked at Hiyu with her scarlet eyes tinged with gold, filled with melancholy, as everything around began to collapse. "I have worked hard to accumulate my mental energy over the years, but you brat have used it all up in just a few months."
Sorry." Hiyu scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty.
"Before I leave, let me give you a piece of advice: stay rational, but believe in miracles appropriately. Reasonably doubt the system, you can use the items and skills she gives you, but don't forget to guard against her."
"Hey, wait, where's the original body?"
"It hasn't been around since just now, and I still have some questions for him." Everything around shattered at that moment. He suddenly awoke, looking around, only to find that the clock's hands had only moved 10 minutes.
Not a dream.
He could clearly feel that something inside his body had cleared away the malevolent and gloomy energy on him.
The side effects of the rampage enhancement have disappeared?
He looked at his body in surprise. Feeling his mind becoming clear again, he began to take deep breaths. The irritability vanished, everything seemed to return to the initial starting point, before he had used the rampage enhancement.
Although there are some questions I didn't get to ask. But thank you, Brother E.
He walked out of the room, only to be greeted by a 5-meter-high wave.
"Watch out!" Lolan yelled at Hiyu. Splash! The wave crashed down, drenching Hiyu completely. "I'm sorry, Hiyu." Lolan looked at Hiyu somewhat embarrassed, while Aochen couldn't stop laughing beside him. "Ha ha ha. Hiyu, you got hit again by this king." Aochen laughed heartily on the water.
Hiyu wiped his face and coldly smiled at Aochen, looking completely exasperated.
"You, Aochen.
I wouldn't mind having boiled fish today." Hiyu laughed and called forth Little Tiger.
"Ha ha ha. Come. Let's have another battle." Aochen laughed and summoned the sacred tide Extreme Kuan. Chapter 103, Contract Space Training.
Damn, that guy Aochen is so full of himself just because he has the advantage of the venue. Hiyu climbed down from the battle beast leopard, feeling somewhat gloomy, and walked toward the library.
He had just lost the battle.
Aochen took advantage of the venue, and the entire water system Han High Class's classroom had very little space for land-based battle beasts to stand, severely restricting Little Tiger's movement, which led to his defeat. What annoyed Hiyu the most was Aochen's smug look. He really deserved a beating.
Sigh. Hiyu let out a bitter laugh. Why bother arguing with a kid?
Thinking this way, he headed to the library.
After going up to the second floor, Hiyu was guided by the staff to a training room.
Due to the limited number of contract space training rooms, new students can only stay for a maximum of 5 hours each month. We suggest you first learn the theoretical knowledge before training, otherwise, your mind might get hurt, the staff member said to Hiyu.
Will it be treated if the mind gets injured? Hiyu asked.
You can call the dean to help, but the cost will be borne by you.
How much? Hiyu had a bad feeling. One rescue costs 100,000. Hiyu was startled, his eyes wide open. 100,000? Bai Lu really charges a lot.
Oh, I thought who it was. A mocking voice came, making Hiyu turn his head to look. He saw Qin Mu walking over with a proud look, swaggering as he smiled at Hiyu.
Are you too scared to go in? Do you want to go home and ask mommy if you want to cultivate in the contract space?
I was just wondering who was making such a loud noise. He shrugged indifferently, turns out it's someone who's afraid of water.
What do you mean?
Shinmu looked at Hiyu in confusion.
Rabies. You. Battle value plus 200.
Shinmu looked at Hiyu with a face full of anger. Looking at Hiyu's indifferent expression towards everything, Shinmu felt a surge of hatred that made his teeth itch.
Don't think that breaking through to battle level is so amazing.
Shinmu glared at Hiyu and said, I am in the spiritual realm.
Your spiritual realm refers to Ling Ti, right?
That kind of dog catching rabbits is indeed quite powerful.
UTM. Battle value plus 150.
Seeing that cursing at Hiyu would only lead to more suffering, Shinmu simply shook his head and said to the staff, same old rule, open a training room, I'll go first for 2 hours.
Okay, your request has been submitted.
With that, the staff began to operate. In no time, the staff respectfully said, your application has been approved, you can use one of the training rooms.
Regular students can use the training room for 10 hours every month. Shinmu laughed arrogantly at Hiyu, aren't you jealous? What should I be jealous about? Are you going to spend so long in there? Do you need 10 hours to finish? You idiot. Battle value plus 250. Could you two keep it down?
The staff said with a very stiff expression.
I'm not arguing with you.
Shinmu glared at Hiyu, then walked towards the training room.
Sigh.
Hiyu looked at Shinmu's back with a face full of damn it. Why is it that even with the same surname Shinyu is so much more likable than Shinmu? Even though Shinmu is slightly older than Shinyu is much more mature except when he cries about certain things. Shinmu is just like a flower grown in a greenhouse, completely unaware of the real world.
Wait, a flower in a greenhouse? Okay, I think I understand Shinmu's thinking now.
A total childish idiot.
Hiyu rolled his eyes. Do you need to check some theoretical knowledge first? The staff asked. Show me, Hiyu nodded. The staff brought the books before Hiyu.
Hiyu looked at the books that looked like they had been through Syrian war damage and fell into thought.
Do we have any better books?
Hiyu's lips twitched.
These just arrived a week ago.
The staff also felt awkward, but they were flipped apart.
Dean Meilu said to keep this book for half a month before replacing it. Meilu, you're such a miser. Hiyu's eyelids twitched violently. Never mind, having them is better than not having them.
Hiyu took the book, and the system panel appeared before him.
Do you want to spend 3,000 battle value to learn?
Hiyu clicked yes. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge surged into his mind. Hiyu's brain could not accept so much knowledge all at once, so he shook his head and began to slowly digest it. Less than 10 minutes later, Hiyu finished digesting and returned the book to the staff.
Hey! Aren't you going to take another look? The staff asked, puzzled. No need, I've already learned it.
Hiyu smiled and waved his hand. You should take another look, mental injuries are no joke. Even with the dean involved, it can take at least 3 months to heal. The mind and soul are closely linked, and a mental injury can also affect the soul. No need, Hiyu smiled, just open a training room for me. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. If you're still worried, I can sign a waiver to ensure that if something happens, it has nothing to do with you.
This. The staff hesitated. Just give this kid a room.
Hearing the voice, both of them turned around. They saw Teacher Jean slowly approaching, smiling at the staff.
Give him a room. If something goes wrong, I'll take him out. Teacher Jean Changlu, you this? You little boy, I've heard about you.
Teacher Jean smiled sadly at Hiyu, choosing the water system Laurel class and not choosing me. I can defend you this time, but if you don't pick me next time, I will go find Zheng Guangzone to collect debts.
Ha ha. Thank you, teacher.
Hiyu exclaimed excitedly, I will definitely choose your class next time.
Now that sounds better.
Jean Changlu smiled and patted Hiyu on the shoulder, go in quickly.
2 hours first. Hiyu smiled. Okay. The staff nodded and began to operate. Since this is your first time entering, so I need your student ID.
Hiyu took out his student ID and handed it to the staff member. The staff member entered Hiyu's information, and the iron gate before him slowly opened.
Your training room is training room 5. This is currently the only empty training room.
Be sure not to enter other students' training rooms, it's easy to get into trouble. Hiyu nodded, don't worry, I'm not one of those main characters from a novel who ignores advice. After saying that, Hiyu stepped forward and entered through the gate.
Remember to summon your battle beast. Training together with your battle beast is much more effective. Jean Changlu shouted. Okay, Teacher Jean.
The door slowly closed, leaving the two standing outside, waiting. As soon as Hiyu entered the room, he felt an overwhelming pressure from his mind, making it hard for him to breathe. This kind of pressure was different from physical pressure. It felt like being caught sneaking a phone in class when the school forbade it. Because of this pressure, Hiyu's heart raced quickly. It wasn't quite like the heartbeat that matched with his bond, but more like the painful thumping after running 1,000 meters. Fortunately, this pain wasn't too intense. Hiyu could still hold on. Plus, he had prepared himself by rapidly learning about the situation, so he could manage. Here we go. Hiyu looked around the training room, knowing the mental pressure inside was far more terrifying than outside. Only this kind of terrifying mental pressure could train one's mental strength. Mei Lu had also said that the contract space is the embodiment of mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the larger the contract space. To train his mental strength, Hiyu steeled himself and walked toward Training Room 5. Chapter 104, Mental Heavy Pressure. When Hiyu arrived at Training Room 5, he was surprised to find the floor seemed very clean. It looked like someone often cleaned it. Just as Hiyu was about to make a move, a screen suddenly popped up in front of him. Welcome to Training Room 5. Please select the intensity of your training. Then, 3 levels were displayed. Entry level, 1 to 10 times mental heavy pressure. Suitable for low-level realm. Expert level, 11 to 100 times mental heavy pressure. Suitable for mid-level realm. Ultimate level, 101-1000 times mental heavy pressure. Suitable for high-level realm. Each level increased tenfold from the previous one. Hiyu chose entry level. Mr. Hiyu, Battle Beast, Scorching Fire Spirit Tiger, Realm, Battle Realm 1 star, current contract space size, diameter 2 meters. His personal information was displayed, and then began to change. Recommended training intensity, 2 to 5 times mental heavy pressure. Only up to 5 times? Hiyu looked at the screen. What about other people's training intensity? First place, Pan Yun, second session graduate of Beast Fighting Academy, graduated, highest record 56 times mental heavy pressure, time, 45 seconds 53. Second place, Mei Lu, 8th session graduate of Beast Fighting Academy, graduated, highest record 48 times mental heavy pressure, time, 1 minute 7 seconds 34. Third place, Jin Mu, 46th session graduate of Beast Fighting Academy, currently enrolled, currently highest record 39 times mental heavy pressure, time, 23 seconds 56. Oh, didn't expect Jin Mu to have some skill. Hiyu admiredly nodded while looking at Jin Mu's ranking. What was his initial mental heavy pressure? Access denied. Hiyu was stunned. Alright, he had forgotten about this. He could only view their final data, and he had no way of looking at their historical data. Hiyu thought for a moment and adjusted the gravity multiplier in his training room to 3 times. Let's start with something easy and test the waters. Hiyu followed teacher Jin Shengliu's advice and summoned the little tiger. Shall we start? Hiyu clicked yes. As the countdown ended, a wave of mental heavy pressure hit him. Ugh. Hiyu and the little tiger's eyes bulged instantly, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. What the hell? Hiyu endured the excruciating pain, forcing himself to concentrate. It feels like my soul is about to be torn apart. Roar. Both Hiyu and the little tiger were sweating profusely. My body is mostly fine, but my spirit feels like it's being crushed. The intense pain, unlike any physical pain, comes from the mind, therefore, both the person and the tiger feel as if their heads are about to explode. It's like having eaten too many popsicles, causing a brain freeze level of agony, even more painful than that. The most crucial part is that they have no way to ease this pain. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Ow ow ow. The person and the tiger writhed on the ground, rolling all over the training room. Now they understand why the floor is so clean. It hurts so much. Hiyu could no longer hold back and shouted loudly. At the same time, he felt thankful inside. Fortunately, he didn't act tough earlier and faced 10 times the mental pressure right away. Otherwise, with mental damage, he could have turned into a vegetable. Host, don't panic. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. A system appeared before Hiyu, smiling at him. Feeling pain in the head is normal, it means the brain is building muscle. Build your own muscle. Hiyu shouted in agony. He. The system wasn't worried now, it started using words to provoke Hiyu. After half an hour, the intense pain in Hiyu and the little tiger's heads gradually subsided. They began to adapt to the mental pressure, indicating their mental strength was growing. Hiyu now only felt a little dizzy, the intense pain had completely vanished. Phew. It hurt me to death. Meow. The little tiger lay beside Hiyu, slowly letting out a sigh of relief. Hiyu knew from theoretical knowledge that the first time enduring mental pressure would be painful, but he never expected it to hurt this much. He shook his head to get rid of the last lingering dizziness, forcing himself to focus and cross his legs to meditate. Seeing this, the little tiger obediently stayed by his side. He could feel his mental power continuously growing under the pressure, the most notable change being that his contracted space had increased from 2 meters to 2.5 meters.
Wait. No way. Did I turn into a little black one? He was shocked on the spot.
Jokes aside, but this improvement was undoubtedly significant. A normal contract master's contracted space would only grow by 10 to 20 centimeters each year, but training here could equal what others would naturally grow in 2 years.
No wonder everyone wants to get into the Beastmaster University, it really has good stuff.
Jin Changlu was waiting outside when he suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground, accompanied by a lazy yawn. Jin Changlu knew what this sound was and quickly sat up from the sofa, smiling at Mei Lu who was not far away. Hello, Dean.
Teacher Jin, who are you waiting for?
Mei Lu lazily smiled at Jin Changlu.
Oh, I'm waiting for Hiyu.
Jin Changlu replied, that kid is coming here for the first time, so I stepped in to help him.
I see.
Mei Lu nodded, that child has a high mental power level, much higher than his peers, he might break the record for first-time entry into the training room. I remember that even you and the previous dean had mental pressure multipliers of, in the beginning. 4 times and 5 times, respectively. Mei Lu nodded, normal students struggle even at 2 times, only Qin Mu had 3 times of mental pressure when he enrolled, but unfortunately, that child's temperament, sigh.
Mei Lu sighed. By the way, what brings you here out of the blue? Jin Changlu asked. Same old, same old.
Mei Lu looked towards a nearby bookshelf. Jin Changlu followed her gaze to see a tall figure hiding behind the bookshelf, cautiously peeking at Jin Changlu.
Oh, it's that kid Ji Jun again.
Jin Changlu smiled helplessly, still the same as always, socially anxious.
Sorry.
Yi Jun quietly apologized, sounding like a young boy's voice. Every time I hear your voice, it feels very out of place.
Jin Changlu smiled.
He called out to him, come sit over here, teacher. The training room has people in it now, and the latest one will come out in about 10 minutes.
No. No. Yi Jun timidly shrank back behind the bookshelf. Poor child.
Mei Lu sighed helplessly, looking at Yi Jun with a face full of compassion, affected by his battle beast, his body has grown so large. Born into the prominent Yi family, he has been suppressed by his brothers and sisters, leading to his low self-esteem, and now with his battle beast's influence, his large size often attracts strange looks from others. By the way, I still don't know what this child's battle beast is. Jin Changlu wondered, back in their year, the battle beast assessment was a tournament, but even in the tournament, the beasts were not fully released. Jin Changlu still remembered the scene from that year. Back then, Yi Jun, looking like a small boy, would fight but only allowed his battle beast to extend a part of its limb out of the contracted space to attack each time. But honestly, with limbs covered in feathers and scales, Jin Changlu couldn't think of what kind of creature that was.
It didn't look like a mythical creature at all. This is this child's secret. Mei Lu said with a smile, he doesn't want to reveal it, and we cannot force him. The dean is right. Jin Changlu nodded. Chapter 105, did this kid break the record? Hiyu, with little tiger, was jumping around in the training room, having a great time. Roar. Meow.
Now, with 1 person and 1 tiger fully adapted to this heavy pressure, they played around, looking very proud. Hiyu's contracted space has also successfully expanded to 2.5 meters, officially joining the ranks of the little black cubs.
Now, the 3 times mental pressure is nothing to fear.
Hiyu jumped off little tiger and stretched lazily.
Are you ready, little tiger? Big brother is going to raise the level. Awah. Little tiger obediently nodded.
Seeing this, Hiyu confidently adjusted the 3 times pressure to 4 times.
Ugh. Roar. Another wave of mental pressure hit, and both of them knelt down again in discomfort.
It's much better than before, Hiyu sweat coldly, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Even the most rational person feels joy and pride after achieving success, and Hiyu was no exception. 10 more minutes passed, and Hiyu and little tiger shook their heads, sitting calmly on the ground.
I feel more relaxed. Hiyu felt like something in his brain had been activated, enhancing his focus on things.
He carefully observed little tiger's body, but suddenly noticed that something seemed to be moving inside.
Have you caught fleas? Meow.
Little tiger curiously scratched with his hind leg.
Nothing was there. No, this is the rising and falling of your body as you breathe.
Hiyu chuckled awkwardly. The body temperature of little tiger seemed like it couldn't host any parasites, except for battle beasts.
I guess my contracted space can't grow any larger?
Hiyu looked puzzled at his contracted ring. The white, jade-like contracted ring seemed stuck at 2.5 meters in diameter, unable to grow even a fraction more.
It's probably because we haven't trained long enough. Hiyu speculated, let's train for another 10 minutes and see. With that, Hiyu sat cross-legged. Damn, stuck close to 3 times pressure again.
A student cursed as he walked out of a training room. He was a freshman, and his training time for the month had already run out. Upon exiting the door, he saw Mei Lu and Jin Changlu guarding the entrance. His mind short-circuited for a few seconds.
Hello, teachers.
After regaining his senses, he greeted both of them.
Hello.
The two nodded slightly at him.
The student cautiously walked over, afraid of attracting the attention of the two mentors.
In fact, neither Mei Lu nor Jin Changlu cared at all, as long as the students didn't commit crimes.
As long as it doesn't violate school rules, doesn't involve activities like cosplaying as the Sunny Doll or doing cordless bungee jumping that will make the instructors emit sharp blasts, the instructors won't bother the students.
The thinking of freshmen generally still lingers in high school, needing time to adapt to university life.
Wait a minute. Mei Lu suddenly called out to that person.
That person jolted and turned to look at Mei Lu, trembling slightly.
What's wrong, teacher? The student's mood was very tense. Could she know that he had been farting in the training room all afternoon? This couldn't be blamed on him. His roommate gave him too many beans for lunch today. What's your maximum mental pressure multiplier? Mei Lu asked. 2.87 times pressure, the student answered, trembling. 2.87 times? That's a good result.
Mei Lu nodded with a smile. Keep it up.
Thank you, teacher. That student ran off without looking back. Really? I won't eat you.
Mei Lu shook her head with a bittersweet smile.
Teacher.
He Yu's result seems a bit off. Yi Jun suddenly pointed at the entrance, timidly saying as he looked at the screen in He Yu's training room.
What's wrong? Mei Lu looked at Yi Jun in confusion. His training room pressure is 4 times. What? Mei Lu and Jin Changlu exclaimed sharply. Why can't I increase it again?
He Yu looked at his contract ring, which was stuck at 2.5 meters, frowning deeply.
Try increasing it more? He Yu asked Little Tiger for his opinion. Little Tiger nodded. He had no objections. He could still hold on.
Seeing this, He Yu increased the pressure again.
5 times the pressure. Damn! Roar!
Another wave of pressure crashed in, and both man and tiger were instantaneously gasping for air.
Something's not right. Veins began to pop on He Yu's forehead. This 5 times pressure seems to be our limit.
He Yu looked at Little Tiger, whose veins were also bulging, sensing something bad.
Damn it! Teacher, Yi Jun said quietly but urgently. He Yu adjusted the pressure to 5 times. What nonsense!
Jin Changlu hurried inside, looking at the display showing 5 times the pressure in training room 5, his eyes widening.
Newbies who first try 5 times pressure can die from brain overload.
In the history of the Beast Fighting Academy, only the previous director had succeeded on their first attempt at 5 times pressure. This achievement was made under the circumstance that the former director was also a psychic beast, extraordinarily talented yet suffered some mental damage. He Yu's beast was a fire-type blazing tiger and couldn't possibly achieve this feat. So there could only be one possibility. Director, who exactly is He Yu? Jin Changlu asked Mei Lu in shock. Mei Lu frowned and shook her head. I don't know. Then she turned to look at training room 5. You little rascal really know how to cause trouble for me. Damn it. How many minutes left until the 2-hour mark? He struggled under the pressure, feeling as if a giant stone weighed on his chest, cursing as he looked at the time on the screen. Another half hour? Omega, host, keep going, your brain needs muscles too. Shut up, you mother. He Yu's curses echoed in the training room. Bad news, this kid has been under 5 times pressure for almost 20 minutes, he won't die in there, right? Jin Changlu said, ready to rush into the training room to save He Yu. Don't be anxious. Mei Lu stopped Jin Changlu. The alarm hasn't gone off, which means the kid is fine, at most he's just a bit uncomfortable right now. Just as they were talking, the door to training room 3 opened. Jin Mu walked out of the training room, looking refreshed. I finally broke through my limits. Jin Mu laughed aloud. I can now withstand 39 times the pressure for over a minute. Ha? Teacher? Jin Mu saw Mei Lu and Jin Changlu standing at the door as soon as he came out. Are you here to congratulate me? Jin Mu exclaimed joyfully, laughing. Don't talk. Jin Changlu frowned and glanced at Jin Mu, then looked at the screen. Damn, this kid is going against the heavens. This has already surpassed the previous director's duration. Mei Lu was also astonished. What is it? Jin Mu looked at the screen in confusion. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his pupils constricted. 5 times? He Yu? No, that's not right. Isn't today his first time here? Wait, how could he enter the training room? Didn't he study theoretical knowledge? I studied theoretical knowledge for nearly half a month before I could go in. Jin Mu was dumbfounded. He doubted whether Hiyu had already entered many times, but he could clearly see that today was indeed Hiyu's first time going in.
In other words, he can withstand 5 times the mental pressure his first time in? This is even more outrageous than what I did back then.
Back then, I could only bear 3 times the pressure. Time passed quickly, and it was Hiyu's turn. The door of training room number 5 slowly opened, and Hiyu crawled out on all fours with Xiaohu.
Damn it.
Hiyu spoke in a tone that sounded like he was about to die.
I've never felt this bad even after 3 sleepless nights. Meow.
As soon as he exited the training room, the pressure disappeared, and Hiyu instantly stood up, full of energy.
So refreshing. Meow. The man and the tiger laughed, hands on their hips. It's like holding in a bowel movement after 10 classes and finally releasing it when I get home. What a satisfying feeling. Meow.
What Hiyu didn't notice was that not far away, 3 people were staring at him in shock.
Chapter 106, Throwing Down the Gauntlet. Did you cheat?
Jin Changlu let out a sharp shout.
Hiyu got startled by Jin Changlu's loud yell and turned to see Mei Lu, Jin Changlu, Yi Jun, and Qin Mu all looking at him in astonishment. The training room wasn't destroyed by us,
Hiyu said with conviction.
Meow. Xiaohu hurriedly nodded. We didn't use the training room as a scratching post. Wait, did you treat the training room like a scratching post?
Hiyu looked at Xiaohu in surprise. When did that happen?
Meow. Xiaohu lowered his head in embarrassment. Hiyu turned around to see deep but evident claw marks on the alloy walls of the training room.
You really know how to make trouble for me.
Meow.
Sorry. I'll pay for it. Hiyu said to the others sheepishly, don't beat up this little guy. I'll help you deal with him later.
What does that even mean? Mei Lu walked over slowly, looking serious as he said to Hiyu, do you know you broke the record?
Broke the record? Hiyu was puzzled.
Mental training is the hardest.
Although Mei Lu had anticipated Hiyu's mysterious past would make him extraordinary, he didn't expect him to be this extraordinary.
He only studied theoretical knowledge for about 10 minutes before entering the mental training room and starting off by withstanding 5 times the mental pressure. He knew the value of this training room.
For a newcomer who was not in the mental field, entering for the first time, even with ample theoretical knowledge, being able to withstand 2 times the pressure is already the limit. But Hiyu was not in the mental field, and today was only his first entry.
Pull up the surveillance footage. Mei Lu shouted to training room number 5.
The footage appeared, showing Hiyu and Xiaohu rolling on the ground, covering their heads and wailing, kicking up dirt from the floor.
This is a sign that only happens when entering for the first time, as the brain adapts to the pressure.
All indications pointed to Hiyu and Xiaohu being first-time entrants to the mental training room.
Is there a problem?
Hiyu asked cautiously.
No problem.
Mei Lu shook his head, looking at Hiyu in shock. How do you feel?
5 times is a bit uncomfortable. Hiyu answered honestly, reaching 5 times is my limit.
I feel a bit embarrassed about such a poor performance. You hit 5 times on your first try.
Yi Jun looked at Hiyu timidly. You broke the record even at 5 times, and you feel embarrassed? What does that make my first attempt at 1.5 times? An amoeba?
You jerk. Qin Mu excitedly stepped forward. He grabbed Hiyu's collar.
What trick did you use to cheat?
Let go. Hiyu's expression instantly turned cold, staring at Qin Mu with icy eyes.
Growl.
The little tiger immediately crouched down, taking on a predatory stance, looking fierce as it glared at Qin Mu, constantly letting out low growls like a supercar's roar.
You can't possibly come in with 5 times the pressure. You are just a beast type combined with fire type. At most you have a space type. You can't be compared to the previous Dean. Swish.
A cold flash passed by as Hiyu pulled out a battle beast's knife from his spatial pocket and placed it against Qin Mu's neck.
As classmates, I don't want to ruin our relationship.
Hiyu's tone was icy, killing intent slowly dissipating. Let go.
Battle value plus 500. Battle value plus 600. Battle value plus.
Don't fight, everyone don't fight, Yi Jun stammered as he tried to mediate, though his impressive physique made him seem intimidating, his childish voice lacked any authority.
Qin Mu.
Mei Lu scolded Qin Mu sternly, let go.
TSK.
Qin Mu looked at Hiyu unwillingly, but he couldn't read any emotional fluctuations in Hiyu's eyes. It seemed like the killing intent was just a cover for his seemingly emotionless heart.
I'm sorry. Qin Mu released Hiyu and apologized, I overreacted.
Hiyu patted his collar, still coldly staring at Qin Mu.
Do you know the last Dean was able to withstand 5 times the pressure on his first try?
Mei Lu looked at Hiyu and asked.
I don't know. Hiyu shook his head. He didn't even know who the last Dean was.
The last Dean was the second Dean of the Beast Fighting Academy, and I am the third. Mei Lu explained, you might not understand this, but your teacher Zhang Guangzong is his student.
Oh. He became interested, so he is my ancestor?
Yes, he was also involved in fusion research. Mei Lu nodded, but later he went to eradicate the Beast God Society and died on the battlefield.
Hearing this, He was stunned. I don't want to say more.
Mei Lu shook his head, you just need to know that the highest pressure I could bear on my first entry to the training room was only 4 times, and only the old dean was like you with 5 times the pressure.
So? I am comparable to the old dean?
He was a bit surprised. He originally thought it was embarrassing to only achieve 5 times the pressure on the first try, but unexpectedly, he broke the record.
You can understand it that way. Mei Lu nodded.
What a pity for Zhang Guangzong. Jin Changlu said in anguish. Mental strength training is different from physical training. Yi Jun quietly muttered on the side, mental strength is the exclusive cultivation method for contract masters, which can enhance the bond between oneself and the battle beast, and can also increase the size of the contract space. Meanwhile, doubling the gravity is a training method for humanoid species.
Humanoid species cannot withstand mental pressure, just as contract masters cannot withstand increasing gravity.
Brother Yi Jun, what are you saying?
He couldn't make out what Yi Jun was saying.
But from the sound,
Yi Jun actually had this kind of voice?
He thought it would be a rough adult voice but didn't expect it to be so soft. If this were a voice chat without looking at his figure, he would really think it was a child. Watching everyone crowd around He while he was left out alone, Jinmu felt mixed emotions. Clearly, before he and Aochen appeared, he was the center of attention at the school, no, the entire city, but now the spotlight was stolen by these two. Especially He who had turned into the focus of the entire scene right in front of him.
Hey! Do you have paper and a pen? Jinmu shouted loudly at He. What are you going to do?
He looked at Jinmu in confusion.
Less nonsense. Hand it over.
He frowned, staring at Jinmu, who had suddenly gone insane.
What kind of person is this?
But to prevent the other party from getting angry and biting him, causing him to catch rabies, He complied with his request and took out paper and a pen from his spatial pocket to hand it to him.
Jinmu was writing furiously on the paper. 5 minutes later, he asked again, do you have the seal? He handed the seal over once more.
Jinmu pressed his hand onto the paper, then suddenly grabbed the bewildered He and pressed his hand as well. Then, under He's confused gaze, Jinmu held up the paper. It boldly wrote 2 words. War Book. Below it were the handprints of both He and Jinmu. This semester's college competition.
Just wait for me. Jinmu shouted at He, if I don't knock you and Aochen off your pedestal, I'll read my name backward.
After saying that, Jinmu left in a huff. Only the 4 people present were left in total confusion. He stared in shock at the direction Jinmu had gone, his eyes bulging. Using my pen and paper to write a war book, then using my seal to force myself to press my handprint, finally declaring war on me with the war book written with my pen and paper. Why does this feel so strange? He was speechless.
Can't the brains of people in this world function normally? Chapter 107, The Ghost of the Old Dean.
2 more days passed, and He continued to help Zhang Guangzong for another 2 days. When he finally came out, He felt like he was on the verge of dying in the research lab, spending all day in there without time to eat. Even Zhang Guangzong seemed to be getting worse, working on research at night, forcing He to stay and help, staying up late to the point of exhaustion. I can't take it anymore if this continues tomorrow, I'll really die in the research lab. He lay on the bed, looking as if he were about to pass away. He finally understood why the seniors and teachers always looked at him with expressions that seemed to say they couldn't last long in this profession.
Zhang Guangzong truly was a torture device.
There's a public class tomorrow, Longxing said to He. It's for Mei Lu, the whole school has to attend, this way you can escape Zhang Guangzong's torment. But it's only for 1 day. He looked at Longxing with a resentful expression. Still better than nothing, Longxing said seriously, use this day to rest, eat well, sleep well, play good games, and recover properly.
Having 1 day is better than not having it at all. Makes sense.
He was already too tired to argue with Longxing. Or rather, he really agreed with Longxing's plan. Suddenly, the class group chat for the combined class beeped. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Guangzong. Zhang Guangzong, I have something tomorrow, take a day off for yourself. I see you've been helping me with research these days and must be tired. Rest well and regain your energy before we continue research.
There's the dean's public class tomorrow, you can go watch. Oh my god.
He was so moved that tears streamed down his face.
Finally, I can rest.
With that, he fell asleep instantly. The next day, He arrived at the public class. Mei Lu, unlike her usual laziness, addressed the students below with excitement. Hello, students. Thousands of students below shouted in unison, hello, teacher. New students may not know what day it is today, but old students surely do. Mei Lu nodded at the students.
Today marks the 10th anniversary of the old dean's passing. The old dean lived an incredibly brilliant life. At a young age, he became the strongest under the old city lord of Yuzhou. He even dealt with the four lords. He survived the Blue Star mutation, endured the human civil war, and even broke through to the commander level. He single-handedly taught today's city lord from a reckless youth to a capable leader. But unfortunately 10 years ago, to eradicate the Beast God Society, the dean followed the main forces to the Beast God Society's stronghold in the old continent. After that, he never returned. It was only because teacher Zhang Guangzong risked his life to retrieve the old dean's remains that we were able to bury the old dean. He listened intensely below. He loved these stories, these historical tales held a special allure for him. But was it really Zhang Guangzong who brought back the old dean's remains? No wonder Mei Lu didn't expel Zhang Guangzong.
That's not right, Zhang Guangzong also went along with the main troop to fight the Beast God Society.
If he was just expelled like that, the higher-ups would probably be furious. He patted his forehead. Really, my recent thought doesn't align with the 24-character mantra I carry. How can a soul raised under the red flag have such a head-chopping thought? But speaking of Zhang Guangzong, it seems I haven't seen him today. He looked up at the stage in confusion. There were 11 teachers, including Lin Ling, but Zhang Guangzong was nowhere to be found. Where did Zhang Guangzong go? Not coming to such an important occasion?
He felt puzzled inside. At that moment, Zhao Yuan and the others suddenly started to whisper softly beside him.
Have you heard?
There's a ghost-type battle beast appearing on the mountain behind our school, Zhao Yuan said.
Ghost-type? Such a rare attribute? Longxing was surprised. What a pity.
I'm not a contract master, I can't catch ghost types.
What ghost type?
Tell me clearly, Aochen leaned in. A senior from my dorm next door said that this year, 2 people from their dorm went to sweep the old principal's grave.
After finishing, just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw a semi-transparent figure on the old principal's grave. Suck. What? That's so thrilling? Aochen gasped suddenly, the old principal's ghost?
I don't know, at that time, the 2 seniors thought they were seeing things, rubbed their eyes, and then saw a black cat with half its head turned into a skull passing by, with several blue-black ghost fires around it.
Suck, the 2 gasped in shock.
What? What ghost fire?
Wang Li chimed in, asking. The 3 of them quickly retold the story to Wang Li. Suck, Wang Li gasped as well, so terrifying?
Absolutely, those 2 seniors ran away immediately, Zhao Yuan nodded. When they came back, they guessed it might be a ghost-type battle beast species. After all, ghost-type battle beasts are very rare. Of the over 200 ghost-type battle beasts discovered in the world, 70% can summon and lead souls.
Then that cat.
It might be the Lingyu ghost cat recorded officially. This type of battle beast has a distinctive characteristic where some body parts are devoid of skin or flesh, and some have only lost their fur, exposing red muscles underneath, Zhao Yuan explained. The thought is chilling, Wang Li shivered. I'm most afraid of ghosts.
Wait, did you just say ghost types can summon and lead souls? Yang Tianchao suddenly leaned in. Zhao Yuan nodded, yes.
Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his eyes widening in disbelief.
Are you trying to ask? Zhao Yuan asked, trembling.
Exactly, Yang Tianchao nodded. The old principal's soul is trapped by the dead cat.
As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone present was shocked. No.
That can't be. The old principal was a superstar in life. It's highly unlikely he could be trapped by a wild cat, right? Longxing asked with a hopeful heart. Not necessarily, Yang Tianchao shook his head. It's true that souls are linked to spiritual power, but once a person dies, their spiritual power is emptied, and their soul loses its tether, making it easy for some ghost-type battle beasts to take advantage of it.
Isn't the man-eating ghost tiger, which ranks high in danger, just like this?
After consuming people and battle beasts, it turns their souls into ghosts to lure more beings as its food.
Stop talking, I'm scared. Wang Li looked around nervously and then noticed He sitting nearby, his face written with, don't see me, don't see me. He I'm scared. Wang Li suddenly hugged He arm. He expression instantly turned to one of despair. He understood better than anyone what these unfortunate kids were thinking. He didn't want to get involved in this mess at all, he just wanted to rest today. And when Wang Li hugged He, the 4 pairs of eyes turned to look at He. After class, taking advantage of the still early time, He and the others mounted their holy tide extreme koan and fierce wind phoenix, flying towards the back mountain of the school. Damn it! Zhao Yuan, you're really a genius. Longxing stood on the back of the holy tide extreme koan, smiling at Zhao Yuan. You brought He along. Now we don't have to fear any ghosts or monsters. Ha ha ha. Of course. Zhao Yuan laughed. Right now, the strongest young creature in the world is the tiger, and He's little tiger is fire type, Yang on top of Yang. No ghost or monster can stand against it.
Though sometimes your various suffocating moves give me a headache, I really have to praise you this time.
Yang Tianqiao laughed. Whoa! Only Aochen looked miserable, staring at Hiyu, who was riding the fierce wind phoenix beside him.
Hiyu, why don't you ride with me? Why don't you sit on my kuan?
Go to hell, you're so gay.
Hiyu blared, cursing at Aochen.
Why does Aochen feel a bit like a bro? Could his ancestry be from Chengdu?
Hiyu felt that he needed to stay away from him in the future.
Get lost, get lost. Wang Li hugged Hiyu and waved her hand at Aochen. Don't try to hit on my Hiyu. Yo, there's some drama. Longxing grinned, watching the scene. Damn, there really is some drama.
Zhao Yuan said, taking out a watermelon the size of a head from Longxing's hat.
Where did this come from? Yang Tianqiao complained. I just planted it. How did you plant it?
Longxing took out a watermelon seed from his pocket, planted it in a flower pot, and then pulled out a bottle of Tech Accelerator, dropping a drop of it onto the soil. A watermelon the size of a head suddenly grew out of the pot with a whoosh.
Want to eat? Longxing broke open the watermelon and asked. This is tech and real skill, right? Yang Tianqiao couldn't hold back. Can we eat it? Why not? I'll eat it to show you.
Longxing said, biting into the watermelon, with red juice dripping from the corner of his mouth. See, no problem. A mound appeared at the spot where Longxing had been standing, with a tombstone on top.
That was fast. They even engraved the tombstone already? Yang Tianqiao complained. It's fine.
Longxing's hand broke through the soil, and he emerged smiling, holding the leftover watermelon. Come on, guys, have a bite.
Come on, you idiot.
Your cartoon animation department can resurrect. We can't come back to life if we die, you bastard.
Well, what a pity. Longxing took another bite of the watermelon.
Another mound appeared on the spot.
Stop eating, you bastard.
The king of hell is about to start yelling.
No king of hell.
Longxing broke through the soil again.
An old woman told me to drink soup, seaweed egg drop soup. It looked pretty good. Don't drink it, you idiot. With everyone bickering along the way, they finally reached the entrance to the back mountain of the school. Phew, finally. Hiyu let out a sigh.
Sitting on the fierce wind phoenix, his butt was cold. Anyway, it wasn't comfortable for Hiyu, he preferred warmer places.
This back mountain. Aochen spoke softly. MHM.
The others nodded.
Very much a back mountain. *6. Do you guys think there's a temple on the mountain with a genuine Wandi sword inside? Longxing joked. That's Galaxy Ultraman. Yang Tianqiao sighed and facepalmed. Is there a well here that leads to the Warring States era? That's Inuyasha. No matter what's in the back mountain.
Zhao Yuan stepped forward, smiling. At least, there's definitely a battle beast species.
Right. Hiyu nodded. And it's a ghost-type battle beast species. For the old dean. Aochen stepped forward. We must be brave. For the old dean. Save the old dean. Everyone shouted in unison.
Hiyu, seeing this scene, smiled slightly.
It seems this group of kids still has some backbone. 5 minutes later.
Hiyu and Little Tiger walked at the front of the line, both wearing expressions of I give up. The others and their battle beasts hid behind Hiyu and Little Tiger, trembling in fear from the surrounding dark environment.
I just praised you all in my heart. Can you not be so superstitious? Wow, wow, wow. I'm depending on you, Captain Hiyu.
Zhao Yuan stuttered, closely following Hiyu. At present, only Hiyu was not afraid of the eerie environment, the others were scared.
Goo goo. What sound?
The sudden cry startled Longxing, who quickly hid behind Hiyu.
Don't make a fuss.
Hiyu shined his flashlight over and found it was the call of a 3-star night patrol owl from the beast realm. Just a 3-star night patrol owl from the beast realm, no need to be so alarmed.
What? Turns out it's just a bird. Aochen laughed. Longxing, you really have no composure at all. How can you serve as my subordinate? Could you control your legs before saying that? He looked at Aochen's trembling legs, speechless. What? Turns out it's a dark-type battle beast.
Longxing breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was a ghost. Longxing turned his head and smiled. A pale, translucent old face appeared before Longxing's eyes. Longxing's smile froze on his face.
A ghost. Degree, a human.
A person and a ghost were both startled by each other, letting out sharp shrieks. Everyone turned to look, seeing both of them so scared that they resembled the famous painting The Scream, letting out a dreadful cry.
There really is a ghost. Aochen screamed, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Brother! Don't scare me like that, bro.
Zhao Yuan hurriedly slapped Aochen, trying to wake him up.
Slap, slap, slap. The slaps landed on Aochen's face, making him drool. If you fainted, who would protect me, bro? Bro, ha ha ha. Zhao Yuan laughed suddenly while slapping, damn. I also have a day when I can beat Aochen down. Meow.
Little tiger, stop it. Wang Li trembled, standing behind little tiger. She already regretted following this bunch of idiots here.
Isn't it better to just tell the teacher about this? Why did I have to wade through this muddy water? Why didn't I use my brain back then? Meow.
Little tiger stared blankly at Wang Li after hearing her words.
That's not little tiger's voice. He said, looking at the pair of glowing green eyes in the nearby bushes.
A system panel popped up, showing Battle Beast information.
Spirit Shadow Ghost Cat. Affiliation, Battle Beast Type, Fantasy Species. Attributes, Ghost, Beast. Quality, Excellent. Level, Battle Realm 6 star. Found the target, let's go.
He said, pulling Wang Li to run towards the Spirit Shadow Ghost Cat.
Hey! Wait for us.
Yang Tianchao stuffed the soul that Long Xing had scared out back into Long Xing's mouth and carried him toward Yu and the others.
Damn!
The old ghost looked at this scene, instantly widening his eyes. Amazing, this young man.
You all wait for us too. Zhao Yuan dragged the now awake Aochen towards everyone.
Why does my face hurt so much?
Aochen asked, covering his swollen face. It's because the yin energy is too strong. Zhao Yuan nervously averted his gaze. Is that so? Exactly. Some people are just allergic to yin energy. You need to understand, people have different physiques. Really? Aochen nodded, as if he understood but also seemed confused. Meow.
The Spirit Shadow Ghost Cat fled ahead while Yu and the others desperately chased behind.
Don't run. Let go of the Dean's soul. Meow.
The Spirit Shadow Ghost Cat darted through the woods like a phantom.
Chapter 109 Spirit Shadow Ghost Cat.
Zhang Guangzong held 2 bouquets of fresh flowers in front of the old dean's grave, slowly squatting down with 1 bouquet in hand.
Placed in front of the old dean's tombstone. Old man.
Zhang Guozong half knelt on the ground, his expression complex.
Shame, anger, regret, sadness.
A mix of emotions intertwined, and Zhang Guozong didn't know what to say.
How should I say it? When I first met you two, the master and disciple, I thought you were foolish and troublesome.
Clearly, everything I did was for humanity, to prevent the tragic events caused by humanoid beings during the Blue Star's mutation from happening again, yet you both tried to stop me. It is the humanoid beings who are the most beastly, killing, arson, ruining women and children. Everything I did was for the contract masters, for humanity.
But why did the Night Alliance, the 4 lords, and you all come to stop me?
Clearly, the binding contract is only the ability of a few, while most people can only passively dodge and take hits from humanoid beings.
If I succeeded, then humanity would no longer have to fear humanoid beings, wouldn't it?
Zhang Guozong sighed and lowered his head in guilt.
But later, I understood.
Or rather, I grasped your thoughts. What we did was indeed worse than pigs and dogs, and being wiped out by the 4 lords and the Night Alliance was what we deserved. The organization has already escaped my control. I was even sidelined by that group of guys, and it wasn't until I faced you that I realized there was no one I could use. Reality and my ideals had diverged.
Sigh.
In the end, I took over your cause, continuing to pursue this impossible thing called fusion, even though my real age has already surpassed 60. Zhang Guozong shook his head and slowly stood up.
I've finished what I wanted to say to you. I'm sorry you have to hear it every year. You must despise me, right? Hate this man who took everything from your disciple.
Zhang Guozong bowed his head apologetically. I will find the locations of the remaining Beast God Association members, and I'll make the fusion happen before I die, as compensation to you, and also as my own atonement, although I know I can never repay my sins. That's it, old man. I'm sorry to come to you every year. To you, it must feel like provocation, but I'm actually here to apologize, even though you probably won't accept it.
So troublesome. Every year on this day, I have to visit the graves of you two. Your disciple's tombstone is buried on the other side of this mountain, and without the help of war beasts, it will take me a long time to get there.
Zhang Guozong smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was punishing himself. Just as Zhang Guozong planned to head to the other side of the mountain, he suddenly heard an explosion from behind.
Boom!
The sky was illuminated by a blazing fire. Countless flames resembling fireworks burst and blossomed in the forest, dazzling yet deadly.
Countless cries of agony erupted from the flames, echoing throughout the entire back mountain in an instant.
Zhang Guozong was taken aback when he heard the sound.
Is someone there?
Without thinking too much, Zhang Guozong quickly grabbed another bouquet of flowers and ran towards the direction of the explosion.
Meow.
The spirit ghost cat's back arched, its decaying skin bursting with black fur, roaring at Yu and the others in front of it.
It has entered its spiky dragon form. The others, standing behind Yu, said. I know.
He Yu and Xiao Hu activated their binding contract state, their firepower becoming even more ferocious.
But he looked at the semi-transparent ghosts floating around him and hesitated for a moment.
Just moments ago, Xiao Hu and his physical attacks could not harm these ghosts, they were immune to physical attacks.
However, when Xiao Hu unleashed the splendid fire dance, these ghosts were visibly harmed and emitted eerie cries of woe. Quick, attack!
Zhao Yuan raised an ice wall in front of everyone, which had just protected them from the assault of the splendid fire dance. The ice wall was several layers stacked together, resembling the structure of a thermos, maximizing protection for everyone. But just now, Little Tiger's wide-ranging attack had burned down the ice wall to just its last side, the rest had all turned into water.
Even Zhao Yuan couldn't help but gasp at this scene.
Although he was at a disadvantage due to the opposing element, he had never seen such terrifying destructive power among his peers before.
Attack quickly! Beat it and rescue the old dean! Zhao Yuan shouted. We can't attack yet. He Yu frowned.
He could clearly sense that these ghosts were spreading out from the spirit phantom cat, and the closer they got to the spirit phantom cat, the denser the number of ghosts became. Perhaps he could attack the spirit phantom cat without caring about the safety of these spirits, but then what? These ghosts weren't purposely trying to block He Yu and the others, and just thinking about this made He Yu feel guilty.
Tisk troublesome.
Saying this, He Yu reached into his personal space.
The spirit phantom cat's back arched again, and its fur flared up even longer.
He Yu opened the catnip, and a scent that made cats feel intoxicated instantly spread out. I hope this works.
He Yu prayed in his heart. Meow.
The spirit phantom cat suddenly dashed over, moving with agility nearly the size of a house cat, claws glinting coldly as it swiped at He Yu.
Be careful. Everyone held their breaths. Purr. Ha! A pleasant purring sound came out, and everyone was taken aback.
Good, such a good kitty. He Yu smiled as he stroked the spirit phantom cat's belly and lifted it up.
Meow.
The half-ordinary black cat, half-skeletal face of the spirit phantom cat showed a clear expression of dependence, constantly nudging He Yu's hand with its head.
Meow Little Tiger watched the scene, feeling dissatisfied.
He was jealous. He also wanted to be held by He Yu, but unfortunately, his size was too big to be cradled in He Yu's arms.
It should be all right now. He Yu held the spirit phantom cat and smiled at everyone.
Numerous ghosts floated around He Yu, some were conscious, while others were like empty shells.
I think you should change your name. Yang Tianxiao said to He Yu. Ha!
He Yu looked at Yang Tianxiao in confusion.
Call yourself He, friend of the feline tribe, Yu. Yang Tianxiao gave a thumbs up and laughed.
He Yu, _. He Yu had given nicknames to Jiahao and Aochen, and now being given a nickname by someone else was, in a way, poetic justice.
Back to business, look around and see if there is the old dean's spirit. Long Xing said with a smile, I've seen a photo of the old dean.
Saying this, Long Xing began to search. At that moment, Zhang Guangzong arrived.
You lot! Zhang Guangzong shouted loudly at He Yu and the others, what are you doing here? Zhang Guangzong? Everyone looked at Zhang Guangzong with surprise. Teacher? He Yu had a confused expression. Why was Zhang Guangzong here?
Hiss. When the spirit phantom cat saw Zhang Guangzong, it let out a fierce howl and quickly broke free from He Yu, swiftly escaping from the area.
Chapter 110, Beast God Meeting, Seat 12, First Seat, Z Mouse.
Wait. He Yu was about to chase after the spirit phantom cat, but he saw it dash away and vanish into the bushes and trees. Once the spirit phantom cat left, all the spirits instantly followed it in flight.
That spirit phantom cat.
Zhang Guangzong saw the spirit phantom cat but appeared very surprised. It seemed he recognized that spirit phantom cat. Seeing Zhang Guangzong's reaction, He Yu was also puzzled for a moment.
What are you all doing here? Zhang Guangzong asked the six of them. We are rescuing the old dean. Wang Li said. That's right. Everyone nodded.
Now it was Zhang Guangzong's turn to be confused.
Rescuing?
Everyone explained the situation to Zhang Guangzong.
You're mistaken.
Zhang Guangzong shook his head. The spirit phantom cat does have the ability to attract and control spirits, but unlike the man-eating tiger, it does not have the ability to nourish spirits, it merely unconsciously drives those spirits. Those ghosts will dissipate within a few years by its side.
I don't quite understand.
The crowd tilted their heads and said. In simple terms, it takes only 2 or 3 years for a soul to dissipate without nourishment, and since the old principle has been dead for 10 years, the soul cannot be attracted by the spirit ghost cat. The spirit ghost cat does not have the ability to nourish souls.
Oh. Got it.
The crowd nodded in unison.
I have another question. He Yu asked Zhang Guangzong, it seems you know that spirit ghost cat?
Upon hearing this, Zheng Guangzong looked at He Yu and nodded.
I know it.
Every year around this time, I come to pay respects to the old principal, and I often see that spirit ghost cat wandering in the back mountain.
Then since you are so familiar, why does that spirit ghost cat run away when it sees you? How would I know? Zheng Guangzong shook his head. Some people just aren't liked by little animals. You know, your teacher is unfortunately one of those kinds of people. And to say familiar, it's not really that. I just come here to sweep the grave every year and occasionally see it. He Yu thought for a moment and then nodded. A reasonable explanation. Alright, the sun is setting soon.
You six should hurry back, or teacher Linling will scold you.
The six nodded. Teacher, you should come back with us. I haven't finished honoring my teacher yet.
Zheng Guangzong picked up the flowers in his hand.
Look. Alright, then we'll head back first. Teacher, please be careful.
He Yu nodded at Zheng Guangzong. The six waved goodbye to Zheng Guangzong and then boarded the Saint Tidal Extreme Koan and the Fierce Wind Phoenix to fly away from the back mountain. Watching everyone leave, Zheng Guangzong finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He hit a lot.
Ordinary souls indeed dissipate in just 2 or 3 years, but souls of the spiritual and soul types are exceptions. And the old principal was exactly of the spiritual type. Zheng Guangzong walked toward the other side of the back mountain, where there was an abandoned little wooden house. Zheng Guangzong arrived at the door of the wooden house and saw that familiar figure. The spirit ghost cat. The spirit ghost cat sat quietly on the ground, just watching Zheng Guangzong without making a sound.
Is the old principal's soul with you? Zheng Guangzong asked.
The spirit ghost cat's half-faced head slightly nodded, and then a translucent soul appeared in midair.
A face full of creases, white hair, a thick beard, and a heroic expression. Just like the old principal in Zheng Guangzong's memory.
But there was no expression on his face, and even his eyes lacked light.
Has he already lost consciousness?
Zheng Guangzong looked at the old principal's soul, showing a sense of sadness. After all, almost 10 years have passed. Even if it is spiritual, the soul is about to dissipate.
You finally dared to come see me.
Zheng Guangzong looked at the spirit ghost cat.
Is it because my time is also near?
The spirit ghost cat nodded.
Then I guess I only have 2 or 3 years left, at best. Zheng Guangzong sighed. I'm very sorry for having taken your master's body. After this, you can do whatever you want with my soul.
The spirit ghost cat showed no emotion on its face and quietly stood up.
Go ahead. A warm female voice entered Zheng Guangzong's ears. Make amends to my master well.
Okay.
Zheng Guangzong nodded and walked into the wooden house.
Looking at the dusty furniture inside the wooden house, Zheng Guangzong turned his head to a music box not far away. He forcefully turned the music box, and a mechanical sound resonated from below.
The wooden floor slowly opened, and a dark staircase appeared before Zheng Guangzong.
Zheng Guangzong picked up a flashlight and entered the staircase.
At the bottom, a gravestone draped in a research coat appeared before Zheng Guangzong.
The gravestone wrote 5 words.
Grave of Zheng Guangzong.
Zheng Guangzong slowly knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to the gravestone. Long time no see, Zheng Guangzong. Zheng Guangzong smiled at the tombstone. Or perhaps, he should not be called Zheng Guangzong anymore. He should be called the Beast God Society's 12th seat, the first seat, the rat, Jia Tianchang.
Time really flies. Jia Tianchang placed flowers on Zheng Guangzong's tombstone.
The area around the tombstone was filled with already withered flowers. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Jia Tianchang said with a bitter smile, back then, you and your teacher came to our Beast God Society's base, boasting that you would kill me, but in the end, I gave you quite a beating. Finally, I was forced to flee by the Holy Dragon Knights who arrived, and when I finally reached the secret passage, you found me again. You lunged at me, but just then, the passage collapsed.
And it was at that moment that my ability, Death Exchange, activated.
You and your beast companion took my place and died in the passage, while I was rescued by the coalition of the 4 Lords and the Knights Alliance, and I survived. After that, I was originally very relieved and proud, but your memories came flooding back like a tide, drowning my original memories.
I didn't expect your will to be so strong.
For several years, I couldn't tell who I was, until I slowly sorted out the memories and finally recognized myself again. Because I had just merged with your body, my soul couldn't adapt, leading to a chaos in spiritual power. When I returned to Yuzhou City, Ling Yu Gui Mao automatically dissolved the contract and escaped into this forest, not willing to see me again. I'm sorry that at that time all I could take back was a lock of your hair, but it's better than nothing, right? Even though it's not from your body, at least there's a grave for you.
As for me, I might not even have a grave in the end. Jia Tianchang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yes, a beast who conducts human experiments, what right do I have to have my own tombstone?
I inherited your ideals, inherited your body, inherited everything of yours, but I am ultimately not you. I'm just a beast who conducts human experiments, I'm just a thief who stole your life.
I'm just a hero turned into a dragon of evil.
The only way I can compensate for both of you is by continuing this fusion research, ensuring that this research never stops before I die, nothing more.
I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Jia Tiancheng's face, dropping onto the tombstone.
I will eradicate the entire Beast God Society, including myself. I, Jia Tiancheng, swear to you, Zhengguozong. I will carry the miracles you believe in and atone repeatedly until the day of my death. Zhengguozong stood up, wiped the tears from his face, took one last look at Zhengguozong's grave, and turned to leave the way he came. He would bear the sins of Jia Tiancheng under the name Zhengguozong, continuously seeking the possibility of fusion. Until he faced death one day.
Chapter 111, Heading to the Hunting Grounds.
In the following 2 days, Hiyu's life gradually returned to normal, and Zhengguozong showed no signs of anything unusual.
The two continued their research peacefully.
During this time, Hiyu visited the spiritual training room several more times, and the mental pressure reached 7.89 times, which was the limit he could bear at the moment. It wasn't that he couldn't reach 8 times, but rather that Hiyu's usage time for this month had ended. However, strangely enough, Hiyu's contract space was stuck at a diameter of 3 meters, unable to grow any larger.
After that, Hiyu asked Mei Lu about this question.
Mei Lu explained that 3 meters was the limit of the contract ring size that could be accommodated at the age of 18. If he wanted to continue growing, he would have to wait until he turned 19, the limit for that age group would be 6 meters. Then, Hiyu voiced a question that had always been in his mind to Mei Lu.
Why were all the people he had met so far limited to a maximum of 3 contracted battle beasts?
Even those who had awakened to their companion beasts could only possess 4.
Is there really no one who has 5 or more battle beasts?
In response, Mei Lu replied.
Yes, there are.
It depends on talent. People with 5 or more battle beasts do exist, but they are ultimately just a small minority. There is another way, which is to find a treasure called the Covenant Sacred Spring Dew. This water appears light blue, with 5 colors of aura swirling around it, and most importantly, when a contract master approaches this water, they can feel the contract space stirring. As long as you drink 10 milliliters of this water, the number of battle beasts that can be contracted in the contract space will surpass the limit, gaining an extra slot for 1 more battle beast. However, this treasure has a price but is extremely rare. The last appearance was at an auction in the capital 5 years ago, where someone obtained it for 670 billion Tianhua coins, along with 2 epic quality battle beasts, several companies in the port worth over 100 million, and a bunch of rare resources and master-crafted weapons that ordinary folks could not even see, and it was only 20 milliliters, showcasing its preciousness. This news made headlines at that time. Although there might have been some hype, the rarity of the Covenant's Sacred Spring Dew is undeniably real. Even the 4 lords find it extremely difficult to get their hands on it, let alone Hiyu.
Hearing Mei Lu's narration, Hiyu simply rolled his eyes.
Let's not even talk about anything else, just that 670 billion Tianhua coins is something Hiyu himself can't amass.
That is already equivalent to the total liquid assets the 5 major families of the capital can own. So it's said that hype is involved. Spending so much money means they don't plan to live normally anymore, right? Are they going to abandon their family? Cut open a chicken's belly for golden eggs?
Afterwards, Hiyu no longer inquired further.
After school on Friday, Hiyu went to visit the bedridden Wang Ku.
Hiyu. Wang Ku and Xia Qingchuan, upon seeing Hiyu, excitedly smiled at him.
The medicine you gave is amazing.
Wang Ku laughed while patting Hiyu's shoulder. After drinking it, the doctor checked my body and actually said my foundation has signs of recovery.
Thank you so much, Hiyu.
Xia Qingchuan held Hiyu's hand with tears in her eyes. If it weren't for your medicine, the doctor said Wang Ku might never be able to engage in intense exercise again. Such powerful medicine, you must have paid a lot to obtain it. Wang Ku embraced Hiyu like a brother and thanked him.
It's good that you're alright, Wang Ku.
Hiyu also smiled happily. It seems the system didn't deceive him. This medicine is indeed effective. The only thing to watch out for is that this medicine seems to indicate side effects. Right now, the only thing Hiyu is worried about is this side effect. And also, Wang Ku looked at Hiyu and laughed. This medicine, not only do I like it, but Sister Xia likes it a lot too.
Hiyu, _? What is this?
Xia Qingchuan instantly blushed.
What nonsense?
Xia Qingchuan slapped Wang Ku lightly in annoyance. Hiyu looked at Xia Qingchuan's shy appearance and skeptically glanced at the trash bin by the bed. There were several used safety items inside.
Sigma. This side effect. What the hell? Amazing.
Hiyu's eyes widened in shock. It seems this is not exactly a side effect.
The system is incredible. -Omega, of course.
By the way, Hiyu, speaking of which, the Battle Spirit Squad hasn't had any tasks besides patrols lately. How come you left the academy?
Wang Ku asked. Oh, I came to see Captain Wang Ku. Hiyu smiled. To be honest. Wang Ku and Xia Qingchuan looked at Hiyu knowingly. Okay. I wanted to go to the hunting ground to earn some extra money.
He scratched his head shyly, and by the way, I wanted to see how Captain Huangke's recovery is going.
Hunting ground? Both of them were taken aback. The Beast Alliance can't manage there. Are you going alone? Yes. He nodded with a smile. I've signed the agreement. In the hunting ground, life and death is my own responsibility. Even though you've been promoted to the battle level, don't be reckless. Wang Li quickly advised.
There are many battle beasts in the hunting ground that are not weaker than small tigers. Every year, many people die in their city's hunting ground.
I know.
He smiled, but I want to challenge myself.
Just these 2 days this weekend, I'll be back soon. But going alone is still too dangerous. Why not bring Qiongqi and the others with you?
Qiongqi suggested.
No.
He shook his head. Qiongqi and the others are also very tired these days, let them rest. After speaking, He got up, took out 2 million cash and the remaining 2 doses of medicine from his personal space. In case something unexpected happens to me, I'll leave the remaining doses of medicine with you, Brother Wang Li.
Remember to take your medicine on time. Before the two could say anything, he left without looking back. Damn kid.
Wang Li struggled to get up, slipped on his slippers, wore a hospital gown, and hobbled toward the door with a cane.
What are you doing? Qiongqi stopped Wang Li.
That kid will die in the hunting ground.
Wang Li looked at Qiongqi anxiously. I must stop him. Even if I can't stop him, I need to go with him.
This way, his chances of survival will be greater.
What can you do in your current condition? Qiongqi questioned. You can barely walk on your own. Wang Li was left speechless. Trust him. Qiongqi wanted to persuade Wang Li, also trying to convince himself. That kid always seems to create miracles, doesn't he?
He arrived in front of the train station, sitting on a bench, waiting for his train to arrive.
Taking the train is the only way to reach the hunting ground from Yuzhou City.
After waiting for about half an hour, the train roared into the station, stopping at the station entrance.
He stood up and walked inside the train.
The reason he wanted to go to the hunting ground was not only to make money, but also because he had been thinking lately.
He felt like a flower kept in a greenhouse, having been protected too well by the Battle Spirit Squad, Chang, and Tiger Mom for the past few months. He wanted to grow, so he chose to go to the hunting ground for training. The battle beasts in the hunting ground would be great training partners. Sunflower seeds, drinks, mineral water, instant noodles, and meat and vegetable bento. Anyone want some?
The train attendant pushed the food cart, asking around.
I want a cup of instant noodles. He smiled and said, make it a large one. All right.
He sat on the green train for 3 hours and arrived outside the hunting ground. The outside of the hunting ground wasn't as desolate as he imagined. There were vendors calling out everywhere.
Take a look. Look at this.
Armor made from the stone armor shed by the Battle Realm Rock King Snake.
The best armor for rock-type defense.
Sir, this is a dagger made from the teeth of the peak moonwolf in the realm of battle. It can even penetrate the fur of the battle beasts just entering the battle realm.
I can give you a special price since it seems it's not your first visit.
Thorn nets made from the thorns of the thorn demon deer.
Can trap a 5-star battle beast for 2 minutes. An excellent escape tool.
Explosive balls made from the scales of the spirit realm explosion scale firecarp.
Throw it, and it will trigger. Fire damage. Also effective against water types.
Looking around, none of the vendors seemed uninjured. Some had half their faces missing, some had an arm broken, and some had a blind eye. These were once old hunters who hung around the hunting ground. After being injured with no way to heal, they retired directly and began selling treasures they had obtained from other hunters. This was quite normal. Some injuries caused by battle beasts were beyond the capabilities of healing systems in Yuzhou City. Even the most advanced healing systems in Yuzhou City could only handle those injured by battle beasts during exams. But for those hurt by more advanced battle beasts, it was a bit helpless. The elemental energy of higher wild battle beasts would remain on the wounds, hindering the body's recovery. It required treatment of the same level or even higher to eradicate it. The city lord wanted to develop healing techniques, but Yuzhou City was remote and poor, so not many higher-level healers wanted to come and teach. The city lord of Yuzhou had to work for other city lords just to pay his subordinates on time, so don't expect him to have any money. Moreover, these people were already considered lucky. Some were torn apart by wild battle beasts when they just entered the hunting grounds, leaving not even a complete body. At that moment, he seemed to see a familiar figure.
Lu Ming?
He looked in surprise at Lu Ming, who was directing his subordinates to unload beside him. Hearing someone calling him, Lu Ming turned his head.
Who are you?
Lu Ming looked at He in confusion.
Oh, I remember you probably haven't seen my face before.
He laughed and released the little tiger. The large body of the little tiger appeared in the open space, causing a wave of admiration.
Blazing fire spirit tiger? Such a rare battle beast? Who is this person? Is he from a big family? I remember now. He is you.
One of the top 2 in the battle beast assessment this year. The one who can bond with a spirit beast. His battle beast is the blazing fire spirit tiger. This is Lu Ming looked at the little tiger in front of him and suddenly felt very familiar. After trying to recall, he finally realized. Isn't this the mysterious person who came to trade frost spirit fruits with him a few months ago, who had this blazing fire spirit tiger? He has grown so big? Are you? Lu Ming looked at He in surprise.
It's me.
He grinned. I traded frost spirit fruits with you back then.
Oh my god.
Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Originally, when he saw He during the live broadcast of the Battle Beast assessment, he didn't think much of it and didn't connect him to the mysterious person he traded with back then.
Unexpectedly, the main character has come to his door now?
As the Mole King who has been mixing in the black market for many years, Lu Ming sharply sensed that He definitely had something to ask of him. It couldn't possibly be just a casual greeting.
Speak.
Little brother.
What do you want?
Lu Ming laughed, putting his arm around He's shoulder. You're a loyal customer, I can give you a 20% discount.
Do you have battle armor that can resist water-type attacks, suitable for fire-type battle beasts?
He asked. Yes. Of course, there is. Lu Ming smiled and pointed at the huge black iron armor beside him.
Gold and dark double attributes.
Universal battle armor for 4-legged battle beasts.
Can resist water-type attacks in battle.
Most importantly, it can fit battle beasts with a body length of 5 to 8 meters. I see your blazing fire spirit tiger is about 7 meters long, it can definitely wear it. Gold attribute. He felt a bit troubled. Gold attributes are afraid of fire attributes, this is something even the people of Blue Star know.
Don't worry. There's also a set of lava groundhog fur here.
Lu Ming pointed to a box of brown fur beside him and laughed. Lava groundhogs are earth-type and live near volcanoes and lava, their skin is particularly heat-resistant. Just put its fur on first, then wear the armor, and you won't have to worry about getting burned.
You've thought this through. He smiled and nodded.
Indeed, a sales champion is always a sales champion.
How much are these all together?
He asked.
3 minutes later. Damn you, lie.
He cursed as he put the lava groundhog fur on the little tiger.
You charge me 5 million? So black?
This is the price before the discount, after the discount, it totals 4 million. Even if he spent all the money he got from selling frost spirit fruits, he would still need to pay an additional 1 million. If it weren't for the fact that the system store only had human armor and no armor for battle beasts, he would definitely want to beat the scheming merchant Lu Ming. And looking at Lu Ming's proud appearance, this 4 million probably still made him a good profit. From this 4 million, he could probably pocket at least 1 million.
Lu Ming looked at the extra 4 million in his account. Laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. No wonder he ranked first in the Beast War assessment. With those rewards, he's rolling in wealth. Come back again next time.
Lu Ming waved at He with a smile.
I will never come back here again.
He, sitting on the armored little tiger, cursed as he walked away. Starting a mission and losing 4 million first, He felt a chill in his heart. But thinking about spending this money for the little tiger, He calmed down again. At worst, he could enter the hunting ground to earn it back, the little tiger's life was more important than anything. Looking at the heavily guarded gate in front of him, with the words hunting ground written in bold, He whispered to the little tiger.
Are you ready? Meow.
The little tiger, wearing black armor, nodded slightly. Be careful, the battle beasts inside are not weaker than us, remember to stay vigilant around you. Saying this, He and the little tiger entered the hunting ground. Walking in this primitive jungle, He felt like a wild man.
Everything around was so unfamiliar.
From time to time, a nauseating stench wafted through the air, even the bright moonlight, filtered through the towering ancient trees, seemed dull and lifeless. The little tiger carefully walked ahead, while He kept alert to his surroundings. Suddenly, the system panel popped up.
Night Demon Bat. Species, normal battle beast. Attributes, darkness, blood. Quality, common, ordinary.
Level, Battle Realm 1 star, Battle Realm 2 star, Battle Realm 3 star. He was stunned, then saw a pair of crimson eyes lighting up in the woods ahead. Accompanied by a piercing sound, countless bats about a meter long, shrouded in dark energy with blood-red fangs, surged out of the darkness.
Little tiger. Awooh! The hunt begins. Roar.
With the roar of the Tiger King, the bat swarm in front froze in mid-air.
They were stunned.
Immediately after, He and the little tiger activated their bond, and flames began to surge on their bodies. A magnificent explosion erupted in the primitive jungle, countless flames burst like brilliant fireworks, blooming beautiful flower-like flames in the air. With the sound of battle ringing, the hunting feast exclusive to Hiyu and the little tiger began. P.S. Everyone, in honor of me updating 4 chapters today, could you please give me a 5-star rating? Chapter 113, The Troubling Old Friend. Hiyu worked for nearly 2 hours before finally taking the most precious teeth, wings, and beast cores from the dozens of burned night demon bat corpses in front of him. It's just a pity that the night demon bat king escaped, which made Hiyu feel very uncomfortable. Sigh, the bat wings are quite severely damaged. Hiyu looked at the neatly arranged bat wings on the ground, each with different injuries, falling into worry. This won't work as material. I can only send them for medicinal use. Meow, the little tiger lowered its head, feeling disappointed. It's okay. Hiyu smiled and patted the little tiger's head. Next time, let's control the firepower. The high-power moves taught to the little tiger by its tiger mother were because she had lived in the wild for years. Without mastering high-power techniques, it could easily die in battles, so her moves were mostly aimed at high damage. However, the Panhua, as a human, understood that some parts of battle beasts were very valuable, and if damaged, they wouldn't sell for a good price, so it chose the path of energy control. One could say that 2 different living environments shaped 2 entirely different attacking methods for the same kind of battle beast. Although it was a pity that the bat wings were damaged, what comforted Hiyu was those intact blood-red fangs. These teeth were the hardest parts of the night demon bat, used to pierce large battle beasts' skin to suck blood, hence they were not easily damaged, and were also good materials for making attack-related items. Although the dark night bat is very common, and its teeth generally sell for about 10,000 a pair, the sheer quantity makes it worthwhile. With such a number of fangs, it's enough for Hiyu to sell for 1 or 2 million. There are also some beast cores. Even if I keep a portion for myself, selling the rest would still earn back a substantial amount of money. Beast cores are not controlled like spirit sources. The authorities allow private trading of beast cores, unlike spirit sources. It's not a loss, Hiyu said with a smile. Now let's go to sleep. If we're not well rested tomorrow, we can easily be ambushed. Meow. Little tiger obediently nodded. Hiyu quickly set up the tent, laid out traps around, and sprinkled some lime to repel mosquitoes. Then he entered the tent and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Hiyu woke up and stretched lazily. Time to get to work again. Hiyu didn't expect to earn back 4 million in just 2 days, but he needed to earn back at least a bit of the debt. He came to the hunting ground to make money, and now he was in a ridiculous situation of having spent 4 million just to hunt. It felt as if he had been kicked by a donkey. If possible, Hiyu wished he could go back to last night and give his past self a beating for buying the armor. Let's go, time to work. Hiyu took out his machete and rode Little Tiger towards the plains where more battle beasts roamed. On the way, Hiyu encountered some monkey battle beasts, but only had 1 or 2 stars in their realm, so he didn't bother chasing them. After spending 2 hours, Hiyu finally arrived at the plains. Looking at the grazing battle beasts like sheep, deer, and rabbits, Hiyu rubbed his hands with excitement. Go, Little Tiger. Meow. The 2 charged into the herd of herbivorous battle beasts, beginning their reckless hunt. There were plenty of herbivorous battle beasts, and their reproductive capacity was stronger than carnivorous ones. In fact, to prevent overpopulation of herbivorous battle beasts, the authorities would invite hunters each year to hunt the overbreeding ones. Therefore, Hiyu was not worried about wiping out these battle beasts. How many battle beasts could he and Little Tiger hunt? After the Blue Star mutation, the reproduction speed of all flora and fauna had surged, especially for herbivorous battle beasts. Previously, they might breed once a year, now they breed twice a year, and the carnivorous ones can't keep up with the killing. What he and Little Tiger hunted was just a drop in the ocean. Old Woo. Run faster. My spirit moonwolf is already at its maximum speed. On the plains, 3 people were being chased by a group of double-horned blood-red barbarian bull battle beasts. Hiyu was quite familiar with these 3, in fact, they were old friends. They were the trio who had been tricked twice by Hiyu, Wang Li, and Jiao Hao. After the battle beast assessment, these 3 were chosen by the Battle Honor Academy and became students there. But since they were not in first place, they had to pay their own tuition fee. The fees for the Battle Honor Academy were quite pricey, just 500,000 a year was enough to give them headaches. So they chose to come to the hunting ground to hunt battle beasts and sell the materials to save for tuition. By the way, among them, the leader was named Qiongqi, a battle beast abyss water cat. Old Wu's real name was Wu Zai, a battle beast spirit moon wolf. The only girl in the group was a Ling, whose real name was Su Ling, a battle beast vinewood rabbit. While hunting battle beasts, they accidentally angered a group of barbarian bull battle beasts and were now desperately trying to escape. We're gonna die, we're gonna die. Qiongqi could almost feel the hot breath of the barbarian bull battle beasts on the back of his head. Abyss water cat. Run faster. Meow. I'm already at my fastest. Over there are people. Wu Zai pointed at Hiyu in the distance, who was dissecting the body of a cyan spirit deer.
Are you trying to drag others down too? Chen Yanghao scolded loudly. Better to let a friend die than to be alone.
Also, anyone who can hunt a 3-star battle beast like the cyan spirit deer is definitely stronger than we are.
Choose. Either we die here today, or that brother will block for us for a while. Yanghao.
Su Ling looked anxiously at the team leader Qiong Yanghao.
TSK.
Qiong Yanghao clenched his teeth, as if he had made a certain decision.
Run towards him. Yes. *2.
Hiyu was leisurely playing with the antlers of the emerald spirit deer, while Little Tiger was greedily swallowing the blood, meat, and organs of the emerald spirit deer. This wooden-type battle beast was the most delicious food for fire types, not to mention that tigers naturally ate meat. Since Little Tiger broke through to battle rank, Hiyu's personal space had expanded to 100 cubic meters, making it easy to fit these antlers, which were still bigger than others, inside. Casually tossing the antlers into his personal space, Hiyu stretched. These materials together are enough to sell for 5 million. Hiyu laughed, finally made back the 4 million for equipment, plus an extra million for pocket money.
Meow. Little Tiger laughed happily.
Just as Hiyu was about to get up and look elsewhere, he suddenly felt the ground shaking violently.
What happened?
Hiyu looked down, confused.
Suddenly, a system panel popped up. Bloodhorn Barbarian Cow. Type, Common Battle Beast. Attributes, Strength, Evil. Quality, Normal. Level, Battle Realm 2-star, Battle Realm 4-star, Battle Realm 1-star. Looking at the information on the system panel, Hiyu was taken aback and then looked into the distance.
In the distance, 3 people were riding battle beasts, being chased by dozens, even hundreds, of bloodhorn barbarian cows.
Brothers in front. Please help block them. Chen Yanghao shouted towards Hiyu. What the hell? Hiyu was stunned. What did they do? Offend a pack of bull demons? Damn.
In terms of long-distance chasing, Little Tiger couldn't match the stamina of bloodhorn barbarian cows, so Hiyu and Little Tiger stood up and assumed a fighting stance.
Little Tiger, get ready. Roar. Little Tiger let out a dignified low roar and lowered his body. Chapter 114, Win-Win Cooperation.
Hiyu and Little Tiger entered a bond state, charging straight into the herd of cows. Hiyu brushed past the 3, and upon seeing Hiyu's appearance, the 3 were momentarily stunned.
What the hell?
The 3 recognized Hiyu and instantly shouted in surprise.
Take down the leader. Then kill a few minions to set an example. Roar.
The Tiger King roared out, shaking the herd of cows within a kilometer radius. Before the leader cow could react, Hiyu swung his arm in a circle, and a gleam flashed across the leader cow's neck. Its throat was instantly slit, blood gushing out. Before the leader cow could comprehend what happened, its massive body collapsed with a loud thud, twitching uncontrollably.
All the bloodhorn barbarian cows were stunned at this sight.
Then, Little Tiger pounced forward, biting onto a larger bloodhorn barbarian cow. A crisp sound echoed as its neck was bitten through. The bloodhorn barbarian herd finally reacted and hurriedly ran back the way they came in panic. A few temperamental bloodhorn barbarian cows charged at Hiyu and Little Tiger, attempting to knock them over, but they were swiftly killed by the bond state of Little Tiger and Hiyu. On the ground lay the bodies of 7 bloodhorn barbarian cows, with Hiyu and Little Tiger covered in blood.
Huff. Huff.
Hiyu panted heavily, ending the bond state. The flames on his body diminished, returning to his original form. Killing these big guys really takes a lot of effort.
Hiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Meow.
Little Tiger looked excitedly at the bloodhorn barbarian cows on the ground, saliva dripping. Indeed, compared to deer meat, he preferred to eat the firm and chewy beef.
What the hell? Chen Yanghao's eyes went wide at this scene. It's the captain of Team 6.
Wu's eye trembled with fear. He should have never used him as a shield just now. The danger and terror of Hiyu in their minds surpassed even that of the bloodhorn barbarian cowherd.
What do we do now? Su Ling asked fearfully. Suddenly, Hiyu looked at the 3.
The 3 huddled together in fear.
Hiyu looked at them and suddenly remembered that these were the 3 people he had encountered during the beast trial, right?
They had been tricked by Hiyu's team twice. How nostalgic.
Come here, Hiyu waved at them. What?
Though the 3 were scared, they dared not disobey the order and trembled as they stepped forward. Hiyu handed each of them a beast-slaying knife and pointed at the 7 bloody corpses of the blood-horned bull on the ground, saying, "Cut off the horns and don't forget to take out the beast core inside." The 3 were stunned upon hearing this.
We will eat 3 of them, and I will send the remaining 4 to a 3-star restaurant in Yuzhou City.
The meat of the blood-horned bull, especially the thigh meat, is very popular among rich people. He smiled and said, "This will be excellent fresh steak."
1 hour later.
After processing the blood-horned bulls, the group sat by the fire, watching Qiongqi sprinkle seasoning on the grilled beef.
"Here, big brother, please enjoy first." Qiongqi amiably handed the first skewer of grilled beef to Hiyu. Hiyu nodded, took the sizzling grilled beef, tore off a piece, and chewed it carefully.
"Your craft is not bad," Hiyu smiled.
He. "I'm glad you like it, big brother."
Seeing that Hiyu liked it, Qiongqi also sighed in relief.
Little Tiger on the side was happily devouring raw beef. The moment the meat was torn off and eaten, it was roasted to perfection inside his fiery mouth and swallowed down his throat.
Qiongqi's team's beasts were also eating nearby. Apart from the herbivorous wood rabbit, the other two were devouring the beef deliciously.
"So how is university for you guys?"
Hiyu said, biting a green pepper from the grilled skewer as he asked.
"What can I say, it's okay," Qiongqi nodded, "except for the tuition being a bit expensive. There really isn't much to complain about."
"We all paid our tuition with student loans," Su Ling added. "We have to repay every month, so we came to the hunting ground to hunt beasts for money."
"But back then, we only had over 20,000 candidates for the beast trial." Wu Zai sighed, "The beasts there are all level 5 breakthrough, but here, they're everywhere at the fighting level, and there are even spirit level beasts. We really can't fight against them." The three lowered their heads in disappointment. Hiyu realized this. Indeed, people at that level generally wouldn't come to the hunting ground. Although there was no official rule stating that those at higher levels were not allowed to come, almost everyone followed an unwritten rule. Only those at the fighting level would come to the hunting ground, including the former war demon emperor. The hunting ground was full of fighting level beasts. Those at higher levels wouldn't come unless they were really looking for trouble or had extraordinary abilities and no other options. Hiyu pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. "How about we cooperate?" "Cooperate?" The three were stunned, looking at Hiyu in confusion. "It's just me and Little Tiger. Although our combat power is indisputable, what troubles us is that these beasts run away as soon as they see us. You all know my Little Tiger is a fired spirit tiger, and the fired spirit tigers in the wild are basically rulers of their territory, feared by other beasts. So this morning, it took us a lot of effort to kill only 5 beasts. Our efficiency really can't be called high." Hiyu shook his head with a wry smile. "So we hope you three can help us lure the beasts over, and then leave the rest to us. We can split the materials from these beasts 7 to 3, I'll have 7, and you'll have 3, how about that?" The three looked at each other, and in the end, it was Qiongqi who steeled himself to start bargaining. 60-40, you take 60, and we take 40, is that okay?" "Of course, that's fine," Hiyu smiled. Even at 60-40, Hiyu would still make a decent profit. This tactic was learned from Lu Ming. No wonder people always say that your enemies are your best teachers. Hiyu sighed in his heart. The three saw the vague smile on Hiyu's lips and suddenly understood. They would still be at a loss. But since the other party had already agreed to this condition, "I cannot go back on this. After all, this is the champion of the beast test, one of the only 2 in Yuzhou City who can use the bond matching. Even if it's a 60-40 split, they can absolutely make a fortune with Hiyu's help." Time quickly arrived at the afternoon. "Big brother, there is a demon firefox behind me. Little Tiger, let's go together." "Awah." It bit and killed it instantly. "Big brother. Sky Armor Eagle." Little Tiger. "Awah." Burned to death on the spot. "Bro." A mutated bloodthirsty ghost deer. Little Tiger. "Awah." Killed with a slap. "Big brother." *3. Little Tiger. "Awah." The glorious fire dance struck out, and all the beast fighters at the scene turned into kebabs. Oh my. The three looked at their bags, packed tight with materials, and laughed with joy. They would sell these materials, and each could at least get 1 million. In an instant, their eyes were filled with admiration for Hiyu. Hiyu looked at the materials in his personal space, only worth 2 million, and suddenly felt worried. These 3 guys dared not provoke stronger beasts, fearing they would die before even attracting them, so they mostly found easy targets. They were indeed at the battle realm, but their danger and rarity were completely lower than the beasts Hiyu found in the morning, so naturally, they wouldn't sell for a good price. It seemed that today he had to find some high-risk beasts before darkness fell. Hiyu looked at the gradually setting sun, deep in thought. Chapter 115, Sick Zhao Mom. Zhao Yuan held the snow spirit fox in their villa while watching TV, occasionally bursting into laughter. Rather than saying it was a TV, it's more accurate to say it was an outrageously expensive holographic projector, but usually, it was just used by Zhao Yuan to watch TV. Sitting next to Zhao Yuan was a beautiful woman, with azure eyes and some grayish hair, looking weak but smiling at Zhao Yuan. She was Zhao Yuan's mother, Zheng Shuiyue.
She was originally a contracted master, but an accident in her early years caused her to lose her battle beast and left her with a hidden illness that no one in Yuzhou City could cure. It was Zhao Yuan's father who hired more advanced healers outside to barely keep her alive.
How is your relationship with your classmates?
Zhang Shuiyue asked gently, smiling at Zhao Yuan.
Of course.
Zhao Yuan stroked the snow spirit fox and said, I blended well with that genius in our class.
You don't mean literally blended together, right?
Zhang Shuiyue laughed.
Of course not.
Zhao Yuan looked at his mother helplessly. Mom, you're really something. Your son is not that impulsive.
Ha ha.
Yes, in character, you are more like your dad, steady and likes to weigh pros and cons. Zhang Shuiyue said as she took the snow spirit fox from Zhao Yuan's hands and started to pet it. But sometimes you're like me, getting a bit proud over a small achievement, even becoming conceited.
Ow.
The snow spirit fox enjoyed the mother's petting and let out a joyful sound.
It's better to be a bit young and reckless, at least you won't have regrets when you're young.
Zhang Shuiyue smiled gently.
Zhao Yuan looked at his mother and slowly nodded.
He remembered his mother's previous spirit itself, a true woman who did not concede to men. In his mother's small team, she was the ace. As long as she and her battle beast stepped in, there was no problem they couldn't solve. In childhood memories, his mother's figure was so magnificent.
If it weren't for that beast god meeting back then.
Zhao Yuan clenched his teeth at the thought of the beast god meeting.
These damned bastards. It's getting late.
Zhang Shuiyue looked at the time. Mom is going to sleep now.
Okay, Mom.
Zhao Yuan smiled. With the help of a housemaid, Zhang Shuiyue slowly walked up the stairs. Zhao Yuan continued to hold the snow spirit fox and watch TV, when suddenly he heard a dull sound of something crashing to the ground. Before he could react to what had happened, he heard the maid in the house shout.
Madam! What happened to you, madam? Mom? Zhao Yuan looked in terror.
Zhang Shuiyue was seen lying on the floor, unconscious.
Roar!
The raging moon battle bear in front let out a reluctant roar, its massive body soon collapsing, making a thunderous noise and kicking up a cloud of dust. The three looked at the silent raging moon battle bear in shock, gasping for breath, their faces filled with disbelief. This was a Battle Zone 7-star beast, standing over 7 meters tall.
It just died like this?
The three looked over and saw Hiyu, exhausted, releasing his binding state, collapsed on the ground with Xiaohu, both gasping heavily.
I'm dead tired. Oh whoa.
Both Xiaohu and Hiyu were injured, but fortunately, it was only 8 in the evening. According to Hiyu's habit, if he slept until 7 tomorrow morning, the side effects of the small medicine pill would all be eliminated. Now, Hiyu had learned to exploit a bug, which was to take the small pill before sleeping. This way, even if he became foolish, it wouldn't show, at most he would just laugh foolishly in his dreams.
Thank you, Xiaohu.
Hiyu patted Xiaohu's head and handed him the small pill. Xiaohu opened his mouth and swallowed the small pill, his injuries starting to heal rapidly. The contract ring lit up, Xiaohu was taken back by Hiyu, and Hiyu himself also took a small pill.
Shang Yanghao and the other two didn't need to take any because they had just been assisting on the side. The damage was all dealt by Hiyu himself, and all the aggro was drawn by Hiyu alone. They were just a bit tired.
The beast core and the most important fur belong to me, the rest you can divide among yourselves. As Hiyu spoke, he took out a machete, quickly skinning the bear and extracting the beast core, leaving the remaining parts for the three to distribute. The three were overjoyed. You have to know that the Raging Moon Battle Bear was as dangerous as Tiger-class battle beasts. Even those of the same level wouldn't dare to hunt it, those several stars higher had to weigh whether they would flip over, not to mention those several stars lower. But the fact was right in front of them. The three had witnessed Hiyu, a Battle Zone 2-star, and Xiaohu kill this massive beast, skin it, and take the beast core, wasting the remaining corpse lying right there. Even though the most precious fur and beast core were taken by Hiyu, what remained was still a treasure to the three. Hiyu watched as the three dismembered the Raging Moon Battle Bear, took out his phone, and prepared to play a game for a while. The phone was new, the old one, well, thrown away. As he opened the phone, Hiyu suddenly saw that the Academy group seemed to have exploded. Seeing the 99+ notifications in the Academy group chat, Hiyu couldn't make sense of it for a moment. Usually, not many people talk in the Academy group, why is it suddenly blowing up today? Hiyu mumbled, puzzled, and opened the Academy group. Group message 1, Cold Snow Starflower? I remember that thing only grows on the head of the Blizzard Dragon in the spiritual realm, right? Group message 2, damn, the spiritual realm? How many students in our academy have actually reached the spiritual realm? Whoever wants to make money can go ahead, I'm not going to die for it. Group message 3, to the person above, if you don't want to earn it, there's no need to mock here. They are just desperate to save their mother and had no choice but to post a reward here. Don't you have parents? Talking like you're Batman. Group message 4, you dare to scold again. Is the Holy System Recovery Major? I'll go to your building and kill you right now.
Group message 5, come on. Who's afraid of you? Filthy spawn of Sema. Group message 6, Administrator Mei Lu, stop fighting here. Looking at the group messages, Hiyu didn't understand what had happened, so he clicked the new message shortcut. The screen suddenly jumped to the most important interface. Zhao Yuan, I'm very sorry for using school resources, but can anyone help me find a cold snowstar flower? My mother's old illness has relapsed. The doctor said only a cold snowstar flower can save her life. Please, teachers and classmates. I will pay. Immediately, Hiyu understood what was going on. Zhao Yuan once told me that his mother was ambushed by the Beast God Association when she was young, leaving her with lingering illnesses. In the past few months, she had improved a lot, but unexpectedly, it relapsed again. Zhao Yuan is my friend after all, and although my motto is to find trouble when there is none, seeing Zhao Yuan, usually cheerful, now looking anxious and restless, I felt I should help him. The system store doesn't have the cold snow starlight flower for sale, it looks like I have to look for it in the hunting ground. But where could that snowstorm dragon be? Just as I was struggling to figure out where to find the snowstorm dragon, the system interface popped up. Would you like to spend 100,000 battle points to search for the snowstorm dragon's traces? I was taken aback. I didn't expect it to be this helpful. After consuming 100,000 battle points, the system began to search for the snowstorm dragon's whereabouts in the hunting ground. 5 seconds later, the system displayed a successful search and soon showed an aerial view of the hunting ground. On the aerial view, a gigantic red dot continuously flashed at the location of the snow-capped mountain, making it quite prominent. However, the four of us seemed to be quite far from the snowstorm dragon's position. TSK. It looks like it will take several hours to walk there. Xiaohu had taken a little pill, so he definitely couldn't be sent out. That meant I had to go there myself. Wait a minute. I suddenly realized. It seems I am not the only one here. Thinking this, I slowly turned to the three cheerful people behind me. Ha ha ha. Following Brother Hiyu, there's definitely need to eat. I never expected I could actually get the bear paw of the violent moon battle bear. Ha 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 ha. I'm scared, but I smell money. As the three laughed, they suddenly shivered unconsciously. Why do I feel like someone is looking at us with bad intentions? Chang Yanghao asked, trembling. I feel that way too, Wu Zai nodded. Could it be that? Su Ling cautiously spoke. The three slowly turned to look at Hiyu, feeling their hearts sink. Hiyu was looking at the three of them with a sly smile, his grin stretching wide to his ears. Oh no. The three instantly felt like their hearts had turned to ash. Chapter 116, Snowstorm Dragon. What? Snowstorm Dragon? In the spirit realm? You want to take the cold snow starlight flower from its head? Chang Yonghao's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Are you crazy? Just consider me bored and looking for some fun. I smiled at Chang Yonghao. This kind of fun is a bit too deadly. I'm not letting you fight. I stretched and casually lay on the water abyss cat. It's me who is going to fight, you just need to take me to the place. But brother. I'm not saying this to offend you. The snowstorm dragon is a mythical beast. It's purely epic grade. Some individuals are even legendary. It's completely beyond what your tiger can compare to. Moreover, everyone that has the cold snow starlight flower on its head is from the spirit realm. Wu Zai echoed, doing this is really like looking for death. I'm just going to take the flower from its head, not necessarily kill it. Please understand the difference between these two things. I said, lying on the water abyss cat, addressing the three of them, you won't have to worry about travel expenses, you just need to get me to the destination. I'll sleep first. Saying this, I took advantage of the little pill's side effects not kicking in yet and fell asleep. The three looked at me, unsure of what to say. So we. Su Ling looked at the other two. Since he said so. Chang Yanghao shook his head helplessly, then there's no other choice, after we get into the destination, we won't need to worry about anything else. We can just wait for him to finish from a distance. I wasn't a fool, the snowstorm dragon level was completely beyond what I could handle. Even with the berserk enhancement, the winning chance was pitifully small. But thinking in a different way, if I bypassed the snowstorm dragon's body and went straight for the flower on its head, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the flower on the snowstorm dragon could grow back again. According to official information, after the flowers of the snowstorm dragon are picked, they can grow back the next year, but during the growth period, they will level up slowly, and their personalities will become timid, hiding away until the flowers regrow. Cold snow star flower? In the hunting ground, earning money late into the night, Xin Mu paused slightly and looked at the messages in the group chat. Is it the young master of the Zhao family? I remember Madame Zhao is Zhang Shuiwei, right? A veteran warrior from Yuzhou City, has her injury still not healed after so many years? Speaking of which,
I remember the Zhao family has always been rich, totally not inferior to the richest Meng family in Yuzhou City, but the chairman of Zhao Group has no intention of developing a family business. Hee, it looks like I can make a big profit again. Who knows, I might even get connected with the Zhao family. My future is simply bright. Qin Mu smiled, looking towards the distant snow-capped mountains. I can still make it there by tomorrow morning. With a smile, Qin Mu fell asleep. Warm sunlight shone down, but he felt like ice blocks were placed on him, making him shiver uncontrollably. So cold. He rubbed his body, opened his eyes, and looked around. He didn't know when he had reached the snow mountain, everything around him was a pure white, making it impossible to tell the direction. No, 5 kilometers from the snow mountain seemed to be a plain. And on the plain, a trio was hiding behind a huge rock, always ready to guide He. Is he okay? Wu Zai asked. He should be fine. Cheng Yonghao nodded. Anyway, once He runs over, we'll grab him and run. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Meanwhile, inside Yuzhou City. The news of Madame Zhao Zhengshui's illness spread wildly throughout Yuzhou City. Hearing that the Zhao family was offering high prices to buy the cold snowstar flower, various forces rushed to the hunting ground to grab the flower, including many strong ones from the spiritual realms. The Meng family couldn't attach themselves, instead, they turned to the Zhao group, which was similar to the Meng family. Although the chairman of Zhao Group had no intention of developing a family business, his son might have such thoughts. As said before, there will always be people circling around interests. Damn, these 3 bastards, can't they give me a blanket, at least give me a down jacket to wear? Don't they know that I, a fire type, am very afraid of the cold? He shivered as he took out a down jacket from his storage space and put it on. He felt much warmer now. Walking towards the depths of the snow mountain, he knew that although the surrounding temperature was very cold, the snowstorm dragon would still feel the temperature was high, so it usually resides deeper in the snow mountain, in even colder places. The tiger mom was high level, with a strong fire element that changed the environment of Yuzhou City. The snowstorm dragon was somewhat affected, therefore, he needed to be careful and observe if the snowstorm dragon was hiding in the snow beneath his feet. He looked around cautiously and suddenly felt he couldn't see anything clearly. Snow blindness. He rubbed his eyes, frowning tightly. System, is there any medicine for snow blindness in the shop? 300 battle points. Wow, it's surprisingly cheap. He exchanged for the medicine. It seemed to be for both internal and external use, a pill and a box of eye drops. After taking the medicine and putting in the eye drops, everything around him became clear. After blinking twice, he saw not far ahead, a black lotus flower. It seemed to be sprinkled with starlight, with countless stars swirling on the petals, stunningly beautiful. No wonder it's called the cold snowstar flower. He sighed, reaching out to pick the flower. Suddenly, the snow on both sides of the flower trembled, and a pair of azure vertical pupils, as big as Hiyu's head, opened, staring at Hiyu, who wanted to pick the cold snowstar flower from its head. Hiyu awkwardly waved his hand at the awakened snowstorm dragon. Hello? The snowstorm dragon slowly broke free from the accumulated snow on its body. What appeared before Hiyu was the figure of a giant western dragon, its massive size of 20 meters, snow-white scales, a fierce face, comparable to the long tusks of Hiyu, and its wings expanded to double its body length. Snowstorm dragon. Type, battle beast, mythical. Attributes, ice, dragon. Quality, epic. Level, spirit realm level 3. Roar. The snowstorm dragon let out a loud dragon cry, and the surrounding ice and snow quickly gathered and compressed towards its mouth. The ice and snow were compressed into a giant snowball, which the snowstorm dragon swallowed in one bite, aiming its mouth at Hiyu. Oh no! Hiyu hurriedly took out the celestial moth cloak to defend himself. Snowstorm Dragon innate skill 1, Blizzard Breath, compresses surrounding ice and snow to release breath, burying enemies under white snow, doubling damage in icy environments. Boom! The Blizzard Breath was unleashed, and countless compressed white snow rushed towards Hiyu like a violent storm. The breath hit the celestial moth cloak, and the damage was significantly reduced, but after all, the spirit realm was still the spirit realm. Under the level suppression, Hiyu felt a bone-chilling cold constantly eroding his body. About 10 seconds later, the blizzard breath finished spewing, and half of Hiyu's body was frozen stiff by the breath. Damn it! Hiyu put on the celestial moth cloak and then opened the contract space. A small tiger, engulfed in flames, stepped out from the contract space, immediately bonding with Hiyu. Little tiger, there's no need to confront it directly. Hiyu said to the little tiger, just pick the flower, and it will know to run away without the flower. Awoo! The little tiger let out a low growl, signaling that it understood. Although the little tiger's fire element could resist the ice element, its beast element was restrained by the ice element. This meant that the little tiger couldn't resist the ice element, it would suffer normal damage from ice attacks, not reduced damage. This battle had to be approached carefully to avoid disaster. Damn it! In the distance, many people were rushing towards them.
Someone got here first? Crap. I set out after seeing the news last night. How can someone be faster than me? Get out of the way.
A loud shout came from behind the crowd, and then everyone saw a purple golden eastern divine dragon pushing aside the flying battle beasts, speeding towards the snowy mountain.
Who is that? It seems to be Qin Mu from the Beast Fighting Academy. The #1 genius from Yuzhou City back in the day. Bastard.
Qin Mu looked at the snowstorm dragon battling someone on the snowy mountain, his veins bulging.
I just slept for one night, who is it? Don't they know it's a cutthroat competition with 4,000 plus people? Achoo. Yu, who was hurriedly dodging the snowstorm dragon's attack, suddenly sneezed. Damn it, when I go back, I must make that bastard Jia Yuan take me to soak in a warm hot spring. Yu thought to himself.
As usual, everyone please tap for updates and 5-star ratings.
If possible, please share this book. If the data is good, the author will add updates. Phi, Omega asterisk. Chapter 117, Seize the Opportunity.
The snowstorm dragon flapped its wings, and a violent wind swept with blizzards towards Yu and the little tiger.
Seeing they couldn't dodge, Yu simply used brilliant fire dance to directly melt the ice and snow.
Seeing this scene, the snowstorm dragon smirked.
The water melted around them quickly froze, forming ice on the ground.
As soon as Yu and the little tiger tried to move, they slipped and fell to the ground, sliding right under the snowstorm dragon's feet. Upon seeing this, the snowstorm dragon grinned, raising its 2-meter-long, 1.5-meter-wide forepaw and slamming it down toward the man and tiger.
Holy crap!
Yu and the little tiger quickly rolled to evade, narrowly dodging the snowstorm dragon's attack. After dodging, Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a lingering fear.
That was a bit too close, brother.
Roar! The snowstorm dragon roared, its colossal wings flapping, creating a fierce whirlwind. Then, its forepaws left the ground, flying into the air.
Don't fly away. Yu shouted at the snowstorm dragon, what about the cold snow starflower if you fly away? However, the snowstorm dragon did not fly away as Yu had imagined. It quickly gathered the power of ice elements in its mouth, and the area on its chest flashed with a faint blue light. The pure white scales on its body were covered with a layer of frost, making its figure look even more graceful, while its size also grew larger. Wait, this can't be. Yu had a bad feeling. Snowstorm Dragon innate skill 2, Cold Current 0° Dragon Breath, magic type damage, gathering ice element power in its mouth, freezing everything around, even affecting the environment of an area. It has 2 innate skills? Yu's eyes widened as he looked at the system. He thought the Snowstorm Dragon had only 1 innate skill, that's why he wondered why there was a number 1 after the previous innate skill. I can't let it release the attack like this. Yu looked at the continuously compressed elemental energy in the Snowstorm Dragon's mouth and understood that if the Snowstorm Dragon unleashed this move, both he and Little Tiger would surely die. Little Tiger. Use that move from before. Little Tiger instantly understood and took an attacking stance towards Yu. Yu jumped towards Little Tiger, and Little Tiger also swung its paw towards Yu. As Yu was sent flying by Little Tiger's paw, he jumped up, the 2 kinds of kinetic energy combining instantly propelled Yu towards the Snowstorm Dragon. The Snowstorm Dragon saw Yu rushing towards it and widened its eyes in shock, its pupils instantly constricting. Just as it wanted to flap its wings to escape, Yu had already arrived in front of it. Eek! Yu pulled out the beast-slaying knife from his personal space, and saw a crescent moon slice through, the blade cutting across the Snowstorm Dragon's cold snow starlight flower above its head. As the kinetic energy faded, Yu's body fell towards the ground, flipping in the air to unload most of the force, landing smoothly. The Snowstorm Dragon seemed to sense something, and the ice attribute energy in its mouth slowly dissipated, staring blankly at Yu in the air, not daring to move. Suddenly, a cold wind blew by, and the stem of the cold snow starlight flower on the Snowstorm Dragon's head broke and slowly floated down in front of the Snowstorm Dragon. Roar! The Snowstorm Dragon looked at the falling cold snow starlight flower, panicking and letting out a cry, then, like a girl deceived by a scoundrel, it turned and fled deeper into the snow mountain. Yu caught the cold snow starlight flower that floated down with the wind and snow, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Elder Zhao's mom is saved. Yu smiled happily. Mind shock! With a loud shout, a purple energy surged in, and Yu and Little Tiger suddenly felt like they were electrocuted, standing in place, writhing in pain. Roar! 1 person and 1 tiger let out pained cries, and the mental pain made them unable to break free. Who? Yu angrily turned around and saw Qin Mu standing on the back of a purple golden divine dragon, roaring furiously at Yu. Give me the flower. Qin Mu. Yu and Little Tiger struggled against the mental pain and looked at the approaching Qin Mu, their faces full of anger. I'm here fighting the Snowstorm Dragon, and you're here. You want to take a share? I won't agree. You don't get a say in this.
Shinmu roared, and a giant sword made of purple mental power appeared above his head, slashing down towards Hiyu. At the foot of the snow mountain, Chang Yanghao and the others looked at the plains behind them and instantly panicked.
How come there are so many people? Why are there so many battle realms? Don't mention battle realms, I see several spirit realms too. On the plain, hundreds and thousands of people were rushing towards here.
Most of them were battle realm experts at 5 stars or higher, and some of the leaders reached the spirit realm, with the strongest among them at 7 stars in the spirit realm.
Don't fight me for it. The Zhao family's letter of engagement is mine.
You're only a 3-star in battle realm, how dare you compete? I can knock you down with one finger. Whoever grabs it first is whoever's. That bastard Shinmu, if it weren't for his beast flying fast, how could it be his turn to arrive first?
Damn it.
Spatial ability.
Damn it.
That kid is a spatial ability user. I remember he seems to be Hiyu, one of the 2 geniuses from Yuzhou City this year. Who cares who he is? The starflower is in that kid's hands. He put it into his own space.
Then what do we do? Go look for another ice storm dragon?
That kid just broke through to the spirit realm not long ago, but we have veterans in the spirit realm, we can take him down in no time.
The mental system isn't that easy to deal with. Anyway, no matter what, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
Everyone wants to snatch the starflower, everyone wants to obtain the token of allegiance. The hunting ground that hadn't seen visitors in a while suddenly became lively. Hiyu and Shinmu didn't notice the distant crowd stirring, still diligently battling.
TSK. Is the bond fit really that hard to handle?
Shinmu fought several rounds with Hiyu, but with the bond fit in place, neither could gain the upper hand. The bond fit enhances the battle beast's strength, while the contract master's strength rises to the same level as their battle beast, achieving a true 1+1 greater than 2 battle power. Without the bond fit, the contract master is naturally a weak link in battle, but with the bond fit, this issue is easily resolved. Shinmu had no bond fit, his own self was his greatest weakness. Targeted by Hiyu's attacks, he was actually easier to handle than a wild 7-star battle beast. Now, Shinmu was forced to rely on his realm to barely match Hiyu, but if Hiyu used that move that skyrocketed his realm during the beast assessment, the balance would be shattered. It was only a matter of time before Hiyu would overpower him. Finally, Shinmu's ordinary human body couldn't keep up with Hiyu's bond-fitted enhanced body, his stamina quickly dwindling. When Hiyu spotted an opening, he struck Shinmu with a punch to the chest. Shinmu's body let out a muffled sound, and he lost control as he flew backward. Shinmu's body, cushioned by the snow-covered ground, landed on the snowy plain.
Cough.
Shinmu spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to stand up. He looked at Hiyu who was slowly approaching him.
Roar.
The sacred martial soul dragon revealed a flaw when it saw its master being knocked down.
Little Tiger noticed the sacred soul dragon's flaw and unleashed a fireball to defeat it.
The sacred soul dragon, being a spirit realm creature with dragon armor defense, wasn't heavily injured, but when it stood up, it saw its master already in Hiyu's grip, being choked by the throat.
Ugh.
Shinmu found it hard to breathe as Hiyu choked him.
You. Aren't you afraid of the law?
Shinmu glared at Hiyu fiercely, but struggling to breathe, he could only barely voice it.
This is the wild.
Hiyu said coldly, who can see that I killed you?
Bang.
As soon as Hiyu's words fell, a light energy bomb exploded behind him and Little Tiger. Their bodies were instantly sent flying, and Hiyu released his grip on Shinmu, crashing down onto the snowy plain.
He.
Shinmu rubbed his neck, looking at Hiyu who stood up from the snow, and coldly sneered.
Yes, this is the wild.
Hiyu shook his head, still ringing from the impact, then he looked up into the sky. When he saw the scene above, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Shinmu stood on the snowy mountain, back to countless people, looking at Hiyu.
Who can prove we killed you?
Shinmu spread his arms wide, laughing joyfully against the wind.
Ha!
Hiyu looked like a fool as he stored the starflower into his personal space.
Feel free to kill me.
Hiyu shouted at everyone around, if I die, when the personal space closes, no one will get the starflower.
In an instant, everyone dared not make a move. TSK.
Shinmu looked displeased at Hiyu, old fox.
You too.
Hiyu replied with a light chuckle. Chapter 118, All are 1,000-year-old foxes, none can say who.
In the city of Yuzhou, there is only one snowstorm dragon. Where else can you find it? Everyone, don't panic.
At that moment, someone suddenly raised their hand. The crowd turned to look, and saw a middle-aged man with deep purple hair, dressed quite properly, with a bit of stubble on his chin, looking very gentlemanly. He slowly took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, took a puff, and then exhaled a cloud of smoke.
Name, Shin Tuesday. Affiliation, Beast of War type, humanoid. Attribute, spiritual. Quality, none. Level, Spirit Realm 7 stars. The person in front of them was the strongest among them.
My name is Shintu, and I work for the Meng family. Shintu smiled at the crowd. I am a humanoid type, with a spiritual attribute, and my main focus in spirituality is. Shintu revealed an ominous smile, looking confidently at Hiyu. It is the route of hypnosis. At these words, everyone was startled. I can hypnotize opponents weaker than myself, making them follow my commands. Spiritual and spatial types are no exception. Shintu glanced at Hiyu, who was gradually becoming anxious. All you need to do is catch him, and I will hypnotize him to get the starflower from his space.
What's in it for you? Someone questioned.
To be honest, this kid has offended our young master Mengyu. Shintu pointed at Hiyu and smiled. I am doing this just to help our young master vent some anger. As for the Zhao families, madam, I'm not interested. Hearing this, some clever people couldn't help but roll their eyes.
Not interested, yet you come?
This was clearly someone who couldn't stay in the Meng family anymore, wanting to use this opportunity to switch to the Zhao family, but seeing someone the young master disliked right here, so he quickly changed his plan, wanting to mess with Hiyu, to earn praise from Mengyu, and say good things about himself in front of the head of the Meng family's branch, hoping to get promoted. Shintu's words were full of holes, and a smart person could see through it at a glance. But those who saw through it didn't speak up. After all, everyone knew the truth. They were all clever foxes from 1,000 years, no one could criticize anyone.
What are you waiting for?
Shintu suddenly shouted, pointing at Hiyu, go.
The starflower is with him.
Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated for a moment and then rushed towards Hiyu all at once.
TSK.
Hiyu clicked his tongue, wanting to pull out the tear gas ball or put on the invisibility cloak, but suddenly heard a loud laugh coming from the sky. How can this lively place be without this king? A high-pressure water gun, only 5 centimeters thick, sprayed towards Hiyu. In an instant, everyone stopped in their tracks, staring at the icy layer and rock that were cut open less than 5 centimeters away by the high-pressure water gun, all swallowing nervously. On top of a snowy peak, a giant blue gold patterned fish was soaring towards them.
Ha ha ha.
Hiyu. You're here too.
Aochen laughed at Hiyu in front of the crowd. Aochen?
Hiyu was a bit surprised upon seeing the person. What are you doing here? This king came to the hunting ground to restock.
Aochen smiled and pointed to the Saint Wave giant fish beneath him.
The giant fish burped, indicating it had just enjoyed a feast.
What's going on that's so lively?
Aochen leaped down from the Saint Wave giant fish and asked Hiyu. Well.
Hiyu scratched his head, unsure how to answer. Did you not see the group message?
I muted it. Aochen laughed, ding ding dong dong, so annoying.
As expected of you.
Hiyu's mouth twitched. Our main task now is to escape and leave the hunting ground.
Hiyu spoke like an NPC giving a mission. No problem.
Aochen said with enthusiasm. Damn it, both of Yuzhou City's top talents have come.
So are we fighting or not?
Let's fight. If both talents from Yuzhou City are in trouble, the city lord will probably come for a major purge just like the first year of his term.
If we don't fight, then
the bright future is right in front of us.
Everyone.
At this moment, Qin Mu suddenly shouted loudly.
Control these two. Don't harm their lives.
At that time, leave it to Shintu to erase their memories. Everyone froze upon hearing this.
That's right.
The hypnotic mental system can erase memories.
Now, things will be much easier. In an instant, everyone turned their eyes to the two.
Hiyu and Xiao, who cautiously looked at the crowd in front of them, only Aochen and Shang Tao Ji Kuan had excited expressions.
Go, Kuan.
Aochen activated his bond state, his body surrounded by rushing water, and his water blue battle robe moved on its own without wind.
Go!
With Qin Mu's command, the crowd, with their battle beasts and rising battle intent, rushed toward the two. Remember, our mission is to escape, not to knock everyone down.
Don't act impulsively.
You should have said that earlier.
Aochen immediately frowned and looked at Hiyu.
I said it earlier.
Hiyu knew Aochen would do something like this. Knocking everyone down, then they can escape, right? You're really a genius.
Hiyu found it hard to communicate with someone like Aochen, whose head was full of battles and power.
Doesn't matter.
Let's fight a bit first. Aochen said, charging forward recklessly with Shang Tao Ji Kuan.
I told you not to be impulsive.
Sigh. Hiyu angrily shook his head, then rode Xiaohu into the crowd. Are we afraid of two people? The crowd raised their weapons and rushed towards the two. Hiyu remained calm, pulled out a tear gas light ball from his space, pressed the button, and threw it. The crowd looked at the tear gas light ball, not knowing what it was, and then saw the ball light up with a blue glow, shining on everyone. In an instant, the crowd in front of them felt their noses turn sour, and the grievances in their hearts were magnified.
Wah!
In an instant, dozens of people in front of them knelt down, clutching their heads and crying loudly.
Ha! Shintu, seeing so many people kneeling and crying, was instantly confused. Why are they all kneeling? Hiyu, riding Xiaohu, broke through the first layer of encirclement and then looked at Aochen, who was fighting fiercely with dozens of people. Come on, come on. Is that all you've got?
Aochen's fists in the water surrounding him constantly hit the people in front of him, and for a moment, no one could approach Aochen's body.
I'm at Battle Realm level 5. Can't I beat a Battle Realm level 3? Someone cried out. Damn it. The bond state really is that powerful? Looks like there's nothing to worry about. Hiyu breathed a sigh of relief.
At that moment, a purple light flashed, and Hiyu's heart jolted.
Mental system attack?
Hiyu and Xiaohu quickly adjusted their state, broke free from the control, and raised their battle beast's axe to block Qin Mu's mental sword.
Why did you recover so quickly this time?
Qin Mu's neck bulged with veins as he shouted loudly at Hiyu.
If I remember correctly, your ability is telepathy, right? Hiyu blared at Qin Mu. What do you want to do? Qin Mu had a bad premonition. Let's see what I'm thinking.
Suddenly, a string of numbers appeared in Hiyu's mind.
350,234. 350,234. 350,234. That's Dong Zhua.
Qin Mu felt like his eyes were going to go blind.
No, it should be that his mind was messed up. One more. 350,235. 350,235. 350,235. Hashtag, that's the follow-up of Dong Zhua.
They really are a pair of tragic lovers.
Tragic your head. Tragic you, tragic you, tragic you, tragic you. Shout together, heaven and earth. I finally forgot that damn song. Don't make me think of this nonsense again.
Qin Mu covered his eyes and wailed in pain on the ground, covering his eyes, then his ears.
Screaming continually. You are not human. Bastard. Why did you finish watching Dong Zhua? Even both parts together? Why did you listen to that terrible song until the end? I couldn't stand it after 2 seconds. You are simply not human. Do you think I wanted to?
Hiyu stared at the rolling and wailing Qin Mu on the ground. Those bastards down there said 350234, I had just downloaded that app, then I searched for it.
When I first entered, I thought it was the original for Diaochan.
By the time I finally realized what I was watching, it was already too late. Don't you see that big chunk of Dong Zhua on the cover?
Aha. Can your tastes get any heavier? Shouldn't you have seen that I liked aprons just now? Didn't you see all those apron pictures? I'm an apron fan. Oh, that one was actually quite nice.
Qin Mu nodded in agreement.
Damn you. Hiyu kicked Qin Mu away, sending him and the holy martial soul dragon into the crowd. I let you see it? Those are all my treasures. Hiyu cursed angrily.
Hiyu picked up the battle beast knife from the ground, intending to run again, but suddenly saw Shintu approaching, his eyes glowing with a faint purple light. Seeing this, Hiyu felt something was wrong and quickly closed his eyes along with Little Tiger.
Tisk. Seeing Hiyu close his eyes, Shintu frowned, but then relaxed.
Little friend, although I am a humanoid species, it doesn't mean I can't have a battle beast as a pet.
Shintu smiled and pulled out a fluffy, sticky bug from his pocket. Tickling bug. Type, battle beast, ordinary. Attributes, bug, water. Appearance, common. Level, expert level 5.
Hiyu was completely dumbfounded seeing the battle beast information appear in his mind. Hiyu increased the firepower on his body, wanting to burn the tickling bug to death.
Fierce flames erupted before Shintu, scaring him to retract his neck. Oh my, don't be so angry. Shintu smiled and shook the tickling bug. The tickling bug, scared, shot out its sticky fur like arrows.
The slime was burned away by Hiyu's flames, but the fur was unaffected, landing directly on Hiyu's exposed skin. Tickling bug's innate skill, fur arrows, when attacked by a natural enemy, it will launch sticky fur that can cause the victim to itch all over, and the slime can amplify nerve perception, making the victim itch uncontrollably for 3 days and nights.
WTF? Hiyu was shocked. What a disgusting skill.
Although the slime was burned away, this fur should be enough for you to drink a whole pot, Shintu sneered as he withdrew the tickling bug. Hiyu suddenly felt an intense itch all over. He scratched at himself fiercely, but the itching sensation didn't weaken at all, even starting to spread all over his body.
Damn it! Hiyu shouted angrily. Oh woo! Little Tiger, with eyes closed, didn't understand what was happening. He could only feel Hiyu's irritation and the continuous swearing around him. Suddenly, he caught a scent. It was the scent of that humanoid species. He was getting closer to Hiyu continuously. He.
Shintu sneered as he approached Yu, intending to hypnotize him while he was distracted. Roar! A tiger roar came, and before Shintu could react, he was knocked to the ground by Little Tiger, who began to bite him incessantly. Beast! What are you doing? Shintu tried to hypnotize Little Tiger, but found Little Tiger's eyes tightly shut. Only then did he remember that Little Tiger was a tiger. His sense of smell was incredibly keen. Damn it! Although he said this, he allowed Little Tiger to keep biting his arm. His strength was no match for Little Tiger, who was a fiery spirit tiger, but let's not forget, he was a humanoid species of the spirit realm. Being in the spirit realm ensured his body's strength was there. Even if Little Tiger had a bond, he still couldn't match the raw physical power of the spirit realm. No matter how desperately one bites, it's impossible to break through their own skin. Just as Shintu was about to use the tickle bug again, a loud shout came from somewhere. Little Tiger! Get away! Little Tiger jumped aside instantly. Shintu hadn't even reacted when a red spray hit his eyes. Ah! Shintu covered his eyes, screaming in pain. What did you spray on me? Wolf repellent spray, Yu answered, holding a can of the spray. Why aren't you itchy anymore? Shintu questioned angrily. Aochen finished, and Kuan sprayed me to wash away the toxins from the tickle bug in my body. Yu pointed at the exhausted Aochen and the sacred wave extreme Kuan nearby. Lying weakly on Kuan's back, Aochen weakly gave a thumbs up. I should have listened to you. Don't be stubborn. Aochen's fists were smoking, and he looked utterly drained. Run! Yu pulled Aochen, jumped on Little Tiger, and ran down the mountain. Aochen quickly recalled Kuan, which avoided adding to Yu's trouble. Damn it! Qingmu cleared his mind with mental force, riding on the sacred martial soul dragon, returning to the snowy mountain. When he saw a large number of people and battle beasts lying on the snow-capped mountain, his anger instantly flared up. Damn it! Where is everyone? Qingmu shouted furiously. They ran away. The beaten person pointed weakly down the mountain. Qingmu looked down and saw Yu and Aochen running frantically down the mountainside towards the plain. Damn it! Get up now! It's still not too late. If they get out of the hunting grounds, they'll be within legal protection. Then no one can steal them from us. Yu and Aochen rushed down the mountain, shouting to the three hiding behind the giant rock. Run! If they catch up, we're done for. Chun Yunghao and the others were stunned for a moment, then summoned their battle beasts and sprinted away. Yu caught up with the three and ran alongside them. Behind them, a crowd was closely pursuing. Damn it! My own kind wants to harm me more than the snowstorm dragon. Yu couldn't help but curse. Chapter 120, When out in the world, the most important thing to be careful of is your own kind. Yu and the others ran into the plain, with a relentless crowd pursuing them from behind. Don't run! Qingmu, riding the sacred martial soul dragon, flew rapidly towards Yu and the others. The sacred martial soul dragon in the spirit realm could unleash a sonic boom when flying fast, plus it had external mental force serving as armor, so Qingmu didn't need to slow down to avoid being blown away, while Aochen couldn't destabilize Kuan at high speeds or he would be thrown off. For Qingmu, catching up to them was just a matter of time. Exhausted, Aochen and Yu had no time to tangle with him. Two fists can't beat four hands. With more people, blades and hands would be ruined. Yu clearly understood this principle. Oh my! Big brother, what did you provoke them for? Chun Yunghao was wailing in front. They are all powerful beings above the battle realm. At this rate, we're going to die. I thought we only had to deal with wild beasts and battle beasts, Su Ling cried out, but no one told me to be wary of my own kind. When you are out in the world, the most important thing to be careful of is your own kind, Yu frowned and said. This way isn't going to work. Wu Zai looked at Yu. Yu nodded at his words. I'll go fight them. Aochen weakly raised a hand. You're almost dead, saving your energy is enough for me to be grateful, Yu tapped Aochen on the head. I do have an idea, Yu smiled. With a flick of his hand, dozens of smoke bombs and tear gas grenades exchanged from the system shop were tossed out. The people behind were caught off guard by this sudden assault. For a time, white smoke filled the air, with continuous wails as tears and snot flowed. Cough cough cough. Damn it! Using tear gas? Where did that brat get tear gas from? Smoke bomb? Damn it! I remember this thing can only be bought by official combat personnel? Could that brat be from the Beast Master Alliance? That bastard. Qingmu kept coughing as he rode the dragon out of the smoke, painfully pinching his nose. Where did they go? Qingmu looked angrily around, but did not find any sign of Yu and the others. At this moment, Yu and the others had put on their cloaks of invisibility, hiding their aura and mental fluctuations, so Qingmu could not possibly find them. Oh my god. Big brother, how many treasures do you still have that you haven't revealed? Chen Yonghao sat on the back of the holy tide extreme koan, amazedly looking at Hiyu.
Keep it down. Hiyu made a shushing gesture to the others. The few people wearing the invisibility cloaks could see each other. It seemed to be the effect of the cloak that allowed them to distinguish allies. Just as the three had followed Hiyu's orders to recall their battle beasts, ensuring that Hiyu could safely send everyone out with minimal combat value.
The group sat on Aochen's holy tide extreme koan, flying toward the entrance and exit of the hunting ground. Little Tiger was fire attribute. When he ran on the ground, he would scorch the grass, easily leaving traces. However, Aochen's holy tide extreme koan did not have this issue. Though now the holy tide extreme koan's stamina was not enough for it to fly at full speed, being cautious was always Hiyu's style.
Damn it! They must be hiding. Search for them. Dig them out from 3 feet underground. Qin Mu shouted angrily at everyone.
The three of Hiyu were escaping from under Qin Mu's nose. Approaching noon, the guards at the entrance were changing shifts. The old guards went to rest while the new guards began taking their positions. The guards saluted each other, then kicked their legs in synchronization to start the handover.
I can't believe it.
At this moment, the 5 of Hiyu burst out of the hunting grounds entrance, patting their chests in relief.
Luckily, we escaped before the cloak wore off.
Hiyu patted his chest.
That one sitting on the dragon. Aochen suddenly recalled, I think I've seen him before. Oh, look at you, even a face-blind person can recognize someone?
Hiyu joked, how rare. He came to our class to attend lessons. I was still debugging the new throne's speedboat function, then he came up and said he wanted to get to know me.
Aochan reminisced.
At that time, I shook hands with him, but suddenly his voice appeared in my head, saying I was in the way or something like that, leaving me puzzled.
And then?
Chen Yonghao and the others leaned in with curiosity.
Then that was it,
he smiled, then left to complete the class task that Lauren assigned to him.
Aochen pondered.
Because his battle beast was a purple golden dragon, plus he was so hypocritical like a treacherous minister, I easily remembered him.
It seems like you are also being targeted. By the way, I remember he said he was the first in Yuzhou City on the day before we showed up, right?
Hiyu thought.
I think I remember.
Wuzai said, there was indeed a rumor before. 3 or 4 years ago during the battle beast assessment, Yuzhou High School produced a genius that could be called a monster, with a companion beast that was a divine dragon, and he was first in the assessment.
Right. I remember too.
Su Ling chimed in, he grew up under the domestic violence of his father and the endless dissatisfaction of his mother, and the only warmth he got since childhood was from his sister next door, who was 10 years older than him, and she should be the current Dean Mei Lu of your academy. I also remember, after ranking first in the battle beast assessment that year, he unilaterally cut ties with his parents and chose the Beast Fighting Academy, not sure how he got his living expenses.
Chen Yonghao said. How do you guys know so much?
Hiyu asked, puzzled.
This matter was featured in the news back then. Su Ling said as if it were obvious.
After all, there's only one person who immediately severed ties with their parents after the beast exam.
That's true. Hiyu nodded thoughtfully. By the way, why did they beat you up? Aochen suddenly asked.
Oh, because of this. Hiyu was not worried that Aochen's brain would steal his things, even if the 3 in front of him tried, they still couldn't beat him, so he boldly took out the starlight flower. The moment the few saw the starlight flower, they were all astonished.
So beautiful. Aochen's eyes sparkled as he said, where did you find this? It's so beautiful. Cold snow starlight flower? Did you really get it?
The 3 stared in shock at the cold snow starlight flower in Hiyu's hand. Hiyu placed the starlight flower into a thermos bag and nodded, or else, why do you think they chased me? The 3 exchanged glances, hesitated for a few seconds, then their gazes turned firm, and they nodded.
Thud. A loud sound rang out, and the 3 knelt down in unison before Hiyu.
Big brother. From now on, you are our real big brother, the 3 shouted excitedly. From now on, little brothers and sisters will go through fire and water for big brother, no hesitation. Hiyu and Aochen were stunned by the scene in front of them. The sky donned a golden cloak, and 2 green trains puffing lone white mist pulled into the station. Hiyu and Aochen waved goodbye to Chen Yonghao and the others across from them.
See you next time.
Take care, big brother and second brother. Both trains slowly departed, and Aochen and Hiyu sat in their compartment, filled with emotion.
Why am I the second brother? Aochen suddenly looked at Hiyu.
I helped them solve their tuition issue, so calling me big brother isn't too much.
Hiyu smiled at Aochen. How can I submit to you? You have so many younger brothers, I only have 3, what's wrong with calling me big brother? Oh right. Aochen burst into laughter, I have more younger brothers than you. I'm still stronger than you. Sigh.
Hiyu shook his head helplessly like an old father.
In the hunting ground.
Looking at the golden sky, Qin Mu gritted his teeth in anger.
Aochen. Hiyu. I will make you pay for this. Totally unremarkable threats. The exhausted crowd in the back covered their faces.
Chapter 121, Miraculous people cannot bring miracles to themselves. The sky was painted black like ink, only the lights in the city illuminated this ink painting with a unique color. Zhao Yuan anxiously paced outside the sick room in the mansion, while Mr. Zhao stood outside the door, seemingly calm, but his trembling legs revealed his unease. A doctor in a white coat came out of the room, and Mr. Zhao and Zhao Yuan immediately surrounded him.
Doctor! How is my mother?
The doctor shook his head. The hearts of Zhao Yuan and his father suddenly dropped to the bottom.
Currently, she's stabilized, but you know about her hidden ailments.
The doctor sighed, if we can't find the cold snow starlight flower, at most 3 more days.
Does it really have to be the cold snow starlight flower? Mr. Zhao's expression turned frantic. Doesn't our Zhao family have so many medicinal materials? Can any of them replace the cold snow starlight flower?
The Hellfire Cerberus. The doctor shook his head.
That's the name of the beast that injured your wife. Mythical species. Zhao Yuan recognized the name immediately.
In the past, his father never let him inquire about his mother's condition. Now Mr. Zhao had allowed his son to ask about that beast's name from back then. Mythical species are all of epic quality or above. There may be anomalies like the floating wind dragon, but so far, all known individuals of the Hellfire Cerberus are of epic quality. The doctor sighed, unless it's the cold snow starlight flower from the snowstorm dragon of the same epic quality to neutralize it, your wife will find it very hard to endure.
This. Mr. Zhao's expression became frantic.
He met Jing Shuiwei when they were young. Back then, he was just a boy who had been kicked out of the orphanage for having no partner beast or contract beast. In the small convenience store where she worked part-time, Zheng Shuiwei visited every day to buy things, gradually becoming familiar with him. Looking at the lively girl, Zhao Dong couldn't help but develop feelings for her, even though she was just 1 year younger than him. Finally, one day, he mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Zheng Shuiwei. There were no sweet words, no grand romantic phrases, just a very direct question from a budding young man about love.
Could you be my girlfriend?
Similarly, Zheng Shuiwei didn't explode with anger, nor did she blush shyly. She simply replied in the same tone she used when buying things from him, saying,
"Sure." From then on, the two confirmed their relationship.
Zhao Dong took step by step from cashier to where he was now, with Zheng Shuiwei by his side. Similarly, when Zheng Shuiwei faced disappointment after losing a battle, Zhao Dong stayed by her side. When she was gravely injured and lost her battle beast, he kept her alive until now. Zhao Dong didn't care about money. He knew that money was earned to make his family live better.
If his family was not well off, money to him was worthless, like scrap paper.
If it meant his family could live in peace, he would be willing to sweep the streets.
I'll give you money. No.
Shares.
30% of Zhao Corporation. No, no, no. Whatever you want, I'll give you. Save my wife.
Zhao Dong anxiously grabbed the doctor's shoulders and shook him continuously.
Calm down.
The doctor shook off Zhao Dong's hand, frowning as he said, I'm just a healer, not a fighter.
I can only provide support.
If I had Starfrost Flower, I could clear some of the fire poison from your wife's body and stabilize her, giving her a few more years to live, but the problem is I don't have any right now.
Tisk. Zhao Yuan clenched his fists.
He had always admired his mother and looked up to her as a role model, but now he felt powerless in front of his seriously ill mother.
I'll go.
Zhao Yuan raised his head, his eyes firm as he said.
Where are you going? Zhao Dong questioned his son. It's just a flower, right?
Zhao Yuan shouted with Shui Linghu, I'll go pick the flower off that stinky lizard's head.
Have you lost your mind?
Zhao Dong yelled angrily, that thing is in the spirit realm.
The spirit realm? What are you going to do as a mere realm practitioner? Old man, don't you always say I lack guts?
Zhao Yuan swung his ice blue battle cloak and shouted, now let me show you, I, Zhao Yuan, do have the courage you talk about. Seeing his son like this, Zhao Dong felt as if he saw the spirited Zheng Shuiwei from back then. So alike she looked just like his mother carved from the same mold. Tears suddenly filled Zhao Dong's eyes. Zhao Yuan arrived at the door and reached for the doorknob.
Bang! Ah!
The door was suddenly pushed open with force, and Zhao Yuan and Shui Linghu were slammed against the wall, leaving a human-shaped and a canine-shaped dent in the cement wall, showing just how forceful the entrance was. A butler rushed in, holding a thermal bag in his hands, panting as he spoke to Zhao Dong and the others.
Sir! Someone! Someone!
The butler, trembling with excitement, pointed at the thermal bag, his words unclear.
Someone doing what? Speak slowly.
Zhao Dong shouted at the butler.
Could someone take us down first?
Zhao Yuan and Shui Linghu cried out in despair against the wall. Zhao Yuan was taken down, and the butler then organized his emotions in words. Someone left the Starfrost Flower at our doorstep and left. The butler opened the thermal bag, and there was the Starfrost Flower, radiating a cold aura.
What? Zhao Dong excitedly took the thermal bag and handed it to the doctor. The doctor took a quick glance and nodded affirmatively. Yes, this is the starfrost flower. Hurry, hurry, take it to treat my wife. Zhao Dong urged. The doctor didn't dare to delay, quickly carrying the starflower to treat Zheng Shuiwe. Did you see who brought the flower? Zhao Dong asked anxiously. I don't know. The butler shook his head. That man wore a black cloak, all patched up, and when he reached the door, he didn't say a word, just walked past the confused guards and security, then put the starlight flower right in front of me and left without looking back. At that moment, I thought it was some dangerous object, but when I carefully opened it, I discovered it was the cold snow starlight flower, the butler said excitedly. Find him. No matter who it is. Make sure to find him for me. From now on, that person will be our Zhao family's honored guest. No one is allowed to be negligent. Chairman Zhao ordered. Yes. Outside, He checked the surroundings to ensure no one was around, then took off his cloak and joined Aochen, who had been hiding behind the house waiting to escort him. Phew. That was tough, it made my social anxiety act up. He let out a long breath. What do you want? Aochen suddenly asked. What? He didn't quite understand. I remember you are a profit first type, right? Aochen asked, why do you suddenly want to help people? Are you, what, gathering merit? Gathering merit my ass. He smirked self-deprecatingly, you know I don't believe in that stuff, I'd rather worship Ultraman, maybe Digga and Noah would actually respond to me. Then why? No other reason. He said as he lay down on Shang Tao Ji Kuan, I just wanted to do it. You really are interesting. Aochen grinned, as my eternal rival, you truly live up to your name. Stop talking nonsense. He laughed, let's hurry back to the academy. We have roll call Monday morning. Did you forget? Didn't forget. Aochen laughed as he bent down, ready to sprint. Hold on tight. Bang. A loud noise sounded as Shang Tao Jikuan soared into the sky, flying towards the distant beast fighting academy. The sky remained dark, with stars dotted throughout the monotonous long night, the starlight flickering like lost babies, constantly blinking and crying. He never believed in miracles, yet he always brought miracles to others. The only miracle he couldn't bring was to himself. Because he never believed in miracles. Chapter 122, Liquid Metal Lifeform Number 2. The sky changed out of its black robe and donned a pure white wedding dress as warm sunlight sprinkled down on the earth, allowing hope and miracles to sprout in the Zhao family's cold land. He stepped outside, feeling the warmth of the sun, his face showing an expression of enjoyment. Are you freaking insane? It's 36 degrees today, and you run out to sunbathe? Longxing looked at He standing on the balcony soaking in the sun, watching as he opened the balcony window and did not close it, so angry that Longxing wanted to throw the washing cup in his hand at him. I've been freezing like death blasting the AC with you for days. After soaking up the sun, He comfortably returned indoors. Who knows how many days this high temperature will last, sigh. He sighed. In previous years, it always snowed in Yuzhou City during winter, and everything in the city would wear a silver outfit, marking the festive time for the children. He used to love the snow, but due to the impact of Little Tiger on himself, he now much preferred temperatures above 26 degrees, and thus he resisted snowy and rainy days. You contract masters. Longxing grumbled while washing his face, you are way too easily affected by battle beasts, especially those with bond affinities. Aochen wants to stay in the water every day now, he's about to swell up. I don't even know how you two, one fire type and one water type, ended up together. Just stick together. He smiled faintly. On a physical level, right? Longxing wiped his face dry with a cloth. Speaking of which, do you guys have classes today? He asked. We have class, our teacher was discharged from the hospital today. Longxing picked up his textbook, but he said he wouldn't be able to teach for long, so he'll let us off in the afternoon. That makes it much easier for us. I envy that. He looked at Longxing with jealousy. Zheng Guangzong is always busy with research, I don't even have time to eat before I am overwhelmed with more things to do. If I didn't force him to take a break, I'm afraid he might faint from hunger again. Since He came, the number of times Zheng Guangzong fainted from hunger has decreased, because He really makes him eat. If he doesn't eat, He himself would starve first. For this reason, Yang Linzhou and Mei Lu are very happy because finally, someone is watching over Zheng Guangzong for them. Only He has finally realized the situation. No wonder those seniors look like they wouldn't stay in the fusion research for long, it turned out to be like this. More torturous than fusion research is Zheng Guangzong. He finally understands. I'm going to class first, remember to close the door. Last time you forgot, and the dorm supervisor deducted points from our room. Longxing walked out holding a book. What the heck?
A clang and crash sound came from the staircase, followed by a loud bang as if something heavy smashed a table. Who the heck threw a trap card at the staircase?
Can't you check your cards while playing Hero King?
You can choose to use a cleanup card to sweep away the trap.
Have you played too much Pokemon?
He glanced at the time. It wasn't early, and today is Zhang Guangzong's class. He opened the balcony door, casually closed it, and then jumped over the wall from the second-floor balcony. Below, the Beast War Leopard had been waiting for a long time. He landed precisely on the Beast War Leopard and said to him, "I'm counting on you again today."
Ow!
The Beast War Leopard howled and transformed into a white light, disappearing in place. He entered the research room, and as soon as he came in, Zhang Guangzong excitedly shouted at him, "Come here quickly." He was first taken aback, then confusedly approached Zhang Guangzong. Zhang Guangzong was holding a palm-sized pool of liquid metal, smiling at He, saying, "Teacher, I created it for you this weekend."
Number 2 with battle programs.
Upon hearing this, He's eyes widened in surprise.
You made it?
Of course.
Zhang Guangzong smiled and cleared his throat. Number 2, activate.
The pool of liquid metal flowed slowly in Zhang Guangzong's hand, reached the ground, and then transformed into the shape of an adult male under He's eager gaze.
Number 2, activation complete.
With a slight electronic voice, Number 2 was dressed in silver armor, looking very heroic, and radiated a chilling aura.
Number 2 is different from Number 1, Zhang Guangzong smiled and said, Number 2 has battle programs.
It can analyze the battle situation for the owner, and it can also transform into armor, shields, and weapons.
Most importantly,
Zhang Guangzong patted Number 2, making a bang-bang sound. Number 2 also has the ability to adapt to various energy conversion forms.
Even fire can assist it. This is something Number 1 lacks.
What about the 3 laws of robotics? He looked at Zhang Guangzong.
He knew that the 3 laws of robotics are the core standards determining whether robots can serve humans and the fundamental code for all robots.
The combat mode will temporarily turn them off, Zhang Guangzong said with a smile. You can use voice control to switch its 3 laws on and off.
Like what? He asked with confusion.
Try saying activate combat mode to it.
Okay. He nodded and said to Number 2, activate combat mode.
Number 2's originally green eyes turned blood red, emitting a threatening red light.
Its metallic skin rapidly changed, transforming into various weapon shapes. Combat mode, activation successful.
Number 2 twisted its neck, and its body gradually returned to its original shape. This He looked at Number 2 with some confusion. It seems like nothing has changed, its eyes just turned red. Hearing this, Zhang Guangzong didn't rush to refute but shouted at Number 2, Number 2. Here.
Attack.
Yes. Number 2's arm quickly transformed into a gun, pointing it at He, and a wave of heat was emanating from the gun's mouth as if something was about to be fired.
Fire. He, get down. Bang.
A loud bang came from the gun muzzle, and a bright red energy bullet was shot out by Number 2. He sensed danger in this critical moment and quickly ducked, the energy bullet merely grazing his hair before flying out the door. If you feel happy, clap your hands. If you feel happy, stomp your feet. Lin Ling was very happy, as her injuries had finally healed. After resting for almost half a month, she could finally take off those damned bandages. Just as Lin Ling was rejoicing, she suddenly saw a dazzling red light shooting towards her.
Ha!
Lin Ling turned her head and saw a red energy bullet carrying a terrifying high temperature flying towards her.
Damn!
Lin Ling quickly dodged, the energy bullet brushed past her body and hit the tree behind her. Lin Ling looked ahead and saw the ground in front of her carbonized by the high temperature, continuously emitting white smoke. Even the air had been ionized by the high temperature, and wherever the energy bullet passed, golden arcs of electricity flickered everywhere.
Is there an enemy attack? Lin Ling's nerves instantly tensed, and she pulled out the dagger from her waist. Is this the Beast God Society? Crack, crack, crack.
A series of faint sounds came from behind Lin Ling, and she turned back in confusion. She saw the tree hit by the energy bullet collapse with a loud crash, pinning her beneath it as she turned around.
Damn! Lin Ling cried in agony under the tree. Fuck. Don't let me catch you.
He slowly stood up, his big eyes filled with fear.
The first shot seemed a bit too strong.
Zhang Guangzong shook his head. This shot drained at least half of Number 2's energy, but don't worry, just lower the output power a bit.
Do you want to kill me? He angrily scolded Zhang Guangzong. No, it's just to show you Number 2's attack capability. Didn't I tell you to lie down? I almost saw my great-grandma. Don't treat your only student like a target.
Sorry. I'll be more careful next time, teacher.
Chapter 123, Metal Equipment Manufacturing Class. He and Zhang Guangzong got lectured by Lin Ling.
Because Lin Ling followed the trail and found Zhang Guangzhong's research room, she realized it was Zhang Guangzhong who shot the high-danger energy bullet. Afterwards, naturally, He Yu and Zhang Guangzhong were beaten up by Lin Ling and wrote self-reflections on the ground. Since Zhang Guangzhong was the teacher, the impact was even worse, so Lin Ling dragged him to find Mei Lu to apologize, probably wouldn't come back until after dinner. He Yu had no choice but to attend the metal equipment manufacturing class. Looking at his right arm, where number 2 had fused with the green bead wristband, He Yu was filled with joy. Upgrade, green bead wristband. Has a stronger amplification effect than the original green bead wristband. Due to fusion with the metal lifeform, it gains self-awareness and can provide the owner with powerful combat capabilities.
Honestly, I miss your advertisement. He Yu smiled at the system.
A series of ellipses appeared on the system panel.
What? You say the green bead wristband is useless? No problem. We have an upgraded version. Super Alloy Awakening. Unrivaled Dominance. A punch sends equal level opponents flying. Boss, can you lower the price of the pork a little? The pork price cannot be lower.
But the powerful strength will definitely let you bring the boss's pork price down.
Super Alloy Awakening, green bead wristband. The product born from the liquid metal life form number 2 fusion. Coming soon. Order now and get an 20% discount. Don't hesitate, take action. Hurry up and order. Super Alloy Elbow Strike. You deserve it. Sigma, degree. He Yu stared at the advertisement on the system in a daze. You really didn't need to improvise.
He Yu twitched the corner of his mouth.
Carrot, hum.
Looking at the golden teaching building, listening to the clattering sound of metalworking coming from inside, He Yu looked at his phone map again.
I should not be lost. But why do I see several muscular men outside the teaching building? Still only wearing an apron. Exhausted, how's your graduation thesis going?
A rough-looking man lit a cigarette and asked a classmate nearby.
Still the same.
The classmate asked him for a cigarette. The battle armor made for the humanoid species can't fear fire or water, it's not that easy to create.
I envy those who design equipment. The rough man sighed, unlike us, who can only forge iron. What are you envious of?
A bright light shone from the corridor, making it hard for the two to open their eyes. A Mediterranean senior slowly walked towards them. Although he looked thin, he indeed appeared to be quite old. I work on my graduation project every day, and I've lost all my hair. I submit it only to be told it's not right. Reworking the design every day has made my head as bald as an egg. The two looked at the senior's shiny bald head, and then...
Put.
They couldn't help but burst into laughter.
What are you laughing at?
He Yu watched the scene and touched his own hair.
Luckily, I didn't choose metal equipment manufacturing. He Yu thankfully walked into the teaching building. This teaching building, if anything, was more like a huge blacksmith's shop. Many students were crammed into a huge classroom, wearing only thin aprons, swinging hammers to smash red-hot iron blocks.
The room was very hot, but they couldn't turn on the air conditioning, so everyone wore just an apron to prevent sparks from burning them.
He Yu walked straight to Jin Shengliu's office.
Jin Shengliu's office was also a vast blacksmith area, and at this moment he was vigorously hammering away at a red-hot iron block. Sparks exploded like fireworks, and the black impurities on the iron block fell away like burnt gunpowder.
Teacher! Bang! Bang! The hammering continued. Teacher! He Yu raised his voice. Ha!
Jin Shanglu turned around in confusion and saw He Yu standing at the door.
Ah! It's He Yu! Jin Shanglu said happily, are you here for class? Yes. He Yu nodded. Wait a moment, let me think about what you can do.
Jin Shanglu looked at He Yu, seemingly deep in thought.
Can you model or draw? No, He Yu shook his head. Then come forge some iron.
Jin Shanglu smiled and gave up his workstation.
He Yu stood at the front and grabbed the hammer. So heavy. He Yu instantly felt something was off.
This hammer's weight was definitely not that of a regular iron hammer. This hammer is for my personal use, it weighs 50 pounds. Jin Shanglu said with a smile, my most prideful apprentice could only swing it 5 times before collapsing.
How many times can you swing it? How many times would you like me to swing? He Yu suddenly replied. Naturally, the more the better. Jin Shanglu laughed. All right.
A smile appeared on He Yu's lips. The strengthening green bead wrist guard burst forth with dazzling green light. Under Jin Shengliu's surprised gaze, He Yu lifted the hammer.
Bang! A loud sound erupted, and the iron block was deformed by He Yu's strike. Bang! Another hammer fell, and the iron block sank again.
After 2 strikes, He Yu felt something was wrong.
Can't lift it anymore?
Jin Shanglu watched He Yu and shook his head with a smile. As expected, it's too tiring for a beginner to swing it this way. But being able to swing twice is already great. He Yu didn't stop as Jin Shanglu thought. Instead, he opened his personal space. He didn't know how to forge, so he remembered he had previously drawn a manual on ancient and modern cold weapon forging. After spending 3,000 battle points to learn quickly, under Jin Shangliu's astonished gaze, He Yu picked up the hammer again. Bang! 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 The rhythmic and crisp sound of smithing echoed again, and He Yu had begun to forge. It seems the temperature isn't enough. He Yu said this while putting the iron block back into the furnace to continue heating. Feeling that the heating efficiency was a bit slow, He Yu simply took out the iron block again and let the little tiger help heat it up. Thus, He Yu hammered the iron while allowing the little tiger to heat the iron block, until after a series of processes like quenching and tempering, a relatively complete sword blank appeared in He Yu's hands. He Yu looked at the 50-centimeter sword blank and nodded in satisfaction, then turned to take it to the grinding machine for polishing. Hey! No need for that, no need. Jin Shanglu hurriedly stopped He Yu, then looked at He Yu's green bead wrist guard in surprise. What is this thing? I've never seen it before. Well, this is a little toy my teacher made for me. Little toy? But I just saw this thing glow before you lifted the hammer. Can Zhang Guozong make something like this? Let me see. Saying this, Jin Shanglu tried to take off He Yu's green bead wrist guard. Detected violent dismantling behavior, activating defense mode. What sound is that? Jin Shanglu looked at He Yu's wristband, his face full of confusion. Suddenly, a red laser shot out from the green bead, grazing Jin Shangliu's face and hitting the wall. The wall was instantly pierced with a small hole with a diameter of 5 millimeters, and a wail came from behind the hole. My flower bud. My hemorrhoids. I'm sorry. He Yu quickly apologized toward that direction. Wait, it seems like my hemorrhoids have been cut off? Miracle worker, doctor. A surprised voice came from that side, making the corner of He Yu's mouth twitch. Jin Shanglu had just brushed past death, his face pale, staring wide-eyed at the green bead wrist guard on He Yu's hand. Zhang Guozong, what on earth have you done? Jin Shangliu's cold sweat fell like raindrops. Chapter 124 Zhao Family's Gratitude. Where is He Yu? Zhao Yuan slammed on the brakes, rushing into Lauren's office, eagerly asking. What's wrong, Zhao Yuan? Lauren took off her headphones, her beautiful water blue eyes blinking constantly. Isn't there no class this morning? Where is He Yu? Zhao Yuan asked anxiously. I couldn't find He Yu in the dormitory building for integrated research. He Yu? I don't know, Lauren shook her head regretfully. You can ask the dean, maybe she knows? Thanks, teacher. Zhao Yuan said, then dashed away like a whirlwind. What's up with this child today? Lauren watched Zhao Yuan's back disappear, puzzled as she put her headphones back on. Why does it feel like he's more anxious than seeking revenge for a slain father? Zhao Yuan rode on the war beast horse, rushing towards the dean's office. Teacher Meilu, you have to say something. Lin Ling stood in the office, pointing at Zhang Guozong kneeling on the ground, filled with righteous indignation. Students making dangerous things because they don't understand the rules is one thing. But Zhang Guozong, as a teacher, he doesn't set an example. Instead, he creates dangerous items and almost hurts someone. You tell me. Shouldn't he be punished? Meilu instantly felt a headache coming on. She had just been dozing off on the desk when Lin Ling suddenly pushed the door open, throwing Zhang Guozong in front of her, followed by a long, complex sentence. She was just starting to comprehend what was happening. No need to be so agitated, Teacher Lin Ling. Meilu said gently, isn't Teacher Jean always making things like swords and spears? You don't need to take it so seriously. The air is ionized and you call that taking it seriously? The ground is melted, and you say that's taking it seriously? Lin Ling got more and more agitated, almost shoving her face close to Meilu's. Meilu felt quite helpless. How did her leader, who knows nothing about the outside world and just wants to sleep, get such a hard-working employee? Oh, she remembered, it was sent by the city lord, that competitive maniac. Sigh. Meilu sighed. Just as she was about to say something, the door was violently pushed open with a bang. Where is He Yu? Zhao Yuan rushed in and asked the three people in the office. Knock on the door. You should knock before entering a teacher's office. Lin Ling yelled angrily at Zhao Yuan. Where is He Yu? Zhao Yuan asked, his eyes bloodshot and his expression fierce. It seems he went to the metal equipment manufacturing class. Zhang Guangzong replied. Thank you. Zhao Yuan slammed the door shut with force, making a loud bang. My door. Does the door cost nothing? Meilu couldn't help but shout angrily. Zhao Yuan didn't hear Meilu's angry scolding, he was solely focused on finding He Yu. He mounted his war beast horse again and rushed towards the metal equipment manufacturing class. He had completed the task assigned by Jin Changlu and was sitting on the steps, sipping the icy cola that Jin Changlu had bought, feeling relaxed. Although he didn't like water, his DNA still craved cold drinks. It was a preference that couldn't be changed.
Are you really not planning to come to my class?
Jin Changlu asked again while drinking mineral water. I see you have good talent. I can provide you with the best resources and make armor for your war beast that fits him.
No thanks.
He smiled. I still want to stay in the fusion research, it's easygoing, and most importantly, there are fewer people, not so noisy. Hey, other fire types like to go where it's lively, but you, on the contrary, prefer quiet places. Jin Changlu teased. You, the cold fire type, are the only one I know.
Really? He smiled and didn't refute.
He was indeed very cold, a flaw brought by rationality.
But he actually enjoyed this solitude. It's getting late. Jin Changlu glanced at the time. Classes will be over soon. Do you have classes this morning?
Later, I have to attend the wind system flying class.
He replied. Wang Li wants me to keep her company. That's nice, childhood sweethearts, no suspicion.
Jin Changlu smiled like a matchmaker. Seeing Jin Changlu like this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Why are some people always obsessed with shipping couples? You go ahead, these students haven't completed their tasks. Jin Changlu laughed.
He nodded, then recalled the excited little tiger he had been drinking Sprite with and left the metal teaching building.
As soon as he exited the building, he saw a 3-meter-tall war beast horse charging towards him. As soon as Zhao Yuan saw his eyes turned red, and his face twisted in rage.
He sensed trouble and was about to mount the war beast leopard to escape when he saw a figure leap down from the war beast horse.
Zhao Yuan spun in the air, landing on his knees in front of clutching his thigh. I finally found you. Zhao Yuan cried, tears streaming down his face. What's wrong with me? He was at a loss seeing Zhao Yuan like this. Thank you. Thank you. Zhao Yuan didn't explain, but his cries grew louder. If it weren't for you my mom would have From now on, you're my real brother. What? He stared at Zhao Yuan in shock. How did you know it was me? Our home surveillance recorded you. Zhao Yuan cried out, explaining through tears. Surveillance?
He had counted everything but forgot that the Zhao family had cameras.
Darn it.
He felt things were about to get tricky.
You saved my mom. From now on, you're my real brother. Zhao Yuan cried, looking at He with bloodshot eyes. Brother? Get lost.
He was about to curse. He really didn't like other people's enthusiasm, especially this kind of wanting to be sworn brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the starlight flower behind, fearing this kind of situation.
It's true what they say, fear brings what you dread. Does my brother feel uncomfortable with me being cool and cold? Zhao Yuan looked at He with wide eyes full of confusion. Don't. Then little brother will step aside. Zhao Yuan straightened up quickly as he spoke. He was momentarily dumbfounded by this series of actions. By the way, brother, Dad wants to meet you. Zhao Yuan smiled at He. Your family. Please, you have to go. Zhao Yuan pleaded with He. You saved my mom, our family must thank you properly. He looked at Zhao Yuan, silence lingering for a moment. Finally, he let out a sigh. He did not want to disappoint Zhao Yuan's expectations. This Wednesday, is that okay? No problem at all. Zhao Yuan cheerfully replied, from now on, you are my big brother. Who would dare to touch you? Our Zhao family group will back you up. Sigh.
He helplessly smiled bitterly.
Socializing is such a hassle. Chapter 125, the second model can fly?
After class, He followed Zhao Yuan to the wind class location on their war beast. The structure of the wind teaching building is the most unique. The entire building is a neat cylindrical shape, reaching high into the clouds, with blue-green tiles laid over it, and a giant hollow in the middle. Inside the blue-green teaching building, the entire structure resembles a hollow tube, with wind classes on both sides, and the middle area is usually where students practice flying. He and Zhao Yuan entered the teaching building, and then they noticed a huge fan at the bottom of the building. The fan has a diameter of hundreds of meters, not in operation, and surrounded by a 2-meter-tall railing to prevent students from accidentally falling in. I remember there are about 100 people in the flying class, He said. Just like the fire combat class and the combat fighting class, they also implement a joint teaching system. Actually, brother, most of our school has a joint teaching system, Zhao Yuan added. Only the metal equipment manufacturing class, which is technical, has separate teaching.
Do I not know this? He rolled his eyes at Zhao Yuan. I meant to ask if you know where Wang Li's class is. This. Zhao Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know. Okay, students, we have been through the theoretical class these past few days, now let's put it into practice. Let's see how well everyone has grasped reverse wind diving in vertical flight.
A mature female voice came, causing He Yu and Zhao Yuan to turn and look. It was the mature Win class female teacher, Du Yu, with the 100 students, appearing at an elevator entrance. Students, line up, there are a total of 5 elevators. The old rule is that each elevator accommodates 10 people, no pushing, no scrambling. He Yu. Wang Li spotted the two not far away and excitedly waved and shouted to He Yu. Wang. Sister-in-law. He Yu was smiling and about to greet her when Zhao Yuan suddenly transformed into a blue-white light and slid kneeling in front of Wang Li. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhao Yuan shouted excitedly at Wang Li. Who is your sister-in-law? Wang Li scolded angrily. He Yu is now my brother, you are my sister-in-law, no doubt about it. Zhao Yuan looked at Wang Li joyfully. Wang Li was stunned and then carefully thought about what Zhao Yuan had just said. When she processed Zhao Yuan's words, her face instantly turned red. You're annoying. Wang Li said shyly, stop saying such nonsense. Not far away, He Yu's face turned dark. This student, I remember you are from the water class, right? Do you looked at Zhao Yuan in confusion? Sorry, teacher, I came to your class today. He Yu walked up to Du Yu, apologetically bowing. He came with me since they don't have class this morning. Oh, I recognize you. Du Yu looked at He Yu with surprise. You are He Yu. The one who studies fusion, the one who can use bond compatibility. He Yu nodded. He is used to it. Always being called that bond compatibility, He Yu gradually became accustomed to it from the initial discomfort. I thought Aochen would come to our class. Du Yu shook her head with some regret. After all, his koan has flying attributes, very suitable for our wind flying class. Of course, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you, He Yu. I'm also very happy that you can come to my class. Do you realize she spoke incorrectly and quickly added? It's okay. He Yu did not care about such opinions. Has he not faced cold stares before? Having one more Du Yu is not more, having one less is not less. Since you are here for class, let's walk together with the teacher. Du Yu smiled at the two. You can watch from above, after all, you can't fly. Thank you, teacher. He Yu nodded. He Yu. Let's go. Wang Li laughed as she reached out to pull He Yu. Wang Li. Du Yu looked at Wang Li with some helplessness. He Yu was going with the teacher to the viewing platform. This is where you take your exam, don't drag He Yu away. Ah. Wang Li looked at Du Yu in surprise. So, after all the students got on the elevator and saw no one skipping class, Du Yu nodded. Let's take the teacher's war beast to the viewing platform. Du Yu smiled and opened the contract space. A lion's paw reached out from the contract space, followed by a bird's beak. Scree. A griffin, 4 meters tall, 10 meters long, and with a wingspan of 20 meters appeared in the open space, letting out a cry like an eagle. Soaring wing griffin. Type, war beast, mythical species. Attributes, beast, flying. Quality, epic. Level, 5-star cultivation realm. Griffin? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Get on. Du Yu smiled at the two. The griffin flapped its wings, whipping up a gust of wind, then flew toward the 500-meter-high teaching building. Zhao Yuan and He Yu stood beside Du Yu, but Zhao Yuan's gaze kept glancing at Du Yu's chest. There was no other reason, the bust was just too big. Even though the clothes were fluffy, Du Yu's curves pushed the fabric up. And now, with the wind, Du Yu's clothes clung tightly to her skin, making her figure even more pronounced. Du Yu was the type of slightly plump beauty. This alluring figure was hard for anyone to resist. Oh, except for the indifferent He Yu next to her. He Yu simply looked at the sky, unmoved. Noticing Zhao Yuan's aggressive gaze, Du Yu suddenly smiled mischievously. Teacher asked you. Du Yu suddenly turned to Zhao Yuan and said, between me and your Lauren teacher, who is better? Zhao Yuan was at a loss for words. Lauren's skinny body doesn't look good even in a swimsuit, right? Du Yu teased, bending down, wouldn't I look better than Lauren in a swimsuit? Those ample curves were right there in front of Zhao Yuan. Real and unfiltered. This Zhao Yuan instantly turned red. Du Yu grinned, just kidding. He Yu rolled his eyes in silence. Old woman, teasing young boys as she ages. For some reason, Du Yu felt that He Yu was saying some facts that would break her defenses. Upon reaching the rooftop, Du Yu arranged for the two to sit in the viewing area. Du Yu pulled out a remote from her chest, making Zhao Yuan's heart race again. He Yu's heart was calm and unperturbed. Still the same old line, he didn't like older women. Du Yu pressed the button on the remote, and the giant fan at the bottom of the teaching building started running, soon blowing a gust of wind comparable to typhoon-level speeds. Teacher is calling roll now, those called will take the test. Don't worry about accidents, the fan will lift you up. Du Yu shouted to the students. First up, Lu Yun. Lu Yun stepped forward, summoned their war beast, and began the test. The test involves having the contestants' war beast dive down from the teaching building and then ascend vertically to a designated spot, really testing the students' control over their war beast.
Detected excessive wind speed. Do you want to activate flight mode?
The voice of the green pearl wristband came through, leaving Hiyu stunned. He looked at the green pearl wristband with eyes full of shock.
Number 2 has flight capabilities? Zheng, are you defying the sky? Chapter 126, Gradually Awakening Memories. Hiyu looked at the enhanced green pearl wristband, astonished and speechless. His teacher was really something else. Originally, he thought the second model only had the ability to transform into a weapon, but unexpectedly it could even fly? Activate.
Hiyu said tentatively. The metal parts on the green pearl wristband began to shift,
gradually spreading to Hiyu's body all over.
Number 2, like Iron Man's nanometal armor, was worn on Hiyu, and even created a mask to protect Hiyu's head.
What the hell?
Zhao Yuan exclaimed sharply at this scene. Brother, what's wrong with you? Click, click, click. A faint sound of metal friction came from Hiyu's back, and Number 2 manifested a pair of liquid metal wings behind him, iron feathers resembling birds, and flame thrusters. Everything was included. Hiyu transformed into a silver-armored figure, staring at his own hands in shock, his eyes behind the mask wide open.
Zheng, you really want to go against the heavens? Next, Wang Li. Hiyu shouted, not noticing Hiyu's transformation. Coming. Wang Li excitedly stepped forward and summoned the Gale Phoenix. Let's go. Wang Li rode the Gale Phoenix and dove straight into the void.
The Gale Phoenix faced the fierce wind, hovering in place as if blown by a fan.
At that moment, Wang Li saw Hiyu on the viewing platform. What is that silver armor?
Hiyu was about to continue examining Number 2, when he suddenly saw Wang Li hovering at the entrance of the void.
In an instant, Hiyu's memories became a mess. Save me.
Hiyu, help me. Wang Li's cries echoed in Hiyu's ears, and in his eyes, Wang Li was being targeted by 2 fierce beast birds, which fought in the air, hovering in the fierce wind above the cliff, while Wang Li cried out loudly in the claws of the 2 beast birds. In Hiyu's view, the 2 beast birds missed their grabs, and Wang Li fell towards the cliff. Hiyu's mind went blank for an instant. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards Wang Li. Be careful. At this moment, Wang Li was controlling the Gale Phoenix to dive down when she suddenly heard a loud shout. Turning her head, she saw the silver-armored man running towards her, his metal wings flapping behind him as he rushed towards Wang Li. Wang Li was startled, and the Gale Phoenix had already taken her downwards. Seeing Wang Li rushing down, Hiyu disregarded everything and made a big jump. With Number 2's enhanced jumping ability, Hiyu leaped 5 meters high, crossing the 3-meter-high guardrail and diving towards the entrance of the void. Do you saw a silver figure jump down, momentarily stunned? What just fell down? The thrusters behind Hiyu ejected indigo flames, charging towards the falling Wang Li with terrifying speed at 3 times the speed of sound, against the rising fierce wind. Faster. In Hiyu's eyes, Wang Li was already falling towards the cliff, and he had to catch her before she fell over, so this shy, timid girl wouldn't die.
Wait. Wang Li is shy?
A sharp pain exploded in Hiyu's head, and he felt as if his brain was about to crack. The pain was unbearable. Faster, please. An angry roar erupted from Hiyu's throat, ignoring the pain in his head, as he charged towards the falling Wang Li. Wang Li had controlled the Gale Phoenix and, after diving to the designated position, was about to make a sharp turn when the silver flash rushed in front of her. Before Wang Li could react, Hiyu had embraced her, falling downwards. Yip? The Gale Phoenix stared in astonishment at Hiyu, who was falling with its master, and quickly rushed to follow. Who are you? Wang Li looked at Hiyu and Number 2 with fear. Let go of me quickly. Hiyu held Wang Li with one arm while covering his almost splitting head with the other, letting out faint whimpers. Detected that the master has lost manual control, now enabling autopilot. Number 2's voice came from Hiyu's chest, and then Hiyu's body was uncontrollably adjusted by Number 2, soaring upwards. The raging wind phoenix saw the silver figure brush past, immediately infuriated, changing direction to fly towards the rooftop. Number 2 brought Hiyu and Wang Li back safely to their original place. Hiyu released Wang Li, clutching his painfully throbbing head, kneeling down, and continuously howling. It hurts, so painful. Hiyu's voice came from within the armor, and Wang Li was momentarily taken aback when she heard it. Hiyu? Wang Li looked at the silver-armored figure in front of her in surprise, unable to believe he was Hiyu. Brother! What happened to you? Zhao Yuan anxiously walked over, looking at the suffering Hiyu, his face full of confusion. Number 2 slowly peeled off from Hiyu, returning to the green jade wrist guard. Hiyu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his head, standing up and grabbing Wang Li's shoulders. Wang Li. I ask you. Hiyu gasped for breath, cold sweat the size of soybeans continuously dropping down, soaking the ground. What happened in our first year of high school? This Wang Li was momentarily at a loss for words. He sharply sensed that the memory he lost in first-year high school was closely related to Wang Li. He still remembered that when recalling events from first year of high school, Wang Li was the first to appear in his memories. He couldn't remember the others, but the image of Wang Li's anxious and caring face was very clear in Hiyu's mind. "Don't ask," Wang Li's voice choked, pleading with a hint of tears. "I beg you, don't ask. Tell me." Hiyu's expression twisted, shouting hysterically at Wang Li, "I know you've hidden a lot from me. I beg you. Hiyu. I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want your nonsense for my own good." Hiyu roared angrily. "I just want your explanation. I just want to know about that memory from first year high school. Am I or am I not a traveler? Who am I really? Why is it that my personality has changed so much, yet you didn't notice anything suspicious? Why do I look so different from what you remember? You didn't have the slightest doubt? Why have we been deskmates for 3 years? Did you not notice anything wrong with me? Tell me. What traveler?" Zhao Yuan asked curiously. "Don't ask." Wang Li held Hiyu's face, softly comforting him. "Be good, okay? Tell me, Before Hiyu could finish, Wang Li suddenly stood on her tiptoes, gently pressing her soft pink lips against his. Hiyu's brain went blank for a moment. Wang Li closed her eyes, a drop of glistening tear rolled down the corner of her eye. What the hell? The teachers and students present were instantly stunned by the scene. Brother is awesome. Zhao Yuan gawked at this scene, taking out his phone to snap a couple of photos. In the distance, Diyu and other students also dumbfoundedly took out their phones to take pictures. About half a minute later, Wang Li released Hiyu, her face full of guilt and heartache. "I'm sorry, but I beg you, don't ask anymore. Please believe me, I am saving you, just like how you risked everything to save me back then." Hiyu's expression was still agitated, but the hostility on his face had lessened significantly. Finally, Hiyu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. "How long will it take to give me an accurate explanation and answer?" Hiyu opened his eyes slowly and asked. "Before next summer vacation," Wang Li looked at Hiyu, her eyes filled with guilt. "Before next summer vacation, I will give you an accurate answer, but it must be without anyone else present, okay?" Hiyu looked into Wang Li's clear eyes and nodded. Well, the little couple is done being affectionate and should come back. The test isn't finished yet." "Do you called out to Wang Li?" "Okay, teacher, sorry for the trouble." Wang Li slightly bowed to Diyu with an attitude she would never normally show, riding on the stunned raging winged phoenix, glancing at Hiyu one last time, then flew towards the student group. Brother! Brother! Zhao Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, asking curiously, "How does it feel?" Hiyu touched his lips, savoring it slowly. So soft, so fragrant. Chapter 127, Gravity Training. Brother, what's this about being a traveler? Don't ask." Hiyu finally reacted. "Just now, a sharp pain shot through my head, and my intense emotions led me to spill a secret I had buried deep inside. Damn, should I cover something up? I think, what's the homophone for a time traveler? Big brother, don't be too cautious." Zhao Yuan said to Hiyu with a smile, "If I had a time traveler big brother, just think, how cool would that be? Stories from novels happening right beside me. Doesn't that prove we aren't chosen ones or something? You should be glad my name isn't Gu Yufang Yuan." Hiyu looked at Zhao Yuan, who was acting so scatterbrained and curious, and facepalmed in disbelief. "Otherwise, I would have killed you the moment you asked your first question. So brother, are you really a time traveler?" "I don't know." "Really?" Zhao Yuan looked at Hiyu in confusion. "Don't ask anymore, my head is a mess. I can't tell. I'm almost becoming Li Huawang." Hiyu couldn't figure out if he was a time traveler or a native of Blue Star. He had a guess that perhaps he thought he was a time traveler because the other system possessed him, causing memory confusion. But he was also afraid to admit he was a native of Blue Star, which would mean the memories of the original body actually belonged to him. He didn't dare to look back at the past, or rather, he was avoiding it. He had always numbed himself with the identity of a time traveler, making himself believe that the painful memories from before belonged to the original body and had nothing to do with him. If he admitted he was not a time traveler, he could no longer numb himself as an observer, he would have to face the original body's pain head-on. He feared the pain, so he wanted to escape it. Finding trouble to avoid pain was his way of dodging it. Evading, was how he faced difficulties. Time quickly passed, and the morning class for the Windflight Club was over. Wang Li didn't dare to glance at Hiyu again. After leaving the teaching building, she flew away on the fierce wind phoenix. Hiyu didn't have a single word to exchange with her. After lunch, when he returned to the dormitory, Longxing saw Hiyu come in and pointed at him with a flushed face. You damn! Ha! Hiyu was confused by Longxing's reaction. Suddenly, he remembered Longxing had told him not to forget to close the door.
I closed the door, Hiyu explained. Not that. Longxing erupted, cursing at Hiyu, UTMD. You actually got a girlfriend first. Aha. Ha?
Seeing Longxing like this, Hiyu started to rack his brain. Suddenly, Hiyu recalled what had just occurred, and his face turned red.
Soft and fragrant. I can explain. I'm not listening. Longxing lamented bitterly.
The most painful thing in the world was having a good brother get a girlfriend while he had never even held a girl's hand his entire life.
Hiyu! Get your ass out here! Yang Tianxiao and Aochen's voices shouted from downstairs. Ha ha ha! Hiyu! You're impressive! You actually found the princess first! Aochen laughed loudly from downstairs. Get your TMD down here and give us an explanation. Damn a spirit pearl and a magic pill, Hiyu twitched his mouth.
After a series of interruptions, Hiyu finally managed to brush off the situation. Since Zhang Guangzong hasn't returned yet, Hiyu has to find something to do for himself. I heard that there's a gravity training room behind the gym specifically for humanoid beings, Aochen smiled and said to Hiyu in his dormitory.
Gravity training room? Hiyu looked at Aochen. It's usually for humanoid beings, Yang Tianxiao said.
Contractors also use gravity training rooms to train themselves and their battle beasts, but generally, the gravity multiplier isn't as high as for humanoid beings, and most of the users are strength-focused types who pursue physical power.
Anyway, I'm not going. Longxing interjected, I took a senior's advice and went once, well, I became a puddle of mud.
Longxing being a puddle of mud is not a metaphor, but rather literal.
What multiplier did you set for the gravity? Yang Tianxiao asked. 50 times.
Even Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball only dared 10 times at first.
You jumped straight to 50 times? Even cartoons can't handle that kind of approach. Anyway, if you want to go, I can help you.
Aochen smiled at Hiyu, I've been there once, but unfortunately, I stopped at 3 times gravity.
I don't mind.
Hiyu shrugged.
Alright. Let's go.
The three dragged Hiyu toward the gym. When they arrived at the gym entrance, Pan Hu was surprised to see the 4 of them.
Why are you 4 here? We don't have class this afternoon.
After thinking for a moment, Pan Hu looked at Hiyu with excitement.
Could it be that you changed your mind, Hiyu? Are you coming to our class? Just borrowing the gravity training room, Hiyu said. Pan Hu. Alright, I was just being overly sentimental.
The teacher recommends that you not come, Pan Hu shook his head at Hiyu. You know, contractors' body strength can't compare to humanoid beings, the base gravity multiplier for humanoid beings is a limit you can only reach after a lifetime of effort.
It's fine, I'm just messing around, Hiyu said, just passing the time.
You can use your free time to play games, there's no need to take on unnecessary challenges.
Teacher, don't bother him.
Longxing laughed and patted Hiyu's shoulder, he's a top achiever, if he's not competing, he feels uncomfortable.
Suck.
Pan Hu gasped, looking at Hiyu. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly at Hiyu.
That's right. Challenge your own limits. Strive for higher goals. You are just to my taste. I really want to poach you from Zhang Guangzong. Has he always been like this? Aochen asked. I'm used to it.
Hiyu's mouth twitched.
Come. The teacher will give you special treatment.
You can use the gravity training room freely.
The teacher doesn't mind.
Pan Hu smiled and led Hiyu to the gravity training room.
By the way, aren't you two supposed to have class this afternoon? Longxing asked Aochen and the others.
It doesn't matter, the two shrugged. Anyway, we can just make it in time, there are still over 30 minutes before class starts, which is enough.
Chapter 128, Zhang Guangzong, something is not right. Finally got Lin Ling over there.
Zhang Guangzong rode on his battle beast, the leopard, on his way back to the research institute. After a whole morning, he finally managed to handle Lin Ling and Mei Lu's side of things. Currently, only Hiyu and he himself knew about the matters of number 1 and number 2. When faced with Lin Ling's questioning, he could only vaguely say he was experimenting with high-power weapons, after all, he didn't have a battle beast, so researching some portable weapons for self-defense was reasonable. Although Lin Ling was very curious about what weapon Zhang Guangzong was developing, the college's old dean had established a rule during his time: apart from those involved in integrated research, no one else was allowed to enter the integrated research lab or inquire about the detailed research content. This rule has been upheld by Mei Lu, so Lin Ling didn't dare to ask too much. Therefore, Zhang Guangzong was only reprimanded once and nothing more happened.
Why doesn't Zhang Guangzong have a battle beast? Lin Ling asked puzzled. It died, Mei Lu nodded.
His companion beast, the Golden Pishio, died in the Old Continent, the other contracted beast, the Dark Knight Abyss Cat, also died during the war with the Beast God Society. Although I heard that the Dark Knight ghost cat has turned into a spiritual ghost cat, it seems it no longer recognizes him.
The golden eating Paishio? Lin Ling said in surprise, such a rare battle beast?
She knew about the golden eating Paishio. That mythical battle beast liked to eat gold and silver treasures, and the more precious the treasures it consumed, the stronger its combat power became. Those who could afford to raise such a battle beast were either rich or noble. Yes, I still remember that back then, Zhang Guozong was left penniless after being eaten by his golden eating Paishio, not having even a single coin on him. It was only after discovering that the golden eating Paishio could find treasures on its own that he gradually became wealthy.
Did he dig the money out of the Paishio's mouth? Lin Ling asked.
Exactly. Mei Lu smiled nostalgically. Back then, brother Zhang Guozong used to argue with the Paishio every day until his face turned red, and my teacher and I would watch from the side. Although it was noisy, that was when he was the happiest.
Then why didn't he contract a new battle beast later? Lin Ling asked. I don't know.
Mei Lu shook her head. Maybe the blow was too hard. Zhang Guozong returned to the laboratory, and seeing He Yu was not there, he tentatively called out.
Number 1. Master, I'm here.
Number 1 slowly gathered from liquid, eventually forming into a beautiful gender-ambiguous figure. Bring out the contract ring.
Zhang Guozong commanded. Understood.
Number 1 nodded, and then produced the contract ring. The contract ring was only 10 centimeters in diameter, a common type of contract ring.
But if Mei Lu and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked.
Because only true living beings possess a contract ring, non-living materials, such as stones or steel, do not have contract rings. And now, Number 1 displayed the contract ring, indicating that it had truly become a life form. A life that could not be killed and was completely loyal to its master.
The contract ring has finally crystallized. Zhang Guozong nodded. Number 2 will probably crystallize the ring soon too.
As long as Number 2 crystallizes the contract ring, then He Yu could contract Number 2, truly making it his contract beast that could not disobey him. It can be said that Zhang Guozong regarded He Yu as his own child. Previously, he had He Yu help him with research at a high intensity because those students could not handle the pressure at that level and transferred classes. So Zhang Guozong changed his approach, using research intensity well above normal levels to test He Yu. As long as He Yu could hold on in this high-pressure environment, it would mean he was truly devoted to the combined research and there would be no fear of him transferring classes. He had made Number 2 a week ago, but he wanted to see He Yu's progress first. Now, since He Yu had endured for 2 weeks and seemed to have adapted, Zhang Guozong felt relieved to hand Number 2 over to He Yu. Looking at Number 1's contract ring, white as sheep's fat jade, Zhang Guozong suddenly had a brainwave. He released his own contract ring, which, unlike a normal person's perfectly round shape drawn with a compass, was crooked and uneven, like it had been hand-drawn, and the color was not pure white but a dull gray. The 5-meter diameter contract ring enveloped Number 1's contract ring, and Zhang Guozong began to attempt to bind a contract with Number 1. The gray contract ring suddenly started to riot, then pushed Number 1's contract ring away.
Ah!
Number 1 let out a delicate call, its body repelled like 2 similarly charged magnets, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground.
Still not working.
Zhang Guozong looked at Number 1, who had been repelled, frowning tightly. My contract ring still cannot bind with the battle beast. This was a symptom left after his soul had taken over. The original contract ring had become very distorted, and the contract space was almost shattered, which caused him to be unable to contract any battle beasts.
Even wild beasts and domesticated ones, once contracted by him, would only be rejected. Master. Number 1 is fine.
Seeing Zhang Guangzong's frustrated expression, Number 1 hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him.
Number 1 doesn't need to be contracted by the master to protect the master's safety. Number 1 gently reassured Zhang Guangzong. Thank you. Number 1. Zhang Guangzong smiled and nodded at Number 1.
He has now developed feelings for Number 1, treating it like a son or even a daughter.
Number 1 possesses an emotional module that Number 2 lacks.
Although Zhang Guangzong didn't know if this violated ethics, he was too lonely and needed a real, fleshy person by his side, so he installed the emotional module in Number 1. Number 2, used in battle, found the emotional module unnecessary, so Number 2 had no emotions, it only acted according to programs and commands. Suddenly, Number 1's eyes widened, as if sensing something, and looked down at its chest. There, a dazzling red light was flashing on Number 1's chest. Master, it's Number 2's alarm, He Yu has had an accident at the gym. Seeing the red light on Number 1's chest, Zhang Guangzong was also startled. This was a new function added to Number 1 when he made Number 2, allowing it to receive signals between the two, so Zhang Guangzong could find someone to rescue He Yu. And now, Number 2's alarm had been triggered.
Hurry! Come on to me. Let's find Mei Lu together. He Yu is in trouble. Yes.
Number 1 hurriedly nodded, then its body turned liquid and attached itself to Zhang Guangzong's clothes. Zhang Guangzong rushed out of the laboratory, riding the battle beast leopard, to urgently search for Mei Lu. At this moment, inside the gravity training room, he was pinned to the ground by 3 times the gravity, embedded so deep he couldn't pull himself out.
No one told me my body was so weak. He wailed on the ground.
Because of the gravity, he couldn't even summon his battle beast, let alone activate the bond connection. Panhu even said before he entered not to summon the battle beast, let alone open the bond connection, claiming it would better train his body. Who would have thought this broken gravity training room, after seeing himself in double gravity for too long, would automatically adjust to triple?
Double gravity was already a struggle, triple? This is deadly.
Recently, some readers asked me when the main character's little tiger would evolve.
The author wants to say it is coming soon, very soon.
In this semester's National League chapter, Little Tiger will undergo its first real evolution, estimated to be about 30 to 50 chapters away. Based on my daily update frequency of 2 chapters, the shortest would be in 15 days, and the longest around 25 days, and Little Tiger will evolve for the first time in the National League chapter. So, everyone please click more to encourage updates and give 5 stars.
This way, the author can update more.
Little Tiger's evolution form can come out faster.
2 5-star reviews and I'll add another chapter. Thank you all, degree nabla degree. Chapter 129, The Idea of Becoming Stronger. He who couldn't even lift his fingers in the training room.
The increased gravity wasn't simply doubling his weight, his blood, bones, and internal organs would also become heavier. Perhaps these individually wouldn't seem too heavy when multiplied by 3, but all added to one person would cause problems. His organs were under pressure, his bones were showing signs of breaking due to the increased gravity, and his body was crying out in pain. The system shop has stamina enhancers, which have been automatically exchanged for the host. They can be taken orally. A system panel appeared before Hiyu, kindly stating,
"You bought them but I can't drink them."
Using nearly all his strength, Hiyu shouted angrily at the system. The system can administer the enhancer via injection, it will still be absorbed and even better than oral intake.
How do you plan to do that? You don't have hands. Oh right.
I'm so sorry, I'm so useless, I can't help the host.
You better not make things worse. I'm about to be crushed into a meat pie. I have to muster up the strength to comfort you. What kind of meat pie does the host want, spicy or 5 spice? Get out of here.
Hiyu was on the brink of collapse in the gravity room while the 4 outside were playing a game.
Go up the lane. We need support on the lane. By the way, Hiyu should be fine, right?
Longxing asked Panhu with some worry.
What could possibly happen?
Panhu scoffed, as long as that kid doesn't turn on the extreme mode, he's fine.
Extreme mode? Yang Tianchao asked, confused.
The gravity room has 2 modes, one is the normal mode you usually use, and the other is the extreme mode specifically designed for humanoid species to train their potential and explore their physical limits. In extreme mode, the gravity increases regularly, and choosing extreme mode is akin to seeking death.
Hiyu isn't foolish enough to do that. Why do I have a bad feeling? Longxing said, feeling apprehensive. Forget about that for now, TM Zhao Yun is coming up the lane. Start pushing the tower. Someone come help me stop him.
Hiyu struggled to rise, using all his strength, his body crying out in pain, even his organs beginning to rupture. His heart was pounding heavily. Under normal circumstances, blood could circulate throughout the body in a minute, but now his blood felt heavy, and his heart was increasingly overwhelmed, nearly bringing his circulation to a halt.
Number 2 couldn't help Hiyu because he lacked the ability to resist the pressure. Clinging to Hiyu would only worsen his burden. I've made it through the beast battle assessment.
Hiyu fought to stand, his eyes bloodshot and filled with veins, looking quite terrifying.
Surviving the Beast God Association, how could I lose to mere pressure?
Hiyu stood tall and let out a defiant roar. At the same time, the pressure displayed on the screen changed again.
4 times gravity. Pooh. Hiyu was pressed into the ground by an enormous hand, unable to move.
This time, he really could not break free.
Cough.
Hiyu's body finally gave in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Am I going to die?
Hiyu felt his eyelids growing heavier, his body becoming lighter.
After surviving so many deadly battles, to end up dying under pressure I usually ignore. How unwilling.
Hiyu slowly closed his eyes and lost his breath.
Bang!
The gym's door was smashed open by Lin Ling's punch, with Zhang Guangzong, Mei Lu, and Lin Ling rushing inside, along with Wang Li who came to check Mei Lu's training direction but followed along upon hearing about Hiyu's accident. The 4 looked confused as they saw Mei Lu and the others enter. Open the gravity training room. Mei Lu shouted anxiously. Hiyu is about to die.
No way. It's only 2 times gravity. An adult can handle that. Panhu declared confidently.
However, Lin Ling ignored Panhu's explanation, unleashing her power and awakening her strength, tearing the steel door off its hinges with her bare hands.
Damn it! 4 times gravity? Lin Ling looked at the gravity displayed on the screen and questioned Pan Hu, are you trying to kill EU? It's impossible. Pan Hu could hardly believe the numbers on the screen, what the hell? When did this guy turn on extreme mode? Open the door now. Zhang Guangzong shouted anxiously. Pan Hu couldn't argue, quickly opening Hiyu's training room.
Sensing the gravity room being forcibly opened, the surrounding gravity returned to normal. Hiyu lay quietly in the gravity room, completely still. Everyone rushed forward anxiously, watching as Mei Lu and Zhang Guangzong checked on Hiyu. There's no heartbeat. Mei Lu said anxiously, looking at Zhang Guangzong.
I'll do it.
Zhang Guangzong laid Hiyu on the ground, whispering, number 1, number 2, defibrillation. At his words, number 1 on Zhang Guangzong and number 2 on Hiyu ran towards Hiyu's chest, hidden beneath Hiyu's clothing, without anyone noticing.
Zhang Guangzong pressed his hands on Hiyu's chest, starting chest compressions for recovery. The 2 metal life forms released electrical shocks, starting to try to bring Hiyu back to life.
About 10 seconds later, Zhang Guangzong stopped his actions and leaned down to listen to Hiyu's heartbeat.
There's a heartbeat. Zhang Guangzong breathed a sigh of relief. Not yet, this kid hasn't recovered his breath.
Lin Ling anxiously put 2 fingers under Hiyu's nose and said,
I'll do it.
Wang Li, in a hurry, pushed Lin Ling aside, then took a deep breath and pressed her lips to his. This scene made Long Xing and Yang Tianqiao feel extremely sour. Although Wang Li usually acted like a big sister, her modeling skills were among the best in the academy.
A campus beauty-level character was just taken down by Hiyu. Only Aochen sincerely felt happy for Hiyu. As expected, he is my eternal rival. He easily accomplished what I couldn't.
After a few artificial breaths, Hiyu suddenly coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes.
Strawberry flavor, Hiyu murmured. Wang Li's face turned red. How does your body feel? Pan Hu anxiously asked.
It feels like being crushed by a 100-ton king, Hiyu spoke with difficulty, but the tires feel softer, still seems like strawberry flavor.
Wang Li next to him looked like she was about to steam. Damn it! Which bastard set the default mode to extreme mode? Pan Hu checked the training room system and immediately erupted in anger, cursing, almost killed someone, don't you know? Don't let me find you. When I do, I'll skin you alive.
While everyone was not paying attention, number 1 returned to Zhang Guangzong and conveyed Hiyu's condition to him. For ribs are slightly fractured, limbs have varying degrees of fractures, internal organs are severely damaged, there are signs of bleeding, immediate treatment is required.
The infirmary has recovery potions prepared by the holy class, drinking 2 bottles should be enough. Zhang Guangzong looked at Hiyu and complained, why are you so reckless? You want to come to the gravity training room?
Hiyu said with some difficulty, I've been accompanying you to research recently, had no time for practice. On weekends, I still have to go out to take missions, help the battle spirit team and myself get through this tough time, so I wanted to seize the free time on Monday to exercise.
Zhang Guangzong looked at Hiyu, momentarily speechless.
Hiyu was too obedient to orders, causing him to only accompany Zhang Guangzong to study recently while completely forgetting his own cultivation. Hiyu's situation had also reached Zhang Guangzong's ears. Xinmu was targeting Hiyu, and after returning this weekend, he had been either in class or locked in the training ground, continuously looking for people to spar with, wanting to awaken the bond resonance to deal with Hiyu. If Hiyu wanted to protect himself, he also had to continue working hard. Zhang Guangzong took a deep breath and said to Hiyu, the teacher will come to help you train.
Ha!
Almost everyone turned to look at Zhang Guangzong. Don't underestimate the teacher's battle beast was once at the half-step general level.
Zhang Guangzong smiled and said, having a half-step general expert to guide you, you definitely won't suffer. But you must promise the teacher that you won't be so reckless again. Upon hearing this, Hiyu almost didn't hesitate and nodded heavily. Okay. I promise the teacher. By the way, who knows what that strawberry flavor was just now? Hiyu asked everyone.
Wang Li, on the sidelines, shyly covered her face, her cheeks flushed. Hiyu seemed to understand something and his face turned red.
I'll kick you to death.
Yang Tianqiao roared upon seeing this, trying to kick Hiyu, but was kicked away by Lin Ling first.
Get lost. Lin Ling angrily cursed, no attacking the injured.
Yes, Yang Tianqiao was pinned against the wall, unable to peel himself off.
Chapter 130, Galaxy Stars.
Zhang Guangzong personally paid to buy 2 bottles of treatment potions for Hiyu to use, and his injuries clearly improved.
By the afternoon, he was already lively and active.
Taking advantage of Hiyu's rest time at night, Zhang Guangzong also upgraded number 2, giving it an anti-gravity device. It can make the flight mode fly faster, while preventing similar things from happening during the day. After doing all this, it was already deep into the night. Zhang Guangzong glanced at the time, there was still plenty of time left. He stretched lazily, preparing to take things out first. He pressed a hidden button on the wall, and an instrument in the lab slowly moved, revealing a hidden basement inside. This basement was originally used by the predecessors of the fusion research to store important documents, which Zhang Guangzong later repurposed as a storage room. Those documents were still there, but they were no longer useful.
Zhang Guangzong walked into the basement and turned on the electric light.
The yellow light flickered twice before settling down steadily. Everything in the basement was covered in dust, the only difference was how much dust there was. Zhang Guangzong looked around, finally locking his gaze on a book wrapped in plastic and covered in dust. He picked up the book, unwrapped the plastic, and a name came into view.
Galaxy, Bright Stars.
Very good, it seems like it hasn't weathered.
Zhang Guangzong smiled, then put the book away.
Attribute-less skills can be learned by anyone, you will definitely like this. Zhang Guangzong felt excited as he returned to the lab, closed the basement again, then lay on the wooden table, yawned, and fell into a deep sleep. Number 1 detached from Zhang Guangzong, looked at him wearing only a thin lab coat, shook his head helplessly, then picked up a blanket and covered him.
Good night, master.
Number 1 softly whispered in Zhang Guangzong's ear, then went to the corner, found the box where it usually hibernated, transformed into liquid, and entered the box to sleep.
The next day,
He arrived at the lab and found that Zhang Guangzong was already awake.
You're here? Zhang Guangzong smiled.
He nodded. Teacher, what specific training is it? Come to the backyard, we have a pretty large yard behind our research lab.
Huh?
He was a bit confused.
We have a yard here?
To be precise, it's a simple combat arena left by the old dean for friendly sparring with colleagues. Zhang Guangzong said with a smile. The two of them went to the back of the lab and saw a combat arena that wasn't too big or too small. It surely couldn't compare to a gym capable of large-scale battles, but it was sufficient for 2 beast battles. For the next few days, we won't be doing research.
Zhang Guangzong smiled, we'll be doing combat training.
Finally, a chance to rest. He sighed in relief. Research was definitely more exhausting than training.
This is the skill I want you to learn,
Zhang Guangzong said as he handed over the book. He curiously took it and had a look.
Galaxy, Bright Stars?
He said, bewildered. Suddenly, the system panel popped up, displaying the information about the book.
Skill name, Galaxy, Bright Stars. Skill attribute, none. Grade, impossible to evaluate. Applicable level, spiritual realm. Recommendation level. No attribute?
He was astonished. Attribute-less skills are very precious because they are extremely special, being suitable for and compatible with any attribute. Therefore, many people dream of acquiring an attribute-less skill, and the lethality of attribute-less skills is often even greater than regular ones, even surpassing those of their own attributes.
Someone once said that attribute-less simply returns everything to nothingness.
Although it sounds a bit over the top, countless people felt a chill down their spine when this saying emerged.
Did it just directly allow you to win? That's so cheeky.
In the safe in the dean's office, there is a book of attribute-less skills which the system has sensed.
Ever since he learned about it, he has been wanting to get his hands on that skill.
He never expected that today, Zhang Guangzong would give him one. It was unexpectedly obtained from the old continent. Zhang Guangzong smiled. Originally, it was meant for my beast, but since your beast has died, I'm giving it to you. What is your battle beast, teacher?
He suddenly asked. Zhang Guangzong was taken aback, then pondered for 2 seconds before answering, a gold-devouring Pichot. He was silent.
He could tell that Zhang Guangzong had just hesitated.
Even after more than 10 years, can someone really take 2 seconds to think about what their battle beast is, which they have raised since childhood?
But he didn't ask too much. After leaving the other world, he clearly understood that knowing too much is of no benefit, and could even lead to death. Zhang Guangzong looked at He and knew he had seen through his abnormality. In fact, before the possession, his original companion beast was called the Galaxy Beast, a legend quality, without attributes, half-step Holy Realm. And this move, Galaxy, Stars, was the innate skill of the Galaxy Beast, and was also the most powerful innate skill. In normal circumstances, Zhang Guangzong, or rather, Jia Tianchang, used it as a final trump card. It's a pity that back then, when he encountered the Holy Dragon Knight was an exceptional talent, a pure stats freak, who together with the Phoenix God completely overwhelmed him and the Galaxy Beast, making this move useless. That's why he fled in a panic.
Let's test this move and see how it goes. Zhang Guangzong smiled at He.
This is a damage type skill that consumes a lot of elemental energy, so you can try it out first to see if you can use it normally.
If you can't, then I'll teach you some other moves you can use. He nodded and summoned Little Tiger.
Spending 3,000 battle points, He quickly learned this move, then controlled the elemental flow within Little Tiger, forming small nebulas around its body. Zhang Guangzong widened his eyes slightly upon seeing this scene.
He grasped the essentials so quickly? This kid only seemed to have read the book once? Roar! Little tiger roared, and flames surrounded it, transforming into a vast nebula that enveloped the surroundings. The brilliant galaxy was magnificent, constantly swirling, with countless stars dotting the void, as if the Big Dipper was within reach. These stars shone with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the dark void. Fire! Hiyu shouted, and in the next moment. Slap! Slap! Little Tiger and Hiyu both collapsed to the ground, and the surrounding nebula instantly crumbled and dissipated. Huff! 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 Hiyu, as if completely drained, fell to the ground, gasping for breath, looking terrified. This move, it drained my elemental energy before I could even release it? Roar! Little Tiger was quickly running out of energy, its flames extinguished. This move had consumed every bit of elemental energy that Little Tiger usually used to maintain its flames. So terrifying. Asterisk 2. Oh no, it seems the elemental energy is not enough. Zheng Guangzong shook his head, looking distressed. This is a bit tricky. Although he was instantly drained of elemental energy, Hiyu realized that this might be an incredible super attack. The ability to drain all his elemental energy in an instant without even a chance to release it, no wonder it was recommended to practice in the spiritual realm again. Once this move was unleashed, it could probably turn everything in front of him into nothingness. Truly, it had no attributes. So domineering. A trace of crazed greed appeared in Hiyu's eyes. I must completely master this move. Otherwise, I would suffer a huge loss. Chapter 131, Little Tiger's Potential. After Hiyu and Little Tiger gobbled up all the rations Zheng Guangzong had prepared, they downed a liter of Coke and Sprite until their stomachs bulged, resembling a pregnant woman's belly, before stopping only with satisfaction. This is really tricky. Hiyu felt the elemental energy in his body gradually recovering, wearing a constipated expression. Though he didn't want to give up on this move, it directly drained elemental energy, and if he wasn't careful, it would leave him in a desperate situation, so he could only keep it as a last resort trump card. The problem was that Hiyu and Xiaohu had just attempted to release the stars, and they were just a step away from launching it, but the capacity limit of elemental energy within themselves and Xiaohu held them back. However, this elemental energy limit was linked to level and quality. While the level limit could still be increased, the quality could not. Wait a minute. Hiyu seemed to have thought of something and called out the system. Can Xiaohu evolve? Detecting. On the system panel, a circle kept spinning. 10 seconds later, several evolution pathways appeared on the panel. Evolution Pathway 1, Wild Northeast Tiger, Beast Type, Required Materials, 300 Water Element Spirit Sources, 300 Beast Element Spirit Sources, Neutralize with Fire Spirit Tiger Fire Attribute. Evolution Pathway 2, Double-Tailed Flame Tiger, Fantasy Type, Required Materials, 200 Fire Element Spirit Sources, 1 Evil Flame Tiger Core. Evolution Pathway 3, Evil Fire Mountain Lord, Sudden Mutation Type, Required Materials, 50 Beast Element Spirit Sources, 20 Evil/Demonic Element Spirit Sources. Evolution Pathway 4, Unknown, Resources can be adjusted freely. Note, if evolution fails, both quality and level will drop, but if successful, it will be a unique new type of battle beast in the world, immediately awakening 1 to 3 new innate abilities. As for the probability, who knows, evolution is just a gamble. The materials needed for the Qiongqi were much less than those required for the Baihu, a righteous deity, which Hiyu could currently afford. The only thing that needed to be resolved was the evil, or demonic-type spirit sources. Hiyu remembered that the hunting ground had blood-horned mad cattle with evil attributes. It seemed he would have to bring Aochen along for another trip to the hunting ground. But what was this evolution pathway for? Could he also try to create a new type of battle beast himself? Hiyu looked at evolution pathway 4, uncertain. Innate abilities would also be strengthened after evolution, the effects would be stronger, but awakening new innate abilities was rare indeed. A battle beast normally only possessed 1 or 2 innate abilities, and the proficiency of those innate abilities was at maximum level from birth, like Xiaohu's Tiger King Roar and Holy Title Extreme Coins Devour and Transform. Having so many innate abilities pop out at once would definitely be incredible. But, if the evolution failed, both the level and quality would drop. To be honest, Hiyu did not dare to gamble. As he said, he did not believe in miracles. How could something like drawing gold happen to him? How many people had fallen into ruin because of gambling? Still, the saying goes, fortune and risk go hand in hand, and so does loss and risk. Hiyu shook his head, regained his focus, and prepared to hand over 50 spirit sources to the system. Suddenly, Zheng Guangzong let out a quiet sound. You're Xiaohu. I just now realized, it seems a bit interesting. Huh? Hiyu was taken aback and turned to look at Zheng Guangzong. He saw Zheng Guangzong stroking Xiaohu, prying open its eyelids, and pointing at Xiaohu's brown eyes with a hint of gold, smiling. Look, this little guy's eyes are different from a normal fire spirit tiger. Hiyu walked up to Zheng Guangzong and looked at Xiaohu's eyes, his expression a bit strange. There's nothing different. Ha ha ha.
Normal fire spirit tiger eyes are all brownish yellow, but your Xiaowu has brown golden eyes.
Zheng Guangzong explained with a smile. Brown golden? He Yu looked again in confusion. But unfortunately, he still couldn't see it.
He couldn't even distinguish lipstick shades, let alone the difference between yellow and gold. It was too difficult for him. A battle beast with golden pupils can undergo evolutions that ordinary people can hardly imagine, Zheng Guangzong said with a smile, like the Phoenix God Lord's Divine Fire Sky Phoenix and the Holy Dragon Knight's Holy Radiance Light Dragon. Their battle beasts also have golden pupils, and before they appeared, there were originally no Divine Fire Sky Phoenix or Holy Radiance Light Dragons in the world, but since they showed up, they existed. The implication was that the Phoenix God Lord and the Holy Dragon Knight had both cultivated their battle beasts step by step. It was created, the one-of-a-kind war beast in this world. He Yu was slightly surprised to hear this. But our high school teacher said that war beasts can evolve. They can, but that's only what outsiders understand. Zheng Guangzong explained, normally, war beasts evolve into closely related species. For instance, the normal evolution path of the spirit fire sparrow is the flame bird, but you can look it up, there's information online. When the Phoenix God's spirit fire sparrow first evolved, it became a type of fire-based bird beast that doesn't exist anymore, which it named the heavenly flame sparrow.
He Yu nodded.
As a loyal fan of the Phoenix God, he naturally knew this. However, he had not expected that this evolution could also be individual evolution.
So, are there war beasts with golden pupils in the wild? He Yu asked. Yes, even the most common floating wind dragon can have such special individuals.
Zheng Guangzong smiled but then shook his head regretfully. It's just a pity that war beasts with golden pupils require a human contract to undergo special evolution.
As for the principle, no one knows. How do these golden pupils come about? He Yu pressed on. I don't know.
Some guess it's a mutation, others speculate it's an invisible force left by those two luminous orbs that caused the blue star mutation.
But who can say for sure? Upon hearing this, He Yu immediately thought of
Yi's pupils are also red with a hint of gold, could it be?
He Yu gradually began to have some guesses. Your little tiger is probably about to evolve.
Zheng Guangzong looked at the little tiger and said with a smile, at that time, it could evolve into different species, a war beast that has never appeared in the history of Blue Star.
Of course, it depends on how you raise it. What does the teacher think I should do to raise the little tiger? He Yu asked.
Zheng Guangzong pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. The teacher thinks that light elements and fire elements are a great match. Flames burn and release light, the light element and fire element are like twins, the best pairing possible. You can choose to start feeding the little tiger some light element essence from today, but it should not exceed the fire elemental energy in its body. You must be careful not to overshadow the main element.
He Yu nodded, okay, teacher, I will consider it.
Even though he really wanted the little tiger to evolve into the evil Fire Mountain Lord, having 1 to 3 innate skills was also very tempting.
Moreover, a new breed of war beast, the only one in the world, TM limited edition. He Yu felt he needed to think about the direction of evolution. The little tiger didn't mind, as long as Big Brother was happy, it was fine. It listened to He Yu. If He Yu told it to kill, it would kill. If He Yu told it to obey, it would obey. Its life was saved by He Yu and Yu Chang, and it would never rebel against He Yu. Chapter 132, The Meeting of the Four Lords. In the capital city, in a towering high-rise in the city center, the Phoenix god Huang Li was dressed in a fiery red battle robe, adorned with golden phoenix and flame patterns, with a phoenix-style longsword and a pistol at his waist, followed by his war beast, the divine flame Tianfeng. The divine flame Tianfeng was tall and beautiful, wearing a gown-like phoenix dress, stepping in high heels shaped like bird claws, her long crimson hair streaked with hints of gold, flowing in the wind. She crossed her arms and walked proudly beside Huang Li. There was no wildness of a tiger mom in her, nor did she retain beast-like traits like a general. Every move was indistinguishable from a human, and if she didn't revert to her original form, it was almost impossible to tell she was a mythical-type war beast. Hello, Phoenix God. Hello, Divine Flame Tianfeng. Hello.
Huang Linyan warmly greeted those passing by, while the Divine Flame Tianfeng maintained an air of pride, seemingly always wearing a look that said, keep your distance. Of course, towards her contract master Huang Linyan, she always kept this proud expression and gaze.
Hey! Big Yellow!
A loud shout came from behind a man and a phoenix, and they turned to look. They saw a ruggedly built man, muscles rippling like a dragon, wearing a yellow and black battle robe, laughing as he chased them from behind.
Yo, Black Mamba! Go to hell!
The war demon emperor, Hu Yanxiao, kicked towards Huang Linyan, but Huang Linyan dodged just in time.
I've told you, don't call me Black Mamba. Then don't call me Big Yellow.
The two glared angrily at each other, but then they both broke into laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
That kick was pretty cool.
Huang Linyan laughed. Your dodge wasn't bad either. Hu Yanxiao patted Huang Linyan on the shoulder.
Sigh. Seeing these two, the divine flame phoenix covered her face helplessly. You two are over 30, stop acting like teenagers, okay, the divine flame phoenix said, exasperated. Who knows what those two idiots, Li and Shenlong, are up to this time? Hu Yanxiao complained, it's been nothing but meetings or on the way to meetings lately. Just recently they reformed the college entrance exam, and they got blasted online by students.
Don't they learn from it? Who knows?
Huang Linyang shook his head in distress, Fenger and I are about to die of worry. We were supposed to guard the southern part of Tianhua Kingdom well, but suddenly were pulled back. If Shenlong wasn't appointed by the ancient war dragon king as one of the four lords, I would definitely punch him in the face.
Count me in, after the meeting, let's beat him up together.
But that bastard's spatial powers are hard to deal with.
Huang Linyang said with frustration, damn it, why can't I just awaken a power to play with? Come on, if you awaken a power, who besides the Dragon Emperor and the Oracle Priestess of the Cabot Continent would be your match?
Hu Yanxiao patted Huang Linyang's shoulder, let's go, if we're late, those two will probably start scolding us again. Huang Linyang shrugged and walked towards the conference room with his battle beast and Hu Yanxiao. The door of the conference room slowly opened, revealing a 60-year-old man with a snowy white beard and a beautiful woman in her 30s wearing a green dress.
The old man was one of the four lords of Tianhua Kingdom and also their leader, the Dragon Soul Lord, Shenlong.
The woman was also one of the four lords, the king of Sanluo, Li.
Next to Li was a beautiful woman in a green scaly dress with green hair and snake-like vertical pupils, her battle beast, the divine Sanluo Taipan snake. You two are late again.
Shenlong said, looking at the time and covering his graying hair, with a sigh.
Sorry, we got held up on the way.
The two quickly offered apologies with smiles. They still had 5 minutes before the meeting time Shenlong mentioned, but they knew Shenlong's ways, anyone who arrived later than him was considered late. Shenlong had grown stubborn about the rules as he aged, so they chose not to argue.
Yo! Snake's sister looks even prettier. Huang Linyang smiled at the divine Sanluo Taipan snake. The divine Sanluo Taipan snake smiled and nodded at Huang Linyang. Thank you for the compliment, divine phoenix. Beside them, the divine flame phoenix obviously felt a bit jealous. Why do you compliment my battle beast but not me? Li glared at Huang Linyang.
Come on, back then you almost got me killed, old hag. If it weren't for Snake Sister's timely conscience, I would probably have grass growing on my grave by now.
Huang Linyang complained as he sat down in his designated spot.
You should have shot yourself to prevent being such a pain ever again. The king of Sanluo said viciously.
Hey, we're all colleagues, let's discuss things nicely.
If the Night Alliance finds out, our four lords will lose face. Hu Yanxiao quickly advised.
Shenlong watched the two bicker.
Hu Yanxiao, who tried to mediate, sighed in despair. The new four lords are becoming increasingly difficult to manage, completely unlike the old four lords who were much easier to deal with. The Emperor Dragon God is also like this. Clearly, he was once just a naive kid with no leadership skills but still considers himself the leader of the four lords.
I don't even know how much longer I can live.
Shenlong helplessly shook his head. Well, living one more day is one more day. As long as I am still here, the four lords will just have to get by. Shenlong tapped the table, signaling the three to be quiet. The three immediately stopped arguing and turned to look at Shenlong.
Last time's college entrance examination reform faced a lot of criticism from the students. Shenlong's hoarse voice rang out as he glanced at Li. Li turned her head, feeling a bit guilty. She didn't say anything, but internally she was complaining. Didn't you also agree to this proposal back then?
Seeing Li at a loss, Huang Linyang's face showed no change, but he felt quite pleased in his heart.
Got called out, huh, old hag?
There aren't any deep-seated grudges between the four lords, but quarrels over small matters have been unending. So, to calm public opinion, I've decided to hold a competition in Kyoto, Shenlong said to the others. Huang Linyang was the first to raise his hand.
What kind of league is it? Huang Linyang asked.
A national league, Shenlong replied. I've already drafted the competition rules. Colleges across the country will participate, similar to a cat and mouse game where higher-level students act as cats and lower-level students as mice. Cats can catch mice to score points, and mice can also counterattack cats for higher points. Any rare materials found during the competition will belong to the examinees.
What do you think? I remember that in Kyoto, there are several genius students from families who have already reached the cultivation level, right? Li responded. Won't this cause a power imbalance? We might end up getting criticized again.
There is some truth to that, Shenlong pondered.
I have an idea. Hu Yanxiao suddenly said.
Let's hear it, Shenlong nodded at Hu Yanxiao. Unlike Hu Yanxiao's appearance, he wasn't the type to force his way through, rather, he often came up with good ideas. Although his academic performance wasn't great, he had more tricks up his sleeve than Huang Linyang, and most importantly, his ideas frequently brought unexpected benefits. Even Shenlong was often amazed by his thoughts, and their practicality was extremely high. Since we want to let high-level students be cats and allow low-level students to participate, why not directly limit the number of high-level students? Hu Yanxiao explained. In the same area, the number of cats cannot exceed 2, which ensures there's something for low-level students to do while providing a challenge for the cats. That's true, Gong Li stated doubtfully, but what if there's a mouse that can fight above its level and counterattack? I've heard that in a remote city, called Yuzhou, 2 genius students have emerged during the beast battle assessment who can use bond contracts, and one of their companion beasts is of mythical quality. Didn't you, back in the day, also strike a spiritual realm student with your 5-star battle strength and make them powerless? What if there's such a student? Then we'll differentiate these students from other mice, Hu Yanxiao explained. For example, all normal mice will show white light spots, while the top 10 will be golden. Golden students can be captured by multiple cats, but a maximum of 5 cats can surround them. The scores for golden students will be between 10 to 50 times that of regular students. This is definitely feasible. Shenlong rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. It really seems feasible. Most importantly, it doesn't seem to cost much. With this in mind, Shenlong nodded in approval at Hu Yanxiao. Very good, let's do it as the War Demon Emperor said. Saying this, Shenlong looked at Huang Linyang again. Phoenix God Lord, do you have anything to add? What can I add? Huang Linyang stretched lazily. You all know, I don't like to think. Hearing this, Shenlong shook his head helplessly. Huang Linyang, like the Holy Dragon Knight, was purely a numerical monster. Once the bond alignment was activated, paired with the innate skill rebirth from the ashes of the divine flame phoenix, even the strongest of the 4 lords, War Demon Emperor Huangxiao, would have to shed some skin just to cope. It is said that Huang Linyang himself doesn't like to think, so he directly uses the simplest and most brutal methods to pile up numbers to deal with various formidable foes. With sheer power overcoming all techniques, Huang Linyang walked this path more extremely than Huangxiao, who at least would have some tricks up his sleeve, while the former really only knew how to rush in. That's why when he was young he almost got killed by Gong Li using terrain and traps. The meeting ends here for today. When I return, I'll arrange the specific processes and also simplify and detail the rules. As for the league start time, let's tentatively set it for 1 month before the winter vacation. I'll post the rest of the detailed processes and rules in the group later for you to review. That's it, meeting adjourned. Hey, buddy, give me the travel expenses. Huang Linyang reached out to Shenlong. Shenlong was in a state of chaos. Here we go again. This kid acts like he owes him $1 billion every time he meets up without getting some benefit from Shenlong. You flew back on the Phoenix, why do you need travel expenses? Gong Li frowned and scolded. I'm not going to argue with an old hag. Or Sister Snake can give me a lift. Huang Linyang raised an eyebrow at the Shinluo Tapan snake. The Shinluo Tapan snake covered her mouth and laughed lightly, then nodded. Sure, if the Phoenix God Lord likes it, I can carry the Phoenix God Lord back to the south. Get lost, get lost. The divine flame phoenix cradled Huang Linyang and waved her hand vigorously at the Shinluo Tapan snake. My contracted master needs you to send him? I can fly faster than you climb. The Shinluo Tapan snake smiled and said nothing. Damn, there are still people alive. Huangxiao quietly joked to the side to Shenlong. Shenlong rolled his eyes. Just as he mentioned the meeting adjourned, their true natures were revealed. This generation of 4 lords is hard to handle. The older generation of 4 lords were much better, everyone came through the Blue Star mutation period together, close as brothers. Most importantly, the older generation of 4 lords was much more mature and pleasant to deal with than these 3 guys. Near noon, Hiyu finished a morning of training and was almost starved. Hungry. Hiyu lay on the ground weakly. The dry rations he had eaten a few hours ago were all digested, and now his stomach was empty except for some gastric acid. Training all morning, I am indeed hungry. Zheng Guanzong chuckled, let's go have a meal. Okay. Hiyu and Little Tiger lifted their heads excitedly. Which canteen? Canteen 1 or Canteen 2? The chicken leg in Canteen 1 is delicious. But the noodles and dumplings in Canteen 2 are also not bad. We're not going to the canteen today. Zheng Guanzong smiled. I know a secret restaurant that's explosively delicious, and according to the owner himself, he's an alien. Alien? Hiyu was puzzled. It's probably just a gimmick. Anyway, I can't tell what kind of alien he is, he's probably just a restaurant owner who likes to tell stories. Zheng Guanzong laughed. Some restaurants like to use these as a gimmick. None of that matters. Hiyu clutched his rumbling stomach, looking at Zheng Guanzong. Can we go now? Your student looks like he's about to starve to death. Half an hour later. Zheng Guanzong and Hiyu left the school and arrived in front of a very ordinary-looking restaurant. Alien restaurant. The sign also had many small words. This store is dedicated to making Blue Star cuisine, and also offers alien cuisine. Beast war dishes are not a problem either.
Strange slogan. He said. It is strange, but the taste is really good. Zhang Guangzong smiled and replied, this shop appeared here during the summer vacation, and I heard it came from Kyoto. Kyoto? What does someone from Kyoto want in our little place of Yuzhou City? He asked.
The owner said he's looking for someone and decided to open a shop out of interest. Zhang Guangzong chuckled, leading Hiyu inside the store. As for who he is looking for, the manager didn't say. He said he didn't know himself, but he has a feeling he will find that person.
Welcome.
A young man looking to be in his 20s stood at the door, wiping the table. At the counter was a similarly aged woman, lazily resting her head on the table. When she saw the two enter, the man greeted them with a smile.
Oh, you're back again. The man smiled at Zhang Guangzong. It's been a while since I last saw you, and you brought someone. Is this your student?
The woman suddenly noticed something and looked at Hiyu with great interest.
Yes.
Old rule. Zhang Guangzong laughed. 1 order of 2 liang red oil seafood wontons, for my student.
Zhang Guangzong looked at Hiyu.
Hiyu glanced at the menu on the wall and said to the man, please give me 1 order of 3 liang beef noodles, thank you.
All right. Dad. 1 order of 2 liang red oil seafood wontons. 1 order of 3 liang beef noodles. All right.
In the back kitchen, a man who looked much younger than the man at the door peeked out, grinning widely. The moment Hiyu saw the manager, his brain froze for a moment.
His CPU was slightly overloaded. The one just now looks like a high school student. Is he your dad? Hiyu looked at the man in shock. Yeah, my dad looks very young, right?
The man smiled. Actually, he's pretty old, just has a young face.
Are you really not brothers?
Hiyu was astonished. No, he really is my dad. The man scratched his head awkwardly. The one at the counter is my mom.
Your mom? Hiyu seemed unable to distinguish between swearing and exclamation in his query.
That sister looked only a year or 2 older than you.
She is your mom? My goodness, my worldview is collapsing a bit. How can anyone be this young? Your parents must be in their 40s, right? Why do they look younger than each other? That's why we named it the Alien Restaurant.
The woman at the counter seemed to see what Hiyu was thinking, her lips curling up slightly as she chuckled. Our whole family, except for my in-laws and younger brother, are aliens. Don't listen to my mom's nonsense. The man quickly smiled apologetically. This is just a gimmick, there are no aliens in this world. I was also very surprised when I came for the first time. Zhang Guangzong laughed, but later, I felt that the world is so big, and there is nothing strange. Hiyu still hadn't recovered, his eyes wide open.
Let's find a seat first. Zhang Guangzong smiled. Okay. Hiyu nodded dully. Chapter 134, Delicious Food in Warm Moments.
Hiyu followed Zhang Guangzong and sat down, sitting across from him while constantly observing the layout of the entire restaurant. The slightly small storefront, the neatly arranged chairs, the payment QR codes and menus on the wall, the energy-saving lamps overhead, the counter in front, and the kitchen behind the counter. There was nothing particularly special about the restaurant. Besides the incredibly young family, Hiyu didn't notice anything unusual.
Is this really an ordinary restaurant?
Hiyu was somewhat surprised.
Meow.
Little Tiger made a sound in Hiyu's contract space. He smelled the scent of a pet cat.
Meow. Meow.
2 tabby cats walked out from under the adjacent table, coming to the feet of the two. One male affectionately rubbed against Hiyu's calf. Long time no see, little flower, little life. Zhang Guangzong laughed, scratching the back of the female tabby cat. The tabby cat named Little Flower stretched comfortably.
These are the tabby cats raised by this restaurant.
Zhang Guangzong laughed. These 2 tabby cats are quite special. They are not afraid of war beasts.
Not afraid of war beasts?
Hiyu was somewhat surprised. Familiars in wild beasts are suppressed by the bloodline of war beasts, inherently fearing them. Even a rodent war beast can scare a pet cat to death, so how could these 2 cats not fear war beasts?
Do you have a war beast? The only employee in the store, the boss's son, suddenly looked at Hiyu. We have a war beast set meal here, you can call out your war beast to eat together.
Normal restaurants do not have war beast set meals, nor do they allow war beasts to be released freely. If a contract master wants their war beast to eat well, they must hunt themselves or go to special beast restaurants. He didn't expect this place would allow releasing war beasts to eat. Surprised, Hiyu quickly reacted, raised his hand, and a third of the circle on the back of his hand lit up, opening the contract space. The massive body of Little Tiger walked out. Due to Little Tiger's size, it couldn't stand up straight in the restaurant, so it could only lie down. The 2 tabby cats saw Little Tiger and not only did they not fear, but they also tilted their heads in curiosity, even though Little Tiger's eyes were bigger than both of theirs.
Are these 2 cats a couple? Hiyu asked. They are mother and son.
The woman at the cash register smiled. Little Ming is Xiao Hua's son. If Little Ming is naughty, his mother beats him.
In our restaurant, the strongest is Xiao Hua. The strongest? He looked at the woman.
Yes, even my husband has been beaten by her like a son.
The woman laughed happily. Hey, hey, hey. The boss leaned out, complaining, don't gossip about me behind my back. Don't I have any dignity? All right, I won't say it anymore. The woman looked at the boss affectionately. Son, go check on your grandpa. Why hasn't he come back from buying groceries? Did he run into something?
The boss said to his son while clapping his hands.
Okay.
As the man was about to go out, he saw a spirited middle-aged man returning from outside, carrying several plastic bags of vegetables.
Son. I excelled at the market today. I debated eloquently.
I saved $2 and bought all the usual vegetables. The middle-aged man joyfully boasted to the boss while carrying the vegetables and meat.
Wow, Dad, you're amazing.
The boss looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised smile.
Niao Xiaohua looked at the middle-aged man with a face full of affection.
He watched the scene and felt somewhat envious for some reason.
What a warm family environment.
No disputes over interests, no confusion over talent and the future, unlike his own family. To be honest, he was very envious. Seeing He Yu like this, Zhang Guangzong patted He Yu's shoulder.
The teacher is here, the teacher is your family too.
He Yu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded.
The noodles and wontons are here.
The man took 2 bowls of delicious food from the boss and placed them in front of the two. This is yours, the man said, placing Little Tiger's food in front of him.
Enjoy.
The man smiled warmly. He Yu and Zhang Guangzong nodded, then picked up the chopsticks beside them, bringing the food to their mouths. The moment the noodles entered his mouth, He Yu's eyes widened suddenly, and his pupils contracted rapidly. Seeing He Yu like this, Zhang Guangzong couldn't help but smile, knowing that this restaurant was sure to gain a new regular customer. He Yu quickly shoved the bowl of noodles into his mouth, not having time to say a word. In just half a minute, a bowl of beef noodles was swallowed down.
Awesome.
He Yu looked at the bowl of noodles, completely at a loss for words.
How is it? Zhang Guangzong smiled. Delicious, right? One more bowl.
He Yu didn't have time to answer Zhang Guangzong and hurriedly ordered another bowl of noodles.
Oh whoa. Little Tiger also excitedly pushed the empty bowl meant for war beasts towards the employee. Okay.
The employee took the bowls from both the man and the tiger and walked towards the cash register.
So, how is it?
Zhang Guangzong looked at He Yu, unable to contain his laughter.
Isn't it tastier than the school food? I used to not feel much. He Yu said excitedly, but now, the school food feels like slop. Ha ha ha. If you say that, Dean Mei Lu will get angry. Zhang Guangzong laughed heartily.
He hadn't felt this happy in a long time.
Oh dear. The boss lady looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? The middle-aged man, holding 2 tabby cats, asked the boss lady, suddenly feel emotional? Are you inspired and can't help but want to recite a poem? Dad, you're too much.
The boss lady smiled helplessly. A little bit. When I see the two of them, it reminds me of how my husband was out there making waves, shaking the world, only to come home and be lectured by you all.
Ha ha ha. Wife, you still remember?
The boss poked his head out from the kitchen, smiling shyly.
Of course.
At that time, you offended someone and refused to apologize, dragging me along to stir things up, only to end up being reported home and getting scolded by Dad and Mom.
I remember it clearly.
The boss lady scolded the boss.
The boss awkwardly scratched his head. Back then, we were young and reckless, but not anymore.
He Yu and Little Tiger swallowed the food served again, turned around, and ordered another portion. Seeing He Yu eat this way, Zhang Guangzong quickly advised, Hey, no one is competing with you, are you really swallowing without chewing?
He
Yu scratched his head shyly, but isn't it too delicious? After eating and drinking well, it was already afternoon. He Yu and Zhang Guangzong walked under the shining sun, heading back to school. The boss came out of the kitchen, took off his apron, and looked with interest at the direction where He Yu and Zhang Guangzong left.
How is it, old brother? The tabby cat Xiaoming suddenly spoke, sounding like a young man's voice. Is he the one you were looking for?
Hearing this, the boss looked at Xiaoming, smiled slightly without saying a word.
Smack!
A paw landed on the boss's head, making him see stars.
Ouch, Mom!
The boss held his head, looking wronged at the tabby cat Xiaohua held by his father.
I told you to stop talking. Why act so aloof? Don't you know it feels very awkward? Xiaohua spoke, in the tone of a mature woman. Is that kid the one you are looking for or not? From the current perspective, it seems to be.
The boss smiled. One of them has become a system, the other is sleeping in his body, even changing how he sees himself, and it looks like that kid can hold it together.
So Dad, should we pull those two rascals out of that kid's body now? The staff member looked at the boss.
No need, as your dad and a subordinate of the 9 sovereigns, I've been sent here to monitor this kid. The boss stretched lazily. We don't have war beasts, and we're not human forms, just a regular restaurant owner is enough, plus keeping an eye on whether this kid shows any signs of losing control.
That's good enough. Old schemer.
The boss lady smiled helplessly.
Chapter 135 Paid Vacation, Bonus Update.
In the following days, He went to the Zhao group to express gratitude to Director Zhao and Zheng Shuiwe. Zhang Guangzong, being curious, also followed along. Still the same saying, he didn't like such a warm atmosphere, but since Director Zhao said he would provide any cultivation resources He wanted in the future, He reluctantly accepted his kindness. Director Zhao then took He and Zhang Guangzong to a dinner. Although some butlers and maids frowned slightly at Zhang Guangzong's appearance, the drunken Director Zhao didn't notice. After drinking heavily, Director Zhao, fueled by alcohol, insisted on making He a sworn brother. If it weren't for Zheng Shuiwe stopping him, the relationship between He and Zhao Yuan would have significantly increased. He, who was half drunk at the time, suddenly became sober.
So damn crazy. Attending a dinner almost cost me everything.
Later, on the weekend, He took Aochen and the others to Wang Ku and Xia Qingchuan's wedding. The whole battle spirit team gathered again after almost half a month, not a single one absent. Chen Yao and Lina got together, and now they are dating. As for marriage, they said they still need more time. After that life and death test, Qin Yu matured quite a bit. Likewise, he became quieter and shed his previous childishness. Li Mingtong seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, his hair turning gray, but he sincerely wished the couple well. The battle spirit team seemed to still exist, yet felt as if it was no longer there. Yu's heart ached.
After all, there are no feasts that do not end.
Yang Linzhou sat silently in the corner, watching Wang Ku and Xia Qingchuan declare their vows to each other. There were few people present, almost all of them were members of the battle spirit team. Xia Qingchuan and Wang Ku were orphans who grew up in an orphanage, but later, it was demolished, and they couldn't find the director who took care of them. Wang Ku was very grateful to He. If it weren't for He bringing his friends and teachers, the scene would have been even colder. Other people's weddings have red flowers, fine wine, and delicious food, but Wang Ku's wedding only had 5 teammates who were barely recognizable, some food, and a few people He brought, nothing more. So romantic Wang Li watched as Wang Ku and Xia Qingchuan exchanged wedding rings, enviably resting her chin on her hand.
Do you think our wedding will be like this in the future?
Wang Li looked at He standing beside her. During these few days, Wang Li had adjusted her mood and returned to her previous relationship with He.
What? He pretended not to hear what Wang Li said. Stop pretending. Wang Li pointed at He's nose, scolding, you've kissed, and you're trying to back out? Listen here. I've got my hooks into you now. If you don't marry me, you won't get away.
Yang Tianchao and Long Xing beside them were about to bite their teeth in frustration. You call us over to watch them show off their love, why do we also have to watch you two show off your love? Zheng Guangzong watched these two kids and shook his head with a helpless smile.
These kids are too mature too soon.
I was only 20 when I got my first girlfriend. As night fell and the wedding ended, everyone began to leave one after another. Watching Wang Ku and Xia Qingchuan being surrounded by the former battle spirit team members as they left, He quietly stayed behind. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to stay. The changes in the battle spirit team were too great, he couldn't adapt immediately, he needed time to convince himself. He realized he not only hated fate, he also hated change. Watching once young old friends gradually age, watching once familiar people become strangers, watching what he used to consider a safe harbor, the team, become something else entirely, left him unable to accept that gap. He knew that the battle spirit team might be effectively dead.
Wang Ku's foundation might be restored, but what then? Could everyone's relationships go back to what they were before?
Not just He, others were also feeling guilty, but He couldn't get over the mental hurdle. If the battle spirit team does not accept a team mission within a year, they would be disqualified by the officials, at which point the members would be reassigned. And it seemed that without Wang Ku as the backbone, it would be very difficult for the battle spirit team to take on team missions. Potions could help Wang Ku restore his potential and foundation, but Wang Ku's recovery training also needed time. Humanoid species, after all, are still humans, and after significant injuries, they also require recovery training. Until everyone was gone and the staff came to turn off the lights. But he found He still sitting in his seat. Hello, sir, we're about to close. The staff respectfully said to He. He did not speak, only nodded slightly, then lowered his head and walked out the door. Walking on the road, He passed by Yang Linzhou, who was waiting. Yang Linzhou called out to He. Ha? He turned to look at Yang Linzhou.
Why are you only coming out now?
Yang Linzhou asked. He opened his mouth but didn't say a word, his eyes were left with silence.
Don't be too sad.
Yang Linzhou patted Hiyu's shoulder. I applied to the higher-ups for a 3-year squad protection for the Battle Spirit Squad. As long as your squad can resume team missions within 3 years, the Battle Spirit Squad can continue to exist.
Hearing this, Hiyu's expression finally lightened a bit. Thank you, officer. Don't rush to thank me.
Yang Linzhou said as he took out a pack of cigarettes, picked one, and was about to light it when he suddenly remembered something and quickly waved his hand to apologize. Sorry, I forgot you were here.
As Yang Linzhou was about to put away the lighter,
Hiyu suddenly reached out his hand to Yang Linzhou.
Yang Linzhou, what are you doing? Give me one. Hiyu said to Yang Linzhou. Underscore. You wouldn't be secretly using smoke and drink, would you?
You guessed right.
Hiyu smiled.
Just like that, the two sat on the steps by the road, smoking and starting to talk business. This time, it's a commission the city lord received. Yang Linzhou explained, from Tianyu City, the task is that there is a genius there who awakened a legendary quality companion beast, but he is not satisfied and wants to learn the bond compatibility further. That's why the city lord of Tianyu City came to our city lord in Yuzhou, wanting him to send a person who understands bond compatibility to teach that genius.
Don't other cities have anyone who knows bond compatibility?
Hiyu asked.
Don't joke.
There are a total of 34,213 cities in Tianhua Kingdom, and we in Tianyu City both belong to the remote areas of Tianhua Kingdom. There are very few people who know bond compatibility in this area.
Besides you, there's Aochen.
I can't place any orders on Aochen, he only listens to his cousin, who is the director of the Yuzhou City Police Department. Our Beast League division has been at odds with those police guys for some time.
Moreover, the city lord thinks sending Aochen would be a bit of a waste, so I thought of you.
Oh, so sending me there is not a waste?
Hiyu rolled his eyes.
The city lord's meaning is not my meaning, I'm just responsible for relaying.
Don't blame me. Yang Linzhou explained. I'm not going.
Hiyu waved his hand. I fear the commission fee is several tens of millions, right? The city lord keeps several tens of millions for himself, and I might only get a few million.
If there are layers of outsourcing, it might be even less. If I wear myself out, wouldn't I be losing? 100 million. Yang Linzhou exhaled a puff of smoke. Even if he offers 10 million, I won't. Wait, how much did you say?
Hiyu doubted he hadn't heard clearly.
100 million.
Yang Linzhou nodded at Hiyu. That is what was promised to you from above.
No. How much did the city lord of Tianyu City spend to hire me?
Hiyu's eyes widened instantly. A total of 120 million, the city lord kept nearly 10 million as his reward. Yang Linzhou shrugged. I took a 300,000 introduction fee, the remaining 100 million is all yours, and that's after tax. Your travel expenses are all covered, and your train ticket is booked in the highest class business seat.
So, are you going or not?
You should have said that earlier.
Hiyu patted Yang Linzhou's shoulder. It's a paid vacation, right? I'm going. I must go. Let me ask for leave from school first. No need to be in such a hurry.
Yang Linzhou shook his head helplessly. We're leaving the day after tomorrow in the afternoon, there's still time.
Previously promised extra updates for everyone, Omega asterisk.
By the way, thanks to Zheoyang Mountains farmer, San Chu Pai Lai, Lifeng's Daxing Dan, Tusk Act 4, Ni Ranui Jin, Xing Xingya, Jin Xiu Fu Yu Shangshi, Zhang Yishui Zhong Zhao, Uli Hei Hua Yu Zhou Andong Chu Kai. The burden of wind, flowers, snow, and moon is a gift sent. Thank you all for loving this book. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to.
Chapter 136, Dancing Upon Hearing the Rooster. What? Going to Tianyu City?
Zheng Guangzong looked at Hiyu with some surprise.
Yes. Hiyu nodded, notified last night, leaving tomorrow afternoon. Commander Yang asked me to prepare well during this time. How long will you be gone?
Zheng Guangzong asked carefully.
Not clear.
Hiyu shook his head. They said as long as I teach the city's genius to use bond matching, I can come back. As for how long it takes, I don't know. Is that so? Zheng Guangzong lowered his head, momentarily unsure of what to say.
Do others know?
Zheng Guangzong raised his head to ask. I informed them through messages. I came to find you because I thought such an important matter should be told to you in person. Hiyu scratched his head shyly. Zheng Guangzong had all of Hiyu's training planned out, and now Hiyu had to say goodbye to him to earn money, which naturally disrupted Zheng Guangzong's training schedule. Zheng Guangzong did not immediately express his opinion but was silent for about half a minute.
Be careful. Tianyu City is located north of Yuzhou City. The wind there is stronger than in Yuzhou City, a typical temperate monsoon climate.
I heard it's starting to cool down there, so bring more clothes. You are fire type, afraid of the cold, don't catch a cold. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in Yu's eyes, looking at Zheng Guangzong in disbelief. Finally realizing something, he smiled and nodded. Okay, teacher. I have a few packs of cold medicine here, take them with you.
It's troublesome if you fall sick,
Zheng Guangzong said as he began to rummage through the drawer.
No need, teacher.
I brought cold medicine myself. He looked at Zheng Guangzong bustling about for him, his expression as if he were looking at a clumsy old father, full of complexity. The affection he didn't feel from his biological parents, unexpectedly, he felt from a teacher with no blood relation.
Yu's emotions were incredibly complex. What? Going to Tianyu City?
Yu Chang and Mother Tiger's eyes almost popped out upon hearing Yu's words.
Yes.
Yu nodded at the two generals, leaving tomorrow, not sure how long I will stay there. I heard it takes 3 days and 2 nights by train to get there, it's quite far.
Damn. Who will help me take care of the kid when you're gone?
Mother Tiger said with a fierce look.
Is the Lord of Yuzhou City threatening you? Sister will help you get revenge. Stinky bug. Count me in. One pathetic general level 1-star, TM is out of control.
Mother Tiger roared in anger. At the same time, the Lord in the office handling documents suddenly shivered. Who has their eyes on me? The Lord said with a hint of fear.
No. Yu hurriedly stopped the two, I'm going on my own choice. There are no other reasons. The money they offer is too much. Money. Mother Tiger frowned, it's always about money. Why do you humans work so hard for a few pieces of paper? Are those pieces of paper that important to you? You don't understand. Money has extraordinary value in human society, Yu explained.
Money can put a price on life, and it can even allow a battle realm to offend a powerful general like you.
Tisk anyway, I don't understand. Mother Tiger turned her head away, no longer wanting to talk to Yu. Making money is fine, but you must not wear yourself out. Understand?
Yu Chang earnestly advised. She understood the value of money in human society because she had once had a master. When she was still in the realm of a warrior, she followed her master to earn money almost every day, thus realizing the importance of money to humans.
Yu nodded, no problem, Sister Yu Chang. Do you need us to accompany you? No. Yu shook his head.
The official regulations state that, except for special circumstances, apart from the invalidation of the contract space or being confined by the solid spirit stone, battle beasts are not allowed to use transportation tools. Anyone who does will be considered troublemakers. Junji couldn't completely hide his features as a beast, making it easy for others to discover he was a battle beast. Furthermore, Yu Chang and the Mother Tiger didn't want to sign a contract with humans, so they naturally couldn't be taken along. You humans sure have a lot of rules, the Mother Tiger frowned. It's better out in the wild, without having to look at human faces. In any case, be careful, Yu Chang smiled and nodded at Yu. Yu looked at Yu Chang and smiled back. No problem. Yu flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth. Yu didn't notice that his emotions were slowly changing. The positive feelings nourished him, making him less cold, while his inner reasoning became clearer and stronger.
The system didn't like seeing this scene. The next afternoon,
under the watchful eyes of Wang Li and others as well as Zheng Guangzong, Yu slowly boarded the train parked next to the platform.
He didn't carry any big bags because his personal space was enough to hold anything. Wawa! Aochen was held back by the crowd, shouting at Yu, who was boarding the train, rival. Take me with you. I don't want to stay in this boring school anymore. No one is here to battle with me. Go back. Tonight, Lolan has a diving class. Yang Tianxiao pulled Aochen back towards the academy. Yu. Be careful. Wang Li waved to say goodbye to Yu. If you can't get used to the food there, come back and eat. Wang Ke shouted towards Yu. Yu didn't speak, he just smiled and waved goodbye to everyone. There were many people here, and Yu's social anxiety seemed to kick in. The train buzzed, and the steam engine puffed out white steam, like a silver-haired being, heading towards Tianyu City. Yu arrived in his room, sat on the soft big bed of the business seat, and lay down to feel the softness and advanced comfort, completely relaxing. No wonder rich people favor the business seats on trains, they are indeed so comfortable, even better than high-speed trains. As he lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone, he soon grew bored. So boring. Yu suddenly felt a bit down. This business seat is comfortable, but it's just too boring, with no one to chat with. Indeed, everything has its pros and cons. Right, I haven't drawn a lottery in a long time. Yu sat up and called out to the system. Looking at the 7 million battle points he had accumulated, Yu excitedly rubbed his hands together. Let's draw. 100,000 battle points were spent, and the wheel began to spin. Congratulations on receiving a consolation prize, childhood memory, small slingshot *1.
Congratulations on receiving a consolation prize, hilarious school complete set *1. Congratulations on receiving a consolation prize, Naruto original comic complete set *1.
Congratulations on receiving. After a round of 10 consecutive draws, although the results were all consolation prizes, he wasn't angry at all. The reason was simple, he had gotten 3 complete sets of comics. Besides the last P and Smiles, the other 2 were really good comics, so he wouldn't feel bored now. Just as he wanted to take out the comics from his personal space to read, the pointer suddenly pointed to the orange area. Congratulations on winning, orange royal quality, skilled dance upon hearing the rooster. Ha! He was taken aback. Dance upon hearing the rooster? What kind of strange skill name is that? It's still royal quality? Chapter 137, Little Blackie's Conceptual Skill. You opened the skill introduction for Dance Upon Hearing the Rooster.
Dance upon hearing the rooster, as the name suggests, during the activation of the skill, as long as hearing any words related to rooster in either Chinese or English, one will automatically dance for 5 seconds, becoming invincible during this time, able to deflect any attack, returning all attacks to the opponent.
The duration is 10 minutes, cooldown time of 1 hour, no side effects. What the heck? He was stunned upon seeing this skill. Seriously, bro, this thing can even deflect damage? Conceptual skills? Current proficiency, LV1, activatable, can reflect 1 attack at most for each dance.
He didn't say a word and directly invested 1 million, buying 10 spirit sources to enhance his skills.
Current proficiency, LV3, can reflect 30 attacks for each dance. He looked at the skill and cautiously tried to activate it.
When the skill activated, a bright light shone on his hair became a center part, and his left arm made a motion as if to hold a basketball.
He saw this appearance in the mirror of the business seat and instantly his face darkened. Bro, are you kidding me? Isn't this just small black guy? He was a bit lost in the wind. System, can you be any more obvious? But the trigger condition. He tried to pull up a video. A promotional video introducing their free-range native chicken. Our native chicken.
Detecting the keyword chicken, he suddenly stood up, then his body uncontrollably performed the Iron Mountain lean.
You are too beautiful, chicken. He jumped and sang out loud. You are mine, I am yours, who?
5 seconds passed, and he stared at his body in shock.
No way, man. His eyes widened.
Originally, he still had a bit of luck, but now it's gone.
Is it really the small black guy? Why are you also a small black guy? He blared at the system. Carat Omega Carat, because I'm also an icon. Where did you get this move? Omega.
This skill is my own, don't ask a girl like me will feel shy if the host finds out about this joke.
What are you shy about?
He was about to turn off his phone when suddenly another voice came from it.
Our native chickens lay eggs that are very nutritious too. Detecting the keyword again, he used the Iron Mountain lean once more. Oh, baby. He silently cried. Please don't tell me I have to jump for 10 minutes? System. This move is too treacherous. 3. It's clearly a skill that can turn the tide, though it is a bit like that when activated. Damn it. This system is an only child, you know. Screw you.
After enduring 10 minutes, he lay on his bed, reading manga, and at mealtime, he fed raw meat to Little Tiger. Just like that, he lived a life of reading and raising a cat in the business seat, during which Little Tiger absorbed light source and advanced to level 4 of the battlefield, while he spent a whole 3 days and nights. Looking out the window, he saw the distant black Tianyu city sitting atop a high mountain, shrouded in white mist. When the white mist floated, the black city buildings appeared to drift in a sea of clouds, hence the name Tianyu City.
Inside Tianyu City. The environment of Tianyu City was different from Yuzhou City, which was still suffering under the autumn heat, while the citizens of Tianyu City had long reinforced their defenses against the city's cold. At the same time, because they were in the white mist, almost everyone in Tianyu City carried strong flashlights when going out. Even during the day, cars always used fog lights to see the road clearly. A young man with blue hair, similar in age to Yu, stood at the door, wrapped in heavy clothing, looking displeased at the city gate, his right leg shaking constantly, appearing quite impatient. Beside him, a middle-aged man who looked quite refined smiled at the boy and softly reassured him, "You don't need to be in such a hurry. The lord of Yuzhou City took the money and will not go back on his word. His credibility is guaranteed among our lords." "I'm not talking about that, master." Xan Tianyun frowned and said, "I just think this guy is too slow. With the lord of Tianyu City here, that guy is probably still strolling over. Just thinking about it makes me angry." The lord of Tianyu City shook his head helplessly. Being over 60, he didn't care about such rules anymore. The lord of Tianyu City didn't look old. He was over 60, yet his face appeared like a man in his 40s. When the other lords heard he wanted to retire, they found it unbelievable. How old is he that he wants to retire?
When they later learned the true age of the Lord of Tianyu City, all the city lords were quite astonished.
Some female city lords privately asked about the secret to staying young. In response, the Lord of Tianyu City just smiled and did not answer.
The Lord of Tianyu City is kind-hearted and has great relationships. Almost half of the city lords are friends with him, which is also why the Lord of Yuzhou City was willing to send Hiyu over, because the Lord of Tianyu City can be trusted.
Xin Tianyun is the direct disciple and adopted son of the Lord of Tianyu City.
He is an orphan raised by the Lord of Tianyu City since he was young, so he respects him more than anyone else.
Finally, after about an hour of waiting, Hiyu, wrapped in a cotton coat, slowly walked out of the thick fog. It's freezing cold, freezing cold.
Hiyu tightened his cotton coat, looking at the increasingly close black gate in the distance.
I've finally arrived.
In this broken place, if it weren't for the lack of a mobile map, I would have gotten lost here sooner or later. The train only arrived at a station 2 kilometers away from Tianyu City, after which he had to climb the rest of the distance to Tianyu City himself. So, Hiyu, wrapped in his cotton coat, climbed 2 kilometers, just like climbing a mountain.
Wow.
Hiyu looked at the entrance decorated with cloud patterns, majestic and grand, and was suddenly surprised. No wonder the city is famous for tourism. The city gate is really impressive. Unlike Yuzhou City, Tianyu City is known for its tourism, especially in summer when countless people from all over the country come to Tianyu City, but now it's autumn, the off-season for tourism, so there are only a few people around. However, this does not affect Hiyu's mood. After confirming his identity with the guard at the gate, he entered the city. Looking at Hiyu entering the city in the distance, the city lord's mouth slightly lifted. A very strong fire attribute aura, it seems this is indeed him. Finally here. Xin Tianyun said impatiently, we waited for him half a day. Remember, Tianyun, you must not be rude, this person is technically your teacher.
Teacher? Xin Tianyun scoffed disdainfully, he is about my age, and he even has the audacity to think he can be my teacher without proving his strength?
Most importantly, he made Master wait so long, that alone makes me dislike him. Don't be too impulsive, the city lord shook his head helplessly, sparring is fine, but do not be rude.
Yes, Master. Chapter 138, The Insect Lifts a Car.
He walked up to the two, glanced at the photo sent by young Linzhou on his phone, and asked.
Lord of Tianyu City?
The city lord smiled and nodded. The smile of the Lord of Tianyu City is like the first ray of sunshine in spring, making people want to get closer.
Hello, I am Hiyu.
Unconsciously switching to a respectful tone, Hiyu extended his hand toward the Lord of Tianyu City.
Ah, Hiyu, young friend, I've long admired your name. The Lord of Tianyu City smiled and shook hands with Hiyu. I have heard of you, your fame is great now, you awakened the bond of compatibility and won first place in the beast assessment, even the capital is discussing you.
Really?
Hiyu looked at the city lord with some surprise. Indeed.
The city lord smiled gently, last time I went to the capital, many of the great families were talking about you. The elders in those families even used you as a positive example to scold their lazy juniors, especially the Yi family in the capital. Their current direct head of the family is almost driven mad, constantly scolding the heads of the side branches. Although Hiyu felt indifferent towards the Yi family in the capital, hearing that the head of the Yi family was almost driven mad, he was still quite pleased to listen.
He just didn't know how his adoptive parents were doing. If they were suffering, Hiyu would definitely be happy for the original owner. For a moment, his fondness for the city lord increased.
This kind of distant conversation is exactly the communication style he hopes for with strangers.
He really liked the city lord.
I'm sorry for saying some irrelevant nonsense and wasting your time, young master. The city lord respectfully apologized, as if Hiyu were the city lord himself.
It's fine, it's fine.
Hiyu quickly waved his hand. I feel it's a pleasure to talk to you, I actually want to speak with you more.
You flatter me, I can't take it. The city lord slightly lowered his head, then pushed out the disdainful Xin Tianyun who stood by. This is my student and adopted son, Xin Tianyun.
He is the genius in the entrusted matter who awakened a legendary quality accompanying beast. I spoiled him since he was little, resulting in a somewhat mischievous character, so I hope young master he won't hold it against him.
No problem.
Hiyu nodded with a smile and then extended his hand towards Xin Tianyun. Hello, I am Hiyu. My battle beast is a common quality, ordinary kind, flame spirit tiger, with both fire attributes.
I plan to let it evolve soon.
Xin Tianyun looked disdainfully at Hiyu, but due to the city lord's presence, he still reached out and shook hands with Hiyu.
Xin Tianyun, battle beast legendary quality, mythical kind, soaring Yinglong, with wind and dragon dual attributes. Yinglong, ha!
Hiyu looked at Xin Tianyun with surprise. I've seen a comic, the male lead in that comic has a name only one character different from yours. He's called Xin Yun, and his dragon is also Yinglong, but his dragon is water attribute.
TSK. Xin Tianyun immediately frowned. Tianyun. The city lord glanced at Qiongqi. Do not be disrespectful. Yes. Qiongqi was pressured down again by the city lord. Seeing Qiongqi's appearance, he knew he was quite discontent with him. It seems that brother Tianyun doesn't quite like me. He smiled and said. I apologize for the embarrassment. The city lord replied without losing his composure. It's all right, city lord. He quickly waved his hand and then looked at Qiongqi again. I'm quite curious about which exact point you find unsatisfactory about me. Your battle beast is just a flame spirit tiger, and it's a common quality, well below average standards. Qiongqi said disdainfully, how could someone like you awaken a bond compatibility? Why should I accept you? What makes you better than me? And yet, you have my master bowing to you, who do you think you are? Why should I? He smiled slightly and said, because my strength is better than yours, and my relationship with my battle beast is better than yours. Is that enough? Battle value plus 300. Stop talking about these empty things. Qiongqi waved his hand, and a 10-meter diameter contract ring appeared in the air, slowly opening. A divine dragon, about 7 meters long, with a blue-green color and a pair of wind wings on its back, flew out from the contract space, appearing in front of Hiyu. Soaring Inglong. Belongs to, battle beast type, mythical. Attributes, wind, dragon. Quality, legendary. Level, 10-star peak in the cultivator realm. Peak in the cultivator realm. Hiyu exclaimed, truly outstanding, comparable to those friends back in my school. Humph. Qiongqi coldly snorted disdainfully, let's have a duel. If you win, I'll accept you as my teacher. Tianyun. The city lord's gentle face showed a bit of anger. Master, don't worry. Qiongqi nodded to the city lord, I know the limits. That's not what I mean. The city lord looked at Hiyu with a troubled expression, I'm sorry, I will stop him. It's fine, I've just sat on a train for 3 days. I could use some exercise. Hiyu cracked his joints, the sounds echoing as he did so. And by the way, this will temper his arrogance, keeping him from looking down on others. This, can you handle it? His battle beast quality is higher than his, I've dealt with it. Hiyu smiled and said, to me, he's just a little loach. Stop boasting. Qiongqi shouted at Hiyu, do you dare to fight me? Come on, come on. This is perfect, my little tiger has gained some weight these days, it's good for him to exercise a bit and lose some weight. Hiyu said with a smile. Let me see if your bond compatibility is truly as strong as the rumors say. To deal with you, I don't need bond compatibility. Hiyu smiled, and the contract space slowly opened in the air. Bang! A gigantic tiger claw, engulfed in blazing flames, landed on the ground. A thunderous roar erupted into the sky. Qiongqi vaguely sensed something was off. A gigantic tiger head burst forth from the contract space, the little tiger stepped out with authority, like a king clad in a fiery robe. Roar! The little tiger howled to the sky, the massive sound waves rippling out, cracking the ground around it. The pressure of the battle realm surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. City Lord, degree O degree. Qiongqi, I. Soaring Dragon, Sigma, Winky Face. Qiongqi stammered in fear, he's battle realm 4 stars? How is that possible? At his age. He's already at the peak of the practitioner realm. How could he be in the battle realm? Soaring Dragon trembled as it looked at Qiongqi. Roar! I'm going to die, facing that big cat, I'm going to die. Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 1000. Battle value plus 1001. Battle value plus 1001. Battle value plus 1002. The system loves to watch. More of these face-slapping moments, please. At. I'll attack first. Hiyu smiled. Hey! Wait. We can actually talk about this nicely. Qiongqi hurriedly waved his hands. Coming to beg for mercy now? Hiyu chuckled lightly, his eyes squinting into a narrow line, too late. Little tiger, brilliant fire dance. Wait. Aha! Brilliant fireworks exploded at the city gate, sparks blossoming in the air, the huge shockwave even blew away the dense fog within 10 miles. Moments later, as the explosion calmed, the city lord curiously looked at Hiyu and Qiongqi at the center of the blast. Hiyu stood there unharmed, while Qiongqi and the soaring dragon stood in the wind, their bodies covered in soot from the blast. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, causing Qiongqi and the soaring dragon to fall to the ground, spewing black smoke. Could you be a little gentler? Qiongqi said on the ground, wanting to cry but having no tears. I'm already holding back.
He squatted down to look at Qiongqi. I only used 30% of my strength, I wasn't being serious.
30%. Hearing that number, Qiongqi was overwhelmed with rage, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Practitioner realm against battle realm, isn't this just seeking death?
He shook his head helplessly.
Chapter 139, Tianyu City. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qiongqi grimaced as the disinfectant stung, repeatedly pounding his thigh with his other hand, trying to divert the pain.
Just endure a little longer. The city lord said gently, we'll apply the recovery potion next.
Master.
You never mentioned this guy was in the battle realm.
Qiongqi complained pitifully to the city lord of Tianyu City. The reason I didn't say is that I didn't know either.
The city lord smiled with a hint of glee. I thought he had reached the peak of the practitioner realm, but I didn't expect him to be in the battle realm. But this is fine, it lets you suffer a bit, dulls your edge, and teaches you that there are always others beyond ourselves, heavens beyond the heavens.
Master, please don't laugh at me.
Next to them, He leaned against the little tiger's fluffy body, enjoying its warm temperature, sleeping comfortably.
That battle just now was hardly even a warm-up for the two of them.
The soaring dragon flattered the little tiger, hoping that during future training sessions, the two would go easy on him and his master. Using only 30% of his strength to take him out in one hit, who knows what terrifying shape they would take once their bond was fully activated. In any case, the soaring dragon dared not think about it. After sleeping for a while, He stretched and got up. He wasn't really tired, this nap was like a light slumber. Seeing He wake up, Qiongqi lost the previous arrogance in his eyes, becoming much more subdued.
Call me teacher, let me hear you, He said with a smile to Qiongqi. Oh old. Teacher, Qiongqi reluctantly called him teacher. Though it's a bit awkward, you'll probably get used to it soon, He smiled at Qiongqi. Why does that sound so weird? Qiongqi instantly had a look of exasperation.
Thank you for your trouble during this time, the city lord smiled at He. I still have some things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just mention it, I'll be waiting for you at the city lord's mansion.
No problem, Lord City Master, you can rest assured.
He said with a confident smile. Watching the city master walk further away, gradually disappearing into the mist, He turned to look at Qiongqi.
Do you have a school?
Of course.
Qiongqi replied naturally, every city has schools, okay? But I see that Tianyu City isn't that big. He said in confusion, it's not even 1% of Yuzhou City, and it seems like there isn't much inside. You're being shallow. Qiongqi laughed, this isn't the main city, this is just a sub-city to receive tourists, specifically for tourists to rest. The real good stuff is in the main city. Main city? He was puzzled again. Come on.
Lucky you today, teacher. My master brought me along, otherwise, those merchants renting flying war beasts to cheat people would definitely have tricked you out of everything you own.
Qiongqi jumped onto the back of the Yinglong, patted its long body, and said to He.
He put away the little tiger and also jumped onto the back of the Yinglong. The Yinglong let out a dragon roar towards the sky, then rose into the air, its wings releasing a fierce airflow, flying to great heights. In the sky, He put on the goggles Qiongqi handed him, and then his eyes unconsciously widened. Below, in the thin clouds like cicada wings, countless peaks rose into the sky, with cities standing among the mountains, like hidden paradises. He was shocked by this scene and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He finally understood why Tianyu City was so praised by people.
How is it? Qiongqi proudly smiled at He. Isn't the scenery better than Yuzhou City?
It's really good.
He nodded in agreement.
That golden wheat field over there is the farming city, responsible for providing food to Tianyu City. Over there is the textile city, responsible for making silk and satin for Tianyu City, and also exporting to other cities.
And over there. That's my favorite Zayu City.
I love the grilled fish there.
These combined make up the real Tianyu City. Qiongqi laughed unabashedly, a city drifting among the sea of clouds. My hometown.
He looked at this scene, unable to help but feel relaxed and happy. Compared to Tianyu City, Yuzhou City had nothing. The only thing that could be considered excellent about Yuzhou City was the dense forests and vegetation around it. Thus, various materials were the main source of income for Yuzhou City.
But relying solely on a forest to support the people of Yuzhou City was clearly not enough, which is why the city lord of Yuzhou had to work for other city lords to maintain everything in Yuzhou City.
But Tianyu City is different, its resources involve all aspects, farming, fishing, textile, almost covering every aspect of life.
I heard from the elders that Tianyu City was originally a poor city.
Qiongqi said with some emotion, but it was my master who, with almost a lifetime of effort, transformed Tianyu City into a tourist city, with each subcity cooperating and tightly connected, which made Tianyu City prosper.
We are almost there, to the main city.
Xin Tianyun excitedly pointed to a brightly lit city below, like a city that never sleeps, and this city was the largest among the surrounding cities.
Hold on tight. We are making a rapid descent. As Xin Tianyun said this, he maneuvered the Yinglong to dive downwards.
He held onto the Yinglong tightly, trying not to be blown away by the fierce wind. The Yinglong dove into the city, then flew towards a certain academy.
Bang! The Yinglong landed on the playground, uprooting the grass on the ground.
The female teacher, who was in a physical education class, was unexpectedly splattered with mud, nearly falling to the ground.
Ha ha! Xin Tianyun shouted excitedly. Exciting, right? It's okay. He nodded. No excitement on the back of the Kuan.
The female teacher wiped the dirt off her face, and when she saw who had come, she instantly burst with rage.
Xin Tianyun. It's you again, you rascal. Xin Tianyun and Hiyu stood inside the principal's office, Xin Tianyun feeling guilty, while Hiyu wore a frown.
The principal of Yulong Academy was a burly middle-aged man, sporting a white beard, with muscular arms bulging like dragon tendons, smoking a cigarette, looking at the well-behaved Xin Tianyun with a facepalm.
How many times have you caused trouble this month?
Principal Xiaodou looked numbly at Xin Tianyun, extinguishing the cigarette but in his hand.
I think it's the 7th time. Xin Tianyun said sheepishly, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Even if your master is the city lord, you can't keep acting like this.
Xiaodou said, somewhat troubled, tapping his head.
I'm sorry. I'll definitely pay more attention in the future. Xin Tianyun vowed earnestly. I've heard you say that countless times. Xiaodou shook his head. Can you at least last a month this time? No problem. I should.
The should at the end sounded somewhat lacking in confidence. And for this, Xiaodou had already grown accustomed. Helplessly glancing at Xin Tianyun, Xiaodou shifted his gaze to Hiyu. This is the little friend the city lord invited to teach Xin Tianyun, right?
Yes.
Hiyu nodded. You're so young yet can use bond alignment, I'm really envious. Xiaodou looked at Hiyu with envy. I'm nearly 40 and still can't grasp bond alignment. Maybe it really depends on talent.
Actually, my talent isn't that great. Hiyu replied modestly with a smile. Don't be modest.
Since you are Xin Tianyun's personal tutor invited by the city lord, the school will prepare accommodation for you, and the school will host you until you leave.
Xiaodou nodded at Hiyu. Then, I'll follow your arrangement. Hiyu smiled happily. Chapter 140, Let me see bond alignment.
Hiyu arrived at the student dormitory because his main responsibility was to teach Xin Tianyun how to use bond alignment, so he would guide him in all aspects of life to come.
Therefore, he was assigned to Xin Tianyun's dormitory, becoming his roommate.
Longxing, help me turn on the air conditioning and set it to heating.
Hiyu said while making the bed, addressing Xin Tianyun below. Teacher, you forgot, I'm Xin Tianyun.
Xin Tianyun helplessly turned on the heater, not your roommate Longxing from the Beast Fighting Academy.
Oh, sorry. Hiyu scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I didn't react quickly. By the way, what kind of people are your friends? Xin Tianyun asked in confusion. What kind of people? Hiyu thought of how Aochen and the others usually looked. Aochen, my eternal rival. Yang Tianchao, please stop showing off. I'm a single dog, isn't that enough? Zhao Yuan, brother. I will become Li Kuei in the future. Brother. Wang Li, in the future, I will cover you. Longxing, foster father. Bring food. Strange bunch. What? Xin Tianyun asked, puzzled. Nothing. He shrugged, they're loud, sometimes they give me a headache. I personally dislike noisy environments. Fire types can dislike noisy places? Xin Tianyun asked in surprise. I do. Hiyu nodded. This. Xin Tianyun was momentarily at a loss for words.
It seemed like the conversation hit a dead end. At this moment, shouting suddenly came from downstairs.
That one from Yuzhou City. The bond alignment one. Our boss wants to fight you. Come out and face him. TSK. It's Zhang Xuanyu again. Xin Tianyun frowned and looked out the window. Zhang Xuanyu?
Hiyu asked, puzzled. He's a sophomore, 1 grade higher than us, and was the first in the beast fighting assessment in Tianyu City. Xin Tianyun explained, he's always looking for strong opponents to fight, trying to prove he is the #1 genius. Tell him I'm too lazy to fight. It's useless, he will block you every day until he beats you or you beat him.
Xin Tianyun shook his head, because I am the adopted son and apprentice of the city master, he didn't set his sights on me back then.
I never expected that today he would turn his attention to you, teacher.
Alas, trouble. He sighed. Isn't this just like Aochen from back then? Although Aochen seems to be regretting his past behavior now.
Downstairs, a man surrounded by many people, wearing the uniform of Yuliang Academy, with a brown and blue gradient battlesuit over it, stood quietly watching the dormitory building.
Boss, isn't it a bit wrong for us to do this? A little brother asked. Others say it's a different school that brings in teachers for bond forming. If we do this, we might offend the young master, right? That argument is flawed.
Zhang Xuanyu said meaningfully, we are just helping the young master test the abilities of this tutor. If this tutor can't even match me after forming a bond, it means he is not worthy to be the young master's teacher, just a person with a hollow reputation.
But the opponent seems to be one of the dual firsts in this year's Battle Beast assessment in Yuzhou City.
I watched that livestream replay too. Any discerning person could see that the talented beast, Cohen, was intentionally letting him win, otherwise, it wouldn't be dual firsts.
Boss, why do I feel like you are trying to manipulate his emotions? Don't talk, he's coming out.
Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile.
He and Xint Anyun walked out of the dormitory building and approached Zhang Xuanyu. Teacher, this is Zhang Xuanyu. Xint Anyun pointed to the man in the yellow-blue gradient battlesuit. He nodded, indicating he understood. Are you He?
Zhang Xuanyu looked at He and smiled. I've long heard of your name.
Are we starting now?
He asked.
Absolutely.
Zhang Xuanyu laughed heartily. I love straightforward people like you.
Let's start now.
As he finished speaking, Zhang Xuanyu summoned the contract space. A nearly 10-meter-long beast, covered in earthy yellow mud armor, with a tail resembling a crocodile made of flowing water, rushed out from the contract space, diving headfirst into the ground, then swimming as if in water, through the mud.
Water Marsh Earth Dragon. Type, Battle Beast, Fantasy Species. Attributes, Earth, Water. Quality, Excellent. Level, Battle Realm 4 stars.
Teacher, this guy's Water Marsh Earth Dragon has 4 times the resistance to your fire attributes. Xint Anyun pointed at the Water Marsh Earth Dragon, whose head was only sticking out of the ground, and said, so despicable.
So, how about it? You can still surrender now. Zhang Xuanyu laughed. He rolled his eyes. It's not like I haven't dealt with someone stronger than you before, so why be so arrogant? However, He did not relax his vigilance.
After all, the opponent had the dual attributes of earth and water, with 4 times the resistance to the fire moves he relied on for survival, and they were at the same level. It seemed this battle was not going to be easy. Thinking this, He opened the contract space. A tiger paw of little tiger extended out, flames bursting forth from the contract space.
Amidst the blazing fire, little tiger walked slowly, his overwhelming momentum completely uncovered, shining brilliantly. Indeed, fire attribute. Zhang Xuanyu sneered, so? Do you want to use bond forming? He was taken aback, are you sure?
I admit you are a genius. After all, reaching Battle Realm 4 stars in your freshman year is impressive enough to be seen as a teaching material by our teacher. Zhang Xuanyu opened his arms and scoffed, but think carefully, my battle beast has 4 times the resistance to your fire moves, your attacks won't deal any damage.
He fell silent.
I've seen those looking for a fight, but this is the first time I've seen someone rushing to die.
Quickly use bond forming. Let me see if the legendary bond forming is really that amazing. Zhang Xuanyu laughed.
All right. After saying that, He turned to look at Xint Anyun behind him. Watch closely, this will be your main course for a while.
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
Opening his eyes, endless authority surged forth.
Zhang Xuanyu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly sensed something was off.
The ground seemed to be shaking. No, it was not the ground.
It was as if the surrounding space was trembling. He and little tiger seemed to be undergoing a transformation.
Suddenly, the sky around darkened.
What's happening?
The teachers who were teaching noticed the change in the sky and looked out the window in confusion.
What's going on? Isn't it just afternoon? Why is it getting dark?
Some students looked curiously at the place where the change was happening.
This is...
Xiaodou watched the changes happening outside the office and seemed to realize something, his eyes suddenly filled with shock. Bond fusion?
Could it be you? But, who can make a monster initiate bond fusion?
At this moment, on the battlefield, the flames beside Hiyu and Little Tiger began to stir violently, separating from their bodies, and then rushed towards the man and the tiger. Columns of raging fire shot into the sky, the red-golden flames illuminating the heavens. Zhang Xuanyu was instantly frightened by this terrifying momentum. When I broke through in the combat realm, it wasn't this loud.
In a moment, Zhang Xuanyu regretted his earlier bravado.
Hiyu's originally black hair turned fiery red, like a blazing flame, his battle robe of flames fluttering without wind, the crimson tiger pattern vivid and alive, eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Little Tiger was covered in a red flame armor, the flames on its body morphing into a red-gold gradient, resembling a combat weapon. The heat from the man and the tiger evaporated the moisture from the ground, white smoke rising, and the wet grass began to catch fire.
Jiang Xuanyu. The little brothers, degree. Xian I feel like you only used 3/10 of your strength to hit me this morning and said it was holding back. Chapter 141, Cultivating Bond Fusion. Is this bond fusion? So cool. Mom. I'm in love. This transformation is like a Super Saiyan. Cooler than what I saw on TV. Everyone shut up.
Jiang Xuanyu shot a glare at his little brothers.
It is indeed surprising. Jiang Xuanyu looked at Hiyu, his expression quickly calming down, but unfortunately, maybe it's just for show.
Before Jiang Xuanyu could finish, Hiyu's body suddenly leaned forward, his fist instantly protected by liquid metal, smashing down with an unstoppable momentum.
Boom!
The ground instantly cracked open, the marsh dragon was blasted away in an instant, its massive body flying into the air, stunned eyes blinking twice. Then, little tiger transformed into a red flowing flame, its giant paw tearing through the air, producing a terrifying sound as it struck the marsh dragon.
Boom!
The moment little tiger's paw made contact with the marsh dragon, a huge muffled sound erupted, and then the marsh dragon's body was sent flying away. Just like that, the massive body of the marsh dragon flew nearly 100 meters before crashing down heavily, covered in injuries, completely knocked unconscious.
Xian double exclamation mark. The little brothers, Sigma, degree winky face the boss was taken out in an instant? Jiang Xuanyu, underscore.
The air suddenly fell silent.
Thud.
With a loud crash, Jiang Xuanyu kneeled in front of Hiyu.
I was blind and didn't recognize greatness. I hope Senior Hiyu won't hold it against me.
Spare my life. This is a 4-star combat realm.
A beast connected to the 4-star combat realm like Hiyu.
And its quality is even one level higher than Little Tiger, most importantly, it has quadruple resistance to fire.
Taken out in one slap? What the hell?
Jiang Xuanyu felt his worldview collapse.
This combat power system must be broken. Battle value plus 1002. Battle value plus 1003. Battle value plus. What the hell? Look. Jiang Xuanyu was taken out in seconds.
The Jiang Xuanyu who previously had no temper against you was taken out.
Really? No way. What level are they on the other side? 4-star combat realm. Just like Jiang Xuanyu. Are you kidding? Can a 4-star combat realm take out another 4-star combat realm?
It seems they can initiate bond fusion.
Bond fusion? The legendary bond fusion? What the hell? I want to be your apprentice. Don't even think about it. That's the lord of the city who was invited from Yuzhou City to be Xian Tianyun's teacher.
It is said that they spent 100 million just to invite him, so don't even think about it.
Damn, that hair is unbelievable like a half-man. Truly a bond of resonance. Hurry up. If we are late, we won't get to take the photo. Hiyu turned to look at Xian Tianyun and nodded at him. This is the bond of resonance. Are you sure you are ready to start learning?
Upon hearing this, Xian Tianyun quickly stood at attention and shouted at Hiyu, I am ready, teacher.
Hiyu nodded slightly, very good, the training starts now. Wait a minute. A noisy sound came from all around, and Hiyu turned with confusion.
He saw a group of people, both men and women, even some teachers, running over with excitement, raising their phones, snapping pictures non-stop.
Hiyu. Little Tiger, equals Wang equals.
Those who want a photo, one by one please, $20 per photo, accepting cash and QR codes, thank you. Realizing the business opportunity, Hiyu quickly took out a payment code from his space and set up a fireproof stool, sitting on it and addressing the crowd.
Teacher, you are also an ability user? Xian Tianyun was stunned.
He now dared to confirm that Hiyu hadn't killed him. He really had shown mercy.
After that, during the afternoon, Xian Tianyun was learning how to awaken the bond of resonance with Hiyu. Are you sure you found the key?
Hiyu asked with a dark face.
Sure about that, teacher. Xian Tianyun had a look of constipation on his face, speaking to Hiyu. Don't try so hard. I'm afraid you might just mess your pants.
Hiyu frowned in disgust. Finally, Hiyu called a halt to Xian Tianyun, and the two sat on the lawn, starting to think about where the problem lay.
Why can't you all awaken the bond of resonance? Hiyu spoke in some distress. How did you awaken the bond of resonance back then, teacher? Xian Tianyun asked. I just awoke it like that back then.
Hiyu said gloomily as he started to shake his legs. During the beast battle examination, when my opponent pushed me to the brink, I thought I was going to die.
Wait, could it be that near death is the condition to awaken the bond of resonance? I don't think so. Qiongqi shivered in fear.
You wouldn't want to beat him half to death, then use this method to prompt him to awaken the bond, right? No, back then Aochen wasn't on the brink of death either, he was slaughtering his way through the beast battle examination.
He continued to think. Bond of resonance. Bond of resonance. Bond? Can you understand what your Ring Long is saying? He asked. Ha? Qiongqi looked at He in confusion. No, how can a person understand what a battle beast is saying? Can you really understand what your battle beast is saying, teacher? He nodded. I can understand. Teacher, there should be limits to your jokes.
Seeing that Qiongqi was doubtful, He summoned Little Tiger. Little Tiger, say a few words to them.
Little Tiger nodded, then spoke 2 lines to Ing Long. Meow meow.
Upon hearing this, Ing Long's face instantly darkened. Little Tiger said he thinks Ing Long is ugly, so long, with 2 wings, just like a snake that can fly.
He translated. No way? You really can understand what your battle beast is saying? Qiongqi looked skeptically at Ing Long. Seeing Qiongqi's gaze, Ing Long darkened his face, nodded, confirming that He's translation was correct. What the heck? Qiongqi was amazed. Teacher, teach me. How did you do it? Since I awoke Ing Long, I haven't understood what he says. You must teach me. Qiongqi excitedly leaned forward, wanting to learn the ability to understand his own battle beast's language from He. It really is like that.
He suddenly realized and nodded. Aochen can also understand what his partner beast is saying. It seems it's because of the bond.
Bond? Qiongqi asked in confusion.
Little Tiger was raised by me since he was small. He was abandoned by his mother due to being too weak at birth, and I raised him little by little, so he is filled with attachment towards me. I trust him more than anyone else. He said, petting Xiaohu's head. Xiaohu obediently lowered his head, allowing He to stroke him at will.
And Aochen's Holy Tide's extreme Kuan is very loyal to him, almost completely dedicating its life to him.
Perhaps this is the reason why, even with a higher level, it is unable to awaken a bond fit.
The problem lies in the bond. I still don't quite understand. Qiongqi shook his head.
It is said that when the changes first occurred on Blue Star, 1 out of 10 could awaken a bond fit. But now, this probability is getting lower and lower. He stroked Xiaohu and speculated, perhaps this is because people now live too quickly, even too lazy to cultivate feelings with their battle beasts, just leveling up casually and calling it a day. So, they cannot establish a close connection and communication with their battle beasts, and that's why many people cannot awaken a bond fit now.
You are the same.
From today's observation, I found that your cultivation of Ing Long is just commanding him to do this and that and then giving some resources, and that's it.
This is the main reason why you cannot awaken a bond fit. You lack a deep emotional connection with Ing Long. Emotional connection? Do you mean the kind of feeling between family? Qiongqi asked. Exactly. He nodded.
There are so few readers, now there are only $10 in the account every day, T to the power of T, and the number of people urging updates is getting fewer and fewer, and the rating just won't go up. Beast taming novels have really been gradually declining over the years, or maybe it's because my writing wasn't good to begin with.
Does this book really still need to continue? Maybe I should hold on for another half a month or a month. If the data really doesn't work, then it'll be in a semi-suspended state.
People can casually check it out when they're in the mood, and then I'll start a new book to see how the new book's data goes. Though it's cruel, because I had already planned the follow-up plot and was ready to let Xiaohu evolve in the Tianyu City chapter. I was also preparing for the Beast God Association to do something big.
But the author also needs to eat, right? It's impossible to keep creating for Love Epsilon 3.
The author is just a sophomore student, a day student, unable to write 10,000 words a day like other authors. 2 chapters of over 4,000 words a day is already my limit, and my living expenses are only half of what other students have, while my family has been facing financial difficulties recently. I started writing books to help with some household expenses. In short, it is what it is. I still really appreciate everyone's love for this book. If the data is good, then the book can survive. If the data is bad, it can only be in a half-dead state or directly past.
Chapter 142, Sacred Heaven Guards. But teacher, what you said is too mysterious. Qiongqi couldn't help but scratch his head. Low-level battle beasts have no emotions at all.
They only have wildness and beast nature. Only when they reach a higher level can they slowly possess a trace of humanity. In the middle heavy realm, they can live like humans, but their beast nature still accounts for most.
How could they possibly have feelings?
He remained silent, just quietly looking at him.
Okay.
Realizing he had misspoken, Xint Anyun hurriedly corrected himself. I admit that your bond with Xiao was indeed very good, but my Ying Long, let's forget about it. He is just foolish, this feeling can definitely not be cultivated. I'm not asking you to play random games with him, why do you have so much to say? He rolled his eyes. I want you to treat them like family, not as pets or servants, and certainly not as targets for strategy. Why are you talking so much? Family, is that like between me and my master? He nodded, exactly, it's family that trusts and relies on each other, this is it. Then that might be a bit difficult. Xint Anyun scratched his head in distress, because I actually don't know what a real family looks like. I am an orphan. The only one I can call family is my master, but my master is very busy, I can see him maybe once a week, which counts as a high frequency of meeting. The rest of the time, I grow up under the watch of the 4 great guards. Then you must have seen portrayals of families on television, right? He nodded slightly, you can follow what you see on TV. Yes. Xint Anyun looked at Hiyu in surprise, you are so quick-witted, teacher. Hiyu's lips curled up slightly. Then. Xint Anyun knelt on the ground, like a good woman whose heart had been broken by a scumbag, crying bitterly with a doll resembling a child in her arms, facing the forced-smoking Ying Long. You bastard. How did I end up marrying such a thing when I was young? Roar. Roar. Are you out of your mind? Xint Anyun didn't understand but immediately exclaimed, I don't care. I want to go back to my family. Hiyu. Is this a cheesy old romance drama? Who taught you that family is like this? He hurriedly stopped Xint Anyun, otherwise, this brat would really dare to direct and act out a series for Hiyu, still a romance. Can't you learn something normal? Hiyu helplessly covered his face. Speaking of normal families, Xint Anyun rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment, our holy skyguard seems to have a family, he is a humanoid species with a sister. Their parents passed away early, and he grew up relying on his sister. That fits my requirements. He nodded, just right, your dean cancelled all your classes to help you learn about the bond connection quickly, so let's go consult him. Although Hiyu didn't know whether Xint Anyun could understand what family means. Sitting on the Ying Long, they flew out of the Dragon Academy, and the two headed towards the meat breeding city managed by the Holy Skyguard. Meat breeding city, as the name suggests, is a place where domesticated species are raised to provide meat for the residents of Tianyu City. It is said that the reason for guarding this place is that the Holy Skyguard couldn't have meat with his sister for most of the year before he grew up. Therefore, after becoming one of the 4 great guards, he brought his sister to Meat Breeding City, where they could eat quality meat every day, with a hint of revenge for the lack of meat in their childhood. Arriving at Meat Breeding City, what caught the eye was the large area occupied by several slaughterhouses and breeding farms. At the entrances of these facilities, there were also several black trucks loading goods, preparing to export this meat to other subsidiary cities and other places. Sniff sniff. Hiyu sniffed the air, his taste buds awakened. What a fragrant smell, Hiyu exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Is it? Xint Anyun pinched her nose, her face showing pain, I think the smell is too strong. The stench of various animals mixed with the bloody scent. So uncomfortable. Meat Breeding City was the last place Xint Anyun wanted to come. The reason is simple, the smell is too overwhelming. Hiyu actually liked it, influenced by the battle beasts, he had a mysterious craving for meat. But Xint Anyun was almost overwhelmed by the smell. There was no other way, so Hiyu had to take out a gas mask, which made Xint Anyun feel much better. Let me see. The Holy Skyguard usually brings his sister when he goes out. Xint Anyun began searching in the air. Soon, he locked his gaze on a young man holding the hand of a girl below. Hiss. Holy Skyguard Lu Mingcheng looked at the meats in front of him at the automatic butcher shop, momentarily unsure of what to buy today. Brother, I've gotten tired of eating meat lately, I want to eat vegetables. Lu Hongmei clung to Lu Mingcheng's arm, acting cute. Just a moment, today brother wants to eat meat. How about we buy vegetables afterward? Lu Mingcheng smiled and patted Lu Hongmei's head. Holy Skyguard. A loud shout came from the sky, causing Lu Mingcheng and his sister to look up. They saw Hiyu and Xint Anyun riding the Ying Long descending from the sky. A pair of figures approached the two. Oh, Xint Anyun, Lu Mingcheng said, hands on his waist, smiling, what has brought you to find me in such a mood? This is the teacher my master invited from Yuzhou City. Xint Anyun smiled and introduced Lu Mingcheng, he is here to teach me about bond matching. Oh, I see, genius Hiyu. Xint Anyun said cheerfully, it is well known among those of us in official positions that this year's battle beast assessment in Yuzhou City had 2 geniuses capable of bond matching. One even fought a water type using fire type reverse attributes and ended up in a tie. It's a pleasure to meet. Lu Mingcheng extended his hand towards Hiyu with a smile.
He nodded with a smile and shook hands with Lu Mingcheng. We came to you because we have something to ask. He stated directly. That can wait.
Lu Mingcheng smiled. I am thinking about what meat to buy to take home today. Saying this, he looked at the automatic meat shop in front of him.
He glanced and suggested, how about 2 pounds of lamb?
It does have a strong smell, but the taste is good.
Good idea. I haven't had grilled lamb skewers in ages.
Lu Mingcheng agreed with a smile. Today you all come to my house.
Let's eat grilled lamb skewers. Brother. Don't forget the vegetables. Lu Hongmei pouted. Okay, no problem. Lu Mingcheng laughed. Is this what family is? Xin Tianyun watched the scene, feeling a bit puzzled. They seemed so close.
He looked at this warm scene, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips.
Ha! Sniff. Sniff, sniff.
He seemed to catch a whiff of something, the smell of human blood. Suddenly, he sensed something was off, turning to look in the direction from where the smell was coming. He saw a seemingly ordinary black delivery truck parked by the roadside, with several workers carefully lifting a black plastic bag from the slaughterhouse. That was a black plastic bag used for packing pork, but for some reason, he felt as if he saw a bulge in the bag that resembled a human hand.
5 fingers spread apart, it certainly looked like a human palm.
A loud bang echoed in Hiyu's brain, and without hesitation, he urgently shouted towards the black delivery truck.
Stop that truck! Ha! Lu Mingcheng, his sister, and Xin Tianyun all looked over in confusion. Chapter 143, The Suspicious Black Truck. Damn it, another job moving experimental subjects.
A man in a slaughterhouse uniform said quietly. Don't speak, the Holy Heaven Guard is nearby.
If we get discovered, we're done for. Another worker moving the bags with him whispered. What's there to be afraid of?
We've never been caught in all these years. The Holy Heaven Guard belongs to the Sacred and Light series, they can't check what's inside there. Besides, the most dangerous place is often the safest. The Holy Heaven Guard would never suspect we're doing this.
Take it easy. The guy for the experiment has his hand sticking out. That palm is too big to go unnoticed.
Ha, someone before even accidentally got an experimental subject out of the plastic bag, and no one noticed. Just this hand, if someone can find it, I'll call them dad on the spot.
Stop that truck.
Hiyu's loud shout came from not far away, leaving the 2 men in shock, looking at him.
Slaughterhouse Worker A.
Slaughterhouse Worker B, _.
Worker B, your dad? Worker A, damn it. Stop talking. Run. The 2 hurriedly lifted the plastic bag and got into the truck. Drive fast. Drive fast. Worker A shouted to the driver in the driver's seat.
Hick, what truck? The driver asked, looking drunk.
Are you serious? Drinking while picking up someone. Damn. Why did they even call you to drive? I'm coming. I swear.
Worker B pushed the driver aside, turned the key, and started the engine. With a stomp on the accelerator, the car shot out.
What's going on? Lu Mingcheng and Xin Tianyun looked at Hiyu in confusion.
There's a smell of human blood in that truck.
Hiyu said urgently. No way, this is my jurisdiction. And here I am, who would dare to cause trouble right under my nose?
Although Lu Mingcheng said this, he still bent down, his body turning into a white streak of light, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing toward the black truck.
Stop. Routine inspection.
Lu Mingcheng reached in front of the truck, extending his hand in an attempt to stop the vehicle.
Damn.
The Holy Guardians are in front.
Are we just going to crash right into them? Are you crazy? Crashing into the 4 Guardians, don't you want to rebel outright? If you do that, the City Lord will hold us responsible. So what should we do? I'll go hide that thing. You accept the inspection. After escaping, be careful, damn it. Okay.
The black truck was about to crash into the Holy Guardians, who were already prepared to smash the truck to pieces with a punch. Suddenly, the worker slammed on the brakes, and the truck slowly came to a stop in front of the Holy Guardians.
Worker B slowly rolled down the window and smiled at the Holy Guardians. Sir, is there something wrong?
Our truck is loaded with top-quality pork, all perfectly marbled, being sent to other cities.
What do you say, sir? Want some? Hearing marbled pork, the Holy Guardian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Making braised pork and dongpa pork would definitely be very good. No.
The Holy Guardian quickly shook these random thoughts from his head and said to Worker B, the City Lord's esteemed guest says he smells blood from your truck.
I need to check. What blood could there be? Sir, you really know how to joke. We are all good citizens. Very good citizens.
Worker B said as he naturally patted the truck bed behind him. The truck bed opened to reveal a hidden passage, and Worker A poked his head out, saying to B, "It's fine, let him in." Worker B left the driver in the truck, got out, and opened the truck bed under the gaze of the approaching 4 people. A chill hit him, and he couldn't help but shiver. Inside the truck bed, Worker A sat in the truck wearing a down jacket, playing on his phone. Seeing the group, he tilted his head in confusion.
"What's the matter?" "Just a routine check, no need to mind,"
Lu Mingcheng said as he entered the truck bed. Looking around, everything was high-quality pork, with no abnormalities as He had mentioned. "You see, young friend He, there's nothing suspicious here." Lu Mingcheng smiled at He, pointing at the pork in the truck bed. "This is my territory, how could there be human blood?" He said nothing, just wrapped himself in another down jacket and stepped into the truck bed. Worker A sat on the bench, looking at He with a sense of security. "Has a keen sense of smell, huh?" In a low-temperature environment, molecular motion slows down, and no matter how strong the scent, it won't escape.
"Let's see what you bring to counter me."
He sniffed the air but detected no unusual odors. The surrounding cold affected his sense of smell.
"Could you please turn on the heat for the air conditioning?" He asked. No.
Worker B quickly stopped He's actions. "If we turn on the heat, the meat will spoil quickly.
That would lead to huge losses." TSK. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. "Damn, pretty clever."
Suddenly, He felt something unusual under his feet.
Uneven, one side low and the other high. He looked down, puzzled. There seemed to be a bulge on the ground.
Seeing He's movements, Worker A froze.
"Oh no, it was too rushed, I didn't hide it well."
We usually throw the pork directly up, so it's normal for the truck bed to be a bit deformed," Worker A said with a forced smile. He looked at Worker A without speaking. He could tell that the guy was starting to panic. He could notice the slightest abnormality from anyone's micro-expressions. This guy's pupils had contracted slightly when he saw He stepping on that bulge. This was a sign of panic. He slowly started to search the ground, but wearing gloves made it difficult to feel the texture. He simply took off his gloves and began to search the cabin with his bare hands. Finally, on the floor, he felt a gap that resembled a door. Turning his head, he saw something resembling a door handle under Worker A's stool. "Step aside," He said to Worker A. "You have no law enforcement authority, this is an illegal act," Worker A emphasized. Upon hearing this, He couldn't help but smile slightly.
"Interesting, someone is telling me about law enforcement authority."
Beast Alliance of Yuzhou City, medium-sized team member, He directly showed his work ID. "I have certain law enforcement authority, so move aside."
"You are from Yuzhou City. I only recognize locals." "Locals are fine too." Xin Tianyun pulled out his own Beast Alliance official member card. "I am a formal member of the Beast Alliance locally in Tianyu City. My law enforcement authority is even greater than his, and I'm also the adopted son and direct disciple of the city lord. Is that enough?"
Worker A, winky face.
"Damn.
It seems someone more powerful with a stronger background has arrived. The key point is, this background seems to be his own boss." This. Worker A stammered, unable to get a single word out.
"Oh. Step aside."
He directly pulled the man aside and twisted the door handle on the floor. In an instant, the bottom of the vehicle was completely lifted, revealing a man on the verge of death, with what seemed like fish scales on his neck, his eyes glazed over, clearly close to death.
"What?" the Holy Skyguard exclaimed in shock, then reacted and grabbed the man's collar. "What is this?" "Answer me."
"It has nothing to do with us.
We don't even know where this guy came from." "Still playing dumb?"
The Holy Skyguard was about to punch the man in the face when a commanding voice rang out from above.
"Holy Skyguard, stand down."
The 4 turned to follow the voice and saw a man riding a giant butterfly with a wingspan of over 20 meters, slowly descending from the sky, dressed in luxurious clothing. Upon seeing the man, the Holy Skyguard immediately furrowed his brow. Colorful Butterfly Guard. Among the 4 major guards of Tianyu City, the Colorful Butterfly Guard was the one who opposed the Holy Skyguard the most, and after Lu Mingqing rose to become one of the 4, he was almost constantly bullied and suppressed by him. And with him coming to the area he controlled, it surely meant he wasn't here for anything good. Chapter 144, Guard Dispute. Colorful Butterfly Guard? What are you doing here? Lu Mingqing questioned Xin Xianyi, aren't you supposed to be in your textile city? What are you doing in my flesh-breeding city? What do you mean by your? Chen Xianyi sat on the colorful butterfly as it slowly descended, looking coldly at Lu Mingcheng. Holy Colorful Spirit Butterfly. Category, Battle Beast Type, Common Type. Attributes, Light, Insect. Quality, Common. Level, 5-star Repair Realm. He saw the information of the battle beast appear before him. Can you explain to me what you mean by your? Chen Xianyi asked coldly, do you intend to rebel?
Don't pin labels on me. If I wanted to rebel, would I let you yap in front of me? Lu Mingqing scolded angrily. So noisy.
Chen Xianyi used his pinky to clean his ear, but as a humanoid species.
I can understand. What do you mean?
Lu Mingqing stared with wide eyes and questioned. Your humanoid species nearly lost all respect 50 years ago, Chen Xianyi shrugged indifferently. Try to earn some good reputation for your race. Lu Mingqing's face turned red with rage, his battle prowess pressure from the repair realm exploded instantly, enveloping Chen Xianyi.
You have the guts, try saying it again. Boom.
The ground around them cracked open, and even the heavy cargo truck was shaken 2 meters away.
Want to fight?
Chen Xianyi looked coldly at Lu Mingqing, and the holy colorful spirit butterfly flapped its wings, colorful scales drifting down.
I'm at your service.
In an instant, the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder.
He Yu and the 2 others stood nearby, intimidated by the pressure of the 2, not daring to take a breath. Don't fight. Lu Hongmei suddenly yelled, Brother, you said you wouldn't fight in front of me. Don't butt in.
Lu Mingqing looked at Chen Xianyi with blood-red eyes. This is no longer an ordinary joke. This guy clearly looks down on our humanoid species.
You guessed it right. Chen Xianyi provocatively raised an eyebrow. I look down on you non-humans, each thinking you are cultivators?
What a pity, this world is not some nonsense cultivation realm, nor is it a goddamn playground for you to commit murder and arson.
When the hell did I ever do that? Don't throw around baseless accusations. 50 years ago.
What your humanoid kind did after the blue star mutation.
At that time, I wasn't even born. I wasn't even a fertilized egg.
Nonsense about murder and arson. Don't put the sins of that group of beasts on my head.
I've contributed no less to Tianyu City and its residents these years than you.
Do you believe I'll report this conversation to the city lord?
Attacking someone's character based on being humanoid is a serious crime. Go ahead and report. Do whatever you want. Who has evidence that I attacked you personally? Cough, cough.
He Yu cleared his throat twice.
The 2 turned to look at He Yu. He Yu took out his phone and clicked to play a recording. I look down on you non-humans. The voice of the rainbow butterfly guard echoed from the phone recording. I might be able to testify. He Yu spoke up. Battle value plus 1,000. Battle value plus 1,000. Battle value plus. He Yu knew that doing this would surely offend the rainbow butterfly guard, but so what?
He wasn't familiar with the rainbow butterfly guard, plus he didn't like their aggressive and disdainful attitude towards humanoids. He Yu understood some of the insider information about humanoids. During the blue star mutation, humanoids did all sorts of reckless things because of their power, and later they were suppressed. Originally, humanoids were classified as battle beasts also because the survivors during the mutation had strong opinions against them, considering them worse than beasts, which is why they were classified as battle beasts. It could be said that during the blue star mutation, the harm brought to humanity by humanoids was far greater than that of battle beasts. Ordinary people and contract masters fought desperately to resist their attacks. However, nowadays humanoids, when facing that history, almost always say the humanoids back then were no good. Wang Li was also a humanoid, but he willingly sacrificed himself to save his team members, which made He Yu feel that today's humanoids had completely changed and could not be compared to the humanoids of the past. So far, the humanoids He Yu had encountered were mostly good people.
Except for Lu Gang, who nearly killed him.
In short, He Yu felt that humanoids were also humans and shouldn't be treated this way, even less should they be discriminated against by their kind. So, as long as the rainbow butterfly guard was unhappy, He Yu felt satisfied.
What business is it of yours? The rainbow butterfly guard angrily walked towards He Yu, their aura aggressive. Rainbow butterfly guard. Xin Tianyun sharply reprimanded the rainbow butterfly guard. This is my teacher.
A distinguished guest invited by my master. Try to touch him, and see what happens. Upon hearing this, the rainbow butterfly guard froze. He truly did not expect this unfamiliar little brat to have such an impressive background. So it's the city lord's guest. My apologies, I am Chen Xianyi of the rainbow butterfly guard, pardon my rudeness.
Chen Xianyi bowed respectfully. Yuzhou City, Beast Fighting Academy, He Yu. He Yu introduced himself.
So you are the little genius of Yuzhou City, I have long admired your name. Chen Xianyi said respectfully.
Now let's talk business.
He Yu said to Lu Mingqing, Senior Saint Skyguard, please ask those 2 what's going on with the person in the vehicle.
Okay. Lu Mingqing nodded. Who is that person? Lu Mingqing asked the 2.
He is a resident of Flesh City. He contracted a strange illness, so we wanted to transport him to the hospital.
The 2 stammered. A strange illness doesn't need an ambulance but instead a truck for transporting pork? And the temperature is set so low? Lu Mingqing frowned. As Lu Mingqing interrogated the 2, He Yu noticed that the expression of the rainbow butterfly guard seemed a bit off. Although he bent over, Hiyu couldn't see his face. Hiyu noticed that his scalp was being pulled by his skin, shaking constantly. This phenomenon only occurs with expressions that require frowning, which tightens the skin of the face. What is he afraid of? In a moment, Hiyu's suspicions grew stronger. None of the words you two said are true. Lu Mingcheng glared angrily at the two, who knelt on the ground, trembling due to fear. It looks like I'll have to throw you into the dungeons and interrogate you. Wait a minute. Chen Xianyi suddenly stopped Lu Mingcheng. I think we should send them to the city lord, let the lord decide how to deal with them. Upon hearing this, the two looked up in surprise, confused as they stared at Chen Xianyi. Chen Xianyi shot a glare at the two, the meaning clear. Don't argue, I'm saving you. Hiyu watched all of this but didn't say anything. He feared that if Chen Xianyi got impatient here, he might kill them to silence them. Everyone here seems off. Hiyu's face darkened. They almost all have problems. Hiyu couldn't help but think of the Beast Gods Association. No. It can't be? Is Chen Xianyi part of the Beast Gods Association? But the moment this thought appeared, Hiyu denied it. His intuition and instincts told him that this matter was far from simple. Chen Xianyi was taking a gamble, he was betting on Lu Mingcheng's loyalty, he was betting on Lu Mingcheng's reliance on the city lord. Both he and his sister had been raised by the city lord, as long as it involved the city lord, he would definitely not refuse. That makes sense. Lu Mingcheng nodded, I didn't expect you to have a moment where I agree with you. Let's do as you say, hand it over to the city lord. This matter might attract the Beast Gods Association, trying to stir trouble. Seeing this, Chen Xianyi let out a sigh of relief. He knew he had made the right gamble. Sister, you take Xin Tianyun and Hiyu home first, I'll finish up some things and then come back. Lu Mingcheng instructed Lu Hongmei. Lu Hongmei obediently nodded, don't worry, brother. Then let's go. Lu Mingcheng hoisted the almost unconscious man, holding the other two with one hand, tucking the drunk driver under his arm. I'll take this resident to the hospital first, I'll personally deliver these three to the city lord's mansion. Do as you like. Chen Xianyi shrugged. The two rode away on the holy colorful spirit butterfly, their figures gradually shrinking in the air until they vanished. Come to my house. Lu Hongmei smiled at the two, although it's just my brother and me at home, it's very warm. Warm, does that mean the feeling of family? Xin Tianyun asked. Yes. Lu Hongmei smiled, her eyes squinting into crescents, warm as the feeling of home. Chapter 145 A Warm Little Home. Hiyu and Xin Tianyun followed Lu Hongmei into the residential area of Flesh City. The residential area was at the center of Flesh City, the only place where ordinary people could rest, and most importantly, the smell wasn't as strong here, making Xin Tianyun feel much better. There's a vegetable cellar over there. Lu Hongmei pointed happily at a nearby vendor selling various green vegetables. Wait for me, I'll be back home after buying some vegetables. 5 minutes. Laughing, Lu Hongmei ran to the stall where a variety of green vegetables were being sold. I actually have a question. Xin Tianyun said, holding some lamb, looking at Hiyu, what is your family like, teacher? Since you have such a strong bond with your battle beast that you can open the bonding contract, your relationship with your family should be good, right? Hearing this, Hiyu didn't rush to answer, but instead pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his space, took one, brought his right hand to the tip, snapped his fingers, and a flame burst forth from his finger to light the cigarette. Hiyu took a puff of smoke and exhaled a puff of fog, but unfortunately, he couldn't blow out smoke rings. He was puzzled, why could Yon Linzhou blow smoke rings? What a load of rubbish. Hiyu laughed at himself. My hometown was originally near Kyoto. Kyoto? Which family in Kyoto? Xin Tianyun exclaimed in surprise, so you are from a big family? Not anymore. Hiyu shook his head helplessly and smiled, my talent was too poor, so I was kicked out. You call your talent poor? Xin Tianyun looked at Hiyu in shock, then what kind of monsters does the Yi family have? It's because I don't have a companion beast. Hiyu finished his cigarette and extinguished it in the nearby trash can. In the big families of Kyoto, around the age of 15, there will be a companion beast assessment, because the contract space begins to gradually reveal itself at 15. If a companion beast is detected, one can stay in the main family, if not, one can only go out and seek a living elsewhere. They say it's to spread branches, but it's actually not much different from exile. The former is just what the upper management wants to hear, after all, they can't really say that the family has abandoned us, right? What about you guys who were exiled? Does the family really not care about you? Hiyu chuckled self-deprecatingly and nodded, for us exiled, our sense of belonging to the family is almost zero. Therefore, as long as we rise, we will definitely join the official organization. If we are lucky enough to enter Kyoto, we can directly confront the family that abandoned us, constantly suppressing the family's interests and influence. So the family hates us, the rising abandoned ones. Do they have no way to deal with this? Xin Tianyun asked, puzzled. You have to understand.
He smiled. No matter how wise a ruler is, if his subordinates cause trouble, he is completely unaware. Even if the family head allocates a lot of money to us abandoned ones, it's basically all greedily taken away layer by layer in a pyramid-like structure. What reaches our hands is only a few hundred, dozens, or even just a few coins, or nothing at all.
The intrigues between families. Xin Tianyun bitterly pursed her lips. I really don't want to get involved. Coincidentally, I don't want to either. He smiled. I bought it.
Lu Hongmei happily walked over with a basket of vegetables. What were you guys just talking about?
Nothing. He shrugged. Lu Hongmei didn't pay it much mind. Let's go. Let's go home and make vegetable and potato stew with lamb. Lu Hongmei dragged the two of them as they ran home. Click. Turning the key, the door opened, revealing a living room with little decoration, not much different from that of a middle-class family.
In the living room hung photos of Lu Mingcheng and his sister, as well as their childhood pictures with their still-living parents, looking just like an ordinary family.
Come in.
Lu Hongmei smiled and waved at them, then tied on an apron. I'll go cook, you two play for a bit. Lu Hongmei's smile was very sweet, giving a feeling of looking at a neighbor's little sister.
Name, Lu Hongmei. Affiliation, beast type, humanoid. Attribute, cute, fairy. Appearance, none. Level, 7th star realm. The system panel displayed Lu Hongmei's information, and he was taken aback upon seeing it. Cute and fairy attributes? Two adorably explosive traits? No wonder Lu Hongmei looks so cute when she smiles, filling people with a protective urge. If she were his sister, he would definitely protect her well. The two sat in the living room and played for a while, then began to eat.
Sister Hongmei, you and your brother seem to have a good relationship.
Xin Tianyun took a bite of rice and asked. Yes.
Lu Hongmei nodded with a smile. After our parents died, my brother and I were raised by the city lord and have hardly been apart since.
That's great.
He said enviously, even though you don't have a companion beast, at least you have each other.
By the way, what do you think that man in the truck had as an illness today? Xin Tianyun suddenly asked while eating lamb. What illness?
Lu Hongmei pondered for a moment as her big, watery eyes blinked twice.
I think it's ichthyosis. After all, there are fish scales on the neck.
Ichthyosis is just skin that looks like fish scales, and it doesn't actually have fish scales.
He spoke in a deep voice, and the air suddenly became solemn. What do you mean? Xin Tianyun felt that since the very beginning, he has been a bit off. Too serious.
I don't know if you know the goal that the Beast God Society has been pursuing. He said, taking a sip of water. Originally, it was to explore the cultivation path of contract masters. Later, they realized that contract masters couldn't cultivate by themselves, so they wanted to merge contract masters with battle beasts to give contract masters the ability to cultivate.
Teacher, do you mean? Xin Tianyun looked at Hiyu, his eyes involuntarily widening.
That man, Hiyu's tone grew even colder, is an experimental product of the Beast God Society. The air suddenly fell into a strange silence.
Beast God Society, the two silently repeated the words in their hearts. Almost everyone knows what these three words mean. It means anti-human, it means human experimentation, it means terrorists. Of course, this is only speculation for now.
He said, if it really is the Beast God Society, then things would be very serious. At that time, we would have to ask the city lords or strongmen from other cities for help.
I hope it's not really the Beast God Society. He prayed in his heart. Why do I have to deal with this mess after just going out for a trip? Tian Taiwe, you really have good taste. Inside the city lord's mansion, a man dressed in a black cloak savored the tea that the city lord of Tianyu City handed over, smiling. We didn't know you were the city lord back then. You really hide deep enough. The city lord of Tianyu City sat across from him, looking unfriendly at the man before him. He noticed that the man's hand seemed to be wrapped in bandages, and underneath the bandages, it was obviously not a human hand. If it weren't for our king sending me to check on how your work is going, I would still think you were just an elderly gentleman. Finish your tea and hurry up and leave. The city lord rarely showed impatience. I do not welcome the Beast God Society here. Don't come with that. The man stood up, walked to the city lord, and patted his shoulder. Back when the old king was around, you worked the hardest and put in the most effort under the old king. Tian Taiwe frowned, then said unpleasantly, are you not afraid I'll report you to the new king? Stop it. The man seemed to be amused, his mouth curving into an exaggerated arc. The new king doesn't care about remnants of the previous dynasty like you. And I am appreciated by the new king. Do you see this hand? As the man spoke, he held out his bandaged hand in front of the city lord and slowly unwrapped a small section of the bandage. What came into view was a hand like a wolf's claw, black hair, sharp nails, shimmering with a terrifying cold light. This is the blessing given to me by the new king.
And now, I have already reached the top level. Tisk the city lord felt sick at this sight.
Just to turn yourself into this non-human, non-ghost appearance?
You can say whatever you want, the man sneered. Not everyone can accept the new king's blessing. People like you, upon receiving the blessing, can only head to a dead end. I think you're just envious. Yeah, envious that you have to tear the paper to wipe yourself. The city lord said speechlessly. I have someone dedicated to help me wipe. City lord. As the two were still arguing, suddenly a loud shout came from the corridor. Hearing the shout, the man leisurely rewrapped the bandage around his hand, returned to his position across from the city lord, pretending nothing had happened. Lu Mingcheng grabbed 3 people, with Qiongqi following closely beside him, swiftly making their way toward the city lord's office. Chapter 146, The City Lord of the Beast God Society. City Lord. Lu Mingcheng threw the 3 people on the ground, pointing at the trembling trio on the ground as he spoke to the city lord. These 3 are from the Beast God Society.
Beast God Society?
The city lord's expression clearly surprised.
At this moment, Lu Mingcheng noticed that there were others in the lord's office.
Sorry, lord, I didn't know you were meeting with guests. Lu Mingcheng apologized and was about to pull the 3 people out. No need, I've finished my discussion with him. The lord waved his hand, his gentle smile still on his face. Come in, I just heard you say they are from the Beast God Society?
Yes.
Lu Mingcheng entered, bringing the 3 people before the lord.
These 3. Conducting human experiments.
Residents of Flesh City have already shown obvious beast traits.
The 3 people knelt on the ground, trembling with fear.
The lord glanced at them, his eyes filled with blame, calmness, and relief. The cloaked man watched with interest, eager to see what the lord would do. The lord slowly stood up and said to the butterfly guards, put these 3 in the dungeon. I'll personally interrogate them later to suppress this matter, don't cause panic. Also, send patrol teams to strengthen security, and don't let any suspicious individuals slip away.
Yes.
The butterfly guard nodded.
Holy Sky Guard, you're on leave today. Go home and spend time with your sister, you haven't had a good rest in days. I'll handle this matter.
The lord said to Lu Mingcheng. Lu Mingcheng nodded in agreement, then bowed.
Thank you, lord.
After saying that, Lu Mingcheng strode towards the exit. His life motto was to never work overtime. Seeing Lu Mingcheng leave, the cloaked man suddenly sneered and then stood up, his bandaged hand reaching toward Lu Mingcheng.
Bang!
The butterfly guard grabbed the cloaked man's hand. Release me. The cloaked man casually glanced at Qiongqi, whose heart chilled at the murderous intent in his eyes.
You cannot touch him.
The lord stood up, his shadow starting to spread eerily. A pair of yellow eyes appeared within the lord's shadow, instantly locking a tremendous pressure onto the cloaked man. After all these years, your Night Lord is still stuck at the general level, the cloaked man chuckled. However, I'm curious, what is it about this humanoid being that makes you risk offending our new Beast God Society just to save him?
He is someone I've watched grow up.
The lord slowly walked toward the cloaked man. Tian Mo has lived a life without a wife or children, only the children from the orphanage keep me company. It's only when those children surround me and call me lord or uncle that I feel like a person.
Can I take it to mean you found a sense of redemption in them? The cloaked man sneered. You're not leaving here today.
The lord's face hardened, his murderous intent fully revealed. Interesting. The cloaked man slowly pulled out an object that looked like a glass ball from his cloak. I'm curious to see who won't be able to leave here today. Crack! The cloaked man crushed the glass ball, and an invisible force instantly spread out.
Nothing happened.
The butterfly guard and the lord momentarily didn't understand what he was doing. Oh dear, it looks like the loyal minister of the old king wants to kill my beloved. A disdainful mocking voice came from behind the group, and the lord and butterfly guard immediately trembled, their eyes wide in disbelief as they looked at the seat behind them. On the seat, a man dressed in dark purple battle attire appeared out of nowhere, sitting in the lord's position with his legs crossed on the table, smiling at the two of them, his purple-black pupils flashing with a strange light. The Night Lord within the shadow suddenly trembled in fear, slowly retreating back into the lord's shadow. The 3 people on the floor hurriedly knelt down, their foreheads pressed against the ground, their bodies trembling in fear. My king, remnants of the previous dynasty seek to challenge your authority. The cloaked man reported with a grin. The man looked at Tian Taiwei and Qiongqi with great interest. The moment the two saw the man, their expressions tightened to the extreme. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes. They also couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary man was stronger than the 4 lords, and even the legendary Emperor Dragon God from Lingzhou didn't catch his eye. As for why he didn't directly rule the world, his personal answer was
fun. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. The man suddenly burst into laughter. Challenging authority is great. If you want to rebel, that's even better. This way, I get more fun. I won't have to sit on my throne all day doing nothing. Ha 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 ha.
The city lord and Chen Xianyi looked as if they had eaten something rotten. This guy completely treated what they understood as inhuman acts as a game, but they couldn't defeat him. They didn't know why, even without a war beast, he was terrifyingly strong.
The most crucial part was that he didn't seem to be human. What kind of bizarre creature was this? Both of them had this question in their minds.
The man suddenly looked at Chen Xianyi, lost in thought. I think you are pretty good. If you fused with your war beast and grew a pair of big wings from your back, it would definitely be beautiful.
It's just a pity that you are a man. If you were a woman, with butterfly wings, you'd be absolutely stunning.
Hearing this, Chen Xianyi's hair suddenly stood on end, and his breathing became rapid due to fear.
Oh no. Don't touch him. The city lord said coldly.
The man looked at the city lord, his face full of mockery. Why should I listen to you?
Is it because your face is big? Or are you old? Don't talk to me about your planet's nonsense of respecting the old and loving the young.
I'm 4,572 years old this year, much older than any creature on your planet. His war beast is just of ordinary quality, and it's just a bug, not worth fusing with. The city lord stood in front of the man, his voice trembling. Choose me instead, I'm only 62 this year, my war beast is a Dark Knight Lord, a legendary quality, and I caught it when I was young, it's a rare war beast.
If you fuse with me, you will not be disappointed.
The man looked at the city lord's panicked expression, fingers intertwined, his face full of mockery. You're so old, one careless move and you could be done for. I don't have a way to bring you back. Upon hearing this, the city lord immediately shielded the butterfly guard behind him without hesitation.
City lord?
The butterfly guard looked at the city lord in shock.
You hurry and escape.
The city lord whispered, the farther you get, the better.
Don't let him find you.
Escape? The man's figure suddenly vanished, and his voice appeared in the city lord's ear the next moment.
Is escaping useful?
A smile that stretched to his ears looked at the city lord like a demon, and his eyes, shrunk to pinholes, looked nothing like a human.
A demon. A thoroughgoing demon.
This was the city lord's evaluation of him in his heart. So touching your master-servant bond, the man's mouth crazily lifted, his sharp teeth glinting with a cold light. I kind of don't want to transform you now. What should I do? But I can't come here for nothing. I want to find some fun to play with, you tell me. The man slowly turned his head, his eyes narrowed into a slit, looking at the three kneeling behind him on the ground, afraid to move.
What should we do? Chapter 147 Beast God Conference New King, 13th Seat, Serpent Bearer. A lump of something unknown wriggled on the office floor, letting out a painful wail.
It could vaguely be seen that this strange creature had once been three humans. The city lord and Chen Xianyi looked at this horrifying scene. The city lord remained relatively calm, at least managing to suppress the urge to vomit.
But Chen Xianyi couldn't hold it in.
He saw this terrifying scene, and his stomach churned, and then couldn't hold back, he just vomited it out.
Ugh!
Unprocessed food was thrown up, and for a moment, the room became horribly smelly.
Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha.
The man sat in his chair, watching this scene, unable to help but cover his belly and laugh loudly.
Look at them. So funny. Originally three flesh and blood people. Now turned into a puddle of mush. It's exhausting to climb onto the bed. Ha ha ha. Doesn't it look like jelly to you? Ha ha ha.
Yeah, Wang, these three useless fools who couldn't achieve anything deserve this fate, the cloaked man echoed joyfully. Looking at the strange creature writhing and howling on the ground, and hearing the man's manic and disgusting laughter, Qiongqi couldn't help but clench his fists and bite his lips.
Damn beast.
Qiongqi's lips were bleeding from biting, and his fists were marked with traces of blood from his own nails. These three things can no longer speak. The man's mouth widened into a grin that reached his ears, his eyes narrowed into slits. Let me guess, this can't be someone's son, someone's husband, someone's father. What do you think they would feel if they saw their loved ones turned into a puddle of jelly? Just thinking about it is so amusing.
Who?
Qiongqi finally couldn't take it anymore and drew the blade at his waist, his expression ferocious as he swung it towards the man's neck.
Clang!
The blade struck the man's neck but made a metallic clanging sound.
The man's neck was undamaged.
The man suddenly twisted his head 180 degrees, smiling wickedly at Qiongqi, finally getting anxious. Qiongqi sensed something was wrong, swiftly pulling Butterfly back, drawing the pistol at her waist, aiming it at the slowly rising man, and pulling the trigger.
Bang bang bang!
A red flash erupted from the muzzle, and several bullets shot out, accurately targeting the man's body. The man, seeing this, merely wore a mocking smile, unhurriedly raising his hand. Under the astonished eyes of the two, the bullets halted mid-air, just a few centimeters away from the man's body, unable to advance even a step further.
Their hearts sank in an instant.
You want to rebel, I don't care. With a wave of his hand, the bullets turned direction and shot back towards the two.
The bullets grazed the tops of their heads, striking the wall behind them, instantly leaving several black holes in the wall. "But my experimental subjects, you must deliver them to me on time." The man's grin widened to a terrifying extent, his bone-white teeth gleaming with a horrifying chill. Otherwise, he pointed at the pile of goo behind him. "That heap of jelly is the end of this city's residents." The cloaked man looked at the pile of goo on the ground and suddenly exclaimed in disgust. "Why do I suddenly not want to eat jelly? Is that so?" The man turned to the cloaked man with a smile. "Then you can just eat jelly all week." "No. That does sound a bit cruel." The man propped his chin and nodded in agreement. "Only eating one type of food can indeed be very boring, so I'll allow you to eat pudding and egg custard." "Please don't, sir." Their conversation was like a childish quarrel, but the city lord knew how terrifying and inhumane their exchange truly was. Joking about altered lives, even comparing the altered people to food, cheerfully asking what to eat today. This is not human. The city lord felt his blood pressure rise suddenly. "I have nothing more to say." The man turned and gave the city lord a cold, crooked smile. "Experimental subjects, remember to deliver. He'll stay here to supervise you if you wish to rebel. It's up to you. Crushing you is no different than crushing an ant." Having said that, the man's figure vanished, leaving only the city lord and the other two in the office, along with the puddle of altered goo on the ground. Ugh, save a head that looked like a twisted mass and still had hair looked at the city lord, tears glistening in its eyes. "Save. I'm sorry." The city lord looked at the bizarre creature on the ground, unable to hold back his emotions any longer, fell to his knees with a thud, large tears rolling down the corners of his eyes. "I'm sorry." On the ground, 3 photographs were scattered. One was of one of the men with his daughter, both smiling happily together. The other was a photo of a man on his wedding night with his bride, enjoying their moment together. The two looked so sweet. The last photo was of a drunken man, obediently leaning beside his parents, whose hair was graying as they helplessly looked at him, their eyes full of indulgence. 3 photos, 3 different lives. Now, however, they were forcibly merged together. Serpent husband? The city lord looked out the window, gritting his teeth in rage, as the blazing fire in his eyes seemed almost tangible. The new king of the Beast God Society, seat 13, the first seat, the Serpent Husband. This was the most widely spread name among the current members of the Beast God Society. Of course, many still preferred to call him king, or new king. In competent fury, the cloaked man scoffed sarcastically. "Hurry up and prepare specimens for the master. It's best if they can bond well." The master said he wants a guy who can use bond compatibility for the experiment. As he spoke, the cloaked man threw a light orb in front of the city lord. "If you're afraid that the one from Yujo City will cause trouble, then use your apprentice. I've heard that your apprentice is currently learning bond compatibility from that genius from Yujo City." The master said that as long as you provide a bond compatibility, we won't have our eyes on you for the next 10 years. How much of what he said is true, and how much is false? Tian Taiyue questioned angrily. "Definitely true," the man laughed, raising his arm, which was wrapped in bandages, evidence. In his eyes, green cold light flickered. "Isn't it right in front of you?" Burp. He and the others finished their meal, contently burping with a mouthful of mutton smell. He ate the most. Lu Huangming and Xin Tianyun were not used to eating mutton. But since He was a distinguished guest, the two didn't dare to say anything. "By the way, hasn't the Holy Sky Guard returned yet?" Xin Tianyun looked at Lu Hongmei. "I'm not sure. The speed at which my brother returns depends on the complexity and severity of the task." Lu Hongmei shrugged. He did not speak. It seemed the system had sensed something, as the panel had been facing a certain direction since earlier. What could make the system so alert? He did not understand. What he didn't notice was that the system was confirming whether that guy would come over. Even though with his level he still couldn't detect the system's existence, it was uncertain whether he might get the urge to slaughter or kill, dragging He into it. Right now, he could only exist in the form of the system, unable to interfere with the outside, and certainly unable to act himself, to kill that person who should not appear in this world. Evil spirit race. He did not notice that the system was mumbling to itself. "I thought they had been extinct long ago. I didn't expect there to be a fish that slipped through the net." Suddenly, a sound of a key turning came from the door. The three looked towards the door. "Damn, this chapter seems to have made me write something disgusting _sadface angle_. Although I know these are just characters from my novel, and even just 3 extras, why do I feel a hint of sympathy? I feel like I won't be able to look directly at Jelly in the future.